Chapter 1: The Crooked Mouthed Dragon King on a Blind Date? You're here to buy goods, aren't you? Chapter 1: The Crooked Mouthed Dragon King on a Blind Date? Are you here to buy goods? Life is too long, I need some kind of security. The woman promised me a 10 million yuan dowry before the marriage. We signed an agreement that the money would be considered my premarital property. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the live broadcast of Wang Po's matchmaking was bustling with activity. A man with a crooked mouth, squinty eyes, and unsteady gait stood on the matchmaking stage, exuding confidence as he stated his matchmaking requirements. The woman should be between 18 and 25 years old, 170 centimeters tall, weigh less than 100 kilograms, have a respectable private life, and have no bad habits. The most crucial point: having at least one child every year after marriage. This is a hard requirement. It's contributing to the continuation of the human race, and it's also an inescapable responsibility for a top-notch appa like me. Hiss. Below the matchmaking stage, thousands of girls fell silent instantly. Even the eloquent Wang Po's smile froze for a fraction of a second. But she quickly regained her composure and immediately grabbed the microphone to warm up the atmosphere. Oh my! My goddaughters in the audience, listen. Listen to this. My Xiao Debaya was such a good boy. These days, men are incredibly valuable. I don't need to say more, right? The opportunity is right in front of you. If you meet the requirements, don't hesitate, get on stage now. One side of the matchmaking platform. Lin Tian's lips twitched as he watched, as if he had touched a toothless tiger. Isn't that the crooked-mouthed boy from next door? Did he come here to make a wish? Or did you just lose your brain and kidney essence together last night? Given his circumstances. Unless all the men in the world die, and all the women suffer from cerebral thrombosis. Otherwise. Before the thought could even finish flashing through his mind, Lin Tian's values were suddenly snapped up and rubbed into the ground. After a brief silence, a sudden surge of excitement erupted from the crowd below the stage. More than a dozen young women, dressed elegantly and with moderate looks, suddenly burst out of the crowd and screamed as they rushed onto the stage. Their faces were filled with excitement and urgency, as if they were afraid that if they were a second too late, this incredible opportunity would take flight. She went up to the matchmaking stage. They surrounded Xiao Debaya, who had a crooked mouth and slanted eyes, their gazes eager, as if they were admiring a rare treasure. Honey, look at me. I'm 25, have breasts, and earn $1 million a year. If you marry me, I'll give you 20 million as a dowry. Handsome guy. And me too. When it comes to having children, I can keep having them until menopause. Dowry is negotiable. Xiao Debaya pouted, his eyes sweeping over the chattering women like an emperor choosing his concubines, extremely picky. Ultimately, he pointed to the woman who was willing to offer a dowry of 20 million. You're the one. The woman was stunned at first, then burst into tears of joy, so excited that she almost fainted on the spot, as if she had not just found a suitable partner, but had won the lottery. The two added each other as friends on the spot by scanning a QR code. Then, the woman bent down, trembling, and carried Xiao Debaya on her back, staggering as she walked off the matchmaking stage. Lin Tian. He felt his worldview had been shattered, and then glued back together with super glue. My mind went completely blank. Crazy? Are these women starving? Has he never seen a man in his life or what? But the next second, he took a deep breath. Damn it. I think this isn't entirely incomprehensible. Because the male-to-female ratio in this world has become severely imbalanced to 1 to 1400. In other words, of China's 1.4 billion population, only slightly more than 10 million are men. The rest were all women. Moreover, this horrific gender imbalance continues to worsen to this day. For this reason, the state has introduced a series of protective laws that can be described as epic. This is used to protect the various rights of endangered men. The law on the protection of men's rights and interests explicitly stipulates that in married life, if the woman causes mental pressure to the man, including but not limited to speaking loudly, emotional abuse, throwing tantrums, being a brother-supporting woman, taking money from the husband's family to give to her own family, etc. Once discovered, the woman will be subject to 15 days of administrative detention. If physical violence occurs, the woman will be guilty of marital assault. Besides, the male public space safety law also stipulates the same. A woman makes physical contact or verbal advances towards a man that makes him uncomfortable without his explicit permission.
including but not limited to posing provocatively, wiggling hips and shaking chests, and touching the edge of exposed skin, all of which can be accused of sexual harassment. To further protect the scarcity of endangered men, the state established the Women's Union Committee. We are dedicated to serving the remaining 14 million men in the country. Each man is entitled to a monthly care allowance of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars from the Women's Federation. This world is so wonderful. I love it to death. Lin Tian exclaimed his heartfelt admiration from the bottom of his heart. But then he realized that the world was fucking terrifying. What's so scary? Because men in this world have extremely short lifespans. Lin Tian, who had just transmigrated, merged with the original owner's memories. He knew that most of the men here, by the time they reached 50, had already given up their lives to serve their country. Some netizens said that the kidneys might not be able to withstand it, while some experts refuted the claim, saying that it was caused by the devastating disaster 20 years ago. Women are good. But most men simply didn't dare to marry multiple wives and take many concubines. They all adhere to a profound truth. Cherish your life, have fewer affairs. No wonder the original owner was 22 years old and only dared to stay at home playing games every day. They don't even dare to leave the house normally. If it weren't for yesterday, a marriage management app on my phone sent me a forced marriage notification. He has reached the legal marriage age. If within 24 hours, he still has not married a wife or taken a concubine, the Federation of Wives will stop distributing care payments, and the Marriage Management Bureau will also force couples to be matched with 5 random partners. He was so frightened that he ran out quickly, intending to pick any concubine from Wangpo's place to deal with the marriage control policy. Lin Tian's mood was like a roller coaster ride, reaching a climax only to plummet to the bottom in an instant. A moment of pleasure in beating tiles, but an early demise in the end? Ugh! What am I going to do? Having so many wives is pointless, my kidneys can't take it. Does this mean that in such a world of flowers, one must cherish life and stay away from women? Ding! A strong and pure need has been detected in the host. Multiple wives, multiple blessings system successfully bound. This system aims to assist the host in the arduous task of procreation for the human race. The more wives and concubines you have, the richer the rewards. Current wives and concubines, 0. First marriage or taking of a concubine, rewards, 1, constitution enhancement plus 10 equivalent to 0.1 times that of a normal person 2. Kidney enhancement plus bronze level. System? Ha ha ha. This system suits my needs perfectly. With it? So, the more wives and concubines one has, the richer the rewards will be? Bronze kidney? Then wouldn't that lead to gold, diamonds, legends? This future is my kidneys, no, it's my stars in the sea. Girls in the audience, did you have an orgasm? Let's welcome our special guest today. Lin Tian. 22 years old. His godmother only said one word. Fresh. Lin Tian was originally immersed in the immense joy brought by the system. Hearing someone call his name sent a shiver down his spine. Before he could even react, Wang Pa dragged him onto the matchmaking stage. He stood on the high platform. Looking up, wow, there was a huge sea of people in the audience. It was all women. Lin Tian felt the blood in his veins was about to boil. Chapter 2: Seeking the Best. Policewoman and Green Tea Girl. My God. A 22-year-old man of marriageable age. He's a walking embodiment of male hormones. Xiao Wan, look. He's so handsome. By the way, didn't you get stuck in your civil service exam because you're unmarried? How about this, we both wear hats later. Baby, if you don't mind, please add us all to your harem. Wah-ha-ah. Sisters, look at him, he looks so embarrassed. Oh my God. I can't take it anymore, I feel like my hormones are out of control. Wang Po's shout was like lighting a powder keg, instantly igniting the entire matchmaking scene. The women in the audience were acting like madmen, pushing and tearing at each other, as if this was not a blind date, but a life or death struggle. The screams and shouts rose in waves, almost lifting the roof off. Some people were so excited that they fainted on the spot and had to be rushed to an ambulance. Such a magnificent scene of purgatory. This instantly extinguished half of Lin Tian's ambition to sweep across the land and dominate all directions after he just awakened the system. At that moment, he felt his scalp tingle and his legs tremble. 3,650?
a New Year's Eve every night? Even bronze can handle that? Ha!
Lin Tian was so frightened by this terrifying thought that he broke out in a cold sweat and felt a chill run down his spine.
Ding!
System reminder: please marry a wife and concubine as soon as possible and collect the kidneys. The system's voice was like heavenly music, instantly dispelling Lin Tian's discomfort.
Ambitions are rising again. Fortunately, Granny Wang was experienced and seemed to have seen many women acting like wolves and tigers. She quickly took control of the situation and then pushed Lin Tian to the very front of the matchmaking stage. Look, my godson, so fresh and juicy. Handsome and dashing. A real charmer. As good looking as Daniel Wu. The key thing is pure. Maybe he's still a virgin. With each word Wang Pei uttered, the screams from the girls below the stage rose a notch, the sound almost drowning out Lin Tian. He rolled his eyes at Wang Pei, thinking to himself, is that how you praise someone? Good heavens, that's some serious praise. Anyone who didn't know better would think he was the top courtesan at Ingchen Courtyard. Godson, tell your godmother, what kind of girl do you like? There are thousands of girls down here, so today you can pick whatever you like. Granny Wang handed over the microphone. Lin Tian took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and swept his gaze across the sea of girls below the stage, and said loudly, my requirements are very simple, money doesn't matter, but you must be top-notch in looks, have a curvy figure, be gentle and obedient, have a clean background, be between 18 and 22 years old, and be chaste. The demand caused another stir in the audience. Did you hear that? My godson has spoken. Same rules as always, those who meet the requirements come forward, and those who don't, step back. For a moment, many older girls or those who felt they didn't meet the requirements looked dejected and retreated. In the end, only 100 or so women remained in place, motionless. They all craned their necks, blinking their starry eyes, gazing intently at Lin Tian on the stage. My goddaughters, you've all lined up for your godmother. It's such a wonderful fate, let us see if you're lucky enough to have it, Granny Wang reminded them with a smile. Time is tight and the task is heavy. Lin Tian stopped putting on airs and paced back and forth on the stage like an emperor inspecting his harem, his gaze scanning the crowd below like a scanner. Third row, white dress. Sixth row, brown, big waves. And, in the last row, the one wearing a baseball cap, with his head down. Did you hear that? Girls, those of you who have been called on, hurry up and come up on stage. What are you waiting for? Granny Wang called out. The woman in the white dress and the woman with the long, brown hair looked ecstatic. They held hands and walked together, as arranged by a female staff member. Take the stage quickly. The girl in the baseball cap, however, remained motionless. After a while, she was nudged by another girl in a baseball cap next to her, and she lowered her head. He dawdled as he went on stage. The girl in the baseball cap stood consciously on the edge, her simple jeans and casual clothes contrasting sharply with the two glamorous girls. Hello. My name is Lin Tian, I am 22 years old, unemployed, have no savings, and live on welfare. Lin Tian looked at the three girls he had chosen, and following his habit from his previous life, he honestly introduced himself. Although I don't have money now, I will definitely work hard to earn it in the future. I only ask for the best. No need. Handsome guy, please don't work so hard. The woman in the white dress interrupted anxiously, I'll give you a dowry of 5 million, and an extra 10,000 in pocket money every day after the wedding. You don't have to do anything, just stay home and play games. Ah. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. But then I thought about it again, and these conditions actually seem quite acceptable. Handsome, why don't you marry me too? Another brown-haired woman, not to be outdone, quickly stepped forward. Although I can't match Sister Lily's generosity, I can still offer a dowry of 2 million. In addition, I'll give you a 150 square meter wedding apartment in the top luxury residence in Zhanghai City Yunding Mansion. And there's more. I can play games, give massages, take care of men, do laundry, cook, and provide you with top-notch emotional value. I'd rather be first. Well. Lin Tian was completely bewildered by the two women. But deep down, I couldn't help but feel incredibly happy. Turns out, in this world, being poor, unemployed, and lacking status are actually top-tier advantages for men. Doesn't this prove the saying, as long as you can stand up straight, a man is a form of hard currency? Both girls scored over 80 points in terms of looks and figure. Adults, don't make choices? Or maybe we should, take them all? Ding.
Several individuals of the opposite sex have been detected who meet the host's surface requirements, but their core emotional value and loyalty vary significantly. Please choose carefully.
Is this true?
The system's notification instantly soothed Lin Tian's restless mind. He turned his gaze to the girl wearing a baseball cap who kept her head down.
Godmother, she hasn't said anything yet.
Oh dear. Look what you've done to my godmother, she's completely confused.
Granny Wang patted her forehead.
He quickly walked over to the girl in the baseball cap and said gently, "Goddess, don't be shy, come on, quickly introduce yourself." The girl's body trembled slightly as she slowly raised her head. She took the microphone from Wangpa, her voice weak and barely audible.
Maybe I should just give up. My family isn't well off, and we can't afford a dowry. Beneath the brim of the hat was a face of unparalleled beauty.
Her skin was as white as snow even without makeup, and her features were as delicate as a porcelain doll. Her large, doe-like eyes were misty with moisture, pure and lively, but at this moment they were filled with embarrassment and unease.
What nonsense are you talking about? It's all right. All our daughters are wonderful, so just be yourself. Granny Wang quickly comforted her. Okay, thank you, Godmother. My name is Su Xiaowan.
I just graduated from police academy and I'm currently unemployed and have no income. One didn't originally want to be at the front, I just wanted to.
However, she didn't finish her sentence.
Immediately, various disgruntled boos erupted from the audience.
What? No money? Then why did you go up there? Exactly, just because you're a bit pretty doesn't make you special. If you can get laid, then who among us is worse than you? Get down here. You have no money and you're trying to go on blind dates? If you have no money, do you even deserve to get married? Don't you even know what kind of world we live in now?
Su Xiaowan originally wanted to explain something. But before he could speak, the microphone was snatched away by the woman in the white dress.
The woman in the white dress looked at Su Xiaowan with a mocking expression and disdain. Ha!
So she's just a poor woman. The brown-haired woman had equally fierce eyes, was arrogant, and began to hurl insults.
That's right. What are you still standing there for? Get off the stage. Dressed like this, you dare to come on a blind date? Chapter 3 Male Protection Law. Would you like to take me as your concubine?
The lively light in Su Xiaowan's eyes suddenly dimmed, her eyes reddened slightly, and a layer of moisture welled up in them.
She bowed deeply to Lin Tian. I'm sorry.
After saying that, she turned to leave the stage. Upon seeing this, the two women who were cursing exchanged a glance, a knowing smug smile playing on their lips, their eyes filled with the cunning of someone who had succeeded in their scheme. In their eyes, Su Xiaowan was definitely superior to them in terms of looks. In today's world, money may not be the most important thing for men. So they were jealous and worried that Su Xiaowan would surpass them. However, all of this was observed by Lin Tian. Lin Tian had already made up his mind and was about to speak to persuade them to stay.
Stop dawdling. Get down here.
The woman in the white dress deliberately shoved Su Xiaowan hard.
Ah!
Su Xiaowan screamed and was pushed so hard that she stumbled and fell to the ground. Her fair wrist scraped against the rough ground, instantly leaving a glaring bloodstain. She bit her lip, enduring the pain, and silently struggled to her feet, walking towards the audience, though 2 tears slid down her cheeks. Watching that helpless figure leave, Lin Tian felt as if a needle had pierced his heart, causing him unbearable pain.
Doesn't this sound just like those men who are crushed by dowries, houses, and cars? Wait a moment.
Lin Tian rushed forward and grabbed Su Xiaowan. When he saw her bleeding wrist, his brows furrowed. He turned around abruptly, his eyes cold, and glared at the two women. Then he pulled Su Xiaowan along, turned to face the entire room, and said in a resolute voice, "Godmother, there's no need to choose. I'll choose her."
Upon hearing this, the entire audience erupted in uproar.
The thousands of girls in the audience were all dumbfounded.
What happened? Are men's tastes all so unique these days? Why would he turn down a rich and beautiful woman who'd practically throw herself at him and choose a Cinderella instead? You should interpret it this way. So maybe someone as dark-skinned, poor, and ugly as me can also have sex with a handsome guy? You choose her? She's just a poor woman? The woman in the white dress exploded. She stomped her foot, her face contorted with anger. What do you want from her? The brown-haired woman chimed in, that's right. Even if you don't like me, handsome, I can understand.
But Lily's mother is the general manager of Jianghai Shengfeng Group. A mother-in-law who earns over $1 million a year is a rich woman. Perhaps because the brown-haired woman had elevated her status, the woman in the white dress, who was used to being spoiled, suddenly felt emboldened and rushed forward again, pushing her vicious hand towards Su Shaoan once more. She cursed viciously, "Get out of here, you bitch! You have no right to steal my man." Caught off guard, Su Shaoan was pushed and stumbled once again. If Lin Tian hadn't been holding her back, she probably would have fallen again.
Oh ho! Lin Tian's roguish temper flared up instantly.
He pulled Su Shaoan back behind him. Without thinking, he raised his hand and slapped Lily hard across the left cheek.
Smack! The entire room fell silent. Everyone was confused again? I was thinking, how did a perfectly good blind date suddenly turn into a fight? Who I choose is none of your business to tell me what to do.
Lin Tian's eyes were icy. A woman of questionable character and who bullies others with her power, I wouldn't even take her for free.
Roll! You dare hit me? Lily retorted, raising her hand as if to strike back. Oh? General Manager Shangfeng, is that right? You dare to fight back?
Lin Tian not only didn't back down, but instead leaned forward, pointing at his own face. According to Article 13, Paragraph 2 of the Men's Safety Law, men have unlimited right to self-defense when they are subjected to a physical attack initiated by a woman. Lily's arrogance was instantly extinguished. Her hand froze in mid-air, and her face turned from red to white.
Doesn't she know that the Male Public Space Safety Law, or simply the Men's Safety Law?
Not to mention her mother is a manager of a private company. Even if her mother were the prime minister of her third brother's family, she would still be hung up and beaten.
Wah-ah! Lily couldn't catch her breath and burst into tears on the spot.
But she didn't dare to say anything harsh to Lin Tian. Those who make verbal threats against men can also be detained. Therefore, he could only vent his frustration on Su Shaoan. With a sob in her voice, she said fiercely, "Your name is Su Shaoan, right? I'll remember you. Just you wait." After saying that, she cried and ran off the stage, followed closely by her long, wavy brown hair. This unexpected scene caused Wang Po's live broadcast room to completely erupt in excitement.
The barrage of comments flooded in like a torrent. Good for her. Does she think that just because her mom has a little money, she can bully us women from the bottom of society? Her mother is the manager of Shengfeng, right? Has anyone wanted to bombard Shengfeng's official account with messages? Wow! Lin Tian is so handsome.
In this day and age, there are still men with such positive values.
I like him so much. What a pity. What a pity. I've already gone through menopause, otherwise I'd be willing to offer a dowry of 100 million.
Upstairs, are you still asleep?
At the same time, in the heart of Jianghai City, on the very top floor of a towering CBD building, Su Mengli. She had just finished a tense international business negotiation. I happened to stumble upon Wang Po's matchmaking livestream.
Watching Lin Tian pull a girl along and make his domineering declaration at the matchmaking stage.
Su Mengli frowned slightly and stared blankly for several seconds. I finally managed to find a great guy on the dating app, and he's already going on blind dates? He won't even accept my friend request? Could it be that I, the female president of Shangfeng Group, am inferior to a little girl?
Su Mengli, a famous business prodigy in China, is naturally proud and ambitious.
When has she ever been ignored like this?
Moreover, because she is over 25 and unmarried, some people in the company are already gossiping about her behind her back. She couldn't sit still any longer, so she dialed a number and commanded in an icy tone. "I don't care what methods you use or what the cost is, I need to get all the information about Lin Tian within 3 minutes.
Snap.
The call ended.
Kid, you just wait. On the matchmaking stage. Look at everything before me. Granny Wang sighed with mixed feelings of regret and admiration. So many years.
I haven't encountered such a positive live streaming incident in years. Next, with the help of matchmaker Wang, Lin Tian and Su Shaoan added each other as WeChat friends.
According to Wang Po's matchmaking rules.
At this point, the woman should carry the man off the dating stage.
But before Wang Po could even speak,
Lin Tian stepped forward first, and to Su Shaoan's surprise, he picked her up in a princess carry.
Ah! No! This is against the rules.
Su Shaoan blushed deeply and cried out in alarm.
What rules? My words are the rules. Lin Tian didn't care at all. He carried the petite Su Shaowan and steadily walked off the matchmaking stage. All that remained was Wang Po's astonished expression and the thousands of envious and jealous gazes from below the stage, gazes that seemed to bleed with envy. After stepping off the stage, escorted by female staff members, they quickly disappeared into the crowd. A Mishue milk tea shop. Lin Tian habitually took out his phone to scan the QR code, preparing to pay the waiter. But Su Shaowan quickly stopped him. I can't let you pay. I'll be laughed at. Lin Tian was taken aback, then looked up. Sure enough, the waiter looked at Su Shaowan with disdain. That look seemed to say, how shameless. A young girl going on a date with a handsome guy. She actually wanted the handsome guy to pay? They are utterly shameless. She lost face as a woman. Lin Tian smiled helplessly, then remembered the rules of this world, and wisely put his phone away. Su Shaowan quickly paid the money. Then, she took the 2 cups of milk tea and thoughtfully inserted straws for Lin Tian. The two found an inconspicuous corner. They sat facing each other. Su Shaowan nervously twisted her fingers, then mustered her courage to ask, does what you just said still stand? Are you really willing to take me as your concubine? Chapter 4, Recommendations for High-Quality Women, Enhanced Perpetual Motion Machine. What if I was joking? Lin Tian deliberately kept a straight face. I don't know why, maybe it's just my nature. Looking at Su Shaowan's pure and lovely face, he instinctively wanted to bully her. As expected, that's how it is. He was just trying to be helpful by doing the maintenance earlier. Su Shaowan's expectant gaze gradually dimmed, and her eyes reddened slightly. Having just graduated from police academy, she had just passed the civil service exam for the Jianhai police station. However, due to his unmarried status, the job opening was ultimately put on hold. Today, her sister dragged her to Wang Po's matchmaking service, just hoping to try her luck. Never mind. It seems I'm not destined for this. Perhaps what they said is true, girls from poor families simply don't deserve to get married. Su Shaowan struggled to calm herself and forced a smile onto her face. Okay, fine. I know you definitely don't like me. Her delicate nose felt slightly sore. However, I still want to thank you for getting me out of that situation. Then I won't bother you any longer. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. As she spoke, she picked up her small cloth bag and got up to leave. No. Wait a minute. Lin Tian hurriedly called out, somewhat amused and exasperated. I thought to myself, this girl is really naive. Can't she tell I'm just teasing her? Garlic. Garlic. I can take you as a concubine, but I'm afraid you'll look down on me because I have nothing. Huh? What do you mean? Su Shaowan stood there, stunned. She stood there stunned for a while before finally coming to her senses. I won't mind. As long as you marry me, I can go to work right away, and I will work hard to earn money for you to spend. Su Shaowan's voice trembled, unable to hide her excitement. Lin Tian smiled slightly. So, are we going to the marriage registration office now? No. No need. Su Shaowan quickly waved her hand and said excitedly, taking a concubine only requires signing an electronic agreement on the marriage management app. Good. Lin Tian took out his phone and opened the app with the pink heart icon. However, the moment I clicked on it, ding ding ding. A series of urgent notification sounds rang out frantically. The entire phone screen was flooded with 99 plus read unread messages. National Marriage Promotion Center. Dear Mr. Lin Tian, you have been accurately matched with 985 high-quality women. Recommendation 1, Su Minli, 24 years old, president of Shengfeng Pharmaceutical Group, annual salary over 100 million yuan. Attached are private photos, click to view. Recommendation 2, Jiang Sueki, 23 years old, a national-level film queen. Includes daily life photos and videos, click to view. Recommendation 3, Shen Yue, 18 years old, heiress of a top family, dowry includes a mansion, estate, and private jet. Attached resume, click to view. Lin Tian appeared stunned, but inwardly he was cursing wildly. He discovered that all the recommendations had been blacklisted. To release them, you have to do it one by one. Oh dear. My brain. With such top-tier resources, why bother with blind dates? Bite. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Host permissions unlocked.
Now that you have formally accessed the core rules of marriage, we will reveal the hidden information about high-quality men to you. High-quality men, classified into 3 levels S, A, B, and C based on genetic potential, with the potential to father sons decreasing in that order. Men not certified as high quality are considered average. Your genetic rating is grade A. So that's how it is. No wonder the recommendations are so crazy. Grade A. Damn, am I not just Tang Sanzang's flesh? Su Xiaowan happened to see the recommendation information on Lin Tian's phone out of the corner of her eye. Her heart sank to the bottom, and her little hands nervously clenched the hem of her clothes. Because she was afraid Lin Tian would change his mind. But thinking about my mother's high monthly medical expenses and the 150,000 yuan owed to the surrounding hospital for medication, I realized that she desperately needs a high-paying job to make ends meet. Moreover, she and Lin Tian are the same age, and he's handsome. It's better to marry him as a concubine than to be that fool's lover. With this in mind, Su Xiaowan made up her mind. She gritted her teeth and asked nervously, "Since you agree to take a concubine, can we complete the formalities now?" "Oh. Yes. No problem." Lin Tian snapped out of his euphoria and nodded quickly. At the same time, turn off those high-quality women recommendation pop-ups. And then, the operation process is quite simple. Lin Tian only needs to enter Su Xiaowan's personal information in the concubine field and then click confirm ad. All steps can be completed easily. That's easy. Lin Tian muttered. Getting married is simpler than registering a game account. However, Su Xiaowan's situation was completely different. Her phone was flooded with countless pop-up ads. A commitment to the 3 obediences and 4 virtues for a concubine's entry into the family. Absolute obedience clause. Declaration of voluntary waiver of husband's family property. The examination for becoming a wives or concubines. Basic housekeeping written exam. Specialized exam questions for identifying green tea bitches. The series of agreements and assessments is enough to make one's scalp crawl. Lin Tian caught a glimpse of it out of the corner of his eye, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It's just getting married. Why is it more complicated than the college entrance exam? What kind of bastard designed this anti-human app? I'm sorry. Lin Tian's comments made Su Xiaowan even more nervous, and her fingers trembled slightly. Actually, these are compulsory courses in middle school's women's virtues curriculum. I'm just too stupid, I get nervous and... Before he could finish speaking, a red warning popped up at the top of her screen. If you fail the exam 3 times, your application will be frozen for 30 days. Seeing her sweating and on the verge of tears, Lin Tian frowned. Is it absolutely necessary to take the exam? Is there no other way? Yes. Su Xiaowan's voice became even softer, almost burying itself in her chest. But we need your authorization for concubines entering the household, a privileged pathway to exemption from examination. But if I use this, then I might be looked down upon by my other sisters, who will say I got in through connections and that I don't deserve my position. Who cares what they say? As long as it works, why bother with so many rules? Lin Tiankai didn't care about these superficial things. Find the option immediately and click Agree to Authorization. The next second, Su Xiaowan had only a few basic agreements left on her phone, waiting to be signed. She lowered her head, staring blankly at her phone, tears welling up in her eyes. Thank you. But don't worry, I will definitely make up for this knowledge. I will never let you down. Whatever you say. Lin Tian smiled helplessly. At the same time, he also gained a basic understanding of women in this world. The agreement has been signed. Both parties' marriage management apps are updated simultaneously. Su Xiaowan married concubine bound to husband, Lin Tian. As she looked at those words, her fingers trembled slightly with excitement, as if she were seeing a brand new future. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken in a concubine. New player quests completed. Reward, enhanced kidney, bronze. Constitution increase +10. Boom! A warm current swept through my body. Every cell in my body seemed to be awakened, surging with energy like a perpetual motion machine. It's been enhanced? Lin Tian was secretly delighted, and a certain urge to try it out began to sprout in his heart. Chapter 5 Fun and Versatile Capsules, can they change size at will? Ding!
Concubine Su Xiaowan's favorability plus 20. Current affection level, 20 grateful. Trigger affection points. Engage in positive interactions with your wife, concubine, or lover to earn affection points. Affection points can be exchanged for various items in the system shop. To celebrate the store's first opening, a special newbie gift pack is offered, Fun Versatile Capsule X1. Product description, duration, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds 58 seconds 57 seconds. After consumption, one can use their mind to subtly adjust the size of any part of their own or another person's body for an ultimate pleasure experience. This includes, but is not limited to, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, hands, feet, stomach, back, and neck. Wow! Lin Tian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The system was too cunning. Such an amazing and awe-inspiring treasure exists? At this moment, his gaze towards Su Xiaowan changed. My mind was out of control. A flurry of good, fun, and interesting thoughts flashed through my mind. Ring ring. Just then, a sharp, piercing cell phone ringtone suddenly rang out, instantly interrupting Lin Tian's thoughts. Su Xiaowan glanced at the caller ID and her face turned pale instantly. All color had vanished. She glanced nervously at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with panic and pleading. Lin Tian patiently nodded. Su Xiaowan felt like she had been granted a pardon and quickly answered the phone, deliberately pressing the speakerphone button. She placed her phone on the table, her voice trembling slightly. Hello, Director Li. On the other end of the phone, a middle-aged woman appeared extremely impatient, even with a condescending and greasy air. Su Xiaowan, your mother's medical bills are 3 months overdue. What about that thing I mentioned to you last time? What have you thought about? You two sisters, as long as you become my son's mistresses, I'll cover your medical expenses, and from now on. Director Li. Su Xiaowan reacted as if scalded by boiling water, abruptly raising her voice to interrupt the other person. At the same time, she looked up at Lin Tian in alarm and said rapidly, Thank you for your kindness. But no need. Besides, I'm already married. As for the hospital bills, I'll find a way to pay them off as soon as possible. Could you give me a few more days? What? You got married? The voice on the phone was full of doubt and sarcasm. With your family's financial situation, you can't even afford a wedding. What man would marry you? Ha! Fine. Since you're married, then let your man pay for it. If you don't see the 150,000 by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I'll have to stop dispensing medicine to your mother according to regulations. At the same time, apply to the charity foundation to freeze your family's medical loan limit. No. Director Li. Before Su Xiaowan could finish pleading, the other party had already hung up the phone, leaving only a cold, busy tone on the receiver. A corner of the milk tea shop. The air seemed to freeze. Su Xiaowan held her phone in her hand, her face pale, at a loss for what to do. The joy that had just been felt was shattered by the sudden and harsh blow of reality. Her thin shoulders trembled slightly, making her look so helpless. Looking at Su Xiaowan's appearance, Lin Tian suddenly felt a surge of anger. Thinking to myself, what kind of damn director is this? Taking advantage of someone's vulnerability and forcing her into prostitution? He took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. And he kept this matter silently in his heart. Now that I've chosen her, I can't just stand by and do nothing about the responsibilities that come with it. He certainly wouldn't stand by and watch his woman fall into trouble. Suddenly, he remembered the 200,000 yuan in fellowship fund that he had saved up through frugality, which he had originally intended to use to buy a Martian computer host. There was no hesitation. He didn't say anything, but silently picked up his phone and opened the marriage management app. Then find the concubine option. After Su Xiaowan was bound to the app system automatically linked her to the relevant financial channels. Enter the amount, verify with fingerprint, and the transfer is successful. Completed in one go. Ding dong. A crisp notification sound startled Su Xiaowan from her despair. She unlocked her phone in a daze, and immediately a text message indicating a deposit came into view. Concubine's reserve cash plus 200,000.00, balance 200,135.80. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief, counting the zeros several times. It really is a full 200,000. She suddenly looked up, staring blankly at Lin Tian, who had a calm expression on his face. Su Xiaowan's cherry lips trembled incessantly, unable to utter a single word. Only large tears rolled down her cheeks silently. But deep down, at this moment,
she had come to regard him as the man she would protect and love even if it meant death.
It'll be a while. Thank you. Ding.
Resolved a real-world crisis for your concubine, affection points +5, total 25.
Should I still call you?
Lin Tian deliberately put on a stern face, pretending to be displeased.
Husband.
Su Xiaowan choked up as she finally uttered that term. At this moment, her voice seemed to be filled with dependence on Lin Tian.
Almost simultaneously, both of them received a notification on their marriage management app. Ding. Congratulations to Mr. Lin Tian on successfully taking a concubine.
To encourage childbirth, the Women's Federation Committee has issued a childcare subsidy of 100,000 new Taiwan dollars, which has been deposited into your care fund account.
Please check your account. Oh ho! Is there really such a good thing?
Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then his heart was filled with joy.
I think about this world. They're treating men way too well.
Looking at the girl in front of me, her eyes filled with tears, yet radiant with joy.
I glanced at the countdown timer on my phone again.
For a moment, Lin Tian began to feel restless. I thought to myself, this won't work.
The fun capsules should be used immediately, otherwise they'll be wasted. Or, should we book a room right now and try to find Su Xiaowan?
Lin Tian and Su Xiaowan walked out of the milk tea shop.
It was exactly 11 a.m.
He secretly glanced at Su Xiaowan's porcelain white and delicate face.
A petite and charming figure. He took the initiative and asked, now that we've established a relationship, how about we do, you know? Like, let's go to a hotel right now. Come to my house.
Whether Su Xiaowan had guessed something or not, she immediately interrupted.
Ha? Go to your house? Is that okay? Lin Tian asked somewhat uncertainly, but then, as if remembering something, he quickly added, that's fine too. Actually, I'd also like to go see Auntie.
Su Xiaowan blushed slightly and whispered, well.
But my family's circumstances are poor, and I'm afraid you, my husband, won't be used to it. What's there to be used to or not used to?
Lin Tian smiled, his tone relaxed.
Let's go.
We need to let Auntie know that her daughter will have someone to take care of her from now on. I hailed a taxi, and we didn't say a word the whole way.
A somewhat old residential area. As I pushed open the door, a faint scent of traditional Chinese medicine wafted towards me.
Although the furniture was simple, the room was clean and tidy.
Mom, I'm home.
Su Xiaowan called softly. The bedroom door was pushed open, and a middle-aged woman with a slightly pale face and a resemblance to Su Xiaowan in her features walked out. She was visibly taken aback when she saw Lin Tian standing behind her daughter.
Hello, Auntie, my name is Lin Tian. Lin Tian took the initiative to step forward and greeted her politely. Chapter 6, Lao Liang doesn't worship immortals or Buddhas, but worships Chaoman? Oh, okay, please have a seat.
Xin Mei was at a loss and hurriedly looked at her daughter. Su Xiaowan blushed and lowered her head shyly. Mom, he's my husband, whom I just registered on the marriage management app.
What?
Xin Mei froze on the spot, her eyes wide open and her mouth slightly agape. She stared intently at her daughter, then suddenly turned to look at Lin Tian, as if to confirm whether she was hallucinating due to her serious illness. A few seconds later, she finally realized what was happening, gasped sharply, and her voice suddenly rose.
You registered? Really? Wan. You're not lying to Mom?
She was so excited that she trembled all over, rushed forward, and grabbed her daughter's arm tightly.
Quick, let Mom see. When she finally confirmed the clearly marked linked status on the app, an overwhelming sense of joy instantly overwhelmed her.
Tears welled up in her eyes, and she became so emotional that she became somewhat incoherent.
Good. That's wonderful. My daughter is finally, Mom can close her eyes in peace now.
After a short while, having finally calmed down from the huge shock, Xin Mei held Lin Tian's hand, crying and laughing at the same time.
Good son-in-law, thank you so much for taking our Xiaowan in, it's my sickly nature that's holding her back. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she asked cautiously, by the way, dear son-in-law, who else is in your family? What do your parents do? Home.
Upon hearing this word, Lin Tian's lips twitched almost imperceptibly. He not only has a family, but also a mother who hopes her son will become a thief.
In my memory.
This old woman neither worships gods nor Buddha, she only worships the traitor Chow Chow and the lecherous demon. He would also often secretly mutter to himself in the middle of the night while looking at a portrait of a man with a full beard in the living room.
Damn it!
You must bless my son to have many beautiful wives and concubines, to be healthy and live a life of pleasure every night, and to grow a strong and healthy body, so that he won't end up like that dead man who died young and died for his country.
Good heavens! This? How am I supposed to say this? Lin Tian fell silent for a moment.
Seeing Lin Tian's subtle expression and his long silence, Qin Mei's heart skipped a beat.
His face turned pale instantly.
She hurriedly let go, her voice filled with fear and self-reproach.
Oh dear. Look at my loose tongue. Auntie didn't mean anything by it. I was just asking casually.
I'm so sorry, my good son-in-law, don't take it to heart.
Auntie wasn't trying to find out anything.
Qin Mei was afraid that this sudden question would offend Lin Tian, and at that moment she wished she could bite her tongue off.
Lin Tian snapped out of his daze and saw Qin Mei's pale face.
He quickly gathered his chaotic thoughts.
He gave a relieved smile. Auntie, don't be nervous, I just suddenly thought of something happy. My family is fine.
I only have one mother, but don't worry, my mother is very kind and will definitely like Xiaowan.
That's good. That's great.
Qin Mei finally breathed a long sigh of relief, patting her chest, looking like she was still shaken.
However, after the initial joy, the pressures of reality soon resurfaced.
A hint of embarrassment and awkwardness flashed across her face.
It's all too rushed. You've seen the situation at home. We can't have a proper wedding for you and Xiaowan right now.
I'm such a useless mother. Her voice trailed off as she spoke, her face filled with remorse. The family has been completely drained of their resources because of her medicine.
Even if they are in debt, having a decent wedding is simply a pipe dream. Lin Tian could sense the mother's self-blame and embarrassment. Auntie, please don't overthink it. The status is already set, the formalities aren't that important. As long as Xiaowan is well and you are healthy, that's better than any lavish wedding.
These words made Qin Mei's tears flow even more fiercely, but they were tears of relief. She gripped Lin Tian's arm tightly again.
Good son-in-law. You all stay home, I have to go out and buy some good groceries. We absolutely have to have a proper meal at home today.
As she spoke, she hurried out.
I walked to the door.
As if she were about to complete some extremely important ritual, she suddenly turned around and called out to her daughter. Qin Mei gripped Su Xiaowan's shoulders tightly with both hands, her expression more solemn and serious than ever before. Speaking in a voice only the mother and daughter could hear, she warned, Wan, listen carefully to your mother.
Remember every single word.
Lin Tian taking you is a blessing you've accumulated over several lifetimes. It's like our Su family's ancestral graves are emitting black smoke.
In a little while, you absolutely must give him your utmost attention.
Treat him as your god, obey him completely, and don't you dare throw a tantrum.
Do you understand? This is your only chance.
If you miss it, or if you upset Lin Tian in the slightest, I'll be the first to object.
I'll never forgive you in this lifetime. Once you're, finished, you absolutely must call Mom right now.
Mom will be waiting downstairs, and she won't come up even a moment earlier.
You absolutely cannot let your husband feel even the slightest bit embarrassed or uncomfortable. Got it? What else could Su Xiaowan say?
She could only blush and nod emphatically. Seeing that her daughter was sensible, Qin Mei then gave Lin Tian a reassuring smile, gently closed the door, and left. Inside the room, only Lin Tian and Su Xiaowan remained. The air instantly became somewhat ambiguous and quiet, as if one could hear the other's heartbeats. Su Xiaowan kept her head down, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, not daring to look at Lin Tian, her voice barely audible.
Honey, how about we go to my room and rest for a bit?
Her mind went blank, she had absolutely no idea what to do next. All that remained was her mother's usual teaching, girls should be more proactive, which echoed wildly in her mind. Lin Tian was already distracted at this moment.
As adults, we must act like adults. How could he possibly wait any longer?
The countdown to the fun transformation capsule, in my mind, felt like a death knell. There were less than 3 hours left.
Good.
Lin Tian's voice was a little hoarse as he practically dragged Su Xiaowan into her small, simple but clean room. Upon entering the room, Lin Tian immediately locked the door and turned off his phone.
In a critical moment, how can we let our phones ruin things?
Although he didn't know what the mother and daughter were whispering about, he wasn't stupid, so why would he let such a sissy get away with it? Unable to resist any longer, I secretly swallowed the small capsule. He reached out and pulled the blushing, pretty girl into his arms, then lowered his head and unleashed a powerful move from the sky-fiery red lips.
Wait a minute.
Or, why don't you take a shower first?
I can wear my uniform. I can't wait.
Lin Tian whispered in her ear, his hot breath making Su Xiaowan tremble all over.
Girls change a lot as they grow up. Chapter 7, the policewoman is tough, but can the female CEO handle it?
3 changes to the left, 3 changes to the right, neck change, but change, let's all exercise together.
Time passes. Before we knew it, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon.
Outside the door of Su Xiaowan's small 2-bedroom apartment, Qin Mei, carrying a full basket of vegetables, paced back and forth at the door for nearly 2 hours. The joy she had shown when she left home was gone, replaced by anxiety and worry.
That brat, why hasn't she called yet?
She took out her phone countless times to check, afraid of missing the ringtone. It's been more than 3 hours, and how come it's still not over? She raised her hand, the key almost touching the keyhole, then pulled back countless times.
No. We can't just rush in. What if we run into a crucial moment and scare our son-in-law? It's all right. After years of teaching by example, Xiaowan should be able to handle it, right? That being said.
But the worry on her face grew stronger. Although it's to satisfy the son-in-law's needs, it can't last this long, can it? Qin Mei was so anxious that she stamped her feet and muttered to herself.
What if she ruins her health? Xiaowan is such a wimp. She graduated from a police academy and is physically fit, but isn't she well versed in the male safety law and the marital husband's body protection regulations? If this exhausts a man, that's a serious mistake, and he'll be held accountable.
Just as Qin Mei was filled with anxiety, and after making up her mind for the 6th time, with trembling hands, she inserted the key into the lock, preparing to quietly open a crack in the door to peek at the situation.
Squeak! The door was suddenly pulled open from the inside.
Lin Tian stood inside the door, looking refreshed and energetic.
Behind him,
Su Xiaowan's pretty face was flushed, her hair was slightly disheveled, and her eyes were filled with the spring water after the tide. She was terrified when she saw her mother. I finished speaking, but forgot to make the phone call. Su Xiaowan turned around in a flurry of activity and hurriedly tidied up the mess in the living room, bedroom, kitchen, and balcony.
Inside and outside the door, the air condensed. The mother-in-law took a liking to her son-in-law. Qin Mei's hand, which was unlocking the door, froze in mid-air.
The anxiety on her face was instantly replaced by extreme embarrassment and helplessness. Her mouth was open,
but he couldn't utter a single syllable. Lin Tian, actually.
He originally intended to go out and buy some wet wipes. Unexpectedly, I ran into my mother-in-law, who had clearly been waiting outside for a long time and looked embarrassed. It wasn't until this moment that he finally realized the truth.
We got carried away and lost track of time. Fortunately, just then. Ring. A sharp cell phone ringtone instantly shattered the tense silence. Ahem. Aunt Qin, my phone is ringing. Do you mind taking this call? No. I don't mind. Qin Mei blushed and quickly went inside to tidy up the mess.
Lin Tian felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly took out his phone to cover up his embarrassment.
However, when looking at the caller ID on the phone,
the breath I had just taken in was instantly jolted back up.
The female demon. Every seat.
This is exactly the phone number saved by the original owner's mother, Wang Mylin. Without much thought, Lin Tian habitually pressed the speakerphone button to answer the call.
Mom?
Before he could finish saying mom, a furious roar from the other end of the phone nearly shattered Lin Tian's eardrums.
Damn Li Liang. Where the hell have you been, you brat? 2 hours. Old Liang fought for 2 whole hours, and you?
Upon hearing the sound, Su Xiaowan and her daughter looked up in surprise, exchanging bewildered glances, neither daring to breathe. Lin Tian looked back and his face immediately turned ashamed. He wanted to crawl into a hole and disappear.
I just mentioned that my mom is very kind.
This slap in the face didn't even give them a chance to adjust.
It lasted a full 3 minutes. The voices of Gone Lilian on the other side gradually subsided.
But the tone remained fierce. Lin Tian, let me tell you, if it weren't for your powerful father showing his divine intervention today, I'd have stabbed you to death. Now, I'm giving you half an hour to get back here right now, Lao Liang. Someone from her family came to propose marriage. Her mother said her daughter is the president of some group and specifically asked to marry you.
Let me tell you. Zhao Debao next door brought another rich woman home this morning. This time, you have to make Lao Liang proud, no matter what. Did you hear that? Hurry back and take care of this so-called CEO.
If you dare to delay, Lao Liang will burn incense right now and ask that big official Chao to manifest his power and strike you dead with a thunderbolt, you unfilial son.
Beep beep beep.
The phone call was disconnected. Lin Tian stood at the door, looking somewhat disheveled in the wind.
Damn it. What kind of situation is this? He had just come down from one battlefield when his mother opened up a new one for him, and it was a super-duper version of female CEO? Zhao Debao, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King next door, has managed to snag yet another rich woman? Damn Li Liang. This is forcing Lin Tian to go all out. He glanced back into the house.
Qin Mei and her daughter Su Shaowan stared at him in disbelief, clearly stunned by his mother's powerful dry Li Liang remark. A sense of embarrassment and sympathy filled the air. Lin Tian coughed twice, trying to save face. Cough, my mom, she's not usually like this, it's mainly, the weather's bad today. Yes, the weather affected her mood. Su Shaowan blinked her big, still slightly watery eyes and nodded obediently. Yes, honey, I understand. Qin Mei reacted even faster, her face instantly beaming with a smile brighter than any flower.
Oh my, good son-in-law, your family is truly kind and hospitable. Auntie likes it. Shaowan, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and come home with Lin Tian. We have important business to attend to.
As she spoke, she pushed Su Shaowan next to Lin Tian and whispered urgently.
Remember what Mom said.
When you go to your husband's family, keep your eyes open, be diligent, and put Lin Tian first in everything.
Most importantly, hurry up and implement the policy. Mom is waiting for your good news. Boys these days are so precious.
Su Shaowan blushed deeply, her voice barely audible. Mom.
I understand.
Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the scene before him. He took a deep breath and took Su Shaowan's hand. Let's go, even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her in-laws eventually.
Besides, you're not ugly. After saying that, he led Su Shaowan out of the small two-bedroom apartment that had just experienced a major battle. Outside the building, the setting sun bathed the old residential building in a golden glow. Lin Tian hailed a taxi, opened the door, and got in with Su Shaowan. Driver, to Glory Home Community.
The car started and merged into the traffic. Lin Tian looked at the street scene rushing past the window, then glanced at Su Shaowan beside him, whose little hands were nervously clasped together, and a strange feeling inexplicably arose in his heart.
It's like leaving the starting area in a game.
Then the system suddenly tells you that there's a big boss ahead, so don't breathe and hurry up and kill it.
It felt so good. It must be this bronze, it's not solid enough and easily deforms.
Especially when exposed to open flame, prolonged tempering can easily generate high temperatures, causing it to soften quickly and eventually turn into molten copper.
But Lin Tian glanced at Su Shaowan out of the corner of his eye.
I thought to myself, this girl truly lives up to her reputation as a top student from the police academy. Her physical endurance is truly remarkable. If it weren't for the little capsules, I probably would have already fallen for this girl's belly.
Glorious homeland.
He muttered the name of the neighborhood, which sounded both politically correct and professionally competent, a roguish smile playing on his lips.
I wonder if the female CEO at home can handle it. Chapter 8 Lin Zay's Underlings, CEO offers one free with marriage? Glory Home Community. Oh, Mrs. Su, President Su, you have no idea, being able to live in our glorious home is a recognition from the country for us glorious mothers.
Wang Mylin stood up straight, her face beaming with smiles. As she enthusiastically poured tea for the two guests across the sofa, she pointed to the medals hanging on the wall.
See that? The National Woman Medal.
It grants you a lifetime government stipend.
Why? Because my belly was strong enough to give birth to a fine son. These days, it's good enough to have a son. As for me, I was just lucky to have a son. I just happened to give birth to a high-quality one. Oh dear. This is driving me crazy. Her pride was practically overflowing in her words.
Every word he uttered felt like a hammer blow, striking Mrs. Su, Zhao Yaji's heart.
However,
What Wang Milan was bragging about was actually true.
This is because research by authoritative institutions in human genetics has revealed this. After the Great Cataclysm, amid a sharp decline in the number of newborn males worldwide, a DNA test was performed on the newborn male.
What society generally knows is that there are high-quality men and ordinary men. The chances of a high-quality male's offspring giving birth to another male are 50% higher than those of an average male. Meanwhile, high-quality men are also classified into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C by the National Center for Marriage Management and Promotion. However, to protect these high-quality men, their class is kept secret. Men rated C or above can check their status on their mobile phones using a biometric password once they reach marriageable age. This is also where Wang Milan's pride and confidence come from. Zhao Yaji's eyes lit up, her envy evident, and she quickly flattered him.
Sister Milan, you're amazing. You're a true hero. Unlike me, I only have one daughter.
And my Mengli is always busy with work. I'm so worried about her finding a husband. Su Mengli, standing to the side, wore a pearl white suit skirt that accentuated her slender figure and gave her a cool and elegant demeanor.
She simply nodded slightly and did not reply.
But her slightly furrowed brows and the way she glanced at her phone betrayed her impatience and anxiety.
Encouraged, Wang Milan boasted even more enthusiastically. My Xiao Tian is 1 in a million. He has good character, is good looking, and most importantly, he's honest. He's 22 and still a virgin, he hasn't even held a girl's hand yet. At this point, she pointed to her neighbor across the hall, a slight smirk playing on her lips. Unlike that crooked-mouthed Zhao de Bao across the street, damn it. He's obsessed with money. This morning he brought home another 25-year-old woman.
Sigh.
And Wang.
A cold voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Wang Milan.
Upon hearing the name 25-year-old woman, Su Mengli finally couldn't hold back any longer.
She gracefully took out her phone, tapped it a few times with her slender fingers, and then turned the screen towards her. The video playing above is a clip from Wang Po's matchmaking livestream, showing Lin Tian tightly gripping Su Xiaowan's wrist.
You say you're completely innocent, but you haven't even held a girl's hand, Su Mengli said calmly, yet with an invisible pressure. Do you mean this?
Wang Milan leaned closer to take a look, and her eyes widened instantly.
Isn't that my son? Is he on a blind date? Oh, this brat.
But her astonishment lasted only a second before being replaced by ecstasy. She slapped her thigh suddenly, her voice instantly rising 8 octaves.
Oh my! That big official Chao has shown his divine intervention. He's actually come to his senses. He even knows to go on blind dates now.
Before she finished speaking, she had already rushed to the conspicuous shrine in the corner of the living room. The shrine does not house gods or Buddhas, but rather a beautifully framed portrait of an ancient man with a full beard and sharp eyes.
Who else could it be but the ruthless warlord Chao Mengda? Wang Milan skillfully took out 3 incense sticks, lit them, and respectfully bowed 3 times, muttering incantations. Thank you, Lord Chao, for your divine intervention.
May you bless my son to continue his efforts, carry on the family's glory, and soon bring many beautiful wives and concubines to the Lin family, bringing honor to our clan. Zhao Yaji stared in disbelief, then leaned forward with curiosity and eagerness to ask.
Sister Milan, who is this deity? I've never seen him before. Is praying to him really effective? Can he help me have a son?
Wang Milan wore a mysterious expression that said, "You've come to the right person," and lowered her voice.
Sister, this is no ordinary deity.
He is an extraordinary prime minister from ancient times.
It is Lord Chao.
Old Liang, I had to go through a lot of information to find this amazing person. That big official Chao's lifelong hobby was collecting beauties from all over the world. It is said that he has a famous saying, "I would rather bind all the wives in the world than have all the wives in the world support me." No, it's more like it's hard to have both wives and daughters. Sigh. Anyway, he's really amazing.
And really charming. I conceived Xiao Tian only after sincerely praying to him. Sincerity moves mountains.
When Zhao Yaji heard about collecting beauties from all over the world, she was not offended at all. On the contrary, she felt that it was the demeanor of a strong man and the ultimate manifestation of a man's true nature, and her eyes lit up immediately. She even imitated Wang Milan, awkwardly bowing to the portrait and muttering, "Please, Lord Chao, bless me. When Lin Tian comes back soon, he must take a liking to my Mengli."
The moment of making a wish.
An even bolder idea flashed through her mind.
I wonder if my future son-in-law will be a good match.
However, this absurd association immediately startled her, her face flushed slightly, and she quickly lowered her head to cover it up. Su Mingli, standing to the side, had veins throbbing on her forehead and slapped her smooth forehead. Originally, he wanted to give Wang Milan a little slap in the face so that he could gain more initiative when discussing marriage with Lin Tian later. But now, she simply can't bear to look. With her elite education, how could she not know who the person in the painting is? Mom! Shall we go? As Su Mingli spoke, she tried to pull her mother away, who was almost brainwashed. Staying in this place for even a second longer feels absurd. She simply couldn't imagine a future with such a mother-in-law. But she had just gotten up. The phone screen on the desktop lit up again, displaying several urgent messages from the secretary. President Su, General Manager Li Li is convening a meeting with the company's finance, human resources, administration, and operations departments. I have no idea what the meeting was about, but I overheard bits and pieces of conversation. It seems like a board meeting is about to be held, which might be bad for you, President. Su Mingli's body stiffened. She knew this ever since her father died. Those women who were once my fathers have all started to become restless. She even wanted to seize the position of president of Shangfeng Group so that her half-brother Su Hao could take control of Shangfeng. They even brought up her marriage and age. And that's why she was so anxious to find Lin Tian. Because Lin Tian is the only high-quality man she has been matched with. Regardless of their marital status or the quality of the men they are looking for, they are all marriage partners she must strive to find. She took a deep breath, suppressing the sigh that almost escaped her lips, and sat down again, as if she had never lost her composure. Just then, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. It must be my son coming back. Wang Milan's eyes lit up, her face beaming, and she ran to open the door. Chapter 9, The Palace Order is initially established, and the Husbands' Federation conducts inspections? As the door opened, Lin Tian stood outside, travel-worn, with a lazy smile on his face. Following behind him was Su Shaowan. As soon as Lin Tian stepped into the house, his gaze quickly swept across the living room and instantly locked onto Su Mingli, who exuded a cold and aloof aura and whose perfect figure was outlined in an office lady outfit. That face, those legs, that waist, that queenly aura. It's absolutely an SSR-level gem. Then, he noticed the elegant lady next to him, Zhao Yaji, who still looked radiant and was staring at him with a burning curiosity and inexplicable expectation. Why does this auntie have such a strange look in her eyes? It doesn't look like looking at a person, but more like looking at a mouth-watering piece of pork belly? Wang Milan was taken aback when she saw the two of them. But he quickly recognized Su Shaowan, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. But she was just about to praise her son for being so promising. Lin Tian, however, beat him to it. He grinned slyly, his gaze shifting back and forth between the cold-faced Su Mingli and the shy Su Shaowan. Mom? Wasn't it supposed to be a female CEO? How come there are two? Is it a buy one get one free deal? Su Shaowan, ? Wang Milan, ? Zhao Yaji, ? Su Mingli's cold and beautiful mask shattered with a sound, and she looked at Lin Tian in disbelief, anger and frost gathering in her beautiful eyes at the same time. He thought to himself, like mother, like son indeed, the son is a traitor like Chow Chow. It seems that the recommended marriage management apps may be all show and no substance. The air inside the room seemed to freeze. At this moment, only wisps of smoke remained drifting in front of the portrait. Wang Milan was the first to react, and gently slapped Lin Tian's arm. You brat! What nonsense are you spouting? These two are President Su and Mrs. Su from Shangfeng Group. They're here as guests. As she spoke, she frantically tried to signal to Lin Tiancher with her eyes, afraid that her son would scare away the golden phoenix she had finally obtained. Although there are more women than men. However, high-quality women are still rare. Wang Milan wasn't stupid, she naturally knew how to find a good daughter-in-law for her family. So that her neighbor he jogging across the hall wouldn't keep bragging about her crooked-mouthed baby. After speaking, he carefully examined Su Shaowan. Seeing that the other person was simply dressed and had a timid look in their eyes. That critical, mother-in-law looking at her daughter-in-law-like quality immediately came through. Xiao Tian, is this the one you snatched away from your blind date? Wang Milan drew out her words, her eyes sweeping over Su Shaowan. Young lady, where are you from? What do your parents do? How much dowry did you prepare for our Xiao Tian this time? A barrage of questions made Su Xiaowan lower her head even further, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice barely a whisper. "Auntie, my name is Su Xiaowan, my family isn't well off, we didn't prepare a dowry."
"No dowry?"
Wang Mylan's voice instantly rose 8 octaves, and her eyes widened. Although she was proud of her son. But the rules still need to be followed. If the woman marries without giving any dowry, if word gets out, what will become of her reputation as a proud mother? Especially in this glorious community, most of the residents are families who have had or are currently having sons. There's a serious competitive spirit among neighbors.
Can Wang Mylan really suffer this in silence? But before she could say anything unpleasant, "Mom!"
Lin Tian spoke first, his voice not loud, but his intention to protect her was all too clear. He pulled the downcast Su Xiaowan into his arms, his arm firmly around her shoulder, and looked at Wang Mylan, saying each word clearly.
"Su Xiaowan is already my woman.
From now on, she'll be a member of this family.
As for dowry, your son doesn't need anything like that, so don't ask me about it anymore." Wang Mylan was stunned by her son's sudden domineering aura. He opened his mouth, but in the end, he didn't dare to say anything more. But he thought to himself, this brat, how come he's like a different person after going out for a while? But I have to say, he really does have some of the fierce protectiveness his father had back in the day. It seems that the more you worship Lord Chao, the more you will be blessed by him. Just then, a cold, mocking laugh rang out. "Oh."
Su Mingli elegantly crossed her legs and swept her gaze over Su Xiaowan with the look of someone scrutinizing merchandise. Finally, the gaze fell on Lin Tian, her red lips parted slightly, full of sarcasm.
"Mr. Lin's taste in women is truly unique.
He doesn't want women of equal social standing, but prefers women who have nothing." These words were extremely harsh, and Su Xiaowan's body visibly trembled.
Lin Tian, however, remained neither angry nor annoyed.
Instead, he met Su Mingli's gaze with a roguish smile, his eyes deliberately lingering on her perfect curves accentuated by her suit dress.
"Different strokes for different folks. I'm quite interested in someone like President Su, who's aloof and elegant. How about it, I still have plenty of vacant concubines here. President Su, would you like to give it a try?" "You?" Su Mingli was speechless.
Having lived for over 20 years, even now, with the gender imbalance becoming increasingly serious, she had never been so rudely humiliated before. Her chest heaved with anger, her pretty face turned icy, and she was about to explode.
Ding dong! Ding dong! The doorbell rang again. Moreover, the pressing was done hastily and rapidly, giving it an official feel. Wang Mylan muttered to herself, "What's going on today?" and subconsciously reached for the door. The door opened. 2 women in dark uniforms stood outside, their expressions serious and capable, wearing husbands' union badges on their chests. "Hello, this is a routine inspection by the Women's Federation Committee. My name is Qin Shuang." The woman at the head of the group showed her identification and spoke in a slightly polite tone. "We received a report with a real name, accusing Mr. Lin Tian's registered concubine, Ms. Su Xiaowan, of defrauding Mr. Lin Tian of a huge sum of money through emotional inducement and control. These are the transfer records we found. We need to ask Ms. Su Xiaowan to come back with us to assist with the investigation." As she spoke, she showed Lin Tian's 200,000 yuan transfer record on her tablet. Boom!
These words were like a thunderclap out of nowhere, startling Su Xiaowan so much that her face turned pale and her body swayed precariously. As a top student at the police academy, he is naturally familiar with the relevant laws. Today, the country is taking care of men to the greatest extent possible. The power of the Women's Federation Committee has increased accordingly. In many cases, the police department's real power is even overshadowed. Wang Mylan was dumbfounded. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Su Xiaowan instantly turned to suspicion and dissatisfaction. Just as Qin Shuang was about to step forward and take Su Xiaowan away. "Wait!" Lin Tian stepped forward, blocking Su Xiaowan's path. The nonchalant expression on his face gradually disappeared, and his eyes began to sharpen. "Gentlemen, there must be a mistake?" He pointed to the transfer record. According to Article 2 of Chapter 3 of the Law on the Protection of Men's Rights and Interests and Article 1 of the Law on Reimbursement of Men's Daily Expenses by Women, is there any problem with my personal expenses being reimbursed by my wives and concubines? Chapter 10 Arrogant First Wife? Su Mingli is overthinking it. I give my woman money so she can buy herself something fun. If she is happy, I'm happy.
Doesn't that count as spending money? It's only right that I reimburse her. What law says a husband can't reimburse his concubine for her pleasure? Reporting? I think it's just some filthy people who can't stand seeing others do well. Lin Tian's voice suddenly rose, carrying a chilling aura. I don't care how other men use the law to cheat women out of money. But with me, Lin Tian, my woman is someone I'm happy to cherish and give myself to. A man who lives by scheming and cheating women out of money isn't capable, he is just pathetic. This legal knowledge is naturally derived from the world's excellent education. Because from elementary school onwards, male chauvinism and female virtues are included in textbooks. His words were powerful and resounding. Qin Shuang and her colleagues were immediately taken aback by the serious legal provisions. But they thought about it carefully. Damn, what they said actually makes some sense. The law doesn't explicitly prohibit getting reimbursed for buying things. After exchanging a glance, their attitude instantly became 10 times more respectful, and they quickly apologized. We are very sorry, Mr. Lin. It was our oversight that disturbed you. Your family's internal financial management is completely legal and compliant. We will keep a record of this and hold the accuser accountable. Furthermore, Mr. Lin, as an outstanding man, you deserve special care from the Women's Federation. May I add you as a friend? If you encounter any problems in the future, you can call me directly, and I will arrive as soon as possible to serve you. After Qin Shuang finished speaking, her eyes were full of expectation, and she waited anxiously for Lin Tian's reply with an extremely humble posture. Lin Tian then took a proper look at the woman. But just one glance was enough to make me secretly admire it. This woman is quite pretty, wearing a well-fitting off-white formal suit, with a well-proportioned figure, and curves in all the right places. Quite pleasing to the eye. Okay. Lin Tian did not refuse, and immediately took out his phone and added the other party as a friend. When a friend passes by, Qin Shuang's eyes were practically sparkling. This is a high-quality man. I just don't know what level it is. I'll have to check it carefully when I get back. For Lin Tian, it wasn't Qin Shuang's looks that mattered to him. Qin Shuang is a member of the Federation of Husbands and Husbands, representing the official side. This relationship might come in handy in the future. Besides, having more women just means having 3 more paths in life, right? You won't lose money. After the 2 women from the husbands' union left, inside, there was a deathly silence. Su Shaoan looked up at Lin Tian's broad back, her eyes reddening, and tears streamed down her face. At that moment, only one thought remained in her mind. I'm sticking with Lin Tian for life. Ding. Su Shaoan's affection value plus 10, total 35. New follower added. The concubine Su Shaoan was grateful and followed her. Ding. Some redeemable items are now available in the shop. Mind reading card reads the other person's inner thoughts. Valid for 5 minutes. Price, 10. Force dance charm. When used on a single target, it forces them to perform a 60-second socially unacceptable dance on the spot. Duration 1 minute. Price, 10. The system's notification sounds kept ringing in my mind. After learning about these strange and unusual things, Lin Tian was overjoyed. But then, he guessed something else. The fact that the Federation of Husbands and Wives came to their door might be because that woman, directorly, reported them. He cursed under his breath, making a mental note of it. I'll just remember this for now and settle the score with her later. You can bully others, but you can't bully Lin Tian's woman. That won't do. A man's innate protectiveness towards women is ingrained in his genes. Meanwhile, Su Mingli was sitting on the sofa. The look of anticipation in her eyes, which had been waiting to be laughed at, had long since vanished. Instead, it was shock, it was bewilderment. She has witnessed far too many men exploiting legal rules to relentlessly extract value from women. Just like a dowry. The man accepted the woman's dowry but then falsely accused her of sexual assault. In the end, the dowry was not returned, and the woman had to go to jail for 3 years. In today's society, news like this is countless. But today, this was the first time she had ever met someone like Lin Tian, who not only didn't exploit her, but also used the rules to protect Su Shaoan, who was practically throwing herself at him. My woman, I am willing to cherish her and give myself to her. A man who lives by swindling women out of his money is a coward. These words struck her heart like a heavy hammer. It was her first time. I began to seriously and earnestly examine the roguish man before me. the atmosphere inside was a little awkward. Embarrassment, shock, gratitude, and curiosity filled the large living room.
Wang Milan looked at her son, then at Su Shaowan.
Finally, I glanced at the female CEO on the sofa, whose expression kept shifting. She felt that her CPU was a bit overloaded. Lin Tian took a deep breath, turned his gaze back to Su Mengli, and broke the silence. All right, the fly's gone. Mr. Su, where were we? Oh. By the way. You've come to my door because you want to marry me as a concubine? Wang Milan's eyes darted around. Look at my son. Then I glanced at the female CEO with the cold face. An idea immediately came to mind.
Oh dear, she exclaimed, slapping her thigh and beaming with an enthusiastic smile. She stood up and pulled Zhao Yaji and Su Shaowan along.
Yaji, Shaowan. Walk. Auntie will show you around the rooms. This house is big and has many rooms. We'll all be family from now on, so let's get to know each other better. Zhao Yaji came to see her son-in-law.
Upon hearing this, she immediately understood. Great. Sister Milan, I really want to take a good look at the glorious house that the country has gifted to the women of the nation. If Lin Tian takes a liking to my Mengli, maybe
Mengli and I will become sisters.
I mean, my sister Milan and I will become sisters. Su Shaowan looked at Lin Tian, somewhat at a loss.
She's not stupid.
She could naturally sense that the woman in front of her didn't value her.
Lin Tian blinked, nodded slightly to her to reassure her, and indicated that she could relax.
After a moment's hesitation, Su Shaowan obediently hummed in agreement and followed Wang Milan and Zhao Yaji out of the living room. After the three of them left, the large living room was filled with. Suddenly, only Lin Tian and Su Mengli remained.
The air instantly became quiet and tense. Su Mengli took a deep breath and regained her aura as a cold and aloof female CEO.
She gracefully crossed her legs and looked sharply at Lin Tian.
Let me get straight to the point, let's make a deal. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything.
He gestured for the other person to continue. The law allows you to marry 10 wives, and I can't change that, but my request is,
I will be your first legal wife.
And you will have absolute power to manage all your other wives and concubines. Her tone was calm, with an unquestionable arrogance, as if she were bestowing a great favor upon Lin Tian.
In return, I can promise you a position as vice president of Shangfeng Group. And my personal 10% stake can also be yours.
She slightly raised her chin, a playful smile playing on her lips, as if waiting for Lin Tian's shocked and excited reaction.
Chapter 11: The title of legal wife? Just wait to be her mistress.
Shangfeng Group, as a large pharmaceutical company, ranks among the top 10 pharmaceutical companies in Jianhai City and even nationwide. In addition, the global male birth rate is declining at an accelerating rate, and Shangfeng is involved in the research and development and sales of related drugs, which has huge commercial value.
At only 25 years old, Su Mengli was already the president of the company. She was confident that Lin Tian would not be able to refuse such a huge offer.
Lin Tian, you need to know that this is wealth and status that an ordinary person like you might not be able to obtain even after 10 lifetimes of hard work.
How about it? After listening, Lin Tian's expression turned strange, and he remained silent for about 3 seconds. Then, put. He burst out laughing, which made Su Mengli frown. Why are you laughing?
Lin Tian stopped laughing, shook his head, and looked at Lin Tian with a hint of pity in his eyes.
President Su. Your arrogance is truly astounding.
He slowly stood up from the sofa and walked over to Su Mengli.
Do you think I would definitely agree to these conditions?
Su Mengli felt a little uncomfortable under his condescending gaze.
Forcing himself to remain calm, he asked, What do you mean? Lin Tian did not answer directly.
Instead, she smiled and extended her hand very naturally. Make a business gesture that is similar to please shake hands and discuss further.
Su Mengli was somewhat puzzled, wondering what Lin Tian was up to.
However, due to long-standing business etiquette and personal pride, she still instinctively reached out her hand.
The two gently clasped hands.
Su Mengli's hands were icy cold and smooth, like a piece of fine jade.
It might be a good idea to use it to cool down a warm place.
Lin Tian had a strange thought in his mind, and a strong sense of conquest suddenly welled up in his heart. At the same time, he mentally activated System Exchange for the mind reading technique.
Ding! Exchange successful. Affection points 10, total 25.
Item exchange successful already or already supported by a member of the opposite sex remains unchanged.
In an instant,
Countless chaotic, anxious, and desperate thoughts flooded into Lin Tian's mind like a tide, all stemming from Su Mengli in front of him.
what kind of person is he? How can I gain the status of his wife instead of being his appendage? But what if they don't agree? What about the company? What about Mom? That vicious woman Lily will definitely kick Mom out of the Su family. That good for nothing Su Hao, just because he's a man, all those women side with him. The deadline is approaching, if we can't get married by then. No. I must become the legal wife.
Only then can I save the company and protect my mother. Lin Tian quickly pieced together these fragmented thoughts, and the roguish smile on his lips grew even more confident. He released his grip, as if he had already taken control of everything. Su Mengli felt a little uneasy under his gaze.
What exactly are you trying to say?
Lin Tian smiled, and his first words shattered Su Mengli's hopes.
President Su, even at a time like this, you're still thinking about how to get something for nothing?
You're clearly terrified, afraid you'll lose your position as president, and even more afraid that your Aunt Lily will kick your mother out of the Su family and leave her homeless in her old age, right?
Boom! The color drained from Su Mengli's face in an instant. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Tian scoffed and completely ignored the other party.
He continued slowly and methodically dropping the bombs.
When you ask for a favor, you should have the right attitude.
You're clearly desperate and need me as your lifeline, yet you act like you're bestowing a great favor upon me.
Mr. Su, your arrogance is truly ingrained in your very bones.
Looking at Su Mengli, who was trembling all over, Lin Tian did not pause at all.
They even delivered the final blow.
He leaned forward, his voice lower but sharper than a dagger.
Besides, do you think you still have time to play business negotiation games with me here?
If I'm not mistaken, is your Aunt Lily, along with the other mothers from the other branches of the family, planning to hold a family meeting ahead of schedule under the guise of the future of the Su family? The purpose of the meeting is to force your mother to relinquish her position as the first wife of the Su family and to officially establish your good-for-nothing brother, Su Hao, as the heir of the Su family. By the way, we'll also kick you and your mother out of the Su family.
Boom! This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Su Mengli was struck dumb, her whole body stiffened on the sofa, her face deathly pale.
Impossible! How dare they?
Her inner fears were completely exposed, because Lin Tian's words expressed her deepest concerns. It wasn't that she hadn't expected it, she had simply been numbing herself, trying to avoid the impending conflict between her family and her loved ones.
She didn't even think about it. How did Lin Tian know all this?
Even she only made the worst-case scenario based on her understanding of Li Li.
But does that matter? It's obviously not important anymore.
Her fingers trembled as she almost mechanically and frantically picked up the phone from the table. He immediately called his most trusted confidant and secretary.
Su Mengli's voice was trembling. Lin. Immediately. Investigate.
Find out who Lily has met with in the last few days.
Especially the other wives. Are they having a meeting at the company right now, plotting something in private? I need to know immediately. Right now. Quick.
The secretary on the other end of the phone was startled by her unprecedented loss of composure and anxiety, and dared not ask any more questions, repeatedly agreeing. Su Mengli hung up the phone, and she sat there blankly as if her soul had been taken away, not even noticing that her phone had slipped from her palm. Lin Tianhao sat back down on the opposite sofa with a leisurely air, crossed his legs, and acted as if he had just been chatting about the weather. He looked at the distraught Su Mengli, and with a sly grin, delivered the final blow. President Su, remember this, the gate of the Lin family.
Especially the position of concubine is always open for you. This statement is like a final verdict.
Su Mengli suddenly raised her head, and her eyes were filled with immense fear, despair, and a hint of unbelievable humiliation as she looked at Lin Tian. She stood up abruptly, unable to utter a single polite word. She jogged over and pulled up her mother, Zhao Yaji, who was still peeking out from a room, completely bewildered. He practically fled in panic, rushing out of the Lin family's gate.
Bang!
The door was slammed shut. As Lin Tian watched their retreating figures, a knowing smile slowly curved his lips.
Ha! A legal wife? You're dreaming.
Run away, but when you're done running, you'll have to come back and beg me.
Then we'll see how I win you over. A proud woman like you.
She was born destined to be conquered by a powerful man.
However, the titles of concubines have been added. Perhaps a lover. That's a good option. Chapter 12. Su Munli, would she accept being a concubine? Su Mengli and her daughter left, closing the door behind them. The air was instantly free. Wang Milan has changed her previous critical and nitpicking attitude. He began to affectionately hold Su Xiaowan's hand, his face crinkling with smiles, like an old chrysanthemum in full bloom.
Xiaowan, Auntie was wrong just now, please don't take it to heart. She patted Su Xiaowan's hand and said in a warm tone, it's all because of that Li Xiujuan across the street. She's always showing off her crooked-mouthed baby, which makes me so angry. I get all confused and my head spins. Come on, let me show you around our house. She was in high spirits and dragged Su Xiaowan on a tour of the Lin family mansion. Look at this living room, isn't it bright and spacious? When we chose this house, we were drawn to this large balcony, which has excellent natural light. This master bedroom, Xiaotian's, will be yours from now on. These rooms are all prepared for the daughters-in-law who will marry into the Lin family in the future. This room is reserved for your future baby, or for your other sister's children. Look at this area, it's over 10 square meters. Even if we have 10 or 8 kids in the future, they'll still fit. Wang Milan excitedly described the layout of the 7 rooms as if they were her own treasures. But between the lines, the pride of a glorious mother is always evident. It's as if Su Xiaowan could give birth to a grandson anytime soon. Su Xiaowan followed obediently, nodding from time to time, but there was a hint of unease hidden in her eyes. This home was much more spacious than she had imagined. And the pressure is immense. After walking around, I returned to the living room. Wang Milan pulled Su Xiaowan to sit down, her tone becoming more open and honest. Xiaowan, don't overthink the dowry thing. Auntie has figured it out now, we're not after that. She lowered her voice, do you know why our neighborhood is called Glorious Home, and why the government rewards having a boy so ridiculously? Su Xiaowan shook her head. Lin Tian also cast a curious glance at him, as the original owner's memories of these things were indeed very vague. Wang Milan sighed, a hint of reminiscence and lingering fear flashing across her face. It's all because of that great catastrophe 20 years ago. I don't know how it happened, but the number of men worldwide started to plummet, and the birth rate of male babies dropped precipitously. Experts are blaming the environment, genes, who knows? Anyway, the country is desperate. If there are no more men, humanity will become extinct. So now every man is a national treasure, and women who can give birth to boys are the greatest heroes of all. How could the rewards be small? She looked intently at Lin Tian, her eyes shining. Take Xiao Tian for example. If he can get any of you to have a healthy baby, the bonus, the benefits, oh my god, our doorstep will be trampled flat by the lines of people bringing gifts. So, no amount of gold or silver dowry can compare to you quickly giving mom a big, fat grandson. That's the real, most precious dowry. Su Xiaowan blushed, but nodded solemnly. Mom, I understand. I will definitely try my best. She turned to look at Lin Tian, her eyes clear and firm. Honey, now that I have a marriage quota, I'll be reporting to the police station to start work tomorrow. I'll definitely work hard to earn money and take good care of you. Lin Tian was amused by this simple yet surprising declaration. But a warmth couldn't help but well up inside me. After dinner, night fell. Wang Milan was extremely sensible and slipped back to her room early. Master bedroom, bathroom. The air was thick with moisture. Su Xiaowan's cheeks flushed red, her small hands trembled slightly, yet she insisted on rubbing Lin Tian's back. Honey, is the water temperature okay? Yes. Perfect. His movements were clumsy yet earnest, carrying an almost devout sense of service. Honey, is this pressure okay? She asked softly, her eyelashes glistening with tiny water droplets, looking earnest and endearing. Press it down a little more, oh. Yes, right here. Ah. That feels so good. Lin Tian leaned against the edge of the bathtub, enjoying this clumsy yet sincere tenderness, his mind at peace. He closed his eyes, feeling the vibrant energy emanating from the bronze kidney and the complete dependence of the girl beside him. This feeling of being needed and valued. It is far more satisfying than mere desire. Oh, right, Xiaowan, could you bring me the tablet by the bed? I need to look up some information about Shengfeng Group. Okay, honey. Su Xiaowan agreed and went out to retrieve the tablet.
She then asked curiously, I've heard some seniors at the police academy mention Shengfeng Group. I wonder if this information will be of any use to you, my husband. Tell me about it. Outside the door.
At some point, Wang Mailan secretly slipped out of her room again. She pressed her ear against the door, listening to the faint sound of water inside and her son's seemingly extremely content humming. His face instantly broke into a wide smile. She tiptoed and ran to the portrait of Boss Chow hanging in the living room. Skillfully lighting 3 incense sticks, he put his hands together in prayer and chanted incantations. Lord Chow, please show your power. Lord Chow, please protect us. Your faithful daughter, Wang Mailan, humbly begs you. I beg you to unleash your divine power and help my son, Xiaotian, to live up to your potential. Ideally, he'll be born tonight, a boy and a girl, with every shot a perfect boy. Then I will certainly rebuild your statue and offer sacrifices to you morning and night. After paying her respects to Boss Chow, Wang Mailan went back to sleep, completely satisfied. She was thinking to herself that she should go to the early market tomorrow morning to buy some good food to nourish her son. I wonder if the female CEO from the Su family will make it work. She thought of Su Mengli, and in her heart, she still preferred her. The key is, look at that, but she's sure to have a son. And the person she kept mentioning was Su Mengli. He was standing in his top-floor office in the CBD of Jianghai City, his face full of worry. She stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of slightly cold coffee, silently gazing at the lifeless night view outside. This was the empire that once made her proud. But at this moment, it was as cold as her heart. At that moment, the door to the president's office was suddenly pushed open. President Su, the investigation is complete. Secretary Chang Lin rushed in, her voice trembling with tears and fear. General Manager Li and her colleagues, along with your father's other 8 wives, have decided to hold a board meeting in 2 days. Snap. The coffee cup slipped from Su Mengli's hand and slammed onto the expensive carpet with a dull thud. A trace of dark red coffee stained her brown stockings. The last glimmer of hope was utterly shattered. Although she guessed that Lili would not be content to be subordinate to others and would take some action, she did not expect her to be so impatient. While her father was still alive, Lili repeatedly provoked her mother, Zhao Yaji, by giving birth to Su Hao, her only son, and tried to take away her status as the first legal wife. However, my father was a sentimental person and kept it to himself. But her father has only been dead for less than a month, and this woman is already unable to restrain herself? An overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness instantly overwhelmed her. She slowly slid down the cold glass window to sit on the floor, hugging herself tightly, but unable to stop her body from trembling. That man. That roguish man, whose eyes were sharp enough to see right through everything. How could he know? However, these issues are no longer important now. To be his concubine? Humiliation, resentment, and anger surged wildly within her. Chapter 13. The old cadre's murderous cries shook the heavens. Heaven was jealous of the crooked-mouthed treasure. Secretary Lin felt extremely saddened seeing the president's dejected expression. A business prodigy who showed her talent at the age of 18. These past few years have been smooth sailing. She never imagined that such a remarkable businesswoman, such a strong woman, would have such a pathetic side. President Su, I heard from the other wives that as long as you can marry a high-quality man, if it can save the company's image, they will still support you to become the president of Shengfeng. It seems they can also see that your brother is a good-for-nothing, and handing the company over to him is not a good choice. After Arlene finished speaking, she consciously left the president's office. Night was falling. The dim morning light shone through the window. Su Mengli swayed as she got up from her office chair, walked into the inner lounge, and looked at the haggard woman with dark circles under her eyes in the mirror. I turned on the tap and splashed the cold water hard on my cheeks to force myself to wake up. Then, she took out her cosmetics and began to meticulously apply makeup to cover up all her vulnerability and dishevelment. Even if it means bowing your head, even if it means begging. Even Su Mengli, she must do things with dignity. She took out her phone and dialed her mother Zhao Yaji's number. Mom! Are you home? I'll come pick you up now, and we'll go to the Glory Home community one more time. On the other end of the phone, Zhao Yaji was still asleep. But as soon as he heard his daughter say she was going to the Glory Home community, he immediately sobered up. Yes, Mom's home. Daughter, you've thought it through? Oh, that's great, hello? Su Mengli didn't listen to Zhao Yaji say anything more and immediately hung up the phone. She picked up her car keys, walked out of the office, and stepped into the private elevator. The elevator mirror reflected her still stunning face, yet it seemed as if her soul had been emptied overnight. The car drove out of the underground parking garage and merged into the traffic flow that was gradually waking up in the early morning.
Don't you all think that there's absolutely no chance for a 25-year-old woman like me, Su Mengli, to marry a high-quality man? Being a concubine, perhaps, isn't something I can't consider. Early in the morning, before 8 o'clock. The kitchen was already filled with the rich aroma of the 10-ingredient tonic soup. Wang Milan stood in front of the clay pot, listening to the bubbling sound, a knowing smile on her face, her eyes constantly glancing towards the master bedroom. As soon as the door opened, she immediately brought out the soup to greet her. Oh, my good son, drink it while it's hot. It'll help you recover.
She shoved a large bowl into Lin Tian's hands, then handed a small bowl to Su Xiaowan, lowering her voice and winking.
How were things last night? Were you tired? Mom could hear quite a bit of noise.
Lin Tian took the bowl, his expression calm, and blew on it to cool it down.
Not bad, bronze kidney, it's firm. Bronze kidneys? Wang Milan was taken aback. How come the son has completely changed after going on a blind date? Before, whenever women were mentioned, this guy would cower like a quail. The guy across the street with the crooked mouth has already taken in 3 wives. But this brat is something else.
Fearing he would follow in his father's footsteps and die for his country, he dared not even touch a woman's hair.
Wang Milan was extremely worried.
She once wondered if her son, a retired cadre, might have some kind of problem.
But after last night, there shouldn't be any problems.
And the son has also become more perceptive. Last night, the veteran cadre fought bravely and fiercely, shouting battle cries that shook the heavens, and slaughtered the female bandits so badly that she was completely routed.
It's just like a surging river, endless. This man.
Wang Milan knew very well that once a man had tasted meat.
You'll never get off a woman's belly in this lifetime. It's all thanks to Grandpa Chao's divine intervention. Think about it. Wang Milan suddenly realized, no. This isn't enough sincerity. We'll have to gild Chao's uncle and erect a statue for him another day.
They also need to offer incense and prayers once a day. Su Xiaowan was so embarrassed that she wanted to bury her face in the bowl, her voice barely audible.
Mom. I'm fine, but I'm worried that my husband might be tired. Good. I'm glad you're all right.
Wang Milan couldn't stop smiling, as if she already had her eldest grandson in her arms. Suddenly, Wang Milan lowered her voice again.
By the way, the more I think about what happened at the Women's Federation yesterday, the more frightened I get. Who exactly did Li Taliang report my daughter-in-law? Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and he put down the bowl. Xiaowan, was it Director Li from the hospital who did it?
Su Xiaowan looked up, her eyes filled with a mixture of grievance and lingering fear, and nodded gently.
Whom?
She used my mother's medicine to force me to become her mentally challenged son's lover.
Honey, I'm so sorry, it's all my fault. Nonsense.
Lin Tian ruffled her hair.
My people are not for anyone to bully. I'll go with you to get your medicine today. We can also go and thank Director Li for reporting us.
His tone was calm, but a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. Su Xiaowan felt a warmth in her heart and nodded obediently. Yes, I'll listen to my husband.
Ding.
Su Xiaowan's affection value +5, total 30.
Just then. Ding dong ding dong. The doorbell rang urgently, spoiling the cozy atmosphere. Hey Li Liang, who is it so early in the morning? Wang Milan went to open the door while cursing. The door opened.
The sight of the 3 people standing outside made Wang Milan raise an eyebrow. It was He Jiaying from across the street and her crooked-mouthed son, Zhao Debao.
Can Jiying? Why are you knocking on my door?
In Zhao Debao's arms was a woman dressed in a gaudy manner with an arrogant expression, who must be Wang Yan, the one with the 20 million dowry from yesterday.
Hey, Wang Dazue, eating?
He Jiaying had a shrill voice and ignored Wang Milan, his eyes darting into the room, making no attempt to hide his desire to watch the excitement. My eldest son insisted on thanking your son Xiaotian, saying that he was lucky to have found such a treasure at Wang Po's matchmaking place yesterday.
Zhao Debao pouted, looking smug. You son of a bitch. Did you see that? Wang Yan,
department manager of Shengfeng Group's Jianhai branch.
A dowry of 20 million. My third legal wife. What about yours? I heard you brought one back yesterday too? So, how much was the dowry? Did she end up paying extra for the bride? Ha ha ha.
Wang Yan then raised her chin in agreement, looking down at people with her nostrils.
Wang Mylan's face instantly darkened. Lin Tian smiled.
He slowly sipped his soup, not even glancing at Zhao Debao, but instead spoke softly to Su Xiaowan. Xiaowan, go get my phone and see if the 100,000 yuan childcare subsidy from the Federation of Husbands and Wives has arrived.
This little red envelope from the government is more satisfying than some people making a fortune off women's dowries, isn't it?
A single, casual remark was like a slap across the face of Zhao Debao and his mother.
You. Zhao Debao's face turned a deep liver color.
He never expected that Lin Tian, who was usually quiet and not good with words, would actually talk back to him today. From childhood to adulthood, the two families were neighbors, and Zhao Debao always wanted to compete with Lin Tian.
What are we comparing?
It's because Lin Tian was rated as an outstanding man by the Federation of Husbands and Wife Associations, while Zhao Debao was just an ordinary man. So he always felt that God had been unfair to Zhao Debao.
Chapter 14. An eagle cannot be pampered if it is not tempered, and a dog will not be obedient if it is not tamed. So whenever he had the chance, he wanted to outdo Lin Tian and use concrete proof to show the other neighbors. Zhao Debao is no less than any other high-quality man. Before, he always had the upper hand, and every time Lin Tian was ridiculed by him, he felt so ashamed that he dared not utter a sound. But today, the other side actually retaliated? The reason why the Husbands Federation gave Lin Tian a 100,000 yuan childcare subsidy is because he is a high-quality man. Zhao Debao is an ordinary male, so he doesn't have that. This really infuriated the competitive Zhao Debao. Ho Ka-ing saw his son get shut down by a single sentence. She immediately unleashed her ultimate move, lying on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian swept a cold glance over her, startling her greatly. He froze on the spot, too afraid to move. And the latest supplementary provisions of the Men's Safety Law. Article 7, Malicious Noise Harassment of a Quality Man's Rest. How is that judged again? Should I call Ms. Qin Shuang, the specialist at the Women's Federation, to inquire now? He Jiaying was instantly speechless, and his face turned pale. She can't afford to mess with the husband's union. Hey! Asshole Tian? What are you so arrogant about? So what if you call the Federation of Labor Unions? You're a man, and I, Zhao Debao, am a man too. Who's afraid of who? Zhao Debao was unconvinced and immediately spoke up to mock him. Yeah. We're both men, but who can blame me for being a superior man? You crooked-mouthed bastard, have you forgotten? I can give birth to sons better than you. Should we call the Federation of Husbands and Wives over here right now and show you what the absolute power of a high-quality man really is? Lin Tian's eyes were mocking. Zhao Debao was so angry that his mouth twisted to the base of his ear. Humph. Let's go back. What's with the attitude? He dragged his mother, who was about to unleash a powerful attack, and Wang Yan away in a sorry state. Just before entering the door, Zhao Debao blared at Lin Tian with resentment. But at that moment, the elevator opened with a ding. Zhao Debao turned around and was instantly stunned. Two people stepped out of the elevator. The leader was a stunningly beautiful and powerful office lady. Although she couldn't hide her fatigue, her impeccably tailored pearl white suit and watch clearly indicated that they were very expensive. Behind her followed a still attractive, anxious-looking noblewoman. Wang Yan, who was standing next to him, exclaimed in shock. Mr. Su. Mr. Su? What's wrong? She recognized him. This is none other than Su Mingli, the top president of their Shangfeng group. She had only seen him once before, from afar, at the annual meeting. Su Mingli completely ignored the junior manager. Her gaze pierced through the open door and locked onto the man lazily drinking soup in the living room. Zhao Debao and his mother were also stunned. Seeing that these two women were clearly extraordinary, they walked straight towards the Lin family's house across the street. Wang Mylan was also stunned for a moment, but then she realized what was happening and her face instantly lit up with a smile. Oh my! It's Mr. Su and Mrs. Su from Shangfeng Group. Please come in, please come in. Su Mingli and her daughter entered the room. Wang Mylan stood at the door, smiling smugly at He Jiaying's family across the street. She smiled smugly. Then, with a powerful bang, it made an even more impressive sound. He slammed the heavy door shut, infuriating he Jiaying and his family to the point of vomiting blood. Inside the house. This is completely different from the farce that Zhao Debao brought earlier. In just one night, this aloof female CEO seemed to have lost her soul. His suit was wrinkled, his makeup couldn't hide the heavy bruises, and his eyes were empty and desperate. Only when he saw Lin Tian did a resigned, deathly silence gather around him. It also seemed somewhat out of place with the warm and cozy breakfast atmosphere of the Lin family. She was too weak to even exchange pleasantries. Her dry lips parted slightly, her voice hoarse, and she looked directly at Lin Tian.
I need to talk to you alone. Now. Lin Tian calmly finished the last sip of soup, wiped his mouth, and stood up. Study. He walked ahead first, and Su Mengli followed silently, like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. Once the door is closed, the outside world is cut off. Su Mengli took a deep breath, making a final struggle. Lin Tian, I know you have access to information. You're aware of Xingfeng's situation. We can cooperate. I'll hire you as vice president and give you 20% of the shares, as long as you help me stabilize the situation. Lin Tian chuckled and leaned lazily against the edge of the table. President Su, still making empty promises? Do you think now is the time for you to set conditions? His tone suddenly turned cold. Your good brother Su Hao and his mother Lili, have they already joined forces with your father's other 8 wives to hold a family meeting the day after tomorrow to force your mother to sign a document voluntarily giving up her position as the first wife? Then they'll kick you out of the board of directors, and incidentally, completely expel you and your mother from the Su family. Right? Xingfeng's biggest advantage is its cooperation with the National Gene Bank's eugenics project and the special authorization it has obtained. However, the country has clear regulations that the main person in charge of the project must be a married high-quality man or his immediate family member. You're over 25 and unmarried. That alone is probably enough for Xingfeng's board of directors to dismiss you, right? It might even lead to the National Eugenics Research Group kicking Xingfeng out of the project because of your personal reasons. At that point, banks will withdraw loans, partners will turn against you. How many days will your father's Xingfeng Group have left before it goes bankrupt? Lin Tian's every word was like a heavy hammer blow, leaving Su Mengli pale and swaying slightly. How could he know these core secrets so clearly? Lin Tian pressed closer, his gaze sharp as a knife. Or, would you like to pay for these shares in another way? His gaze swept lightly over her entire body. However, I'm picky. Not just anyone is qualified to be in my bed. The last sentence completely broke her. Pride and dignity crumbled in an instant. She closed her eyes. I'm willing to be your concubine. As long as you can sign the agreement right now. Ding. A high-quality woman Su Mengli has been detected as showing signs of submission. Rewards for successfully taking a concubine: 1. Constitution plus 20 0.3 times the average. 2. Kidney enhancement gold-grade golden cudgel quality, impervious to water and fire. A system notification sounded. Lin Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. He knew that Su Mengli was definitely not truly submitting. Now that she has no choice but to agree to marry him as a concubine, she might cause trouble as soon as the crisis is over. Lin Tian didn't want a woman who was outwardly obedient but inwardly resentful. What he wants is a female CEO who is completely subservient to him, both inside and out, body and soul. As the saying goes, an eagle will not be pampered if it is not tempered, and a dog will not be obedient if it is not tamed. Therefore, Lin Tian had already made up his mind from the first time he met Su Mengli. We need to put up with this and teach this woman a lesson for her arrogance and sharp edges. Didn't she lower herself to become a concubine? Unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Tian approached the other person. It gently lifted Su Mengli's chin with its paw. Take a deep breath of the faint scent of her perfume. I gazed at her tightly closed eyes and her delicate, pretty face streaked with tears. He said coolly, a concubine? President Su, aren't you overestimating yourself? Chapter 15: The Gap Between Concubine and Lover, Absolute Obedience and Pleasure. The air in the study was stagnant. Lin Tian's words, "Don't you think too highly of yourself," were like an ice needle, piercing Su Mengli's heart. She suddenly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with confusion as she silently stared at the man with the roguish look on his face. What do you mean? What do you think? Lin Tian scoffed. He slowly released his grip on her chin. He slowly took 2 steps back, his tone cold and aloof. Su Mengli, it seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. In Jianhai, I don't have much power.
But don't forget, I'm a top quality man as rated by the Marriage Registration Bureau. For that reason alone, I can pull you out of this hellhole.
Lin Tian's words were a slap in the face, each sentence a blow to the heart. Su Mengli trembled slightly, but couldn't utter a single rebuttal.
Because what Lin Tian said was true. However,
Lin Tian suddenly changed the subject, a wicked smile playing on his lips. If you want me to marry you, it's not impossible. But not a concubine, but a temporary lover.
A lover? Su Mengli was stunned, she could hardly believe it.
Legally, the status of a lover is legal.
But there was no guarantee whatsoever, even for wives and concubines, the guarantee was still minimal.
But at least it is protected by law.
And a lover, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than a plaything without a title.
That's right, sign a temporary lover agreement.
Lin Tian deliberately dragged out the word temporary.
The agreement has no time limit, it depends on my mood. If you behave well, I might give you the title of concubine tomorrow.
If you don't behave well.
He shrugged, his words dripping with a chilling threat.
Ding.
Successfully forced the target Su Mengli to accept a status far below her psychological expectations.
Reward, 1 hour of obedience training. Within the time limit, a certain amount of affection points can be obtained through training. Oh! What unexpected surprises awaited!
The system's prompts further solidified Lin Tian's decision. He wanted to drag the woman's arrogance down from her ivory tower, making her the first woman he would forcefully conquer in this world.
Su Mengli's face paled completely in an instant.
She had never been so humiliated.
Lin Tian, don't push your luck. Jianhai isn't just home to you. I can always find someone else to partner with. Sure, find whatever you want. Lin Tian smiled even more lazily as he slowly took out his phone. Click on the link in the Marriage Management app to access a hidden interface that requires biometric verification.
Then he turned the screen directly in front of Su Mengli.
It's no longer just a simple high-quality man certification. Instead, it was a clear, striking gold letter logo, the A that she had only seen once before on her father's phone. And the following line of smaller print. Genetic rating, grade A top quality. But her father's wasn't an A, it was just a C?
No one knows better than Su Mengli.
What does grade A high quality represent?
Because his father was only a C-level executive back then, he received strong support from the state and started Shengfeng Group from scratch. In just a few years, he developed it into one of the top pharmaceutical companies in the country.
And grade A. Su Mengli dared not think about it. Perhaps men like this are more likely to father children who are at least of high-quality male offspring? Find someone else?
Lin Tian's voice was like a devil's whisper.
President Su, tell me, looking across the entire Jianhai region, and even the whole country, can you find another top tier, a grade man willing to give you a chance? Signing a lover's agreement is your only and best option right now. Su Mengli's mind went blank. All the resentment, anger, and struggle were crushed in this moment by the absolute power difference. She understood.
This was never a negotiation.
This is a blessing. At that moment, she hated the world. But at the same time, she thought of her mother and how she was kicked out of the company by her half-brother. She discovered that she didn't even have the right to say no. Looking for another man?
This was nothing more than her last pitiful act of self-deception before she shattered her self-esteem.
Her lips trembled, but just as she was about to agree,
Lin Tian seemed to have seen through her long ago, and spoke first, slowly and deliberately.
Besides, given the ambitions of those women in your Su family, do you think that even if you temporarily secure a marriage with a high-quality man, they won't cause you any trouble in the future? Su Mengli suddenly looked up and froze. She hadn't really thought about that question.
Now that Lin Tianyi had reminded her, she immediately realized something. Seeing that the other person seemed to have realized what was happening, Lin Tian continued.
You guessed it right, it was you who secured a marriage spot with a high-quality man and stabilized the public opinion crisis that Shengfeng was currently facing due to your personal reasons. And what about in the future? As long as you can't give birth to a son, they will always have a reason to kick you and your mother out of the Su family. I won't say the reason, but you can guess it. You are a woman, while your half-brother is a man. After Lin Tian finished speaking, he walked back to his desk and sat down, his posture languid, but his gaze was so intense it was suffocating. And my natural advantage as a top-tier A-grade man, capable of bearing male offspring, is something you can't refuse. So,
I'm the kind of person who doesn't like to read what's written on paper, I only look at actions.
You want me to believe you're sincere? It's simple. His gaze was fixed on her like a knife.
We'll talk about this temporary lover agreement again when I see your actual performance.
This is a deeper and more ruthless manipulation.
He wouldn't even bother to give her a temporary empty promise, leaving her hanging in mid-air, forced to constantly please and give to her. Only then might one be able to exchange it for a vague and uncertain opportunity.
The most skillful way to train and tame an eagle is not to constantly whip it.
It gives you hope, but doesn't actually provide food.
Su Mengli understood completely.
In front of this man, she was nothing more than a commodity that had to prove its worth.
I understand.
She lowered her head, her voice numb.
All right. Lin Tian stood up. Now, let's go out. Su Mengli looked at him blankly.
Lin Tian raised his chin towards the door, giving an unyielding command. Go and explain to my mom and your mom, I, Lin Tian, will temporarily accept you as my temporary lover.
Public execution.
Su Mengli trembled all over.
Do you want her to personally announce her lover status to the public? This is 100 times better than the humiliation of signing a private agreement.
This is like tearing off the last bit of her dignity and throwing it on the ground to stomp on. But she had no choice. At this moment, Su Mengli was like a puppet being pulled by Lin Tian's strings, stiffly turning around and inching towards the door step by step.
Every step felt like walking on a knife's edge. Just opened the door.
In the living room, 3 pairs of eyes immediately fixed on her.
Chapter 16 Tutor, My First Experience Conquering the Female CEO. Wang Milan looked on with anticipation.
She was even more eager to win over Su Mengli, this high-quality woman, than Lin Tian was.
In this way, she could then strut around arrogantly in front of He Jiaying next door and act all high and mighty.
She is no longer afraid of being ridiculed for her son's alleged problems as a retired cadre.
Zhao Yaji looked worried and nervous.
Su Mengli opened her mouth, but her throat felt like it was blocked by something, burning with pain. Under her mother's increasingly uneasy gaze, she closed her eyes and, with all her remaining strength, managed to squeeze out the words that made her want to die.
Mom. And Wang.
Lin Tian agreed to let me be his temporary lover first. The moment the words left his mouth, the living room fell into a deathly silence.
WH. What? Lover?
Zhao Yaji was the first to cry out, her eyes wide open, almost fainting. She knew better than anyone how proud her daughter was. How could she possibly accept that? This is worse than killing her. Wang Milan was also stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting her son to play so wildly. But the next second, she was overwhelmed with joy. Who cares if she's a lover or a concubine?
This is the female president of Shangfeng Group. A true golden phoenix.
This time, she must not show her face in public at the glory home.
To stand out from the crowd. Can you even walk sideways? Oh my. This is great news. This is fantastic news.
Wang Milan beamed with joy, slapping her thigh. Mengli, from now on we're family. Don't worry, Auntie will definitely make sure Xiaotian gets you a permanent position as soon as possible. These words were like needles, piercing Su Mengli and Zhao Yaji's ears. At this moment, Lin Tian strolled out of the study leisurely, as if nothing had happened.
As for why Su Mengli is being suppressed like this, it wasn't that he didn't like Su Mengli. On the contrary,
he was very satisfied with Su Mengli, even more so than with Su Shaowan.
But that's precisely why Lin Tian must completely and thoroughly conquer his opponent. He didn't want to be a CEO's lapdog. Instead, he wanted to make a remarkable female CEO submit to him. This is a man's greatest achievement.
At the same time, he didn't want to take Su Mengli as his wife in the future, only to have her constantly give him attitude and throw tantrums.
Lin Tian didn't have that kind of patience. So,
it would be better to completely conquer the other party from the beginning and then take them down.
He glanced at the nearly collapsing Zhao Yaji and the numb Su Mengli, and said to Wang Milan,
Mom, why don't you take Aunt Su and Xiaowan to the supermarket to buy some groceries?
We can have a nice lunch at home to celebrate. As if he had just remembered, he casually added,
Oh right, buy more nourishing medicines. Xiaowan and I need to go to the hospital to get medicine this afternoon, and we'll deliver it to her mother on the way. Wang Milan was so happy she was practically dizzy, and kept saying yes. Zhao Yaji was stunned by this sudden result and was in a daze.
Wang Milan helped her up.
Su Xiaowan nodded obediently, her eyes looking strange. She glanced at Lin Tian and Su Mingli, who was in extremely poor condition. In the end, she followed him out the door.
Click.
The door closed. The noise stopped abruptly, and the air in the living room froze once more. Lin Tian walked to the sofa and sat down comfortably, then looked up at Su Mingli, who was still frozen in place, looking lost and disoriented. He patted his thigh and smiled, "Come here." Su Mingli trembled and looked up in horror. Lin Tian's eyes were calm, yet they carried an undeniable sense of oppression.
Now that you've become my lover, even if it's just temporary, I have to teach you the rules. You must learn to please me and to obey me absolutely.
Su Mingli's heart clenched suddenly, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand, and her breathing stopped abruptly.
She never thought of it.
I, the president of Shangfeng Group, have never been so humbled. But thinking about the company's precarious future, and the possibility of her mother being humiliatingly kicked out of the Su family and ending up homeless. She took a deep breath, forcefully crushing all her pride and resentment, and burying them deep in her heart. She moved her almost stiff long legs. Step by step, she walked toward the sofa, toward the judgment seat of her fate.
A brief pause.
As if resigned to her fate, she turned to the side very slowly and stiffly, and carefully sat down. Her buttocks barely touched Lin Tian's thigh, her whole body tense like a fully drawn bowstring, and she couldn't suppress the slight trembling.
Even through the expensive suit skirt fabric, Lin Tian could clearly feel the amazing elasticity of the curves.
The faint, cool scent of her perfume lingered around my nose, but now it was mixed with a hint of helpless panic, forming a conquest signal that sent my adrenaline soaring. Lin Tian chuckled softly, then suddenly leaned close to her fair neck and took a deep sniff.
Ice and snow solitary peak? Ha, that does suit your previous aloof and unapproachable demeanor.
The warm breath splashed onto her sensitive earlobe, causing Su Mingli to tremble violently. Her cheeks burned bright red, even her delicate earlobes were tinged with an alluring crimson, and her fingers dug tightly into her palms.
Su Mingli instinctively tried to spring up and escape.
But in the end, reason held her firmly to Lin's leg.
Go and make your man a cup of tea.
Lin Tian, however, seemed to have completed some kind of inspection, and lazily leaned back on the sofa, giving a casual instruction. The tea leaves are at the bottom, the water temperature is 85 degrees Celsius, and the first brew should be discarded. Su Mingli felt as if she had been granted a pardon.
She immediately got up and almost fled to the coffee table. But the moment she bent down and took out the tea canister. This movement caused her suit dress to bulge, outlining a breathtakingly perfect curve. Lin Tian's gaze was unabashed as he leisurely admired the magnificent scenery. And her eyelashes trembled slightly as she was being watched, and her movements were somewhat flustered. Ding! Obedience training, affection points plus 10, total 40. After brewing the tea, she respectfully handed it over with both hands, her movements slightly clumsy. Lin Tian took it, took a small sip, and then frowned. A temperature difference of at least 0.5 degrees Celsius ruins the taste of the tea. Mr. Su, it seems you are still far from meeting the standards of a perfect lover. He put down his teacup, his tone calm yet sharp as a whip. It's not enough for a woman to just make money, she also needs to practice the basic skills of serving men. He paused, looking at her face that had turned pale instantly, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Come on. Show me what you're made of. Dance for me. WH. What? Su Mingli suddenly looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and humiliation. How? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening slightly. As my lover, isn't pleasing me your most basic obligation? Su Mingli's face turned pale and then red, her chest heaving violently, and she had already cursed Lin Tian 1,000 times in her heart. But Lin Tian didn't allow any refusal. He had already taken out his phone and was scrolling through short videos. Oh my! How wonderful! Anyway, I have plenty of time. Upon hearing these ambiguous and alluring lyrics and melody, Su Mingli's long legs, encased in black stockings, almost gave way, and her face turned so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Chapter 17, Xiao Wan and Xiao Xian Nan were molested? Lin Tian was secretly pleased, but he also knew how to keep his distance. To deal with such a proud phoenix, one must simmer it slowly over a low flame. If the medication is too strong, it can have the opposite effect. Final. The accompaniment to A Smile in the Jianghu played in the living room. Jump! Lin Tian turned up the volume, his gaze like that of a king surveying the stage.
Su Mingli could only grit her teeth and try hard to recall the alluring dance moves in the short video, her body twisting stiffly. She couldn't dance at all, her movements were as clumsy as a toddler learning to walk. But it is precisely this clumsiness that is the problem.
This contrasts sharply with her naturally aloof and elegant demeanor.
This gives Su Mingli a unique, fragile beauty that makes one want to destroy her, yet also makes one want to pity her. Lin Tian's gaze was extremely aggressive as he slowly scanned the area from top to bottom.
Until
I saw that barely noticeable coffee stain on her black stockings at her ankle.
Lin Tian frowned. Stop. Take off your stockings. Su Mingli froze instantly, standing there stunned.
She looked at Lin Tian in horror.
Did he finally give in? Do you want it now? Tension, resentment, fear, unwillingness.
A flood of emotions overwhelmed her thoughts in an instant.
But when she met Lin Tian's domineering gaze that left no room for doubt,
she closed her eyes in despair.
That's all.
This day would come sooner or later. I never expected that he would have such a perverted and weird quirk. After a period of extremely difficult mental preparation, Su Mingli finally tiptoed slightly, first taking off her high heels, and then, with trembling fingers, slowly removing the black stockings that covered her slender, beautiful legs. She held the rolled-up stockings in her hand, walked slowly to Lin Tian with a look of grim determination, and handed them over. Lin Tian was taken aback, then seemed to understand something, and chuckled and scolded in an annoyed tone.
Hey Su Mingli? What's going on in your head all day? I told you to take it off because it's stained and it doesn't look nice. What do you think I want this thing for? To collect? Su Mingli was stunned.
Looking at Lin Tian's disgusted yet amused expression, and recalling the scene of the spilled coffee cup yesterday, the huge misunderstanding caused an explosion of shame. She felt like she was on fire, and wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into or jump out of the window.
I didn't. I thought you were going to blindfold me with my stockings and then. I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
She became incoherent, and her aloof CEO persona completely crumbled at that moment, leaving her utterly ashamed and embarrassed.
Lin Tian was speechless. So, in Su Mingli's eyes, he's a pervert? Does he seem like that kind of person? And he even uses stockings to blindfold himself? Doesn't anyone think that a woman's most beautiful and attractive look is that fleeting, passionate gaze in that instant? Why cover it up? Alright, you're not cut out to dance anyway.
Lin Tian waved his hand, as if letting a culpable kitten off the hook.
Come here and give me a shoulder massage.
Last night, well, I sparred with Xiaowan too late, and my back and waist are a bit sore.
He glanced at her, adding with a hint of disdain, but you'll have to learn a lot more about serving people in the future. Okay, I will learn.
Su Mingli bit her lower lip, trying to regain a sliver of her fragile dignity. She slowly walked behind the sofa, stretched out her slender white fingers, and awkwardly pressed them against his shoulders and neck. Lin Tian closed his eyes and enjoyed the moment, occasionally letting out satisfied hums from his nose, while pointing out the pressure in placement.
After massaging my shoulders. He spoke again, as if the master were issuing a new command. Come here, come to the front, you need to massage my legs too. Su Mingli's body stiffened again. But seeing Lin Tian's matter-of-fact expression, she finally gave in.
She bent her knees and knelt on the carpet beside his legs, extending her 10 slender, fair, and delicate pink fingers. He began to clumsily massage Lin Tian's thighs down to his calves. Her long hair fell down, obscuring her expression. Only her bright red ears betrayed the turmoil and embarrassment in her heart.
A little higher, yes, right there, press harder. Ding. Obedience training complete. Gained plus 30 affection points, total 70. Tell me, what's the situation inside Shangfeng now, especially what the other women have done after your father died?
Lin Tian closed his eyes, as if asking casually. Now that he's decided to take her in, her troubles are naturally his troubles too.
Planning ahead is a basic practice. While giving the stiff massage, Su Mingli introduced the process in a low voice.
Shangfeng is one of the top pharmaceutical companies in China today, with its core business in China, currently located in Zhanghai. Its main businesses include the CF 5-star hotel, surrounding hospitals, and pharmaceutical research and development related to eugenics and prenatal care.
Wait, the enclosed hospital? Is it that private hospital in the shanty town?
Lin Tian suddenly opened his eyes and interrupted.
Yes, it's a wholly owned subsidiary of Shangfeng. Is there a problem?
It's nothing, continue.
Lin Tian's eyes flickered slightly.
He closed his eyes again, recalling directorly who had made things difficult for Su Xiaowan.
Ah, what a small world.
Okay, Su Mengli continued, but the core dilemma still circled back to the starting point. That means she must obtain a marriage partner of a high-quality man in order to restore the company's image and retain her research quota in the National Eugenics Project. This is also how she kept her position as president of Shengfeng.
Just then. Snap.
The sound of a key turning came from the doorway. Wang Milan, Zhao Yaji, and Su Xiaowan returned carrying several large bags of groceries. The three of them were stunned into silence by the sight before them as soon as they entered the room. The aloof and cold-blooded female CEO, Su Mengli, was kneeling on the carpet, focused but actually numbly massaging Lin Tian's legs. Lin Tian leaned back on the sofa with a relaxed expression, as if he were enjoying the most ordinary service.
The air froze instantly.
Su Mengli sprang to her feet like a startled rabbit, frantically straightening her skirt and hair, her cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by an unprecedented sense of embarrassment and shame. Lin Tian merely lifted his eyelids lazily and smiled smugly, as if this were just an ordinary scene. Wang Milan was so shocked that her mouth opened into an O shape, big enough to fit an egg.
A tsunami of ecstasy immediately surged within me. Good lad. That really made Lao Liang proud.
Even Su Mengli, a proud and arrogant young woman, has only been around for a short time.
So they've been completely subdued? They're even willing to kneel down and serve you? Etc. Where are her stockings? I was definitely wearing it before I left the house. Could it be that they've already done it? Wang Milan was overjoyed.
She wondered what He Jiaying across the street would have to compete with her in the future.
Zhao Yaji was equally incredulous. She knows best how proud her daughter is. She usually treats men with disdain, but now, she's so humble in front of Lin Tian?
But beyond the shock, what welled up in my heart was not sadness.
Instead, it was a strange mix of excitement and relief. Chapter 18, The Little Fairy Boy Accuses an 8-year-old Girl of Molestation? In this world. It's a good thing that my daughter is capable, but ultimately she'll need to find someone to rely on. Her daughter had refused to get married, which worried her so much that her hair turned white. Now it seems that Lin Tian is indeed capable. If my daughter is willing to go this far, isn't it just a matter of time before she gets a permanent position? With her assets, she has a good chance of winning the position of legal wife in the future. Even someone like her became the first legal wife in the Su family. Su Xiaowan's eyes were complicated. She thought to herself that President Su, who was so high and mighty yesterday, looked embarrassed at this moment. At this moment, her admiration for Lin Tian deepened even further. She felt that her husband was not only good in that area. It's amazing in every aspect. Ding! Su Xiaowan's affection value plus 5, total 75. Items available for redemption in the shop updated. Mind reading card equals affection value 10. Forced dance charm equals affection value 10. Fun capsule with many variations equals affection value 30. Truth spray equals affection value 50. Customized body fragrance equals 100 points of affection. Empathic linker pair equals affection value 500. Absolute territory generator equals affection value 1000. Before Lin Tian could even check the items updated by the system. Ring ring. Su Xiaowan's phone rang. The call was from the Zhanghai City Police Department. Inform Su Xiaowan that the marriage registration has been completed. Her previously suspended civil service exam results came into effect, especially since her husband was a high-quality man. Please ask her to report for duty and start work as soon as possible. Lin Tian smiled and pulled Su Xiaowan to sit down beside him, playing with her hair with his fingers. Is the job all sorted out? Okay. Thank you, honey. Su Xiaowan nodded obediently, her face flushed. She then earnestly assured him, honey, don't worry, I will definitely work hard to earn money and give you all my salary. I will take good care of you. I will never let you down. Yes, it was all worth it to spoil you. Lin Tian smiled and nodded, then casually reached out and gently rummaged around. Su Xiaowan was startled and let out a soft cry, her pretty face instantly turning crimson. She glanced furtively at Su Mengli beside her, only to find that Su Mengli wasn't paying attention to them. Su Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief and gave Lin Tian a shy glare and reproach. Ding! Su Xiaowan's affection value plus 5, total 80. At lunchtime.
Zhao Yaji cautiously proposed to Lin Tian that she was willing to offer 50 million yuan plus a 1,000 square meter villa in Yunding Mansion as her dowry. She then subtly inquired about the scale of the wedding she wanted.
She can handle everything. The implied meaning. It couldn't be more obvious. That's Mingli from her family.
When will she be able to officially become her lover?
Wang Milan stood by with a beaming smile, saying, "My dear-in-law, you're too kind."
I can't accept this, but her eyes were shining brightly. Lin Tian glanced at Su Mingli, who remained silent and ate with her head down, her ears still flushed. He knew that this woman's compliance just now was mostly due to the circumstances, and that her inner pride had not been completely crushed. But he wasn't in a hurry, he had plenty of time and resources to slowly train the eagle. He slowly put down his chopsticks, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Yaji before finally settling on Su Mingli, and he spoke softly. As for when to hold the wedding, it depends on President Su's future performance.
The implication in his words was self-evident. Zhao Yaji was a smart woman, and she immediately understood.
She gave her good-for-nothing daughter a stern look. But a mother cannot speak for her daughter.
All we can do is worry helplessly. After the meal,
Lin Tian pulled Su Shaowan up and said to Su Mingli, who was trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible,
"Come with us to Weha Hospital to get medicine for Shaowan's mother."
A meaningful smile curved at the corner of his lips. "Perfect, let the president see for himself how your hospitals really manage their employees." Jianghai City, surrounding hospital. The pharmacy lobby was bustling with people, the air thick and heavy, filled with the mingled sense of disinfectant and anxiety.
Lin Tian walked in the middle.
To his left was Su Mingli, whose expression was aloof and whose steps were slightly hesitant. On the right is Su Shaowan, who was following closely and scanning her surroundings warily.
"By the way, Shaowan, what exactly is Aunt Jean's illness? Why does she insist on getting her medication from this hospital?" Lin Tian asked curiously.
Upon hearing about her mother's illness, Su Shaowan's expression immediately showed slight worry.
"My mother suffers from an autoimmune neurovasculitis. The drug used is a polyclonal immunomodulatory biological agent, which is currently only available in enclosed hospitals.
It is a patented drug developed independently," she explained in a low voice. "Other hospitals simply can't get it."
"Oh. No wonder." Lin Tian nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite.
He also understood why Su Shaowan dared not offend directly,
although he couldn't understand the name of the disease.
"But I do understand the term patented drug." Lin Tian glanced at Su Mingli beside him. "I thought to myself, this woman's company is no ordinary company.
They can even develop proprietary drugs." But just as they stepped into the pharmacy lobby,
a sharp cry and a shouting match suddenly pierced the eardrums of the three people.
A crowd had gathered near the payment counter.
In the center of the crowd, a man in his mid-20s, with pointed ears and monkey-like cheeks. He pointed at the woman kneeling on the ground, kowtowing and begging, and a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, trembling with fear, and began to hurl insults.
"Call the police. You must call the police. This child is so young and already behaving badly, molesting a man in public. I feel like I've suffered severe psychological trauma."
The man clutched his chest, his expression exaggerated, looking as if a chaste and virtuous man had been defiled. The girl's mother was in tears, her voice choked with sobs. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
Sir, my daughter is only 8 years old. She doesn't understand anything. There were a lot of people in line just now, and she lost her balance and accidentally bumped into your leg. It really wasn't intentional. Please, have mercy on her. If she gets a criminal record, her life will be ruined."
The girl's mother knew perfectly well that molesting a man was a serious crime, with the charges varying in severity.
Because her ancestor's mother did this kind of work, how could she not know? Currently, there are the Male Public Space Safety Law and the regulations on the correction of the behavior of underage girls.
In public, any unauthorized physical contact between a woman and a man may be considered sexual harassment or indecent assault. If proven true, the adult woman could face a prison sentence of 3 years or more.
Although underage girls may be exempt from criminal liability.
However, it still needs to be documented and subject to long-term behavioral observation.
Even in severe cases, they will be sent to a juvenile correctional facility for compulsory education.
Therefore, she knew very well that once such a case occurred, male testimony is often considered the primary evidence and is accepted by judges.
Now,
People around were talking about it, and some of the women who came over later mostly sided with the male disadvantaged group. They all condemned the mother and daughter who were begging for mercy on the ground.
Look at that little girl's shifty eyes, she's obviously up to no good. These little girls nowadays. They're so precocious. Who knows if it's intentional? How did this mother raise her child? She herself looks so dissolute, how could her daughter be any better? Chapter 19. Which boy would joke about virginity? There were even two unremarkable male onlookers, arms crossed, arrogantly chiming in. Brother, I support you. You bravely stood up to defend our men's rights. Exactly. What man in this world would joke about his own innocence? There must be something wrong with this little girl. This kind of unhealthy trend must not be allowed to continue. She must pay the price. Pay up. Compensation for emotional distress. Don't even think about settling for less than 100,000. Seeing that someone was speaking up for him, the man became even more smug. The little girl was already trembling with fear and was now curled up in her mother's arms, crying. The atmosphere was tense for a time. After learning the whole story, Lin Tian frowned. But inwardly he sneered, just as I thought. Oddity knows no gender. If there were fairies in the past life, there will be fairies in this life. It seems that human nature is flawed. They never disappear because the rules change, they just change their appearance and continue performing. Watching an 8-year-old girl being forced to kneel on the ground by her mother, desperately kowtowing, begging, and crying. Lin Tian simply couldn't remain indifferent. He pushed through the crowd and went inside. Upon seeing this, Su Xiaowan's eyes flashed with confusion. But she didn't hesitate and immediately followed, instinctively turning to the side to protect Lin Tian. She was wearing the same white casual shirt and skinny jeans she wore on her blind date today, making her look dashing and sharp-eyed, with a hint of the competence of a police academy student. Su Mingli stopped a few steps away, arms crossed, her face cold and beautiful, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian with scrutiny and curiosity. She wanted to see how this man would handle the situation. Because in her previous understanding, men should help men. Ding! Su Mingli knew curiosity added. You're saying she, an 8-year-old girl, molested you? Do you have any evidence? Lin Tian spoke, his voice not loud, but clearly drowning out the noise. When the man saw that Lin Tian was also a man, he felt like he had found his tribe and cried even more enthusiastically, Brother! You've come at the right time. You be the judge. In broad daylight, my innocence as a man. Does this even need proof? Tell me, what man would joke about his chastity? The women around him who had been chiming in immediately softened their tone upon seeing that Lin Tian was a man, and politely explained to him. Handsome, don't disbelieve me. This gentleman is right. Men are precious these days. How could they slander a little girl for no reason? Yeah, they must have really been offended to be so angry. The two onlookers also stepped forward, adopting a male community stance to mock. Hey, are you even a man? If you're a man, you should unconditionally support your brother. He bravely resisted female oppression, and as fellow men, we should encourage him. Exactly, do you want to doubt your own people? To make yourself a laughingstock for women? Oh. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered with these idiots. He stared intently at the man who appeared to have been sexually assaulted. Arguments are meaningless. You say she sexually assaulted you, but where's the evidence? The time, the place, the actions? Is there any CCTV footage? Surveillance. The man's eyes flashed with panic, but he quickly put on a tough front. What do you mean? You don't believe me? You're siding with outsiders? Look at this. We're both men, and he doesn't believe me. He's helping that despicable mother and daughter. Who knows if they're in cahoots? He began trying to incite the onlookers, but the women watching, seeing that Lin Tian was also a man, dared not speak up. The scene froze. At this moment, only the two onlookers were still chattering away. Lin Tian didn't bother with any more words and turned to Su Mingli, saying, Mingli, contact the hospital director and get the surveillance footage for this area. We need it now. Su Mingli was taken aback. She never expected Lin Tian to take two strangers so seriously, even using her resources. This did indeed somewhat overturn her perception of men. But she hesitated only for a moment before quickly taking out her phone and calling her secretary, her tone instantly regaining the competence of a female CEO.
Immediately contact the hospital director and request all CCTV footage from the payment counter on the east side of the first floor lobby within the last 10 minutes, then send it to my email. Upon hearing that the surveillance footage was actually being reviewed, the man's face turned pale, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his eyes darted around as he tried to slip into the crowd.
Trying to leave? Lin Tian sneered and gave Su Xiaowan a look.
Su Xiaowan immediately stepped forward. Although she wasn't wearing a police uniform, her well-trained demeanor instantly brought the situation under control. Sir, please wait until the matter is clarified.
If you are truly innocent, the surveillance footage will prove your innocence. But if someone is framing another...
Her voice was cold as she continued. According to the supplementary provisions of the men's safety law, those who maliciously file false reports that damage the reputation of others and cause serious consequences will also bear legal responsibility. Her words were reasonable and well-founded, both protecting the potential male victim and pointing out the risk of false accusations, which calmed those around her down a bit.
Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the crowd,
a middle-aged woman with a sharp and mean appearance was watching all of this with a sinister look.
It was Director Li.
She had noticed Su Xiaowan long ago, as well as Lin Tian, who was standing intimately beside her. Seeing how Su Xiaowan was protecting Lin Tian, he immediately understood.
This guy snatched it away.
They stole the woman she'd been eyeing for months. At that moment, jealousy instantly consumed all reason. She grabbed the female intern next to her and said in a low, menacing voice,
"Go to the checkout counter and the pharmacy. Lock all of Qin Mei's prescriptions and dispensing records, and do not allow the pharmacy to issue any prescriptions or dispense any medications."
She stared intently at Lin Tian's retreating figure, her eyes filled with resentment.
"You little brat, how dare you steal my son's woman? And Su Xiaowan, you shameless slut. You played me for 3 months, and then you turn around and find some young guy like this? Just wait and see. Even if you have money. Don't expect to get prescription drugs either. Without medicine, let's see how many more days your sickly mother can hold on." On the other side, Lin Tian ignored the astonished looks around him.
He stepped forward, bent down, and reached out to help the mother and daughter, who were still kneeling on the ground, terrified and unsettled.
"Get up. No one can do anything to you until things are cleared up."
There is no need to be afraid, the innocent will clear themselves. The little girl's mother thanked her repeatedly, tears streaming down her face. The little girl remained hidden behind her mother, her big eyes filled with fear of Lin Tian, the man.
A pang of sadness swept through Lin Tian's heart. He knew.
After today's incident, a deep-seated fear of men has likely been planted in the young mind of this 8-year-old girl. If this fear is not addressed, it may stay with her for the rest of her life. On the other side, when the man's path was blocked, in desperation, he also took out a male safety law and threatened Su Xiaowan.
"I advise you to get out of my way.
If you dare touch me, I'll lie down right now and make you regret it."
Su Xiaowan was taken aback upon hearing this.
Indeed, she was truly stunned by these shameless words. Because the other party was not wrong. Seeing that his threat had worked, the man's lips curled into a smug, wicked smile.
He turned and slipped away. Chapter 20. The medication can't be stopped. Director Li is up to no good.
But he had only taken 2 steps when his vision blurred and Lin Tian had somehow circled around to stand in front of him.
They blocked their way again. What exactly do you want?"
The man was furious, but he knew that no amount of tantrums or throwing a tantrum would work against Lin Tian, who was also a man. He tried to dodge left and right several times, but Lin Tian blocked him every time.
"He can't leave at all."
The man became completely panicked and said in a fierce but weak voice,
"Are you fucking sick? We're all men, why are we making things difficult for each other? Get the hell out of my way."
At this moment, the 2 men watching nearby seemed to want to step forward and speak up for them.
Lin Tian noticed. Even when he was being insulted, he didn't get angry.
Instead, his expression changed. Instantly, he switched to an expression of deep concern and shared hatred for the enemy. Lin Tian grabbed the man's arm, his tone becoming sincere and impassioned.
"Brother, you've misunderstood. I wasn't trying to make things difficult for you. You're right. I was confused."
He patted the man's back forcefully, as if the 2 were long-lost brothers.
"We men are a vulnerable group, how can we let women bully us like this? So don't be afraid. Hang in there. The surveillance cameras will be here soon. Wait until the evidence is conclusive. Brother, I will definitely stand up for you.
I will never let a man suffer the slightest injustice.
Moreover, once the truth is confirmed, we must make that little girl and her parents pay the price.
Lin Tian's expression was exaggerated, and his tone was deliberately mocking. The two men who had intended to step forward to watch were immediately stunned.
They stopped and chose to wait and see.
The women watching nearby were also stunned, exchanging bewildered glances.
They had absolutely no idea what was going on. What's going on? You were just doubting them, how come you're suddenly on their side?
But some clever people noticed something in the anxious expression of the man who was leaving.
Could it be that we've really misunderstood?
Forget it, I don't understand, let's wait for the hospital's surveillance footage.
An eerie silence fell over the crowd.
Su Xiaowan and Su Mengli exchanged a glance, a helpless smile flashing across their eyes.
They naturally understood.
Lin Tian was deliberately flattering him to his detriment, putting the other party in a very difficult position.
The man already had something to hide.
He was a gambler with a severe gambling addiction. Because he lost all his savings last night and suffered a mental breakdown, he wanted to go to the hospital to get medicine today but found he had no money. So he decided to go back to his old ways and extort some money. This tactic used to be incredibly effective against timid women. But he never expected that Lin Tian would disrupt things today.
He no longer cared about saving face and began to struggle desperately. Let me go. Who needs your justice? Get out of my way. Just when he was struggling most fiercely,
Su Mengli stepped forward gracefully in her high heels and handed her phone to Lin Tian.
The video above shows the doctor being monitored.
Lin Tian took it and, without saying a word, opened the surveillance video he had just received in front of everyone.
At the same time, the screen will be lit up for everyone to see. The image is displayed clearly.
The little girl was just jostled by the crowd, and when she frantically waved her little hands in the air, her fingertips were at least 10 centimeters away from the man's trouser leg, and she didn't even touch the hem of his clothes.
The truth has come out. The crowd erupted in uproar. I knew something was wrong. I almost got caught up in the hype. This man is despicable. He actually framed a little girl. Call the police. Arrest him. The man's face turned ashen.
He glared fiercely at Lin Tian, then took advantage of the chaos to squeeze through the crowd and escape.
At this point, someone suggested that Lin Tian call the police. But Lin Tian waved his hand and said, "Forget it, what good will calling the police do? At most, we'll just get a verbal warning." Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that it made sense.
He knew all too well that the laws of this world favored men, and the cost of false accusations was extremely low.
However, the reason he stopped the man was to keep the onlookers there.
They wanted to clear the little girl's name in public and prevent the obscure truth from being spread through mere fragments of information. This has caused ongoing harm to this 8-year-old girl. Lin Tiantai was well aware of the power of public opinion and the force of being cyberbullied. But before the crowd dispersed,
Lin Tian raised his voice and said, "To everyone who just took a video or posted it on WeChat Moments, please be lenient. If you have already posted it, please explain the truth or retract it. Don't let an 8-year-old child suffer an injustice. You are all women, please put yourselves in each other's shoes."
The crowd nodded in agreement and gradually dispersed. The mother, holding the little girl's hand, bowed in gratitude. Lin Tian accepted it calmly. But seeing the girl's still shaken face, his heart softened, and he instinctively wanted to pat her head to comfort her.
Unexpectedly, the little girl, like a frightened rabbit, suddenly hid behind her mother, her face pale and her eyes filled with fear.
The experience she just had, especially the horrible words like molestation and call the police, has indeed left her with severe psychological trauma. Upon seeing this, the mother immediately scolded her daughter.
"I'm so sorry." The child was terrified. Lin Tian awkwardly withdrew his hand. "It's okay, I understand.
Take her home and let her rest.
Give her some encouragement later. Thank you so much. We really owe you a lot today. Otherwise."
The mother's eyes were filled with lingering fear as she led the girl away. Su Mengli watched from the side, her expression growing increasingly complicated. This man was so righteous and protective of the unfamiliar mother and daughter. But his feelings for her, those acts of tyranny and humiliation, are still vivid in my mind.
What kind of person is he?
Su Xiaowan's eyes were filled with admiration at that moment.
Ding!
Su Xiaowan's affection value +5, total 85.
After the incident, the three of them went to the pharmacy window.
Su Xiaowan handed over her mother Qin Mei's medical insurance card and prescription, explaining that she needed a month's supply of medication. However, after fiddling with the computer for a few moments, the staff member looked up and said coldly,
Qin Mei's account shows an outstanding fee, the system is locked, and she cannot get her medication. Impossible. I just deposited 200,000 yesterday afternoon.
As she spoke, she immediately showed the payment notification text message and the app balance screen on her phone.
Look, there's still over 200,000 left in the balance.
The clear numbers came into view, and the staff member's face immediately turned awkward.
Sorry, there might be a system delay. I'll take care of it right away.
She frantically started operating the system.
However, just as Su Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief,
the staff member looked troubled again.
I'm very sorry, we cannot find your mother's medication prescription information in the system. What?
Su Xiaowan was struck dumb, her face turning deathly pale.
That's impossible. My mother got her medication here just 3 days ago. And this medication absolutely cannot be stopped. If it breaks, someone will die. Humph. What's impossible about that? Isn't it normal for computers to malfunction? Maybe someone has offended someone they shouldn't have, and they don't even realize it?
Before I knew it, Director Li strolled to the pharmacy window. His face was full of mockery.
Director Li?
Su Xiaowan turned around and looked back when she heard this.
Was it you who did this?
Chapter 21. The CEO is furious, and the dean rushes to the rescue.
So what if it is?
Director Li started to say, then immediately realized his mistake and changed his words. It's a system malfunction at the hospital, and repairs will take time.
This is normal procedure, do you have any objections?
She crossed her arms, raised her chin high, and looked down at Su Xiaowan with her nostrils flared. Su Xiaowan was so angry that she trembled all over, and her eyes instantly turned red.
You're abusing your power. My mother can't stop taking her medication. Oh? Is that so?
Director Li chuckled and slowly fiddled with his newly done manicure.
Then you can just wait.
Who knows, by the time the system is fixed, your mother might already be. Before she could finish speaking, a cold voice suddenly interrupted her.
Director Li, right?
Lin Tian stepped forward, shielding Su Xiaowan behind him, his eyes sharp as knives. According to the law on the protection of men's rights and interests, your current behavior has caused serious mental distress and real-world problems for my woman.
I demand that you immediately unblock the system and dispense your medication as normal.
He shook his phone. The screen displayed Qin Shuang's contact information. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind inviting a representative from the Women's Federation to come and make an on-site assessment to determine whether this constitutes emotional abuse or abuse of power to infringe upon the rights of male family members. Director Li's expression changed slightly.
Clearly, they still harbored some reservations about the term husband's union. After calming down a bit, I remembered that I also had powerful connections.
Her eyes darted around. His attitude immediately hardened again, and he said stiffly,
Humph. Don't try to scare me with the Women's Federation. The system malfunction is a fact. Even if the Women's Federation came, they couldn't fix the computer right away. It's a technical problem, don't you understand? She glanced at Lin Tian smugly, with an air of, what can you do to me? Lin Tian was so angry at this shameless excuse that he laughed. However, he didn't expect that this woman wouldn't be intimidated.
He shook his head helplessly, turned his head, and looked at Su Mengli, who had been silent all along.
Su Mengli's face was so gloomy it could drip water.
At the same time, she also understood the mockery in Lin Tian's eyes.
This is clearly mocking the low quality of Xingfeng's lower-level employees. She is the president of Shengfeng Group. It's inevitable that some aspects of lower-level management will be overlooked.
If she hadn't come down with Lin Tian today, she probably would never have known that her own hospital was like this. How could there be such scoundrels? She took a deep breath, suppressing her surging anger, stepped forward, and spoke in a voice as cold as ice.
I order you to immediately unlock the patient's prescription.
A powerful aura spread out instantly, the oppressive force of someone who had long held a superior position.
Director Li was startled by the sudden aura and instinctively took a half step back. But after carefully examining Su Mengli for a few moments, she realized that the other person was unfamiliar and not a hospital leader at all, and her courage immediately returned. Who do you think you are? How dare you order me around?
Director Lee stood with his hands on his hips, spitting as he spoke.
Dress like a proper lady, does she really think she's someone important? I could say I'm the CEO's mother. What are you pretending to be? You.
Su Mengli had lived for over 20 years, and had never been insulted so crudely before. She was so angry that she was trembling all over, her fingers clenched tightly together, her nails almost digging into her palms. She immediately pulled out her phone, found a number, and dialed it, her tone icy cold.
Dean Wang, this is Su Mengli. I'm currently at the pharmacy payment counter on the first floor of your hospital. You have 3 minutes to come see me immediately.
After saying that, he hung up without giving the other party a chance to reply.
Director Lee was taken aback at first, then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he scoffed. Oh ho! You're quite the actress. Su Mengli? Why don't you just say you're the chairperson of the Women's Federation? You're trying to scare me by having an actor call? I've seen that trick a million times.
But despite her tough talk, she was actually a little nervous inside.
Judging from the other person's aura and confident demeanor, what if they really do know the dean?
She secretly took out her phone and quickly sent a message to her niece, Su Lily. Lily, come down to the pharmacy on the first floor quickly.
Auntie is being bullied. In her opinion.
As long as Su Lily, the young lady of the Su family, is present, even if the dean really comes, he will have to give her some face. After sending the message, she felt much more at ease and became even more arrogant. Lin Tian looked at Director Lee's foolish and oblivious appearance and found it amusing.
He slowly spoke.
Director Lee, I advise you to watch your words.
What if she really is a high-ranking executive at Shangfeng? Aren't you afraid of getting fired? Fire me? Ha ha ha.
Director Lee laughed so hard he almost fell over, as if he had heard the funniest joke.
That's hilarious. Fire me? You should at least find out who Li Huofeng is.
She puffed out her chest proudly and introduced herself.
Listen up.
I'm the younger sister of Lili, the general manager of Shangfeng Group.
And the aunt of young master Su Hao and Miss Su Lily. Fire me? Who dares?
Even the dean has to treat me with respect.
Who do you think you are? Upon hearing this, Su Mengli was taken aback.
Immediately, the anger on her face faded, replaced by a cold yet slightly amused expression.
It's like searching high and low without finding it. I was just worried about not being able to find any dirt on that woman, Lili.
Unexpectedly, her sister came to her door herself.
Still in such a foolish way. Now she'll have something to say at the family meeting the day after tomorrow. They wouldn't be so easily suppressed by Lili that they would be powerless to fight back. Lin Tian was also taken aback.
He suddenly realized what was going on and secretly glanced at Su Mengli. Seeing the calculating sneer on her face, I immediately understood 7 or 8 parts of the situation. He turned his head and looked at Li Huofeng with the eyes of someone looking at a fool, a pitying smile curving his lips. Alas, just as the sky is about to rain and a mother is about to remarry, even the best ghosts can't stop a person from dying.
Director Lee, good luck to yourself.
Director Lee was baffled by Lin Tian's words, but without giving them much thought, he continued to threaten Su Shaoan.
You little bitch, did you hear me? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Your mother's medicine, it'll probably last until today.
She blew on her nails and added slowly and deliberately.
Oh dear, there won't be any medicine tomorrow, and people are going to suffer.
I'll urge the tech department to fix it as soon as possible, but I don't know if your mother's health can hold out until tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan's legs went weak and she almost collapsed to the ground, but fortunately Lin Tian caught her.
Husband,
she said, her voice trembling with tears, looking helplessly at Lin Tian. Lin Tian patted the back of her hand, his eyes calm. Don't worry, with me here, we'll definitely get the medicine today.
Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached.
An elderly woman with gray hair, wearing a white coat, rushed over in a hurry, accompanied by several hospital administrators.
It was none other than Dean Wang of the surrounding hospital.
Her gaze swept across the room, instantly locking onto Su Mengli's cold face. She quickly jogged forward, bowing respectfully in greeting.
President Su. What brings you here so suddenly? If you had any instructions, you could have just made a phone call. Why did you come in person? Chapter 22. My backer is Su Lily, let's see how good the president is.
Dean Wang's forehead was beaded with sweat, and his tone was respectful yet tinged with a hint of apprehension.
President Su. What brings you here so suddenly? If you have any instructions, you can just give me a call. How could I trouble you to come in person?
Su Mengli didn't even look at her. Her icy gaze was like a scalpel, piercing directly at Director Li, whose face was ashen. Dean Wang, if I had notified you to come today, would I still be able to see your hospital, where a mere pharmacy director has committed such heinous and despicable acts, disregarding the lives of others? Her voice wasn't loud, but it instantly made the surrounding air freeze.
Using one's authority to maliciously block prescriptions for critically ill patients, deliberately cutting off medication and endangering their lives, is this a serious violation or a crime?
With each word she spoke, Dean Wang's face paled a little more. But at the same time, Dean Wang was secretly sneering to himself. I thought to myself, Li Huofeng has really bitten off more than she can chew this time. In fact, she had long hated this man who abused his position in the hospital by taking advantage of his connections with the head office. She even forced some young female doctors and nurses in the hospital to become her intellectually disabled son's lovers. Li Huofeng's actions at the hospital have already aroused public outrage. However, she had submitted several reports to the group, demanding severe punishment. The results were all suppressed by those above. Now things are much better. President Su witnessed it himself. This was a golden opportunity. President Su, this is of course a serious violation. It's even suspected of intentional assault and dereliction of duty. Dean Wang immediately expressed his opinion, his tone resolute. President Su, this is a serious oversight on our part. I sincerely apologize to you. Li Huofeng finally realized that something was wrong. She wasn't stupid. She could see that the dean didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Su Mengli, and his attitude was so respectful that it was almost humble. Her heart sank to the bottom in an instant. Who exactly is this woman? How could the dean be so afraid? But there was no time to think it through. The current situation seemed to be against her. Her fingers trembled slightly with panic, and she quickly and secretly took out her phone to send several more text messages to her niece, Su Lily. Lily! Come to the pharmacy right away. My period's been harassed. A woman's trying to mess with me. Come quick. After sending the text message, she felt a little more at ease. Thinking that as long as her niece came, she would have the momentum to take control of Shengfeng Group, thanks to her sister Li Li's impending dominance. Let's see who dares to touch me. On the other side, Su Mengli completely ignored Li Huofeng's little tricks, but she was quite satisfied with Dean Wang's attitude. Her position at Shengfeng headquarters is now precarious, and some senior executives have already shown a disingenuous attitude. Su Mengli no longer hesitated. She gave the order directly, since Dean Wang also considers this a serious problem, then deal with it on the spot. I want to see the results. Dean Wang was able to maintain his position not only because of his medical skills, but also because of his exceptional insight and decisiveness. She understood instantly, considering the current situation and the recent turmoil that President Su had faced. It seems that President Su in front of us wants to use this as an excuse to clean house and make an example of someone to establish his authority. From another perspective, this was also Su Mengli's way of hinting at the hospital's top leader. It's time for her to make a statement and take sides. Thinking of this, Dean Wang immediately straightened his back and turned to look at Li Huofeng. Her eyes were sharp, and her words were righteous and stern. Li Huofeng, as the director of the pharmacy, you have abused your power, disregarded patients' lives, and seriously violated hospital regulations and professional ethics. I hereby announce that you are being immediately relieved of your post as head of the pharmacy. She turned her head and gave an order to the personnel manager and vice dean behind her. Execute immediately. And notify the technical department to immediately restore all patient prescriptions that have been illegally locked, without any delay. At the same time, notify the local police station. Transfer her to the police station for investigation of her illegal activities and deal with her seriously. What? You old bitch, you dare to touch me? Li Huofeng immediately exploded. She jumped up and down, screaming. Wang Kaiwan. You still want to fire me? Do you even know who my sister is? Once my niece arrives, let's see if you can still be the dean. She tried to use her backstage connections to pressure people again. By this time, a number of onlookers had already quietly gathered around. There were patients, but mostly doctors and nurses from the hospital. Seeing that the usually arrogant and domineering Director Li had finally met his match and was about to be dismissed by the dean on the spot, Their faces were filled with suppressed excitement and pleasure, exchanging knowing glances that said, "She's finally getting her comeuppance." Dean Wang sneered, thinking that Li Huofeng was hopelessly stupid and still couldn't see the situation clearly.
On what grounds? Because you've broken the law. Because President Su is here.
Dean Wang completely ignored her words and waved to the two female security guards next to him.
Take her under control and wait for the police to arrive. As soon as he finished speaking.
Upon hearing this, two burly female security guards immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and grabbed Li Huofeng's arms.
These security guards had long disliked Li Huofeng, and now that they had the chance, they used every ounce of strength they had to twist her, making Li Huofeng cry out in pain. Li Huofeng panicked completely.
As she struggled, she hurled insults at him without restraint.
Wang Kaiwan. You old bitch. You just wait. My sister and my niece will never let you get away with this. You.
Just then, a sharp female voice came from outside the crowd.
Get out of the way. All of you, get out of the way. Let's see who dares to touch my aunt.
A girl in a white dress, followed by a man with long, wavy brown hair, stormed in, pushing through the crowd with an aggressive air. The person who came was the niece that Li Huofeng had mentioned. Su Lily immediately spotted her aunt being restrained by the security guard. She flew into a rage and, without even looking around to see who else was around, rushed forward and started kicking and hitting the two female security guards.
Let go. You bastards. Who gave you the audacity to touch my aunt? The female security guard naturally recognized the arrogant Miss Su.
Not daring to retaliate for a moment, he had no choice but to release Li Huofeng. As soon as Li Huofeng escaped, she rushed to Su Lily's side, wailing and crying.
Lily. You're finally here. They ganged up on Auntie. They're going to fire me and call the police to arrest me. You have to stand up for Auntie.
Su Lily was spoiled rotten from a young age and was a complete playboy. She's only a little more restrained around men when it comes to women, she's always been unrestrained. While comforting Li Huofeng, she glared fiercely at Wang Kaiwan, about to hurl insults at her. However, when her gaze swept over the icy figure beside Wang Kaiwan,
she froze instantly.
His previously arrogant demeanor vanished instantly, as if doused with a bucket of ice water, and he instinctively stammered out.
Sister Mengli. Sister?
Su Mengli's beautiful lips curled slightly, while her eyes coldly stared at Su Lily.
It was as if I were watching a clown.
Lin Tian and Su Xiaowan, who were standing nearby, saw Su Lily and the woman with the brown, wavy hair. The two were taken aback at first, then exchanged a knowing glance. They both saw the same smile in each other's eyes. A playful smile curved Lin Tian's lips. I thought to myself, this world really is tiny. The main character and the clown are both here. Now the show is even more interesting. But more than anything, he wanted to see how well his temporary lover could handle these situations. Or, can they shoulder great responsibilities in future business endeavors? Chapter 23 Dramatic turn of events, the president gets angry and Lin Tian makes a move. Looking at the icy Su Mengli before her, Su Lily felt a chill run down her spine. The younger generation of the entire Su family. Who isn't living in the shadow of her business prodigy sister? The light was too bright. They were almost overwhelmed, becoming invisible mere foils.
Fortunately,
her mother, Lili, was lucky enough to give birth to her brother, Su Hao. This allowed the mother and her daughters to finally have the confidence to stand tall in the Su family, no longer having to be subservient to Su Mengli and Zhao Yaji. Su Mengli's gaze was like a knife, piercing straight at Li Huofeng.
She sneered at Su Lily and asked, Lily, is this a relative of yours? So, all along you've been protecting these parasites, undermining the foundation of my Shangfeng group? Su Lily's face flushed red and then turned pale.
She could certainly hear the sharp edge in those words. Now her mother and eldest brother are working closely together with the other 8 branches of the family.
They are preparing to force him out at the family meeting the day after tomorrow.
They had already fallen out, and there was no room for sentimentality between them. However, thinking back to last night, her mother had been so certain that she had taken control of the group from Su Mengli.
That meant victory was assured. Su Lily's courage instantly grew considerably.
At that moment, she changed her usual timid and submissive demeanor. It was as if his whole body had straightened up. She stepped forward slowly, trying to control her instinctively trembling body, and tried her best to imitate her mother's harsh words and manner.
Sister Mengli.
you were so bullied by my mother and brother at the group headquarters that you had nowhere to vent your anger, so today you can only come to a small hospital under the group to take it out on someone as insignificant as my aunt? I really didn't expect this. Everyone outside praises you as a business prodigy, so capable and shrewd in the market, but it turns out you're just a petty woman with a heart smaller than a pinhole. Su Mengli raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Lily, who was putting on airs, with a strange expression.
The next second, with a soft pft, she was so angry that she laughed. Su Lily, you haven't even figured out the situation yet, and you're already rushing to protect your relative? Do you think the company's reputation is a joke? How could you ignore the damage to the company's reputation and disregard the safety of patients' lives in order to protect your cronyism? Su Mingli's words went from being teasing at the beginning to being righteous and stern at the end. It also carries the oppressive aura of someone who has long held a high position. The moment she finished speaking, the impact caused Su Lily's entire body to sway slightly. How can long-term suppression be eliminated by a moment of pretense? In that instant, Su Lily's heart also began to waver. Could it be? My aunt, did she really do something that harmed the company's interests? Seeing that things were going badly, Li Huofeng cursed inwardly, this is bad. Immediately, she grabbed Su Lily's arm and shook it repeatedly. At the same time, he burst into tears and began to recount his story. Lily! Don't listen to her nonsense. That little bitch is clearly slandering me. She suddenly pointed at Su Xiaowan in the crowd, her voice shrill. I already said it's a system malfunction. The medicine can't be dispensed. And I even kindly asked the tech department to fix it as soon as possible, it should only take 3 days at most. But what about her? She just won't let go of me. And she's even making false accusations. Lily, you have to stand up for your aunt. Little bitch? Su Lily was puzzled, and then looked in the direction the finger was pointing. His gaze suddenly fixed on Su Xiaowan's face. With just one glance, old and new grudges surged into his heart. Anger shot straight to the top of his head. It's that poor, cheap girl. And that. Her gaze swept over Lin Tian. But the curse words she was about to utter were swallowed back down. That slap yesterday. She still feels a burning pain. She wouldn't dare to swear anymore. But in the end, he couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. She pointed at Su Xiaowan and said shrilly, so. You finally bullied me, haven't you? Yesterday you stole my man, and today you're slandering my aunt. Do you really think I, Su Lily, am someone to be trifled with? Su Lily became increasingly angry as she spoke. She suddenly pointed to Dean Wang standing to the side. With a stern voice and a fierce expression, she said, Wang Kaiwan. If you dare to lay a finger on my aunt today, your position as hospital director is over. I'm not afraid to tell you, the day after tomorrow, when the family meeting starts, I'll immediately have my mom kick you out of the hospital. You think Su Mengli can protect you? She can't even protect herself. Dean Wang's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. She had naturally heard about the recent turmoil at the head office. He stole a glance at Su Mengli, whose face was now as cold as ice. My mind started to weigh things rapidly. This President Su's position is indeed delicate now. It could even be said that it is in a precarious situation. All because she was unmarried at 25, the group's reputation was damaged, and even the national eugenics program might be cancelled. If Li Huofeng were to be fired rashly at this point, it would completely offend President Li. Once President Li takes the stage, will Wang Kaiwan still have a good time? Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on her back instantly, but she was secretly relieved that she hadn't gone too far. Dean Wang perfectly exemplifies what it means to change one's mind faster than turning the pages of a book. She forced a smile that looked more like a grimace, and first gave Su Mengli an apologetic look. Then he waved to the security guards, signaling them to step back. After all, Su Mengli is still the president, so she doesn't dare to openly disobey. So, she offered a compromise. President Su, what do you think? How about we put Director Li on probation for now? We can wait until the technical department has thoroughly investigated the system problem and obtained conclusive evidence before taking any action? Seeing this, Su Lily became even more smug and sneered, You old fool, you know what's good for you. Su Mengli's face turned ashen. She never expected that the director of a small hospital under the group would be involved. Today you dare to openly defy yourself. Dean Wang, she said, her voice as cold as frost. You think my words don't carry any weight now? Believe me or not, I'll have the group's administration department issue you a termination notice right now. President Su, I have no choice. I can't just fire a good colleague without any evidence, can I? Don't you think so?
Dean Wang's face scrunched up like a bitter gourd. He spoke haltingly, his eyes darting around, completely caught in a dilemma.
Li Huofeng saw this. Taking the opportunity, he also shouted, President Su. Which eye of yours saw me commit a crime? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. It can kill you. From beginning to end, I've always said it was a system malfunction. Don't think that just because you're the CEO of the group, you can frame innocent people. Everything must be based on evidence.
Su Lily immediately chimed in, exactly.
Anyone can talk the talk, walk the walk. Dean Wang gritted his teeth and forced a smile, advising, yes. President Su, perhaps, we should wait until the evidence is conclusive before. You.
Su Mengli was so angry at this shameless joint denial that she was speechless for a moment. Her delicate hand trembled as she pointed at Dean Wang and Li Huofeng, her chest heaving violently. He couldn't utter a single word. The hospital staff watching from all sides exchanged bewildered glances, angry but unable to speak out. They knew perfectly well what kind of person Li Huofeng was. But given the current situation, no one dares to step forward. The scene froze for a moment, the air seemingly solidified. Su Mengli was isolated and helpless, her face extremely pale.
However, at that moment, Lin Tian made a move. He strolled over to Su Mengli with a nonchalant air.
First, he glanced at Dean Wang, whose face resembled a dog. Finally, their gaze fell upon the outwardly fierce but inwardly cowardly Su Lily. A playful smile played on his lips as he slowly walked towards Su Lily.
Ah! Su Lily was startled on the spot, just like a mouse seeing a cat. With a loud ow, he jumped up and quickly hid behind the girl with long, wavy brown hair, peeking out only half his head and screaming in a bluffing manner. What do you want to do? I'm telling you. You can't hit me. Chapter 24 Truth Spray leads to twin policewomen. Lin Tian approached.
The brown-haired, wavy-haired girl was also terrified. Although the crisp slap yesterday didn't land on her face, the sound still sent shivers down her spine. These pampered girls, with their delicate skin, how could they withstand this? She cried out ouch, and, like a startled rabbit, shrank back behind Li Huofeng, peeking out half her head with Su Lily on either side, staring in horror at Lin Tian who had approached. Li Huofeng had never personally experienced Lin Tian's unpredictable and impulsive style of smoking.
I'm not that scared.
But since the other party was a man, she didn't dare to be too presumptuous. After all, she usually just uses her son's male identity to exploit loopholes in the rules and bully others.
She forced herself to remain calm and said, What do you want to do? Don't slander people without evidence. Even if you're a high-quality man, you can't just make things up out of thin air, can you? Everything needs to be based on evidence. Lin Tian tilted his head and smiled knowingly. Of course, it's all about evidence. That's why I'm here to ask you for evidence, isn't it? Li Huofeng was taken aback and asked suspiciously, You're asking me for evidence? You're not kidding, are you? Is this kid an idiot? Just like my precious son? You want to get information out of me? Is he crazy, or does he think I'm stupid?
However, before she could finish her thought, a very faint, almost imperceptible, peculiar fragrance quietly entered her nostrils. Her thoughts instantly became sluggish and blurred. Consciousness began to fade. Standing opposite her, Lin Tian discreetly slipped a small trinket, resembling a miniature perfume bottle, back into his pocket. This was the truth spray that he had just redeemed from the system shop with 50 affection points.
The effect is simple and direct. Just a light spray at the target, and it will last for the next 3 hours. No matter what you ask, the other party has to tell you the truth.
Lin Tian put away the props and slowly retreated to Su Mengli's side, while giving Su Shaowan a meaningful look.
Su Shaowan understood immediately and turned on the phone's video recording function.
Lin Tian then spoke, his voice not loud. Li Huofeng, tell me in detail how you abused your power, deliberately locked Ms. Qin Mei's prescription, and threatened and coerced Su Shaowan. These words were spoken.
The onlookers all looked at him like he was a fool.
He stared blankly at Lin Tian. Su Mengli also cast a suspicious glance at her.
I thought to myself, how can they possibly admit it if you ask so directly?
Su Lily saw Lin Tian retreat.
In an instant, my courage returned. She emerged from behind Li Huofeng, sneering. Hey! Lin Tian, are you stupid? Do you think my aunt will admit it if you ask like that? Don't tell me I don't believe my aunt would do such a thing. Even if she did, she's not stupid. Why would she tell you? However, she had barely finished speaking. Li Huofeng, standing beside him, seemed to have had a play button pressed. She began to speak clearly and without missing a single word. I did it. My son took a fancy to Su Xiaowan and her sister Su Xiaoyu and wanted them to be lovers. But they refused no matter what, so I used her mother's medicine to strangle them. This morning, when I saw Su Xiaowan bring you here, I knew it was all over. I was angry, so I had Qin Mei's prescription locked. I even wanted my niece Lily to back me up and mess things up. Whoosh! The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at Li Huofeng. She actually said it? And you explained it in such detail? Su Lily also turned her head in surprise to look at her aunt. Auntie, you really did it? Li Huofeng seemed to regain consciousness for a moment after being startled by the question. Her face turned deathly pale, and she hurriedly tried to correct herself. No. I was just talking nonsense. But her mouth seemed to be out of her control. Her tone suddenly changed, even carrying a hint of smugness. That's right. I did it all. I brought you along, you stupid niece, because you're easy to fool and I wanted to use you as a pawn. I just didn't expect, you idiot, you actually went to such lengths to protect me. Ha ha ha. You're saying I'm an idiot? Su Lily was instantly struck dumb, staggering back several steps, pointing at Li Huofeng, her whole body trembling. She never expected that the family she had been desperately trying to protect would turn out like this. That's how they see her. Su Lily was instantly overwhelmed by this immense humiliation and betrayal. She burst into tears on the spot. The truth has come out. Shocked, Su Mengli subconsciously looked at Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes filled with surprise and inquiry. What methods were used? How could Li Huofeng be made to utter the truth as if possessed? But she had no time to delve into the matter at that moment, and immediately turned to Dean Wang, whose face was ashen, her voice icy. Dean Wang. Now. We have witnesses and testimonies. Do you still want to keep him under observation and investigate him at your own pace? Dean Wang's face turned pale and then red, and he was inwardly groaning in despair. Li Huofeng, is this her mother foolishly opening the door for another fool? Is she just incredibly foolish? Dean Wang was ready to let the matter drop. Well, that's bad. Now that I've dealt with her, she's like Pigsy looking in the mirror. She's caught in the middle, neither here nor there. But the situation was beyond her control, and she dared not compromise any longer. Her eyes flashed sharply, and she shouted at the two female security guards beside her. What are you all standing there for? Take this black sheep into custody and await police processing. The two female security guards acted swiftly and decisively, one on each side, firmly restraining Li Huofeng, who was still grinning foolishly. Let me go. You dare touch me. My sister is Lili, my nephew. Li Huofeng struggled and shouted, but at this moment her threat seemed so pale and ridiculous. No one paid any attention to her anymore. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into a buzz of discussion. My God! She actually did something like giving birth to a son without an anus. How vicious! They actually tried to kill someone. Serves her right. Now even if her sister is the president, it won't save her. Su Lily slumped to the ground, her makeup ruined by tears, her eyes vacant, as if she hadn't yet recovered from the blow of being publicly insulted as an idiot by her closest aunt. Her brown-haired follower stood by helplessly, wishing he could disappear into the ground. Just then, a series of hurried and orderly footsteps came from the entrance of the hall. Make way. Police station is handling a case. The crowd parted, and several female police officers in uniform, looking smart and capable, strode in. The leader had sharp eyes. He scanned the scene and immediately walked towards Dean Wang. Dean Wang, we've received an emergency call. What's going on here? Dean Wang quickly stepped forward, pointed to Li Huofeng, who was under control, and briefly recounted what had happened. The lead officer frowned and gestured to his subordinates. The evidence is conclusive. He is suspected of intentional injury and abuse of power. Take him away. Two policewomen stepped forward and handcuffed the distraught Li Huofeng. Just as the police officers were about to take the person away, one of the youngest-looking female officers, with a somewhat carefree air about her, inadvertently glanced at Su Xiaowan.
She was taken aback at first, then her eyes suddenly lit up. "Elder sister?" she exclaimed in surprise, broke away from the group, ran to Su Xiaowan, and grabbed Su Xiaowan's hand.
"Sister! What are you doing here? Wait a minute, didn't you text me last night saying?" Chapter 25 Su Xiaoyu teases the lively nurse.
When Su Xiaowan saw the person who came, a smile instantly bloomed on her face, and the gloom from before vanished.
"Xiaoyu. I'm here to get my mom's medicine."
Lin Tian stood aside, looking at the policewoman's appearance, which was almost a carbon copy of Su Xiaowan.
He was completely stunned. Picture. They look so alike. The same pretty face, the same lively eyes.
One is gentle and shy, while the other is lively, outgoing, and full of energy. If it weren't for their distinct personalities, one might easily mistake them for twins at first glance. Su Xiaoyu also noticed Lin Tian at this moment. She blinked her big eyes, and a bright, slightly teasing smile immediately appeared on her face.
"Oh. Isn't this my brother-in-law?"
She tilted her head playfully, sizing up Lin Tian.
"Hello, brother-in-law. My name is Su Xiaoyu, and I'm your half-sister. Don't you remember? We just met yesterday at the matchmaking event." "What is that?" Su Xiaoyu's words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly dispelling the doubts in Lin Tian's mind. "Oh, right. Yesterday, in the audience, there was that girl who kept looking up at him, with a confident and lively smile. It was her. I knew it." He clearly had his eye on a vibrant, lively, and adorable girl. How come he became a different person after taking the stage? At the time, I thought the other person was just shy. Unexpectedly, the one I fell in love with at first sight was my younger sister, Su Xiaoyu. Su Xiaowan, standing to the side, blushed instantly. She glanced at Lin Tian furtively, her small hands nervously clenching the hem of her clothes, afraid that Lin Tian would be unhappy. He felt that she had deceived him. However, Lin Tian laughed heartily, his astonished expression instantly dispelling his surprise. He reached out and ruffled Su Xiaowan's hair. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? It's alright, you two sisters are doing great." "Ha ha." Su Xiaowan felt a warmth in her heart, and her eyes reddened as she looked at Lin Tian. She felt that Lin Tian was the best husband in the world. At this moment, she was even willing to give her life for Lin Tian. Just one word from him. Ding. Su Xiaowan's affection value plus 50, total 85. New addition, vow to the death. The concubine Su Xiaowan is grateful, devoted, and sworn to die for her lover. Lin Tian looked at the quirky and clever Su Xiaoyu. "I actually found this girl quite interesting," he said. "So you're Xiaowan's sister? Not bad, you look very energetic." He. "Thank you for the compliment, brother-in-law." Su Xiaoyu gained Lin Tian's approval, and her two shallow dimples on her face looked sweet. She laughed even more heartily. He then grabbed Su Xiaowan's arm and said excitedly, "Sis. That's great. You finally, he. She leaned close to Su Xiaowan's ear and whispered in what she thought was a very quiet voice, but which everyone around could hear. "Sis. Is your husband good in bed? How many times a night? Hey. You brat. What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Xiaowan blushed instantly and reached out to cover her sister's mouth, and the two sisters started playing around. Lin Tian looked up at the sky speechlessly. This girl was too reckless. "Great. Great." Su Mingli, who had maintained a cold expression throughout, couldn't help but twitch her lips slightly when she heard Su Xiaoyu's lewd words. After the two sisters bickered for a while, Su Xiaoyu suddenly remembered the important matter. She quickly looked at Lin Tian, her tone becoming more serious. "Brother-in-law, the evidence is conclusive. Li Huofeng is definitely not going to get away this time." Then, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed Su Xiaowan's hand. "Sis. Perfect timing. You've already completed your marriage registration. How about I take you straight to the police station this afternoon to complete your onboarding procedures? Start work early, get paid early, so I can support my brother-in-law." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan's eyes immediately lit up with longing. She looked at Lin Tian expectantly. "Honey, is it okay?" Looking at her cautious yet hopeful eyes, Lin Tian naturally couldn't refuse. He smiled and nodded. "Go ahead. Finish it quickly so you can go home sooner." "Yay. Thank you, honey."
Su Xiaowan was so happy she almost jumped up and quickly kissed Lin Tian on the cheek.
For a moment, she couldn't even be bothered with shyness.
Su Xiaoyu cheered, and the two sisters hugged each other again, their faces beaming with bright smiles. Soon after communicating with Dean Wang, Qin Mei's prescription was quickly restored, and the required medicines were prepared in no time. Su Xiaowan, carrying the medicine and the supplements Wang Milan had bought earlier, walked hand in hand with Su Xiaoyu, preparing to go back to her mother's house to deliver the medicine.
Then go to the police station. Before leaving, Su Xiaowan looked back at Lin Tian several times with reluctance. Honey, I might go to my mom's tonight to stay with her, and then go back tomorrow, okay? Go on, spend some time with your aunt. Lin Tian waved his hand.
Watching the Su sisters leave, chatting and laughing, Lin Tian suddenly felt a little empty inside.
I came into this world yesterday. I've always been used to this little girl running around taking care of things for me. Now we've suddenly separated.
Lin Tian suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Su Mengli wanted to stay and handle the follow-up matters surrounding the hospital, he let out a soft sigh, put his hands in his pockets, and walked alone toward the hospital gate.
Stepping out of the gates of the enclosed hospital, the afternoon sun was a bit too bright.
Lin Tian took a deep breath of fresh air, completely shutting out the noise and chaos behind him.
I walked down the steps in a few steps. He didn't care about his image at all and just sat down on the top step. Just watching the people come and go in front of me. All of them are the same color. It was almost entirely women. Young, mature, busy, leisurely. This creates a unique scenic view. Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh. Is this a distortion of human nature? Or is it a decline in morality? Or perhaps the ultimate dream destination for men?
Soon, his presence attracted countless glances from passers-by. Their bold, shy, or curious gazes fell on Lin Tian like spotlights.
This feeling is wonderful. It's like that feeling you used to have when you saw a stunningly beautiful woman on the street and couldn't help but take a second look.
Now, however, he himself has become the object of being observed. At that moment, a young girl in a nurse's uniform walked past Lin Tian hurriedly with her head down. She couldn't help but quickly look up and steal a glance at Lin Tian. Lin Tian happened to catch this fleeting glance.
Lin Tian suddenly felt playful. He winked his left eye at the nurse and gave her a cheeky, flirtatious look. Ah!
The nurse gasped, her cheeks flushed instantly, and she twisted her high heels, almost falling down the steps. With great difficulty, she hurriedly grabbed the railing, not daring to look back, and ran away in a panic like a frightened little rabbit.
But ha 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 ha. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud, feeling inexplicably cheerful. This world is fucking interesting. In the past, girls would dress up beautifully and go out. Isn't it just to attract attention? But when others actually look at it, they often put on a cold or impatient attitude. Unlike now. He was just sitting there, yet he received so many admiring or shy glances. Simple, direct, and satisfying. Just then, the light behind him dimmed slightly. A faint, cool perfume scent wafted over. Lin Tian realized that he knew who it was without even turning around. Chapter 26. The veteran driver sets off, twins, one still and one moving. Su Mengli.
She looked at Lin Tian, who was sitting casually on the steps, and her delicate eyebrows furrowed almost imperceptibly. Her upbringing and habits made it impossible for her to understand this casual, even somewhat vulgar, behavior.
But she didn't say anything.
She still maintained that aloofness and elegance.
Standing quietly,
she stood in stark contrast to Lin Tian, who was sitting on the steps.
Some women passing by lingered on Lin Tian for a moment.
But when she saw Su Mengli behind Lin Tian, they sensed that powerful aura that kept strangers at bay, as well as that captivating beauty.
Most of these women would subconsciously feel ashamed and quickly lower their heads. I quickened my pace and left. It felt as if even a glance would be a desecration of that beauty. Silence spread between the two. Only the faint noise of the street market downstairs could be heard. A while later,
Lin Tian didn't turn his head, but suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a slightly lazy tone.
Hey! Aren't you tired of standing? Su Mengli's cool voice came from behind, not tired. Lin Tian smiled and continued to ask. Aren't you really curious about why Director Li was acting like he was possessed, blurting out everything? Su Mengli paused for a moment, then answered truthfully, yes.
She was not only eager to know, but her heart was also burning with an intense, almost cat-like excitement. Because that was completely beyond her comprehension.
Ding! Su Mingli new exploration.
The prospective concubine Su Mingli has been aroused by curiosity and a desire to investigate.
Suddenly,
Lin Tian stood up from the steps, turned around, and patted the dust off his pants. He looked at Su Mingli, meeting her beautiful eyes filled with inquiry and doubt. He grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth, his smile carrying a hint of mystery and mockery.
If I said I could hypnotize people, would you believe me? Su Mingli's heart pounded wildly in fright at Lin Tian's sudden approach.
Her red lips parted slightly, and she instinctively wanted to blurt out, "You're kidding me." But she held back in the end. She just glanced at Lin Tian coldly with that "Do I look like an idiot to you?" look. Clearly, she didn't believe a single word of it. Lin Tian didn't care and shrugged.
Believe it or not, it's up to you.
He changed the subject, his gaze sweeping over the parking lot in front of the hospital.
Let's go. Don't CEOs like you, the ones portrayed in those short dramas, always have luxury cars and drivers when you go out? Where's the car? Have your driver bring it here.
His tone was so natural, as if it were a matter of course, without the slightest hesitation. Su Mingli was taken aback by his sudden change of thought and subconsciously pointed to a black Maybach not far away.
There. Lin Tian whistled and walked towards the car. Beside the car stood a female driver in a smart uniform.
Upon seeing Su Mingli approach, he immediately stood up straight and respectfully.
Lin Tian walked straight to the driver's seat and smiled at the female driver. "Miss, could you please give me your seat?
I'll drive."
Ah. The female driver was completely stunned and looked at Su Mingli helplessly. Su Mingli was also stunned, and quickly took 2 steps to catch up. "Lin Tian, do you have a driver's license? Or should we?"
But he didn't finish his sentence. Lin Tian had already opened the car door, and with a shove of his buttocks, he pushed the still dazed female driver away.
He plopped down in the driver's seat.
The car window rolled down, and he leaned out, beckoning to Su Mingli, who was standing outside the car looking speechless. He wore that signature, slightly mischievous smile.
"What are you spacing out for? Aren't you going to get in the car? Don't forget who you are now. Temporary lover. Serving your man well while he drives is a basic obligation, don't you understand? If you perform well, I might be in a good mood and give you a permanent position sooner."
After saying that, he didn't wait for Su Mingli's reaction and directly closed the car window.
Buzz. A deep, powerful roar of engines suddenly erupted.
Like a wild beast awakening. Su Mingli stood there, looking through the hazy glass at the man in the driver's seat with a roguish smile, seemingly in control of everything. Then he glanced at the female driver next to him, who seemed completely at a loss. She took a deep breath, feeling that she had never been so passive and absurd in her entire life. But in the end, she gritted her teeth, walked around the front of the car, opened the passenger door, and bent down to sit inside. "I had just sat down, and hadn't even had time to fasten my seatbelt." Lin Tian suddenly turned to the side, his arms suddenly reaching across the central control and reaching in front of Su Mingli. The man's hot breath approached instantly, carrying a strong sense of aggression. Su Mingli's body stiffened abruptly, her back pressed tightly against the chair back, a hint of panic flashing in her beautiful eyes.
What does he want to do? Does this mean we have to?"
Just as her heart was racing and her thoughts were in turmoil,
there was a soft click.
Lin Tian pulled the seatbelt next to her and deftly inserted it into the buckle. It turns out it was just about wearing a seatbelt. After doing all this, Lin Tian withdrew his hand, the playful smile on his lips deepening, and deliberately moved his body closer.
He whispered almost into her earlobe, "Temporary lover, first rule. Always fasten your seatbelt. Because..." Before he could finish speaking, he slammed on the gas pedal. The experienced driver is about to set off. Boom! A powerful push instantly pressed Su Mingli firmly against the leather seat. The black Maybach roared off like a wild horse. Squeak! Slam on the brakes. Accelerate hard, turn the steering wheel all the way to the right. With a graceful drift, it left 4 black streaks on the concrete ground in front of the hospital gate. White smoke billowed out. Su Mingli, who was in the passenger seat, was violently slammed to the left by the powerful inertia and slammed into the car door. At the same time, the seatbelt also cut a deep cleavage across her chest. Pull the accelerator to the floor. Boom! The engine roared again.
A 6-meter-long Maybach suddenly appeared and merged into the traffic. In the blink of an eye, they weaved left and right and quickly disappeared at the hospital entrance. The female driver stood there, stunned, her face a picture of disarray.
He muttered to himself in the wind, "Damn, are all men these days this wild?" Meanwhile, at the Zhonghai City Police Station.
Afternoon sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the busy yet orderly office area. Su Xiaowan stood beside her workstation, wearing a brand new, crisp navy blue police uniform. The police uniform perfectly accentuated her strong, graceful, and supple figure. Her usual gentle temperament was now tinged with a touch of heroism and competence. She pursed her lips slightly, her expression focused and barely concealing her excitement, carefully following the instructions of a policewoman.
Filling out the final onboarding form.
The pen tip glides across the paper, making a soft, rustling sound. For her. This is not just a formality, it is the official start of a new chapter in life. Several young female colleagues curiously gathered around, looking her over with envy in their eyes.
"Wow, Xiaowan, you look completely different in this uniform."
A short-haired policewoman patted her shoulder with a smile.
Another slightly older policewoman also joked. "That's right.
Our police station has been dominated by women for so long, Xiaowan, you finally arrived. From now on, our masculinity index and the face of our department will all depend on you." This quirky joke instantly snapped Su Xiaowan out of her seriousness, and her pretty face flushed bright red. She lowered her head shyly, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her dress, and whispered,
"Seniors, please stop joking with me."
However, her usually clear, doe-like eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brightness.
This is an expectation and confidence that comes from breaking free from dependence and realizing one's value through one's own strength.
This contrasts with her obedient and docile demeanor as she nestled beside Lin Tian.
Completely different. "Sis. Are the paperwork done? Hurry. Come with me. We're going to the hearing."
Just then, a figure rushed into the office like a whirlwind. The person arrived before the voice. She was Su Xiaoyu, wearing the same police uniform and radiating vitality.
Chapter 27: The First Blossoms of the Twin Flowers at the Siya Hotel. A bystander? Su Xiaowan was taken aback, not understanding. "Yes. It's Li Huofeng, whom we just brought back."
Su Xiaoyu leaned closer, lowered her voice, and spoke rapidly. "This woman seems to be under some kind of spell. She answers everything I ask, and she's incredibly obedient." A smug look appeared on her face. "The captain said this matter was originally related to you, so he asked you to attend the hearing.
Firstly, it can corroborate your testimony, and secondly, it can help you familiarize yourself with the interrogation process in advance."
Without saying another word, Su Xiaoyu grabbed the still somewhat bewildered Su Xiaowan and ran off.
The atmosphere inside the interrogation room was somewhat serious.
The experienced Sister Zhang had already prepared her notebook.
Seeing the two sisters enter, she smiled gently. "Xiaowan is here? Don't be nervous, it's mainly for observation and learning, to get a feel for the actual interrogation process in advance." "Sis. This is Sister Zhang I told you about. She's such a nice person.
After you gave me that marriage exemption spot last year, Sister Zhang has been taking care of me throughout my year at the police station," Su Xiaoyu introduced to her sister with a smile.
Su Xiaowan stepped forward and nodded in greeting. "Hello, senior. Thank you, Sister Zhang, for taking care of my sister." "Oh dear.
Xiaowan, stop listening to your mischievous sister's nonsense. We're all colleagues, there's no need to be so formal." Sister Zhang familiarly tugged at Su Xiaowan's hand, then continued, "But since you're new here, I still need to say in advance that this is different from the theories we learn in school.
As frontline police officers, we mostly have to make some corresponding changes based on the actual situation." "Okay.
I will definitely learn humbly and adapt to the job as soon as possible."
Su Xiaowan nodded politely.
The group sat down on a few empty chairs nearby. Seeing Li Huofeng sitting in the chair with a blank stare and a dazed expression, she was completely different from her usual self.
"Sister Zhang, why does she still look like this?"
Su Xiaowan asked, puzzled.
"I don't know," Sister Zhang shook her head. "It's always like this, I just answer whatever you ask." "Oh."
Su Xiaowan seemed to remember something.
"I had a guess in my mind."
She noticed that when Lin Tian approached Li Huofeng, he seemed to spray something.
But she didn't think about it deeply.
The third rule of female virtue states that after marriage, a girl must unconditionally trust her husband and should not delve into secrets that he does not explicitly state. Moreover, an excellent wife must unconditionally support all of her husband's decisions and ideas. The interrogation begins. Following procedure, the lead officer began questioning Li Huofeng about her abuse of power. Su Xiaowan took out her small notebook and began taking notes on interrogation techniques. Su Xiaoyu was constantly scrutinizing Li Huofeng, her eyes slightly brightening, as if she was pondering something.
I did it. My son is mentally disabled and completely impotent.
To cover my tracks, I took a liking to Su Xiaowan and her sister, wanting them to be my lovers. They refused, so I used her mother's medication to strangle her.
Li Huofeng answered all questions truthfully and provided detailed confessions.
Hearing this, Su Xiaoyu was so angry she wanted to curse, but Sister Zhang stopped her with a look. Su Xiaowan clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Although she already knew the truth, hearing it with her own ears still made her feel nauseous and terrified.
The questioning focused on Li Huofeng's personal illegal activities. However, Su Xiaoyu couldn't hold back and suddenly went beyond the bounds, asking, "Didn't you claim your sister as Li Li? Do you have any secrets about them?" Sister Zhang immediately frowned, lightly kicked Su Xiaoyu under the table, and whispered a reminder, "Mind your manners. This is irrelevant to this case." "Oh." Su Xiaoyu responded softly.
The interrogation was briefly interrupted, and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Zhang Jie's caution is naturally due to her own considerations. Shenfeng Group is a leading enterprise in the Jianhai region, participating in national-level research and development of eugenic drugs and receiving official support.
If it involves high-level officials, it's best to avoid it if possible.
But at this moment, Su Xiaowan, who was silently taking notes, paused slightly as a thought suddenly popped into her mind. She glanced up at her younger sister, and their eyes met for a fleeting moment.
Su Xiaoyu understood immediately, which also confirmed the suspicion she had in mind.
Then her eyes darted around, and she put on a coquettish smile as she approached Sister Zhang.
"Okay, Sister Zhang, I know I was wrong.
Look, it's already afternoon, and your favorite milk tea shop has a buy one get one free offer today.
Go on over, it's on me. And while you're at it, get me a cup too." "Hey! You little rascal, don't give me that. It's working hours."
Sister Zhang feigned anger and lightly tapped Su Xiaoyu's forehead.
"Oh, Sister Zhang, please go."
Su Xiaoyu hugged Sister Zhang's arm and shook it, then whispered in her ear, "I heard that Xiao Wang, the new male colleague in the anti-smuggling department, is particularly shy. Maybe he won't even have a girl bring him afternoon tea today. Sister Zhang, you're so kind, please go and check on him."
"Oh, Xiao Wan, you're making fun of me."
Sister Zhang's cheeks flushed slightly. She was worn down and, glancing at the quiet suspect, stood up helplessly. "You're so full of tricks. Keep an eye on the suspect, follow the rules, and don't ask any more random questions." As she left, she turned off the video recorder and gestured to the other female police officer who was questioning her.
After they left. As soon as the door closed, Su Xiaoyu winked triumphantly at her sister. Su Xiaowan took a deep breath and took over the reins.
She repeated Su Xiaoyu's question in a calm and clear tone. At the same time, he quickly took out his phone and started recording. Under the effect of the truth spray, Li Huofeng confessed all of Li Li and her son's crimes of embezzling public funds, taking kickbacks, and fabricating evidence. Throughout the entire QA session, Su Xiaowan remained calm, her hands steady without trembling in the slightest. Just as Li Huofeng was about to get to the sensitive details, Su Xiaowan sharply interrupted.
"All right, the Economic Crime Investigation Division will ask you about the details later."
She cut her losses in time, avoiding information overload. As a top student at the police academy, she is well aware of the appropriateness of evidence.
After everything is over. Not long after, Sister Zhang entered the interrogation room alone, carrying 3 cups of milk tea.
Seeing that everything was normal, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid the two sisters would do something seriously wrong.
After the interrogation ended, Li Huofeng was taken away.
Su Xiaowan returned to her post.
"She's just starting work today, so there are no work assignments yet.
I heard that Su Xiaoyu was recently promoted to field team leader. She received an emergency call and led her field team to handle the dispute." Holding her phone, Su Xiaowan recalled the illegal activities confessed by Li Huofeng.
Girls are naturally more sensitive. In addition, he is a top student who has received formal training at the police academy.
She naturally realized that Lin Tian accompanying her to the hospital, and deliberately bringing Su Mengli along, was no accident.
And then there's Lin Tian's attitude towards that aloof and arrogant CEO Su.
And the look in her eyes last night when she was telling Lin Tian about Sheng Feng. All of this points to one fact: Lin Tian cares deeply about that aloof female CEO. Thinking of this, she felt a pang of sadness, but it was quickly replaced by more complex emotions.
Is it a sense of crisis?
Perhaps a little. But more than anything, it was a realization that, as expected, and an eagerness to help him and become his support. Su Xiaowan wasn't jealous. Instead, she started thinking about how to help Lin Tian better subdue Su Mingli. Her keen insight honed through police academy training allowed her to understand some of Lin Tian's thoughts.
Lin Tian dislikes strong women. He prefers women who are submissive, obedient, sensible, and capable.
She let out a long sigh and pulled out the number saved as husband in her phone.
Meanwhile,
Zhanghai City, Binjiang Ecological Tourism Area.
Squeak!
With a sudden stop, 4 black tracks were left in the air. With a drift and a tail sliding maneuver, the Maybach, like a domineering crab, swerved sideways and parked in a designated parking space on a viewing platform. Su Mingli, sitting in the passenger seat, had lost all her usual aloofness. Her exquisite and beautiful face was now slightly pale, and her eyes were filled with fear. She was terrified by the raging storm.
This is the Xia Hotel? The only 5-star hotel in Zhanghai? Lin Tian asked curiously.
As he unbuckled his seatbelt, he peered through the windshield at a luxuriously decorated building not far away.
Chapter 28: A Domineering Kiss. This woman has a charm. Yes.
Su Mingli took a few deep breaths, her high chest heaving, her voice still trembling slightly from being forced into sex. She straightened her collar, trying to put that aloof mask back on.
More than 20 years of life.
Her cultivated composure nearly crumbled during the 1-hour mad dash. At this moment, outside the car,
a female manager in a smart uniform ran quickly toward them.
Upon reaching the back seat of the Maybach, he wore a professional and respectful smile and, as was his custom, opened the car door to greet the president. But the seats were empty.
She paused for a moment.
His gaze shifted to the passenger seat, and his perfect smile froze instantly.
The ever-aloof President Su was now sitting in the passenger seat? And her complexion was fair with a rosy glow?
The female manager reacted very quickly, immediately going to the passenger side to open the car door, her smile now tinged with fear.
President Su, welcome to our inspection.
At the same time, her gaze fell in astonishment onto the driver's seat. In this era of male scarcity, men who can drive are truly rare. She's really opened her eyes today. Lin Tian didn't take it to heart and got out of the car on his own. He flexed his wrists and began to look around. As the sun sets, the riverside at dusk is breathtakingly beautiful. Among the tourists, who were few and far between, almost all of them were women, with very few men.
Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh.
A male-to-female ratio of 1 to 1400 is truly terrifying.
He didn't realize it until now, living in the glory home. He was like a rare animal that had escaped from the zoo, surrounded by female hunters.
Sir, Mr. Su, this way please.
The female manager respectfully led the way.
I have already reserved the best spot on the observation deck in advance. But his burning gaze kept sneaking glances back and forth between Lin Tian and Su Mingli. Rumors had been circulating at headquarters that the president's position was unstable due to marital issues, and he might even be replaced by President Li.
Could this person be the rumored foreign aide? For Mr. Su to sit in the passenger seat, must he be a very high-quality man?
Thinking of this, the female manager felt a tremor in her heart, as if she had stumbled upon something extraordinary.
Along the way,
many black-clad office ladies greeted Su Mingli, but their gazes were all drawn to Lin Tian.
Faced with these curious and adoring gazes, Lin Tian remained calm and composed.
He even deliberately flirted with several girls who were peeping at him.
For a moment, it made them blush, yet they couldn't help but take another look. Su Mingli took all of this in without showing any emotion. Because this is normal. In this day and age, which woman doesn't yearn for love? Whether intentionally or unintentionally, she puffed out her chest, exuding the aura of a CEO.
This scared away quite a few female tourists who tried to strike up a conversation along the way.
We arrived at a secluded viewing platform. Exquisite rattan tables and chairs faced the most beautiful sunset over the river. President Su, please feel free to ask for anything you need.
I'll be right here.
The female manager wisely withdrew.
Su Mingli did not sit down immediately, but walked to the railing. The setting sun bathed her in a golden glow, and the river breeze gently caressed her hair. Looking at the prosperous scene she had created, she temporarily forgot her troubles, and a genuine sense of pride appeared on her face.
This riverside eco-tourism area.
Her voice exuded the confidence of a business elite. This is the first major project I've taken over the group since my father died. From demolition to operation, it took 3 years. Now, this place has become a landmark of Shanghai and the group's most stable cash flow. She turned slightly to the side, pointing to the 23-story building nestled in the greenery in the distance, her tone unconsciously softening. That's the Shiyu 5-star resort hotel.
Oh? Is that so?
Lin Tian chuckled, slowly walked to her side, put his hands on the railing, bent over, and gazed at the distant river.
Silence spread between the two, and immense pressure once again enveloped Su Mengli.
It's a remarkable project. Look at the foot traffic here. It's a commercially successful project.
But have you thought about this?
He suddenly spoke, his calm voice as cold as ice.
If you are no longer the president of Shangfeng the day after tomorrow, will all of this still have anything to do with you? After Lili takes power, will she erect a monument for you, or will she be eager to erase all traces of you and your mother?
Swish! Su Mengli's face turned deathly pale, and she swayed, having to hold onto the railing for support.
Yes. Years of dedication.
She gave everything for the group, even missing the best time to get married. Ironically, these very things have now become excuses for those women to attack. Tears welled up in my eyes. But she stubbornly held back, never letting a tear fall from the corner of her eye. But external reality is beyond her control. Because she is, after all, a woman. Suddenly, Su Mengli turned around and grabbed Lin Tian's arm tightly with both hands, like a drowning person grabbing the last piece of driftwood.
Can you help me? I can't lose all of this. It's what keeps me alive.
Seeing Su Mengli struggling to hold back her tears, Lin Tian deliberately sighed and said with a roguish grin,
"All right, stop looking at me like that. I know you're not that fragile. Besides, I'm not Li Li. I'm not interested in Shangfeng, but I am quite interested in you."
Su Mengli seemed to have her thoughts read, her face turned awkward, and she immediately let go. Lin Tian smiled smugly and continued, "Not only can I help you, I can help you unconditionally, until death do us part. But there's a premise. I, Lin Tian, have never been a pushover."
"You're so smart, I think you should know what I want. But you'd better hurry, I'm a rare find."
Su Mengli stared blankly upwards, her violently fluctuating emotions strangely calming down amidst these reckless words. Something seemed to have been left unfinished in my heart.
This is a high-stakes gamble. But besides that, what else could Su Mengli bet on? At least, he's straightforward enough. More reliable than those hypocritical men. At this moment, Lin Tian's roguish and domineering nature somehow became damnably convincing to her.
A gentle breeze caressed her face, causing a strand of Su Mengli's hair to flutter lightly. Strands of hair brushed against the tip of Lin Tian's nose.
Lin Tian took a sniff. Haven't washed your hair in days? It smells good." Lin Tian was waiting for a reply. Su Mengli seemed to have finally figured something out.
She took a deep breath, then suddenly leaned forward, standing close to Lin Tian. Her gaze was intense, and her tone suddenly changed. "Lin Tian, do you really like me?"
Ah.
Lin Tian was taken aback by the sudden seriousness.
"Do you like it?" He probably likes it. After all, that's his taste.
In a fleeting moment of distraction, Lin Tian quickly reverted to his roguish demeanor.
He grinned, a grin that was direct, blatant, and undisguised.
"Of course, otherwise why would I bother?" As he spoke, his aggressive gaze darted boldly over Su Mengli.
"A cold and aloof CEO like you, especially with those amazing legs, TSK, what man wouldn't want to have them? And..."
At this point, Lin Tian abruptly stopped, his tone shifting dramatically, his former roguishness instantly transforming into sincerity and integrity.
"Actually, what I wanted to say was simply because you were so beautiful."
Listening to the straightforward sweet words and seeing that fairly serious expression, Su Mengli's lips actually curled up slightly, revealing an extremely beautiful smile. She said softly, "Okay, I'm giving you everything, including myself and Xingfeng's future.
But you want me to be like Su Shaowan, all sweet and independent? I'm afraid I can't do it." "Can't do it? That's okay, I can teach you slowly."
As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled the other person into his arms. Looking at her, who had gathered up the thorns, even with a hint of resoluteness in her expression,
Lin Tian's desire to conquer was greatly satisfied at this moment.
He knew that this proud phoenix had begun to recognize its nest. Before she could react, her burning lips covered her cherry-red petals.
Su Mengli never expected Lin Tian to be so domineering. Her tense body, under the domineering yet gentle restraint, gradually gave up resistance. She closed her eyes, resignedly enduring the possessive kiss. The setting sun gilded the two people embracing. However, just as Lin Tian was about to deepen the kiss, ring ring, the shrill ringtone of the cell phone suddenly rang out. Su Mengli suddenly opened her eyes, then pushed him away, her cheeks flushed and her breathing disordered. Lin Tian curled his lips into a smirk and licked his lips triumphantly. He took his phone out of his pocket and pressed the answer button.
Hey!
Honey! Chapter 29 Husband, are you bullying a weak man? Honey, is it a good time to take a call?
On the other end of the phone, Su Xiaowan's voice sounded slightly uneasy.
Lin Tian keenly sensed the unusual tone in her voice and frowned as he asked. Is it convenient? Are you in trouble?
Oh, no. Su Xiaowan spoke rapidly, afraid that he might misunderstand, but her tone carried a hint of warmth.
It's Li Huofeng.
I just sent the audio recording evidence of Li Li and Su Hao's economic crimes to your phone.
Oh? Upon hearing this news, Lin Tian's brows relaxed and a satisfied smile appeared on his face.
Although he was annoyed by the interruption of their previous intimacy, Su Xiaowan's news came at just the right time.
Xiaowan, you're amazing. Thank you for the compliment, honey.
I will continue to work hard, Su Xiaowan said with a smile. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Lin Tian hung up the phone, put away his phone, and looked at Su Mengli beside him. The blush on her face had not yet faded, but there was more of an incredulous shock.
She heard everything that happened on the phone.
She couldn't understand how Su Xiaowan had obtained the evidence she had been dreaming of, the evidence that could completely turn the situation around, in such a short time.
You heard everything? Lin Tian's tone was a mix of teasing and smugness.
The enemy you regard as a fierce tiger, whom you feel is insurmountable, does not even require my personal intervention. He suddenly took a step forward, his gaze fixed intently on her.
So now, tell me your choice. Will you continue to cling to your pathetic pride, or will you grab the rope I'm handing you?
Su Mengli's delicate body trembled slightly, and she subconsciously took half a step back, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. If the intimacy just now only lowered her defenses, then the evidence now truly made her want to depend on them. Seeing her wavering expression, Lin Tian felt secretly pleased.
Just as he was about to approach again. Wow! It really is Su Mengli, the extraordinary businesswoman of Jianhai.
A sharp voice suddenly cut in. A well-dressed man with glamorous makeup excitedly rushed up from below the observation deck, holding a selfie stick and shoving the camera directly into Su Mengli's face.
President Su. Are you on a date? I heard you're over the age to be unmarried and that the other wives in the Su family are pressuring you out of the marriage. Is that true? Can you share this with my fans?
This blatant disregard for boundaries instantly shattered the ambiguous atmosphere. Su Mengli quickly snapped out of her daze, a look of disgust flashing across her face, and instinctively looked away from the camera. Lin Tian frowned slightly, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. This guy, whoever appeared out of nowhere, dared to ruin his plans.
Don't hide, beautiful Su. It's your good fortune to be able to interview you.
The man, taking advantage of the situation, wanted to take more photos. Seeing that the other party was so tactless, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold, and his aura suddenly became extremely oppressive. He stepped forward and shielded Su Mengli behind him. The man was taken aback by Lin Tian's sudden change in demeanor, his movements stiffened, but he still stubbornly insisted.
Who are you? I'm interviewing President Su, what's it to you?
At this moment, the female manager and two female security guards who had been waiting not far away quickly stepped forward and blocked the man's way, forming a human wall.
Sir. President Su is not available for an interview, the female manager said firmly.
Taking advantage of his gender, the man raised his chin and adopted an arrogant posture.
What are you doing? Trying to bully a weak boy like me just because you outnumber me?
Then, he pointed the camera at the three female managers and began to perform, his voice trembling with tears.
Look, family. People from Shangfeng Group are ganging up on me, a weak man. The female manager looked unpleasant, but dared not take any concrete action and could only explain. Sir, you've misunderstood. We just want you to leave. However, the man ignored them completely and instead cried out even louder. You're pushing me. Look everyone, they're pushing people.
The female manager was so angry that her face turned pale, but she was afraid of hurting him and had no choice but to do something. Su Mengli watched coldly, her eyes filled with disgust. She unconsciously glanced at Lin Tian, curious about how this man would handle the situation. Lin Tian seemed to notice her gaze and suddenly turned to meet her eyes. Su Mengli blushed instantly, like a little girl caught stealing candy, and quickly lowered her head.
A meaningful smile appeared on Lin Tian's lips.
With a slight thought, he directly redeemed the forced dance charm from the system shop. Watching the man who was putting on a crazy performance and creating a spectacle,
Lin Tian sneered inwardly. Are they trying to create a buzz and generate traffic? Want to become famous and an internet celebrity? Then I'll grant your wish and make you famous overnight with your dance. The moment the man silently recited the incantation to use the talisman, his body suddenly stiffened, and then, as if he had been electrocuted, he began to twist uncontrollably in place. The phone fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Tian stepped forward and picked it up. Glancing at the live stream, there were over 20,000 viewers. He got playful, propped his phone up on the table next to him, and adjusted the camera to point at the man who was wildly twisting and turning and shouting boom 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 to the accompaniment. The man danced seductively, his face filled with ecstasy, and his hands began to grope his body, tearing at his clothes. In no time, he was left with only a pair of shorts. Tourists around stopped to watch, pointing and laughing, and many took out their phones to record the scene. The female manager and the security guard were both stunned, completely unable to comprehend this sudden change. At that moment, the female manager's earpiece came through.
After answering the phone, she quickly turned around and respectfully said to Su Mengli,
Mr. Su, I am so sorry. It was our oversight that caused you both such a commotion. Dinner has been prepared for you at the revolving restaurant at the Shiyu Hotel. It's absolutely private and safe there, and you won't be disturbed in any way. Would you like to go there for dinner now?
Lin Tian did not answer directly, but instead turned his gaze to Su Mengli, asking for her opinion with his eyes. Su Mengli stared at Lin Tian. Although I don't know what methods he used, a warm feeling suddenly welled up in my heart. So this is what it feels like to be protected by a powerful force? She understood and looked up to meet Lin Tian's gaze. All the complex emotions I had before began to transform into a clear understanding.
Perhaps.
Only he could truly help her protect everything she had, and even give her more. Su Mengli nodded without hesitation, her voice soft yet exceptionally firm.
I will follow your arrangements.
Lin Tian naturally reached out and put his arm around Su Mengli's slender waist. Su Mengli stiffened slightly, but did not resist, and obediently nestled beside him.
Ding! Su Mengli new addition, falling in love. Already achieved, curiosity, exploration, infatuation. Next stage, admiration. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Guided by the female manager's bow, the two walked slowly towards the brightly lit Siya Hotel in the twilight.
Behind him, the man's booming music accompaniment was sometimes high-pitched and sometimes seductive, mixed with the laughter and murmurs of the onlookers.
Little cricket, it's so eye-watering. Record it quickly, this will definitely go viral.
Look, his live stream is going wild.
Chapter 30 The Life of a Disabled Man, Lin the Thief Suffers. Siya Hotel.
The dazzling revolving door slowly turned, like the entrance to some kind of extravagant world.
Lin Tian Gang walked in.
Expensive fragrances, food aromas, and a certain indescribable sense of oppression immediately come over you. The air conditioner was very cold, but he inexplicably felt a surge of heat. His gaze swept across the entire lobby, and his eye twitched suddenly.
Holy crap! What kind of cult sacrifice scene is this? Or is it a large pet feeding center? Lin Tian couldn't help but mentally rant.
In his previous life, he had some money and had witnessed the extravagant lifestyles of the wealthy, but compared to what he saw before him, that's like a large intestine wrapped around a small intestine. Life is so unpredictable.
This is completely different from another dimension.
A fat man, weighing at least 200 pounds, was slumped in the middle of the sofa like a lump of mud, his eyes closed and his mouth slightly open. A sophisticated woman in a Chanel suit was carefully feeding him a pitted lychee, and after finishing, she immediately dabbed his lips with a silk scarf. The man's Adam's apple bobbed, and he swallowed, not even lifting his eyelids once throughout, as if it were all perfectly natural. On the other side, a young man, as thin as a bamboo pole and wearing a flashy pink shirt, is enjoying a leg massage from a female companion, his fingers slightly effeminate. Another female companion knelt beside him, holding up a tablet computer for him to watch shows.
He would also impatiently point out from time to time, "Lower it, it's blinding me." Good heavens, is this a complete systemic paralysis? Or has the male population collectively degenerated?
Lin Tian felt his values being repeatedly rubbed into the ground once again. Even more outrageous, a man who looked like he had been drained of his health by alcohol and sex was panting heavily after just a few steps. He was being moved by two women, one on each side, almost supporting his arms, as if he were not walking, but ascending the throne. Strangely, the other female guests and waiters around seemed to take it for granted, and even cast envious glances at them. It's like envying those women who have the opportunity to serve men. It turns out that when a world becomes extremely unbalanced, it can truly escalate into a human catastrophe.
Lin Tian really couldn't adapt. He got goosebumps all over his body.
He leaned closer to Su Mengli, lowered his voice, and spoke with undisguised sarcasm and mockery.
Is this what you call a 5-star hotel routine? Are they all physically disabled, or did they collectively obtain severe disability certificates?
A faint bitterness flashed across Su Mengli's cold and beautiful profile, a kind of helpless resignation she had grown accustomed to. She responded in a low voice, her tone as calm as if she were stating a perfectly ordinary fact.
That's mostly true. Since the Great Cataclysm, men's poor self-care ability has become a privilege worth boasting about. The better they are served, the more it proves their noble status. Su Mengli had seen too many scenes like this, and her heart was already numb. Even deep down, she had sadly believed that this was how the world should be. She was just a little curious as to why the man beside her seemed so surprised. Could it be that he's different from other men? The two walked towards the private elevator in the hotel lobby. The female manager maintained an extremely humble smile throughout, almost running to greet him, her back bowed and never straightening up. Enter the elevator and go straight to the top floor. Ding dong.
The elevator doors opened.
Sir, Mr. Su.
Welcome to the Starry Sky private room. Under the respectful guidance of the female manager, Lin Tian felt as if he were walking on cotton, experiencing a sense of unreality with every step. As I stepped out of the elevator, every single waitress I encountered along the way was a high-quality young woman. Upon seeing Lin Tian and his two companions, they would immediately stop what they were doing, step back to the wall, and bow deeply, only daring to look up after they had passed. They secretly glanced at Lin Tian out of the corner of their eyes filled with a primal, physical desire.
Is this a hotel or a palace?
Lin Tian thought to himself that this sudden access to top-level privileges made him feel both excited and uncomfortable, as if he had been stuffed into a golden cage. The Starry Sky private room lives up to its name. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a dazzling view of the riverside at night, making it feel as if you can walk on the Milky Way. Two beautiful and well-proportioned waitresses were already standing quietly to the side, their eyes almost glued to Lin Tian. The dishes were exquisitely presented, like works of art. It's obvious that this was done by a female chef. Otherwise, Lin Tian really couldn't imagine that any grown man would be so meticulous as to arrange a simple dish of fermented bean curd and water spinach into a dish of dragons and phoenixes. After we sat down, a waitress next to me skillfully put on transparent gloves and, with surgical precision, quickly peeled open a huge crayfish, extracting the whole, tender shrimp meat. The other person used specially made slender silver chopsticks to carefully remove the finest bones from the grouper, like defusing mines. Then, with a silver spoon scooping up just the right amount of food and a sweet smile, she offered it to Lin Tian's lips.
Lin Tian's posture appeared somewhat stiff.
He felt extremely uncomfortable, his hair standing on end. The memory of self-reliance from his past life is deeply ingrained in his bones, and it reflects his values. Even though Lin Tian sometimes longed for this kind of disabled life, he still subconsciously raised his hand to block it.
She said somewhat awkwardly, "No, you don't need to do this, I can do it myself." Just as he raised his hand to refuse, Su Mengli, who was standing to the side, seemed to have expected it.
She turned to the side very naturally and straightened his already neat collar. This intimate gesture just happened to block part of the view of the people next to them. At the same time, her fingertips almost imperceptibly touched his arm, giving him a hurried look that said, "Don't refuse."
However, Lin Tian still managed to say it. As if a pause button had been pressed, the air in the entire private room instantly froze. The two waitresses' faces drained of all color in an instant.
Their hands, holding the silver spoons, began to tremble slightly as they looked in alarm at the female manager standing beside Su Mengli. Their eyes were brimming with tears, as if they were about to be dragged out and beheaded at any moment. The female manager's expression also changed drastically, her eyes instantly becoming extremely stern. She stepped forward, about to reprimand her subordinate. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian felt a chill run down his spine and quickly got up to stop them.
Wait. I'm not blaming them, I'm just not used to being fed.
His explanation only made things worse. The more he explained, the more terrified the female manager became.
He suddenly knelt down on the smooth floor with a thud.
His voice trembled, almost breaking into a sob.
Mr. Lin. We are extremely sorry. It was our poor service that caused you such a bad experience. Please punish us. We will immediately send a more experienced server. Please give us another chance.
The two waitresses behind her also knelt on the ground at the same time, their expressions terrified.
No? What are you doing here? Chapter 31 Bizarre Service, Lao Liang orders the president to be taken care of. Lin Tian looked at the scene before him and felt a headache coming on.
He resisted the urge to roll his eyes, his temples throbbing.
What kind of ridiculous rules are these? Combining Su Munli's subtle reminder with the exaggerated scene before them, he understood instantly.
This is yet another bizarre rule in this twisted world. He wasn't confused, it was pure frustration and a sense of powerlessness that made him too lazy to care. Seeing this, Su Mengli immediately stepped forward, leaned close to Lin Tian, and quickly whispered an explanation that only the two of them could hear. In the service industry, a man refusing service is tantamount to the most severe criticism and humiliation. The more you say no, the more afraid they become, which means they lack professionalism and will lose their jobs. Accepting their services according to the rules is the only way to acknowledge and protect their work.
Lin Tian fell silent.
It felt as if a million alpacas were galloping through his mind.
I thought to myself, but I don't want to be disabled.
But looking at the manager kneeling on the ground, trembling, and the two waiters who were about to cry.
All right, get up. Come on, let's feed you.
Lin Tian finally sighed, suppressing his inner turmoil, and slowly sat back down in his seat. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath as if bearing a heavy burden of humiliation, and then slightly opened his mouth as if resigned to his fate. The two waitresses exchanged a glance, both feeling a bit strange. What they considered routine service was like going to the guillotine when it came to this young man.
Other men, don't they all like this kind of service? However, seeing that Lin Tian did not refuse, they were overjoyed and stopped thinking about it. They quickly got up from the ground and nestled close to Lin Tian on either side of him once again. When the perfectly warm shrimp meat was fed into Lin Tian's mouth, although the texture was excellent, he found it tasteless. He felt like he had become the kind of human trash that people had been complaining about downstairs. This ultimate enjoyment of being waited on hand and foot made him feel so uncomfortable that he felt like he was twisting his heart into a pretzel. Perhaps Lin Tian was destined to be poor for the rest of his life. To ease the awkwardness, Lin Tian could only chew mechanically, his eyes darting around. He didn't even bother to look down and steal a glance at the two female waitresses in his arms, their breasts bulging like thunderbolts. It's not that he's not attracted to women, nor that he doesn't want them. But this situation. He always felt that this behavior was like being controlled and served by others. That's such a damn loser. Su Mingli watched all of this silently. She had seen far too many men take this service for granted, even act arrogantly and enjoy it. Lin Tian's unusual behavior made her rethink her definition and view of men. Even seeing him feel helpless and a little sympathetic towards the service staff? This reaction was unprecedented among the men she had ever met. This is actually one of the main reasons why she was still unmarried at the age of 25. In this world, some girls with good qualities can marry high-quality men and even obtain the status of a legal wife. Many of those who were less well-off or had no family connections became his mistresses. Everyone is striving to have offspring. Having a boy means that everything is guaranteed. So what kind of person is he? Why do they both enjoy privileges and seem to hate them? This seemed contradictory to Su Mengli. You could hear a pin drop in the private room. Only the occasional soft sound of a silver spoon touching a plate and an awkward sense of privilege spread through the silence. You are my little apple, no amount of love for you is enough. Just then, a piercing cell phone ringtone suddenly rang out. This is a special ringtone set by my mom, Wang Milan. Lin Tian felt like he had been granted a pardon. He quickly took out his phone and gently pushed away the two female waitresses in his arms, gesturing for them to stop. The waiter tactfully stepped back slightly. As soon as the call connected, Wang Milan's loud and penetrating voice boomed from the phone's microphone, ringing out clearly in the quiet private room. You brat! Where have you been running around at this hour?
Xiaowan called earlier and said she's going back to her parents' house tonight, so it's all empty now. I'm warning you, there are plenty of bad women out there these days, they're all like wolves and tigers.
You better keep yourself clean and don't bring any scumbags home. Be careful. You hear me?
The words "be careful" were emphasized, conveying a profound meaning. Lin Tian was so embarrassed that he dug his toes into the ground, wishing he could bury his face in the tablecloth. He subconsciously glanced at Su Mingli across from him.
Su Mingli clearly heard everything.
She picked up her water glass, took a sip, and looked out the window at the dazzling night view. Her perfect profile revealed no expression, but the slight blush on her ears betrayed a hint of embarrassment.
Wang Milan was still shouting relentlessly on the other end. Tell me. Who are you with? Before, you stayed at home every day, and I was so worried. Now that you've had your fun, are you going to stay out all night like Zhao Debao? Oh dear. I can't rest easy. Lin Tian sighed, then reluctantly confessed. Mom, I'm eating.
With Su Mingli, President Su of Shengfeng Group.
Ah.
There was an eerie silence on the other end of the phone for a second, followed by a deafening roar of jubilation that made Lin Tian's ears ring.
Oh my. My good son. You've finally come to your senses. Quick. Take President Su home tonight while Xiaowan is back. You have to have her tonight. Otherwise, things might get complicated. Although I am a bit older, it doesn't matter. As the saying goes, what's it again? Oh, right. It's a woman 3 years older than a man is like holding a gold brick. But that's not the point. I can tell at a glance that this CEO of the Su family has a but that's definitely got the makings of a son. Don't let someone else get the better deal. Did you hear me? This is an order. Immediately. Right now. After saying that, the other party did not give Lin Tian any chance to refute or ask questions. With a click, the phone was hung up. Just before hanging up the phone, Lin Tian vaguely heard a sentence. You damned Prime Minister, you've truly possessed me. We must increase our offerings tonight. Lin Tian stared at the blacked-out phone screen, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, completely stunned. He looked up and met Su Mingli's gaze, which had finally turned back to him. He shrugged and shook his phone. Shall we go? It looks like we're not going to finish this meal. You heard what my mom said, right? She said, she's going to have to take care of you tonight. Lin Tian has a habit when answering phone calls, he always has to turn on speakerphone. So throughout the entire call, let alone Su Mingli. Even the two waiters and the female manager heard it all clearly. The three women, their faces flushed, looked at their CEO with expressions of pure envy. In contrast, Su Mingli. Her beautiful, usually cold face was now completely flushed. But she seemed to have anticipated all of this yesterday. However, when Wang Milan confidently stated that she could have a son, this gave her a strange sense of anticipation. Therefore, she did not refuse. Her delicate and aloof face regained its composure slightly, and she nodded casually. Okay. I'll do as you say. Chapter 32 Qin Shuang's ambition and Mang Li's jealousy. Zhanghai City is ablaze with lights under the night sky. The car door closed behind me, shutting out the cold air and oppressive atmosphere of the Federation of Labor Union's office building. Qin Shuang rubbed her stiff neck and let out a long sigh of relief. The workday is over. But her own, more arduous battle has only just begun. She dragged her slightly tired steps back to her home in the old town, where the stairwells were always filled with the faint smell of cooking oil. The door opened from the inside as soon as the key was inserted into the lock. The younger sister, Xin Xiaoran, who had just come of age, peeked out, still holding a tablet in her arms, blinking her big, round, mischievous eyes that seemed innocent and naive. Hee. Sis. I knew it was you coming back. Can we have a nice meal today? We're so tired of takeout. Qin Shuang didn't answer immediately. She bent down to change her shoes. My gaze swept over the small table next to the shoe cabinet, where my mother's medical bills and my sister's tuition bill for the next semester were laid out. She was burdened by heavy family pressure. After changing her shoes, Qin Shuang gently touched her sister's soft, slightly curly hair. Qin Xiaoran is like a little elf, perfectly inheriting all the best features of her parents' appearance. But how long can this naivety last? In this world, beauty without foundation is itself a danger. Tomorrow my sister will give you your allowance, and I'll treat you to an extra meal.
Her voice was a little hoarse.
Oh. Qin Xiaoran looked a little disappointed and went back to the sofa to play on her tablet.
Entering her room, Qin Shuang took off her crisp Women's Federation uniform and carefully hung it up. It was as if a layer of disguise had been removed. She took out her personal tablet from her briefcase.
The screen lights up, and the first thing you see is a system briefing.
Follow up to the Binjiang tourist area incident, the male internet celebrity involved ID, XXX has been permanently banned and sentenced to 15 days of community service. The Federation of Husbands and Wife Associations has strengthened security measures in the area. She handled it cleanly and efficiently, which is in line with her professional standards.
But her mind wasn't on that at all.
Her fingers trembled slightly as she opened the internal query system and entered the name again. A blood-red warning pop-up appeared on the screen again.
Target, Lin Tian. Access level, top secret. Access denied. It's this again.
Each time she saw it, her heart fluttered with a mixture of despair and a deeper longing.
Grade B or above. It might even be that legendary A level.
As an internal commissioner of the Federation of Husbands and Husbands, she knew all too well what that code meant. The probability of an average man fathering a boy for a woman is as slim as winning the lottery.
And high-quality men.
Category C accounts for only about 5%, while Category B accounts for 20% that can completely change a family's fate.
And Grade A. That's 50%, enough to drive any woman crazy. A 50% probability.
Just once, just one chance to win his favor, and I could pay for my mother's surgery, my sister's future, and all the hardships our family was facing.
Then everything will be easily resolved.
She took a deep breath, as if she were betting her entire life, picked up her personal phone, and opened the chat window of the person she had only contacted once.
Her slender, white fingers hovered above the screen, finally transforming into a resolute tap.
Inside the Maybach, ambient lighting creates a tranquil and private space. Su Mengli gripped the steering wheel, but her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the rearview mirror. Lin Tian leaned back in the spacious back seat, his eyes closed. Outside the car window, the flowing city neon lights cast varying shades of light and shadow on his sharply defined profile.
Did he stand up for himself just now on the riverbank? Recalling Lin Tian's forceful kiss, and his domineering figure blocking the internet celebrity. The thought flashed through my mind.
This stirred a subtle, indescribable ripple in her heart.
Sudden.
A crisp ding broke the silence.
Lin Tian didn't even lift his eyelids, lazily taking out his phone.
The light from the screen instantly illuminated the corners of his mouth, which held a hint of amusement. Su Mengli immediately perked up her ears, her heart inexplicably tightening.
Whose message is this? What could possibly make him make that expression? Qin Shuang, Mr. Lin, hello. I apologize for bothering you. The Fulian system indicates you had a slightly unpleasant experience at the Binjiang tourist area tonight. Would you like me to provide further service standard re-education to the tourist area staff? Attached, professionalsmile.jpg. Lin Tian raised his eyebrows slightly and tapped lightly with his fingertips. Lin Tian, no need. It's nothing. Messages are replied to almost instantly. Qin Shuang, you are very magnanimous.
Also, based on this incident and my service permissions, I noticed that your security rating has been set to the highest priority by the system.
This means that you can enjoy S-level response permissions from the Federation in Jianhai City. Upon seeing this line of text, Lin Tian's smile deepened. Oh? Is this to demonstrate her value and the channels through which she can obtain information? That's interesting. Lin Tian, oh? So?
He could almost picture Qin Shuang's beautiful face on the other side of the screen, her breath catching in her throat with nervousness. Sure enough, the message paused for a few seconds before coming again. Qin Shuang, therefore, please allow me to set you as my highest priority service recipient. Whether it's trivial matters in daily life, or anything else, you can directly ask me for help.
My authority and efficiency will not disappoint you. A naked, yet dignified, surrender. This woman.
He admired her for being intelligent, direct, and ambitious.
Lin Tian, thank you for your kindness. I'll contact you when I need something.
He replied with this last sentence, then tossed his phone aside and chuckled lightly, clearly pleased with himself.
What an interesting and useful tool. However, that soft laugh felt like a needle, gently pricking Su Mengli's heart. She finally couldn't help but try to make her voice sound calm and even. Whose message is this? You seem to be having a great time chatting.
Lin Tian raised his head, his deep gaze meeting hers through the endoscope, his expression undisguisedly playful.
A very interesting tool. What, is President Su already checking up on me?
Su Mingli's cheeks flushed, feeling embarrassed that her thoughts had been seen through. She forced herself to remain calm and said, I wouldn't dare. I was just curious, which girl could keep you looking at your phone and smiling so late at night?
Oh? Lin Tian suddenly leaned forward, placing his arms on the back of the front seat, instantly closing the distance between the two.
His deep voice carried a strong sense of pressure. Instead of worrying about others, you should think about how to behave well when you get to my house.
Don't forget. You're only my temporary lover right now. I know. Su Mingli's hand trembled, and the car swayed slightly.
Her heartbeat suddenly became erratic, and she hurriedly steadied the steering wheel. But then I thought of those ambiguous scenes when I was being trained by Lin Tian.
Her fair ears turned uncontrollably red. Chapter 33, discussing his daughter-in-law's hips, Lin the thief wants to drink imported wine. The Maybach slowly drove into the glory home.
Beside the grand gate, the female security guard on duty, upon seeing this unfamiliar luxury car late at night, habitually approached with a formal, serious expression. But as soon as the female security guard approached, the car window slowly rolled down. When Lin Tian's handsome yet somewhat indifferent face was revealed, the female security guard's expression instantly became extremely respectful. He even subconsciously straightened his back and gave a salute. They then quickly raised the barrier and let people through without asking any unnecessary questions.
Underground parking garage.
The lighting was dim and the room was quiet. As soon as the car came to a stop, Lin Tian pushed open the door and got out, his movements swift and decisive. Without turning his head, he walked towards the elevator, his back straight and exuding a nonchalant roguish air.
Su Mingli was still sitting in the driver's seat.
She took several deep breaths before slowly unbuckled her seatbelt. She pushed open the car door, her high heels clicking on the cold cement floor. It makes a crisp de sound. In the empty underground parking garage, it stood out exceptionally clearly, even somewhat lonely. She quickened her pace, like a tiny shadow, to catch up with the tall figure ahead. My heart was pounding wildly in my chest, almost bursting out of my chest, and my palms were sweating. Her chastity for 25 years can be described as pure and immaculate. The strategic planning and cold-blooded defenses honed in the business world seemed to vanish at this moment. At this moment, all that remained was immense tension, trepidation, and a sliver of. It was an expectation she herself was unwilling to admit, a resigned one. She knew. Once she steps through that door tonight, her life will be over. Everything about her will change completely. Bite. The elevator doors slowly opened, and bright light poured out, shining on Lin Tian. He stood in the light, turned to look at her, his eyes deep and unfathomable in the elevator lights, his emotions unreadable.
Su Mingli's heart skipped a beat.
Almost instinctively, she lowered her head, quickened her pace, and jogged to his side. The elevator doors, like a silent, gaping maw, slowly closed behind her. The elevator made a soft ding. The door had barely opened a crack when Wang Mylan's enthusiastic face squeezed in.
Oh, I'm so glad you're back.
Mengli, come in. She grabbed the still somewhat dazed Su Mengli and pulled her so hard that she almost made the CEO stumble. Lin Tian followed behind, his eyes filled with a strange expression. Seeing his mother's strange gaze scanning Su Mengli back and forth, a bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart.
Have you eaten? Oh dear, you've been out all day, you look so tired and thin. Wang Mylan grabbed Su Mingli's arm, squeezed it, and then frowned. No. It's not this part that's thinner.
As she spoke, her gaze moved sharply downwards. In the end, his gaze was fixed on Su Mingli's pert buttocks. Wang Mylan spoke with a pained and indignant tone, pounding her chest and stamping her feet, saying,
This is it. The granary in Haoshantan is no joke. Xiao Tian. Have you been mistreating Mengli? This is a feng shui treasure land that's crucial for the Lin family's prosperity and growth. It's a matter of utmost importance. As expected.
Lin Tian's guess was right. His mother opened her mouth and delivered a devastating blow. He was speechless, putting his hand to his forehead, utterly unable to bear the sight. Mom, what kind of outrageous words are these? He felt that his years of compulsory education had been impacted like never before. I thought to myself, how can you comment on a girl's butt in front of her?
Su Mingli went from being a cold and aloof CEO to being reduced to a quail in an instant.
Her cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed, and she didn't know what to do with her hands and feet.
In her entire life,
I have dealt with the most formidable business rivals,
but I've never felt so lost and helpless before. Is this the kind of suffering that mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law endure in ordinary society?
This feels 100 times more unbearable than a verbal battle at the board meeting.
However,
Wang Mylan completely ignored the awkwardness between the two, and kept rambling on. There are many bad women out there who prey on innocent young men like you. She led the person to the living room sofa.
Right now, the TV in the house is on, showing the evening news.
The three of them had just sat down. Lin Tian glanced at Su Mingli beside him. A smile played on his lips as he leaned back lazily. Then he gestured with his eyes to the slippers on his feet.
Su Mingli was stunned.
But she quickly realized what was happening, hesitated for only half a second, and then squatted down very naturally, extending her smooth and fair fingers to gently lift Lin Tian's foot. Carefully take off his slippers and put on a pair of comfortable house shoes for him.
The angle at which Lin Tian was lying on his side,
and Su Mingli's delicate body, half squatting at this moment, with its beautiful curves, fell completely into Lin Tian's eyes. Especially the part that Wang Mylan praised as a feng shui treasure land.
It can be said that everything is laid out before us.
His gaze was aggressive, revealing undisguised admiration. At the same time, I couldn't help but secretly admire my mom, even though she's outrageous. But his eye for butts is absolutely sharp. At this moment, Su Mingli noticed the scrutiny, and the blush that had just faded from her cheeks returned.
But her movements became even gentler, with a resigned docility. After enjoying the service, Lin Tian suddenly felt that Su Mingli's change of mindset was a bit too fast. I want to further train them.
He deliberately made things difficult. Go, open a bottle of red wine. I want imported.
Imported? We don't have any foreign liquor at home. Son, you want some? Mom will buy it for you online tomorrow. It will be mailed directly from Portugal. Wang Mylan said with a doting expression.
I have a few bottles of 1982 Lafite in my wine cellar.
How about we come over to my place for a drink next time?
Su Mingli responded at the right moment, showing that she was quickly adapting to the mindset of a lover.
Lin Tian rolled his eyes at the two of them.
Knowing that they had all misunderstood, I felt a sense of boredom and amusement at they talking past each other like chickens and ducks.
Is this import the same as that import? How boring. He waved his hand. Forget it, let's just have the domestic one. Next time I'll go to Mingli's house and enjoy some imported Lafite wine that's been repackaged for international consumption. Okay.
Su Mingli got up as instructed and obediently went to the wine cabinet to get a bottle of red wine. She opened the bottle, decanted the wine, and poured it into the decanter with elegant and skillful movements, every detail exuding the demeanor of a socialite. Finally, she respectfully handed the crystal-clear wineglass to Lin Tian.
Wang Mylan witnessed all of this.
Seeing a female CEO worth hundreds of millions being completely controlled by her own son, yet still so gentle and virtuous,
an overwhelming sense of joy finally burst forth. She jumped to her feet, slapped her thigh, and rushed to the shrine in the corner of the living room, shouting, "It's miraculous! Damn it, you really did work!"
She took out 3 incense sticks and lit them. Then he rushed back and grabbed Lin Tian, who had just taken a sip of wine.
"Quick! Xiao Tian! Come and kowtow. Thank you, Lord Chao, for blessing you with such a virtuous and sensible wife. And one every day.
After you pay homage to Lord Chao, maybe you'll marry one every half day from now on."
Mom! Stop it, okay? Aren't you ashamed?
Lin Tian felt his head was spinning, his face full of resistance, and his body involuntarily shrank back. Seeing that her son wouldn't listen, Wang Mylan suddenly stepped forward, lowered her voice, and used her trump card.
Do you want to add a few more beautiful women to your backyard? Sincerity is key. Hurry up. No? You may think so, but what does this have to do with worshipping Chow Chow?
But he had no chance to resist.
Half-heartedly, Wang Mylan forcefully pressed him down onto the prayer mat. Sigh. I'm done for, I've already knelt down. Lin Tian sighed inwardly and gave 3 perfunctory kowtows. A lifetime of illustrious reputation, ruined in an instant.
Who knows, one day he might be called by someone.
You traitor Lin. Prepare to die.
Su Mingli looked at Lin Tian, who seemed utterly helpless, as if he were about to die.
She couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Tian looks ridiculous.
Chapter 34. He'd punish someone severely for being temperamental. If that wasn't enough, he'd take a concubine. This man has always been domineering and forceful towards her, never doing what he says. Unexpectedly, he was now completely subdued. So it turns out, even he has his share of setbacks. It seems this Chao Gong is quite interesting. Su Mengli's icy smile melted away in an instant, and Lin Tian happened to catch her looking up. He was suddenly stunned by her rare smile. But then, Lin Tian's eyes darkened, taking on a hint of threat. You, Su Mengli, dare to laugh at me? It seems we'll have to add 3 more rules to the house rules once we're inside. Wang Mailan paid no attention to these little schemes. She is now content, and still talks to the portrait. Thank you, Lord Chao. I will gild your statue tomorrow and offer you the finest offerings. Please, sir, give me your continued support. Mom! Lin Tian interrupted impatiently, standing up. Go back to the sofa and sit down. Wang Mailan knew her son was getting impatient, so she had no choice but to shut up and stop nagging. But his eyes kept sneaking glances back and forth between Lin Tian and Su Mengli. He's very quick-witted. Suddenly, the TV screen changed to entertainment headlines. The host said in a sweet tone, "Next, let's focus on the latest news of the nation's best actress, Zhang Sueki." On the television screen. As the host introduced her, a pure, lovely, and radiant young woman appeared. She was wearing a haute couture gown, seemingly giving an interview at a brand event. Her skin was as white as snow, and her smile was enchanting. Every frown and smile seemed to have been meticulously calculated, her beauty flawless and radiant. So much so that the allure of her star power seemed to permeate the living room through the screen. Wang Mailan originally wanted to continue her rambling about how having a big but is necessary to have a son. But when she caught a glimpse of the beautiful girl on TV, her eyes whitened instantly. She pointed excitedly at the TV screen and exclaimed, "Wow! Lord Chao above! Is this girl a fairy descended from heaven? Son, look at her round bottom, so smooth and shapely, and her whole demeanor is so elegant. She looks like she's destined for good fortune and will bear sons. If only she could be my daughter-in-law." Lin Tian's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed sincerely, "Yes, it's really good." But before he could finish speaking, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind, and he remembered the mysterious blacklist forest in his marriage management app. He immediately took out his phone, his fingers quickly swiping the screen to the removed from blacklist section. Really? A familiar profile picture and name are lying there quietly. Zhang Sueki. The face in the profile picture perfectly overlapped with the stunningly beautiful face on the television screen at that moment. Oh. So it was you. A playful smile appeared on Lin Tian's lips as he began to make his plans. Upon seeing this, Su Mengli, who was standing to the side, immediately felt a sense of alarm. A strong sense of crisis, along with an indescribable sour feeling, rushed straight to my head. She composed herself and forced her gaze back to the television screen. With a calm voice, he explained, "She is Zhang Sueki, a currently very popular singer and actress. We at Shengfeng had previously assessed the feasibility of having her endorse our new drug project, but her agent's quote was more than double the budget, making it not cost-effective commercially." She paused, picked up the water glass on the coffee table, took a small sip, and then, seemingly casually, added, "Moreover, I heard from friends in the industry that she is not as pure as she appears on camera, so working with her will probably require a lot of effort." Oh. Mengli, just say it straight. Don't let her innocent and cute appearance fool you, she's actually a scheming bitch. Wang Mailan made a sarcastic remark and casually chimed in. Auntie, what you said doesn't seem to make any mistakes." Su Mengli looked a little embarrassed. She had originally intended to offer a gentle reminder. Unexpectedly, her future mother-in-law bluntly pointed it out. As the dignified female president of Shengfeng Group, being labeled as someone who speaks ill of others behind their backs made her blush. He died on the spot. Lin Tian was fully aware of Su Mengli's little scheme. I know she's really jealous. However, Su Mengli is quite cute in this state. However, the habit of being petty and willful should absolutely not be tolerated. Later, I'll have to teach her a lesson she won't forget. Lin Tian smiled, but just as he was about to speak, his voice abruptly stopped. He was drawn to the television presenter's suddenly unusually serious tone. The following is an international newsflash received by our station. Su Mengli and Wang Mailan's attention was also drawn to the television screen. Today, the Japanese National Institute of Biological Genetics, in conjunction with the U.S. Human Genome Research Service, held a press conference to announce a major breakthrough in the field of reproductive sex selection technology. The television screen then switched. The video features over a dozen scientists from both Japan and the United States, against a backdrop of laboratories and screenshots of English news reports. It is understood that the joint research has successfully developed a new drug called Y gene activator. It claims to significantly increase the implantation and development probability of male embryos. Kichiro Yamamoto, director of the Risei Research Institute, previously stated at a press conference that the technology could increase the probability of having a male baby by nearly 10%. The host's voice grew increasingly solemn. Currently, Japanese far-right lawmakers, in a global interview, openly declared this technology will become the most elegant weapon against China. He claimed that major countries around the world should unite to ban the export of such medicines to China. At the same time, they clamor that when the men of China completely disappear, leaving only desperate women, the men of their nation will travel to the east without bloodshed to rescue the poor women and take over that fertile land. Pah! What a load of rubbish! You little Japanese bastard, you're rotten to the core. May you die a horrible death. As soon as the news briefing finished airing, Wang Milan pointed at the television and began to hurl insults. Lord Chow above, please bless our China. Bless my son with many sons, so that one day he can lead a regiment of male soldiers to wipe out those bastards from Japan. Su Mingli also realized the seriousness of the problem. The jealousy and petty thoughts I felt earlier were dispelled by the chill brought by this news. As the president of Shengfeng Pharmaceutical, how could she not know the importance of this? She glanced furtively at the man beside her. The playfulness and ease on Lin Tian's face had vanished completely, his eyes became sharp and deep, and his fingers unconsciously tapped the armrest of the sofa. Upon seeing this, Su Mingli's slight jealousy was instantly replaced by an even greater sense of unease. 10%, if that's true. In addition, their vicious blockade. This is practically a fatal blow to China. An unprecedented sense of urgency gripped Lin Tian's heart instantly. No, we must find a way to break this deadlock. Thinking about this, almost instinctively, he sank his consciousness into his mind. But when he searched the entire system shop, he found that apart from the redeemable items that were highlighted, there were none. The rest. There was only a gray list of items, and you couldn't even make out the names. Damn it! Lin Tian cursed under his breath. He also discovered that to reach the next stage of item updates, he needed to break through the affection value barrier of 500 points. But right now, he only has a pitiful 75 points. No! I must win over Su Mingli tonight, then take her as a concubine and earn more affection points. Lin Tian put down his wineglass, grabbed Su Mingli's hand, and said to Wang Milan, Mom, it's getting late, let's go back to our room and rest. All right. Go quickly. A moment of bliss on the night of passion is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let Mom hold her grandson as soon as possible. Wang Milan beamed with joy and waved her hands repeatedly. Son, keep it up. Stand up straight. Lin Tian said no more and pulled Su Mingli towards the bedroom. Chapter 35 Lin the Thief's Rules, Crooked Mouth Openly Provokes. Su Mingli followed behind him. The warmth and pressure from her palm made her already wildly beating heart beat even faster. Her earlier smirk and ease in the living room had vanished completely. At this moment, all that remained was tension, and a secret expectation that she herself was unwilling to delve into. Click. The bedroom door closed gently behind her, completely shutting out the outside world's disturbances and light, as if shutting out her identity as a CEO. My heart is pounding in my chest. She hadn't even had a chance to look around this private space that belonged to him. A deep command rang in his ears. Spread your legs. Ha! Su Mingli looked up abruptly, her face full of astonishment, wondering if she had misheard. Zhang's legs? What does he want to do? What kind of new humiliating trick is this? But under Lin Tian's deep, scrutinizing gaze, her body seemed to react before her will. Two long, slender legs in high heels, with hesitation and slight trembling, slowly parted to the sides. What exactly do you want to do? Her voice carried a fear she herself was unaware of. Why ask so many questions? It's the rule of our Lin family that we check your flexibility and balance before you enter. It's related to the future, the prosperity of the family. Lin Tian, with a straight face, spoke nonsense in a serious tone. At the same time, he tried to suppress the smile on his lips. Just drive it when I tell you to, stop talking nonsense.
Oh, okay.
Su Mingli bit her lower lip, half believing and half doubting, but then she thought of Wang Milan's buttocks theory.
I think this family might really have some kind of peculiar tradition.
Left with no other choice, she had to bite the bullet and do as she was told. Under the dim bedside lamp, her nervous and clumsy movements had a strange allure. See how far her legs are spread apart. Lin Tian spoke again, his tone cool. Stop.
Hold, squat down. Ha! Squat down.
Su Mingli's voice changed tone. I'm wearing high heels, I'll fall. At this moment, all the aloof CEO demeanor vanished, leaving only a sense of resigned grievance.
She even began to question the meaning of life.
Why would Su Mingli, who once dominated the business world, be making such strange movements here?
Why not refuse? Could it be that I have masochistic tendencies subconsciously?
She dared not think any further. Her body had already honestly slumped slightly, her pert buttocks outlining an alluring curve.
Very good. Lin Tian nodded and continued his devil training.
Now, hold your hands out straight and take a couple of steps so I can check your stability.
Lin Tian, don't go too far. Su Mingli finally couldn't help but protest.
Maintaining this posture is difficult enough.
Moreover, her lone and used legs were now trembling slightly uncontrollably.
Seeing this, Lin Tian shook his head and sneered. Su Mingli, your physical condition is too poor.
With this kind of stamina, how will you shoulder the great responsibility of continuing the Lin family line? Don't forget, I'm a high-quality man, very precious.
These words were like a needle, precisely piercing Su Mingli's soft spot. Her face turned from white to red, and she was unable to refute it.
Yes.
It's clearly stated in the law on the protection of men's rights and interests that men's sperm is very precious. Wives and concubines have an obligation to ensure their physical and mental well-being.
In case something happens and you're physically exhausted.
At the same time, she inexplicably thought of the news broadcast she had just heard. A sense of self-reproach and a strange sense of mission overwhelmed the shame.
She didn't say anything more.
Instead, as if resigned to his fate, he slowly raised his hands and tried to take a step forward.
However, high heels are not ultimately for this purpose. Ah!
With a cry of surprise, her right foot twisted suddenly, and she lost her balance instantly, falling straight towards the bedside as if the world was spinning.
Fine. The expected pain did not come instead, I fell into a firm, warm embrace.
Lin Tian was prepared and took the opportunity to hug her tightly. A warm, fragrant, and soft body fills my arms. The faint, cool fragrance of her hair lingered around my nose.
This is a stark contrast to her current panicked and flushed appearance. Their eyes met. It felt as if an electric current was flowing through the air, and the temperature suddenly rose. But just at this ambiguous and tender moment, when things were almost about to escalate. Brother Bao, you're so amazing.
A suppressed yet exaggerated woman's voice, mixed with Zhao Debao's unique, boastful, heavy breathing, came faintly from next door, completely oblivious to the situation.
Grass. That idiot, the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. It started again.
Lin Tian froze, his face instantly turning as black as the bottom of a pot. That bastard, he's always having a nighttime arms race with him.
However, this sound.
It was like the most potent aphrodisiac and a provocation, instantly igniting the already restless flames within him into a raging inferno. A fierce competitive spirit, determined not to lose, suddenly surged from the bottom of my heart.
Su Mingli naturally heard it too.
The sound made her ears turn bright red, and she didn't dare to react at all. At the same time, her delicate body unconsciously tensed and softened in his arms, her eyes were moist and hazy, and her breathing became a little rapid.
Lin Tian suddenly lowered his head.
He could clearly count her slightly trembling eyelashes and feel her heart pounding like a drum, resonating with his own.
Desire, in that instant, almost broke through the critical point.
However, just as his lips were about to cover that alluring crimson, Su Mingli suddenly raised her slightly trembling hand and pressed it against his chest.
Her voice was barely audible, pleading, wait a minute. I want to take a shower first. Lin Tian took a deep breath, the surging fire within him making his throat dry.
He looked at Su Mingli, who was so embarrassed she was practically fuming. In the end, he suppressed his impulse and let go of her arm.
Then, hurry up.
His voice was terribly hoarse. Su Mingli felt as if she had been granted a pardon and rushed into the bathroom as if she were fleeing. A short while later, listening to the sound of rushing water coming from the bathroom, Lin Tian ruffled his hair in frustration. His consciousness sank into the system. Exchange for 2 fun capsules. Ding. Exchange successful, 60 affection points consumed. Fun capsule is now in effect, duration is 6 hours. Boom. A powerful surge of heat instantly coursed through his limbs and bones, filling him with unprecedented energy.
The wondrous ability to fine-tune resurfaced in his mind once more.
Lin Tian's lips curled into a wicked smile, a smile that seemed to indicate he was certain of his victory.
Zhao Debao, tonight I'll show you what despair is.
After an unknown amount of time, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The door opened gently. Su Mengli walked out wrapped in a white bathrobe, her wet black hair clinging to her snow-white neck. Her face was flushed from the heat. Her eyes darted away, avoiding his gaze. At this moment, she resembles a white rose blooming after the rain, pure yet alluringly cold. Just as Lin Tian was about to step forward, she spoke softly, her voice trembling with a hint of shyness.
You've been busy all day, why don't you go take a shower and relax? I'll wait for you. Chapter 36 Domineering Appeasement, I'll scratch you to death. Su Mengli's tactful delay was like a clear spring, slightly quenching Lin Tian's impatience.
But this, in turn, gives rise to even more ambiguous expectations. Lin Tian glanced at her, a faint smile appearing on his lips, before walking into the bathroom.
2 minutes.
His battle bath ended in just 2 minutes. He came out of the bathroom, towel in hand, drying his buzz cut. They found that Su Mengli was lying on her side on the bed, wrapped tightly in the quilt like a silkworm cocoon, with even her head covered. Only a few strands of damp, jet black hair peeked out playfully, and the towel she used to dry her hair lay on the ground beside her.
Like an ostrich surrendering. Lin Tian's anger flared up again, and he couldn't wait to go over.
He gently pulled back a corner of the blanket and pulled her soft, slightly cool body, still carrying the fresh scent of her bath, into his arms.
Su Mengli's body stiffened slightly.
She then softened as if resigned to her fate and closed her eyes tightly. Her long eyelashes trembled violently, like the wings of a startled butterfly. Her red lips parted slightly, and her breathing became rapid. It was as if they were already prepared to welcome this inevitable moment.
The atmosphere was ambiguous, thick, and heavy. Lin Tian lowered his head.
You can clearly smell the even fresher fragrance emanating from her body after her bath. It also contained a unique, alluring feminine fragrance that almost intoxicated him. He approached slowly, his target clear and precise.
Holy crap! At that very moment,
the sharp, piercing ringtone of the cell phone, like a cold dagger, suddenly shattered the ambience of the room.
Depend on.
Lin Tian's movements suddenly froze, his muscles tensed instantly, and 1,000 mythical beasts galloped through his mind.
Seriously? A timeless classic scene? He was so excited that he forgot to turn off Su Mengli's broken phone.
Su Mengli was also awakened by the sudden noise, and stared blankly at the persistently flashing and buzzing cell phone on the bedside table.
Caller ID, Mom Zhao Yaji.
She looked at Lin Tian. His eyes held a questioning look and a hint of barely perceptible panic, as if he were waiting for his nod of agreement.
Lin Tian's chest heaved violently.
The surging energy from the capsules and bronze kidneys inside his body was now desperately waiting to be released, making him feel so pent up that he almost exploded on the spot.
But then I saw the word mom.
He suddenly remembered Zhao Yaji's vulnerable and helpless situation, surrounded by a pack of wolves and tigers.
If they don't answer the phone? What if? If anything really happens? Thinking of this,
he let out a low growl from deep in his throat in extreme frustration, abruptly tumbling off Su Mengli and crashing heavily onto the other side of the bed. With all his might, he managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth.
Catch. Su Mengli immediately grabbed her phone and answered, Mom? What's wrong?
On the other end of the phone,
Zhao Yaji's voice was clearly choked with sobs and fear. Intermittently, Mengli. Are you with Lin Tian? Mom, has something happened? Yes. Something terrible has happened. Lili has brought the other old women from the other households to block the house.
And your sister, Su Lili, said you sent her aunt to the police station, forcing us to drop the charges immediately. Lili, she was being sarcastic, telling me to be ready to get out tonight, daughter. Mom is scared. Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Yaji was already sobbing uncontrollably.
Su Mengli's face turned pale instantly.
The romantic thoughts I had just had were doused with cold water, and the harsh reality pressed down on me once again. Lin Tian lay to the side, listening intently, his brows furrowed. He suddenly stood up and took the phone directly from Su Mangli's hand. His tone was calm and carried an undeniable authority. "Auntie, I am Lin Tian."
Ha! Zhao Yaji on the other end of the phone was clearly taken aback.
The sobbing stopped.
"Now, lock the door immediately and don't open it for anyone. I'll send Mengli back right now."
Lin Tian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a domineering air. "Tell the people outside that if anything happens, Lily should talk to me, Lin Tian, directly. If they dare to lay a finger on you, or if they keep spewing insults." He paused, his voice suddenly turning cold, each word clear and distinct. "I guarantee Li Huofeng will be locked up for life, and Lily won't have an easy time either. Now, go to sleep, the sky isn't going to fall." These words were like a stabilizing force. It instantly calmed Zhao Yaji down from her near collapse. She responded repeatedly, "Okay, okay.
Lin Tian, thank you, thank you."
Lin Tian handed the phone back to Su Mengli. "Tonight, you should go back and stabilize the situation first." He looked into her eyes and said solemnly, "Remember, from this moment on, you are now my woman, Lin Tian's woman.
You don't need to be afraid of anyone.
If you encounter any trouble you can't handle, call me immediately, and I'll be there right away." These words were decisive and ruthless, yet also carried an air of absolute protection. Su Mengli stared at him blankly. At this moment, the composure and control he displayed were something she had never seen in any other man. An indescribable warmth and immense sense of security instantly broke down her last defenses. At the same time, it washed away all the resentment of being forced to depend on them.
In an instant, it transformed into intense dependence and admiration. Ding! Su Mengli knew affection added. Su Mengli has already gained curiosity, inquiry, infatuation, and admiration. Next stage, following. Yes.
She nodded emphatically, her eyes becoming incredibly determined. She quickly got out of bed and rushed to the bathroom. Looking at Su Mengli's thick, hunched back, Lin Tian stroked his chin and muttered to himself, "Was that woman's I read just now? Why do you feel like the way you're looking at me is different now? TSK, it seems that being reliable at crucial moments is more effective than any sweet talk." Soon, Su Mengli came out dressed. She paused for half a second as she stood at the bathroom door. Finally, she mustered her courage and rushed to the bedside. He leaned down and gave her a brief but deeply emotional kiss.
"Wait until I'm done."
She looked at Lin Tian, her eyes sparkling, her tone more serious than ever before.
"I, Su Mengli, am yours."
After saying that, she turned and left.
Without any hesitation or fuss. But, just as I opened the bedroom door. Oh my!
A figure stumbled and it was Wang Milan, her ear pressed tightly against the door. The scene was quite awkward at one point.
Wang Milan blushed and quickly got up to explain. "Oh dear, Mom. Mom was worried that you young people didn't know how to control yourselves. See, now look what's happened."
Su Mengli blushed and quickly explained that she had to go home because of some family matters.
To everyone's surprise, Wang Milan immediately understood.
She was instantly furious, hands on her hips, and exclaimed indignantly, "This is outrageous.
How dare they bully my mother-in-law? Good daughter-in-law, don't be afraid, go back first. If they dare to lay a hand on you, call your mother.
Mom, immediately carry the statue of Uncle Chow to the temple to keep order.
Let's see which old hag dares to cause trouble. Old Liang can't scratch them to death." Chapter 37 Crooked-mouthed eggplant, cucumber, corn, durian?
These are Wang Milan's words.
Although it was crude, it moved Su Mengli deeply.
He took a deep look at his future mother-in-law, as if he were getting to know her all over again. She nodded emphatically and hummed in agreement.
He then turned and left in a hurry. With a click sound,
the door closed.
Lin Tian rolled his eyes at his mother, who was left in the room. "Mom! You were eavesdropping. That's going too far."
"Humph." Wang Milan put her hands on her hips, with a "what can you do to me" expression on her face.
"You brat, I know exactly how many hairs are on your body, don't try to fool me." Lin Tian was so angry he laughed. Even though he's her son.
"But when you're doing something, you're constantly being spied on."
Who could stand that? Unable to contain himself, Lin Shi angrily exclaimed, "Whoa! Keep bragging. What do you even know? Hey! You still don't believe me? Want me to count for you right now?
Wang Milan suddenly got excited and made a move to step forward. Lin Tian was so startled he jumped.
He's under the covers right now, it's like a vacuum. He quickly waved his hands and begged for mercy. Okay. I give up. I believe you. I believe you, okay? You should go and rest now. As he spoke, he couldn't help but shrink deeper into the quilt. Ha! You're smart to know what's good for you.
Seeing her son give in, Wang Milan was smug and threw down these words. Only then was he satisfied, opened the door, and left the room.
The world is finally completely quiet.
Lin Tian lay alone on the large bed, the evil fire that had been forcibly suppressed within him, mixed with the surging effects of the fun capsule, reignited wildly like a wildfire.
He was burning up with thirst and extremely irritable. Damn! 6 hours of super double bonus, just like that, wasted for nothing?
Just when he was so frustrated he was about to pound the bed.
The suppressed yet smug sounds from next door, as if timed perfectly, drifted over again, faintly and intermittently. Brother Bao, hurry up, I want more. Lin Tian was jolted awake, goosebumps rising all over his body.
He suddenly sat up in bed. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced the wall that separated the two worlds.
Zhao Debao, you crooked-mouthed Dragon King. We haven't settled the score for what we just did that ruined everything. Still dare to show off?
In an instant, both old and new grudges surged into my heart.
Suddenly,
a revenge plan so evil it was practically despicable instantly took shape in his mind. He licked his dry lips, a cunning and malicious smile spreading across his face. His eyes also gleamed with a dangerous yet excited light.
Hee, you crooked-mouthed Dragon King, don't you love to run to the balcony and show off your virility? Tonight, I'll let you experience it.
What do you mean by technology and ruthless skill?
I wish you a wonderful dream you'll never forget. Let's do it.
Lin Tian deftly slipped on a pair of shorts, then, like a raccoon dog, silently slipped to the wall and pricked up his ears to listen carefully.
The rhythmic noises from next door, along with Zhao Debao's hoarse boasting, were also present. This is undoubtedly the best signal to take action.
He tiptoed to the glass door leading to the balcony and gently pulled it open.
A night breeze rushed in instantly, carrying the unique coolness of the 23rd floor.
And the indescribable sounds from next door suddenly became countless times clearer. Even more clearly, there were exaggerated sounds of women responding and Zhao Debao's smug, heavy breathing.
I carefully listened to the woman's voice. It was quickly confirmed that this was the woman named Wang Yan whom Zhao Debao had married yesterday at Wang Po's matchmaking event.
Lin Tian had no suspicions and kept his body low, making full use of the low wall on the balcony as cover.
I started trying to concentrate my mind and focus on Zhao Debao next door. Small.
Give me small, he silently chanted in his heart.
No response? Shrink. Shrink to the size of a toothpick. Still no response? Ha! Could it be that it's not working?
He paused for a moment, then tried it on his own arm.
It gets thicker. It gets thicker. Buzz.
A barely perceptible heat flowed by, and the muscles in his forearm instantly expanded by a size visible to the naked eye.
It's not invalid.
Then, Lin Tian suddenly realized what was going on. It seems that to remotely fine-tune parts of someone's body, you have to be able to see the target or be close enough. He cautiously peeked out, revealing half of his head. I noticed that the glass door to the neighbor's balcony was closed, with only one window open, through which colorful, club-style rotating light shone through.
Damn it! Lin Tian cursed under his breath, gritting his teeth. It seems we have to conduct a closer reconnaissance. He looked at the partition wall between the two balconies, which was only a little over a meter high, with a dark abyss below that swallowed everything. The night wind on the 23rd floor made his trouser legs flutter, and glancing down, the deep darkness sent chills down his spine. Damn it, I'm going all out to mess with this bastard. He took a deep breath. Luckily, I have a physique enhanced by the system. I should survive the fall, right? With a determined heart and without further hesitation, he used both hands and feet to nimbly vault over the partition wall and land steadily on the ground of the Zhao family's balcony. The entire sequence of movements was so light it was almost imperceptible, making no sound at all. It seems that the skills he painstakingly honed in his previous life have not become rusty due to the transmigration of his soul. He continued to crouch low, moving slowly and stealthily to the open windowsill.
The curtains were not fully drawn, leaving a small gap. Lin Tian slowly bent over and cautiously peered into the room through the crack.
Huh? Where is everyone?
He was a little confused, as he couldn't see anyone for a moment.
But the next second, Lin Tian was immediately drawn to the scene inside the room.
At the same time, everything before his eyes directly impacted his worldview.
Looking around,
the entire bedroom was decorated in a bizarre and fantastical way, like a private room in a nightclub. A huge, modified dance floor bed occupies the center.
There was even a strange electric spring installed above the bed. And this bed is currently powered on.
Lin Tian felt that if he lay on this bed, it's like lying on the deck of a deep-sea fishing boat, drifting in the Pacific Ocean.
The surging waves, rising and falling, accompanied by swaying up and down, drifting up and down, made him feel terrified. And on the ground all around,
rose petals were scattered all over the ground, along with whips of various thicknesses, uniforms, and small toys, all strewn about.
Occasionally, background music would play, including decadent tunes. But that's not the most explosive part. What shocked Lin Tiantong the most was several large baskets of vegetables were placed right next to the bed. Eggplant, bitter melon, cucumber, corn, the variety is so complete you could open a whole vegetable market. Damn it! What a crooked-mouthed Dragon King, he's really a pervert.
Lin Tian saw something that terrified him.
Next to this pile of agricultural products, they even had 2 golden, spiky durians, each the size of an adult's head, on display?
Even with Lin Tian's extensive knowledge and experience. At that moment, my mind went blank for a second, and I instantly imagined countless perverted acts that could only be performed in Japanese adult films. At the same time, a chill ran straight up from the tailbone to the top of the head.
Chapter 38 Lin the Thief, a terrifyingly funny prank. My goodness! This crooked-mouthed Dragon King is a monster. Even more ruthless than a ruthless person. Is this thing even allowed to be played with like this? Just as he was completely stunned by this epic and bizarre scene, without warning, 3 heads in a triangular shape appeared at the window. Moreover, the 2 heads below are currently being pressed tightly against the glass window. They're all flattened. Holy crap!
Lin Tian was so frightened that he shrank back, his heart pounding so hard it almost jumped out of his throat.
Damn it! That scared me to death.
He patted his chest and cursed under his breath.
But after the initial shock came overwhelming joy. From this angle, he could look up at Wang Yan at the window, and behind her, Zhao Debao, whose expression was fierce at the moment. A golden opportunity.
Lin Tian no longer hesitated, concentrated all his energy, and locked his mind on the target.
Transform, he roared inwardly. Transform for me. Transform. Transform.
Sun Wukong's 72 transformations.
And 1 more super doubled. Really? It's working now. Ah! We heard it the next second.
Wang Yan's screams instantly changed from exaggerated chanting to heart-wrenching screams of terror.
Stop! Honey! Stop! Ha! You! Ah! How did you transform? Ah! How did you become 3-legged? Ha! What's wrong with me? Honey, I feel like I'm going to explode.
Zhao Debao's voice was also filled with unprecedented fear and helplessness.
It even sounded like she was crying. But Lin Tian almost burst out laughing.
But he quickly covered his mouth tightly, his shoulders shaking violently.
A sense of pleasure from playing a prank welled up inside me. He immediately chanted again, change. 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 Mommy, please. The effects are immediate. It's gone? How could it be gone again? Wa'ada.
Zhao Debao's mental defenses completely collapsed. She was so scared she burst into tears. Lin Tian, his playful nature aroused, suddenly became bolder.
He secretly bent over again and looked into the room. He quickly found a new goal. That is Zhao Debao's chest. 1 more powerful move. First, turn into a giant watermelon. Second, turn into a giant durian. Transform. He mustered all his strength and issued the ultimate command. Ah! My chest. It's so swollen. Zhao Debao screamed. Honey, how come you're growing a durian on one side and a big watermelon on the other? And how come it's even bigger than mine? Wang Yan's scream reached an unprecedented pitch at this moment, filled with absurdity and fear. Bang! Just then, the room door was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Clearly, it was this pig slaughtering commotion that alerted the people outside. Dabeo! What's wrong, Dabeo? He Jiaying's panicked voice came first, followed by her figure rushing in. When she saw her son's incredibly bizarre, almost magical, realistic appearance through the rotating colored lights. Ah! My son! What evil spirit has possessed you? He Jiaying let out a shrill scream that was so intense it was almost distorted, her eyes rolled back, and she nearly fainted. Immediately afterwards, 3 other women, presumably Zhao Dabeo's other wives and concubines, also rushed in upon hearing the noise. However, when they saw this unforgettable scene, everyone was so frightened that they covered their mouths, their faces turned pale, and they stood there in shock. The room instantly turned into complete chaos. Screams, cries, and bewildered inquiries filled the air. Pfft, ha ha ha. Lin Tian covered his mouth tightly, trying to suppress the laughter that was about to burst out of his throat, his whole body trembling with laughter. But at the same time, he also knew that it was about time, and he should leave. Satisfied, he continued to crouch down, preparing to return the way he came. However, joy turned to sorrow. He was so busy suppressing his laughter that he accidentally kicked an empty beer bottle in the corner of the balcony with his right foot. Clang! A crisp, clear cracking sound, capable of carrying far into the silent night sky, suddenly rang out. Depend on. Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately cursed, that damn Zhao Dabeo, he leaves the empty bottles lying around, what a rip-off. Almost at the same moment, the glass door of the neighboring balcony was suddenly pulled open with a whoosh. Who's outside? He Jiaying's startled and tearful scream rang out. Lin Tian's heart jumped into his throat. How could he dare to delay any longer? Like a cat whose tail has been stepped on, he darted to the wall in a flash, his agility comparable to that of a trained special forces soldier. I rolled over, landed, rushed back to my balcony, opened the glass door, slipped inside, and gently closed the doors and windows. The movements were fluid and lightning fast. He leaned against the cold glass door, panting heavily, his heart pounding, but his ears were perked up, listening intently to the sounds coming from next door. On the other side, He Jiaying looked at the empty balcony and was instantly terrified, her face turning pale and her legs going weak. I have no idea what she was imagining. She was seen clasping her hands together and bowing erratically to the air, her voice trembling and choked with sobs. Dear spirits passing by, there's a cause for every grievance, and a debt for every debt. Please don't look for my son, he's just a child, he's ignorant and offended you. If you must find someone, find the Lin next door. He's full of yang energy. He can withstand any trouble. The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Then came even more chaotic noises from next door. Call an ambulance? No, that would be too embarrassing. Should we call it the husband's union? Even more shameful. In the end, all that remained was Zhao Dabeo's desperate weeping and the women's chaotic, headless panic. When Lin Tian heard He Jiaying actually shift the blame to himself for having excessive yang energy, he almost burst out laughing. They knew they were completely safe and not suspected. He finally breathed a long sigh of relief. He suddenly collapsed onto his soft bed, covered his face with a pillow, and laughed so hard that his whole body shook violently, tears streaming down his face. Ha ha ha, hiccup, ha 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 ha. Serves you right for being so smug. Serves you right for showing off every day before. Awesome. This is fucking awesome. That night, Lin Tian felt an extreme sense of pleasure from having avenged his great enemy. With immense satisfaction at the success of his prank, a wicked smile played on his lips. He fell into a deep sleep, sleeping exceptionally soundly. The next morning, Lin Tian was still having a sweet dream. In his dream, he was holding a remote control, grinning at Zhao Dabeo, who was turning into all sorts of bizarre shapes. Bang! 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 A rapid knocking sound, as if trying to smash the door open, mixed with Wang Milan's anxious and panicked cries, suddenly woke him from his dream. Xiao Tian! Xiao Tian! Get up! Something terrible has happened. He buried his head in the pillow in frustration and muttered, Mom, it's not like the Trisolarans are attacking, what big deal could it be? Oh dear! It's that old hag, Kan Jiang, who called the police. Chapter 39 Captain Su, a master of solving cases. She insists her house was haunted last night. Now the police and the Federation of Women's Associations are all crowding her house to investigate. There are only 2 households on the 23rd floor, the Lin and Zhao families. Isn't she obviously making a veiled attack, saying we're ghosts? Wang Mylan's voice was urgent and angry, slamming through the door. Lin Tian knew exactly what was going on. He lazily rolled over, mumbling a reply. Mom, ignore her. Her house is haunted, and it's haunted by a pervert. Okay, stop yelling, I'm going to sleep a little longer. Ha? A pervert? That makes sense. Isn't that crooked-mouthed guy of hers a pervert? Wang Mylan was skeptical, but seeing that her son seemed unaffected, she didn't press the matter further. He muttered something to himself and turned to walk towards the gate. All right, you go to sleep. I need to go next door and see what kind of trouble Kan Jiang and her family are up to this time. At this moment, 2302 the Zhao family. A dozen or so people were crammed into the large living room. There were female commissioners in Federation uniforms and female police officers in bright blue police uniforms. The atmosphere was heavy, yet tinged with a strangeness. The team led by the Women's Federation was Qin Xuan, the specialist in charge of the Glorious Home area. When she received the report call from the Glory Home early in the morning, her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. Unexpectedly, having just surrendered to Lin Tian last night, he had another opportunity to get close to him this morning, and was even handling a case at Lin Tian's doorstep. She suppressed her inner anticipation and tried her best to maintain a professional expression, but her eyes kept glancing at the door opposite, as if Lin Tian would walk out of it at any moment. But to her slight surprise, the person leading the team from the police station. It wasn't Ms. Zhang, the person in charge of this area. Instead, she was an extremely young and beautiful squad leader, whose features were very similar to Su Xiaowan's, but who was even more lively and energetic. When they bumped into each other at the building entrance downstairs, she almost mistook her for Su Xiaowan. It was only after being introduced that I learned that this was Su Xiaoyu, Su Xiaowan's half-sister. At this moment, He Jiaying was leading Su Xiaoyu into the master bedroom to inspect the scene. Qin Shuang stayed behind with 3 other members of the Women's Federation to comfort Zhao Debao. Zhao Debao looked haggard and had a dazed look in his eyes. No matter how gently and softly the female commissioners inquired about the events of the previous night, he kept his mouth shut, shaking his head like a rattle drum, refusing to utter a single word. Even his 4 wives, including Wang Yan, they all avoided eye contact, secretly glancing at Zhao Debao's expression, and remained silent as well. After all, what happened last night was too shocking and absurd. Everyone was afraid that if this got out, Zhao Debao would become a laughingstock in the entire Glorious family community. Seeing that she couldn't get any information, Qin Shuang signaled her subordinates to stop asking questions. She herself searched back and forth in the living room, trying to find some clues. As for the claim that it's haunted? No matter how true He Jiaying's words were, this materialist simply didn't believe them. Inside the master bedroom. As soon as Su Xiaoyu entered the room, she was shocked by the scene before her and the lingering smell. Although the colorful rotating ambient lights were turned off, the enchanting and ambiguous atmosphere still lingered in the air. In the center of the room was a huge dance floor bed, surrounded by scattered rose petals. There were also those strange little sheepskin whips, nurse uniforms, doctor's robes, maid outfits, and little toys. There were even a few female prison uniforms and female police officer uniforms stuffed in the corner. Su Xiaoyu's lips twitched violently. My inner monologue. Zhao Debao's tricks are way too fancy. Is this a bedroom or a sex toy warehouse? No wonder they say it's haunted. Judging from the atmosphere, it's already pretty eerie. But she quickly shook her head, dismissing this unprofessional thought. She was eager to make a contribution and didn't want to waste any time. He deftly opened the survey kit he carried with him, put on white gloves, took out fingerprint powder, and began a careful investigation. He Jiaying stood at the door, looking conflicted. Her original intention was simply to use the imperial aura of the police station to ward off the evil influence. In her opinion, last night, we must have attracted evil spirits to cause such a bizarre thing to happen. Fortunately, my son recovered a few hours ago. So she didn't really expect the police to find anything. Seeing how serious Su Xiaoyu was, she still greeted her politely. Captain Su, you go ahead with your work, I'll go out and greet the others. Okay, Auntie, you're busy, don't worry about me. Su Xiaoyu replied without looking up.
He Jiaying had just reached the door. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly turned back. He emphasized, "By the way, Captain Su, last night I heard a sound like glass bottles clinking on the balcony. It sounded a bit suspicious. Would you like to go check it out?" "Huh? Really?" Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, as if she had caught a crucial clue. She nodded immediately. "Okay. I'll go right away." After coaxing Su Xiaoyu to go to the balcony, He Jiaying finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned back to the living room. She thought to herself, the evil spirit from last night must have come from the balcony. Sending Captain Su, who exudes an imperial aura, there would be a good chance to ward off evil spirits and dispel bad luck. Su Xiaoyu, of course, was unaware of these ulterior motives. She carried her suitcase and slowly walked to the glass door of the balcony. It wasn't pulled open immediately. Instead, they skillfully removed the fingerprint powder and brush first. We started by carefully sampling door handles, frames, and other locations, and finally attached labels and made records. His movements were clean, efficient, and meticulous. After all this is done, she carefully opened the glass door and stepped onto the balcony. The morning sunlight shines on the smooth railings. She meticulously examined every inch of the site following professional procedures. Finally, at the bottom edge of a windowsill, using fingerprint powder, she discovered several fresh handprints and footprints that were not in a normal standing posture. Su Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat. The opportunity has arrived. Her chance to prove herself has arrived. Since she became the squad leader. In the police station, there was no shortage of gossip and whispers behind her back, with some saying she got her position through connections. She desperately needed a chance to prove herself and slap those people in the face. A year ago, her older sister, Su Xiaowan, gave up the only civil service exam spot that exempted her from marriage to her, who was still in police academy at the time. This heavy debt of gratitude and guilt. But it had been weighing on her heart all along. She worked herself to the bone. She even went so far as to shamelessly snatch the case from Sister Zhang, a case that wasn't in her patrol area. He just wanted to make a name for himself as soon as possible and prove that he wasn't someone who got in through connections. I also want to help my sister and try to get her a spot without having to get married. Unfortunately, this past year, with the male birth rate declining, the police department's direct recruitment policy has been cancelled. Su Xiaoyu was very worried about her sister. Yesterday I dragged my sister to a blind date, hoping to try my luck. Fortunately, my sister was lucky enough to meet a handsome, dashing, and considerate brother-in-law. She felt a little relieved and less guilty. The two sisters now work at the same police station. Su Xiaoyu was determined to secure her position as the team leader so she could take good care of her older sister in the future. And now, the clear mark points directly to the balcony next door. Suppressing her excitement, she followed the trail and soon found several more climbing footprints on the low wall at the edge of the balcony. And based on the age of the traces, she concluded that these marks were no more than 24 hours old. The neighbor, it must have been someone from next door who did it. Su Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement. The desire to make a contribution instantly overwhelmed the strict rule against handling cases alone. Chapter 40 Brother-in-law, no. I'm not my sister. She glanced at the adjacent balcony that was just steps away, then looked back at the noisy living room behind her. Call for backup? No. What if we drag this out too long, and the suspect gets away, or the evidence is destroyed? Then my credit for finding the clue will be wasted. A youthful impulse. Coupled with that eagerness to prove himself, he completely took the lead at this moment. Su Xiaoyu first closed the survey box and placed it on the wall of the adjacent balcony. She then took a deep breath and nimbly climbed over the meter-high partition wall. The person quietly stepped onto the balcony of apartment 2301. She crouched low, tiptoed, and slowly approached the glass door to the balcony. She gave it a try. I wanted to peek inside through a tiny gap in the curtains. It can be seen that the curtains are drawn tightly. You can't see anything at all. She hesitated for a moment, then subconsciously touched the cold, hard pistol at her waist. I felt a little more at ease. Her cherry-like lips pursed and murmured. Besides, I'm the squad leader, and my teammates are right next door. What's there to be afraid of? Su Xiaoyu, you can do it. Keep it up. She tried to cheer herself up, after a period of self-pity. She reached out and tried to gently pull the glass door. A pleasant surprise.
The door wasn't locked from the inside? Su Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. It seems, even the heavens are on my side. At that moment, she seemed to see that scene in the future. A man in a striking blue police uniform, looking dashing and imposing, subdued a woman with a repulsive appearance and handcuffed her to the bed. At the same time, she, Su Xiaoyu, held a police pistol high in her hand. It was pressed against the lewd woman's temple. Then her teammates rushed in anxiously from the door, just in time to see Su Xiaoyu cleverly subdue the female thug. Finally, she escorted the suspect back to the police station, where her colleagues and superiors looked at her with envy and admiration. Even a look of adoration. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of all this, she couldn't help but let out a few silly chuckles like a goose. After realizing what had happened, she quickly covered her mouth, afraid of alerting the suspected perverted woman inside. She took a deep breath and gently, quietly, opened the door a crack. In a flash, the petite and delicate woman silently slipped into the dimly lit bedroom. But she dared not be careless in the slightest. Her right hand remained pressed against the holster. Be on high alert, be alert for anything unusual. Meanwhile, on that 3.2-meter wide bed, Lin Tian, after being woken up by his mother, managed to fall back asleep. I am in a state between dreaming and waking. He rolled over. Suddenly, a slight darkness appeared outside my tightly closed eyelids. A figure blocked the faint light filtering through the gap in the curtains. Lin Tian was filled with suspicion and confusion, barely managing to open his eyes a crack. In a hazy state, he happened to see a petite and slender figure in a police uniform, crouching low and cautiously approaching the bedside. At the same time, there was a familiar scent of gardenias, which Su Xiaowan often used. It wafted into her nose like a little snake, following the air flowing through the crack in the door. Lin Tian's mind was not fully awake, but his body reacted first. Could it be that Xiaowan has returned? Still playing this game? Did he deliberately come back in a police uniform, for role-playing? Cosplay? His chaotic thoughts led him to constantly fill in the blanks in his mind. Hey. Xiaowan understands me best. She knows my husband was really pent up last night. This is proactively delivering to my door. I don't know why. The more he imagined it, the more excited he became, his heart pounding like it was being scratched by a cat. I'm so itchy. So much so that last night, that suppressed anger was suddenly and completely ignited again. However, in order to give the other party a reverse surprise, Lin Tian chose to continue pretending to be asleep. Keep quiet and composed. Only his eyes remained narrowed to slits, fixed intently on the petite figure that drew ever closer. At the same time, he was mentally calculating the distance. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. The azure figure finally reached the bedside, but suddenly stopped moving. She seemed to hesitate for a moment. But she paused for only a second, then slowly reached out her hand. Now! Lin Tian suddenly sprang up, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. He grabbed Su Xiaowan around the waist, twisted his legs together, and used his weight to perform several crocodile rolls, pulling her from the foot of the bed to the head of the bed. He was firmly pinned down beneath him. Ha! Su Xiaoyu had no time to react. She felt a sudden dizziness and fell into the soft bedding. A burning hot body pressed tightly against her. At the same time, a strong masculine aura is overwhelming. Her mind went blank, and she acted purely on instinct. Let me go. Su Xiaoyu was both shocked and ashamed, and began to struggle desperately. At the same time, her hand finally found its way to her gun through a tiny gap. He even subconsciously released the safety, and the cold muzzle of the gun suddenly pressed against the other person's lower abdomen. His index finger was on the trigger. But just then, a familiar, yet roguish voice suddenly entered her ears. Oh dear, my little policewoman Wan, are you getting mischievous now? Lin Tian grinned mischievously as he randomly kissed Su Xiaoyu's cheeks and neck. His other hand was even more restless, tickling the other person. You came back dressed like this after just one night to seduce your husband? Humph. Watch me teach you a lesson according to family law. That voice, is it my brother-in-law? He is Lin Tian. This realization struck Su Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning. This caused her to freeze instantly, her brain completely shut down, and her ability to think was completely lost. She forgot to resist. Even the pistol he was holding fell to the ground with a thud onto the thick mattress. How could it be my brother-in-law? Oh no! My first kiss. My innocence. This is completely different from the capture plot I imagined.
Su Xiaoyu was completely dizzy, pinned to the bed by Lin Tian, her eyes glazed over.
Lin Tian, however, was completely unaware.
The fact that the other person stopped struggling only made him more excited. The kissing became increasingly unrestrained. They even started physically attacking her, tearing at her crisp, dark blue police uniform.
He was pulled like that.
Su Xiaoyu suddenly woke up, her brain struggling to break free from its malfunction.
Brother-in-law. It's me. Su Xiaoyu. I'm not my sister. Ah.
Lin Tian paused, squinted, and carefully examined the person beneath him using the sliver of light filtering through the curtains.
He then chuckled and said, "Great. My little one, those lines have completely ignited my desire. Well, where did you get this script from? You're pretty clever. Sister role-playing, huh?
Fine, no one knows me better than my wife, Xiaowan.
Your husband loves excitement."
After saying that, he pressed down again, his movements becoming even more violent.
"No. Brother-in-law, let me explain."
Su Xiaoyu was both ashamed and anxious at this moment, and pressed her hands tightly against his chest.
"I'm a police officer. I'm here to investigate a case. I just came in by following clues from the balcony. I'm really not your sister." "Huh?" Lin Tian was taken aback. Then, looking puzzled, she said, "Wait a minute, Xiaowan, isn't your line a bit off topic? At this moment, shouldn't you be playing hard to get, shaking your head and crying out, 'Yamit'?" "Yamit?" Su Xiaoyu. "What is Yamit? Who I am? Where am I? What does he take me for?"
Lin Tian saw that the other party remained silent.
He quickly reverted to his usual roguish demeanor, grumbling, "Ugh. Garlic, garlic. I guess you've only learned the basics.
Anyway, the process is the same in all cases, just like in Japan.
This is our first time playing, so let's not be shy and get straight to the point."
As he spoke, he continued to roughly tear at the dark blue police uniform.
Sizzle.
The 2 buttons under her neck were ripped off. Lin Tian grumbled with dissatisfaction, "The quality of the clothes is actually quite good."
"Brother-in-law, no. I'm not my sister."
Su Xiaoyu was almost in tears.
Chapter 41, Sister-in-Law's Company, Qin Xuan's Milk Tea.
It was also because of my brother-in-law. Su Xiaoyu didn't dare to actually fight back, for fear of accidentally hurting her brother-in-law. So she was like a wronged little rabbit, only able to use her little hands to frantically paw at what was in front of her eyes.
Resist the invasion.
Just as the two were entangled.
Sudden. The glass door to the balcony was suddenly pulled open with a whoosh. The heavy curtains were then suddenly yanked open. A clear summer morning. The scorching, bright sunlight poured in instantly and without reservation, illuminating everything in the room clearly. At the same time, a woman's voice drifted in with the sunlight, "Captain Su? Are you here?
I just saw your survey kit over here, Su." Qin Shuang stood at the glass doorway of the balcony, her usual professional and calm expression freezing instantly. She stared in astonishment at the 2 people on the bed, who were now almost intertwined, and stammered, "Captain Su."
"Captain Su? And Mr. Lin? What are you all doing here? What are you doing?" The scene became extremely awkward. As if struck by lightning, Su Xiaoyu suddenly unleashed astonishing strength, shoving Lin Tian off her and quickly jumping off the bed.
She frantically straightened her police uniform, which was torn and disheveled, revealing half of her snow-white shoulder.
Her face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. "Commissioner Qin. It's not what you think. It's a misunderstanding. My brother-in-law, he was half asleep and mistook me for my sister." Well. Qin Xuan was indeed no ordinary woman. The astonishment on her face quickly vanished. But inwardly he was chuckling, "Captain Su, do you even believe what you're saying?"
At this moment, Lin Tian, who had been pushed down beside the bed, also fully woke up. He took a closer look at the person in front of him. After confirming that the other person was indeed Su Xiaoyu, his face immediately became filled with embarrassment. He quickly coughed twice and touched his nose sheepishly. Although Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaowan look very alike, it is not difficult to tell them apart. Su Xiaowan is as quiet and fragrant as an orchid, gentle and pure. Su Xiaoyu, however, is lively and playful, a vibrant and beautiful young woman. You can tell them apart at a glance from their demeanor. As for why he didn't recognize him just now,
Only God knows.
Although Qin Shuang sensed something different at this moment, she was smart enough to know her limits. She quickly composed herself, regaining her usual calm, but gave Lin Tian a complicated look before nodding and saying, "Oh,
I understand. I'm sorry to bother you. It's okay. Just pretend I'm not there. You guys continue. I'll go back and search the other rooms to see if there are any other clues."
As Qin Shuang spoke, she left the room and closed the glass door again.
It only took a moment to turn around. Her meaningful glance sent Lin Tian's adrenaline soaring. The room returned to silence.
Only Lin Tian and Su Xiaoyu remained.
The atmosphere remained awkward.
Su Xiaoyu let out a long sigh of relief, then glared at Lin Tian reproachfully before quickly buttoning up the remaining buttons on her police uniform jacket. It turned out that 2 buttons were missing.
She pouted and complained, "Brother-in-law. It's all your fault. Look here. It's not even enough to cover it up. How am I supposed to go back and face people like this?" Well.
Lin Tian's face grew increasingly embarrassed. No matter how eloquent he usually was, he didn't know how to respond at this moment.
Oh well. Never mind. Do you have any safety pins here? I'll just fasten it with a quick fix.
As Su Xiaoyu spoke, she began searching through the room on her own, no longer paying attention to Lin Tian.
After a short while, she finally finished tidying her clothes. The two talked for a long time.
Su Xiaoyu then realized that her brother-in-law lived here. Finally, when Su Xiaoyu was about to return to the Zhao family next door, then it dawned on him what she had come for. His head tilted to the side, and his clear, bright eyes darted around. She suddenly leaned closer, her eyes strange, and looked at Lin Tian, lowering her voice, "Brother-in-law. Miss He from the Zhao family next door called the police saying it's haunted, and she was very insistent on the story, saying there were strange noises and bottles on the balcony last night.
Could this be related to you?"
Lin Tian looked at Su Xiaoyu, who seemed quite clever, and knew she had guessed what was going on. Too lazy to deny it, he grinned cheekily and replied in a similarly low voice, "Yeah, it's me."
"Who told them to be so unrestrained in their marital life in the middle of the night, always disturbing my sleep? I was just giving them a little punishment." "Oh?" Su Xiaoyu was taken aback. "But then I remembered the bedroom next door, with its dazzling array of little toys and bizarre decorations." She was both annoyed and amused. "Humph. You got me all excited for nothing. I thought I was going to solve a big case and earn some merit. Turns out it was you who did this. However, I know this is just a harmless prank and has no real harm. In addition, there's her protectiveness towards her sister and her affection for her brother-in-law." She immediately gave up the idea of pursuing the matter. Su Xiaoyu straightened her police uniform once again. He then began issuing instructions to the team members next door through the earpiece. "Attention, all units. Attention all team members. The master bedroom and balcony area have been inspected. No unauthorized entry or unusual signs were found. The situation reported by the person who called the police may be related to ambient noise or psychological illusion. You may call it a day. Once the arrangements are complete." She turned to look at Lin Tian. Her tone carried a hint of jealousy and teasing that she herself didn't realize. "Brother-in-law, I'm leaving. I still have to go back and help my sister with her special training. Oh. By the way. My sister probably won't be able to come back to see you for the next few days because the police station has arranged intensive training for the new officers. But my sister is working herself to the bone this morning, studying martial arts and regulations like crazy so she can come back to see you as soon as possible." "Huh? What? A few days?" Lin Tian immediately became unhappy upon hearing this. "If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have let her work at the police station. This won't do. I'll be bored to death these next few days." He was furious and even couldn't help but lash out at Su Xiaoyu. He urgently needs to increase his affection level to unlock subsequent items, hoping to find a secret recipe for having a boy. This is a matter of great importance concerning the livelihood of the nation. How could he dare to delay? Su Xiaoyu had just stepped onto the balcony. Hearing her brother-in-law's complaining and frustrated tone, she suddenly felt sorry for him. Without much thought, Su Xiaoyu immediately turned around and came back. She took out her phone, added Lin Tian on WeChat, and thoughtfully added, "Brother-in-law. If you're bored these days, you can contact me. As your sister-in-law, I can take you out to have fun." Real? Yes. Really? You said it yourself. Lin Tian, of course, did not refuse. With his sister-in-law to keep him company, whoever refuses is a bastard, right? After agreeing, Su Xiaoyu came from somewhere and returned by the same route.
After all that commotion, Lin Tian was completely unable to fall asleep.
After washing up, he walked out of the door of 2301.
As soon as he stepped outside, he saw his mother arguing fiercely with He Jiaying next door. One insisted there were ghosts, while the other called the other a lunatic. Su Xiaoyu saw Lin Tian come out of his house, their eyes met, and she winked at him playfully. He then briefly explained to He Jiaying, no abnormalities were found, it may be just a rumor or a psychological effect. After saying that, he led his team away.
After comforting Zhao Debao, the women from the Women's Federation left one by one. Xin Shuang simply chose to leave last. Before entering the elevator,
she secretly sent a text message to Lin Tian's phone.
Mr. Lin, I apologize for bothering you. Regarding the results of the investigation, and some matters that require my private explanation, I would like to report to you.
The Spring Whispers milk tea shop on the corner of Glory Street is a quiet place.
If it's convenient for you, would you like to see me in an hour? I'll treat you to milk tea. Attached, professionalsmile.jpg.
Chapter 42. A great man, Xin Shuang stunned and revealed her white skin. Springtime Whispers, a milk tea shop.
This is a milk tea shop located in the most bustling area of Guangrong Street. Is the milk tea authentic?
Lin Tian really didn't know, because he had never been here to drink before.
But
the owner of this milk tea shop is absolutely gorgeous. I heard that she is a well-known milk tea beauty in the entire area around Glory Home. It's not that the proprietress is exceptionally beautiful, nor is she some kind of fairy descended from heaven. It is said that this milk tea beauty is only 22 years old this year. She was respectfully called Milk Tea Beauty by her male neighbors.
Key? It's all in the word milk.
All male customers who have had milk tea at her shop,
without exception, they all gave it extremely high praise, saying, this is absolutely authentic milk tea. Delicious and inexpensive. On one occasion, Lin Tian overheard Zhao Debao next door making this comment.
The milk tea from the Milk Tea Beauty has become an art form. It tastes just like the milk tea from a mother's baby days. He also said, judging from its color, it is very white, and its shape is like a papaya. It is full, white, and clean without being bloated. The title Milk Tea Beauty is truly well deserved.
And at this moment, at the entrance of the Spring Whispers milk tea shop,
a dozen or so men of varying ages were queuing up to buy milk tea.
This scene, in today's environment where men are scarce,
it appears to be extremely rare. Only in a community like Glory Garden could such a large number of male customers be gathered.
Inside the milk tea shop, in an inconspicuous corner booth,
Xin Shuang had been waiting for a long time. She had clearly dressed up carefully, having shed her crisp Confederate uniform. She changed into a high-quality pearl white silk shirt, paired with a black knee-length pencil skirt, which perfectly accentuated her mature and slender curves. She wore delicate, light makeup, and her long, smooth hair cascaded down her shoulders. At this moment, she lacked some of the aloofness she displayed at work. However, she possesses a more gentle and mature charm that belongs to a 26-year-old woman. She sat with an elegant posture. His gaze kept drifting towards the door, revealing a focused expression that was a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. When Lin Tian pushed open the door and walked in, she immediately stood up, a perfectly timed, respectful smile blooming on her face.
Mr. Lin, you've arrived.
Lin Tian nodded, sat down opposite her, and glanced at her with undisguised admiration. A cup of milk tea was already placed on the table. It looked like the shop's signature drink. Mr. Lin, first of all, I must once again sincerely apologize to you for barging in this morning and interrupting your rest. Xin Shuang nodded slightly, her tone sincere and professional.
Lin Tian smiled and waved his hand, saying, it's nothing, just a misunderstanding.
He could tell that the other person's apologetic eyes were very sincere. As an adult, he naturally knew the other person's purpose in inviting him out. He picked up the milk tea on the table, took a sip, and immediately exclaimed in admiration. It tastes just right, it's definitely good milk.
It really brings back so many memories of my infancy.
Xin Shuang carefully observed his expression and, seeing that he didn't seem to care much, felt somewhat relieved.
But the real focus hasn't even started yet.
She took a deep breath, lowered her voice, and her eyes became extremely serious. Mr. Lin, I apologize again for my presumptuous inquiry. I was referring to the time I abused my access to try to check your genetic rating. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, said nothing, and gestured for her to continue. But in his heart he thought, here it comes, the important part is about to begin. He wanted to hear just how ambitious this woman was and what she would say. Qin Shuang leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice even further. His eyes were filled with honesty and determination. Please forgive my bluntness. With my limited permissions, the fact that I cannot view your level means that you are at least B level, or even, you are very likely, the legendary A level. I consider you the most important, and perhaps only, investment in my life. Qin Shuang's words were straightforward, blunt, and startling. But she seemed completely unconcerned that Lin Tian might have a different opinion of her. Continuing to speak frankly. I long to become your most capable assistant, handling all the trivial matters and troubles that you do not wish to deal with personally. My abilities, my authority, and even my future, everything is at your service. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian's lips curled up in a smile. He looked at the other person, then suddenly leaned forward, squinted his eyes, and said with a smile. Oh? Since you think you've offended me, do you really think you can just offer a few apologies and a cup of milk tea? Lin Tian picked up the cup in his hand, a playful look on his face. And with this empty promise, you think you can just let things go? Commissioner Qin, shouldn't we show some real sincerity in our negotiations? Qin Shuang's heart skipped a beat. How could she not understand the implication in Lin Tian's words? Overtly and covertly. I just want her to name her price first, or offer some substantial leverage. Then wait for the other party to bargain. Qin Shuang forced herself to calm down. She's pragmatic, she won't act until she sees a clear benefit. Because she knows what she has, and even more so what she wants. She did not respond directly. Instead, it cleverly steers the conversation to the core issue. Mr. Lin, my sincerity depends on your value. And your value is most directly reflected there. While speaking, Qin Shuang's gaze was pointed as she glanced at the pocket where Lin Tian had placed his phone. I long to follow the strong, but only if he must be a true strongman. Her words were direct and to the point, carrying a hint of a desperate gamble. If you can let me see for myself. I, Qin Shuang, will repay you with all my heart for the rest of my life, and I will grant you anything you ask for. Ha! 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 At that moment, Lin Tian laughed. His laughter was arrogant and domineering. What a strong person! What a lifelong follower! What a dedicated servant! To be honest, Lin Tian greatly admired Qin Shuang's clear-headed and direct ambition. This type of woman is very clear about her own position. She wouldn't ask for anything more than she deserved, nor would she give up anything she was entitled to. If that's the case, why not take a step back? Lin Tian said no more, simply took out his phone, unlocked it, and opened the pink marriage management app. Without hesitation, he entered his biometric password and quickly accessed the top secret personal information page. He casually turned the screen towards Qin Shuang. Here, see for yourself. This is the confidence I give you. Qin Shuang's pupils contracted sharply, her gaze fixed on the phone Lin Tian handed her. She simply couldn't imagine it. This man, 4 years younger than her, possessed such magnanimity, which completely exceeded her expectations. In that instant, she felt a touch of admiration for this man. She almost held her breath, stretched out her hands, and carefully took the phone from Lin Tian's hand as if receiving a royal decree. The moment the dazzling gold logo on the screen, genetic level, A, clearly entered her vision. Ha! Her breathing suddenly stopped. The fingers holding the phone tightened suddenly. The fingertips turned slightly white from the force applied. With her other hand, she instinctively covered her mouth to stop herself from screaming. Her pupils dilated with extreme shock. An excited blush instantly spread across her cheeks, and she felt as if she had been struck by an invisible electric current. She couldn't help but tremble slightly. Grade A. It really is grade A. A 50% chance. The only key that could change her and her entire family's fate. It appeared right in front of me without any warning. Chapter 43 Qin Shuang submits to A, Mengli cries for power. Since the Great Cataclysm. According to research findings from authoritative global human biological genetics institutions, the woman's genes have mutated, causing her to lose the chromosomes that determine the sex of her offspring. Only males born after the Great Cataclysm possess the chromosome DNA that determines sex.
High-quality men have become the chosen ones in the genetic mutations following the cataclysm.
Based on their genetic level, they possess sex-determining chromosomes that greatly increase the probability of fathering male offspring. As for those drugs on the market that claim to increase the probability of having a boy, although they have some effect, most of them are falsely advertised and are of inferior quality.
But that's not the most crucial point.
More importantly, currently only offspring conceived by high-quality men have the highest probability of giving birth to the next generation of high-quality men. Offspring conceived through drugs or by ordinary men have a low probability of being born, and even if a boy is born, he is almost always an ordinary male. In other words, only high-quality men can produce new high-quality men. It is precisely because of this reality and these stringent conditions that high-quality men have become a core resource highly valued by countries around the world. Because their mission is directly related to the crucial question of whether humanity can continue to reproduce and survive.
This moment,
Qin Shuang suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Tian. Her eyes were filled with unbelievable ecstasy, awe, and utter shame for her previous little schemes and probing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I was narrow-minded. I was foolish.
Her voice trembled uncontrollably, and she was so excited that she was almost incoherent. Lin Tian admired her flustered appearance and slowly took back his phone. He knew that the woman before him, after learning that he possessed a great genes, was completely transformed, both physically and mentally. They have all been completely subdued. However, Lin Tian had a deeper consideration in mind. His multiple wives, multiple blessings system has one strict condition. It seems that affection can only be generated from wives and concubines with official titles.
He only realized this last night.
Although Su Mengli had fallen deeply in love with him, she was never able to develop any affection for him. Aside from the temporary training points awarded as a system reward the first time, I haven't been able to gain any new affection points from my interactions with Su Mengli since.
This troubled him somewhat.
Although Qin Shuang repeatedly said she didn't want a formal title, she only wanted a child. But this only satisfies his lust and does not align with his long-term interests. He needed the help of these women to achieve his goals.
Granting a title or recognition is both a form of binding and a reward. This will bring tangible system benefits and their unwavering loyalty.
But Lin Tian never intended to be a spineless coward who only hid behind women. Given the chance, he would prefer to be at the forefront and conquer this land with his own strength.
Not to mention,
a clear-headed ambitious person like Qin Shuang, as long as he remains powerful, let her forever only be able to look up to him. Her loyalty is more reliable than anyone else's. Because she knew how to assess the situation and was well aware that she couldn't afford the cost of betrayal. Therefore, even though Qin Shuang did not seek a formal title, Lin Tian could not refuse to grant her one.
So, now.
Lin Tian looked at her, his tone calm but unquestionable.
Tell me, what can you give me? And what do you want from me?
Qin Shuang took several deep breaths, forcibly suppressing her turbulent emotions, her gaze becoming more resolute and intense than ever before.
Mr. Lin, from this moment on, I, Qin Shuang, belong to you. I don't want anything, I only beg that you grant me the opportunity to be a mother in the future.
A child whose noble blood flows through his veins.
This is the greatest blessing and reward for me and my family.
Her posture was extremely humble, and her purpose was very clear and realistic.
Your requirements aren't high. But what? Mr. Lin, please name your price. As long as it's within my power, I'll agree to anything.
Qin Shuang was momentarily flustered, fearing that Lin Tian would refuse. If you don't see his genetic level with your own eyes, being rejected might only make you sad for a while, but it won't make you lose hope in life. But now that a bright future is within reach, how could she possibly let it slip away?
Don't rush, what I mean is. Ring ring. Just as Lin Tian was about to propose taking her as a concubine, his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was a call from Su Mengli. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, a bad premonition rising in his heart. Really? As soon as the call connected, Su Mengli's anxious, even tearful voice came from the other end. Lin Tian. Something terrible has happened. The Shengfeng Group meeting has been moved up. Li Li and several major shareholders are going to force a family meeting at 2 p.m. this afternoon to force me to step down as president. They're at the company right now, and I can't take it anymore. Can you come over?
Hearing Su Mingli's almost collapsing tone, Lin Tian knew she had been driven to the brink of despair. Otherwise, she would never have lost her composure like this.
He glanced at the time, 1:10 p.m. I understand, she said lightly, and then hung up the phone. Lin Tian didn't say much. He knew that Su Mingli was no ordinary woman.
Even when all hope seems lost, we are not so easily defeated. Lin Tian put away his phone, his brows still slightly furrowed. He looked at Qin Shuang, a thought flashing through his mind, and said, "It seems there's something I need your help with." He stood up. Shangfeng Group will hold a family meeting at 2 p.m. this afternoon. I don't want any unnecessary disruptions later.
Qin Shuang also stood up.
Upon hearing Lin Tian's words, she immediately understood, her eyes instantly becoming sharp and professional, like a sword about to be drawn.
Understood.
I'll go with you personally. The Federation of Wives has the right to oversee family affairs involving the rights of quality men, and I will ensure the meeting proceeds compliantly and smoothly. Please rest assured, the Federation will always be your strongest support.
Very good. Lin Tian nodded in satisfaction.
Without further delay, the two quickly walked out of the milk tea shop. Before leaving, he glanced casually at the milk tea beauty who was busy making beat-up duck-shit lemon tea.
Lin Tian sighed inwardly, she truly is a goddess.
The milk tea beauty seemed to sense something and suddenly turned her head, only to find that Lin Tian had already turned and left through the door. She was puzzled. I clearly felt someone watching me just now, how could they disappear in the blink of an eye? Stepping out of the milk tea shop. Just as Lin Tian was about to raise his hand to hail a taxi, Qin Shuang had already pressed the car key. Across the street, a black limousine with special license plates flashed its lights.
Mr. Lin, please take my car.
Walking to the car, Qin Shuang opened the back door for him.
Although it's not a luxury car, it's more convenient for the Federation of Emirates to travel in the city.
Lin Tian bent down to get on the bus, muttering casually, "Is it okay to use a public vehicle for private purposes?" Qin Shuang got into the driver's seat, fastened her seatbelt, glanced at him in the rearview mirror, and a faint smile appeared on her lips.
We are dedicated to providing you with the best service and protecting your rights. This is one of the most important official duties of the Women's Federation.
The engine started, and the car quickly merged into the traffic, speeding towards the Shangfeng Group headquarters in the city center CBD.
Chapter 44 Suhao blocks the way, the Federation bus has arrived. Zhanghai City, CBD Center. The top floor of Shangfeng Group headquarters. The atmosphere inside the meeting room was heavy.
The meeting had not yet officially started, but an invisible tension was already palpable on both sides of the large conference table.
Su Mingli sat in the main seat with an icy expression.
She tried her best to maintain her CEO composure, but her slightly trembling fingertips betrayed a hint of unease and agitation in her heart.
Put your phone down.
On the screen, the brief message arriving in half an hour was her only glimmer of hope at that moment. However, this subtle change in her expression was precisely captured by Lili, who had been secretly observing her from the opposite side.
Lili is a woman nearing 40, yet still possessing a captivating charm.
She wore an expensive custom-made suit, a smug, cold smile playing on her lips. At this moment, she was chatting and laughing quietly with Zhang Yun, the shrewd-looking female director beside her, as if victory was in their grasp. She narrowed her eyes and pulled her daughter, Su Lili, closer to her.
She asked in a low voice, "Lili, what's the name of the man Su Mingli was looking for? What does he look like?"
Su Lili pursed her lips, a hint of lingering fear and jealousy flashing across her face.
His name is Lin Tian, and his looks are just so-so.
Lin Tian. Lili hesitated for a moment, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes.
Mom has been keeping a close eye on Su Mingli.
She seemed off earlier. She might be contacting that man.
What if she shows up and causes trouble at a crucial moment?
She paused, then immediately gave the order.
Lili, you go to the main entrance downstairs at headquarters immediately and keep watch. Only you have seen him, remember. You absolutely must stop him and not let him come up to the conference room.
As long as we can stall for an hour, once the dust settles, no matter who they turn to, they won't be able to cause any real trouble.
Huh? What the hell?
Su Lili's face turned pale instantly, and her voice trembled slightly. Just thinking about Lin Tian's roguish nature and his ruthless personality of slapping people without hesitation, I felt a chill run down my spine. Mom, that Lin Tian, he's very likely a high-quality man. So she hurriedly made an excuse, her voice filled with fear. I'm a girl. Even if I really met him, if he used the men's safety lock to pressure me, I wouldn't be able to stop him at all." Lily looked suspicious and glanced at her daughter. No one knows a daughter better than her mother. How could she not see her daughter's fear? But then she thought about it again and realized that there was some truth to it. Sometimes, women are inherently at a disadvantage when facing men. But absolutely no mistakes are allowed. She abruptly turned her head and instructed her son, Suhao, who was engrossed in his phone and muttering trash teammates, as he stood to the side. "Howard, stop playing around. Take 2 people downstairs immediately and guard the lobby on the first floor." Suhao reluctantly raised his head. "Huh? Mom. The meeting's about to start. What would I be doing down there?" "Idiot." Lily lowered her voice and scolded. "Su Mengli has sent her lover. That guy might be a great catch. Women are hard to stop, but you're a man. If you try to stop him, even if he really is a great catch, he might not dare to lay a hand on you. Remember, you must find a way to stall him for several tens of minutes. As long as the meeting passes the notarized legal document, we've won." Okay. Under the intense gaze of Lily, Suhao finally got up reluctantly. He muttered, clearly annoyed, "They're in the middle of a team fight, what a timing." He quickly left the conference room with 2 female security guards. Suhao suddenly left. This immediately alerted Su Mengli. Her heart tightened, and she instantly guessed Lily's intention. But she absolutely could not leave at this moment. She had to withstand all the pressure alone before Lin Tian arrived. Otherwise, the board of directors could very well be manipulated by Lily while she was away, and ultimately pass a resolution. She forced herself to remain calm and composed. He started using his phone under the table. She sent an urgent instruction to her chief secretary, Chang Lin. "Chang Lin, proceed immediately to the main entrance on the first floor to greet Lin Tian. Ensure he receives unimpeded access to the conference room. If he encounters any obstruction, resolve the issue at all costs." After posting it, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to add another message. "If Suhao is the one blocking you, you don't need to put up with it anymore, you can confront him directly. Remember, you absolutely must ensure Lin Tian arrives on time. My life and fortune are tied up in his hands. Please." Only after sending the message did Su Mengli breathe a slight sigh of relief. She turned to her worried mother, Zhao Yaji, and whispered, "Mom, don't worry. Lin Tian, he's here." Zhao Yaji nodded nervously, her hands clenched tightly, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. To talk about tension and torment, Zhao Yaji is even better than her own daughter. Once upon a time, she was the undisputed first wife of the Su family, holding a prestigious position and deeply loved by her husband. Even though Lily gave birth to Su Hao, the only male heir of the Su family, it did not shake her position in the slightest. On the contrary, her husband showed her even more affection in order to comfort her. All of this is all because she possessed an unparalleled beauty in her youth, a beauty beyond compare. Even compared to Su Mengli now, she is 3 points better. It's a fatal temptation that can drive any man crazy and make him unable to let go. Even though she is now over 40, with careful maintenance, she still looks graceful and beautiful, like a stunning woman in her early 30s. When she stands next to Su Mengli, they are often mistaken for sisters. However, her paradise crumbled after her husband passed away. Her gentle and unassuming nature led to her repeated defeats in the family power struggles, resulting in the loss of her property and a dramatic decline in her status. This dramatic fall from grace nearly broke her. Now, it has come to the point where Lily, who relies on her son, is about to be kicked out of the Su family. But no one knew it better than her. Just how much energy does a truly high-quality man possess? Therefore, when she heard that Lin Tian was on his way, she felt as if she had grasped at the last straw. Just then, Lily suddenly stood up, a fake smile on her face, and tapped on the table. "All right, the meeting is time. Everyone who's supposed to be here is here. The meeting is now in session. There is only one agenda item today. That is a vote on whether Su Mengli will remain in her position as president. Now, you can start voting." At the same time, Shengfeng Group headquarters. On the first floor, in a gleaming lobby. As soon as Lin Tian and Qin Shuang stepped through the revolving door, a young woman who had been anxiously waiting there immediately came to greet them. She was about 23 or 24 years old, dressed in a smart business suit, with sharp eyes. It was Chang Lin, Su Mengli's chief secretary. She was no stranger to Lin Tian. Previously, it was she who used her connections to conduct a detailed investigation into this man who might become a good match for President Su.
Mr. Lin. Hello, I am Chang Lin, Mr. Su's secretary. Mr. Su asked me to meet you here. Chang Lin spoke very quickly.
Her slightly rapid breathing and tightly clenched fingers betrayed the anxiety she felt at that moment. However, just as she was about to lead Lin Tian to the private elevator, 3 other figures also appeared quickly, blocking the elevator lobby. It was the carefree Su Hao, along with the 2 female security guards he brought. Although Su Hao had never met Lin Tian, but seeing Chang Lin so respectfully greeting a young man with an extraordinary air about her, he immediately guessed who the visitor was. He stepped forward, deliberately ignoring Lin Tian, and adopted the air of a group owner, scrutinizing Lin Tian from head to toe with a critical eye.
He then turned to Chang Lin and launched an attack, deliberately raising his voice in an attempt to seize the initiative. Secretary Chang. What are you doing here? Who are these 2 people? He scoffed, his finger almost poking Lin Tian's face. There's an important meeting at the company today, and no unauthorized personnel are allowed to disturb us. Look at his shabby appearance, does he look like he's here to discuss business? I think he's just a paparazzi trying to take pictures of my sister. Security guard. He waved his hand arrogantly, get them out of here right now. Chapter 45 Secretary Chang Lin, the crushing power of the Husbands' Federation. As soon as Su Hao said those words, the atmosphere between the 2 sides instantly plummeted to freezing point, as if the air itself had solidified. Chang Lin looked at the arrogant and domineering Su Hao, and was so angry that her whole body trembled slightly. Suppressing her anger, she stepped forward to block Lin Tian and argued forcefully, "Young Master Su Hao. Mr. Lin Tian is an important guest personally invited by President Su. You have no right to stop me." Cut. Su Hao stood with his hands on his hips, behaving like a complete thug. He scoffed dismissively, "Important guest? I bet it's a lover. Besides, how can I not have the right? I am the future head of the Su family. I said he was some kind of nobody, and he is. Who knows if it's you, Chang Lin, colluding with outsiders to plot against my Su family? You." Chang Lin was so choked by this shameless slander that her pretty face turned red and her chest heaved violently. She was skilled in business, but she had never seen such an unreasonable person before, and for a moment she didn't know how to refute them. But considering the president's appointment in a time of crisis, and the long-term suppression by Li Li's faction, Chang Lin's stubbornness flared up all at once. She showed no fear, but instead stepped forward again, her pretty face frozen in frost. "Su Hao. Don't think I don't know the evil intentions of you and your mother. Don't you just want to swallow up the entire Shangfeng? Let me tell you, I'm going to stick with you today. I'm determined to bring Mr. Lin up with me. Let's see what you can do to me." "Oh ho! You're just a lowly secretary, and you think you're so tough?" Enraged, Su Hao raised his hand to order the security guards behind him to teach Chang Lin a lesson. "You too, slap her in the face. How dare you threaten me? You dare?" Chang Lin was startled and involuntarily took a step back. But at that moment, behind her, a warm and steady hand gently rested on her shoulder. Chang Lin was startled and turned around to meet Lin Tian's calm and unwavering gaze. His gaze was deep and calm, like a deep pool, instantly soothing her anxiety and grievances. Lin Tian took half a step forward, his gaze finally landing on Su Hao, who was acting like a clown. However, his gaze was indifferent, as if he were looking at a piece of trash that was in his way. "Your name is Su Hao." His voice was calm, yet carried an invisible sense of pressure, clearly audible in the lobby. "You talk a lot of nonsense." Su Hao felt inexplicably uneasy under that gaze, but with everyone watching and his mother's instructions, he absolutely could not show any weakness. He immediately stiffened his neck and retorted, forcing a smile, "Who the hell are you? Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Security! Are you deaf? Throw them out." The 2 female security guards looked extremely embarrassed, caught in a dilemma. On one side was the young master of the Su family, and on the other was a man of extraordinary bearing, whom even Secretary Chang treated with respect. None of them dared to make a move easily. Lin Tian didn't even bother to glance at him anymore, and turned to Chang Lin indifferently, saying, "Let's go, don't keep Mang Li waiting." Lin Tian's complete disregard. This insult was more humiliating to Su Hao than any other verbal abuse. "Stop.
Did I say you could leave? He screamed angrily, trying to cover up his guilt with his loud voice.
Stop them.
Anyone who lets them through doesn't need to come to work tomorrow. The two female security guards exchanged a glance. Ultimately, left with no other choice, he had to bite the bullet and step forward again to try and stop them.
At that very moment.
Let's see who dares. A cold and authoritative female voice, like an icicle piercing the tense air, rang out from behind Lin Tian. Qin Shuang took a step forward, her posture as upright as a pine tree, instantly becoming the focus of the entire audience. The FA committee badge she held in her hand gleamed coldly under the light.
Qin Shuang, first-class inspector of the Husbands Federation Committee.
Her gaze was sharp as a knife as she slowly swept over Su Hao and the two trembling security guards.
Your current actions constitute illegal obstruction of others' passage and constitute substantial harassment and spatial oppression of Mr. Lin Tian. Now, I order you to get out of the way immediately. Husband alliance?
Su Hao's heart skipped a beat, and his scalp tingled. He never expected that there was such a formidable figure hidden in the opposing team.
The Women's Federation is now incredibly powerful, and even the police have to cooperate with its operations.
But then he remembered his mother's instructions, forced himself to calm down, and gritted his teeth.
He blustered but was actually quite cowardly, arguing, so what if it's a men's federation? I'm a man too. The Men's Safety Act protects me.
I'm just maintaining company security and preventing unidentified people from breaking in.
What evidence do you have to prove he's not a bad person? And also, you're abusing your power. Evidence?
Qin Shuang's lips curled into a cold, mocking smile. She spoke quickly and clearly, with absolute professional authority. Every word seemed to strike Su Hao's heart.
First, my duty includes promptly assessing whether the situation at the scene constitutes a potential threat to a man, and I do not need to provide you with so-called evidence.
Secondly, your so-called protecting company security is completely unfounded and constitutes unwarranted and malicious harassment of Mr. Lin Tian.
The facts are clear.
Third, and most importantly. Her voice suddenly became even colder, and her gaze was fixed intently on Su Hao. The law on the protection of men's rights and interests clearly stipulates that men's rights and interests are protected at different levels based on their genetic rating and social contributions. And Mr. Lin Tian in front of you enjoys the highest level of protection. She took a step closer, her powerful aura making it almost impossible for Su Hao to breathe. Therefore, your current actions are suspected of violating Article 7 of Chapter 3 of the Men's Safety Law.
I'm giving you one last warning, get out of the way now.
Otherwise, I will take coercive measures against you on the grounds of allegedly engaging in spatial oppression and psychological harassment of eligible men.
And we request the Women's Federation investigation team to formally open an investigation. Do you want the investigation team to be stationed in Shangfeng and record what happened today in each of your files? WH. What? High-quality men? Top priority?
These words struck Su Hao like a bolt from the blue. It also hit the two female security guards behind him. Even Chang Lin was astonished at this moment. She never expected that the man in front of her would be such a high-quality man. No wonder she spent so much money to have someone investigate Lin Tian last time.
However, what followed was excitement, joy, and a hint of longing that she herself was unaware of. As for Su Hao, although he's a playboy, he's not stupid. He was all too aware of the immense power and privileges that the term high-quality man represented. That was something that ordinary men like him, who relied on their family's legacy, could never compare to. At that moment, his face was ashen, and cold sweat poured down his face. Even my legs felt weak uncontrollably. All their previous arrogance was completely crushed, leaving only boundless fear. The two female security guards were terrified and repeatedly apologized. "We're so sorry, Commissioner Qin. We're so sorry, Mr. Lin. We don't know. We'll move aside right away. We'll move aside right away." The two of them almost staggered to the side, wishing they could shrink into a crack in the wall. The roads are clear and unobstructed. Lin Tian didn't even lift his eyelids at Su Hao once from beginning to end, as if he were just a wisp of polluted air. Guided by Chang Lin and protected by Qin Shuang, he walked calmly and expressionlessly toward the executive-only elevator. Su Hao stood frozen in place, his mind blank, watching helplessly as the elevator door slowly opened and the three people were about to disappear before his eyes. He only woke up from a nightmare the moment the elevator doors were about to close. I thought to myself, this is it. We couldn't stop them. Mom, you're doomed. He frantically pulled out his phone to report the news.
Chapter 46: A thunderous arrival, evidence breaks the situation.
Su Mengli. Although you are the eldest daughter of the Su family, you are ultimately just a woman.
Li Li's voice was shrill, carrying undisguised malice, echoing in the empty conference room.
I just don't understand why you insist on holding on to power in the Su family and refuse to let go.
She walked to the front of the conference table, her gaze sweeping over the faces of every director and member of the Su family, finally fixing on Su Mengli's pale face. Besides, the national eugenics program is about to be launched. Shengfeng Group has suffered from social scrutiny and serious damage to the company's reputation because of your unmarried status.
Are you really going to let the entire group miss this once-in-a-lifetime national opportunity because of your own stubbornness?
You're going to destroy your father's life's work with your own hands. Li Li's impassioned speech drove Su Mengli to the brink of despair. Director Zhang Yun, who supported her, nodded in agreement, and several other Su family wives from Li Li's faction also spoke up to criticize her. Su Mengli sat upright in the main seat, her fingernails digging deeply into her palms. She did her best to maintain the president's last shred of authority. Behind her, her mother, Zhao Yaji, was pale and so nervous she could barely breathe.
So now.
A victorious smile spread across Li Li's face as she loudly proclaimed. Please have the board representatives and the ladies of the Su family raise their hands to vote.
I agree to remove Su Mengli from her position as president. I agree. Several people from Li Li's faction quickly raised their hands. The neutral directors looked at each other, their expressions troubled. It's not that they can't see the situation clearly. Su Mengli's abilities are undeniable, and the generous dividends she brings in every year are genuine. But Li Li and her son are riding high. The pressure from the eugenics program hangs like a sword over their heads, making them hesitant to express their opinions. Li Li gave Zhang Yun a knowing look.
Zhang Yun understood immediately, and a cold smile curled at the corner of her lips, one that even Li Li hadn't noticed.
She slowly rose, ready to deliver the final blow. On behalf of the board of directors and other major shareholders, I agree. Click. Just then, the heavy double doors of the conference room were silently pushed open. All the arguments, accusations, and calculations came to an abrupt end at that moment. As if a mute button had been pressed, everyone's gaze surprise, curiosity, scrutiny turned towards the doorway.
Lin Tian strolled in casually, as if he were not stepping into a battlefield that would determine the fate of the group.
It's actually their own backyard.
He remained calm, his gaze sweeping evenly across the room. Half a step behind her was Qin Shuang, whose face was stern and who had changed back into her Women's Federation uniform.
Lin Tian.
A glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in Su Mengli's eyes, and she almost stood up.
Who are you? Who let you in? Where are the security guards? Li Li was both shocked and furious.
She slammed her hand on the table and stood up, her voice shrill and trembling. She was horrified to receive no message from her son. Just then, Su Hao rushed in, his face pale and looking disheveled.
He frantically winked at Li Li and shook his head desperately.
Su Lili's face turned deathly pale, and she exclaimed in shock, "It really is Lin Tian." Su Hao leaned close to Li Li's ear and said in a very low but barely concealed voice. "Mom, couldn't stop him, he was, a member of the Husbands Federation was with him, saying he was, a high-quality man."
What?
Li Li was struck as if by lightning, her body swayed violently, and she only managed to stay upright thanks to Su Hao's support. She stared wide-eyed at Lin Tian and Qin Shuang behind him in disbelief.
High-quality men? Su Mengli, has she really hooked up with someone of this caliber? Lin Tian ignored the embarrassment of Li Li and her son. He walked straight to Su Mengli's side and gave her a reassuring look.
Then he calmly pulled over an empty chair.
"Sit down."
It was as if he were the master of this place. Li Li suppressed her turbulent emotions, her mind racing, forcing herself to remain calm, and managed a forced smile that was more like a grimace. "Sir, this is the internal board meeting of Shengfeng Group, where we are handling important matters. If you do not have a valid reason, please." Lin Tian immediately raised his hand to interrupt. He didn't even look at Li Li, but only nodded slightly to Cheng Lin at the door.
Cheng Lin understood and operated the equipment. The next second, the huge projection screen in the conference room lit up, and an audio clip played. "It was my sister Li Li who instigated it. Most of the embezzled funds were given to Su Hao to squander. There were also kickbacks from medical equipment sales, and the accounts were all falsified."
Li Huofeng's confession was crystal clear, each word like a heavy hammer slamming down on the conference table.
The entire audience erupted in uproar. The faces of the neutral directors instantly turned ashen.
A director surnamed Wang suddenly stood up, his finger trembling as he pointed at Li, his anger barely contained.
Li, is it true that the recording mentions embezzlement and kickbacks? You must give the board an explanation immediately. This is a serious crime. Shut it down. Shut it down now. This is fake. It's slander.
Li completely lost her composure, screaming shrilly, her face ashen.
My sister, she's mentally unstable. You can't trust her. This is all Su Mengli's conspiracy. Forgery?
Mr. Li, whether it's forged or not is very simple.
Su Mengli suddenly stood up.
The CEO, long accustomed to his position, instantly exuded his aura. His voice was cold and clear, carrying a sharp edge of triumph. The group's legal and auditing departments can immediately investigate the economic issues involved in these recordings.
Mr. Lin has also prepared all relevant evidence of fund flows.
Her gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over every board member in the room. As for Director Li Huofeng's testimony, Jianghai Police Station has complete interrogation records that can be verified.
Gentleman Xingfeng's foundation is its industry and reputation, not the private pockets of certain individuals. Eliminating the parasites and rectifying discipline are of utmost urgency.
Li was speechless and trembling. Several of the Su family ladies who had originally supported her now began to look away and waver. They can wave flags and shout slogans.
But I absolutely do not want to be dragged into the quagmire of crime.
Seeing that he couldn't refute the economic issues, Li gritted his teeth in secret. At this moment, a distant aunt of the Su family, who had been sitting silently in the corner, suddenly spoke up, trying to bring the focus back.
Even if Mr. Li has some family matters to attend to.
But that's a story for later.
The key issue of today's meeting is President Su's unmarried status.
The damage to the company's reputation and the shelving of the eugenics program quota are facts.
Let's focus our attention back on this issue. If it's not resolved, the company will remain unstable. President Su, if you cannot prove that you can bring stability and a future to the company,
I'm afraid, you still won't be able to win people's hearts. These words were like a venomous snake biting a vital spot. The board members nodded in silence. Again, their reputation and the eugenics program were their core concerns. Su Mengli's newly risen momentum was once again severely suppressed, and her face turned pale again.
This is her Achilles heel that she cannot avoid.
As if grasping at the last straw, Li's smug yet cold smile reappeared on her face. In her opinion, Lin Tian was probably just there to make up the numbers. It was not about giving Su Mengli a formal title.
But just as the atmosphere froze again. Oh!
A soft laugh suddenly rang out, echoing in the conference room. Lin Tian slowly stood up. Under the complex gazes of everyone, he slowly walked to Su Mengli's side, reached out, and pulled her slender, slightly trembling waist into his arms. He pulled her straight into his arms. Everyone who saw this was shocked and astonished.
Chapter 47. The title is set, Ultimate Crushing.
The conference room was deathly silent. Li's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest. She knew that all was lost. This man was determined to protect Su Mengli. However, the distant aunt from before only hugged Lin Tian when she saw him this time. She still tried to struggle, then screamed, "What kind of behavior is this, hugging and cuddling? And what does this prove?" However, she stopped abruptly. Lin Tian merely glanced at her coldly. His gaze was indifferent. But this made the old woman turn deathly pale, like a hen being choked.
This is a crushing act of privilege.
Lin Tian withdrew his gaze, as if brushing away a speck of dust. He calmly took out his phone and skillfully operated it a few times. Inside the conference room, the huge projection screen lit up again.
The interface of the marriage management app is clearly shown above. Concubine, Su Mengli registration effective date, XX year XX month XX day. Then, the interface switched. A more impactful page pops up. Name, Lin Tian. Genetic rating, high-quality male. Marked with, level information is protected by the highest state security authority. Meeting room. An unprecedented silence descended once more.
All that remained were the heavy, suppressed breathing of a group of women.
High-quality man. Top security clearance. These words are like a curse, violently impacting everyone's understanding. Su Mengli. She quietly became the concubine of a high-quality man?
So, all the allegations about her being unmarried and damaging the company's reputation.
At this moment, wouldn't it be a complete absurd and self-humiliating joke?
Su Mingli also opened her beautiful eyes wide in shock. She was incredulous, her eyes fixed on the small print on the screen. Then she abruptly turned her head to look at Lin Tian's cold profile.
When were the procedures completed? Without a word.
An indescribable feeling of being moved and a surge of security instantly overwhelmed her. The frozen fortress in her heart collapsed at this moment, turning into a heart full of admiration and tenderness. She instinctively reached out and tightly grasped Lin Tian's hand that was around her waist.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have successfully taken a concubine.
Su Mingli's affection points plus 100 plus 100. Total, 245. Reward distribution, enhanced kidney, gold.
Constitution increase plus 20 equivalent to 0.3 times the constitution of an average person.
Current number of concubines, 2.
Concubine Su Mingli, curiosity, inquiry, infatuation, admiration, and devotion next stage, to the death.
Ding! Shop item update, pregnancy essence equals 800 affection points. Damn it! Su Mingli, is her love really that intense? 200 right off the bat?
Lin Tian was stunned by the system's notification sound about affection points. But what excited him was that eugenic essence. I thought to myself, this is a game changer. Even the golden kidney was overshadowed at this moment.
It's a pity that you can't see the introduction, you have to redeem it to see the description. This made him want to complain.
Zhao Yaji was so excited that she covered her mouth. Overjoyed, he wept, tears streaming down his face. But she was the first to react, rushing to her daughter's side almost trembling.
He urged in a low voice, quick! Mowgli! Quickly check your marriage management app. Good.
Su Mingli then seemed to wake from a dream, hurriedly took out her phone, her fingertips trembling slightly as she tapped the pink icon.
A line of text caught my eye.
Su Mingli concubine is already bound to husband, Lin Tian. All of this was naturally accomplished by Lin Tian on his way here. Giving a woman a title is his way of acknowledging her. This is also his way of controlling the overall situation. Li Li and her group were completely stunned, their minds blank, as if all their strength had been drained.
It's over. It's all over.
All the painstaking efforts were crushed to pieces in the face of the opponent's absolute power. But her extreme unwillingness and frantic will to survive still led her to make a final, ugly struggle. She shoved her chair aside and practically tumbled to the front of the conference table, a fawning, distorted smile plastered on her face.
Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin. This is a huge misunderstanding. I was blind and offended you just now. I apologize to you right now.
Li was rambling incoherently, and suddenly, she pointed sharply at Su Mingli.
She's an old woman, she's 25 this year, isn't she? How can she be fit to serve you properly? That's all.
She grabbed Su Lily, who was still in a daze, and pulled her over.
Like displaying goods. Look at my daughter Lily.
Young, beautiful, just turned 18, with a great figure, and absolutely a virgin.
Mr. Lin. If you just nod your head, she can be with you immediately. Our Su family. Oh no.
All the resources and connections I, Lily, have are at your service.
I only ask that you give me a chance to make amends. These shameless remarks caused another uproar in the audience.
A mother sells her daughter for personal gain.
It's come to this. Su Lily was even more taken aback.
A hint of shyness and anticipation involuntarily appeared on her face. She stared at Lin Tian intently. Lin Tian's face showed extreme disgust, as if he were seeing filthy maggots. Li, in your eyes.
Your daughter is a commodity, family ties are a bargaining chip, and dignity is dogshit, right?
His gaze swept over Su Lily, a contemptuous smile playing on his lips.
His voice wasn't loud, but it scraped against everyone's eardrums like an ice blade. As for her? Even if I were to give you your good-for-nothing son to use as a shoe insole, I would still find him too dirty. This statement warrants immediate public execution. The glimmer of hope on Su Lily's face vanished instantly. She let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, utterly ashamed and indignant, wishing she could disappear into the earth. Su Hao was also so angry that he trembled all over and his face turned ashen. But in the end, he didn't dare utter a single word. Lin Tian ignored the disgusting farce and nodded slightly to Qin Shuang.
Qin Shuang stepped forward, flashed her Women's Federation ID, and spoke in a cold voice.
Ms. Li Li, Mr. Su Hao. Given that you are suspected of economic crimes, if you continue to be so stubborn, I cannot guarantee that the economics department will be involved in the investigation. And you. Qin Shuang's cold and beautiful eyes swept over the other ladies of the Su family one by one. Under the absolute authority, no one dared to voice any dissent. And the intervention of the Federation of Husbands and Husbands. This also means that the matter has gone beyond a simple family feud. Lin Tian took Su Mengli's hand and looked around the room. The gaze finally fell upon the board members, led by Zhang Yun. He said calmly, "Now, does anyone have any objections to President Su continuing to lead Shengfeng?" A deathly silence. All the directors lowered their heads and avoided eye contact. Even the authorities have gotten involved. Who would dare to defy the law? These women felt like they had swallowed a dead fly. But she rolled her eyes at Lin Tian in annoyance. Su Mengli felt the power in her hand and the powerful aura of the man in front of her. This moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security. There is also a surge of love that has been suppressed for too long. Ding! Su Mengli's affection value +20 +20. Total, 285. The dust has settled. However, just as Lin Tian was about to leave with Su Mengli, the other female members of the Su family, who had been waiting impatiently, swarmed forward instantly. They all rushed to surround Lin Tian. Everyone chimed in with their own daughters or relatives, their flattering and ingratiating voices filling the air. The scene was extremely chaotic. Lin Tian was a little confused for a moment. Su Mengli was directly pushed out of the crowd by a group of crazy women. Standing outside the crowd, watching Lin Tian surrounded by women of all kinds. Far from being jealous, she smiled slightly, her eyes shining with pride. She chose to remain silent and leave the meeting room on her own. At the same time, he gestured to Chun Lin to take his overjoyed mother, Zhao Yaji, home first. She then went to a secluded spot. She took out her phone, dialed the number of the female manager of Siye Hotel, and said decisively, her tone returning to its usual coldness, "It's me, Su Mengli. Prepare the presidential suite on the top floor right now, I'll be there shortly." Hang up the phone. Without pausing, she quickly typed a text message and sent it. On the other side, Lin Tian was at a loss, struggling to cope with the enthusiasm before him. Meanwhile, his hands were stuffed with all sorts of cards printed with photos of beautiful women and their contact information. Just then, his phone vibrated. It was a text message from Su Mengli, Siya Hotel, presidential suite on the top floor. "Tonight, I am your Mengli." Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately gave Qin Shuang a wink. Chapter 48: The Nation's Husband? Granny Wang's livestream sales frenzy. Qin Shuang understood, stepped forward, and coldly separated herself from the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lin needs to rest. Please keep your distance and show some self-respect." With Qin Shuang clearing the way, Lin Tian finally left Shengfeng headquarters as if he were escaping. Once inside the car, he said to Qin Shuang, "Thanks. You're too kind, it's my duty." Qin Shuang's eyes were intelligent, and she didn't make any demands at the moment. Lin Tian nodded, "Take me to the Siye Hotel now. As for you, I'll reschedule for another day." "Okay, please be seated." Qin Shuang replied respectfully, and then started the car. Outside the car window, the Shengfeng building gradually disappeared into the distance. In the now quiet meeting room, Li Li's eyes were vacant as she muttered to herself, a sound that was both a vow and a curse. "It's not over yet. Su Mengli, don't be too happy, the eugenics project, don't expect it to go so smoothly." As Zhang Yun, the last director to leave, walked to the door, she suddenly turned back and glanced at Li Li. That gaze was icy, as if looking at a pile of hopeless garbage. A fool who's good for nothing but causing trouble. Li Li looked up and met her gaze, and understood completely in her heart. This cunning and ruthless woman has completely abandoned their family. As the sun sets, the lobby of the Siya Hotel is brightly lit. Lin Tian was in a great mood, a slight smile playing on his lips. He walked briskly to the front desk, intending to inquire about the private entrance to the presidential suite on the top floor. Having just achieved a great victory at Shengfeng Group, and with a beautiful woman waiting for him on the rooftop, he felt utterly triumphant. This is the ultimate joy in life. Before I even reached the front desk, a familiar, loud voice boomed like thunder. "Oh my! Family, look! Who is this? Isn't this my handsome, dashing, and exceptional godson Lin Tian? Lin Tian was startled and looked in the direction of the sound.
Suddenly, Wang Pa stood up on the sofa in the lobby lounge, her face full of exaggerated surprise. She winked at the phone camera while rushing over with her assistant holding the phone.
What a coincidence! Quick, zoom in, give my godson a close-up.
The phone camera was suddenly shoved right in front of Lin Tian, and he frowned slightly.
Wang Pa was incredibly shrewd.
She immediately noticed his slight displeasure and quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Oh dear. Look at this occupational hazard of your godmother. As soon as I see a good stock, I can't help but want to share it with all my goddaughters online.
If you mind, godson, I'll shut it down right now. Immediately.
She made a gesture as if to ask her assistant to turn off the live stream. If it had been the day before yesterday, Lin Tian might have actually refused.
But he is no longer the same person he was yesterday. He didn't feel embarrassed at all.
On the contrary, he found the scene extremely interesting, which greatly satisfied his vanity.
His brows relaxed, and he even deliberately raised his hand to straighten a collar that wasn't actually there, then flashed a confident yet slightly roguish smile at the camera. It's all right, godmother. Let them take the pictures. It's not like I'm ashamed of myself. It's good for girls to see. Maybe I'll become China's national husband in the future. That's exactly what Wang Pa wanted to hear.
Her eyes lit up instantly, and she immediately turned her attention back to Lin Tian, launching into her final sales pitch with spittle flying everywhere.
Family. Did you hear that? My godson is so generous. So confident. So stylish. Girls, haven't you been clamoring all day about wanting your godmother to find you a top-notch man? Here he is. Young, promising, and unpretentious.
She became more and more excited as she spoke, and began to erect a saintly memorial arch for Lin Tian.
And let me tell you, my godson is different from those vulgar men. He doesn't care about the amount of dowry at all. What they value is a connection of souls. The purity of feelings. Inner beauty. Dowry? That's all vulgar stuff. He wouldn't even bother with it. Lin Tian?
His smile froze instantly, and his lips twitched almost imperceptibly.
My inner monologue was already a raging rant. When did I ever say I wouldn't look at the dowry? I have standards too, okay? How come in your mouth I've become a male bodhisattva who saves all women? According to her logic, does that mean anyone who can squat down to urinate is acceptable? Isn't that ridiculous? Although Lin Tian doesn't pay extreme attention to appearance, he doesn't accept just anyone who's not conventionally attractive.
However, his subtle embarrassment was immediately captured by the high-definition camera, instantly igniting a frenzy in the livestream.
Oh my god, my husband looks so cute when he's embarrassed. He panicked. That means his godmother was lying. Honey, look at me. I graduated from a top-tier university, I can program, I can cook, and I can even do a Thomas Flair. Marry me. The lady in front of me is awesome. But her husband is mine. Have monkeys. I must have monkeys. A whole litter for my husband.
The barrage of comments flooded the screen, and the number of online viewers was approaching 200,000.
Granny Wang glanced at the screen, secretly delighted.
Seizing the opportunity, she changed the subject and got to the real topic.
But.
She lowered her voice mysteriously, as if sharing a huge secret.
Girls. Especially that movie star who commissioned me, listen up. My godson is a man of such stature, he must be matched with the most beautiful woman in the world. I happen to have one in my hands. She is truly a beauty that could shame the moon and make the flowers blush, a top-tier beauty that is unique in the entertainment industry. I think even my godson would be unable to walk past her. Lin Tian was surprised to hear the word movie queen. I couldn't help but think of Jiang Sueki, the beautiful girl I had seen on TV last night. Could it be such a coincidence? Normally, he might be interested in listening. But at this moment, his mind was filled with images of Su Minli, the IC CEO he had just rescued, who was waiting for him in the presidential suite on the top floor. Compared to the elusive title of Best Actress, the tangible beauty of a woman is clearly more appealing. He quickly interrupted with an awkward laugh. All right, godmother, stop trying to sweet-talk me. I believe you, but I really have something urgent to do. It's a matter of life and death. Okay, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, I'll still be here. You bring that celestial being here, and I'll meet her, is that all right?
Having achieved her goal, Wangpa decided to stop while she was ahead and patted her chest in assurance.
Deal.
My godson, you go ahead with your business, the important matter comes first.
It's settled then, tomorrow at 9 o'clock, see you there.
Lin Tian felt like he had been granted a pardon. He hurriedly waved to the camera and almost ran towards the elevator lobby, looking as anxious as a child afraid that the candy would disappear if he was late.
Where did my husband go? Why are you in such a hurry? They're definitely going on a date. I'm so jealous. Ah, no. My husband is mine. The comments section erupted in another round of wailing and howling. Watching Lin Tian walk into the elevator,
Wangpa immediately pulled the camera back to herself, her face beaming with pride and excitement.
She made an okay gesture and whispered, "See that? With my help, it's top-tier resources. I've finally made contact with this national heartthrob. Remember to come on time tomorrow, and make sure your makeup looks good. You're the first person I thought of when I thought of such a rare and high-quality man, isn't that great? Once you miss this opportunity, you'll never have another one." The elevator doors slowly closed, shutting out the noise from outside.
Lin Tian leaned against the smooth wall of the sedan chair, thinking of Su Mengli and Granny Wang's words, and couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle.
Chapter 49. Mengli finally submits. A shocking gunshot rings out at midnight. Ding dong. Lin Tian rang the doorbell in front of the presidential suite. But after waiting a while,
there was no response. He raised an eyebrow slightly, took 2 steps back, and confirmed the house number.
That's right, the manager was talking about 2301. He looked back down the corridor. There are only 3 presidential suites on the entire 23-story building. From 2301 to 2303. Was the room too big and Su Mengli didn't hear it? He instinctively stepped forward and gently turned the doorknob. Click.
A soft sound rang out clearly in the empty corridor.
The door wasn't locked? A knowing smile silently appeared on Lin Tian's lips. The door wasn't even locked. Ha! Su Mengli, has she completely dropped even her last line of psychological defense?
He pushed open the heavy door, stepped inside, and then gently closed it behind him.
The door lock behind me clicked again, as if announcing the start of some secret ritual. However, just as the door lock closed, smack! In the center of the living room, the extremely luxurious crystal chandelier went out immediately. The entire space was suddenly plunged into darkness. What's going on? But the darkness only lasted for 2 or 3 seconds. Immediately afterwards, several ambient light strips hidden along the edge of the ceiling slowly lit up. At the same time, a pale purple heart-shaped spot of light was projected from the projector and landed precisely in the center of the living room. Like a spotlight on a stage, waiting for her to be the sole protagonist. And the main character is already in place. Lin Tian stopped and stood still, his gaze fixed on the point where light and shadow met. With just one glance, his breath hitched almost imperceptibly. Su Mengli stood there, right in the center of that heart-shaped halo of light. But at this moment, she was no longer the powerful and aloof female president of Shangfeng Group she usually was. She was wearing a black and white maid outfit, with long hair flowing down her shoulders and a white lace hair accessory. The black and white dress had an astonishingly small amount of fabric. The skirt was so short that it barely covered the top of her thighs, perfectly showcasing her long, beautiful legs, which were tightly wrapped in ultra-thin black stockings. The lines are breathtaking. This outfit. This starkly contrasts with her usual image, creating a visual impact that is enough to make any man's blood boil. However, what shocked Lin Tian the most was his visual nerves. What even stirred his heart slightly was not the extremely alluring outfit itself. It was her expression and posture at that moment that mattered. Her face was flushed with an unprecedented blush, spreading from her cheeks all the way to her ears, and even her delicate collarbones were tinged with a faint pink. Her eyelashes trembled slightly as she bravely met his gaze, her eyes glistening with tears. In those eyes, there was an undisguised shyness, gratitude for surviving a disaster, but even more so, an almost devout surrender. She lowered her head slightly, appearing submissive, yet she tried to lift her eyelids to look at him. His hands were clasped tightly together in front of him, his fingers unconsciously twisting together. The air was filled with her usual ice and snow lone peak cold perfume, which intertwined with her warm body fragrance and gently entered Lin Tian's nostrils. Has it finally, completely melted? Lin Tian smiled silently to himself,
a surge of indescribable satisfaction and sense of conquest welling up within him like a warm current.
He knew. He conquered far more than just a stunning beauty.
It is also a proud heart that no one has ever touched before.
He did not go forward immediately.
He stood at the doorway, his eyes filled with admiration, as if examining a masterpiece of art, his gaze slowly sweeping over every detail of her body. His silence and gaze only put more psychological pressure on Su Mengli. Her breathing became rapid, her chest rose and fell slightly, and her intertwined fingers tightened even more, her nails almost digging into the skin on the back of her hands. She seemed to be awaiting final judgment.
Finally, Lin Tian made a move.
He didn't say anything, but simply started walking towards her, unhurriedly. The soft carpet absorbed the sound of footsteps. His approach was like that of a lazy cheetah, silent.
Yet it possesses a fatal attraction.
As he approached, Su Mengli's body subconsciously shrank back slightly, a primal reaction born of extreme tension. But she immediately forced herself to stand still, even puffing out her chest slightly, trying to maintain the posture of dedication.
Lin Tian stopped a step away from her.
Such a close distance. He could clearly see the fine dampness clinging to her eyelashes. You can smell the unique virgin fragrance emanating from her delicate body. He extended his long, slender index finger and gently lifted the lace trim on the hem of her maid outfit. His fingertips lightly brushed against the delicate skin at the edge of her stockings. Su Mengli shuddered violently, as if struck by lightning, and a very soft, suppressed sob escaped her throat. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling like butterfly wings in the wind.
Why? Lin Tian spoke, his voice low and husky, with a captivating magnetism.
You should hate this kind of vulgar and tasteless outfit. Su Mengli slowly opened her eyes, her gaze becoming even more intense. She looked at him, her voice soft yet exceptionally firm.
Because, you deserve it.
She paused, then mustered all her strength to continue.
His voice trembled slightly, yet every word was clear. You gave me and my mother what we needed most.
It's not just about preserving the company's power, but also about dignity and the confidence to survive. That day by the river, you asked me whether I should continue to cling to my pitiful pride or grab the rope you offered. She took a deep breath, a resolute glint in her eyes. Now, I'll tell you the answer. I don't want that pride anymore, I just want just this rope you gave me. From this day forward, I, Su Mengli, am your private property. After saying the last few words, Su Mengli seemed to have all her strength drained away, and her body swayed slightly.
The amusement in Lin Tian's eyes gradually faded.
Without further hesitation, he reached out, but instead of roughly tearing at her, he gently embraced her slender waist, which was trembling slightly. He pulled her into his arms. Su Mengli was caught off guard and bumped into his arms, letting out a short gasp, her hand instinctively pressing against his chest. But after only a moment of stiffness, the force of resistance vanished, turning into a soft clinging. He lowered his head, his hot breath spraying onto her sensitive earlobes and neck, and he felt the delicate body in his arms tremble violently once again.
Remember what you said today.
His lips were almost touching her earlobe, his voice domineering, from the inside out, from top to bottom. Su Mengli is all mine. Concubine Su Mengli now has the option to swear an oath to die. Su Mengli has acquired curiosity, inquiry, infatuation, admiration, follower, and devotion to the death.
Ding. Su Mengli's affection value plus 100. Total 385. Outside the window, the riverside night view is as dazzling as a galaxy, with thousands of lights twinkling. Neon lights shone through the windows, witnessing the interior of this luxurious suite.
Su Mengli was completely conquered and surrendered to, both physically and mentally.
Time passed. I don't know how long it's been.
The neon lights outside the window are still there. But inside the suite, the passionate chanting gradually subsided into silence.
In the air,
the aroma, a blend of coolness and warmth, had not yet completely dissipated.
Yet it also blends in a more enchanting flavor.
Like a weary bird that has weathered storms and finally found its harbor, Su Mengli nestled in Lin Tian's firm and warm embrace. She fell into a deep sleep. She was casually covered with a soft velvet blanket, revealing fair and delicate skin on her shoulders.
Some faint, ambiguous red marks can be seen on it. However, in this warm and enchanting late night. Bang!
A sudden gunshot shattered the tranquility of the entire 23rd floor. Lin Tian suddenly sat up in bed, his eyes cold and sharp as knives, staring straight at the suite door.
Browning high power, 9mm caliber? Chapter 50 Mingli's unexpectedly cute side, movie queen shot dead. The sudden, faint gunshot startled Lin Tian from his period of mental clarity. His instinctive reaction from his past life allowed him to make a judgment instantly. The sound is faint, but it's definitely a Browning high-power, 9mm caliber. China has a long history of gun control, so how could a Browning suddenly appear? Lin Tian's suspicious gaze then fell on apartment 2303, which was separated from the apartment by only one wall. Because the sound came from 2303. The reason for confirming 2303 is: this was Lin Tian's habitual memorization of the entire 23rd floor layout when he knocked on the door of room 2301 and received no response. Wrong. Lin Tian suddenly thought of something else. Browning's gunshot was clearly suppressed, and given that the presidential suite at the Siye Hotel should theoretically have top-notch soundproofing. After all, a price of several tens of thousands of dollars a night isn't just for show. A volume below 140 decibels is like the sound of a human speaking. But why can we hear gunshots? Thinking of this, Lin Tian subconsciously turned his head and looked at Su Mengli, who was still fast asleep and clinging tightly to his arm. They discovered that she hadn't been awakened, only her eyelashes trembled slightly. But he heard it all clearly. Oh, right. It's because it strengthens the body. It seems that a physique 0.3 times that of an average person has resulted in such a terrifyingly enhanced level of hearing sensitivity? I was slightly startled. It seems the physical transformation has far exceeded expectations. I originally thought that a 0.3x increase in physical strength was nothing special. Just now, when I was administering family discipline to Su Mengli, I was able to fight continuously for 3 hours without getting out of breath. It seems that improving physical fitness is not just about endurance and stamina. Instead, it's about comprehensive improvement. Now, should we go take a look? The thought had barely formed. Immediately afterwards. Ah! A woman's scream pierced through the door of room 2301 and reached Lin Tian's ears once again. The scream was clearer than the gunshot. Lin Tian immediately determined that the sound was coming from outside the corridor just one door away. But before he could react, bang! Another shot rang out. Damn Li Liang! Lin Tian was so shocked that he blurted out a curse. At the same time, it was immediately confirmed that this was definitely from the same gun as the previous shot. My vigilance instantly increased. It seems something really happened next door. At the same time, Lin Tian's curiosity was piqued, and he wanted to see what was going on. He glanced at Su Mengli, who was still unresponsive and breathing evenly. Recalling her frenzy and her initiative just now, a complex feeling of affection welled up in Lin Tian's heart. He moved with utmost gentleness, slowly withdrawing his left hand from Su Mengli's tight embrace, as if afraid of disturbing her sweet dreams. But as soon as it moved, Su Mengli suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with the confusion of someone just waking up. Lin Tian was stunned. I didn't expect Su Mengli to be such a light sleeper. There is only one explanation for this situation. People only sleep so lightly when they are in a state of prolonged extreme anxiety and high mental tension. Recalling the days when she was relentlessly suppressed by Li, she immediately understood. With this realization, his pity for Su Mengli deepened even further. Lin Tian leaned down and gave Su Mengli a light peck on her smooth forehead. His voice was gentle, even to his own surprise. Honey, I'm going out to take care of something. Stay in bed and don't move. I'll be right back. Su Mengli had no idea what had happened. His eyes looked slightly dazed. However, due to the extreme fatigue in her body at that moment, she was too lazy to move. Moreover, this was the first time Lin Tian had spoken to her in such a gentle tone. A warmth filled her heart, and she felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. Su Mengli didn't ask what it was about, but nodded slightly and obediently said Lin Tian's heart fluttered at Su Mengli's obedient and sensible nature. The once proud phoenix seems to have completely settled into its new home. After pulling his arm out, Lin Tian immediately rolled over and got out of bed. Then he picked up the clothes scattered on the ground one by one. Suddenly, he stopped moving. Even after imagining the 2 gunshots, he was still worried and turned back to give another word of advice. Remember, no matter what noise you hear, don't go outside. Ah! Upon hearing this, Su Mengli's heart immediately jumped, and all sleepiness vanished. She asked urgently, has something happened? Lin Tian didn't want her to worry, so he simply shook his head slightly. He then pointed in the direction of the next room.
but it wasn't explicitly stated. Su Mangli's pretty face tightened instantly, even though she hadn't heard a sound. But right now, she's just genuinely worried about Lin Tian. She hurriedly said, "Don't go. I'll call the manager and have her come up and check. I'm afraid something might happen to you." Seeing her anxious expression, Lin Tian felt a warmth in his heart, and then grinned mischievously. "Silly girl, what could be wrong? You should rest well and not worry about anything. Otherwise, wait for your husband to come back. That will mean you have to follow family rules." The words family rules were uttered. Su Mangli's delicate body trembled involuntarily. She knew all too well what Lin Tian meant by family rules. That would torment her to the point of near death, making her beg for mercy endlessly. Like a raging river overflowing its banks, it was unstoppable. Su Mingli was half supported at this moment, and the velvet quilt slipped down to reveal a large expanse of her snow-white shoulders and alluring collarbones, which gleamed under the light. She pursed her lips, her eyes filled with worry and a hint of grievance. She just stared at Lin Tian pitifully. Lin Tian glared at her, his tone hardening slightly. "All right, listen to me." After saying that, he didn't linger, turned around, and walked straight to the spacious balcony of the suite. He was used to climbing over the wall. After all, it was just a wall away. As for going through the main entrance, we might not be able to get into room 2303. The heavy curtains were drawn back, and the neon lights of the city shone through the glass. Lin Tian estimated the distance between the two balconies, and a relaxed smile appeared on his lips. A 0.3x increase in physical fitness is 20.1x more than the previous 0.1x. Now, it's a good time to test its quality. He braced himself with one hand and landed silently. With agile movements, she easily vaulted over and landed steadily on the balcony of apartment 2303 next door. And at this moment, the interior of Suite 2303 was in complete disarray, resembling a scene of carnage. Jiang Sueki, a film queen hailed as a national celestial beauty. She was slumped on the cold carpet, her once bright eyes now empty and lifeless. The stunningly beautiful face on the screen was streaked with tears. Her curvaceous figure trembled uncontrollably with fear. His mental state was clearly on the verge of collapse. Beside her, her agent, Zhou Wei, who is also her best friend and trusted friend of many years, is standing in front of her with a gun. Zhou Wei trembled like a leaf in the wind, her face as pale as paper, but her eyes revealed an almost insane determination. She gripped the gun tightly with one hand. With his other hand, he struggled to pull Jiang Sueki up from the ground. And not far from them, a man with his upper body bare, and dragon and phoenix tattoos on his arms and chest. He was lying face up in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, already lifeless. Thick, fresh blood spread across the carpet, outlining a chilling pattern. Even the air was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder and blood. Just then, whoosh! The glass door to the balcony was pushed open. A figure wearing only a bathrobe suddenly burst in like a ghost. This sudden turn of events completely terrified Zhou Wei. She turned around abruptly, almost as if by reflex. In a state of panic and fear, he grabbed the Browning high-powered pistol from his hand. He instinctively raised his head again. The black muzzle of the gun trembled, fixedly aimed at the intruder, Lin Tian. Chapter 51, The Movie Queen's Allure Leads to a Fatal Negligence. The dark muzzle of the gun trembled slightly as Zhou Wei shook violently, its sights locked firmly on Lin Tian. Lin Tian smiled. Ignoring the deadly threat, his gaze swept over Zhou Wei and Jiang Sueki with interest, finally settling on Zhou Wei's face, his tone languid and teasing. "Tisk, you've made quite a commotion. Beautiful lady, hold the gun steady, or it might go off accidentally and things could get messy." His voice wasn't loud, but it had a strange penetrating power, causing the panicked Zhou Wei to subconsciously tense her fingers, afraid of accidentally pulling the trigger. "Don't be nervous," Lin Tian spoke again, calm and firm. "I am Lin Tian. If I'm not mistaken, the people Wangpa asked me to meet tomorrow are you, right?" These words were like a ray of light, instantly piercing through the despair in Jiang Sueki's eyes. She looked up abruptly, staring incredulously at the roguish-looking man in his bathrobe. Zhou Wei was also stunned, and her hand holding the gun subconsciously lowered a few notches. To make a long story short, the people outside could arrive at any moment. "What's going on?" Lin Tian asked without mincing words. He recognized Jiang Sueki through the gap in the curtains when he was on the balcony. His gaze swept over the glaring bloodstains and corpses on the ground, and he quickly pressed for answers. Zhou Wei's eyes darted around, as if she had made up her mind. Suddenly, as if she had found her anchor, she explained quickly but clearly.
This man's name is Long Tianyi, he's from Japan.
He forced Sweki to endorse harmful fake medicine, and when the negotiations broke down, he tried to force himself on her.
I grabbed a gun in self-defense, and accidentally killed him. Really? Lin Tian's first reaction was doubt.
But upon hearing the words Japanese chicken, his eyes immediately flashed with undisguised disgust.
Immediately afterwards, Zhou Wei added in despair. He's an officially certified C-grade high-quality man. He's the leader of the He gang. A grade C quality man? Lin Tian's pupils contracted slightly.
Afraid he wouldn't believe her, Zhou Wei pulled a passport from the handbag next to the body and handed it to him as she spoke.
Lin Tian took it and looked at it. It seemed to be genuine.
His sudden appearance left the two women no time to set up a trap.
It seems that what they said is very likely true. But that would be a huge problem. If we kill someone with a license, those women in the Women's Federation will go crazy.
But that Japanese scum dared to force a woman into prostitution on Chinese soil. He deserved to die. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had made his decision. His gaze swept over Jiang Shueqi's exquisitely beautiful face, which seemed to evoke pity, and a domineering smile curved his lips.
Forget it, I'll wade into this mess. He's a piece of scum, he'd be better off dead. Lin Tian's tone left no room for argument, and he instantly took control of the scene. If you want to live, do as I say. Give me the gun. He held out his hand.
Zhou Wei hesitated for a moment, but still handed it over with trembling hands. Lin Tian took over and immediately removed the magazine, stuffing it into his bathrobe pocket to eliminate the most direct evidence.
You killed him in self-defense. Don't change your story under any circumstances. Stick to that. Lin Tian emphasized, staring intently into Zhou Wei's eyes.
Now, clean up the scene.
After saying that, his mind raced, and he silently prayed, System, come out and clean up this mess. Is there anything that can handle this saga?
This was the first time he had proactively asked the system for help. He didn't know if it would work. To his surprise, the system responded quickly.
Ding. Hosts needs detected.
The shop has temporarily unlocked a one-time molecular decomposition spray consuming 200 affection points. It can quickly decompose organic matter within a limited range, leaving no residue.
Exchange.
Lin Tian did not hesitate. Suddenly, an inconspicuous silver metal can appeared in his hand.
Under the shocked gazes of Jiang Shueqi and Zhou Wei, he pressed the nozzle on Long Tianyi's corpse and bloodstains.
A nearly invisible mist was released, and wherever it passed, the bloodstains vanished as if evaporated, leaving not even a trace of scent, as if there had never been a corpse there. The two women stared in disbelief, looking at Lin Tian as if he were a god.
What are you still standing there for?
Lin Tian interrupted their shock. Check yourself for any bloodstains, hair, clothes, under your fingernails.
Clean up all traces.
He then went into the bathroom, disassembled the Browning pistol into parts, flushed them down the toilet in several flushes, and took out the bullets from the magazine one by one, throwing them into different trash cans. After finishing everything, he returned to the living room and looked at the two women who had calmed down a bit.
Remember, Long Tianyi didn't come tonight.
You were all nervous about seeing me tomorrow, so you went to bed early.
You didn't hear anything, you don't know anything. Understand?
The two women nodded frantically, like chicks pecking at rice. The crisis seems to have been temporarily averted, and the atmosphere has eased somewhat. Lin Tian then had time to carefully examine the two of them. Jiang Shueqi slumped to the ground. The earlier tearing had caused the straps of her silk pajamas to slip down, revealing a large expanse of her fair shoulders and delicate collarbones, and even a hint of breathtaking curves. A face streaked with tears, partially obscured by the spring light, is enough to make any man's blood boil. Lin Tian's gaze lingered for a moment longer. Zhou Wei keenly sensed this and instinctively shifted half a step to the side to try and block Jiang Shueqi, her eyes filled with wariness as she looked at Lin Tian. Jiang Shueqi also noticed Lin Tian's gaze.
Unexpectedly, instead of hiding it, she straightened her back slightly, making that beauty even more prominent.
Her gaze fell upon Lin Tian, a mixture of gratitude and panic, yet also concealing a bold, almost blatant seduction and scheming. She knew all too well that Sister Weiwei had mistakenly killed a sea-level man for her sake, a capital offense.
The man in front of them was their only lifeline. She must catch her.
Lin Tian took in the two women's subtle actions, and the playful smile on his lips deepened. Just then, he suddenly remembered something.
By the way, I think I heard a woman scream just now. Was it not you who made it?
Jiang Shuiqi and Zhou Wei were taken aback by what they heard and looked at each other blankly. Suddenly, as if recalling something extremely terrifying, Jiang Shuiqi abruptly covered her mouth, her face turning even paler than before. His voice trembled. I remember, after he was shot the first time, he wasn't completely dead. He reached for the door to try and escape. Outside, it seemed like a waitress was passing by. I saw blood. That scream. It might have been her. Zhou Wei reacted instantly, feeling as if she had fallen into an ice cave, her voice changing tone.
It's over. She might have already called the police?
So much time has passed,
Lin Tian's smile froze instantly. Holy crap! He was utterly speechless. Such a crucial clue, and these two brainless women are only revealing it now?
He is now starting to regret it, wondering if his offspring will be mentally disabled if he stays with them.
However, just as that fuck was about to slip out, bang! Bang! Bang!
The heavy, urgent banging on the door exploded like thunder outside the suite.
Immediately following was a stern woman's voice. Police! Open the door! People inside, open the door immediately! In an instant,
the last trace of color that had returned to Jiang Shuiqi and Zhou Wei's faces vanished instantly. They all turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian with a look of utter despair, as if awaiting final judgment.
Chapter 52. The sister-in-law's room check-in. Her thinking is too unconventional. We're from the police station. Open the door. The person inside, open the door immediately.
The banging on the door and the stern warning were like ice water, instantly extinguishing the atmosphere that had just eased inside apartment 2303. Jiang Shuiqi and Zhou Wei were ashen-faced.
Lin Tian took a deep breath, his eyes instantly regaining their composure.
He quickly gestured for the two women to be quiet and lowered his voice.
Do as I say, don't panic. After giving some instructions,
Lin Tian rushed to the coffee table, picked up the remote, turned on the TV, and quickly tuned to a channel that was showing an intense gunfight movie. And turned the volume up to a level that can mask some of the external noise.
After doing all that,
he had just straightened his bathrobe.
Try to make yourself look more like a tenant who has been woken up. Unhurriedly, I walked towards the door.
Through the peephole, he saw several female police officers standing guard outside the door.
Only
when I saw that familiar figure standing on tiptoe, looking excited, trying to peek through the cat's eye, Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then a playful smile appeared on his lips.
Su Xiaoyu?
It was truly a coincidence that her mother opened the door for her, a stroke of luck indeed. Just then, the sound of conversation came from outside the door.
Manager, spare room key.
The squad leader of the central police station, Sister Zhang, frowned slightly, sensing that things might not be so simple, and her tone became serious.
Oh, okay, sure. That was the voice of the hotel's female manager. Upon hearing the words spare room key, Lin Tian knew he couldn't wait any longer. He suddenly flung open the door.
The people outside the door were clearly not expecting it to open suddenly. The female manager, who was about to swipe her card, was startled and her hand froze in mid-air. Lin Tian's face showed just the right amount of surprise at being disturbed and a hint of displeasure.
His gaze swept over the crowd outside the door. What are you all doing here?
Sister Su Xiaoyu recognized Lin Tian at a glance, but just as she was about to say brother-in-law, she realized that Lin Tian was the one she was talking about. The character did not appear at the end. She was subtly nudged by Sister Zhang next to her with her elbow. She immediately fell silent, but her big eyes were wide open, filled with shock and gossip, as if thinking, why is it you again?
Sister Zhang stepped forward, her expression serious and businesslike. Hello sir, we are from Jianghai Police Station. We received a report that there may have been a shooting in this room, and we need to enter to investigate. Please cooperate. Her gaze was sharp, and she quickly and subtly scanned the living room behind Lin Tian.
Lin Tian frowned slightly upon hearing this. He first glanced at the crowd outside the door, his gaze lingering deliberately on the trembling waitress for a moment longer.
Finally, it landed on the female manager's face.
The female manager's expression at that moment was priceless. A mixture of shock, confusion, and unease. She even subconsciously looked up to confirm the house number.
2303. I thought to myself, that's right. Mr. Lin, what happened? Shouldn't he be in room 2301 with President Su? How did he end up in actress Jiang Shuiqi's room? Moreover, President Su specifically instructed her to prepare so many props. In that instant, countless questions swirled in her mind.
But when her gaze met Lin Tian's deep, calm eyes, which held an unquestionable air, she jolted instantly, as if she understood something, and immediately lowered her head slightly, not daring to look any longer.
Shooting?
Lin Tian looked away and turned to Sister Zhang, his tone carrying a sense of absurdity.
Officer, I think this must be a misunderstanding. My friend and I were just watching a movie, and the sound might have been a little loud.
As he spoke, he stepped aside to clear the way. However, cooperating with the police is also a civic duty.
You, please come in.
Seeing Lin Tian's calm and composed demeanor, Sister Zhang's doubts lessened.
She naturally knew Lin Tian's identity. After all, Su Xiaoyu had been bragging at the police station these past 2 days, trying to promote her sister by saying how perfect a man she had found. Moreover, she had already met Lin Tian that day at the hospital. However, there is a relationship.
But as a veteran police officer, I still have to go through these procedures. With a wave of her hand, she didn't waste any time and led several police officers into the suite.
In the living room,
Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei sat on the sofa, supporting each other. Their faces were still somewhat pale, and their clothes were slightly disheveled. They saw the police officers come in.
Both of them displayed just the right amount of nervousness and bewilderment.
The officers' eyes darted back and forth between them and Lin Tian several times, their expressions somewhat subtle.
But he didn't say much more.
They all began to check the bedrooms, balconies, and other areas separately.
Just then,
Su Xiaoyu, who was the last to enter, suddenly shouted,
"Sister Zhang."
"I'll go check the restrooms," she volunteered. Then, without even waiting for Sister Zhang's consent, he grabbed Lin Tian's wrist and, without saying a word, dragged him into the spacious master bathroom next door.
Bang! Su Xiaoyu closed the bathroom door behind her.
As soon as she entered this private space, Su Xiaoyu immediately revealed her true colors, and the seriousness she had just been putting on vanished in an instant. She put her hands on her hips, tilted her head back, and glared at Lin Tian. Her small, pretty face is almost identical to that of her older sister, Su Xiaoan. However, her innate lively temperament gives people a very cheerful feeling. But now Su Xiaoyu's face was flushed red. She tried to lower her voice, but couldn't hide the excitement in her tone.
"Brother-in-law. You've gone too far. You actually cheated on my sister, with Jiang Sueki, you too."
Lin Tian looked at her, both amused and exasperated by her caught-in-the-act demeanor, and said, "I say, sister-in-law."
"Oh. No. It's Officer Su Xiaoyu. What do you think about all day long?"
"I was just a concerned citizen who came to check out what was going on after hearing some unusual noises. It turns out that Ms. Zhang and her agent seemed to have been watching a movie and ended up getting a fright."
"I wasn't trying to comfort them. You're kidding me."
Su Xiaoyu clearly didn't believe it, her eyes filled with suspicion as she looked her up and down.
"Wearing a bathrobe? Running to the next room to check on two stunning girls? And the way Jiang Sueki looks, humph. Do you think I, Su Xiaoyu, am stupid?" Lin Tian. Su Xiaoyu didn't mean to question Lin Tian.
She just felt a strong sense of crisis for her sister. After all, her sister's family was not well off. Although she knew that a high-quality man like Lin Tian would never be devoted to her sister, she would still try her best to help her if she could come in and do something about it.
"But," Su Xiaoyu muttered to herself for a while.
Her tone suddenly changed again, and she quickly put those things out of her mind. She suddenly remembered something, her big eyes sparkling with anticipation and embarrassment.
Brother-in-law. Since you already know Jiang Sueki, then, could you help me get her autographed photo? I'm a huge fan of hers." Lin Tian was a little confused. Chapter 53, The Scheme Against Jiang Sueki.
He had prepared a perfect set of words to tell his seemingly clever sister-in-law. But he underestimated the enormous impact the environment has on these women today. So, for a moment, he was stunned by this unconventional way of thinking.
"What's wrong? I don't even blame you for sneaking out to eat in the middle of the night. Why are you still unhappy?" Su Xiaoyu pouted, complaining.
She realized that since her brother-in-law was here, it was impossible for him not to have something going on with this movie star.
She absolutely doesn't believe it. But what could she do? If she couldn't beat them, she might as well join them. Lin Tian chuckled, "Okay, I'll ask around for you later." "Yay! My brother-in-law is the best."
Su Xiaoyu almost cheered, but then she remembered something. She then quickly put on a stern face and huffed, feigning anger.
Snort! Brother-in-law, don't think you can bribe me like this. Actually, I still blame you. You made me excited all night for nothing. I thought I was going to do something great. In the end, it was another false alarm. Oh dear. My bonus and opportunity for commendation are gone again. Looking at her pitiful yet mischievous expression, Lin Tian found it amusing, but still reassured him, all right. It's my fault. Tomorrow, no, in a couple of days, I'll treat you to dinner to make it up to you, okay? Real? Su Xiaoyu's eyes lit up instantly, it's a deal. I'll pick the place. I want to eat the most expensive one. All right, whatever you say. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head.
At this moment, Su Xiaoyu seemed to remember her mission and began to pretend to check. She touched this and looked at that, finally fixing her gaze on the luxurious smart toilet. She tilted her head and actually reached out to lift the toilet seat.
Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat. He instantly remembered the pistol parts he had just rushed down from. Although it's theoretically impossible to detect, what if there are any remnants? He almost blurted out, "Don't move." Fortunately, Su Xiaoyu only took a closer look. It sniffed the air like a puppy, then frowned and muttered, "It doesn't seem to have any smell." Lin Tian quickly stepped forward, silently blocking her from the toilet. He said in a very serious tone, "Officer Su, I already said it was a misunderstanding. It's just a regular restroom. Have you finished checking? Captain Zhang and the others must be getting impatient." Su Xiaoyu glanced at him suspiciously, then looked at the toilet, but ultimately found nothing, and clapped her hands in frustration. Okay, you pass. Remember to treat me to a meal. Okay. Oh, by the way. When exactly is your sister coming back? The two walked out of the bathroom, one after the other. Look how anxious you are. It should be the day after tomorrow. My sister has been studying very hard. The special training will be over soon. I'm out of the bathroom. The external inspections are basically complete. The result, of course, was nothing. In the living room, Sister Zhang finally looked at the female manager for final confirmation. Manager Wang, may I ask how many people are registered in this room? Are there any other visitors tonight? The female manager's heart jumped, and she subconsciously looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at her calmly and nodded almost imperceptibly. The female manager instantly felt reassured, took a deep breath, and answered confidently. Officer, only Ms. Jiang Sueki and Ms. Zhou Wei are registered to stay in apartment 2303. Furthermore, our monitoring system has already checked it. Tonight, apart from Mr. Lin's visit just now, there are no other visitor records. She completely chose to side with Lin Tian, concealing the fact that Long Tianyi had arrived. Because of everyone here, only she truly understands. It was she who took Long Tianyi to the presidential suite 2303. But now, Long Tianyi is gone. Lin Tian was here. As the manager of CA, he naturally belongs to the middle management of Shengfeng. She was naturally aware of the fact that Lin Tian and President Su confirmed their relationship at headquarters this afternoon. As for whether Long Tianyi was alive or dead, she didn't think about it. As the saying goes, it's better to avoid trouble. This is the motto that enabled her to climb from a low-level employee to the position of manager step by step through her own efforts. Sister Zhang's sharp eyes swept across the faces of the female manager, Lin Tian, and Jiang Sueki. With the intuition of a veteran detective, she felt that something was amiss. But with no evidence at the moment, she could only nod and say, "Okay, sorry to bother you." Log, received a false report, on-site inspection found no abnormalities. The officers began to pack up. Just then, Lin Tian seemed to have just remembered something. He took out his phone and said to Jiang Sueki in a natural tone, "Oh, by the way, Miss Jiang, Granny Wang just messaged me saying that our meeting tomorrow morning will have to be postponed. I never expected that we would meet under these circumstances." These words, seemingly spoken to Jiang Sueki, were actually clearly heard by Sister Zhang and the others who were leaving. This is to prove his motive. He and Jiang Sueki had known each other through Wangpa, and tonight was a pre-arranged visit from friends. To put it bluntly, it's about providing the police with a seemingly reasonable explanation. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki reacted quickly and forced a smile. "It's all right, Mr. Lin, thank you for today. The crisis seems to have been completely resolved."
the officers left the room. Walking at the back, Su Xiaoyu secretly turned around, winked hard at Lin Tian, and mouthed silently, "Don't break your promise." Lin Tian smiled and nodded slightly. The heavy door closed slowly. "Call Ho." Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei collapsed almost simultaneously, panting heavily, their backs completely soaked with cold sweat. The two looked at the room in front of them, as if nothing had happened. Then he looked at Lin Tian, who had a calm expression, his eyes filled with relief at surviving the ordeal and an indescribable sense of shock and awe.
"His methods are simply extraordinary."
Lin Tian looked at the two women, his tone calm yet authoritative. "The people behind Long Tianyi will not let this go.
From this moment on, I will take care of your affairs. In return, you must obey me completely."
Jiang Sueki nodded without hesitation, her voice trembling slightly. "I'll listen to you, Brother Tian."
Zhou Wei watched as Jiang Sueki quickly became dependent on Lin Tian, and her lips moved.
A sense of loss and complicated emotions inexplicably flashed through my mind. But in the end, he nodded silently. After Lin Tian and Jiang Sueki added each other as WeChat friends, they didn't say anything more and turned to leave apartment 2303.
Return to 2301. However, it was in the shadows just downstairs from the Siya Hotel.
A woman wearing a leather jacket and black gloves is dialing a number repeatedly. On the other end of the phone, all I heard was a cold, automated message: "The user you dialed is currently unavailable." The woman's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, her face turning terrifyingly gloomy. She raised her head, her sharp gaze sweeping towards the presidential suite on the top floor of the hotel, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in her eyes.
"Boss, has he gone missing? Something's happened." Chapter 54, Plotting for the Movie Queen in Meeting with Three Families. "Honey, are you alright? What happened outside just now?"
As soon as Lin Tian crawled back into the 2301 presidential suite from the balcony, Su Mingli immediately came to greet him. Her beautiful eyes revealed worry and a hint of suspicion. She seemed to have heard some noise, but the soundproofing was too good, so she couldn't hear it clearly. Lin Tian reached out and pulled her into his arms, feeling the soft warmth of her body, and casually said, "It's nothing. It seems there was a small misunderstanding next door.
The police came and it's been resolved. It's not that I don't trust Su Mingli." Lin Tian felt it was best not to bring up the mess between Jiang Sueki and Long Tianyi. Although it's been covered up for now, who knows what will happen in the future? The more people who know, the greater the risk.
The key now is the next step: how to make good use of Jiang Sueki as a key player.
Lin Tian didn't consider himself a bad guy.
However, he never considered himself a saint. Helping Jiang Sueki was naturally part of his own plan.
"You must get married.
And I often remind myself of this. All of this is for the sake of procreation, not for my own selfish desires." Lin Tian simply decided that since he was going to find several wives to gain affection points, the quality of them couldn't be casual. So naturally, after seeing Jiang Sueki on TV that day, I already had an idea.
After all, what man could resist a movie star?
He changed the subject, seemingly casually asking, "Mingli, I remember before.
Didn't Shangfeng want Jiang Sueki to be their spokesperson? What do you think would be the best outcome if we had her endorse Shangfeng's new drug now?"
Jiang Sueki, a national film queen, has undeniable fame.
That face, that pure and alluring charm, perfectly matched the theme of eugenics.
Although we've gotten ourselves into a lot of trouble right now, it's the perfect time to buy at the bottom. Taking her in would be a win-win situation, bringing both wealth and popularity to his new drug, which would also benefit his second concubine.
Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Wonderful, wonderful.
However, Su Mingli needs to give her approval first, since she's currently in charge of Shangfeng.
Lin Tian pondered this, secretly observing the reaction of the woman in his arms.
Su Mingli nestled in his arms, and upon hearing the name Jiang Sueki, her body paused almost imperceptibly. She raised her eyelids, glanced at him, and a hint of barely perceptible suspicion flashed in her eyes. She then calmly analyzed, "Honey, Jiang Sueki's image and fame are indeed top-notch.
But, if it were before, he would definitely be the best candidate. But, you may not pay much attention to the entertainment industry.
In recent months, she has been constantly exposed for scandals and has been embroiled in various lawsuits. In addition, as I mentioned before, she also acts a bit like a diva. Therefore, her reputation has plummeted, and she has been practically blacklisted.
The most taboo thing in commercial endorsements is this kind of uncertainty and risk. Scandalous material? Snort! Lin Tian sneered inwardly. He knew that this was the dirty water that damned Long Tianyi had thrown in a fit of rage after failing to force her to comply. Of course, this is only Jiang Xueqi's side of the story. However, its credibility is still relatively high. However, this is the woman's most desperate moment, and reaching out now would be like sending charcoal in snowy weather. This kindness was enough to make her devoted to him. This deal is a great one. Because Lin Tian discovered a huge secret about the system. Those are the concubines he takes in. The more complicated and difficult the troubles he helps them solve, the more affection points he gains after officially marrying them. Su Xiaowan and Su Mengli are two excellent examples. Su Mengli spoke so much in one breath, raising an eyebrow as she observed Lin Tian's expression. Seeing that he seemed unmoved, she paused, as if suddenly remembering something, and added in a slightly gossipy tone. And I heard from some friends in the industry that her relationship with that agent, Zhou Wei, is a bit unusual. Because according to the tracking and filming reports of multiple paparazzi, the two of them are almost inseparable. Especially Zhou Wei, she's overly protective of Jiang Xueqi. The way they exchange glances, it doesn't seem like work partners at all. It's more like a lover guarding their precious child. There were a lot of rumors going around saying they were that. Lin Tian understood instantly. At the same time, Zhou Wei's wary eyes, like those of a mother wolf protecting her cubs, flashed through my mind. In an instant, he suddenly realized. I thought to myself, so that's how it is. No wonder that woman looked at me like I was a thief. Bye-bye, huh? Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye can tell that it's the one Zhou Wei played in the male role. Wow, this is interesting. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more it itched in his heart, and suddenly many unspeakable fantasies popped into his head. But if only I could straighten out a pair of. That's more exciting and thrilling than marrying 10 wives. Lin Tianyan's lips twitched slightly. This is a manifestation of trembling with excitement. At the same time, an ambition mixed with a desire for conquest and a perverse sense of humor burned fiercely in his heart. Just then, Su Mengli's phone screen lit up. It was a text message from her female manager, Tao Hong. The contents clearly explained everything that had just happened in room 2303. She quickly finished browsing, and the last trace of doubt in her heart completely disappeared. At the same time, she also completed the weighing of the pros and cons. She instantly suppressed all her complex emotions, revealing a gentle, even slightly ingratiating smile, and buried her soft body even deeper into Lin Tian's arms. Su Mengli looked up at him and said, "Husband, now I belong to you, body and soul, so Shengfeng is naturally yours too. If you think Jiang Xueqi is good, then as soon as I get to the company tomorrow, I'll have my secretary notify her to come and sign the contract." Have you figured it out? Looking at her obedient and compliant appearance, Lin Tian understood that she was trying to please him. They probably found out what had just happened. However, considering the considerable business risks she faced and the bitterness in her heart, Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a genuine sense of emotion. He lowered his head and kissed her lips hard, his voice magnetic, so good, so sensible. Your husband must reward you properly tonight. Ah. No. I'm not used to this intensity yet. Don't worry, your husband will cherish you. Ding. Su Mengli's affection value plus 100 plus 100. Total, 585. First time exceeding 500 affection points. A reward from the system shop, Optimal Fertility Essence. Please check your inbox. Pregnancy Enhancement Serum, taken beforehand, it can increase the chances of conception by 20%. Single-use item. Lin Tian was overjoyed. He originally wanted to work hard in exchange for a drop of this essence as soon as possible, but he didn't expect that he could get it for free now. However, seeing the rosy cheeks beneath him, he stored the essence in the store and did not choose to use it. He came up with a long-term plan. Because relying solely on the exchange of affection points, Lin Tian could at most have a platoon or a battalion of sons in the future. However, if he were to hand over the essence rewarded by the system to Shengfeng's medical research team for research, who knows, in the future, wouldn't it be possible to produce energy continuously on assembly lines? The next day. It happened to be Sunday, so the entire day and Sunday night, Suite 2301 became a secluded paradise. Lin Tian and Su Mengli both turned off their phones, immersing themselves in the blissful feeling of absence makes the heart grow fonder. Even the 3 meals a day are personally delivered to the door by the hotel manager. Chapter 55: An Exorbitant Dowry and the Crisis of Breaking Down the Door.
During this time, Lin Tian also briefly left room 2301 and knocked on the door of room 2303. Have Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei go to Shangfeng Group on Monday to sign a contract and become spokespeople for the new drug. This news was like a godsend, and Jiang Sueki's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Even Zhou Wei, who had always been wary of Lin Tian, showed a complex sense of gratitude in her eyes. After all, Long Tianyi's previous blacklisting of them had left them with almost no way out. Lin Tian also bluntly reminded them that Long Tianyi's men might cause trouble, but he promised with certainty, "Since you're following me, I'll handle these problems." It wasn't until Monday morning that sunlight streamed into the suite through the gaps in the curtains. Lin Tian and Su Mengli got up lazily. However, the moment they turned on their phones, a series of notification sounds rang out like a bombardment.
On Su Mengli's side, it was her mother Zhao Yaji's anxious voice. "Mugli, are you with Lin Tian? Your mother-in-law is pressuring you to get back for the wedding. You two need to come up with a plan today." From Lin Tian's side, his mother Wang Milan's signature roar could be heard. "Xiao Tian, where have you been, you brat? Your phone has been off for a whole day and night. Get back here right now. We have to set a wedding date for you, Xiao Wan, and Mengli today. Your Aunt Xiao, Aunt Xin, and I are all waiting at home. If you dare not come back, Mom will go and cry herself to death to see you." The two listened to the noise on the phone and smiled at each other. After 2 days and 2 nights, the seamless and intimate exchange, an invisible tacit understanding and sense of closeness, has taken deep root between the two parties. Su Mengli tidied her slightly disheveled hair, regaining some of her capable demeanor as a female CEO. "I have an appointment with Jiang Sueki for the signing this morning. I'll go to the company to make arrangements first." "Good." Lin Tian nodded. He picked up his phone and sent a message to Jiang Sueki next door. "This morning, I went directly to Shangfeng to sign the contract with General Manager Su." After sending the message, he said to Su Mengli, "Then you go first and take care of the important matters. After you're done, we'll go home together to deal with Mom. It seems that we have no choice but to have the wedding." After tidying everything up, Su Mengli left room 2301. Lin Tian lay back down on the bed, ready to take a nap. With the addition of 0.3 times the physique of an average person and the golden kidney, he now feels terrifyingly strong. Once upon a time. As the old saying goes, there are only oxen that die from plowing, not fields that are ruined. But Lin Tian could shamelessly refute, "That's nonsense, that statement doesn't hold true for me. From this day forward, only the old ox will break through the field ridges, breach the ditches, and cause the streams to overflow. There's absolutely no chance of the scalpers being worked to death." Glorious home. The Lin family's living room was bustling with activity, as if it were Chinese New Year. Wang Milan smiled broadly, holding the hands of Zhao Yaji and the slightly awkward Qin Mei, as if they were long-lost sisters. Lin Tian sat in the main seat. On the left is the gentle and charming Su Shaowan, and on the right is the aloof and elegant Su Mengli. He truly enjoys the bliss of having two women by his side. Su Shaowan was originally undergoing special training at the police station. However, Wang Milan insisted that he bring his mother-in-law Qin Mei back this morning. She had no choice but to take half a day off. "Mother-in-law, you're too kind. I can't accept this." Wang Milan's voice rose several octaves with excitement, her eyes fixed on the gleaming bank card that Zhao Yaji had just pushed in front of her. Zhao Yaji maintained an elegant smile, but her tone left no room for argument. "Sister Milan, this is only right. It is a blessing for our Su family that Mengli can marry Xiao Tian. This 50 million is just a small token of my appreciation, a dowry for the children. You must accept it." 50 million? Qin Mei, standing to the side, gasped, instinctively clutching the hem of her clothes. Looking at her faded old clothes, her face burned, and she lowered her head even further. Su Shaowan sensed her mother's embarrassment, and her hands on her knees unconsciously clenched, a hint of inferiority flashing in her eyes. Lin Tian keenly noticed the emotional changes in the mother and daughter. Just then, Zhao Yaji then took out a set of exquisite keys, gently placed them on the table, and pushed them toward Wang Milan. "And this, Villa number 1 in Cloud Peak Mansion, has been prepared for a while now. It's not very big, only about 1,000 square meters, with a small garden and swimming pool. It will be Xiaotian and Mengli's home, and of course Shouwan's too. I'll take you to see it tomorrow? Cloud Top Mansion? Villa number 1? Wang Milan suddenly stood up,
her voice cracking, clutching her chest, so excited she almost fainted on the spot.
Oh my god! Grandpa Chow has appeared!
Our Lin family's ancestral graves are truly emitting auspicious smoke. The living room was instantly filled with Wang Milan's ecstatic joy and Zhao Yaji's reserved laughter.
Only Qin Mei and Su Xiaowan.
In contrast to this extreme joy, he appeared even more silent and uneasy.
Lin Tian saw it all and understood.
He suddenly reached out and, to everyone's surprise, firmly grasped Su Xiaowan's slightly trembling hand.
Su Xiaowan trembled and looked up at him in astonishment.
Lin Tian's gaze swept across the entire room, finally settling on Su Xiaowan's face. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears.
Mom, Aunt Zhao, I, Lin Tian, don't care at all about the dowry or the size of the villa.
He raised his hand, which was clasped tightly with Su Xiaowan's, his eyes sincere and firm. As long as they trust me and stay with me, this loyalty is far more valuable to me than 50 million or a villa in Cloud Peak Mansion.
This is the dowry that I, Lin Tian, value most.
These words, like a warm current, instantly shattered Su Xiaowan's defenses. Her tears streamed down her face instantly. She gripped Lin Tian's hand tightly, and all her grievances and inferiority vanished in that instant. Qin Mei was so moved that tears streamed down her face. She kept wiping her eyes with her sleeve, murmuring,
"Good boy. Xiao Tian is a good boy." Wang Milan and Zhao Yaji were also moved by it.
Lin Tian took the opportunity to pull up Su Xiaowan, who was still crying, and smiled at everyone, saying, "I want to have a few private words with Xiaowan." After saying that, he led her into the bedroom. Su Mengli looked at the closed bedroom door, couldn't help but roll her eyes elegantly, and silently complained in her heart.
Is this guy made of iron? 2 days of tossing me around at the hotel wasn't enough, and now that I'm back. What a tireless beast. But then I thought, it's good, it'll give me a break. Wang Milan was overjoyed and slapped her thigh. Good things come in pairs. Come on, mother-in-law, sister-in-law Qin, let's go offer incense to old man Chow again and properly fulfill our vow. It's definitely because we're sincere.
Only Zhao Yaji and her daughter Su Mengli remained in the living room. Zhao Yaji lowered her voice and asked,
Mengli, what do you think of Xiao Tian's position as the legal wife? Su Mengli calmly interrupted her mother. Mom, let's not bring this up again.
Lin Tian has his own plans, and we're fine as we are now.
She knew that sometimes it was better not to fight for something than to fight for it.
Meanwhile, a completely different scene unfolded in Suite 2303 of the Siya Hotel.
We did it. Sister Vivi. We did it.
Holding the newly signed endorsement contract, Jiang Sueki was as excited as a little girl, rushing over to hug Zhou Wei tightly. Zhou Wei couldn't hide her excitement either, and hugged her tightly. The two twirled around happily in the spacious living room, and finally, unable to contain their emotions, they kissed passionately. The fear and gloom of the past 2 days seemed to have been dispelled by this hard-won contract. Completely immersed in the joy of their newfound life, they were oblivious to the fact that a crisis was quietly approaching.
Knock, knock, knock.
A soft knock sounded on the door. Zhou Wei released Jiang Sueki, wiped her mouth, her face still flushed, and asked loudly, "Who is it?" A respectful female voice came from outside the door, "Room service, hello. Your previously ordered celebratory champagne has arrived." Jiang Sueki, unsuspecting, smiled and nudged Zhou Wei, saying, "Go open the door, let's celebrate." Zhou Wei nodded, straightened her clothes, and with a relaxed smile on her face, walked to the door and opened it without any suspicion. The moment the door opened, a foot wearing a heavy leather boot slammed into the door panel.
Bang!
The immense force caught Zhou Wei off guard, causing her to stagger backward and fall to the ground.
The door was wide open.
A dozen or so women with brightly dyed hair, menacing faces, and wielding sticks or even machetes rushed in like vicious wolves. In an instant, the small living room was packed with people. The leader was a tall, muscular woman with a nose ring and a ferocious snake tattoo on her arm. Her eyes were fierce as knives, and she slammed the baseball bat in her hand onto the coffee table with a loud crash, shattering the glass surface. She tilted her head, her venomous gaze fixed on Jiang Sueki, who was pale and trembling with fear, and let out a chilling, sinister laugh through her teeth.
You bitch. Tell me. Where did you take our boss Long?
Chapter 56 The Fox Borrows the Tiger's Power and the Fleeting Death.
Bang!
A baseball bat smashed onto the glass coffee table, scattering shards everywhere.
You filthy bitch. Say it. He was facing a dozen or so fierce-looking women.
Zhou Wei shielded Jiang Sueki behind her, and although her own face was pale, she still managed to stand up straight. His voice trembled as he said, "I don't understand what you're saying."
Leave right now. If you don't leave, I'll call the police. Call the police?
A blonde, simple-minded woman chuckled and suddenly stepped forward, tilting her head with a disdainful expression.
She warned the woman in the black leather jacket behind her, "Boss, they're playing you."
The woman known as the boss sneered. She reached out and pushed aside the blonde, simple-minded woman blocking her way, then stepped forward. She raised her baseball bat, pointed it at Joe Wei, and said menacingly, "You can call the police."
But I just don't know, if they see great high-quality man disappears from your room, and the police come, will they arrest you, the suspect, first, or us? Do you even know that? We.
Joe Wei was speechless for a moment, her heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand.
The other party is right.
In this world, the disappearance of a high-quality man is a huge deal, and they simply cannot withstand any scrutiny.
Seeing that Joe Wei was intimidated, the gang leader became even more arrogant and approached step by step.
Furthermore, I kept watch downstairs all night last night. Although I don't know how you managed to fool the police, let me tell you, if you don't explain the whereabouts of our boss Long clearly today,
I can guarantee that none of you will have an easy time. Joe Wei was protecting Jiang Sueki, but was forced to retreat repeatedly until she was cornered in the living room with nowhere to go.
Although Jiang Sueki was protected behind her, there was no fear on her face at all.
Hearing this woman's threat now,
she knew that she couldn't avoid this today, and she had to do something about it. Thinking of this, his eyes darted around, and the method to break through the Tao surged forth. She gently pulled Joe Wei aside, stepped forward, and said with a playful smile, "Sister, we're all women, so please don't make things difficult for us.
We really don't know where your boss Long went.
I admit that he did come to see us last night, but we only talked for a few minutes before he suddenly received a phone call and left in a hurry."
Really? I have no reason to lie to you.
As Jiang Sueki spoke, she observed the other person's expression. Seeing the other person deep in thought, I felt reassured, knowing that my words had won them over. After all, such a living person just vanished into thin air. Even she herself, who witnessed everything, was dumbfounded, let alone those who could think about it.
Jiang Sueki continued, "And I have a boyfriend now, his name is Lin Tian. He's now the legitimate husband of Su Mingli, the president of Shangfeng Group. He's a top-tier B-grade man. You've messed with me today, think about the consequences."
As she spoke, she picked up the contract she had signed with Shangfeng that morning to endorse the new drug, which was lying on the bed, and handed it to him. The boss narrowed her eyes slightly, looking suspiciously at the contract that was handed to her.
It did indeed bear Shangfeng's seal. Lin Tian?
The name made the girls rushing in front pause, their faces showing hesitation. The title of high-quality man is the greatest talisman in this world. Jiang Sueki was delighted to see that her words had worked.
She continued, "Look. This contract is proof. So, I really don't know where your boss went. Although I had some personal grudges with him before, do I really need to offend such a high-quality man?"
After he finished speaking, he saw the women gather together to look at the contract. Jiang Sueki turned her head slightly and secretly gave Zhou Wei a look behind her. The two of them tried to slip out through the crowd. However, they hadn't even reached the door yet. A fierce glint flashed in the leader's eyes, and she instantly saw through Jiang Sueki's bluff. "Jiang Sueki, I never thought that you, a top-tier actress who once had millions of fans, would resort to such petty tricks." The leader suddenly turned around and slapped the simple-minded blonde girl beside her twice, saying with a mix of anger and embarrassment,
"Idiots, the person is about to escape. Why aren't you catching them? You believe everything they say. Damn it, they dared to lie to us. Tie him up. Sister Weiwei, run."
As soon as Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei reached the door, they heard the sound behind them and, without daring to turn around, opened the door and ran out. However, the door was only half open. They were instantly overwhelmed by despair. They knew in their hearts that this was the end. If these women catch them, and Long Tiany's death is exposed, the He gang, these desperate thugs who have lost their only legitimate C-level male identity as a shield, will definitely tear them apart alive. Without a male leader, these gangs are like an army without a banner. They will soon be divided up by other forces or purged by the Federation of Husbands.
These women are launching a desperate counterattack. Naturally, they couldn't accept the devastating news of their boss's sudden disappearance.
A group of women rushed forward and roughly tied up Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei, who were screaming and struggling.
But just then,
The female server who screamed and called the police last night happened to be passing by room 2303 again and saw the scene through the half-open door. This time, she didn't dare to turn and run like before, but instead bravely went to check. Gently pushing open the door, I saw Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei tied up. She instinctively called out to stop them. "What are you doing? Stop it." But she had barely finished speaking. "Get out of my way." A blonde-haired, simple-minded woman casually shoved her to the ground. The waitress hit the back of her head against the wall and felt dizzy. Through her blurry vision, she heard the blonde-haired man anxiously ask, "Boss, where are we taking these two women? And what about this waiter? Should we?" The simple-minded woman made a throat-slitting gesture. The boss glanced at the waiter on the ground. She was getting impatient. "Forget it, let's not make things worse. Go! Take those two bitches to warehouse number 3 at the old dock. Hurry up, and don't leave a trace." "Yes." A group of people dragged Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei, whose mouths were gagged, and quickly disappeared from the door of 2303. A long time. The waitress, barely suppressing her pain and fear, struggled to pull out the walkie-talkie and reported in a tearful voice. "Manager. Manager Tao Hong. Something terrible has happened. Miss Jiang from room 2303 and her agent have been kidnapped by a group of women. I heard them say that they're going to warehouse number 3 at the old wharf." At the same time, inside the bedroom of the glorious family garden, however, lies a different, warm scene. Lin Tian was not as desperate as Su Mengli had imagined. After closing the door, he led Su Xiaowan to the bedside and sat her down, gently stroking her hair with his fingers. "Silly girl, are you feeling down? Don't take Mom and Aunt Zhao's words to heart." Lin Tian's voice was deep and reliable. "How much dowry you have, how big the house is, none of that matters to me. It's not like I can't afford to support you." Su Xiaowan looked up at him, her eyes welling up with tears again, but this time it was from gratitude. She nestled into Lin Tian's arms, her voice choked with emotion. "Husband, thank you." Ding. Su Xiaowan's affection points plus 50. Total, 635. Lin Tian, puzzled, raised his hand and gently patted her back, his tone shifting to one of undeniable dominance. "I support your work at the police station. But you have to promise me that you will tell me immediately if you encounter any dangerous missions in the future. My woman must not be harmed in any way." Su Xiaowan nodded vigorously, then, remembering her younger sister, she smiled through her tears. "Yeah. I know. By the way, Xiaoyu went back to the police station yesterday, acting all mysterious. She said she had a little misunderstanding with you, but when I asked her for details, she wouldn't tell me. She's so quirky." Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat, but he remained outwardly calm, smiling as he flicked Su Xiaowan's forehead. "That girl is acting crazy, just ignore her." As Lin Tian spoke, one of his hands began to wander. Su Xiaowan was so amused that she trembled with laughter, her face blushing crimson. But just as Lin Tian was about to take it a step further, bang bang bang, a series of urgent knocks sounded on the door. Then came Su Mengli's somewhat anxious voice. "Lin Tian, Tao Hong, the manager of Siye Hotel, says she needs to see you urgently." Chapter 57 Undercurrents and a Deadly Telephone Call. Lin Tian had just lifted Su Xiaowan's clothes and was about to do something evil. Unexpectedly, there was a rapid knocking at the door, accompanied by Su Mengli's cool yet anxious voice. The action was interrupted. Lin Tian frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. Su Xiaowan, like a startled little rabbit, suddenly jumped away from his arms, hurriedly tidying her disheveled clothes and hair, her cheeks flushed. The door was pushed open, and Su Mengli walked in. Her gaze swept quickly over Lin Tian and Su Xiaowan, noticing Su Xiaowan's flushed face and slightly disheveled hair. She immediately understood and couldn't help but roll her eyes inwardly. These two, in broad daylight, they really have no self-control. But now is not the time to dwell on that. She handed the still-connected phone to Lin Tian. "Manager Tao Hong said there's something very urgent." Lin Tian took the phone suspiciously, and as soon as he said hello, he heard Manager Tao Hong's urgent voice, trembling with tears, coming from the receiver. "Mr. Lin. Something terrible has happened. Miss Jiang and Miss Shou, they've been kidnapped by a group of people." Lin Tian's eyes suddenly sharpened, but he maintained excellent composure, nearly interrupting the other party in a deep voice. "I understand, wait a moment." He covered the microphone. He said, "I need to take this call to the two women in front of him who looked concerned. then took his phone and walked steadily toward the balcony. He then pulled the glass door shut, shutting out the noise from the living room. Suddenly, only Su Mengli and Su Xiaowan remained in the room.
The atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward.
These are two women who have already been taken under Lin Tian's wing. This was the first time they were alone together without Lin Tian, and it happened in a situation where their ambiguous moment had just been interrupted. The blush on Su Xiaowan's face had not completely faded. She lowered her head slightly and twisted her hands nervously together, still looking as pitiful and obedient as ever. Su Mengli sized her up, breaking the silence first. Her tone was unreadable, carrying a hint of the probing typical of business people.
Little one, from now on we are true sisters.
You joined the family earlier than me and are deeply loved by your husband. In the future, the position of the first wife may very well belong to you. At that time, I hope my younger sister will take good care of me. Su Xiaowan raised her head, her eyes clear. Contrary to expectations of shyness or panic, she instead revealed a gentle yet undeniable smile.
Sister Mengli is joking. I'm young and don't understand anything.
I just know to obediently listen to my husband. But you, sister, are truly capable. You can help our husband manage such a large company as Shangfeng Group.
You are the one who can really share his burdens.
I am content as long as I can stay by my husband's side. These words humbly dispelled any ambition for the official wife position while subtly praising Su Mengli. At the same time, it highlighted its core advantages of being obedient and non-competitive, which can be described as a subtle but sharp tactic. A hint of surprise flashed in Su Mengli's beautiful eyes as she re-examined the seemingly frail girl in front of her. She suddenly realized that this Su Xiaowan was not as simple and pure as she appeared on the surface. She possessed intelligence and composure that were no less than her own.
Just then,
the balcony door was opened, and Lin Tian walked back, his face already regaining its usual composure.
Honey, what happened?
The two women asked almost simultaneously, their eyes fixed on him. Lin Tian smiled and casually handed the phone back to Su Mengli.
It's nothing serious, just a minor issue concerning Zhang Sueki. Manager Tao Hong is making a mountain out of a molehill.
He skillfully avoided the main point, then looked at Su Xiaowan and naturally changed the subject.
Xiaowan, didn't you say you only had half a day off today and had to go back to the police station for special training this afternoon? It's almost time, don't be late.
With her police intuition, Su Xiaowan keenly sensed that Lin Tian was definitely hiding something, and it was by no means a trivial matter. But she was an extremely sensible woman, knowing that pressing a man for answers when he didn't want to talk about it would only annoy him.
She immediately nodded obediently, revealing a sweet smile. Yes, it's about time to go. The three of them walked out of the room and into the living room.
Wang Milan was chatting enthusiastically with Zhao Yaji and Qin Mei, and the main topic of conversation was naturally the villa in Yunding Mansion and the upcoming wedding.
Lin Tian greeted them and then saw Su Xiaowan out.
After Su Xiaowan left, Su Mengli also received a call from her secretary urging her to return to the company to handle urgent documents.
She picked up her bag and walked to the door.
After hesitating for a moment, she turned back, took Lin Tian's hand, and asked in a low voice.
Honey, Tao Hong sounded very anxious on the phone just now. Is it really just a small matter? Don't hide it from me. You must tell me if anything is wrong. Shang Feng and I will do our best to help you.
Lin Tian felt a warmth in his heart, reached out and put his arm around her waist, gently kissed her lips, and comforted her.
Don't worry, I can handle it. You go ahead and do your work, company matters are important. If you really need anything, I won't hesitate to ask.
Seeing his resolute attitude, Su Mengli could only sigh and say, be careful in everything.
He then left in a hurry.
After seeing the two women off, Lin Tian returned to his room, closed the door, and the ease on his face vanished instantly, replaced by a serious expression. The first person he thought of was Qin Shuang.
The Federation of Husbands wields considerable power, but
Long Tianyi is a Class C male, and his disappearance is a major, earth-shattering case.
Involving Qin Shuang would essentially make the matter completely official and public. If not handled properly, it could backfire and implicate him.
No, Qin Shuang's path is too dangerous.
So? Su Xiaoyu? Right. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Su Xiaoyu is a police officer and has investigative authority. Police resources can be utilized. Moreover, she is the younger sister-in-law, considered one of our own.
Although she has a free-spirited personality, her bottom line is to protect her family. Working with her can solve problems while keeping things relatively under control. Having weighed the pros and cons, Lin Tian no longer hesitated and took out his phone to send a message to Su Xiaoyu.
Are you there? She replied almost instantly, yes, yes. Brother-in-law. Aren't you going to treat me to dinner to keep your promise? I'm free anytime. Seeing the emoticons flashing on the screen, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile and replied. Okay, you choose the location. Send me the address, and I'll head over now.
Having settled things with Su Xiaoyu, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. He had just walked down the stairs and arrived at the entrance of the residential area, and was about to hail a taxi, when his phone suddenly rang.
Caller ID, Xin Shuang.
Lin Tian frowned, his heart skipped a beat.
This woman. Could it be that she couldn't wait any longer and was urging him to fulfill his promise to have a baby?
He answered the phone with suspicion, before he could even speak. The receiver then picked up Qin Shuang's voice, which was unusually hurried and serious.
Mr. Lin. I'm sorry to bother you.
The Federation of Husbands has just launched an emergency investigation into the case of Long Tianyi, a C-grade high-quality man, who mysteriously disappeared last night.
The last clue we found pointed to the Siye Hotel. Some situations are very sensitive and may require immediate verification with you. Chapter 58 Lively and Agile, Policewoman Su Xiaoyu. Upon hearing about Long Tianyi and Siye Hotel, Lin Tian's brows furrowed instantly. His voice, coming through the microphone, was solemn. Commissioner Qin. Are you questioning me?
Xin Shuang on the other end of the phone gasped for breath, her throat feeling as if it had been instantly choked. She immediately realized the magnitude of her mistake.
That's incredibly stupid. No. Mr. Lin. Please don't misunderstand. Her voice trembled, filled with panic and urgency. I absolutely did not mean to interrogate you. It's just that this case is of a high level, and according to procedure, I have to get information from the relevant people. What does it matter to me whether Long Tianyi lives or dies?
Lin Tian's tone was flat and monotone, yet it was suffocatingly authoritative. I have no interest in, nor any obligation to, reporting my whereabouts to you, and I don't want to be bothered by this kind of nonsense.
Do you understand? I understand. I understand.
It was my mistake.
I'm so sorry to have bothered you.
Xin Shuang apologized repeatedly, her back already soaked with cold sweat. She got to where she is today because of her keen observation and sharp intuition. Lin Tian's attitude, coupled with the report from the police station last night, made her almost instantly certain.
Long Tianyi's disappearance is definitely related to him. Moreover, he didn't want anyone to dig down there.
The thought made her heart race, filled with both fear and a hidden excitement. What she feared was getting into trouble, but what excited her was that Lin Tian was willing to put pressure on her without any pretense.
Could this be considered a signal that he was one of her own?
After all, he had personally promised to give her a chance. Thinking of this, Xin Shuang steeled her heart, staking her future in ambition, and lowered her voice to pledge her loyalty.
Mr. Lin, don't worry. I know what to do about this.
I will try my best to suppress the investigation and temporarily prevent the higher-ups from focusing on Siye. Hearing these words of loyalty, Lin Tian's lips curled up. He was fairly satisfied with her understanding. But his tone remained firm. It's not trying, it's absolutely.
I don't want to hear any more of this. You figure out the specifics.
After saying that, he didn't give Qin Shuang a chance to bargain at all.
Lin Tian hung up the phone immediately.
Hearing the busy tone from her phone, Qin Shuang let out a long, trembling breath and slumped into her chair, as if she had just finished a tough battle. She gazed out the window, her expression complex.
Suppressing a Class C missing man case? This is playing with fire.
But this risk is worth taking.
She has to take this gamble.
Lin Tian put away his phone, expressionless, and got into a taxi. Qin Shuang's reaction was exactly what he expected. This shrewd woman knew how to choose. And through Qin Shuang, Lin Tian knew that the rules of this world had been proven once again.
If you are valuable enough, all rules and procedures must give way. Long Tianyi?
He's just a self-inflicted wound, a piece of trash from Japan. It's all over now that it's dead. It can't cause any more trouble.
Driver, Dongjiamen Lane. He gave the address Su Xiaoyu had sent, leaving behind the worries of Qin Shuang and the husband's union. Next,
I should go and meet my sister-in-law, who's as lively as a little sparrow.
The car stopped on the side of an old street. Lin Tian just got off the bus.
Then I saw Su Xiaoyu standing on tiptoe in front of a small restaurant with a yellowed sign, her head turning back and forth, just like a sparrow waiting to be fed.
Su Xiaoyu wasn't wearing her police uniform today.
Instead, she wore a white t-shirt with a cartoon print, light blue jeans that hugged her legs, and white sneakers. She exuded youthful energy. Her high ponytail swayed as she turned her head, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. Lin Tian, suddenly seized by a playful impulse, quietly circled around to her back.
Without warning, he reached out and covered her eyes, deliberately raising his voice, "Guess who's here?" "Ah!"
Su Xiaoyu shrank her neck in fright and was about to struggle when she smelled a familiar and pleasant masculine scent. She immediately realized what was going on, a smile playing on her lips.
Deliberately not revealing her true feelings, she said with a laugh, "Oh, who's the handsome guy?" Lin Tian smiled and let go.
Su Xiaoyu immediately turned around, stomped her foot coquettishly, and raised her little pink fist as if to hit him.
"You stinky brother-in-law. I knew it was you. You scared me to death."
When she smiles, her eyes crinkle into crescent moons, her liveliness revealing a touch of mischief.
"Why did we choose this place?" Lin Tian looked around at the old-fashioned restaurant.
Su Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed for a moment, but she immediately smiled and naturally reached out to take his arm and lead him into the store.
"My mom used to bring me here all the time. The food was amazing and it was cheap.
But then she got sick and stopped coming." She spoke casually, as if it were an ordinary matter, but Lin Tian still caught that fleeting sense of loss.
The two sat down in a quiet corner by the window. Although the restaurant was old, it was kept clean. The two ordered a plate of shredded pork with green peppers, a stir-fried beef with yellow peppers, and several other side dishes. The owner, smiling, walked towards the kitchen with the menu in hand. Although the two had only known each other for a short time, Su Xiaoyu quickly became familiar with each other. "Brother-in-law. Let me tell you, right now, my sister and I are at the Jianghai police station.
We're twin policewomen, even our chief's eyes practically pop out of our heads when he sees us."
She chattered away, starting to tell stories about the police station, gesturing wildly and animatedly when she got excited. Just then, the afterglow of the setting sun slanted in, shining on her profile and giving her skin a soft glow. She was picking up her teacup to drink water, tilting her head slightly back, her neck forming a beautiful curve, her long eyelashes trembling gently like tiny brushes. At that moment, she possessed a unique charm that blended girlish innocence with a touch of heroic spirit. Lin Tian was stunned for a second.
He sighed inwardly, this sister-in-law is indeed a bright and beautiful girl, completely different from her sister's quiet and gentle nature.
"Ha? Brother-in-law? What are you spacing out for? Is there something on my face?"
Su Xiaoyu noticed his gaze, winked playfully, and waved her hand in front of his eyes.
"No, you're chattering away like a little sparrow."
Lin Tian snapped out of his daze, chuckled, and shook his head.
"Humph, isn't it because I'm happy being with my brother-in-law?"
Su Xiaoyu wrinkled her nose, looking adorably innocent.
Amidst laughter and conversation, all the dishes were served.
They're all simple home-style stir-fries, and they smell wonderful. Su Xiaoyu ate with great relish, completely lacking any girlish reserve, and kept praising as she ate, "Wow.
It tastes just like before. Brother-in-law, you have to try this beef, it's amazing."
Seeing her eating heartily with a satisfied look on her face, Lin Tian felt much more relaxed. He listened patiently to her rambling and then smoothly steered the conversation toward the main topic.
"Xiaoyu, I'm here today because I need your help with something." "What is it?" "Brother-in-law, just tell me."
"I'm ready to go through fire and water for you, as your sister-in-law." Su Xiaoyu put down her chopsticks, patted her pert little chest, and looked like a chivalrous streetwise woman, which amused Lin Tian.
"It's not that scary."
Lin Tian straightened his expression.
"It's Jiang Sueki, the one you just met last night."
She might have been kidnapped by a group of female thugs.
"What? My idol has been kidnapped?" Su Xiaoyu's eyes widened instantly.
She wasn't afraid, rather, she was bursting with extreme excitement and almost jumped off her chair.
"Who's so blind as to dare kidnap my idol?" But, this is a major case. This is a truly major case. Brother-in-law. Tell me in detail, how many people are on the other side? What kind of equipment do they have? What's the situation with the hostages? Where is the location?"
Seeing her instantly switch to work mode, rubbing her hands together and her eyes shining, Lin Tian chuckled to himself.
"It seems I've found the right person. This girl is indeed desperate to make a name for herself. Chapter 59 Showing off his skills, saving the movie queen.
Lin Tian remained expressionless and selectively revealed. The specific details are not yet fully clear. At present, all I know is that she may be related to warehouse number 3 at the Old Wharf, and the other party is a gang of female gangsters.
I know there are risks, so you're the first person I thought of asking for help. But you have to promise me that you'll follow my instructions and not act on your own. Safety comes first. No problem. Brother-in-law, don't worry, I promise I'll listen to you. If you say east, I'll never go west. Okay. I'll listen to my brother-in-law.
But I'll take the credit. Su Xiaoyu, who was naturally careless, agreed without even thinking about the details.
Good.
After the two finished their meal, Su Xiaoyu insisted on paying the bill, and then took a taxi straight to the Old Wharf. The setting sun turned the horizon orange-red, making the abandoned dock area look particularly desolate. Warehouse number 3 stands alone on the shore, covered in rust. Lin Tian pulled Su Xiaoyu along, crouching behind a pile of discarded shipping containers, staring intently at the warehouse door. According to the information provided by the female manager, plus the geographical information investigated by Su Xiaoyu using the police mobile terminal,
they were absolutely certain. But since they couldn't see anyone, they didn't dare to go in rashly. We had no choice but to wait and see.
But as time passed, the sky gradually darkened.
It was already 8 p.m.
Just as Su Xiaoyu was getting impatient and muttering to herself, "Why is there still no movement?" the small door on the side of the warehouse creaked open. Several women dressed in a sleazy style and cursing came out first. Then, they roughly dragged out 2 women wearing black hoods, with their hands tied behind their backs, who were twisting and turning incessantly.
Judging from their clothes, Lin Tian immediately concluded that it was Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei. Jiang Sueki groaned as her mouth was gagged. The women were quite rude, shoving and pushing them into a beat-up van parked nearby. Brother-in-law. They're about to move. Su Xiaoyu grabbed Lin Tian's arm anxiously, her voice tight yet excited. What should we do? Should we just charge in? Just as the door of the dilapidated van was about to close, Lin Tian's eyes sharpened, and he shouted in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, stop them." Watch me. Su Xiaoyu reacted extremely quickly.
As a graduate of the police academy, she glanced around and quickly picked up a thick, long, rusty iron pipe from the ground. He then rushed forward and, before the van could start moving, forcefully shoved the iron pipe between the rear wheel axles.
Creak clang.
A screeching metallic scraping sound rang out, and the van, which had just started moving, jolted violently and stalled completely. The female thugs inside the car were dazed and confused after the collision, and they started cursing.
Holy crap! What's going on? Who dares to stop my car?
The car door was kicked open, and 5 or 6 women wielding sticks and machetes jumped out angrily. The leader of the group immediately spotted Lin Tian and Su Xiaoyu, who had ruined her plans.
Damn it! It's you!
You're asking for death, the leader cursed, brandishing her machete and leading the charge.
Brother-in-law, be careful.
Su Xiaoyu instinctively tried to shield Lin Tian.
But Lin Tian moved even faster than her.
Instead of retreating, he charged towards the other side.
He was so fast that he left only a blur. The objective is clear: take down the leader.
The gang leader only felt a blur before her eyes. Before the machete could fall, her wrist was gripped tightly by a hand like an iron clamp, and a sharp pain shot through her.
Ugh!
The next second, Lin Tian turned sideways and delivered a sharp elbow strike, slamming it hard into her chest.
Bang! The leader of the gang flew backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground.
She curled up, barely breathing, and instantly lost her fighting ability. Lin Tian didn't even glance at her, stepping on her back with one foot, his icy gaze sweeping over the other stunned thugs.
Who else wants to try?
The group of women watched as their eldest sister was crippled in the very first exchange. They looked at each other in bewilderment.
Don't move! Police!
Su Xiaoyu then realized what was happening, immediately pulled out her ID to show her identity, and quickly handcuffed the woman on the ground. The others met Lin Tian's murderous gaze.
The sticks in their hands clattered to the ground, and they all raised their hands in surrender, daring not to resist in the slightest. Su Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy.
This was a great achievement, and she immediately took out her phone to call for police support. Her actions were clean and efficient, demonstrating her professionalism.
Lin Tian quickly walked to the back door of the van and pulled it open.
Inside, Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei, with their hands tied behind their backs and hoods over their heads, were trembling with fear. "It's all right now," Lin Tian said, untying their restraints. The moment the hood was removed. Upon regaining her sight, Jiang Sueki was overwhelmed with immense emotion at the sight of Lin Tian standing before her like a god. She burst into tears. Ignoring all considerations of her status, she threw herself into Lin Tian's arms. She wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, as if trying to meld herself into his body.
"Wah! I knew it. I knew you'd come to save me. You scared me to death,"
she cried with tears streaming down her face, her body still trembling with lingering fear. However, Zhou Wei saw through her grandiose but ultimately ineffective performance. Zhou Wei untied the ropes herself, and looking at the two people who were tightly embracing each other, her eyes were filled with extremely complicated emotions. The relief of being rescued had barely begun to rise when the scene before him was a sharp sting. She lowered her head silently, biting her lip, her hands unconsciously clenching into fists, a feeling of indescribable bitterness and loss welling up in her heart. It felt as if their most treasured possession had been snatched away right before their eyes. Lin Tian gently patted Jiang Sueki's back, reassuring her, "It's all right, it's nothing. And right now, not far away." On the control panel of an abandoned two-story crane, a figure wearing a black trench coat and white gloves is coldly observing everything through high-powered binoculars. He put down his binoculars, took out a cleverly designed camera, aimed it at Lin Tian, and snapped several clear photos in quick succession. Then, he pointed to the miniature microphone under his collar.
"The Bluebird mission has failed. Jade destruction confirmed."
Target Lin Tian intervened. His combat strength far exceeded expectations, and his handling was swift and decisive. He is suspected to be a high-value male. It is recommended to raise his threat level and immediately launch an in-depth investigation into his background.
Over.
The piercing sound of sirens grew louder as several police cars arrived at the scene.
A dozen or so policewomen came down and immediately put the deathly-faced gang leader and the group of thugs who had surrendered into the car. Lin Tian drove the van that Su Xiaoyu had damaged and took Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei back to the Xie Hotel. In the hotel lobby, Lin Tian took out his phone and dialed Su Mingli's number. Mingli immediately arranged for several absolutely reliable bodyguards to protect Jiang Sueki and Zhou Wei 24 hours a day. They will stay in room 2303 of the Xie Hotel.
Without hesitation, Su Mingli on the other end of the phone replied, "Yes, honey, I'll arrange for my most capable person to go over right away."
Back to apartment 2303.
Still shaken, Jiang Sueki felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. After expressing her gratitude to Lin Tian, she went into the bathroom to take a shower, hoping to wash away the bad luck and fear. In the living room, only Lin Tian and Zhou Wei, who had remained silent, were left.
The atmosphere became somewhat tense for a moment.
Zhou Wei finally raised her head, her gaze icy as she looked at Lin Tian. Despite her efforts to remain calm, a barely suppressed tremor crept into her voice.
"Mr. Lin, thank you for saving us tonight. Now Sueki needs to rest, please leave." Chapter 60. While slamming Zhou Wei leads to Xiaoyu's milk tea. Zhou Wei's seemingly harsh dismissal was a clear order to leave.
Lin Tian was not angry at all. Instead, he took a step closer.
What do you want to do?"
Zhou Wei was startled and instinctively backed away until her back was pressed against the wall, leaving her nowhere to retreat. Lin Tian smiled slightly, stretched out his arms, and braced them against the wall next to her ears, trapping her between himself and the wall. A powerful, masculine aura suddenly pressed down on them. Zhou Wei's heart skipped a beat, and she stopped breathing.
For the past 24 years, Zhou Wei had never been so close to any man before.
At this moment, he was so close that Lin Tian could hear her heart pounding violently in her chest, like a drumbeat.
Lin Tian's gaze swept over her entire body without any politeness.
From her neat, short hair to her deliberately styled androgynous suit dress that concealed her curvaceous figure. Lin Tian then realized that this woman was actually quite well endowed in the right places. Especially her slender waist, so thin that it could almost be pinched with one hand.
He even noticed
her exposed neck and wrists had excessively smooth skin, comparable to that of the pampered Su Mingli.
It might even be better. What a pity.
Lin Tian spoke in a low voice, his tone husky with a hint of amusement. "You're clearly a stunning beauty, yet you insist on wrapping yourself up like a wooden block in this stiff suit. Look at your skin, it's softer than tofu, and your figure is quite impressive."
"I just don't understand, why are you doing this?" Faced with Lin Tian's deliberate provocation, Zhou Wei's entire body trembled.
Her long, snow-white legs, hidden beneath the hem of her suit skirt, were now slightly weak, as if they could barely support her weight. But she forced herself to remain calm and turned her face away, her voice trembling uncontrollably. "Mr. Lin, please have some self-respect. Now, please, quickly, get out."
"Oh? Why are you so nervous? I didn't touch you."
Lin Tian still wore a roguish smile, and instead of retreating, he pressed his body directly against the other person's.
A hot breath was deliberately sprayed onto her sensitive earlobes and neck.
He looked at that fair skin, and under the spotlights in the hallway, a layer of tiny bumps instantly appeared.
"Why, are you so nervous?"
Lin Tian's voice was low and menacing, like a demon whispering incantations.
"Do you hate all men? Or, just, any man who tries to get close to Jiang Sueki?" These words struck Zhou Wei like a thunderbolt.
Her delicate body, pinned against the wall, trembled uncontrollably. Even her pupils contracted sharply from shock and the exposure of her secret. His previously forced solemnity had turned deathly pale, his lips trembling, yet he couldn't utter a sound. Lin Tian tilted his head back slightly, just in time to catch Zhou Wei's loss of composure, and he suppressed the urge to burst into laughter. But just as the atmosphere reached its peak, Lin Tian stretched out his right hand, as if to do something.
"Sister Weiwei, what are you doing?"
The bathroom door was opened. Lin Tian turned his head and saw Jiang Sueki walking out, wrapped in a bathrobe and drying her wet hair. But when she saw the two people pinning each other against the wall, she looked on with suspicion.
The intense ambiguity between Lin Tian and Zhou Wei was broken up.
Lin Tian naturally withdrew his hand, took a step back, and smiled at Jiang Sueki as if nothing had happened.
"It's nothing, just reminding your sister Weiwei about safety matters.
You all get some rest, the bodyguards will be here soon." After saying that, he glanced meaningfully at Zhou Wei, who was still frozen by the wall with her expression changing, and then turned and left decisively. The door closed. Jiang Sueki jumped over, nudged Zhou Wei with her elbow, and asked with a strange look, "Wow, Sister Weiwei, what's going on?
Could it be that Lin Tian has feelings for you too? You've even pinned him against the wall." "What nonsense are you talking about? I have nothing to do with him."
Zhou Wei snapped out of her daze and glared at her angrily.
Oh, still being stubborn."
Jiang Shui playfully pounced on her and tickled her, and the two of them immediately burst into laughter and rolled onto the sofa.
Two best friends had a huge fight.
Zhou Wei suddenly grabbed Jiang Sueki, looked at her flushed face after the shower, and said seriously, "Sueki, are you really determined to be with him?"
Jiang Sueki's smile faded, and she sighed helplessly, "Sister Weiwei, do I even have a choice? I've been completely ruined by Long Tianyi. Now, I'm all alone in the industry. What else can I do if I don't cling to Lin Tian, this big tree?" Zhou Wei fell silent. Regardless of her close relationship with Jiang Sueki. As Jiang Sueki's manager, she naturally understands the implications. Zhou Wei's eyes dimmed, a hint of disappointment flashing across them. This moment of disappointment was keenly observed by Jiang Sueki.
A sly glint flashed in her eyes, and she suddenly became mischievous again, reaching out to pinch Zhou Wei's cheek.
"Hey! Weiwei, I think Lin Tian's gaze towards you just now wasn't innocent. How about you come with me and package yourself with him? He can definitely support both of us." Pa! You brat!
What nonsense are you spouting?
I don't need a man. You're all I need.
Zhou Wei retaliated in embarrassment and anger, and the two burst into laughter again. But as the commotion continued, Zhou Wei's mind became chaotic. Just now, when Lin Tian approached, his masculine aura, full of hormones, still seemed to linger around her nose, making her feel flustered.
"Do you hate it?" "It seems, not entirely."
This unfamiliar and out-of-control feeling made her panic. On the other side, Lin Tian, escorted by Tao Hong, stepped out of the private elevator.
Su Xiaoyu was indeed still waiting in the lobby.
As soon as she saw him come out, she jumped over.
He even deliberately curled his lip and said, "Oh, young Master Lin, have you calmed down your movie queen yet? I thought you were sleeping in room 2303 tonight, my legs are getting sore from waiting." Seeing her jealous yet feigning jealousy, Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh and ruffle her hair. "Stop joking. Come on, your brother-in-law will take you out for a late-night snack to make up for it." "Yay! My brother-in-law is awesome. I'm going to eat him out of house and home tonight." With that, the two walked out of the Siye Hotel.
We then boarded the car arranged by the hotel and headed straight to Jianghai's most bustling night market.
The night market was bustling with people and brightly lit.
Su Xiaoyu held a sausage in her left hand and several lamb skewers in her right. Looking at Su Xiaoyu's gluttonous and playful nature, Lin Tian couldn't help but sigh.
This girl is the complete opposite of her sister.
An extreme shyness, as still as a virgin. One is as agile as a rabbit, as lively as a child.
We walked along. Not far away, a commotion outside a trendy bubble tea shop with an extravagant decor caught their attention.
A long queue formed outside the store, and a huge billboard displayed glaring slogans.
A top-tier boyfriend certified milk tea. 9,999 yuan cup. Buying it is true love. Not buying it is irrefutable proof of not loving you.
At the entrance, several girls were holding up their phones, live streaming while inciting other girls in the crowd.
Isn't this moral blackmail? Su Xiaoyu glared angrily. A cup of cheap milk tea costs 10,000 yuan? And it's related to whether you love someone or not? Only someone with a screw loose would buy that.
Lin Tian's gaze turned cold as he looked at the group of young girls who had been brainwashed by consumerism and were eagerly queuing up to buy milk tea and other certifications. He pushed his way through the crowd to the counter, and amidst the astonished gazes of the clerks and the crowd, pulled out the bank card with 50 million in it. The hand slammed on the stage, the sound carrying clearly, "How many cups of this certified milk tea can be made now?" The female shop manager was taken aback and stammered, "Yes sir, the ingredients can make about 100 cups.
Okay, I'll take them all," Lin Tian said calmly. The entire audience erupted in uproar.
At that moment, the live streaming cameras of the girls at the door were also instantly pointed at him. Soon, 100 cups of sky-high priced milk tea were piled up like a small mountain. Lin Tian casually picked up a cup, didn't even look at it, and with a flick of his wrist, poured the entire cup of milk tea into the trash can next to him. 1 cup, 2 cups, 3 cups. Under the stunned gaze of all the girls, Lin Tian remained expressionless and poured out every last drop of the 100 cups of milk tea, which were worth nearly 1,000,000 yuan. Chapter 61, Sister-in-Law's Tender Kiss. The movie Queen's Pursuit is incredibly satisfying. After he finished doing all this, he glanced at the live stream cameras, his tone laced with undisguised sarcasm.
Now, who loves whom more? Proving love with a glass of sugar water? This kind of idiotic trap can only fool those without brains.
We men have never cared about such low-level tricks. After saying that, he grabbed the stunned Su Xiaoyu and turned to leave. A moment of deathly silence followed, then an uproar erupted with discussion and the live stream footage went viral. Lin Tian casually stirred up a storm concerning male consumption and social values.
And just as Lin Tian left the milk tea shop, in a dark corner, a woman's figure flickered. She took out her phone, snapped several photos, and then sent them out. He added a commanding sentence, "Immediately have the online trolls hype this up. I want him to experience the taste of cyberbullying." On the way home with Su Xiaoyu, the night was deep and the streetlights were dim. After the controversy surrounding the milk tea shop, Su Xiaoyu's admiration for Lin Tian was off the charts. She chattered on, just like a cheerful little sparrow. "Brother-in-law, you were so cool just now. That shop manager looks like a tough guy, but he was like a kitten in front of you. And those female live streamers, they're obviously shills hired by that milk tea shop, it's hilarious. However, brother-in-law, this adorable milk tea shop is a globally renowned chain. If you offend them, I'm afraid." As she spoke, she skipped and hopped along beside Lin Tian, occasionally bumping him lightly with her shoulder. "I don't care who he is. I just can't stand him," Lin Tian replied casually. But then, seemingly casually, he asked, "By the way, I don't think I've ever heard you and Xiaowan talk about your family in detail. Your parents must be very proud of your close relationship, sisters." Su Xiaoyu lowered her voice, kicking at the pebbles on the road. "Actually, my sister and I are half-sisters." Lin Tian was a little surprised. "Oh?" Su Xiaowan had mentioned this before, but Lin Tian had always been curious about it. Su Xiaoyu nodded, her tone slightly confused. "It seems that our mothers are all kept by the same man surnamed Su outside of their marriages. But my mother and my sister's mother never mentioned who that man is, what he looks like, or whether he is dead or alive. My mother vaguely mentioned before she died that the man was surnamed Su and seemed to be a very important person. But she never found out who it was until her death." "Is your surname Su? A big shot?" Lin Tian's heart skipped a beat as an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could this be related to Su Mingli's family? What a coincidence! But he chuckled to himself and shook his head, dismissing the thought. There are many people in the world with the surname Su. What a coincidence. He suppressed his doubts for the time being and ruffled Su Xiaoyu's hair. Don't overthink it, your brother-in-law will be here for you from now on. Su Xiaoyu looked up, her eyes a little red, but she forced a bright smile and suddenly grabbed Lin Tian's hand and shook it. Yes. I know my brother-in-law is the best. So, if I ever get into trouble in the future, you'll protect me just like you protect my sister, right? Seeing the sly glint in her eyes, Lin Tian chuckled. That depends on what kind of trouble it is. Oh, brother-in-law, Su Xiaoyu drawled, with a hint of coquetry, I'm so well behaved, what trouble could I possibly cause? The streetlights stretched their shadows long, occasionally overlapping. Su Xiaoyu didn't stop the whole way, either pointing at the stars and shouting, or imitating the strange suspects she encountered during the day, which made Lin Tian laugh. Her unguarded intimacy and complete trust allowed Lin Tian to enjoy conquering an iceberg like Su Mengli. They also experienced a different kind of ease. Lin Tian dropped her off at the entrance of her commercial building and watched her skip and hop towards the building entrance. Go on up, get some sleep. Lin Tian waved from under the streetlight. Su Xiaoyu ran to the entrance of the building, then suddenly stopped and turned around. The warm yellow light shone on her young and pretty face, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous and bold quality. Like a little deer, she suddenly skipped back to Lin Tian and quickly kissed him on the cheek. The texture is soft and fleeting, with a sweet, youthful feel. Thank you, brother-in-law, for taking me home. Good night. After saying that, she didn't dare to look at Lin Tian's reaction. Her cheeks flushed red, and she turned away like a frightened rabbit. He darted into the building with a whoosh, leaving only a series of hurried footsteps behind. Lin Tian paused for a moment, touched the spot where he had just been kissed, looked at the empty doorway, and shook his head with a wry smile. This girl has quite the nerve. Back at the Glory home, the house was quiet. Su Mengli had sent a message earlier, saying that she would be quite busy these past 2 days and would have to stay at the company to deal with the troubles left behind by Li Li. Meanwhile, Su Shaoan was still undergoing special training at the police station. Wang Milan and her two in-laws have also disappeared. Lin Tian returned to his room, washed up, and lay down alone on the large bed. He began to tidy up the system interface. He'd accumulated some more affection points and had plenty of items in the shop, but his current focus was on that pregnancy essence. He plans to go to Shangfeng Group tomorrow to have the expert Su Mengli found take a look at this. If we could reverse engineer it and figure out some tricks, even a low-end version would be enough to shock the market. This was something we had planned for a long time. This medicine is perfect for helping Su Mengli's career, and it can also indirectly verify the effectiveness of the system's products. He was thinking about it. My phone, which was on the bedside table, suddenly rang with a V message. Lin Tian thought it was Su Xiaoyu, but when he picked it up and looked, the sender was actually Jiang Sweki. A playful smile appeared on his lips as he opened the message. The first thing that popped up was a makeup-free selfie taken right after a shower. In the photo, Jiang Sweki is not wearing makeup, her wet hair is loose, her eyes are clear, and her skin is so tender that it looks like you could squeeze water out of it. She looks a bit pitiful and weak, completely different from the radiant actress on stage. This was followed by a caption. Brother, are you home yet? Thank you so much for today. I don't even want to think what would have happened without you. Poor. Less than 2 minutes later, another photo arrived. This time, the photo was taken in front of the bathroom mirror. She was wearing a silk slip dress, the soft fabric clinging to her body and showing off her curves. The hem of the dress just covered her upper legs. She was practicing her lines in front of the mirror, her expression serious yet languid. I'm going to Shangfeng to film my first promotional video tomorrow. I'm so nervous I wish Brother Lin could come visit the set and cheer me on. Of course, you're so busy, it's okay if you can't make it. I'll cheer myself on. Striding, tongue out. Lin Tian looked at the carefully chosen angle and the tea-scented copywriting, and he understood perfectly. This national film queen clearly sees him as a top resource and protective charm that she must hold on to tightly. Right now, she's probably nervously staring at her phone, trying to figure out his preferences and carefully testing the waters to unleash her charm. She wanted to please him, but dared not be too hasty, for fear of bothering him. This is a top-tier beauty who was admired by countless people in her past life. The fact that they were being so careful and obsequious in front of him at this moment greatly satisfied Lin Tian's vanity and desire for control. He enjoyed the vibe. So he tapped a few times on the screen and replied. Just got home. No problem, you're welcome. As for tomorrow, we'll see. The message has been sent.
He could almost picture Jiang Shuiqi's exasperation in fear of losing her temper when she saw the words, "depends on her mood." But in the end, we still have to keep figuring out how to make him happy despite his conflicted state. He might be stomping his feet in front of his phone, or repeatedly analyzing the hidden meaning in his words with his agent. Lin Tian put down his phone, a faint smile of complete control on his lips, and closed his eyes. This is what it means to be pursued by a top female celebrity. The feeling of the other party going to great lengths to please you is indeed exhilarating. Chapter 62: The Twin Police Sisters' Individual Thoughts. Early the next morning, Su Xiaoyu walked briskly into the police station, humming a tuneless little tune. "Good morning, Sister Zhang." "Ha! Xiaoyu, you've changed your tune this morning? So early. I usually don't see you until before 9 o'clock. Su Xiaoyu pouted angrily after being teased by Sister Zhang, saying indignantly, "Humph. Sister Zhang, I'm ignoring you. All you do is make fun of me." As she spoke, she walked toward the cybersecurity department where her sister worked. This is the department that Su Xiaowan chose. Originally, she was supposed to go on fieldwork with Su Xiaoyu, but after Lin Tian's instructions, she had no choice but to go to the administrative department. Su Xiaowan would absolutely obey Lin Tian's words. In the corridor, Su Xiaoyu unconsciously traced her own lips with her fingertips. There, it seemed, still lingered the sensation of that unexpected touch from last night. And my brother-in-law's handsome profile, carrying the coolness of the night breeze and a clean scent. Thinking about this, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably, and her heart raced. Just then, light rain. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted her reverie. She looked up and saw her older sister, Su Xiaowan, standing at the office door, her face unusually solemn. "Sister?" Su Xiaoyu's heart skipped a beat, and the sweet joy she felt was instantly replaced by guilt. "It can't be. Did your sister find out what happened last night?" She instinctively tightened her fingers. However, Su Xiaowan didn't say much, but simply reached out and pulled her into the empty stairwell next to her. "The light here is a bit dim, and the air smells a bit dusty. What's wrong, sis?" Su Xiaoyu's voice unconsciously carried a hint of nervousness. Su Xiaowan remained silent, but simply lit up her phone screen and handed her a collection of videos. This scene sent a chill down Su Xiaoyu's spine. "Oh no, my sister's going to come after me." When my older sister was little, she looked like this when she was unhappy or had something on her mind. What to do? Should we take the initiative to admit our mistakes? But that kiss felt so amazing. But just as she was lost in thought. In the video on my phone right now, several well-dressed male internet celebrities were passionately criticizing each other in front of their phone cameras. Family members, take a look. This is the traitor among us men, Lin Tian. A respectable, high-quality man actually paying for bubble tea out of his own pocket? This is lowering his own standards and undermining the welfare system that all of us men have worked so hard to build. We men are inherently precious, so what's wrong with letting our girlfriends buy us a cup of milk tea? It's a perfectly legitimate and positive thing. It can even force those incompetent women to work harder and earn money. I strongly urge the Women's Federation to cancel Lin Tian's monthly allowance and all privileges. Let him experience the hardships of ordinary people so he will know to cherish his status. Su Xiaoyu's tense thoughts froze in that instant. Take a moment to believe it. A surge of anger immediately ignited within him. Even the girlish feelings she had just had were completely swept away at this moment. She snatched the phone away, pointing at it with her other finger, and angrily shouted, "They're talking nonsense. My brother-in-law is clearly so good. He's being considerate and respectful." But soon, she then discovered that things were far more complicated than that. Because the video kept switching between different shots, more people and different opinions started to appear. Some of the comments were radical, praising Lin Tian as a male awakener who broke down gender privilege. Some overseas media outlets also reported on this. Using a sarcastic tone, they mocked China's law on the protection of men's rights and interests as abnormal and outdated. "Sis, is someone plotting this behind our backs?" Su Xiaoyu keenly realized the problem. Su Xiaowan kept observing her younger sister's expression. Seeing that the other party had finally discovered the problem, she nodded slightly, looking at her sister with a complicated expression. "I've already started tracing the original IP address. However," she paused, then reached out and gently grasped Su Xiaoyu's hand, which was trembling slightly with anger. My heart was filled with mixed feelings.
Because Xiao Yu is the only younger sister.
From the undisguised joy on the other person's face when they chatted on V last night, and the way they hummed a song just now, Su Xiaowan knew that her younger sister was definitely in love with Lin Tian.
Should we stop her? Does that mean that someone like Lin Tian, because of his own selfish desires, is destined to have more than one woman by his side in the future?
If it's a light rain, at least,
the sisters can still be together.
Thinking of this, she took a deep breath and spoke very softly.
I can tell from your sister that you like your brother-in-law too. Xiao Yu, you are my only sister. If you also like him, your sister won't stop you. Ah.
Su Xiaoyu suddenly looked up and met her sister's gentle yet complex eyes. In those eyes that were so similar to hers, there was no blame, no anger, only a kind of resigned acceptance, and a trace of loneliness that was hard to detect. She didn't expect her sister to say those words so suddenly.
Could it be that my sister, she's serious? Not only did she not blame me, she even supported me? Oh my God. From now on, my brother-in-law will be.
Su Xiaoyu was at a loss for what to do. Overwhelmed by shock and the ensuing elation, she was momentarily speechless.
Her face turned as red as a ripe apple, and even her ears burned.
She lowered her eyelashes in a panic, not daring to look at her sister anymore, her heart pounding wildly in her chest.
Sis. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't.
Her rebuttal was barely audible, and utterly unconvincing. She subconsciously stole glances at her sister's expression, trying to confirm the truthfulness of her words. Seeing the resolute, gentle light in her sister's eyes, Su Xiaoyu felt her heart was about to jump out of her throat. She stomped her foot, as if trying to shake off the embarrassing yet exciting atmosphere.
I went to check the IP address. After saying that, she practically fled.
However, the moment he turned and ran out of the stairwell and made sure his sister couldn't see him, the corners of his tightly closed mouth couldn't be controlled any longer and turned up wide, forming a bright and slightly smug arc. A pair of twin lotus blossoms, beautiful in both stillness and movement. The older sister's tolerance and forbearance, and the younger sister's liveliness and secret joy, all stemmed from the same man. Watching her younger sister's joyful escape, Su Xiaowan's feigned composure finally crumbled, and she let out a soft sigh.
She's such a big kid.
Su Xiaowan's eyes were full of affection, but there was also a hint of disappointment that even she herself couldn't fully understand. Su Xiaowan knew very well that a man like Lin Tian was definitely not someone that any one woman could have all to herself.
That's impossible.
She simply hoped that the two sisters could rely on each other and face the unknown future together.
At the same time, the lobby on the first floor of Shengfeng Group. Lin Tian got up early and came to Shengfeng.
At this moment, he was being respectfully led by his secretary, Chang Lin, towards the president's private elevator. Wherever it passed, it seemed as if a mute button had been pressed, only to be followed by an even more enthusiastic murmur.
Mr. Lin. You've arrived. Mr. Lin looks so handsome today. I heard he completely crushed Li Li's faction at the family meeting yesterday. That's amazing. Countless female employees of Dao Shengfeng had their eyes fixed on him with fervor, admiration, awe, and curiosity.
This was in stark contrast to the curious and skeptical looks he received when he first came. The tangible pleasure brought by this elevation in status made Lin Tian's lips curl into a slight smile. He was thoroughly enjoying it.
The elevator goes directly to the top floor.
The door to the CEO's office was open, but we hadn't gotten close yet. Then they heard Su Mengli's piercing, icy voice, carrying an oppressive aura. If you can't explain the 3 million yuan difference in the purchase price of the new equipment for the hospital, you might as well quit being the hospital director.
Chapter 63: Su Mengli's extreme contrast and the secretary's astonishment.
Lin Tian leaned against the doorframe, his face full of contentment, leisurely admiring his woman's assertive demeanor. Whoever handled the discrepancy in the marketing expenses of Siye Hotel last quarter must make up the difference.
If they cannot, we will take legal action. You have 3 days to collect the mess left over from Li Li's time. If you can't, you're all fired. Today's Su Mengli.
Wearing a navy blue business suit that hugged her shapely and enviable figure, with black stockings outlining her perfect leg lines, and a pair of pointed stilettos on her feet, she exuded a powerful aura. However, Lin Tian keenly noticed that beneath her forced composure, the fingertips of her left hand, which was behind her back, were trembling slightly.
Even between words, she would take a deep breath almost imperceptibly.
Especially beneath those bright eyes, there were dark, undeniable bruises. His voice was cold, and also sounded hoarse and tired.
This woman. Even though he was already exhausted to the limit, he still stubbornly insisted on putting on a brave face in front of his subordinates.
It's really both heartbreaking and makes you want to bully her a little, to see her completely drop her pretense. But Lin Tian did not step forward to stop them, he simply waited quietly. He knew that in today's world, most jobs are done by women. It has almost replaced 99% of male jobs.
That is equivalent to a man in the past.
Therefore, when out in public, Lin Tian still had to give women enough face.
Half an hour later,
the heads of several subsidiaries, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, left the office with ashen faces.
The heavy office door clicked shut. As if a switch had been flipped, the hard outer shell on Su Mengli's body shattered instantly.
Her straight back relaxed slightly, and she walked towards Lin Tian with somewhat unsteady steps. The fierce look on her face disappeared, replaced by a deep weariness. She tried her best to fulfill her duties as a concubine, forcing a smile, her voice softening.
"Honey, you're here. What would you like to drink? Coffee or tea? I'll give you a head massage."
As she spoke, she reached out her hand. Lin Tian didn't speak, but his gaze darkened, and he stretched out his arm before her hand could touch him. He grabbed her slender waist and, with a slight pull, drew her soft, fragrant body into his embrace. He had her sit sideways on his firm thighs.
"Don't push yourself."
As Lin Tian spoke, without allowing her to resist, he wrapped one arm around her waist to hold her in place. With his other hand, he skillfully pressed down on her temples, massaging them with just the right amount of pressure. Su Mengli's body stiffened reflexively at first, but then softened little by little under his steady breathing and just the right amount of massage.
After a period of intense mental tension, the sudden relaxation brought a surge of immense exhaustion and a feeling of being wronged by his care. She could no longer resist and buried her burning cheeks deep into the warmth of his neck. Smelling the clean and refreshing scent emanating from Lin Tian, she felt a lump in her throat, and her muffled voice trembled with a slight sob. "No one has ever hugged me like this and treated me like this when I was so tired and going through such a difficult time." Ding! Su Mengli's affection points plus 100, total 735. "My wife has worked so hard." Lin Tian's deep voice rang in her ear, carrying a reassuring magic. While massaging him, he magically produced a small, exquisite crystal bottle from his pocket. "This is a prenatal serum," he said casually, as if he were just saying that the weather was nice today. "Every drop of this can increase a woman's chances of having a son by about 20%. I want to give it to Shangfeng's Biological Research Institute for secret research and development." "What? Young master duo?"
Su Mengli, who was still immersed in her fragile emotions, heard these words. She suddenly sat up straight from his arms, looked up in disbelief, her beautiful eyes wide open, her long eyelashes still damp. "You said 120%? The number struck her like a thunderbolt, exploding in her mind. As the head of Shangfeng Pharmaceutical, she knew all too well what that probability meant. This is enough to disrupt the existing market for eugenic medicine. It might even influence national policy. Lin Tian smiled with satisfaction. He was quite pleased with her shock. Then, he slowly took out a uniquely shaped perfume bottle. "This is a personal gift for you, a customized body fragrance perfume. Let me tell you, this can enhance your natural body odor. As long as you use it, it can help maintain your youthful appearance, keeping your skin smooth and increasing your charm." Su Mengli hadn't recovered from the shock of the eugenic essence yet, and looked at this second magical bottle with even more confusion in her eyes. She took it with some skepticism and lightly sprayed it twice on her slender wrists and fair neck. Her eyes widened in surprise. "What you're saying is too far-fetched. I've never heard of such a perfume being sold." "But..." She had barely finished speaking. "The perfume I just sprayed immediately gave me a cool and refreshing feeling that spread instantly. This feeling was as if something had seeped into every tired cell, and even she, exhausted from not having slept all night, felt a surge of energy." But what happened next was even stranger. Su Mengli felt that her skin was becoming more hydrated and translucent. She quickly took a small mirror out of her handbag. Looking in the mirror, she noticed that even the dark circles under her eyes seemed to have faded a bit. Most amazingly, the cool Ice Peak perfume she was originally wearing seemed to have been activated. It blends perfectly with her natural body scent, creating a unique, lingering, and highly attractive fragrance. Even she herself couldn't help but take a light sniff. This is amazing.
Honey, where did you buy this? I want 10 bottles, no. As many as you have, and I want to analyze the ingredients so Shengfeng can replicate it.
For a moment, Su Mengli became incoherent and rambled on.
Lin Tian looked at Su Mengli lying on his lap with that adorable, bewildered expression and was speechless. Just as I thought. A woman will always be a woman.
No matter how aloof one may appear, the love of beauty remains constant. However, before he could even speak, he said it was a rare, discontinued perfume.
Knock, knock, knock.
At that moment, there was a knock on the office door.
Immediately after, Secretary Chang Lin rushed in, looking anxious. President Su, something terrible has happened. On the internet right now. Ah.
Her words came to an abrupt halt. The sight before her made her freeze in place.
The usually aloof and unapproachable CEO Su was now lying docilely on Lin Tian's lap.
Especially her cheeks, flushed with an alluring blush, and her eyes, brimming with a lingering tenderness.
She looked like a rose nourished by rain and dew, radiant and beautiful. Chang Lin's face flushed red. She stammered nervously, I'm sorry. I'll come back later.
He hurriedly finished speaking and turned to leave.
Chang Lin.
However, just as he turned around, Su Mengli called out to him.
At this moment, Su Mengli had returned to her usual tone, albeit with a hint of languor. What is it? Come in and talk. Oh. Okay.
Chang Lin nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, and reluctantly stepped forward.
But his gaze couldn't help but linger on Su Mengli's face, secretly observing her.
However, she was shocked when she saw it.
Oh my God. Mr. Su. Mr. Su, how did you become so handsome? My skin looks like it's glowing. You look great.
Her eyes were watery.
I look like I've become 5 or 6 years younger. Is this the effect of being moisturized by a man? The effect is absolutely incredible. If only I could find a man like Mr. Lin.
Her gaze involuntarily stole towards Lin Tian, her heart pounding and her cheeks flushing even redder.
Chapter 64 Online Speech Attacks, Crisis Approaches.
After suppressing her envy and excitement, Chang Lin hurriedly reported the important matter.
President Su, the online public opinion is completely out of control.
Their attacks on Mr. Lin are a disgrace to men.
Now the flames of war have spread to Zhang Sueki, the newly signed Best Actress.
They all say that Shengfeng has chosen inferior celebrities to endorse its products, damaging the brand image. There are also many online trolls spreading other negative news about our group. As she spoke, she handed over her phone, the screen displaying several glaringly negative trending search terms.
Su Mengli took the phone and looked through it.
When she saw the vulgar and offensive language used against Lin Tian, her brows were furrowed. And when they saw people linking Lin Tian and Zhang Sueki together in discussions, she subconsciously raised her eyes, glancing at Lin Tian with a hint of jealousy.
Lin Tian naturally noticed this slight emotion, but he wasn't angry. Given Su Mengli's personality, this is normal. However, he has now become interested in online comments. And just at that moment, there was another knock on the office door. Then a stunningly beautiful woman, wearing a tight-fitting white research lab coat and gold-rimmed glasses, walked in. Her figure was so voluptuous that even the white lab coat couldn't completely conceal it.
She has delicate features and a cool, aloof demeanor. It was Dr. Mu Shui, the head of Shengfeng Biological Research Institute and Su Mengli's college classmate and friend.
Mengli, why did you call me up here so urgently?
Mu Shui paused mid-sentence, her gaze falling on Su Mengli's face, a hint of surprise flashing across her face.
Where did you go for cosmetic surgery? The results are so immediate. But then, as a top-notch biology PhD, she immediately refuted this unscientific idea. She muttered to herself, no.
There's no technology on the market right now that can achieve this instantaneous effect. Only at this moment did her suspicious and scrutinizing gaze finally fall on the only man in the office, Lin Tian.
He thought to himself, is this the Lin Tian who made Mengli so infatuated that she was even willing to become his concubine?
He looks tall and good-looking, but he doesn't have the exaggerated muscles and imposing presence that people say he has.
Could it be the nourishing effect in that area? It really can have such mystical power that it can make you young again? No, that's not scientific. Chang Lin, let's put that aside for now.
Su Mengli said something indifferently, then stood up and explained the matter of the eugenic essence to Mu Shui in detail. When Mu Shui learned from Su Mingli that Lin Tian claimed to possess an essence that could increase the chances of having a son by 20%, Mu Shui was shocked to learn that Lin Tian possessed an essence that could increase the chances of having a son by 20%. And we hope she will conduct an analysis. Mu Shui scoffed, her gaze behind her glasses filled with professional disdain. She looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "Mr. Lin, I'll call you that for now.
But do you know, what is the biggest technological bottleneck currently facing reproductive medicine worldwide? It's due to the inherent fragility of the Y chromosome and its extremely low survival rate in acidic environments. Our latest Y3 formula, developed by Shengfeng with huge investments, is based on SRY gene fragment enhancement technology, with a theoretical peak of only 3.7%. This is already a leading level in China. Even the Y gene activator that Japan and the United States jointly touted claimed to contain 10% of the gene. However, based on their publicly published data models, we conducted reverse calculations and found that the half-life of their active ingredient is extremely short, and the actual in vivo efficacy rate will definitely not exceed 5%. As Mu Shui spoke, she crossed her arms over her chest. He stared at Lin Tian with a look that said, "Let's see how you make this up. You're asking for 20% right off the bat? Shah. This completely contradicts the existing foundations of molecular biology and genetics. Unless you can solve the world-class problems of the rapid loss of Y chromosome telomeres during replication and the potential conflicts between mitochondrial DNA and nuclear DNA, especially the Y chromosome. Otherwise, Mr. Lin, this is just wishful thinking." Her tone was firm and decisive, carrying the inherent arrogance of academia. Even Shang Lin, who was standing to the side, shrank back in fright at this series of professional terms and powerful aura. Su Mingli glanced back and forth at the expressions of the two people, a hint of worry in her eyes. Although she believed in Lin Tian, well, the odds are simply too alarming. Moreover, from a professional perspective, this truly contradicts the disruptive probability of biological science. Of course, this was because she had cleaved through the unscientific anomalies brought about by the Great Catastrophe 20 years ago. Even Su Mingli herself subconsciously ignored the existence of this anomaly. Faced with Mu Shui's barrage of questions, Lin Tian simply stood up calmly, first straightening his non-existent collar. Then he casually picked up the small, seemingly ordinary crystal bottle on the table. His gaze was calm and profound. He met Mu Shui's provocative gaze directly. "Dr. Mu." His voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. The spirit of science does not lie in sticking to conventions. It lies in making bold assumptions, carefully verifying them, and to be brave enough to acknowledge the unknown. And the probabilities and all the answers I mentioned, look, aren't they all lying quietly in this bottle of liquid? He shook the bottle in his hand. His tone was confident. "Don't you scientists have a famous saying? Without scientific evidence, there is no right to refute. Look at this. Let's go to the lab now and let the data and facts speak for themselves." "How?" Mu Shui suddenly seemed to be stunned. "I don't know why, but my heart suddenly started pounding wildly, and I felt a sudden emptiness. Because none of the panic, explanations, or boasting she had anticipated appeared. This man was frighteningly calm. With just a few simple words, she was pushed into a corner. A long time. She then adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, took a deep breath to suppress her surprise and uncertainty, and said coldly, "Fine. I'd like to see what gives you such blind confidence. Please." Lin Tian was the first to walk out of the office. Mu Shui's eyes were complicated. She glanced at Su Mingli, gritted her teeth, and hurriedly followed her out of the office. She wanted to see if what this man said was true. Because she absolutely refused to believe that, given the current level of technology, there could be a formula essence with a 20% success rate in producing a son. This is not 20 years ago. Since the great catastrophe that struck this world, the human genome as a whole has undergone mutations. We can no longer use the conventional biological genetics knowledge of the past to study eugenics. After the two of them left the office, Su Mingli then quickly instructed Chun Lin to keep a close eye on some inappropriate comments online, and allow them to use the company's legal department to protect their rights when necessary. Having explained everything, she hurriedly chased after him out of the office, wanting to go to the research department to see if the 20% chance Lin Tian mentioned was true. Chapter 65 Slapping Mu Shui in the Face, Twin Policewomen Attack. Shangfeng Building, Biological Research Laboratory. At this moment, the only sounds here are the low hum of the instruments and the tapping of the keyboard. Mu Shui put on sterile gloves with an elegant posture.
She took the bottle of pregnancy essence from Lin Tian's hand, a faint sneer playing on her lips. And the way she looked at Lin Tian. It's like watching a charlatan trying to attract attention.
Mr. Lin.
Her voice was cool and clear, with the rational tone typical of a laboratory setting.
Before we begin, I must reiterate, science is rigorous and does not tolerate any exaggeration or deception.
If the final analysis proves that this is just a bottle of flavored vitamin water, or some kind of pointless placebo.
She paused, her gaze behind her gold-rimmed glasses sharp as a knife.
As the head of the research institute, I will suggest that President Su reassess our compatibility in marriage, and even your mental state. These words were extremely impolite, and even Chang Lin, who had just entered, shrank back upon hearing them.
As Su Mingli's personal secretary, she knew a bit about Dr. Mu Shui. This is typical of a stubborn scientist, single-minded and never considering social norms or interpersonal relationships.
Even towards a high-quality man like Lin Tian, she would completely disregard him.
In Mu Shui's eyes, as long as she doesn't need a man, then she doesn't have to fawn over him.
Regarding these things, Chang Lin could only say that only scientists like them could do them.
Ordinary people can't do that.
Lin Tian smiled, completely ignoring Mu Shui's warning. He simply leaned casually against the lab bench, hands in his pockets, as relaxed as if he were in his own backyard.
Go ahead, he said, his tone flat and indifferent. Su Mingli's expression was somewhat unpleasant.
She gently tugged at Lin Tian's sleeve and whispered.
Honey, Mu Shui, she's very stubborn and inflexible in her professional field, don't take it to heart. After offering a word of advice, Su Mingli was also feeling quite uneasy. On the one hand, she believed that Lin Tian wouldn't make baseless accusations. But on the other hand, the professional bottlenecks that Mu Shui pointed out are so real. 20%? This certainly sounds like a fantasy.
She's now caught between her best friend and her boyfriend.
Offering advice is not an option, nor is remaining silent. It's quite a dilemma.
Lin Tian took her slightly cool hand in his own, squeezed it gently, and gave her a reassuring look.
It's all right, facts speak louder than words. She'll find out soon enough. However, he said he didn't care.
But when his gaze turned to Mu Shui, who was directing her assistant, he realized that Mu Shui was doing something wrong.
But he was a little worried. Was this woman's reaction a bit too much?
This looks like a cat whose tail has been stepped on.
Have you been scammed by something similar before? Or is it simply a matter of tailoring the approach to the individual?
As Lin Tian muttered to himself, the experiment began.
Mu Shui personally supervised several female lab technicians, constantly issuing instructions. First, perform gas chromatography mass spectrometry GCMS to analyze volatile components and the basic carrier. Perform high-performance liquid chromatography HPLC to detect the presence of known Y chromosome activity promoters. The cell membrane permeability test should also be performed.
Her series of operations were smooth and efficient, fully demonstrating her professional competence. She glanced at Lin Tian from time to time, her eyes seeming to say, "Watch closely, the iron fist of science is about to shatter your delusions."
Time passed, and an hour went by. The first batch of data has also been released.
Dr. Mu, the GCMS results show that the base carrier is ultra-pure water, which contains several common plant antioxidants and moisturizing factors, and no known hormones or gene activators were detected. The HPLC results were similar, no characteristic peaks associated with existing male-producing drugs were found.
Mu Shui's face showed an "I knew it" expression.
She immediately turned to Lin Tian, her tone filled with undisguised smugness and mockery.
Mr. Lin, it seems the result is quite clear.
This is just a bottle of simple ingredient essence water, perhaps with some moisturizing effect.
As for the 20% probability you mentioned, I'm afraid you've misunderstood something, or it's some kind of marketing gimmick?
She deliberately emphasized the word commercial gimmick. Although Mu Shui didn't know where Lin Tian's so-called essence came from, she had now lost interest and was even less willing to know. Anyway, she was already convinced that Lin Tian had only spent 90 cents to buy a bottle of water through Pinduoduo's discount program. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly.
What's going on? Is it possible for products manufactured by the system to be fake? Or is it that human technology is too rudimentary? The ingredients simply can't be determined?
A hint of doubt arose in his heart, but his strong mental fortitude kept him outwardly calm. Su Mingli, who was standing to the side, also felt her heart sink, and her eyes were filled with worry as she looked at Lin Tian.
Chang Lin didn't dare to breathe loudly, feeling extremely embarrassed.
Looking at the silent Lin Tian, Mu Shui thought she had completely exposed his trick and was about to give the order to send him out.
However, just then, the last female assistant, responsible for conducting cell viability and specific binding tests, suddenly exclaimed in surprise. "Doctor! Look at this!" Mu Shui walked over impatiently. "What's wrong? Didn't we say there were no special ingredients?"
She glanced at the data stream on the screen, initially dismissing it.
But soon, her pupils suddenly contracted. On the screen, the curve representing cell activity spiked at an anomalous, almost vertical rate.
Even more astonishing is that a tiny active factor, never before recorded in any database, is showing extremely strong targeting capabilities. They do not act directly on the Y chromosome, but rather, like the most precise guards, they are firmly attached to the telomere region of the Y chromosome, forming a stable protective sheath. At the same time, it is also optimizing the mitochondrial environment around it. This structure, this activity, impossible. Shocked, Mu Shui snatched the control panel and her fingers flew across the keyboard, bringing up a deeper data analysis interface. Her voice trembled with extreme shock.
It doesn't directly enhance activity, it's performing targeted hardening and environmental optimization? This completely overturns the existing research direction.
She turned her head sharply and looked at Lin Tian.
Until this moment,
her previous arrogance, disdain, and mockery all transformed into unbelievable fervor and excitement. Her face flushed red.
Where did you get this? This is not an improvement at all. This is absolute protection and extreme environment creation. My God.
If the clinical data remains stable, the rate could be much higher than 20% under ideal conditions.
This is a discovery worthy of a Nobel Prize. Mu Shui's transformation happened in an instant.
She had even completely forgotten that just a second ago, she had been making sarcastic remarks about the essence that Lin Tian had brought her.
1 minute they're saying he has mental problems, the next they're saying he's scientifically rigorous? She felt as if she had witnessed a miracle.
Completely disregarding the awkwardness of their situation, she rushed to Lin Tian in a few steps, her eyes burning with such fervor that they almost set Lin Tian ablaze.
"Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. I apologize for my previous ignorance. Please, you absolutely must, allow me to participate in all subsequent research. I, Mu Shui, have experience collaborating with 3 national key laboratories. I'm familiar with all the approval processes. The atmosphere in the lab instantly changed. Su Mengli and Chang Lin stared in disbelief at the dramatic scene unfolding before them.
Just then, the laboratory door was gently pushed open, and a female security guard quickly walked up to Chang Lin, said a few words, and then left.
Chang Lin looked at Lin Tian suspiciously and secretly glanced at him.
Then she quickly went to Lin Tian's side and whispered, "Mr. Lin, there are 2 twin ladies in police uniforms outside looking for you.
They say their surname is Su. They seem to be in a hurry." Lin Tian was taken aback. Could it be Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu? How did they find their way here? Why don't you call if you need something? Chapter 66: Mu Shui's Scientific Attitude and Desire. Let's go out and take a look.
Lin Tian said to Su Mengli, then glanced at Mu Shui, who was still in a state of excitement.
"Dr. Mu, we'll discuss the specific research arrangements later."
At this moment, Mu Shui had completely lost her icy demeanor and quickly nodded.
Okay. Mr. Lin, please go ahead with your work. I'll be right here, ready to give you any instructions."
Her eyes seemed to be filled with fear that Lin Tian would run away.
The group left the laboratory and returned to the president's office.
As soon as the door opened, the scene inside the office caught Lin Tian's eye and made Su Mengli's beautiful eyes narrow slightly. Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu stood side by side, both wearing crisp police uniforms that accentuated their beautiful figures. The same uniform, when worn by Su Xiaowan, exudes a cool and heroic aura, her eyes as calm and steady as a still lake. Wearing it, Su Xiaoyu looked lively and spirited, with her eyes brimming with vitality. They have the same stunningly beautiful faces, yet they present an extreme contrast between stillness and movement.
The visual impact of this double dose of uniform allure is immense. Lin Tian couldn't help but secretly admire it. Cool. Su Mengli looked at the pair of extremely beautiful twin policewomen.
Especially when they looked at Lin Tian, their undisguised concern instantly set off alarm bells in my heart, and a strong sense of crisis and a faint jealousy welled up in my heart.
These 2 sisters. It seems that life in the palace will not be easy from now on. Husband.
Su Xiaoyu spoke first, her tone urgent. "We found that the IP addresses of those internet celebrities who were spreading negative news about you are all overseas."
The flow of funds ultimately points to a Japanese company called Sandling Biotechnology.
Su Xiaowan added, her voice calm yet serious. "This is no longer a simple case of cyberbullying. It could very well be a premeditated commercial attack, or even technological suppression by foreign forces." As soon as she finished speaking, Chang Lin, holding her phone, exclaimed in shock, her face pale.
"President Su, Mr. Lin. This is terrible. The online discussions have escalated.
Some people have started organizing a boycott of all Shangfeng products.
The topic is gaining traction."
Lin Tian's eyes suddenly sharpened, but in just a moment, he regained his calm and composed demeanor.
"Sandling Bio?"
Upon hearing this, Su Mengli's expression grew even more serious. She looked at Lin Tian, her tone filled with worry. "Honey, this company is our old rival. They've been fiercely competing with us in the Southeast Asian market and for several key patents. It seems that this time, they're using this as an excuse to do something else. Their ultimate target is Shangfeng." Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu also looked worried. The other side had come aggressively and used despicable methods, clearly having come prepared. Chang Lin, watching the constantly updated boycott messages on her phone, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. For a moment, the atmosphere in the office became somewhat oppressive, and all the women turned their worried gazes toward Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian merely chuckled, as if he had heard some insignificant news. Under their astonished gazes, he slowly took out his phone, found Xin Shuang's number, dialed it, and even casually put it on speakerphone.
The call was answered almost instantly. "Mr. Lin."
Xin Shuang's respectful voice came from behind.
"How may I help you?"
Lin Tian tapped the sofa armrest lightly with his index finger, his tone as casual as if he were ordering what to have for dinner. "There's some noise going on online, about me and affecting Shangfeng. It's a bit annoying. Use the name of the husband's federation to handle it and suppress it as soon as possible. I don't want to see any more related negative topics." Without hesitation, Xin Shuang on the other end of the phone replied immediately, "Understood, Mr. Lin. Please rest assured that according to the law on the protection of men's rights and interests and its supplementary regulations, especially the law on the protection of men's online speech, malicious defamation and harassment of high-quality men and their associates constitute serious infringements. I will immediately coordinate with the Cyberspace Administration and the platform to activate the emergency plan, comprehensively clean up false information, and hold the relevant accounts and those behind the scenes accountable."
"Okay." Lin Tian hung up the phone with satisfaction. The office was completely silent.
Su Mengli, Su Xiaowan, Su Xiaoyu, and Chang Lin all stared at Lin Tian with their mouths slightly agape, somewhat stunned.
Su Mengli, I was so flustered. I completely forgot about my husband's identity. The husband's federation's intervention is like a royal decree.
Su Xiaowan, Su Xiaoyu, my brother-in-law husband is so handsome.
Is this what they call privilege? I love it. Chang Lin, Mr. Lin, you can mobilize the power of the Women's Federation with just one sentence. That's too domineering."
They suddenly realized that the man in front of them was not only their lover or boss, but also a high-quality man strictly protected by national laws.
"Are you going to play the online public opinion game with him?"
Compared to the FIFA, this state apparatus is nothing short of child's play.
"All right, it's a small matter."
Lin Tian found it quite amusing to see the stunned expressions on the faces of the beautiful women.
"Xiaowan, Xiaoyu, keep an eye on things and let me know if you find anything new." Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu snapped out of their daze and immediately nodded. "Okay, husband-brother-in-law."
As the two sisters prepared to leave, a subtle electric current flashed in the air the moment their eyes met Su Mengli's. Su Xiaoyu looked slightly smug and provocative, while Su Xiaowan's demeanor was calm yet conveyed a sense of asserting dominance. Su Mengli returned the glance with a cold look, maintaining a polite smile as a CEO, but the sense of crisis and jealousy deep in her eyes lingered. A silent confrontation was completed in the exchange of glances. After the twin policewomen left, the office returned to a temporary calm. Mu Shui, who had been relegated to the background but whose heart was already filled with curiosity and scientific fervor, immediately came closer. She paid no attention to the commotion just now. Her mind was filled with that magical serum. She looked at Lin Tian with burning eyes, wanting to ask about the origin of this thing, but seeing that Lin Tian had not mentioned it before, she knew that some secrets should not be asked. She suppressed the urge to pry and instead pressed on with the previous topic in an almost pleading tone.
"Mr. Lin. That research on the eugenic essence.
She stared longingly at Lin Tian, completely losing any semblance of her aloof and cold female PhD student demeanor.
Please be sure to entrust this to me.
I guarantee with my academic reputation that I will mobilize all resources and complete the analysis and subsequent development with the fastest speed and the most rigorous attitude. Lin Tian found her appearance extremely amusing and deliberately teased her.
Give it to you? Dr. Mu, you're in such a hurry, how am I supposed to know if you have ulterior motives? Like, trying to steal my core technology?
Upon hearing this, Mu Shui was so anxious she almost jumped up, her face turning bright red.
Impossible. My reputation in academia is impeccable. I
can sign the strictest confidentiality agreement and non-compete agreement.
Mr. Lin, please believe me. I am truly impressed by this technology. It is amazing.
She was so excited that she became somewhat incoherent. Seeing her anxious expression, Lin Tian finally stopped teasing her and smiled smugly. All right, seeing how sincere you are, and that Mingli trusts you, this thing will be entrusted to you for research.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you.
Mu Shui was so excited that she almost bowed to Lin Tian, and she immediately made a promise. Please rest assured. I assure you that within 3 months, I will definitely have a preliminary, stable formula that can enter preclinical trials.
Chapter 67 Qin Shuang makes a move.
Having resolved the online controversy and research matters, Lin Tian enjoyed a while of attentive service from his CEO girlfriend, Su Mengli, in her office.
I didn't leave Shangfeng until evening.
He had just returned home when he received a set of photos and messages from Qin Shuang. Based on my current information, there's an ordinary man named Wang Jie who received money from overseas, specifically Japan, to deliberately smear China. And I've heard they might cause trouble at Shangfeng tomorrow.
Lin Tian looked at the message and understood.
It seems that this matter not only involves Jiang Sueki, but also targets Shangfeng, and even the entire country of China in the research of eugenic drugs. It seems that some countries are trying to use this research on eugenic drugs to suppress China's eugenic drug research projects.
Lin Tian thought of this.
A cold smile played on his lips as he sent Qin Shuang a message with a response. The next morning, the Shangfeng Group's new product launch event was packed with people and flashing camera lights.
Jiang Sueki, as the brand ambassador, is filming a promotional video on stage. She wore a well-tailored black low-cut dress. It perfectly accentuated her figure, and her every glance exuded charm, captivating everyone's attention.
Cut, the director shouted.
Sueki, take a break and touch up your makeup.
Jiang Sueki walked gracefully off the stage, and her assistant immediately handed her water. But her beautiful, expressive eyes kept glancing uncontrollably toward the entrance to the press conference venue, her gaze a mixture of obvious anticipation and a hint of unease. Because she saw Lin Tian yesterday. She had initially thought the other party was there to see her, but when evening came, Lin Tian never showed up. This not only made her feel disappointed, but also gave her a sense of crisis.
Thinking about how her reputation in the entertainment industry has declined.
If she doesn't receive substantial funding or a powerful figure to support her, this former queen of both singing and acting will gradually fade from public view. Zhou Wei had been observing from the sidelines, taking in all of Jiang Sueki's actions. Seeing that the other person was always absent-minded and looking longingly at her,
she couldn't resist and leaned closer to the other person, teasingly whispering, "Sueki, are you waiting for Lin Tian? Don't talk nonsense."
Jiang Sueki blushed and glared at Zhou Wei coquettishly, but a faint sense of disappointment rose in her heart.
He's so busy, maybe he won't come? Seeing my former best friend like this.
Zhou Wei felt a pang of sadness.
She knew that their relationship might never be the same again.
At the same time, she also remembered the domineering way Lin Tian had cornered her against the wall the night before. This caused Zhou Wei's face to flush slightly. She quickly brushed her short hair aside to cover it up. However, just as they were each lost in their own thoughts, a considerable commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance. The crowd automatically parted to form a passage.
Lin Tian was dressed in a simple yet stylish casual outfit, and his posture was upright. Accompanied by Su Mengli and Chang Lin on either side, they strolled in leisurely.
He wore a faint smile, as if the storm that swept the internet last night had never happened.
Brother Lin.
Jiang Sueki's eyes instantly lit up like stars, all her disappointment vanished, replaced by an overwhelming joy. Like a joyful little bird, she lifted her skirt and almost jumped to greet him. This made Zhou Wei, who was behind her, roll her eyes at Jiang Sueki, who ran away. I thought to myself, this best friend of mine is getting better and better at acting. the two are closer than best friends. She knew, of course, that this was just an outward act put on by Jiang Sweki.
Because this actress is actually a bit cunning. And at this moment, all eyes were on them.
One by one, everyone's attention immediately focused on these few people. Lin Tian naturally reached out and put his arm around Jiang Sweki's slender waist, then lowered his head slightly.
Whisper in her ear in a voice only the two of them could hear. The dress is beautiful and suits you very well.
His warm breath brushed past my ear, carrying his unique masculine charm. Jiang Sweki's cheeks flushed instantly, the blush spreading all the way to her ears, her heart filled with sweetness as if a honey pot had been overturned.
All restraint vanished at that moment.
This scene was clearly captured by the mobile phones of countless media reporters and staff at the scene.
Oh my god. Lin Tian really came. What exactly is his relationship with actress Jiang Sweki? They seem way too close. Look, Mr. Su. His wife is right here. What kind of chaotic scene is this? However, what surprised everyone even more was Su Mingli, standing to the side, showed no displeasure whatsoever. On the contrary, she remained calm and composed.
They even stood on either side of Lin Tian, one on each side, with Jiang Sweki, their posture appearing quite intimate and harmonious. The staff responsible for filming on site, like sharks smelling blood, started taking out their phones and frantically pressing the shutter to record this highly controversial scene.
This video is absolutely going to be a hit.
Lin Tian seemed oblivious to everything around him, and spoke directly to the somewhat dazed director.
Keep filming, I'll be watching.
With Lin Tian present, Jiang Sweki seemed to be infused with boundless confidence and strength, and her condition was astonishingly good.
Almost every take of the following filming went smoothly in one take.
The eyes, expressions, and movements were all just right, and the effect was much better than before.
Even the director couldn't help but praise it repeatedly. During halftime,
a discordant sound suddenly rang out in the somewhat noisy scene, sounding particularly jarring.
Lin Tian. How dare you show your face in public?
Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a respectable manner, leading several followers, walking over aggressively. He was the one who led the online attack on Lin Tian yesterday. Wang Zhe, the internet celebrity who calls himself a male rights mentor. He pointed at Lin Tian, looking righteous and awe-inspiring, and deliberately raised his voice to try to attract everyone's attention.
It's you! You traitor to the male community. You've degenerated and destroyed the rights and interests system we've worked so hard to build. People like you should get out of China. The scene erupted in uproar. All the cameras instantly focused on this side, anticipating Lin Tian's reaction. Su Mingli and Jiang Sweki's expressions both darkened.
Lin Tian laughed, a laugh that carried a hint of laziness and mockery. He slowly took out his phone, swiped a few times casually, and then looked at Wang Zhe with the same look he had on a clown. Wang Zhe, whose real name is Wang Chang, was investigated and fined 150,000 yuan by the tax bureau last year for tax evasion. In August of the same year, he was detained for 7 days on suspicion of homosexuality.
The records are all here. He waved his phone. A person with questionable character and a criminal record is here spouting nonsense, accusing others of betraying men's rights? Do you even deserve to? Wang Zhe's face turned deathly pale instantly, cold sweat poured down his face, and his lips trembled. You're talking nonsense. This is slander. Whether it's slander or not, the police will make their own judgment.
Lin Tian said calmly, turning his gaze to the entrance.
As if to confirm his words, a commotion came from the entrance again.
Xin Shuang, dressed in a Federation uniform, led a team of serious-looking staff members as they walked in unison. Xin Shuang walked straight up to Wang Zhe, whose face was ashen. Wang Chang, you are suspected of fabricating facts, publicly insulting and defaming a high-quality man online, and are also suspected of illegal fundraising.
The evidence is conclusive. Now please come with us to the Women's Federation to explain the facts clearly. At the same time, the Women's Federation will cooperate with the police to launch an investigation into you. The scene was in complete chaos. Holy crap! He really was a fraud. I knew Mr. Lin couldn't be wrong. This kind of scum should be arrested. Sister Fulian is awesome. Well done. Wang Zhe's legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. 2 policemen lifted him up, one on each side, and he was taken away from the scene with a deathly pale face. This meticulously planned farce ended abruptly and in a flash. Chapter 68: A date with Qin Shuang.
Everything that happened on the scene was recorded by Xingfeng's female employees with their mobile phones, and they couldn't wait to post it on their respective social media and group chats. Image caption: Lin Tian's imposing profile, with Su Mingli on his left and Zhang Sueki on his right.
Text: Ah! I met a living legend today. Mr. Lin is so handsome. He looks effortlessly stunning alongside the movie queen and the CEO. What an amazing man. Hashtag Lin Tian, a true male role model. Hashtag. Image caption: The embarrassing moment when Wang Zhe was taken away by the police. Text: LOL. This clown got slapped in the face on the spot. Support Mr. Lin. This is the kind of star we should be following. Hashtag National Husband Lin Tian. Hashtag.
Short video: Lin Tian tells the director, "Keep filming, I'll watch," followed by Zhang Sueki's stunning performance in a jump.
Text: See that? This is the Mr. Lin effect. The actress is in top form. Look at me, Mr. Lin. Hashtag envious of Zhang Sueki Day. Hashtag. These first-hand accounts from the scene were like a boulder thrown into a lake, stirring up towering waves. Public opinion on the internet has completely reversed.
The previous attacks on Lin Tian, accusing him of betraying men and disgracing men, disappeared at a visible speed, as if they had never existed. Accounts that previously joined in the insults and calls for violence either quietly deleted their posts or quickly changed their tune, posting lengthy apologies and claiming they were blinded. Meanwhile, voices supporting Lin Tian and praising him for breaking gender privilege, respecting women, and being a true role model swept across the internet like a tsunami, quickly gaining absolute dominance. The hashtag Lin Tianjin's true male role model skyrocketed like a rocket, instantly soaring to the top of the trending searches on major platforms with unparalleled popularity, followed by an incredibly eye-catching, bright red-hot word. Countless female netizens flooded the comments section with messages, bestowing upon Lin Tian the title of National Husband, turning the comment section into a massive wishing well and a gathering place for dream girls.
Honey, look at me. I have a master's degree from a top-tier university, I can cook, and I can warm the bed. The country owes me a husband like Lin Tian. I don't ask for any title, I just hope that when my husband is showering his affections on others, he'll remember me. While the internet was going crazy for national husband Lin Tian, the man at the center of the controversy was sitting in a rooftop French restaurant that required advance reservations. Outside the window is a dazzling city night view, and on the table are exquisite dishes and decanted red wine. Sitting opposite him, Qin Shuang had taken off her serious uniform and put on a light pink knee-length dress. Her light makeup concealed her slightly pale complexion from exhaustion, making her appear much gentler and more like a completely different person from the meticulous Husbands Association inspector she usually was. You handled things online very cleanly and efficiently. Thank you for your hard work.
Lin Tian cut off a piece of tender foie gras and raised his glass to Qin Shuang. He noticed that Qin Shuang's movements when using a knife and fork were standard but slightly awkward, indicating that she was not used to such occasions. Qin Shuang quickly picked up her wine glass, a blush of appreciation spreading across her face, and carefully clinked glasses with Lin Tian.
Mr. Lin, you're too kind. This is just my job, and it's my honor. I'm very happy to be able to help you solve this problem.
She took a sip of the expensive red wine, savoring its rich flavor on her tongue, but her heart was far from calm. The man before her was as dazzling as a star in the sky. She had to seize this only chance to change her destiny. The meal was quite enjoyable. Qin Shuang displayed a delicacy quite different from her capable demeanor at work. She noticed the dishes that Lin Tian glanced at, and she would signal to the waiter when his wine glass was almost empty. Her words and actions were both respectful, and she tried to show her feminine charm. When she occasionally talked about some interesting anecdotes or policy trends within the Women's Federation, she also appeared to be very tactful.
Just as the main course was about to end, a slightly surprised female voice rang out, "Inspector Qin? What a coincidence, I didn't expect to run into you here."
Lin Tian and Qin Shuang looked up and saw a young woman in a Chanel suit with exquisite makeup standing by the table, arm in arm with a middle-aged woman. The young woman's gaze lingered on Lin Tian's face for a moment, a hint of amazement and inquiry flashing across her eyes. She then looked at Qin Shuang, her tone carrying a subtle sense of superiority.
"And who is this? Inspector Qin, aren't you going to deal with those minor men's rights disputes cases today?"
Qin Shuang's face paled for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and stood up to respond politely.
"Miss Li, Mrs. Wang, good evening.
This is Mr. Lin Tian." She deliberately blurred the nature of the matter, maintaining a respectable appearance while also highlighting Lin Tian's extraordinary status. Miss Lee had clearly heard of Lin Tian's name. Her expression instantly changed, shifting from superiority to surprise and a hint of ingratiation.
Ah. It's Mr. Lin. I've heard so much about you.
I'm Li Xiaoling from the Li Group, and this is my mother.
I'm so sorry to have bothered you.
Her mother also smiled and nodded in greeting.
Lin Tian simply nodded in response, without saying anything more. This invisible aura made Li Xiaoling and her daughter dare not say anything more, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, they tactfully left.
Back in her seat, Qin Shuang breathed a slight sigh of relief and looked at Lin Tian somewhat embarrassed.
Excuse me, Mr. Lin, I'm sorry to disturb your meal.
That Ms. Li, her family used to be our neighbors, but then her father's business grew.
It doesn't matter. Lin Tian interrupted her, not caring about this little episode.
Instead, he felt that he had seen another side of Qin Shuang. She was trying hard to maintain her self-esteem and cope with the pressure from acquaintances from the past.
Don't worry about irrelevant people.
This little incident actually brought the two of them closer together. Lin Tian could sense the tension hidden beneath Qin Shuang's calm exterior. After the meal, Lin Tian offered to take Qin Shuang home. Qin Shuang hesitated for a moment, a genuine sense of embarrassment and awkwardness appearing on her face.
Mr. Lin, my home is rather simple, and I'm afraid it might tarnish your status. I told you, it's okay.
Lin Tianyu's tone was gentle but firm, perfect timing.
I'd also like to see what kind of family raised such an outstanding and resilient daughter like you.
He wanted to understand more deeply this woman who seemed calm and rational, but was actually carrying a heavy burden. The car eventually stopped at the entrance of an old-looking neighborhood on the edge of the city. The stairwell was narrow and dark, the motion-activated lights were unreliable, and the walls were covered with mottled marks and messy small advertisements.
This is completely different from the glorious home where Lin Tian lives. Qin Shuang's home is on the third floor, a small two-bedroom apartment.
Although every corner is spotless and the items are neatly arranged, it cannot hide the old furniture and the cramped space. A faint smell of traditional Chinese medicine permeated the air, telling the story of this family's hardships. Mom, sister, I'm home, Qin Shuang called softly, her tone carrying the unique relaxation of returning home and a hint of barely perceptible fatigue.
Chapter 69. Let's go to my house. It'll be more convenient.
A woman with a sallow complexion, somewhat cloudy eyes, and who looked much older than her actual age groped her way out from the inner room. She was Qin Shuang's mother, and her eyesight seemed to be very poor. In another room, a girl of about 18 or 19 years old, with a pale face but clear eyes and a resemblance to Qin Shuang, peeked out. She is Qin Shuang's younger sister, Xinyu.
Sis, you're back.
Xinyu's voice was clear and crisp like a young girl's, but when her gaze fell on Lin Tian, her eyes widened instantly, her mouth opened into an O shape, revealing an expression of extreme shock and ecstasy.
Ah. You are Lin Tian? The nation's husband Lin Tian? Sis. Am I dreaming? She was so excited that she was incoherent and almost jumped out of the room.
Qin Shuang quickly stepped forward, stopping her sister's outburst with a look, and whispered, Xiaoyu, don't make a fuss. Although Qin's mother couldn't see clearly, she could sense that an extremely distinguished guest had arrived at their home, and a man at that. She became even more flustered, awkwardly rubbing the faded corner of her clothes.
Shuang, who is this gentleman?
Hello, Auntie, I am Lin Tian, Qin Shuang's friend.
I apologize for the intrusion and for disturbing your rest.
Lin Tian stepped forward, bowed slightly, and spoke in a gentle and friendly tone, without any airs. He could tell that although the family was poor, it was full of warmth, and it was all thanks to Qin Shuang's hard work outside. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qin Shuang persuaded her mother to go back to her room to rest, and then told her excited younger sister, Xinyu, to go back to her room to do her homework.
Just then, Lin Tian's phone rang. It was Su Mengli calling.
He glanced at Qin Shuang, who immediately and considerately offered to pour him some water, taking a few steps away to give him space.
Lin Tian answered the phone, his tone naturally carrying a hint of intimacy. Hello, Mengli?
Su Mengli's slightly tired but concerned voice came from the other end of the phone. Honey, where are you? The things on the internet have calmed down, but I'm worried there might be more to come.
Be careful. Also, Mu Shui is asking about the priority and resource allocation for the Essence project. I'm so annoyed by her.
She complained a little, with a hint of coquettishness. Lin Tian chuckled, I'm taking care of some things outside, I'll be back soon. You can handle things with Mu Shui, prioritize resources for her. As for those clowns on the internet, they're not worth worrying about, Qin Shuang will handle them. He deliberately mentioned Qin Shuang's name, speaking casually. Su Mengli on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then her voice remained normal.
Yes, Inspector Qin is very capable. I feel at ease with her helping you. You go ahead and get back to work soon. She considerately didn't ask any more questions. I hung up the phone.
Qin Shuang happened to be carrying a water glass over, her eyes calm, as if she hadn't heard anything.
But Lin Tian keenly caught the complex emotion that flashed across her eyes. There was envy, and perhaps also a clear understanding of one's own position.
While Qin Shuang was in the kitchen washing fruit, Xingyu sneaked up to Lin Tian like a little rabbit, lowered her voice, and her eyes shone like stars.
Brother Lin Tian. Are you really my sisters, you? Isn't my sister incredibly amazing? She carries everything on her own, she works so hard for me and Mom.
The little girl's words were filled with heartache for her older sister and anticipation for Lin Tian's return. She often works overtime until very late, and when she comes home she still has to take care of her mother. I haven't seen her like this in a long time, dressed up a little bit. Looking at this sensible girl who was so endearing, Lin Tian felt that his own naked longing for Qin Shuang was somewhat understandable.
Your sister is really amazing and very strong.
He smiled gently and patted Qin Yu's head.
You'll get better gradually.
Qin Shuang returned with a fruit platter and saw her younger sister huddled next to Lin Tian again, so she gave her a reproachful glare. Qin Yu stuck out her tongue and obediently ran back to her room, but before closing the door, she secretly gave Lin Tian a thumbs up and mouthed,
"Please."
In the cramped living room, only Lin Tian and Qin Shuang remained once again.
The atmosphere became even more subtle after the younger sister's joking remarks and Su Mingli's phone call. I'll go peel an apple for you.
Qin Shuang tried to find something to do to cover up the turbulent emotions in her heart. Her family's financial difficulties, her younger sister's expectations, and the natural intimacy between Lin Tian and Su Mengli all stirred up her emotions.
No need to bother.
Lin Tian reached out and gently took her wrist. Her wrists were slender, her skin was slightly cool, and you could feel a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. Qin Shuang's body trembled slightly, but she did not break free. She simply stopped moving, lowered her head, and her ears gradually turned blush.
Lin Tian used a little force to pull her closer to him.
In the dim light, she could clearly smell his fresh and pleasant scent, mixed with a hint of red wine, which made her feel dizzy and almost unable to stand. Qin Shuang, Lin Tian's fingers gently caressed the inside of her wrist, sending a slight shiver down her spine. His voice was deep and magnetic. "You've done so much for me, what reward do you want?" Qin Shuang's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of her chest, her cheeks were flushed, and her breathing became rapid. She raised her eyes and bravely met Lin Tian's deep gaze, a gaze that seemed to see through all her pretense, strength, and the ambition and desire hidden deep in her heart. She took a deep breath, summoning all her courage, her voice trembling almost imperceptibly, yet exceptionally clear and firm. "I want nothing, titles, status, money, I ask for nothing.
I only beg you to grant me the opportunity to be a mother.
A child with your blood flowing through his veins will be the greatest blessing for me and my family, and my only support in the future." She knew exactly what she wanted and made no attempt to hide her ambition and desires. This straightforwardness and realism made Lin Tian feel that it was genuine, and it moved him more than those insincere flattery. He lowered his head and slowly approached her. Qin Shuang subconsciously closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling violently like butterfly wings, her red lips slightly parted, as if waiting for a gift from fate, or as if she were taking a gamble.
Just as their lips were about to touch, "Sis. Mom asked what you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow." Qin Yu pushed open the door again without warning.
Halfway through her sentence, she saw the two people practically pressed together in the living room and froze instantly, her face turning bright red.
I didn't see anything. You two continue. Continue."
She slammed the door shut, and from inside came the sound of her barely suppressed, excited stomping and soft gasps.
The ambiguous atmosphere was completely shattered. Chapter 70 Accepting Qin Shuang.
Qin Shuang suddenly took a step back, her face turning so red it was almost bleeding.
She was so ashamed she wanted to disappear into the ground.
Lin Tian was also somewhat helpless, but looking at Qin Shuang's embarrassed appearance, which was so different from usual, he found her particularly cute and real. He knew that this was the place where she carried the heavy burden of her family.
"It's impossible to continue tonight."
"It's not very convenient here." Lin Tian released his hand, regaining his composure, his tone carrying an undeniable gentleness.
"Come back to my place with me."
Qin Shuang was taken aback for a moment, then understood what he meant. She glanced at her mother and sister's tightly closed door. Looking into Lin Tian's deep eyes, she knew she had no way out, nor did she want to. This may be her and her family's only chance to turn their lives around. She bit her lower lip and almost without hesitation nodded slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz yet incredibly clear.
Okay.
I'll go tell Mom and my sister.
A moment later.
Qin Shuang quickly packed her things, said a few words to her mother and sister, and then, under Qin Yu's fervent gaze that said, "I understand, keep going, sister," she followed Lin Tian and left this place that had borne so much hardship for her. But it was also the little family that gave her the last bit of courage. As the car smoothly entered the glorious home residential community, which was heavily guarded and had a beautiful environment like a park, Qin Shuang looked out the window at the scene that was so different from her own home.
She saw the elderly people strolling leisurely and the children playing.
She was filled with mixed feelings, and her heart was filled with trepidation and a faint hope for the future. Although it wasn't her first time here.
But this time is different from the past.
This time, she is going to undergo a baptism of love here.
Adults don't need to worry about it either.
Moreover, to receive a man's favor these days is a blessing that many women can only dream of.
I just pushed open the door to my house.
Wang Milan and Jia Yaji were sitting on the sofa in the living room, drinking tea and chatting. Seeing Lin Tian return with a girl he didn't know but who had a pretty face and a capable demeanor, Wang Milan's eyes lit up, and she immediately greeted her warmly.
"Oh dear, Xiao Tian is back. Isn't this the same person from yesterday? Mom, Aunt Yaji, this is Qin Shuang from the Husbands Union."
"She's been a great help to me," Lin Tian introduced simply. Upon hearing that Qin Shuang was from the Husbands Federation and had helped her son, Wang Milan became even more enthusiastic, taking Qin Shuang's hand and looking her up and down, becoming more and more satisfied with her.
Good, good. You seem like a steady, capable and upright young lady. It's good that you're here. Don't be shy, make yourself at home."
In her words, she already regarded Qin Shuang as family.
Who is Wang Milan? Although that's what they said. He actually still had some complaints about Qin Shuang, but he didn't say them out loud.
Zhao Yaji smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, her eyes gentle, and handed over a cup of hot tea.
"Miss Qin, please have some tea."
They had long been accustomed to the constant appearance of outstanding women around Lin Tian, and were happy to see it happen. After all, in this world, it is only natural for outstanding men to have many wives and concubines, and a large number of offspring is a symbol of a prosperous family. They welcome anything that benefits Lin Tian and can add to his family.
In her opinion,
the number of women who could threaten Su Mengli's position in her family was definitely small.
As long as it doesn't threaten her daughter, she doesn't care how many women Lin Tian slept with today. She even wished that Lin Tian would find more women like this who lacked ability. This further highlights how outstanding her Mingli is.
Qin Shuang was flattered by Wang Milan's enthusiasm and Zhao Yaji's gentleness, but she also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lin Tian's family members weren't difficult to get along with, which lessened her anxiety about the future.
We chatted for a few more minutes.
Lin Tian then took Qin Shuang to the guest room arranged for her. No, he took her directly into his master bedroom.
The door clicked shut, completely isolating the outside world. Both of them knew what to do next. This was agreed upon long ago.
Inside the room, only a dim wall lamp was on, its soft light creating an ambiguous and alluring atmosphere.
They experienced the ambiguity of the restaurant, the family drama, and the silence on the road.
Alone at this moment, a long-suppressed desire surges forth even more intensely. Qin Shuang stood in the center of the room. As she watched Lin Tian walk towards her step by step, her heart started pounding uncontrollably again, as if it wanted to break free from the confines of her chest.
She knew she had no way out, and she didn't want to.
This is the path she chose, and the opportunity she has long awaited, an opportunity that can change everything.
"Mr. Lin," she called softly, her voice carrying a hint of allure and trembling that she herself was unaware of. Without saying much, Lin Tian reached out and gently but firmly unbuttoned the first button on the back of her dress. Qin Shuang's body stiffened slightly as she felt the warmth of his fingertips seeping through the fabric, sending a shiver down her spine. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then completely relaxed, obediently letting him do as he pleased, even slightly raising her arm in cooperation. Her clothes gradually fell away, like flower petals peeling off, revealing her well-maintained and curvaceous body. Years of exercise have given her firm skin, a slender and supple waist, and straight and long legs. The dim light cast a soft glow on her smooth skin,
also highlighting her slightly flushed complexion from nervousness.
Lin Tian picked her up horizontally, and her body was surprisingly light.
Walked towards the large, soft bed that seemed to swallow everything. As her body sank into the extremely soft mattress, feeling Lin Tian's burning body heat and powerful masculine aura as he covered her, Qin Shuang closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling violently, and her hands gripping the sheets beneath her tightly. She could feel his burning gaze roaming over her body, filled with undisguised admiration and utter possessiveness.
Don't be afraid.
Lin Tian's deep voice rang in her ear, carrying a strange, comforting power. At the same time, a gentle kiss landed on her eyelids, wiping away the slight dampness that had seeped out due to her nervousness. He leaned down and kissed her, finally landing on her slightly trembling lips. It began as a gentle probing, like a feather brushing against her skin, but then it became deep and lingering, forcefully prying open her teeth and robbing her of her breath and reason. Qin Shuang responded awkwardly and passively, feeling an unprecedented thrill, dizziness, and a strange sense of belonging. His hands roamed over her smooth skin, skillfully igniting clusters of unfamiliar flames, bringing waves of uncontrollable shivers and tingling sensations wherever they touched. Qin Shuang had never experienced such intimacy before, and couldn't help but let out soft, suppressed sobs from deep in her throat. Her body instinctively arched, pressing closer to him. The neon lights outside the window continued to flicker, witnessing this night as a woman gave herself up and began a completely different life.
Chapter 71 Qin Shuang's self-deprecating debauchery. Damn it, Li Liang. You idiot, don't go too far. Running around my house like this first thing in the morning. Wang Milan, why don't you ask your little beast first? Ask him what he did last night? Look at my eldest child, look what he's done to him.
After being rebuffed a few times, Wang Milan subconsciously followed the other person's gaze to the opposite door, where Zhao Debao was looking dejected.
It had just caught my eye. It seems to connect to some things that happened last night.
The anger that had been aroused by the sudden banging on the door dissipated. His eyes then turned full of mockery.
Early morning.
Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a narrow strip of light on the bedroom floor.
Lin Tian woke up to a growing commotion of arguments. He frowned, and before he had fully opened his eyes, his arms tightened instinctively, holding the soft, fragrant body in his arms even tighter.
Qin Shuang, who was in his arms, was also woken up and let out a lazy nasal sound.
She seemed to feel a little cold.
A smooth back, exposed in the slightly cool air-conditioned room.
She instinctively shrank into Lin Tian's chest, trying to find the most comfortable position. Lin Tian looked down at the beauty in his arms.
Looking at the uniform that once represented the authority of the Federation of Labor Organizations, which has long since been removed. And now, she has shed her usual composure and professionalism. Qin Shuang at this moment. Her long hair was loose, her eyes were still sleepy, and her face still held the afterglow of last night's frenzy, exuding a breathtakingly alluring charm. A slight smile played on his lips as he playfully ran 2 fingers across the surface.
Stop fooling around.
Qin Shuang twisted her body, her voice hoarse and coquettish as she woke up.
But that tone. It's less of a rejection and more of an invitation. Lin Tian laughed even harder.
He was very pleased with her current girlish demeanor, which was so different from her usual self. The two of them languidly continued to snuggle in their warm bed.
Neither of them got up, listening quietly to the commotion outside the door. What does the landlord's foolish son's folly have to do with my Lin family? What are you doing barking at my door so early in the morning? Wang Milan's voice was full of energy, carrying an undisguised air of hostility. You still have the nerve to talk back? Tell your son to shut up the noise in his room. He kept my son up all night. I think he did it on purpose. Jiaying's voice was sharp and unyielding. Oh, Milan, Jiaying, please say less, you're all neighbors. This is Zhao Yaji's gentle yet anxious voice trying to mediate the fight.
After listening for a while, Lin Tian finally understood. It turned out to be the mother of Zhao Debao, the crooked-mouthed boy next door, who came to cause trouble. Qin Shuang, who was in his arms, had obviously heard the content of the argument. Her cheeks, which had been still sleepy, suddenly turned bright red. It started and spread all the way to the base of the ear. Her fair neck was tinged with pink. She buried her burning face in Lin Tian's chest in embarrassment and gently punched him with her fist. It's all your fault, you made me suffer like that last night. Her voice was muffled, filled with endless shyness. That's great. Everyone heard it. How am I supposed to go out and face people later? What are you afraid of? Lin Tian smiled smugly, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth, and gently stroked her smooth back with his hand.
Deliberately?
He did it on purpose, of course.
The family next door. Especially that self-important Zhao Debao.
Although things have been peaceful these past 2 days. But then I thought about how the other person used to come over and show off all the time. He'd been wanting to find another chance to kick him while he was down. So, last night's exhilarating battle was truly something else. For Lin Tian, it was both enjoyment and a psychological attack.
He looked down at the beauty in his arms. In my heart, I couldn't help but sigh again.
In a world where being unmarried at 25 is considered a leftover woman and people are eager to find someone to rely on,
Qin Shuang is truly a hidden gem. If you compare her to other women.
Su Shaowan, his first woman, was like a ripe peach, just about to be picked.
It was slightly immature and sweet. They were filled with unreserved admiration and dependence on him. It was that kind of pure first love. As for Su Mengli, the aloof female CEO is like a volcano covered in ice and snow.
To win her over requires patience and strength.
This process was also full of challenges. But it wasn't until that night at the Xia Hotel that it completely melted away.
The sense of accomplishment that Su Mengli brought to Lin Tian was a baptism of his spiritual desires. And the fiery passion hidden beneath her icy exterior made Lin Tian feel enveloped.
Absolutely unparalleled.
But Qin Shuang in his arms was completely different.
She is like a perfectly ripe, juicy peach.
With just a gentle touch, it felt as if he could push the other person away and release the sweetest nectar.
Even this perfectly ripe peach. She doesn't need any guidance at all.
It's as if she was born knowing how to please men. Every smile, every soft moan, every alluring glance of hers seemed to carry an innate charm. For men, this is practically the most effective aphrodisiac. It can arouse a man's most primal desires, making him want to ravage it and possess it domineeringly.
Besides,
and her body, soft and voluptuous.
Every curve seems to tell a story of ultimate femininity.
She can make any man fall for her and become hopelessly addicted. He longed to crush her in his arms. This is a passionate and unrestrained fusion of desire between mature men and women that transcends immaturity and conquest. At this moment, Qin Shuang.
Although the question was raised, Lin Tian did not respond immediately.
She looked up suspiciously, only to see him just smiling smugly. He seemed to have a sleazy look on his face, as if he was reminiscing about something.
She was getting very anxious. However, when recalling his performance last night,
her unrestrained moans, and those embarrassing poses and words.
Oh my God! Is that really Qin Shuang? That Qin, the commissioner at the Women's Federation, known for his calm and rigid demeanor? How did I become like that?
Qin Shuang couldn't help but ask herself the same question. She guarded her virginity and suppressed her emotions for 25 years.
What if the dam breaks? Was she really that dissolute? But
at that moment beneath him, she couldn't control herself at all. It's as if another version of herself, residing within her body, has been completely released.
That feeling.
How wonderful, how joyful, and also embarrassing.
That. Will he think I'm too? How shameless. In that instant, a deep sense of self-doubt and contradiction gripped her.
With her snow-white swan neck outstretched, she struggled to suppress her shame and slowly raised her head. A fair, lotus-root-like arm secretly peeked out from under the covers.
She gently grasped Lin Tian's arm, a hint of unease and a desire for confirmation in her voice. Honey, what should I do? How will I ever face anyone after this? Won't your mother and the others laugh at me for being too lewd?
Chapter 72 The Passionate Domain Pill, One Shot, One Soul Stealing.
Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. I never expected this woman to be so open last night.
At this moment, she became shy. However, he could also tell that the other party was genuinely panicked.
But
Lin Tian did not want to let the other party off so easily.
I decided to tease the other person a little more. He deliberately put on a stern face and feigned anger, saying, What's wrong with my woman moaning a little loudly during sex? What's wrong? Is it a crime to moan more sweetly or loudly during sex? Don't you like it? No, honey, that's not what I meant.
I just feel so ashamed, and Qin Xuan looked aggrieved and quickly tried to explain. However, Lin Tian did not let the other party continue speaking. His expression grew increasingly serious, and he interrupted, "It seems, your punishment last night wasn't severe enough. That's all." Lin Tian performed a swift, powerful somersault, pinning Qin Xuan, who was about to speak, beneath him. Her red lips parted slightly, and she lowered her head, about to kiss him.
Ah! No! Qin Shuang exclaimed in alarm.
She immediately pressed her hand against his chest, her cheeks turning so red they looked like they were about to bleed.
Not now. I haven't gotten used to it yet.
Besides, and outside, your mother is still arguing with the neighbors. How can we?
If I make that kind of sound again, I'll be so embarrassed. TCH. What's wrong now?
Lin Tian's lips curled into a smile. That signature wicked smile immediately appeared. He completely ignored Qin Shuang's pleas.
The head continued its relentless attack. But
he reached out and took his phone from the bedside table. I don't know how he mastered blind operation.
You can operate the screen quickly with your fingers without even looking at it. Not long after,
he casually tossed his phone to the foot of the bed, and the movement became more pronounced.
Qin Xuan was completely captivated and infatuated.
Half-heartedly, I resigned myself to my fate and gave in.
Only
her doubts remained unresolved.
But just then,
her phone, which was placed beside her pillow, rang with a crisp ding.
As a commissioner of the Federation of Husbands and Wives,
she immediately recognized it as a unique notification sound from the marriage management app.
My heart skipped a beat. An unbelievable premonition instantly gripped her heart.
As she let Lin Tian linger on her neck, she suspiciously and with a slight tremor, reached out her snow-white and slender hand.
I started groping under the pillow. Finally, she got her phone back.
I tilted my head slightly, trying to control my excitement, and unlocked my phone with my fingerprint.
The screen lights up.
The icon of the marriage management app has a bright red message that reads, "You have one unread message." Her fingers trembled violently, without her even realizing it, as she tapped the pink icon that she knew so well.
A prominent system message popped up.
Notice, dear Ms. Qin Xuan, your marriage to the eligible bachelor Lin Tian has been registered.
Your current status is concubine. Wishing you a happy marriage and many children. Concubines. Husband already linked, Lin Tian.
These words seemed to carry 1,000 pounds of weight. It was as if the most dazzling fireworks in the world were exploding in her mind.
She was completely stunned,
staring blankly at the screen, as if he had lost all ability to think. Her clear eyes were instantly veiled with a thick layer of mist, blurring her vision.
Concubine he actually gave me a formal status?
Not a fleeting encounter, not a temporary lover.
She was a concubine.
She was a concubine who was recognized and protected by law.
He's a top tier, a grade man. Even the top brass of the Federation of Labor Unions has to treat them with caution.
What merit do I possess to deserve this?
I just want
a chance to conceive his child, even without any official status. As long as I can give birth to a boy, my family and I will be saved.
I never
dared to hope that he would give me a formal title.
Overwhelmed by an immense, unimaginable surprise and emotion, she was swept away like a tsunami. At that moment, hot tears welled up unexpectedly and slid down her smooth cheeks. At this moment,
Lin Tian just raised his head, wanting to kiss her cheek, but his lips touched something moist and slightly salty and bitter.
Why is it a little salty? I was stunned for a moment.
He looked up and saw that Qin Xuan was already in tears. Those eyes, usually calm and wise, were now exceptionally clear and bright, washed by tears, filled with disbelief, excitement, and an almost devout gratitude.
At the beginning, Lin Tian wondered if he had been too beastly.
They knew perfectly well that the other party was not yet used to this kind of high-intensity farming. But soon, he immediately understood why she was crying.
Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself.
So much so that the scheming that arose from the system's reward seemed to be washed away by the scalding tears, giving rise to a genuine sense of pity.
But
he had already decided to take her as a concubine. This decision was made last night. From the moment he decided to take the woman beneath him, Lin Tian had already planned to add her to his harem. Although the other person did not choose to give her body to him out of love.
But it doesn't matter.
Because he is not obligated to take responsibility for someone because of feelings. Rather, it was based on multiple considerations. Whether you call it a transaction or a case of starting something and then abandoning it, it doesn't matter.
For Lin Tian,
this is not only for the system, but also for the endless stream of affection points.
It is more about following one's own heart and doing whatever one desires.
At that moment, he felt the same way. This woman, who appears strong, actually carries a heavy family burden.
It's still worth having such a title. Just as his thoughts were turning. Sudden.
In my mind, crisp system notification sounds rang out one after another.
Ding. Congratulations, host, on taking a concubine. Kidney enhancement, diamond level.
Physique increased by 0.5 times compared to the average person.
Ding.
Concubine Qin Shuang, affection points plus 200, total 785. New, loyalty, vow to follow to the death, extreme protection. Congratulations, host, on completing your first round of concubine acquisitions, 3 Su Shaowan, Su Mengli, Qin Shuang.
Reward, special item, Affection Domain Pill X1. Emotional Domain Pill, a single-use consumable. Upon ingestion, it will create an emotional domain with a radius of 100 meters centered on the host within 30 minutes. Within this domain, the desires of all living beings including humans and animals will be amplified infinitely, rational thinking will be greatly suppressed, and behavior will be driven solely by instinctual desires. Holy crap! What is this thing? Something new again?
It seems there are no new items available for redemption in the system shop.
But after the initial shock came a surge of ecstasy. Diamond kidney. In addition, his physical condition has made another leap forward. And this emotional domain pill? That sounds incredibly awesome. Isn't this just a real-life version of large-scale, indiscriminate mind manipulation, or a lustful version?
Lin Tian was in a state of extreme excitement, both physically and mentally. His gaze then fell upon Qin Shuang, who was standing beneath him, silently weeping yet gazing longingly at him.
A bold and wicked idea suddenly popped into my head. Should we try it now? Chapter 73 Zhao Yaji's Emotional Mediation. Let's do it!
With a thought, a pill the size of a longdan, emitting a strange pink glow, appeared out of thin air in his hand.
This pill is no ordinary thing as its light ripples, it seems to pulsate with life. There is also a force.
A sweet and alluring fragrance begins to subtly permeate the nasal cavity, making one's mind flutter.
Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Tian swallowed it whole. The pills melt in your mouth. It felt like a warm current sliding into my throat. But then,
an indescribable, even hotter and more surging energy exploded in his abdomen.
This energy is not destructive.
Instead, it carried a strange, restless energy that sparked life.
Immediately,
an invisible, powerful wave emanated from him. Like ripples spreading from a pebble thrown into a still lake, or like ultra-high-frequency sound waves, it spreads out silently yet incredibly rapidly. It instantly covered an area of 100 meters in radius centered on the bedroom.
Meanwhile,
right now, outside the living room door,
the verbal battle here is in full swing.
Wang Milan stood there, one hand on her hip, the other pointing at He Jiaying's nose, spitting as she spoke.
He Jiaying. Stop making baseless accusations.
My son, he's capable, and he can make women moan and groan, that's his skill.
And you? Ha!
Your Zhao Debao is useless, he wilted at the mere sound of a voice.
Who can you blame? If you're so capable, then stop barking like a dog here.
If you're so capable, then have your son and daughter-in-law bark at us too.
You motherfucker.
He Jiaying was so angry that he was trembling all over, and his well-maintained face began to contort wildly.
She pointed at the other woman, Wang Milan. Don't go too far. Who knows if your Lin Tian is on drugs?
That's why he can make such a commotion.
I think that guy, he's just showing off on purpose.
He knows my son was frightened the night before last, so he deliberately provoked him.
You have malicious intentions. Absolutely.
The night before, Lin Tian had played a prank on Zhao Debao, treating him like a chicken in a swamp.
These past 2 days, Zhao Debao doesn't even dare to touch women at night.
Because as soon as he had a physical reaction, he would immediately recall the strange scenes from the night before. Even last night, this fear of illness did not decrease but increased. It's almost to the point of physiological erectile dysfunction. This resulted in his 3 beautiful wives not getting any pleasure for 2 consecutive nights, and they all started to complain.
Because every night, Zhao Debao would lock himself in his room and wouldn't even let women see him.
The moment he sees a woman, his mind starts to wander.
He Jiaying was even preparing to see a psychologist.
Zhao Yaji, having lived a life of luxury for many years, possesses the elegant temperament of a wealthy socialite.
Although she was on the side of Lin Tian's mother, Wang Milan.
But if you asked her to go on stage and act like Wang Milan, a shrew, and engage in verbal battles with the other party, she really wouldn't be able to do it. The 2 sides argued more and more heatedly, and almost came to blows.
I thought to myself, this won't do.
Finally, she stepped forward and gently advised, Sister Milan, Sister Jiaying, please say less. Look at us, our 2 families were neighbors after all, it wouldn't sound good if word got out.
Bullshit, who said anything to her? Yaji, don't stop me.
Today I'm going to teach this good-for-nothing a lesson, otherwise she'll think she's being bullied by her boss. Wang Milan ignored all advice and, as she spoke, rolled up her sleeves, ready to go forward and fight. Meanwhile, Zhao Debao, who lived across the street, leaned against the wall, looking like a wilted eggplant. Indeed, his eyes were bloodshot and filled with deep fear and inferiority.
Wang Yan linked arms with him, her face showing helplessness and a hint of barely perceptible disdain. However, just now, the instant Lin Tian swallowed the pill. At this moment, at the doorway, Wang Milan and He Jiaying, who were exchanging trash talk, suddenly froze. It felt like being struck by an invisible electric current.
A strange, intense, and completely irresistible heat surged from deep within their lower abdomen like wildfire, instantly breaching the dam of reason and rushing straight to the top of their heads. In a fraction of a second, the look in their eyes shifted from extreme anger and disgust to something else entirely. A mixture of primal urges and eerie allure, a sense of bewilderment and longing.
In the air,
it was as if an invisible pink mist was spreading, teasing every nerve ending.
What are you glaring at me for?
Wang Milan felt her mouth was so dry it felt like it was about to burst into flames, and her breathing became rapid and hot uncontrollably. She looked at He Jiaying, whose face was flushed with anger.
At this moment, I actually find it somewhat tempting. You're the one who's glaring.
He Jiaying also felt something was wrong with her body. An unprecedented emptiness and intense longing were like countless tiny insects gnawing and crawling inside her.
She looked at Wang Milan, her chest heaving with excitement. My throat even started to move involuntarily.
The argument stopped abruptly in that instant.
The atmosphere became strange and ambiguous.
Under the astonished gaze of Zhao Yaji, the 2 women, who had just wanted to tear each other apart, suddenly took a step forward and hugged each other tightly, as if controlled by the same invisible thread.
Ugh, you old bastard.
Wang Milan made indistinct sounds, but her hands were groping around He Jiaying's back uncontrollably, and she even started tearing at the neckline of her silk nightgown.
You're no better than me.
He Jiaying, equally dazed and panting, turned around and began to unbutton Wang Milan's pajamas.
This scene is too horrifying and absurd.
2 women, both over 50, who had spent half their lives competing and bickering with each other, now seem like lovers in the throes of passion, or perhaps like wild beasts in heat.
They've actually started getting entangled? What are you doing? Are you crazy? Stop it.
Zhao Yaji was terrified, her beautiful face filled with panic.
She didn't know what had happened.
But at this moment, she couldn't care less about anything else and quickly stepped forward. He reached out, trying to pull Wang Milan away, who seemed to have completely lost her mind.
However,
her fingertips had just touched Wang Milan's bare, slightly warm arm skin.
Buzz.
A strange, even more intense, surge of lust, like a high-voltage current, coursed through her entire body in an instant.
Ah!
Zhao Yaji let out a short, charming gasp, a sound that made her feel both unfamiliar and ashamed.
Her legs went weak, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Her mind went blank. All sense of propriety, honor, and the identity of an elder were shattered by the surging instinct at that moment. Chapter 74's effect was too outrageous. This moment.
She was left with only a vague yet incredibly strong thought, echoing in her mind like a curse.
No way. Yes, I want it. I'm going to find the source that emanates the most powerful and alluring aura. Go find Lin Tian.
This was the last vestige of reason in her mind that told her this idea. She didn't even know why she suddenly had such a crazy and unbelievable thought. Her face was flushed crimson. A pair of beautiful eyes, brimming with the stirrings of spring, began to gleam intensely.
They even began to fall into complete confusion and disorientation.
Even his breathing was rapid, as if he had just run 10,000 meters.
She completely forgot the absurd drama unfolding before her eyes. They even forgot their own identity. She forgot everything.
She was like a sleepwalker, or like iron filings attracted by a magnet, stumbling and turning around. She walked unsteadily, yet with a clear goal in mind, toward the tightly closed bedroom door that symbolized the source. The instant Zhao Yaji turned around and focused all her attention on that door.
Roar! Beside,
Zhao Debao was initially in a state of confusion due to psychological trauma and the initial effects of medication. He was like a powder keg whose fuse had finally been lit. His eyes instantly filled with terrifying bloodshot veins, and a low growl, completely inhuman and full of primal bestiality, escaped his throat. He turned his head sharply, his bloodshot eyes fixed on his wife, Wang Yan, beside him. That look in his eyes wasn't like he was looking at his wife, it was more like a hungry wolf eyeing delicious flesh.
Ah! Debao! What are you doing? Wake up!
Wang Yan screamed in fright at Zhao Debao's sudden terrifying appearance and instinctively tried to back away and break free. But she also began to experience mental sluggishness, followed by a pounding heartbeat. And then there was Zhao Debao, who possessed immense strength. He used his thick arms to tighten around her delicate body like iron hoops.
He then directly imprisoned Wang Yan tightly in his arms.
Then, without saying a word, with a savage force, he roughly bit her lips.
Sizzle! Zhao Debao tore a large hole in Wang Yan's thin nightgown.
Zhao Debao, like a male beast in heat, frantically scratched and clawed at her body with both hands, completely disregarding the occasion.
They showed no regard for decorum.
Right there in the brightly lit corridor, next to two elders who were entangled together.
Is a tiger on the night watch being staged? Wang Yan's initial screams and struggles quickly turned into chaotic and suppressed sobs under the violent force. His body began to be affected by an unseen force, and he descended into madness. And this is just the beginning. This invisible force, like a chain reaction, was finally completely detonated.
It began to spread throughout the entire 23-story glorious home building, eventually covering an area of 100 meters. That's why they say when love moves people 100 meters away, they can't distinguish between humans and animals.
So at this moment,
within a 100-meter radius, people and animals gradually descended into an unprecedented, collective, and utter frenzy.
Ah, honey! What are you doing? My darling, my sweetheart, come and cherish me. Hiss, you little devil. I'll kill you today. Woof woof woof. Oh woof. Meow. Meow. Squeak. Squeak squeak. In an instant, the area within 100 meters of Lin Tian's building was affected. Various obscene and decadent voices, violent collisions, and creaking bedboards. From top to bottom and left to right. The vibrations were violent, shaking in all directions. It seemed as if behind every tightly closed door, a chaotic yet primal symphony of desires began to resound. What's even more chilling is, among these sounds, it was interspersed with the frantic barking of pet dogs and animal sounds resembling wolf howls. There were wild cats in heat, their cries piercing and sharp. There was rats scurrying about in the pipes. Even the crickets in the soil began to frantically flap their wings, their courtship calls almost incessant. All living things in the building, whether human or animal. At this moment, all of them are stripped of their civilized facade and dominated by their most primitive and savage desires and instincts. And at this moment, inside Lin Tian's bedroom, it is still the only eye of the storm in this insane realm that retains a sliver of reason. Qin Shuang was immersed in a great deal of emotion, happiness, and shyness. She gazed at Lin Tian with deep affection, and finally, she mustered her courage. She offered her red lips, ready to receive a new round of favor from her lover. The eerie atmosphere in the air made her body even more sensitive. But she only thought it was due to being moved by emotions. Lin Tian was also preparing to give this charming and alluring woman, who had just officially become his concubine, a good comfort. However, bang! The bedroom door, which wasn't exactly flimsy, was slammed shut from the outside with an almost insane force. Zhao Yaji has completely lost her former charm, elegance, and nobility. At this moment, her clothes were disheveled, her face was flushed, and she looked extremely abnormal. Her eyes were unfocused and misty, and even her breathing was rapid, as if she were about to suffocate. What a pity! The door was locked from the inside, and she tried to break it open twice, but to no avail.
It would occasionally let out a strange, beastly roar from its throat. Lin Tian and Qin Shuang were startled by the sudden banging on the door. Their bodies froze, then tensed, as if their movements had been paused.
This is completely incomprehensible.
Upon hearing the sound, the two of them immediately turned their heads to look towards the door. Qin Shuang let out a short gasp. After realizing what had happened, she quickly pulled the blanket over herself to cover her body. His face was pale, and he was filled with astonishment. Lin Tian's lips twitched involuntarily. He comforted Qin Shuang on the bed, then got up, dressed, and slowly moved to the door.
Who is it? It's me. I'm the auntie you're looking for. Quick, open the door. I need to talk to you about something. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment. Of course, he recognized the voice. But something seems off about that tone?
But he didn't think much of it. His hand went to the doorknob, he gently turned it, and opened the door.
Chapter 75 Zhao Yaji's social scene.
The moment the door was opened a crack, a scorching and unusual heat rushed out as if it were tangible. Before Lin Tian could even see what was happening outside the door, a figure, with astonishing force, crashed into his arms like a runaway train.
Good son-in-law, I. At this moment, Zhao Yaji is completely different from the gentle, elegant, and charming noblewoman she usually is.
Her beautiful eyes were bloodshot, her gaze unfocused and hazy, as if shrouded in a thick fog of desire. Her hair, which was usually meticulously combed, was now disheveled and draped over her shoulders, with a few strands damp with sweat clinging to her flushed cheeks. The belt of that expensive silk robe had already come undone, and the neckline had been torn open by her own hands, revealing a large expanse of snow-white, delicate skin and a deep, alluring cleavage. She uttered incoherent murmurs, filled with a frantic hunger that was completely out of place for her age and status. She opened her arms and was about to hug Lin Tian tightly, her burning cheeks and lips rubbing haphazardly against his bare chest.
Holy crap! Lin Tian was startled but remained calm.
His superhuman physique and nerve reaction speed, which had been enhanced multiple times by the system and had already reached 0.5 times that of an ordinary person, were on full display at this moment. Just as Zhao Yaji was about to completely throw herself into his arms, the burning scent, carrying the fragrance of a mature woman, had already ignited within him in the blink of an eye. He suddenly exerted force with his waist. With a slight shift in footwork, he turned sideways, raised his hand, blocked, and pushed. The movements flowed smoothly like water.
Completed in one go. A muffled sound.
With a soft moan from Zhao Yaji, a mixture of pain and extreme dissatisfaction, her fierce momentum was forcibly stopped by a gentle yet irresistible force. Lin Tian skillfully pushed him, causing him to stagger backward several steps until his back slammed solidly against the cold wall of the corridor with a thud, finally bringing him to a stop.
Aunt Yaji! Wake up!
Lin Tian lowered his voice and shouted, his brows furrowed into a deep frown. He knew perfectly well that this was definitely caused by that damned arousal domain pill.
But guessing is one thing.
To witness firsthand how my mother-in-law, who is usually so dignified and elegant, has transformed into this lustful, almost beastly figure is truly astounding.
That kind of visual and psychological impact. It's still too intense.
Zhao Yaji, who was knocked back and leaned against the wall, seemed completely oblivious to the pain in her back.
She was just leaning against the wall.
Her eyes were even more confused as she stared at Lin Tian. From its throat, it continued to emit suppressed growls, like those of a wounded animal. Even her voluptuous body writhed restlessly, the hem of her silk nightgown rubbing up to reveal two fair and plump thighs. I saw her eyes harden. And once again, they will pounce on him without a second thought. Lin Tian made a decisive decision. He slammed the door shut and locked it without hesitation.
Honey, what's going on outside? Is that Aunt Yaji? What happened to her? Qin Shuang on the bed.
Completely frightened by the commotion, she sat up, wrapped tightly in the blanket, her face drained of color, filled with horror and bewilderment. That fleeting glimpse just now revealed Zhao Yaji's completely unfamiliar, frenzied state filled with primal desires. It terrified her. It also stirred up the heat within her body that had not yet completely subsided, aroused by the domain pill.
Lin Tian leaned against the sturdy door. Yet it can still be heard clearly.
At that moment, outside the door, the sound of Zhao Yaji repeatedly banging her body against the door could be heard.
And those even more blush-inducing, softly moaning cries of desire.
He took a deep breath, forcing his rapidly beating heart to calm down.
Oh shit. The effects of this arousal domain pill are just too overpowering. It covers a wide area and makes it impossible to distinguish between friend and foe. Surprisingly, even the people outside the door were infected. This is really a disaster. No, we have to find a way to control her quickly, otherwise if this gets out, Zhao Yaji will be socially ruined. I'm going to get myself into trouble too. However, just then, he felt a hot, soft body press tightly against him from behind. Xin Shuang got out of bed at some point. At that moment, she was hugging his strong waist from behind with all her might, her delicate body trembling slightly. Her voice still carried a distinct sob, and there was also a strange allure aroused by the scene outside the door and the effects of the medicine within her body. Honey, I don't know what's wrong with me, I feel so hot, it's so strange, outside, Aunt Chichi looks so scary outside. Lin Tian could clearly sense it. At this moment, Xin Shuang's body temperature was alarmingly high. Even his breathing became hot and rapid. This is clearly also strongly influenced by the domain effect. Only a last shred of reason remained, struggling on. Just then, the sounds of banging on the door and the alluring voice outside abruptly ceased. Lin Tian and Xin Shuang were both taken aback, seeing doubt and a hint of wariness in each other's eyes. Lin Tian cautiously opened the door a crack again and peered out cautiously. Zhao Yaji was seen slumped on the floor by the door, her eyes still unfocused and glazed. But that reckless, crazy drive seemed to have subsided somewhat. His body was still unconsciously twitching and trembling slightly. She was still making intermittent, suppressed sobs. It sounds both painful and alluring. It seems so. It was after the drug's effects reached a peak in her body. Is it starting to decline now? It was the same impact as before. Did it bring her back a little clarity? Lin Tian seized this fleeting opportunity and quickly opened the door. He then darted forward. Before Zhao Yaji was consumed by desire again, he firmly placed his hands on her smooth shoulders. At the same time, I tried to avoid those sensitive areas. I shook it vigorously. Aunt Yachi. Wake up. Look at me. Zhao Yaji's unfocused gaze struggled to focus, little by little, on Lin Tian's face. Several seconds passed before the frenzied bloodlust in her eyes subsided slightly. To replace it, it was a state of extreme confusion, bewilderment, and a sliver gradually became clear. Yet, it was enough to overwhelm the overwhelming sense of shame that drowned everything. She suddenly lowered her head. His gaze fell on his almost half-naked, disheveled body, combined with the fragmented thoughts in his mind. Yet the memories of herself, of how she had acted so wantonly and how she had actively sought pleasure, remained crystal clear. Ah! A short, desperate scream was quickly muffled by her hand, turning into a muffled sob. Her face instantly went from an unnatural flush to deathly pale, and her body trembled like a leaf with nowhere to go in a storm. How could this be? Chapter 76, A Massive Social Disaster. She was incoherent, and large tears, like pearls from a broken string, rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. She shoved Lin Tian away abruptly and began to struggle, trying to get up. She fled the crime scene that she wished she could die immediately. Seeing that she had regained some of her senses, Lin Tian felt somewhat relieved. But I also know that this place is not a good place to stay for long. We absolutely cannot let her run out like this. If she were to bump into someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. He spoke in a deep, low voice, with an unquestionable air of authority. Aunt Yaji. Calm down. Fix your clothes first. The situation outside, it might be worse than here. As soon as he finished speaking, as if to confirm his words, the louder and more obscene sounds of Wang Milan and He Jiaying arguing came clearly from the direction of the living room. This moment, Lin Tian wanted to slap himself. How could I have been so bewitched and recklessly used that love domain pill? Isn't this just asking for trouble? It seems best to use these sudden rewards from the system sparingly in the future. But this matter. Even if Lin Tian beats him to death, he will never live again. He definitely won't admit it. And at this moment, interspersed among these sounds were Zhao Debao's low, guttural roars, like those of a beast in heat. And Wang Yan's suppressed sobs, clearly tinged with pain and humiliation. The chaotic symphony entered my ears clearly. Zhao Yaji's movements, which were only halfway through their struggle, froze completely at that moment. Her once well-maintained face had lost all trace of color. His eyes were filled with boundless fear and disbelief. She finally realized. That thing that just got out of control. She wasn't the only one. Zhao Yaji first glanced at Lin Tian with suspicion.
But in the end, they did not suspect Lin Tian. After all, this strange phenomenon cannot be caused by human intervention. This filled her heart with fear of the unknown. Her gaze drifted, taking in the furniture around her.
Until my gaze finally settled on the corner. That was the Cao Cao statue that Wang Milan often worshipped. This is the statue that Wang Milan had the sculptor finish yesterday. Could it be him? Did Grandpa Cao appear?
Meanwhile, Lin Tian took advantage of Zhao Yaji's momentary daze. He decisively closed the door again.
The scene of chaos inside and outside was temporarily isolated.
I'm too lazy to bother with Zhao Yaji anymore. He leaned against the door and exhaled a long breath filled with complex emotions.
This is really.
The place was a complete mess, with chickens flying and dogs barking. This damn pill is ridiculously potent. I must be extremely careful when using it in the future. However, with my diamond-like kidneys and 0.5 times the superhuman physique, I shouldn't have much trouble withstanding the peak effects of this drug.
This is the mess left behind. How should I clean it up? However,
before he could figure out a reason, suddenly, an even hotter and softer body wrapped around her like an octopus. Qin Shuang was clearly driven to the brink of collapse by the continuous, intense noises outside the door and the surging, almost insane emotions within her that threatened to consume her reason. Her eyes were hazy and dreamy as she tiptoed and offered her hot, moist red lips. Her breath was sweet and fragrant in his ear.
Her little mouth began to plead indistinctly, "Husband, take me, please, don't care about what's outside, give it to me."
Faced with such a beautiful woman so actively throwing herself into his arms. Moreover, she was a beautiful concubine whom he had just officially taken in, and whose novelty was still fresh. In addition, the ever-present and continuous catalysis of that emotional realm.
Lin Tiana's body, which had been tempered and was already extraordinary, was also unbearably hot. Lust surged forth. He let out a low growl, no longer hesitating. He lifted Qin Shuang, who had slumped into a puddle of water, and strode towards the large bed, which was still in disarray after a fierce battle. Due to policy requirements, 15,000 words of indescribable, even more intense and exhilarating battle descriptions have been omitted here. We only know that the temperature inside the room seemed even hotter than outside. More than an hour later, the overwhelming power of the arousal domain pill finally dissipated completely, like the receding tide. The door to Lin Tian's bedroom was gently opened from the inside.
Lin Tian felt refreshed and walked slowly out of the room. He had changed into a clean set of casual home clothes. His face wore a look of satiated satisfaction after a large meal and a playful expression of complete control. Qin Shuang, who followed half a step behind him, lowered her head. Her originally fair cheeks were now covered with a beautiful blush that had not yet completely faded. Her eyes darted away, avoiding eye contact with anyone, and her gait was slightly awkward. But at that moment, her whole being radiated a delicate glow from within, as if she had been thoroughly nourished.
This is something that no cosmetic can match. In the living room,
there was a deathly silence. The air seemed to have frozen. Wang Milan and He Jiaying had separated, each huddled in a corner of the sofa, their clothes disheveled and their hair a mess like a bird's nest. The two women's faces at this moment were a mixture of postcoital flush, extreme social confusion, and shame. Their eyes occasionally met by accident, but they would quickly and frantically look away as if they had been burned by a red-hot iron. Both of them wished they could disappear into the ground right then and there,
never to come out.
Zhao Debao and Wang Yan slumped onto the carpet on the other side. Zhao Debao's eyes were vacant, and his face showed a sense of exhaustion after extreme indulgence, and a deeper fear of his own beastly behavior. To his horror, he discovered that he had actually worked in that bizarre state. But the process was devoid of any pleasure, only filled with uncontrollable panic.
Wang Yan silently shed tears.
Her hands moved quickly as she tidied her own silk nightgown, which was torn to shreds and barely covered her body. Even on her bare arms and thighs, one could clearly see some ambiguous red marks and fingerprints. Zhao Yaji was the last to struggle to her feet, leaning against the wall as she stood up near Lin Tian's room. She had barely managed to pull her robe tighter around her again. The belt was fastened. But the expression on his face was the most complicated and awkward of all.
When faced with extreme shame, boundless fear, and unbearable embarrassment.
And, even she herself was unwilling to admit, about that completely out-of-control state just now.
That absurd yet somehow experienced feeling, a strange and intense sensation. A hint of lingering aftertaste?
She didn't dare look up at Lin Tian, nor at anyone else in the living room. She just stared intently at the smooth floor beneath her feet, as if the answer to her salvation was etched on it.
7 people.
They all looked at each other in bewilderment. The air was thick with an atmosphere of extreme awkwardness, absurdity, and suffocating silence. Just an hour ago, they were comparing themselves to each other and arguing fiercely. However, due to a sudden and inexplicable loss of control, they found themselves in an indescribable predicament. Chapter 77 Viewing the Cloud-Top Mansion, 3 concubines gather. This scene. That's absolutely amazing. Fortunately, Lin Tian was physically strong and had a strong enough kidney, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to control the chaos that he had personally caused. However, judging from the way these people are at the scene, I estimate that, for the time being, they won't have the face or energy to keep comparing and arguing with each other.
It's about Aunt Yaji's side.
The relationship is a bit delicate and troublesome, and will need to put in some effort to soothe and handle it later. In the end, it was Wang Mylan, who had the thickest skin, the strongest mentality, and was Lin Tian's mother, who prevailed. They were the first to break the awkward silence. She cleared her throat somewhat awkwardly, her voice still hoarse from the aftermath.
Cough cough. Tianer, Commissioner Qin, are you all right? Qin Shuang's face flushed bright red again, almost as if it were about to bleed. Her voice was barely audible, no. It's nothing, Auntie. This moment.
She just wanted to escape this place immediately. He Jiaying felt as if he had been pricked in the buttocks with a needle, and he jumped up from the sofa. In a flurry of activity, she pulled up Zhao Debao, who was still in a daze, and Wang Yan, who was silently weeping, and said incoherently,
"Let's go. Go home. Hurry home. This place is too eerie. We can't stay here any longer."
She didn't want to stay in this scene of collective absurdity, a scene she would never forget.
It was as if lingering for even a second longer would be a devastating blow to her.
All she wanted to do was teleport back to her home immediately and lock the door.
I don't see anyone.
Zhao Yaji seemed to have finally grasped at a lifeline.
She stood up abruptly, still not daring to look up,
and said in a hurried and trembling voice to Wang Mylan and Lin Tian, "Mylan.
Sister Mylan, Xiao Tian.
I suddenly remembered I have some things to take care of at home.
Remember to go to Yunding Mansion to look at the buildings tomorrow morning. I'll head back now." After saying that,
she used almost the fastest speed she had ever traveled, head down, and rushed out of the Lin family's gate like a gust of wind.
Even his back view conveyed an overwhelming sense of panic and disarray. Cloud Peak Mansion?
He Jiaying, who had already led her son and daughter-in-law to her front door, stopped abruptly upon hearing these 3 words, as if frozen in place. The color drained from her face instantly, and her eyes were filled with immense terror and a sudden, enlightened realization.
Hentaying Highlands?
The night before last, Debao inexplicably became possessed, and this morning they all went crazy again.
It seems that we absolutely cannot live in this glory home community anymore. That's so weird. There's definitely a problem with the feng shui. Or there might be something unclean. Yes. Moving. We must move immediately. I want to move too. Move it now.
She turned her head sharply, and because the movement was so fast, her neck even made a soft crack sound. She looked at her daughter-in-law, Wang Yan, her voice trembling uncontrollably, and cried out in a shrill voice, "Yenner! Quick! Go back and check online immediately. Call and ask. Is the best, most expensive, and feng shui best residential complex in Zhanghai City right now that Cloudtop Mansion? Let's move too. Tomorrow. No, let's go see the house today. Immediately. Right now." Wang Yan was also startled by her mother-in-law's sudden, almost manic reaction. But she still subconsciously answered, yes, Mom, Yunding Mansion is now the top luxury residential area in Zhanghai.
It's nestled between mountains and the sea, a tranquil oasis amidst the hustle and bustle. Masters say it has excellent feng shui, a place where dragon veins converge. That's the one. Hurry home and pack. Contact the agent right away.
Without saying a word, He Jiaying practically dragged and pulled the still bewildered Zhao Debao and the staggering Wang Yan into her own house across the street.
Then, with a bang,
he slammed the door shut with almost all his might. It was as if a vengeful ghost was chasing her from behind.
In the blink of an eye,
the living room, which had just been bustling with activity and many people, was now empty except for Lin Tian, Wang Milan, and Qin Shuang, whose cheeks were flushed.
Wang Milan looked at the living room, which had suddenly become empty and silent.
Then she looked at her son beside her, who was calm and composed with a smile on his lips, and Qin Shuang, who was radiant with happiness and shy. She opened her mouth, as if she wanted to ask something.
But in the end, he didn't ask a single question.
His expression, however, seemed extremely strange. She shook her head and muttered under her breath, "I'm getting old, I really can't understand you young people anymore. No, I can't understand this world anymore." While rubbing her still slightly sore lower back, she turned and went back to her room. She needed to calm down and process the bizarre and unbelievable event that had just happened. She even forgot that she hadn't offered incense to her Uncle Chow that morning. Qin Shuang saw that everyone had left. She was too ashamed to stay in this place that had just experienced such an absurd situation any longer. She spoke to Lin Tian in a soft, almost tearful voice, "Honey,
I'm going back first.
My sister has to go to school for extra lessons tonight, and there's no one to take care of Mom at home.
Today, and this afternoon, the Women's Federation also has work to handle."
She finished speaking without waiting for Lin Tian's response. Covering her still burning cheeks, she hurriedly fled the Lin family with slightly unsteady steps.
Well. Lin Tian touched his smooth chin.
Looking at the home, which has suddenly become quiet. I also felt the power within my body, which was even more surging and abundant after the complete release. And in her mind, there was the large amount of affection points she had gained on the system interface because of her hard work last night.
Because I really didn't expect it.
Qin Shuang was able to give him nearly 1,000 points of affection.
These things made Lin Tian suspicious.
The amount of affection points a single person can gain in this system, perhaps, is related to their appearance and the woman's mental strength. A meaningful, knowing smile slowly crept onto his lips. Because at this moment, he was holding a new item that he had just redeemed from the system shop.
The next morning,
the sun was shining brightly, and the sky was a clear, deep blue. Located in a prime location in Jianghai City, nestled against Qingxiu Mountain and facing the Azure Bay, the top-tier luxury residential area of Yunding Mansion boasts a magnificent and modernly artistic gate. Several sleek, high-value luxury cars slowly came to a stop one after another, attracting the attention of the security guards at the gate and the occasional residents coming in and out. Leading the way was a black Maybach. The door opened, and Lin Tian, dressed in a neat casual outfit, with an upright posture and full of energy, stepped out of the car first. The morning sunlight fell on his sharply defined face, making him appear exceptionally confident and composed.
Immediately afterwards,
Su Mingli gracefully got out of the car from the driver's seat. She was clearly dressed up carefully today. Wearing a Chanel limited edition off-white suit, she perfectly accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her face was adorned with delicate, light makeup. Her long hair was pulled back, revealing her fair and slender neck. She exuded a powerful aura, cold and noble. After getting off the bus, she naturally stood next to Lin Tian. She acted like the lady of the house. Behind her car was a white Porsche Panamera. The car door opened, and Su Xiaowan was the first to get out.
Certainly.
This car was specially prepared by Shengfeng Group at Su Mengli's request.
The intention is unknown. Chapter 78, Women's Thoughts, Competing for Favor and Attention.
Su Xiaowan was dressed in a simple and refreshing outfit as always, a white dress that was fresh and elegant. She is like a lotus emerging from the water. When she looked at Lin Tian and Su Mingli, a subtle, complex emotion flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure and silently walked half a step behind Lin Tian, her posture obedient and submissive. She was supposed to have special training at the police station today. However, my mother and Qingmei repeatedly told me that I absolutely had to come and look at the house together today.
Moreover, a strict order was given.
Left with no other choice, she had to make her twin sister, Su Xiaoyu, suffer. The two sisters once again used the same trick they had used before, the secret method of substituting the prince for a cat.
On the other side of the Panamera store, Qin Shuang got out of the driver's seat.
She changed into a more conservative light pink dress, trying to cover up the traces of last night's frenzy. But there was a captivating charm emanating from her eyes and brows, a hint of awkwardness in her movements.
However, it has always been difficult to completely conceal.
When she saw Su Mingli exuding an aura of power, her eyes instinctively darted away, and she unconsciously lagged behind Su Xiaowan by half a step. It was as if they were trying to minimize their presence.
However, to Lin Tian's surprise,
right now, next to the entrance of the residential area,
Surprisingly, two familiar figures were standing there. It was Jiang Sueki and her agent, Zhou Wei. It seems so. Jiang Sueki had clearly made extremely careful preparations for today. She wore an elegant and refreshing floral chiffon dress. The hem of her skirt fluttered gently in the wind. He was wearing retro sunglasses that almost covered half of his face and a wide-brimmed sun hat. Even so, her curvaceous figure and stunning beauty, even when concealed, were undeniable. And that unique aura of a star. Even now, she still shines brightly in the crowd. Zhou Wei was dressed as always in a smart and capable manner, wearing a well-tailored dark suit skirt. His gaze behind the black-rimmed glasses was calm and sharp. She held a folder in her hand and stood quietly beside Jiang Sueki. Brother Lin. Jiang Sueki spotted Lin Tian getting out of the Maybach at a glance. She immediately took off her sunglasses, revealing a delicate face with a charming smile and beautiful eyes. In her beautiful eyes, a look of admiration instantly flashed. Like a cheerful and agile lark, she came to greet him with light steps, and naturally reached out her slender hand to take Lin Tianxian's arm. Zhou Wei rolled her eyes at Jiang Sueki's retreating figure with annoyance. I thought to myself, this girl, I've never seen her so lively and energetic when I was with her before. On the contrary, she has the air of a cunning and mischievous little widow. Some nights, she even struggled to withstand Jiang Sueki's devilish methods. But how did it become Lin Tian's turn? How did Jiang Sueki suddenly change like this? Is this the difference between men and women? On the other side. Upon seeing this, Su Mengli subtly raised her delicate eyebrows. She then took a half step forward without making a sound, positioning herself subtly between Jiang Sueki and Lin Tian. A polite and friendly smile, yet tinged with a hint of aloofness, instantly bloomed on her face. Sister Sueki, Manager Zhou, you've arrived. The voice was clear and crisp, carrying the composure of the lady of the house. Lin Tian looked at Su Mengli with some confusion, his eyes asking what was going on. Su Mengli seemed to have prepared her words in advance. She turned to Lin Tian and smiled, her tone as natural as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Honey, I contacted Sueki and Manager Zhou last night and invited them to come over today. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the several beautiful women with different styles in front of her, before continuing. After all, this is choosing a place for you to live in the future, it's a big deal. That's why. With more people, there are more perspectives, and everyone can discuss things more thoroughly, so as to avoid any oversights. Her words were perfectly watertight. This demonstrates care and concern for Lin Tian. It also subtly hints at her own role as the official wife in the affair. In Su Mengli's view, Lin Tian is a top tier, a grade male, 1 in a million. The expansion of his harem is an inevitable trend that cannot be stopped. Su Xiaowan was his first woman. Their relationship was based on something special. In addition, Su Xiaowan's gentle nature will definitely win Lin Tian's heart. Therefore, in Su Mengli's view, this is the most threatening one. As for Qin Shuang, this woman was just taken as a concubine last night. She's currently enjoying new favor and is at the height of her popularity. Moreover, the combination of her restrained, aloof demeanor in uniform and her alluring charm in private is incredibly attractive to men. This is another huge potential threat. Therefore, she must plan ahead and solidify her foundation. Therefore, Jiang Sueki, this woman, may seem simple and sweet, but in reality, she has quite a lot of ambition. And I haven't even gotten started yet. In addition, she is currently experiencing a low point in her career. And she has already signed a 10-year endorsement deal with Shangfeng. In her opinion, given Lin Tian's personality and methods, he will eventually devour this little lamb completely. Now she's taking the initiative to befriend her and win her over. Give Jiang Sueki a little more sweetness and a sense of recognition. From now on, wouldn't Jiang Sueki be a natural ally and helper in Lin Tian's harem? As for Zhou Wei was standing next to Jiang Sueki. Don't think Su Mengli doesn't know. Their so-called lesbian scandals might fool laymen. With Lin Tian's unfathomable charm and methods, it wouldn't be difficult to win over the seemingly cold but passionate agent as well. One more ally. It's better than having one more potential enemy. President Su has first-hand experience in this regard. To straighten a woman out, one time is enough. Just as Su Mengli was scheming about these things, Lin Tian was incredibly shrewd. He instantly understood the ulterior motives and far-reaching plans behind Su Mengli's actions. He gave her a knowing look, his eyes filled with appreciation and understanding. He definitely made the right choice in selecting this woman. However, he certainly won't point it out. He was just pretending to be confused and nodded. His tone was calm yet firm. Yes, that's thoughtful of you. Just as Jiang Sueki stepped forward, Su Mengli conveniently blocked her, and her outstretched hand missed its mark. But the sweet smile on her face did not diminish at all, on the contrary, it became even brighter. She deftly stepped to the side and gracefully moved to Lin Tian's other side. Although he did not try to hold her hand again. But the physical distance between them has been greatly reduced. You could almost smell the reassuring masculine aura emanating from Lin Tian. She followed Su Mengli's words, her voice clear and melodious. Yes, Brother Lin, Sister Mengli is absolutely right. We all want to help you choose the best and most comfortable home. Her words carried a hint of coquetry, but her eyes gave Su Mengli a defiant glance. Su Shaowan stood quietly behind Lin Tian. Looking at the several stunning beauties before him, some plump and some slender, all vying for attention, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes once again. She knew perfectly well that as Lin Tian's harem grew stronger, the number of outstanding women surrounding him would only increase. But soon, her clear eyes regained their usual calm and gentleness. She walked silently and resolutely to a position half a step behind Lin Tian. This subtle movement. This silently demonstrated that she was neither competitive nor eager to compete. Always respect Lin Tian's position and attitude. Chapter 79: The Budding Harem. Xin Shuang kept her head down the whole time. She felt Su Mengli's seemingly unintentional but actually extremely oppressive scrutinizing gaze sweep over her. And the subtle competitive undertones emanating from Jiang Sueki, carrying the aura of a star. Suddenly, she felt immense pressure. Therefore, they can only try to shrink themselves down and minimize their presence. They were afraid of becoming the target of public criticism. Standing at the very back, Zhou Wei adjusted her black-rimmed glasses and calmly observed the scene before her, much like an outsider. Her gaze was like that of the most precise scanner. I started by scanning each of the initial members of Lin Tian's harem group. Final. The probing gaze fell upon Lin Tian, who was subtly surrounded by beauties at the center. When I saw Lin Tian facing such a complicated situation, he remained calm and composed. Even with a hint of playful smile deep within her calm eyes. A barely perceptible hint of amazement flashed across her face. And the curiosity grew stronger and stronger. What kind of magic does this man possess? Let's go, my mom and Aunt Yaji should already be waiting inside. Su Mengli seemed oblivious to Jiang Sueki's subtle actions. She was very natural, with a hint of something in her smile. She reached out and took Lin Tian's arm, and led the way into the magnificent gate of the Yunding Mansion community. She walked with an elegant gait and exuded confidence, clearly placing herself in the position of a leader and decision-maker. Jiang Sueki immediately followed. She and Su Mengli stood on either side of Lin Tian, subtly forming a protective formation around him. Su Shaowan and Xin Shuang followed obediently behind. Zhou Wei followed at the back of the group with steady steps, neither too fast nor too slow, much like a calm observer recording everything. This group of people. A grand and mighty procession. The man was exceptionally handsome and had an outstanding presence. The women were all beautiful, with varying figures and shapes. Moreover, these women are all different types, some are aloof and elegant, some are sweet and charming, some are innocent and pure, and some are alluring and coquettish. Such a good-looking combination, coupled with that eerie atmosphere that mixes ambiguity, competition, and a delicate balance. It immediately became the most eye-catching focal point at the entrance of Yunding Mansion. This attracted the attention of the well-trained female security guard at the entrance. A female staff member passing by. And the occasional wealthy and influential female homeowners who came in and out all cast surprised, curious, and inquisitive glances at them. These people were all secretly alarmed. I wondered which wealthy family this high-quality man belonged to. That's quite an extravagant display. The women around me. They are all incredibly high quality, even more dazzling than TV stars. What level of quality and prestige must it take to gather so many stunning beauties? Stepping inside the villa, even though Lin Tian was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but give it a silent thumbs up. The living room, with its nearly 7-meter-high ceiling, features a giant crystal chandelier that reflects dazzling light, and the gleaming marble floor reflects the greenery outside the window, exuding luxury and grandeur. Xiao Tian, Mengli, you're here. Wang Milan and Zhao Yaji, who had been waiting, came forward to greet them. Wang Milan's face lit up with a smile.
His gaze swept over the daughters-in-law like a searchlight. He lingered for a moment on the full, rounded buttocks of Su Mengli, Jiang Sueki, and Qin Shuang, nodding to himself.
Yes, they're all good material for having sons.
When looking at Su Shaowan again, he felt a loving sense of still needing to work harder. Zhao Yaji, with a touch of the hostess's pride, spoke warmly.
Come in and take a look.
I personally picked out this Italian chandelier and this Persian rug for the living room, thinking they would be the most suitable for Tiana and Mengli to use in the future. Her words always focused on Tiana and Mengli, subtly isolating herself from the others. Su Mengli smiled slightly and accepted it calmly. Jiang Sueki's smile remained unchanged, but she tightened her grip on Lin Tian's arm.
Zhao Yaji led everyone upstairs, enthusiastically introducing the functions of each room, and finally arrived at the master bedroom on the 3rd floor.
Pushing open the heavy solid wood door, a huge space comparable to a presidential suite unfolds before your eyes. The panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows offer unparalleled city views, and the room features a king-size luxury bed, a separate walk-in closet, a study, and an oversized bathroom with a jacuzzi and double vanity.
How about it? With anticipation, Zhao Yaji led Lin Tian and Su Mengli inside. This master bedroom has the best view, layout, and privacy. I knew from the first glance that it had to be reserved for you two, Tiana and Mengli. These words practically sealed the fate of the master bedroom for Su Mengli. Su Mengli remained elegant, but his eyes revealed a calm acceptance of the situation. Jiang Sueki's sweet smile froze for a fraction of a second, then she said to Lin Tian in an even more coquettish voice. Brother Lin, this view is amazing.
I can accompany you for your morning yoga practice here from now on. She cleverly tried to embed her presence into the concept of the master bedroom. Su Shaowan watched quietly, thinking that it was very suitable for her sister and brother-in-law to live here. Qin Shuang subconsciously scanned the room, assessing the emergency exits and potential blind spots in the surveillance system, a professional instinct.
Zhou Wei adjusted her glasses and calmly commented, the space utilization rate is less than 70%, so there is room for optimization. Lin Tian took in the reactions of the women and felt secretly pleased.
He enjoyed the tacit acceptance of being the official wife, and also the subtle jealousy from the other women. He reached out and embraced Su Mengli's slender yet strong waist, then smiled at Zhao Yaji.
Auntie, you're so kind. Mowgli really likes it.
This statement both affirmed Zhao Yaji and publicly solidified Su Mengli's position.
Zhao Yaji's smile widened. However, she didn't have time to be happy for long.
Wang Mylan's loud voice rang out from behind, carrying her unique sense of fairness.
Oh my, this master bedroom is so nice.
Mengli is the president, managing such a big company, she works so hard, it's only right that she lives here. She abruptly changed the subject and began to offer her opinions. As for the other kids, I think those secondary bedrooms over there are pretty big. Sueki is a celebrity, she has a lot of stuff, so she'll stay in this big room.
Shaowan is well behaved, so she'll stay in that warm room.
Qin Shuang her but no, I mean, she's good at fighting. She'd be perfect for the downstairs room near the door, a great place for guarding the house.
Dr. Zhou, you read a lot, find yourself a quiet corner.
Wang Mylan's crude allocation system, based on potential for having sons and first come, first served, was considered fair and just by herself.
Zhao Yaji and Su Mengli's smiles faded slightly.
Jiang Sueki was secretly delighted.
Did Wang's mother approve of her? Su Shaowan nodded obediently.
Qin Shuang lowered her eyes and looked submissive, as if she had no objections. Lin Tian almost burst out laughing when he heard his mother's absurd remark, so he quickly coughed to steady himself. His gaze swept over the women, finally settling on Qin Shuang, his expression carrying an undeniable air of authority.
There are many rooms, we can adjust them later as needed. But Shaowan.
He specifically called out her name, and Su Shaowan immediately looked up at him. Your safety responsibilities are the most important. The room downstairs near the door is yours, and I will provide you with a separate monitoring terminal. In short, he not only affirmed Su Shaowan's unique value but also demonstrated that he was the true and only decision-maker in this family.
Su Shaowan felt a warmth in her heart and nodded vigorously, yes. Chapter 80, Undercurrents in the Allocation of the Second Bedroom.
I came out of the master bedroom. On both sides of the corridor are several smaller, but still spacious and luxurious secondary bedrooms.
Soft spotlights extend across the corridor ceiling. The soft Persian carpet beneath your feet is illuminated. A faint fragrance permeated the air. It has a base of cedar and white musk, which is sophisticated and expensive.
Zhao Yaji's face still held a smile of satisfaction that hadn't completely faded from the fact that her daughter had taken the center stage. She gracefully raised her well-maintained hand and pointed to the two rooms next to the master bedroom. Her tone was gentle, yet carried a subtle, almost imperceptible hint of unease. The layout of these two secondary bedrooms is also good. They are close to the master bedroom, and the lighting and ventilation have been designed. Whether it's for the kids to live here or to hire a caring and professional nanny, it will be very convenient. Her words were impeccable. But a fleeting consideration crossed his gentle gaze. And the slightly emphasized tone when referring to children and our own people. The subtext is almost explicit. This is for my future grandson. Or at least, a reserve prepared by one of her own who have her approval. However, some people immediately stopped being outsiders. Aunt Yachi is so thoughtful. Zhang Sueki immediately responded, her voice as sweet as honey. Although she has not yet been taken into Lin Tian's harem. But in her view, it was only a matter of time. Who is Zhang Sueki? Two queens of singing and performing arts. Although I'm currently experiencing a career slump and my reputation isn't great. But so what? In terms of appearance, Zhang Sueki has never lost to any woman. Even if it's her current boss, Su Mingli, so what? She possessed the necessary confidence, and in the crucial matter of vying for a position in Lin Tian's harem, she was absolutely unwilling to yield an inch. Therefore, she released Lin Tian's arm at the right time. Like a butterfly drawn by the scent of nectar, it floated lightly into one of the sunniest secondary bedrooms. She spread her arms, and the hem of her skirt drew a graceful arc. I twirled around in the room filled with shimmering light. It's really convenient to be close to the master bedroom. Brother Lin sometimes works late, and since we live nearby, it's easy for us to take care of him. With a charming smile and a glance that seemed to effortlessly refer to herself as we, she naturally adopted the pronoun we. This room is so sunny and has a great view, it brightens my mood. I can put my beauty device and yoga mat here from now on. Waking up to the city in the morning and exercising would be wonderful. These are her words. They chose the irrefutable reason of taking care of Lin Tian. They cleverly used their life vision to define their own territory. Qin Shuang stood by the door, her posture as straight as a pine tree. Her face was expressionless. His sharp eyes swept across every corner of the room. He spoke in a cool but clear voice, loud enough for Lin Tian to hear. Honey, I'll stay in the guest room downstairs near the door. She deliberately chose a marginalized position. Su Shaoan quietly followed half a step behind Lin Tian. Upon hearing this, she quickly waved her hand, her little face serious. I can live anywhere, really. As long as I don't cause trouble for others. I'll listen to my husband's arrangements. However, this location is convenient, and the passage is the shortest. It makes it convenient for me to patrol at night, keep watch, and respond to any emergencies. She truly doesn't compete. While it may seem like a concession, it has actually positioned itself as a core competitive advantage security. She had anticipated all of this. But for Lin Tian, she was willing to give up everything, as long as Lin Tian was safe. Wang Milan watched with a broad smile. With a wave of her hand, she began what she considered the most fair distribution. Oh dear, they're all good kids, there's no need for them to be modest. This big house has more than a dozen rooms, it's just sitting empty anyway. She pointed to the room that Zhang Sueki had chosen. Sueki is a celebrity, she's particular, she has a lot of things, so staying in this big room with good lighting is great. Then he pointed to the warm-toned room next door. Shaoan is well-behaved, quiet, and doesn't make a fuss. This room is warm and cozy. Then he looked at Qin Shuang. Qin Shuang. Skilled and responsible. Living downstairs to guard the house is perfect. With you here, we all feel at ease. Finally, let's look at Zhou Wei, who is calmly observing. Manager Zhou, you read a lot, doing research is too much of a brain drain. Find the quietest room for yourself, and I guarantee no one will bother you. Zhou Wei nodded. Actually, she didn't want to get involved at first. However, she felt uneasy after being glared at by Zhang Sueki with a death stare. In the end, they had no choice but to nod. Wang Milan's mixed allocation method. He believed himself to be perfectly fair and instantly solved a major problem. Zhao Yaji's smile faded slightly. Her original intention was to reserve a good spot for her daughter, a space she might need in the future. The rhythm is completely messed up now. She took a soft breath and said nothing. Su Mangli's expression remained unchanged.
The slender fingers that were holding Lin Tian's arm tightened slightly. Jiang Sueki was overjoyed.
By saying this, Wang's mother was essentially acknowledging that she could move into the concubine's seat secondary bedroom. Su Xiaowan and Qin Shuang both said they had no objections. Zhou Wei pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses.
Thank you, Aunt Wang.
I will consider factors such as light intensity, ambient noise levels, decibels, and channel traffic data.
Choose the best room overall to ensure work efficiency.
In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the scene before him, where undercurrents were swirling.
I felt both amused and satisfied.
He first gently patted the back of Su Mangli's hand. A subtle gesture carried a reassuring meaning.
Then he looked at Jiang Sueki. Sueki like sunshine, this place is nice, it suits you. Jiang Sueki was overjoyed.
But Lin Tian changed the subject and looked at Su Xiaowan. Xiaowan, your safety responsibilities are of paramount importance. The room downstairs is yours. It's not just for living, it's also your command post.
I'll have someone set up a dedicated line for you. Equip it with a separate, top-level security monitoring terminal. Access is only granted to you and me.
He did not overturn his mother's decision. However, by granting Qin Shuang unique permissions,
she was promoted to the position of safety supervisor.
Su Xiaowan suddenly looked up.
A warm feeling of being valued washed over my entire body.
She straightened her back, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, husband. Xiaowan swears on her life that she will never betray your trust.
All right, the room is booked. Lin Tian made the final decision.
He put his arm around Su Mangli's slender waist and continued walking forward.
Let's go check out the recreation room and the scenic balcony.
The women followed along, each with their own thoughts.
Subtle differences had already appeared in their steps.
Jiang Sueki achieved her goal. But looking at Lin Tian's special trust in Qin Shuang,
I felt a vague sense of unease.
Su Mangli, on the other hand, was comforted and controlled by Lin Tian. The little grudge in my heart vanished. Wang Milan watched as her son resolved the situation with just a few words.
He was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. This is the first round of territorial division in the harem of Henteing Palace.
With Wang Milan's divine assistance and Lin Tian's precise control of the situation, the game was won.
This concludes the current phase. The real power struggles, both overt and covert, are clearly yet to come. This is just a silent prelude. Chapter 81, The Territory Declaration of Functional Zones. Leave the residential area. Zhao Yaji then led everyone on a tour of the other functional areas of the villa.
Invisible competition unfolds in these public spaces in a more subtle way.
The first place we visited was a fully equipped gym.
A bright, full-length mirror, and a full range of imported fitness equipment. Qin Shuang, who had been silent and taciturn, suddenly brightened up. She stepped forward and skillfully checked the treadmill's control panel, then tried out the weight of the barbell, her movements professional and efficient.
Then,
she turned to Lin Tian, amidst the surprised gazes of everyone. Suddenly, with a clean and crisp turn, followed by a standard fighting stance, his punches were fierce, his body as steady as a rock, displaying a heroic and dashing demeanor.
Husband.
She stopped, her breathing steady, her eyes serious.
The equipment here is very professional.
From now on, I can be responsible for your daily physical training, as well as basic combat and security awareness courses. She didn't look at anyone else, focusing only on Lin Tian, positioning her value on the irreplaceable safety and health. Lin Tian looked at her strong and beautiful figure outlined by the tight uniform, and at her serious expression, and nodded approvingly.
This unique functionality is something that Su Manli and Jiang Sueki do not possess. Brother Lin.
A charming voice immediately rang out, carrying a defiant spirit. Jiang Sueki had already laid out a yoga mat sometime before. The instant Qin Shuang finished speaking, her body leaned back as if boneless. She performed an extremely difficult backbend, her full breasts and slender waist creating a breathtaking curve. She maintained that alluring pose, her eyes gazing at Lin Tian with a flirtatious look, her breath slightly ragged.
I can also teach you yoga and Pilates.
They're especially good for shaping your body, improving flexibility, and strengthening your core muscles. She spoke the last few words softly and seductively, her intentions clear. One is dashing and heroic, the other is naturally charming and alluring. Two completely different styles collide in the gym.
Su Mangli's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, but she didn't speak.
Su Xiaowan blushed slightly as she watched, thinking that both Sister Qin Shuang and Sister Sweki were amazing.
Actually, when it comes to sports, Su Xiaowan, a top student from the police academy, is the real expert. However, this is the first time these girls have gathered together. She's always a little reserved. She would only respond when Lin Tian asked her to do something. At this moment, he simply watched silently from the sidelines. Wang Milan was dazzled by what she saw. I thought to myself, my son is so lucky. One is good at fighting, and the other is good at flexibility. They both need to be trained to be in great shape. Great. Lin Tian laughed and looked around. Okay, you two can discuss and arrange the class schedule from now on, and I'll give it a try. Next up is the private audio-visual room. Professional soundproof walls, a huge 4K laser screen, and top-notch surround sound create an immersive atmosphere. As soon as you enter here, Jiang Sweki felt as if she had returned to her home turf. She picked up the remote control with practiced ease, turned on the screen, and adjusted the sound system with elegant and skillful movements. Brother Lin, look at this effect. It's like a mini movie theater. She moved closer to Lin Tian, her breath sweet as orchids. In the future, we can watch my new movie clips or some internal footage here first, just the two of us, guaranteeing the most private and intimate experience. She deliberately created an ambiguous atmosphere for their private world. Upon hearing this, Su Mengli glanced at her indifferently. She then stepped forward, her gaze calmly sweeping over the equipment, and spoke with composure. Yes, the equipment is indeed professional. Shengfeng Group's next phase of brand promotional videos, as well as important business presentations, can also be internally reviewed here. The environment is quiet and classy enough. With a casual remark, she elevated Jiang Sweki's private entertainment scenario to the level of company business. A person's perspective and stance instantly reveal their superiority or inferiority. Jiang Sweki's smile froze, and she gritted her teeth inwardly. What a pity! Now that she's begging for food under Su Mengli's thumb, even if she wants to compete for favor, she can only feel aggrieved and follow Su Mengli's lead. At this moment, Su Xiaowan spoke softly, with a hint of anticipation. Honey, then can we watch crime or spy movies together here from now on? There are some tactical maneuvers and reconnaissance techniques in it. I can explain to you which ones are real and which ones are artistic exaggerations. Her approach always carries the earnestness and charm unique to her profession. Trying to find my place in knowledge and companionship. Lin Tian found it amusing and squeezed her hand. Okay, that's a good suggestion. At last, the group arrived at the huge open-plan Western-style kitchen. The central island platform is spacious. The built-in appliances are all from top brands, and sunlight streams in through the windows, creating a warm and bright atmosphere. Zhao Yaji said with a hint of pride. Although Mengli is busy with company affairs, she has been specially instructed by a Michelin chef in her cooking skills, and is especially good at Western cuisine and nourishing soups. She hadn't finished speaking. Su Xiaowan, like a diligent little bee, naturally walked to the huge double-door refrigerator. I opened it, took a look, and then started thinking. This is where you can put fresh fruits and vegetables, this is where you can put your favorite drinks and beer, and the freezer can hold plenty of high-quality meat so I can make your favorite braised pork and stir-fried beef anytime. Her drive is evident in these seemingly trivial yet vibrant details. It also silently proclaims her indispensable role in the daily life of home. Wang Milan looked at her daughters-in-law. There are companies that can manage this. There are those who can take care of daily life. It has the ability to protect safety. There are also those who know how to make their son happy. She grew increasingly satisfied with what she thought, and couldn't help but lean close to Lin Tian's ear, speaking in what she thought was a soft voice, but which was actually unusually clear in the quiet, spacious kitchen. Son, Mom finally understands. Your life is so good, I wouldn't trade it for an emperor's. Look, you have mainly to manage the country for you, and Xiaowan to warm your bed, no, I mean warm your stomach. You have Qin Shuang as your imperial bodyguard, and Sweki to be your source of joy. You're truly enjoying the blessings of having two wives. Mom! Lin Tian finally couldn't help but let out a low shout, both amused and exasperated, to quickly interrupt his mother's astonishing words. However, it was too late. The kitchen fell into a deathly silence. Zhou Wei, who was drinking water, was the first to lose her composure, abruptly turning her face away, her shoulders trembling slightly. Su Mengli put her hand to her forehead, completely losing her elegance. Jiang Sweki was taken aback at first,
then lowered her head and pursed her lips, secretly smiling, her shoulders shaking slightly. Su Xiaowan exclaimed ah, and her face instantly turned bright red, like a cooked shrimp, wishing she could immediately crawl into that huge refrigerator. Even Qin Shuang, who was always cold and composed, tensed up instantly, her cheeks flushed, and even her ears turned red. She could only stare intently at the tips of her shoes. Zhao Yaji was also extremely embarrassed and quickly tried to smooth things over. Sister Mylan, what are you saying? Wang Mylan was still puzzled.
What did I say wrong?
These are just the truth.
Lin Tian looked at what was in front of him. This scene was extremely awkward yet absurdly real.
He could feel the shame, indignation, and helplessness in the eyes of the women.
My heart is filled with despair. My dear mother. Your mouth.
She's truly the biggest helper on my path to building my harem.
Chapter 82 Balcony Horror and a Moment of Sincerity.
After touring the interior functional areas, Zhao Yaji led everyone up the curved staircase to the highly anticipated master bedroom balcony on the 3rd floor.
This balcony has the best view, overlooking almost half of Jianhai City.
As Zhao Yaji walked, she spoke with pride in her voice.
Push open the glass door.
A spacious viewing balcony, perfect for hosting small parties.
It came into view instantly. The railing is made of white marble. Inside, there are comfortable outdoor sofas and coffee tables.
The distant city skyline blends perfectly with the nearby garden scenery, and a gentle breeze caresses the face, bringing a sense of tranquility and joy.
Wow! This place is amazing.
Zhang Sueki was the first to rush out excitedly, opening her arms as if to embrace the entire city. She turned around and gave Lin Tian a sweet smile.
Brother Lin, we can watch the stars and drink here at night from now on, how romantic. Su Mengli nodded slightly, clearly very satisfied with the view and privacy here.
Although this was a wedding room that her mother, Zhao Yaji, had reserved for her in advance.
But she never came. Now she regrets it a little.
I also started to reflect on why I was so persistent in my career in the past. That's why they sacrificed so much for Shengfeng Group. In the end, after his father's death, he was targeted by Li Li and those women.
He even almost lost his position as president at one point. If only I had come here sooner, what a wonderful life that would have been. Thinking of this,
she secretly glanced at Lin Tian. Now we have such a peaceful life, able to keep the position of president of Shengfeng, and for my mother Zhao Yaji to remain the first lady of the Su family.
All of this depends on the man in front of you. Although at first, this man made her unhappy. But now she is completely subservient to Lin Tian. Perhaps that's the charm of a man. At this moment,
Lin Tian strolled to the railing, rested his hands on the warm, smooth white marble, and looked down at the bustling city below.
Su Mengli and Zhang Sueki naturally stood on either side of him, like two stunningly beautiful women guarding a king. Sunlight shone on the three of them. It paints an enviable picture.
Su Xiaowan and Qin Shuang stood a little behind, quietly enjoying the view.
Wang Mylan and Zhao Yaji sat on the sofa, chatting and laughing.
Zhou Wei leaned against the door, still writing something on her tablet.
Lin Tian was in a good mood.
He took out his phone from his pocket and casually played with it, his fingertips gliding across the cool screen.
Just then,
a sudden, strong crosswind swept across the balcony without warning, accompanied by a whistling sound. The phone that Lin Tian was playing with was suddenly pulled away by the wind, flying out of his hand and falling down the building in a flash of silver light.
Things happened so fast that everyone was stunned. Ah! Almost simultaneously, several exclamations rang out, but the subsequent reactions were quite different. Surprisingly, Su Xiaowan reacted the fastest. She was 2 steps away from Lin Tian, but the moment she released her phone, she moved like a cheetah. His figure was so fast that it almost left an afterimage. He rushed forward in one stride, his left hand darting out to make a standard grabbing and grappling move. Even though it was known that it was impossible to reach the falling phone. And her right hand. It is also a protective stance. He swiftly blocked Lin Tian's path, standing in front of him and beside his head, his body slightly leaning forward, his eyes sharp as a hawk in an instant. She kept her eyes glued to the ground floor. It was as if that wasn't an accidental falling object, but a sniper shot from the shadows. The instinct to protect overwhelmed everything at that moment. Next up is Qin Shuang. She let out a short, terrified cry, "Husband!" Without even looking at what had fallen, she lunged at Lin Tian like a frightened fawn, grabbing his arm tightly with both hands, her face deathly pale. She looked up and anxiously scanned him. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt? You scared me to death.
In her world at that moment, there was only Lin Tian's safety, nothing else mattered.
Because last night,
after Lin Tian gave her the status of a concubine, a dream she never dared to even imagine.
She knew that she would protect Lin Tian for the rest of her life. Even if I am shattered to pieces, I am not afraid. Because this is her man. A man for life. As long as Lin Tian doesn't dislike her,
she will stay by Lin Tian's side for the rest of her life.
Su Mengli was standing to Lin Tian's left.
At this moment, his face also turned pale suddenly, and he caught his breath.
She did not exclaim in surprise.
But almost reflexively, he grabbed Lin Tian's left arm, which was supporting him on the railing. Even his fingernails were slightly embedded in his skin. His tone was unusually hurried and tense.
Lin Tian, don't stand so close to the railing. Step back.
Her concern, tinged with assertiveness and a desire for control, stemmed from her most direct worries. Jiang Sueki, whose right arm was being held by Lin Tian.
That happened after the first exclamation. Her gaze unconsciously followed the falling phone, and she blurted out, "Ah. Brother Lin, your phone."
Then she suddenly realized what was happening and hurriedly turned to look at Lin Tian, her beautiful eyes filled with concern.
"Brother Lin, are you all right? The wind is so strong, it's dangerous." Her concern came a beat slower than the previous three. Zhou Wei, standing at the door, leaned forward slightly, her gaze somewhat disdainful. Wang Milan and Zhao Yaji sat on the sofa.
Startled, he jumped to his feet, patting his chest and exclaiming repeatedly, "Oh dear.
Be careful."
After a moment of panic, Lin Tian, surrounded by the different reactions of the women, was the one who calmed down the fastest.
His strong nerves and superhuman physique meant he wasn't too frightened. He took in the drastically different reactions of the women in that split second.
Qin Shuang's instinct to protect without regard for anything, and Su Xiaowan's pure and extreme concern. Su Mengli's nervousness under her loss of composure. They were like warm currents flowing into his heart, bringing him an indescribable sense of satisfaction and emotion.
In comparison,
Jiang Sueki's concern, which was a beat behind and distracted by other things, seemed slightly inferior.
"Ha, it's nothing." Lin Tian suddenly burst into laughter, breaking the tense atmosphere.
He turned around and pulled Su Mengli and Su Xiaowan, who were still in shock and clinging tightly to him, into his arms. His arms were strong and warm. He looked down at their pale faces, his tone reassuringly calm.
"It's just an old phone, I can just get a new one. Look how scared you all are."
He looked up, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shuang, who remained on guard, and Jiang Sueki, who looked concerned. He chuckled, "It seems I'll have to have the engineer take another look at this balcony railing.
Maybe we can raise it a bit higher, or replace it with more enclosed glass. Otherwise, my little darlings won't dare come with me to enjoy the view anymore." His simple phrase, "my precious children," was like a gentle spring breeze, instantly calming a sudden and unexpected situation. It became a moment to showcase the deep affection the women had for him, as well as his composure and sense of responsibility. The tense atmosphere instantly dissipated.
Su Mengli and Su Xiaowan breathed a sigh of relief in his arms, their faces regaining some color. Feeling the warmth and strength of his embrace, their hearts pounded with excitement. Qin Shuang then slowly lowered her arm, but her body remained slightly tense, maintaining her guarding posture. Hearing Lin Tian's words, she felt a warmth in her heart, knowing that he had seen through her instinctive reaction.
Jiang Sueki breathed a sigh of relief and quickly chimed in, "That's right, safety is the most important thing." Wang Milan patted her chest and sat down. "Oh my god, that scared me to death. I'm so glad you're alright. What's a cell phone? I'll buy you 10 tomorrow." Zhao Yaji nodded quickly.
Zhou Wei pushed up her glasses and added a sentence to her notebook. "It is recommended to add windproof netting or optimize the railing design."
Lin Tian held the warm, soft woman in his arms.
Looking at the group of stunningly beautiful women before him, some surprised, some afraid, some worried, and some anxious because of him.
A sense of pride arises within me. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for?
This cloud-top mansion is not only a luxury residence, but also a home where he can see the true hearts of those around him.
Chapter 83: The dust settles in future prospects. After the terrifying incident on the balcony,
the group returned to the study on the third floor, a room that symbolized power and status. The heavy solid wood desk, the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves, and the soft carpet create an atmosphere of composure and authority throughout the space. Su Mengli walked naturally behind the large desk. I sat down in the leather chair that was clearly the master seat and felt the support of the backrest. Then she looked at Lin Tian. His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable sense of belonging. We can put 2 top-of-the-line terminals here in the future, so that we can handle urgent documents from Shangfeng and other industries in the future at any time. In her words. The use of the word we is perfectly natural. This subtly reinforces her place within Lin Tian's business empire. Core position. Jiang Xueqi glanced at Su Mengli sitting in that symbolic seat of authority, her eyes flickering.
But he didn't argue or fight over it again.
She simply walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. While admiring the scenery, he pondered other ways to get closer to her.
Lin Tian did not sit down immediately.
He stood in the center of the study, his gaze slowly sweeping over the women before him. Su Mengli's cold beauty and control, Jiang Xueqi's charm and scheming, Su Xiaowan's innocence and dependence, Qin Shuang's loyalty and protection, and Zhou Wei's detached yet ever-present calm observation. Whether plump or slender, each has their own merits, and at this moment they have all gathered in this world because of him.
An unprecedented sense of satisfaction and pride surged within him.
It's not just the pleasure of having a multitude of beauties around you, but also a sense of power to create your own kingdom and control everything. He walked behind the desk, and Su Mengli naturally wanted to get up to offer him her seat, but Lin Tian gently pressed her shoulder down. He stood there beside the main seat, his hands resting on the smooth tabletop, his body leaning slightly forward. His gaze swept over every stunning face like a monarch surveying his domain.
The house is very nice. Aunt Yaji has gone to great lengths. He first acknowledged Jia Yaji's contributions, then changed his tone, conveying a sense of certainty.
From now on, this will be our base camp, the home of all of us. He paused briefly to make sure everyone had heard him, then began calling roll. Mengli, in charge of external affairs, oversees the overall situation and manages the business empire. Xiaowan, please stay safe and secure the rear, and take care of your daily life.
Qin Shuang, in charge of internal affairs, ensures thorough protection and controls both internal and external risks. Xueqi.
He glanced at Jiang Xueqi by the window, a playful smile playing on his lips.
The music master is in charge of setting the mood and adding some fun.
Finally, his gaze fell on Zhou Wei, who had been like a shadow all along.
Zhou Wei felt uneasy under Lin Tian's gaze.
She also recalled that night in the Siye hotel room, when Lin Tian pinned her against the wall, and the intense pounding of her heart. Jiang Xueqi witnessed all of this.
Suddenly, she thought of something extremely meaningful.
When she looked at Su Mengli again, her eyes held a hint of provocation.
Lin Tian naturally couldn't possibly have noticed any of this.
His arrangements were concise, clear, and to the point.
They not only accepted them.
This also gave them a position and responsibilities within the newly established Lin family system. It appears to be a division of labor and cooperation, but in reality, it establishes him as the core. The initial power structure with Su Mengli as her deputy temporarily balanced the various forces.
He was even planning to wait until Mu Shue's research made progress.
Then we'll rely on eugenic drugs to save the world.
Because he already harbored a grand ideal in his heart, to conquer the world.
I also thought of the interesting item I redeemed from the system shop yesterday.
Su Mengli nodded slightly, having no objection to the arrangement and even quite satisfied with it.
Jiang Xueqi pursed her lips, but the title of master musician was still appealing. That does fit the persona she created for herself. Su Xiaowan and Qin Shuang nodded vigorously.
Being needed and recognized by Lin Tian was their greatest value.
Wang Milan looked at her son, who was now able to arrange things clearly for this group of outstanding women with just a few words.
I was so happy. It's sweeter than honey.
The more she looked, the more she felt that all the credit was given by Uncle Chao. He even wondered at one point if his son was possessed by Chao's spirit.
Thinking of this,
I thought to myself, this won't work. We must put more effort into our son and ensure that the most important task of having children is accomplished. She seized the moment when Lin Tian had just finished speaking and suddenly stood up. Then, she walked over to Lin Tian's side in a few steps.
She grabbed his arm.
With her signature voice, which she thought was very soft but was actually clearly audible throughout the entire room, she began her ultimate concern.
Son. Well done. Mom understood everything.
With her other hand on her hip, she scanned the women once again like a scanner.
This division of labor is excellent.
However, you mustn't forget this most important thing. She patted Lin Tian's arm hard and said earnestly, Mom has already investigated everything for you. Mingli and Qin Shuang, TSK, look at their figures, their butts, round and heavy, they look like champions who will give birth to sons.
Sweki is also curvy and has a great foundation. She'll definitely do well. I think you shouldn't wait any longer. Sweki hasn't been officially taken in yet, so let's just get the paperwork done now.
As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Su Xiaowan, whose face was already flushed, and she spoke with an encouraging tone.
Xiaowan, don't be discouraged.
You're young, but you have great potential.
Let Tianer give you more extra help, and encourage you to work harder. Mom will go to the market right away and buy lots of the freshest bull penis, pork kidneys, and oysters. To give you a good boost. Let's try to have 5 big, fat grandsons next year. Our Lin family's future depends on you. Mom.
Lin Tian finally lost his temper, veins throbbing on his forehead, and interrupted his mother's passionate planning with a wry smile.
What is all this nonsense? Ha ha ha.
Jiang Sweki was the first to burst out laughing, then quickly covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. But Wang Milan's words, "Let's get the paperwork done right now," still made my heart flutter.
However, he glanced at Lin Tian. Her heart suddenly sank again. It seems that Lin Tian has no intention of taking her as a concubine immediately.
This made him slightly worried again. Su Mengli put her hand to her forehead, completely abandoning any attempt to maintain her elegance, her ears turning bright red. Su Xiaowan let out a soft woof and buried her face in Qin Shuang's arm, too ashamed to show herself.
Qin Shuang possessed remarkable composure.
Her cheeks were flushed, and she could only purse her lips tightly, her eyes darting around, not daring to look at anyone. Zhou Wei suddenly turned around to face the bookshelf, but her slightly trembling shoulders betrayed her current mood. Wang Milan was still puzzled, her face full of self-righteousness.
Why are you all acting like this? These are all the truth. Having a baby is the most important thing. How can I, as a mother, not be anxious?
These words, which are extremely awkward, full of raw and direct concern, yet also make people feel utterly hopeless. It was like a peculiar solvent, instantly diluting the serious power atmosphere and subtle sense of competition that had just been established in the study.
Instead, it evokes a sense of absurdity, realism, and hilarious domestic farce.
Lin Tian looked at the group of stunningly beautiful women in front of him, each with a different expression and demeanor, all because of his mother's words.
Immerse yourself in this chaotic yet vibrant scene.
That sense of imperial control in my heart. It was completely replaced by a down-to-earth warmth and helplessness. This is her own mother. They were definitely sent by God specifically to sabotage us.
Chapter 84, A Gentle Refusal. Doubts grow deeper. We returned from the incredibly luxurious Villa No. 1 at Hentang Highlands. In the blink of an eye.
More than 10 days have passed just like that.
Time seems to have been quietly turned on its valve.
The raging torrent suddenly transformed into a tranquil stream, so calm that even the wind seemed languid. Lin Tian was also a little unaccustomed to it.
Daytime.
He spent almost all his time in Mu Shui's biological laboratory, dealing with a bunch of seemingly tedious but actually full of unknown potential research projects. The low hum of the instruments, the flashes of the solution, the signed pages of the lab reports. Everything was like gears in his meticulously planned scheme, turning smoothly and methodically.
But then at night, on the soft bed, Lin Tian leaned against something.
A strand of hair was gently twirled around her fingertips. Her hair was as smooth as flowing water, carrying a faint sandalwood scent. It belonged to Qin Shuang. She was sleeping very soundly. Moonlight streamed through the half-open curtains, casting a gentle glow on her fair cheeks. The lingering blush from last night still lingered on her skin, and the corners of her mouth curved slightly, carrying a hint of tranquility after exhaustion. Such a scene is enough to make any man feel a sense of conquest and satisfaction. For the past 10 days or so, Qin Shuang has become a frequent visitor to his bedside. Whenever the work on the Women's Federation side is finished. After settling my mother and sister in, I made sure they were settled. She would appear at the entrance of the glory home on time, her expression restrained, yet her steps hurried. That aura of reason and desire intertwined gave Lin Tian a subtle sense of satisfaction every time he saw her.
He once thought,
a woman like Qin Shuang, who is cold, rational, and even demanding, only exists in the office and among documents.
But now,
he knew her other side, the side of her when she took off her uniform and disguise.
It looks just like a perfectly ripe peach.
It is fragrant and crumbles at the slightest touch.
Compared to Su Xiaowan's naivety and innocence,
Su Mengli's aloofness, as if she were still waiting to be melted. What Qin Shuang brought him was an extreme kind of depravity. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly. The smile carried a hint of smugness and possessiveness. His gaze swept over the jade pillow on the bedside table. It seemed ordinary. It is actually a premium item from the systems store, the Mandarin Duck Harmony pillow. It is precisely because of it. Qin Shuang was able to endure his almost torturous pampering every night. Not only did she show no signs of fatigue, but she became even more beautiful. Her skin looked like flower petals washed by rain.
It's smooth and supple, even the fine lines around my eyes have faded.
He looked 5 years younger. Qin Shuang seemed startled by his gaze and let out a soft moan. Her arm moved slightly under the covers, finding his waist. It was soft and weak, yet full of longing. Like a kitten seeking its nest in a dream, she snuggled closer to him, exuding a sense of security. Lin Tian lowered his eyes and looked at her sleeping face, a soft touch touching a part of his heart. This feeling of being completely trusted and relied upon is something that no amount of power or money can provide. He gently stroked her hair, his smile deepening.
He is always generous to his own people.
Not only this pillow, but the bottle of body fragrance perfume she uses, which can customize body scent and preserve youthful appearance, is also a high-end product from the system store.
He even gave a bottle to Su Shaowan and John Sweki each. Only. The latter seemed unaware of the true purpose of the fragrance. Thinking of Su Shaowan, Lin Tian's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. That girl.
A few days ago, the special training for newly recruited police officers at the police station finally came to an end. Once the training ended, he seemed like a completely different person. He was almost never home, always using the excuse of staying at his younger sister Su Xiaoyu's place. He sent several messages.
Honey, I need to write a training summary these few days. It would be more convenient for me to stay at Xiaoyu's place. I need to work on some documents with Xiaoyu tonight, so I might not be back until too late. Something came up at the police station. I have to get up early tomorrow morning. The reasons vary, but the core is the same. They are avoiding him. At first, Lin Tian thought she had been wronged at the police station. Or perhaps their self-esteem was hurt by Wang Milan's barbed virtuous wife education. He was quite patient during those few days. They repeatedly questioned and reassured him. But later, Su Shaowan always spoke evasively, downplaying the important points, as if she were carefully avoiding some truth. Gradually, that unpleasant feeling crept up from the bottom of his heart. He is Lin Tian's woman. Is there something I can't tell him? Qin Shuang in his arms was completely different. She understood his rhythm and knew how to please him. They were perfectly compatible physically, and emotionally submissive to each other. She even brought it up herself. I want to have a child for him, a boy. The persistence in that tone made Lin Tian's heart flutter. So, for the next 10 days or so, he never slacked off. Before each intimate encounter, he would invariably redeem a pregnancy essence from the system shop. I watched as Qin Shuang carefully took it. The system notification sounds have practically become background music. Ding. Qin Shuang's affection points plus 50. Ding. You spent a romantic night with your concubine Qin Shuang. Your affection level has increased by 80. Ding. Concubine Qin Shuang has moved affection points plus 100. These past 10 days or so, Qin Shuang alone contributed nearly 2,000 points of affection to him. The enormous sum is enough to temporarily dispel any worries. Lin Tian tapped his fingertips lightly on the bedsheet, calculating in his mind. Judging by the days, it should be about time to get results. He remembered clearly that the first time, she blushed and almost inaudibly said that it was her ovulation period. Thinking of this, his arms tightened instinctively, holding the warm, soft woman in his arms even tighter. That sense of possession was almost addictive. Suddenly, buzz. The phone screen on the bedside table lit up briefly, accompanied by a slight vibration. Lin Tian shifted his gaze and glanced at it. On the screen was a message from Su Shaowan. Honey, are you free tomorrow night? I want to talk to you about something that's been bothering me lately. The text stopped there, abruptly ending. They seemed to be hesitating whether to continue typing. Those ellipses were like a string of unease dripping onto the screen. Lin Tian paused his fingertip above the screen, remaining silent for a few seconds. At that moment, his gaze shifted from gentle to deep, as if he were weighing something. Finally, he let out a soft breath and turned off the screen. He lowered his head and placed a light kiss on Qin Shuang's smooth forehead.
The woman trembled slightly in her dream, then pressed herself even closer. Lin Tian smiled, reached out to adjust to a more comfortable position, and slowly closed his eyes. Outside the window, the moonlight was perfect, its silvery glow spilling across the windowsill. A breeze rustled through the leaves in the distance. His world is peaceful and fulfilling at this moment. He has a warm and soft body in his arms, and his love points in the system are plentiful. And tomorrow, a long-awaited heart-to-heart talk awaits him. The night was as still as water, and the frost was growing thicker. However, beneath this calm surface, an unseen undercurrent seems to be brewing. Chapter 85: The Gold-Eating Laboratory and the Female CEO's Expedition. Under the incandescent lights of the laboratory, the chemical odors in the air mingled with the pungent smell of experimental reagents, creating a unique atmosphere.
Mu Xue's laboratory.
From day to night, it's always the busiest and most passionate place.
However, over time,
this laboratory, once full of hope and dreams, gradually became oppressive and heavy. Lin Tian walked into the laboratory, gently pushed open the door, and was greeted by a scene that resembled a battlefield. Mu Xue was still wearing that slightly worn white coat, her hair was messy, as if she hadn't combed it properly for several days. Her eyes were bloodshot. His eyes, however, remained fervent and bright. It's as if you can find her whole world in this laboratory full of instruments and reagents. The table was piled high with various research materials.
Test tubes and glassware were casually placed aside.
The trash can in the corner was piled high with her discarded experimental records and calculation formulas.
Lin Tian, look. I've finally made a breakthrough in the experimental data this time.
Mu Xue's voice carried a hint of urgency and excitement, as if she had made some major discovery. She stood up abruptly, almost spilling the now cold coffee onto her white coat, seemingly unaware of it.
Her gaze was fixed on a stack of datasheets in her hand, her expression filled with anticipation and anxiety.
Lin Tian frowned slightly and looked at Mu Xue with heartache.
He walked over, gently patted her shoulder, and whispered, Mu Xue, you haven't rested for several days in a row. If you don't rest soon, your body won't be able to take it.
Mu Xue ignored his words and instead pulled him to look at the data in her hand. This data is from the latest batch of experiments. All the core active factors have been extracted, but... She paused, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes.
We just can't analyze their structure, and even the existing scientific research system can't explain it.
Her voice carried a hint of despair, yet also a deep sense of excitement.
Lin Tian, the frontier of science is right here. I feel like we're just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Look at these data.
Although we cannot interpret them at present, they prove one thing: this essence does indeed contain unimaginable power.
Lin Tian sighed inwardly and ruffled her hair. Mu Xue, these breakthroughs cannot be achieved through mere impulse. If you keep pushing yourself like this, your body won't be able to take it. Mu Xue shook her head.
She seemed completely deaf to it, her eyes still shone with a thirst for knowledge. I know you care about me, but this experiment concerns the future of so many people.
Even for it, I'm not afraid of being tired. She glanced back at the equipment in the laboratory.
His eyes revealed a unique kind of obsession.
Do you know, Lin Tian, each of these pieces of equipment is extremely valuable, especially that custom-made spectrometer.
It cost us tens of millions of dollars. Not to mention those imported rare reagents, the price of each batch is astonishing. Her voice carried a hint of helplessness, yet also a sense of resentment.
However, funding has always been a problem. I know exactly where this money came from and how it was spent. Lin Tian remained silent for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the documents and equipment, then he took a deep breath.
Mu Xue, you have invested too much over the years, and Shangfeng has also paid a considerable price for this project.
As you know, our current financial situation is extremely tight. He pointed to the document next to him and said calmly.
You've applied for funding many times, and you're using it for every single project.
How much funding will you need for the next batch of reagents? Mu Xue looked up, seemingly not having heard him clearly. Huh? The next batch of reagents? Another, several million.
However, just that spectrometer took me a lot of time to coordinate, especially the imported reagents. Each time, they had to be imported from abroad, and the shipping and tariffs were a considerable expense. Lin Tian listened to her analysis and felt somewhat anxious. He knew that Mu Xue's obsession with scientific research had reached an uncontrollable level. Every research breakthrough thrilled her, but every failure filled her with anxiety. Her spirit was almost drained by this research, and the financial investment over the years has almost devoured everything in Shangfeng. At the same time, Lin Tian's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Su Mingli. Lin Tian, I know you must be very busy right now, but you need to find another way to solve Mu Shue's funding problem. I approved her billion-dollar grant, but as you can see, it was quickly burned through. I also have some things to take care of here. Could you talk to her yourself and see if we can reduce some expenses? Seeing Su Mingli's message made Lin Tian feel even heavier.
Although Su Mingli is the president of the company, she has always made tremendous efforts for Shangfeng in silence, especially in terms of funding.
She has always done her best to support Mu Shue's experiments. She is under immense work pressure and hasn't had a proper rest in a long time. Lin Tian sighed and replied to a message.
Understood, Mingli. I will talk to Mu Shue to see if we can control the expenses.
He paused for a moment, his thoughts in turmoil, yet he didn't want Su Mingli to worry too much. You should also take better care of yourself and not always push yourself so hard. After sending the message, Lin Tian stared at his phone screen for a long time, feeling uneasy and stressed. Company, family, laboratory, each problem felt like a boulder weighing on his shoulders, threatening to break him at any moment. He looked at Mu Shue, who was still flipping through the data, seemingly unaware of the difficulties she was facing.
Mu Shue, you really can't go on like this. Funding is becoming increasingly tight, and you haven't even fully analyzed the most basic experimental data yet. But this serum is really too important.
Mu Shue was clearly excited. Her fingers gently traced the experimental data. It's not just a breakthrough in the field of beauty, but a revolution in medicine. My biggest worry now is that if we give up, it will disappear forever into the annals of history. Looking at the almost frenzied light in her eyes, Lin Tian felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. He knew that this experiment was Mu Shue's dream and also the future of Shangfeng. However, without sufficient funds, all of this can only remain an ideal. Just then, Chang Lin walked in, holding a document in her hand, her expression slightly grave.
President Lin, the document has arrived. President Mingli wants you to take a look.
Lin Tian took the document, opened it, and his heart sank. The document listed all of Mu Shue's recent financial expenditures. Each item was staggering. From imported reagents to equipment maintenance.
From research supplies to daily laboratory expenses.
Every expenditure was growing exponentially, and the amount of money Mu Shue was asking for was becoming increasingly enormous. He felt a headache coming on and rubbed his temples.
Looking at the next funding application report handed to him by Mu Shue.
Suddenly, I felt all the pressure, like a mountain, pressing down on my shoulders.
Mu Shue, the money.
He paused, took a deep breath.
Our money is almost gone again. How am I going to tell Mingli about the next batch of imported reagents?
Mu Shue glanced at the documents he handed her, a flicker of unease crossing her eyes, but she quickly regained her usual composure.
Lin Tian, we can figure out the money later. The important thing is that we can't stop at the most crucial moment. Lin Tian nodded silently.
Looking at Mu Shue's heart, which had long been consumed by scientific research and experiments, I felt a pang of bitterness. The road ahead was clearly more difficult than they had imagined.
Chapter 86: The Beginning of a Storm.
The laboratory was filled with a strong chemical smell.
This smell contrasted sharply with the mood of the people in the laboratory.
A crucial breakthrough has just been achieved. Everyone's face shone with excitement, and Mu Shue's eyes sparkled with an undeniable brilliance. It was as if all the hardship and repression were released at this moment. She stood in front of the microscope.
Fingers quickly scribbled down each experimental data point in the notebook, filling the entire laboratory with a mix of tension and excitement. Lin Tian, look. We've finally successfully deciphered the structure of this auxiliary factor, and even achieved its artificial synthesis. Although it's still a long way from a complete replication, it's at least a breakthrough.
Mu Shue turned around excitedly, almost unaware that her excited tone and eyes had revealed her extreme joy and excitement.
Lin Tian stood to the side, smiling slightly.
Although his face showed joy, another shadow that was hard to shake off had already settled in his heart. This breakthrough is worth celebrating, but the ensuing funding problem remains the most difficult hurdle to overcome.
He glanced at Mu Shue and said softly. Yes, Mu Shue, you've done a really great job. We're one step closer to success. But you know, funding is still a big problem. Your funding application this time.
Before Lin Tian could finish speaking, Mu Shue's eyes had already shifted from excitement to anticipation.
I know we need more funding this time.
But, Lin Tian, look, I've already found a breakthrough in the solution.
We can't stop. The upcoming experiments will be more complex, and the consumption of equipment and reagents will be even greater.
Mu Shui continued, her eyes barely concealing her anticipation. She invested so much in all of this that even the financial pressure seemed like a trivial obstacle in her eyes.
Lin Tian took a deep breath, his brows furrowed. He knew. Mu Shui never gives up easily. But,
as the experiment progressed, the need for funding grew increasingly larger. Each time he applied for funding, the amount was breaking records, even exceeding his and Su Mengli's original expectations. Mu Shui, we've already exhausted Xingfeng's funds.
If this continues, I'm afraid.
His words were full of helplessness. His gaze, however, unconsciously swept over the pile of documents awaiting approval, which contained a series of funding requests put forward by Mu Shui.
Mu Shui fell silent immediately.
She seemed to realize Lin Tian's worries. She lowered her head and gently rubbed her eyes, as if she were already used to these questions. After a while, she raised her head, her voice low and firm. I know your worries, Lin Tian.
But I believe it will all pay off. If we succeed, Shengfeng will gain an unparalleled market share. By then, all investment and funding will be no problem.
Her voice carried an irrepressible persistence. Lin Tian stood there, looking into Mu Shui's eyes, as if he could see her full of expectations and reluctance. He sighed and shook his head. I know you're putting all your effort into this, but we can't ignore the financial pressure.
Now, we also have to consider Su Mengli's attitude, he said.
His gaze shifted to a document on the table, a list of funding applications that Su Mengli had recently approved. Although the list does not explicitly list the specific amount for each item. But it was enough to make Lin Tian worry. Lin Tian, you know that Mengli is doing this for the company's good. She has always been silently supporting us behind the scenes. Mu Shui's tone softened, and she lowered her head, seemingly feeling somewhat guilty.
Don't worry too much, I will try my best to control expenses. Just then, Chang Lin hurriedly entered the laboratory, her expression somewhat grave. Mr. Lin, there's something going on. She walked to Lin Tian's side and whispered.
President Su flew abroad this morning to handle an urgent and important business negotiation, and is expected to be away for 2 or 3 days.
Lin Tian frowned.
Clearly, he felt a little annoyed by the news of Su Mengli's sudden departure.
She went abroad? What's the purpose of this negotiation? He asked. Chang Lin's expression was somewhat complicated.
The overseas cooperation projects of Shengfeng involve huge amounts of funds and resources, and President Su has been busy with them.
Even though she went abroad.
But she has entrusted me with all the company's affairs.
Oh well.
Lin Tian nodded, his mood becoming even heavier.
Su Mengli's departure means he has to take on more responsibility, especially regarding financial matters. Her support is gone.
Chang Lin seemed to have more to say. There's even worse news. She paused, her voice becoming even lower.
Lili seems to know that President Su is not here.
This morning, she started to connect with several directors and also invited several senior executives from Japanese Chicken and Sanling Bio to a meeting. Their behavior is highly suspicious. A hint of worry was in Chang Lin's voice. Moreover, I learned that she has been frequently visiting the company recently, not only contacting the board members, but also intentionally or unintentionally contacting some senior executives of the company.
Lili?
Lin Tian's heart sank, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes.
He already knew.
Lili had been keeping a close eye on Xingfeng's cash flow, and Su Mengli's trip abroad presented Lili with an opportunity to take action.
Lili has indeed waited for this opportunity.
Lin Tian muttered to himself, a dangerous glint in his eyes. Her actions were clearly designed to seize an opportunity when Su Mengli was not around.
Chang Lin nodded. Yes, Lili is clearly trying to make a fuss during the time Su Mengli is away. She paused.
He added, she has been frequently visiting Xingfeng's high-level circles recently and has contacted several people from Sanling Biotechnology, which is indeed a bit strange. A cold glint flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He gripped the document in his hand tightly and said in a low voice.
Understood, Chang Lin. Immediately have someone stay alert and monitor the company's movements. Whatever Lili's intentions are, we cannot give her an opportunity. Chang Lin nodded slightly. I'll go arrange it right away. Lin Tian stood in the laboratory, took a deep breath, and felt even more pressure. He knew that the storm was already brewing.
He must hold the last line of defense for Shangfeng, the company, and Su Mengli amidst this storm.
At that very moment, Lin Tian's phone vibrated.
He looked down and saw a message from Su Xiaowan, her tone somewhat hesitant.
Honey, are you free tonight? I want to talk to you about why I've been like this lately. Lin Tian was stunned.
Looking at the message, his heart tightened. Su Xiaowan's inner conflict seems to have been brewing for a long time, and it just so happens to surface at this critical juncture.
Is she finally going to confess something to him? He hesitated for a moment before replying. See you at the usual place tonight. Lin Tian put down his phone, feeling a mix of emotions. Chapter 87: Unresolved Issues and Undercurrents. As night falls, the city's neon lights illuminate the streets, casting a warm yellow glow.
Lin Tian and Su Xiaowan chose their usual quiet little restaurant. It was a place where they could enjoy quiet time together, almost undisturbed.
Su Xiaowan sat in the corner.
Head bowed, hands gripping the cup tightly. A hint of unfathomable worry lingered on his face. Lin Tian arrived early, and seeing Su Xiaowan's appearance, he couldn't help but feel worried.
Although on the surface everything seems fine, Lin Tian knew that her emotions were not stable.
Especially recently, she has been avoiding him, becoming so distant that he feels somewhat estranged from her. He sat down opposite her and smiled gently.
Warner, why are you unhappy today? You can tell me what's wrong, don't keep it to yourself.
Upon hearing this, Su Xiaowan's eyes flickered, and her mouth moved, but she didn't say anything. Her expression was somewhat stiff, as if she was struggling with whether or not to speak. Looking at her hesitant expression, Lin Tian already had some guesses in his mind.
Su Xiaowan's emotional fluctuations did not seem to have occurred overnight.
Instead, it had been piling up for a long time.
At this time, he didn't rush to press for answers. He simply reached out and gently took her hand.
The warm touch made her pause for a moment, and she seemed to relax a little.
You know, I'll listen to whatever you want to say,
Lin Tian said in a low voice, his gaze gentle yet firm.
You are the most important person to me, and I don't want to see you suppressing yourself.
Su Xiaowan pursed her lips slightly, a hint of struggle flashing in her eyes, before finally speaking softly.
Lin Tian, I'm feeling uneasy. Lately, I keep feeling like I'm not good enough.
She paused, tears welling up in her eyes involuntarily. I heard that Sister Qin Xuan might be pregnant.
I was thinking, can't I give you a son? I feel really bad when I see my imperfect body. I wonder if I'm not good enough, and if you might not like me.
Her voice grew softer and softer until it finally choked up.
Lin Tian felt a pang of pain in his heart upon hearing her voice.
It turns out that the root of everything was the inferiority complex and unease she had been feeling these past few days.
She thought she was inferior to Qin Shuang.
She even doubted her place in his heart because she couldn't bear him a son.
And they became increasingly anxious.
Lin Tian was taken aback at first, then felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It turned out that she wasn't as calm and rational as he had imagined. She also has her own weaknesses and anxieties. Lin Tian reached out and gently lifted her chin, making her look into his eyes, and said softly. Warner, listen to me, I don't care whether it's a son or anything else.
I like you as a person, not whether you can have a son.
Su Xiaowan was stunned for a moment,
looking into Lin Tian's gentle yet firm eyes.
Suddenly, I felt that all my inferiority and anxiety had lost their foundation. She felt so safe and secure in his arms.
Lin Tian continued. You are one of the most important women in my life, now and in the future, you don't need to feel inferior about anything.
I like you as a whole person, your personality, your gentleness, your intelligence, and your courage.
What I like most about you is your petite and delicate appearance. Even though your figure is not as good as Qin Shuang's, I think it's even better this way. He smiled gently. I know best how petite you are, and of course, that's what makes you so charming.
Su Xiaowan looked at him, and tears finally streamed down her face. She pursed her lips, her voice choked with emotion.
Lin Tian, after hearing what you said, how could I not like you?
She threw herself into Lin Tian's arms, feeling his warmth and strength.
She finally relaxed.
All the knots in my heart melted away like melting snow at that moment. Lin Tian gently stroked her hair and softly comforted her. All right, don't think about these unnecessary things anymore.
No matter what happens, you will always be the most special person in my heart, and no one can replace you.
If you encounter any problems, feel free to tell me, and we'll face them together. Su Xiaowan's knot in her heart was finally untied. She nestled tightly in Lin Tian's arms, tears streaming down her face. But at this moment, her mood was no longer as heavy and anxious as before. She leaned on Lin Tian, feeling the warmth and security he gave her, and all her unease and inferiority had vanished. Lin Tian said gently in a low voice.
Okay, stop crying. You are my precious baby, and always will be.
He gently wiped away her tears with his hand and gave her a warm smile. Then, Lin Tian got up and helped her to her feet.
I'll take you home. I'll take care of things at home. It'll be fine.
The two walked out of the restaurant, the warm night breeze gently caressing their faces.
Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief.
At least, he had resolved one of his inner troubles tonight, allowing Su Xiaowan to untangle her knot in her heart. She became dependent on him again, clingy and sweet, as if they had returned to the state when they first met.
However, just after Lin Tian dropped Su Xiaowan off at the Glory home, his phone suddenly rang.
I glanced at the caller ID. It was Chang Lin calling. Mr. Lin, Vice President Li, along with those Japanese people, went straight to the biology lab.
They don't seem to have any good intentions. Chang Lin's tone was urgent, revealing obvious anxiety.
Lin Tian's face instantly darkened, and his eyes turned cold.
Having just resolved Su Xiaowan's emotional issues, a new storm is brewing. I understand, Chang Lin.
Arrange the preventative measures for me immediately. Everyone must remain vigilant. He gave a low command, turning his gaze to Su Xiaowan, and said softly.
Everything's fine at home now. I need to go to the company to deal with some troubles.
Looking at his expression, Su Xiaowan felt a sense of unease. Lin Tian, be careful when you go to the company.
Lin Tian nodded and responded softly. Don't worry, it's okay.
He walked towards the door, stopped, and glanced back at her, his eyes filled with both tenderness and calmness.
Wait for me to come back. The moment Lin Tian stepped out the door,
a sense of unease suddenly rose in Su Xiaowan's heart.
She didn't know. Will the upcoming storm change everything? Chapter 88. The storm is brewing.
Lin Tian stepped on the gas, and the wheels roared on the asphalt road. The car sped past the speed limit, breaking the silence of the night. His gaze was fixed ahead, but his mind was filled with jumbled thoughts. Li's movements were becoming increasingly obvious. The internal conflicts within Shangfeng Group are becoming increasingly acute, and tonight's confrontation will be a challenge he has to face. The phone screen lit up, and Lin Tian glanced at it. It was a message from Qin Shuang.
Lin Tian, I've received the message. I'm on my way.
Then, Jiang Sueki also sent a brief reply.
Received, will be on its way immediately.
He took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and his gaze became even more determined.
He didn't care about external pressure and threats, but Li's actions were clearly an attempt to seize more control while Su Mengli was away. She needs to know that Shangfeng is not a place she can easily sway. A few minutes later, the car sped into the gate of Shangfeng Group. Lin Tian quickly stopped the car, jumped out, and walked towards the biological laboratory.
Everything around was unusually quiet, like the calm before a storm. When he reached the laboratory door, the scene before him made him pause slightly. Li, Vice President Su Hao, and a group of women dressed in kimonos were gathered at the entrance, creating a tense atmosphere. Mu Shui stood inside the laboratory, her expression ashen, clearly extremely dissatisfied with the situation outside. Cheng Lin stood in front of the door, blocking Li's way, her face cold and stern, while the security guards beside her remained on high alert.
When did it become the place for unrelated people to inspect my lab?
Lin Tian's voice wasn't loud, but it carried a chilling aura, instantly drawing everyone's attention. His figure appeared at the doorway, exuding an aura of dominance. His gaze first fell on Li, carrying undisguised sarcasm. Then his gaze swept over the few Japanese women. Ultimately, it settled on Ayako Takeuchi. Li frowned, though there was a hint of displeasure in her eyes. But she clearly chose to tone down her sharpness. She gave Lin Tian a cold look, then turned to Chang Lin, her tone unfriendly.
Chang Lin, what do you mean?
This is something my company does, and I have the right to inspect the finances of any department.
Chang Lin did not back down. She remained standing at the door and calmly answered. Vice President Li, this is the biological laboratory, a core department closely related to experimental data and scientific research results.
No one is allowed to enter without President Su's instructions.
Who will grant me the authority to conduct financial audits and project reviews?
Li sneered, showing no sign of panic, as if everything was under her control. She turned around and walked straight towards the laboratory door, intending to force her way in.
Just then, Lin Tian appeared in front of the door.
His steps were unhurried, and a faint smile graced his face, yet it appeared particularly cold and stern at this moment.
He stopped in front of Li and slowly spoke. "Mr. Li, since when did it become your turn to inspect my laboratory?" This statement stunned everyone.
Li's eyes suddenly lit up, and the smile on her face gradually disappeared.
Lin Tian's calm yet unquestionable tone caught her off guard. "Lin Tian, what are you saying?"
Li lowered her voice slightly, trying to maintain her authority. "I'm just here to review the project funds. Is there anything wrong with that?" Lin Tian chuckled, the coldness in his eyes growing even more pronounced.
"You're here to review it? President Su has already approved the funding.
As for the research results, Mu Shui is our core researcher, and we all trust her findings.
As for why you rushed over here, is it because you think President Su made a mistake in his decision, or do you have other motives?"
Lin Tian's words were neither humble nor arrogant, but they directly pointed to Li's collusion with external forces.
Her face instantly darkened.
The Japanese women stood behind her, their expressions subtle, but they remained silent. Ayako Takeuchi suddenly spoke up, saying slowly in broken Chinese, "Mr. Lin, you've misunderstood. We at Sanling Bio have no ill intentions. However, it is indeed worrying to see such a huge amount of investment without corresponding scientific research results.
Our company, Sanling Bio, is very willing to provide assistance.
Whether it is funding or technology, it is something we can provide." Lin Tian interrupted her calmly, giving a cold smile.
"Outsiders don't need to worry about Xingfeng's affairs. As for funding and results, President Su has her reasons for approving the money.
If you want to offer help, you should first consider whether you can provide real value, instead of standing here pointing fingers."
He glanced at Li and Takeuchi Ayako, his gaze sharp, and said coldly,
"As for your cooperation intentions, I am somewhat interested. We can discuss it in detail later." Ayako Takeuchi's expression changed slightly, seemingly not expecting Lin Tian to be so direct, but she quickly regained her composure and said with a smile,
"Mr. Lin, in that case, let's wait and discuss it."
Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, Qin Shuang appeared at the door. She was dressed in a black business suit, looking dashing and stern, with sharp, cold eyes and an aura that seemed to freeze the air around her.
She didn't say anything.
He simply stood silently behind Lin Tian, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, scanning the situation before him. Immediately afterward, Jiang Sueki also rushed over.
She was wearing a tight-fitting suit, with exquisite makeup and a powerful aura.
She stood next to Lin Tian as soon as she arrived. Her gaze did not fall directly on Li and Ayako Takeuchi. Instead, she looked at Mu Shui, and seeing her tense face, Jiang Sueki couldn't help but frown slightly. As Li watched the manpower gradually increase, she was clearly somewhat wary. She turned to look at Ayako Takeuchi, and the two exchanged glances for a moment, seemingly discussing something. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and a conflict seemed imminent.
Lin Tian took a deep breath, his eyes sharp as knives.
He gave Li and Takeuchi Ayako no further chance to continue their entanglement at the door, and said coldly,
"This is not the place to argue. Vice President Li, and these guests, if you have anything to say, let us go to the conference room and talk it out."
He stepped forward, his tone carrying an unquestionable command. Li's expression changed.
Although she was unwilling, she knew that she could not delay any longer.
Lin Tian's gaze swept over the crowd, finally settling on Ayako Takeuchi's face, a meaningful smile curving his lips. "I happen to have some ideas about cooperation that I'd like to discuss with you all." At this moment, everyone had their own plans, yet without exception, they all sensed the impending storm. Lin Tian's plan to kill two birds with one stone was quietly laying the groundwork. The group walked in unison toward the conference room, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense.
It was as if a storm was about to sweep in.
Chapter 89: The Storm in the Conference Room, Killing Two Birds with One Stone.
The top-floor conference room of Shengfeng Group. The cold, white light illuminated the long, rectangular mahogany conference table. The faint aroma of coffee wafted in the air, but it couldn't mask the tense atmosphere of impending conflict.
Lin Tian strode ahead, his steps steady as a mountain, followed by Qin Shuang and Jiang Sueki, one on his left and one on his right, like his protectors. Mu Shui and Chang Lin followed closely behind, their faces ashen, clearly having reached their limit of tolerance for this midnight raid.
Li walked on the other side.
Her gorgeous cheongsam shimmered coldly under the lights.
Su Hao was beside her.
But his flamboyant face now barely managed to squeeze out a hint of arrogance befitting a spoiled brat. Ayako Takeuchi and her two kimono-clad female assistants brought up the rear, their steps light yet wary. The conference room door slammed shut behind us, instantly isolating us from the outside world, leaving only the undercurrents of this space.
Lin Tian walked straight to Su Mengli's seat and sat down.
The large leather chair that Su Mengli usually sat in now seemed to be tailor-made for Lin Tian. He placed his hands folded in front of the table. His gaze swept over the three people opposite him like a hawk's. A playful smile curved at the corner of his lips. Vice President Lee, Miss Takeuchi, now that you're here, let's stop beating around the bush.
Tell me, what's the real purpose of this investigation? Is it a financial audit, or an opportunity to poach talent?
Upon hearing this, Li Li's expression stiffened slightly. Ever since the last time, in this same conference room, she was thoroughly humiliated by Lin Tian. For some time now, she has felt a sense of fear towards Lin Tian.
The oppressive aura emanating from Lin Tian was something she had once felt from her own husband. But the pressure emanating from Lin Tian was even more tangible.
She subconsciously avoided Lin Tian's gaze, glancing at her son Su Hao behind her out of the corner of her eye.
She knows. Now that things have come to this.
For the sake of his son's future, and in addition to the agreement already signed with the Japanese, she had no way back. She could only go down a dark path. She quickly suppressed her fear. At the same time, he regained that cunning smile. She sat down gracefully. Su Hao stood right next to him. Ayako Takeuchi chose a slightly more distant side position, with her hands folded on her knees, displaying a humble posture. But the inquisitive look hidden in her eyes was always there. Because she was really curious.
How exactly did Long Tianyi die?
She has been investigating this matter for some time now. Although there has been no substantial progress. However, it also possesses a great deal of directly relevant evidence.
And this evidence. Ultimately, it all pointed to the outstanding man in front of them. But to her surprise, Lin Tian actually took Su Mengli as a concubine. It was all just a coincidence. According to information from Japan.
Currently, Dongying Bio has partnered with the United States to develop a new eugenic drug that is about to be launched in China.
However, when this new drug was first developed, some brainless people in charge made some inappropriate remarks.
This resulted in a very negative market reaction to the market they conducted in China.
Even a large portion of the Chinese population is boycotting their new drugs. There was no other way.
If Dongying Biotechnology wants to enter the Chinese market for prenatal and postnatal medicines, it must first defeat the existing prenatal and postnatal medicine companies in China. Only in this way can their medicines sell well in China.
Shengfeng Group is one of the private pharmaceutical companies they have their eyes on.
She originally intended to acquire it directly. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Li, with whom she had always had a good relationship, was Li Li.
This woman has actually lost control of the Shengfeng Group.
She has no right to make decisions at all.
After many twists and turns, through Li Li, she also learned that Shengfeng Group had just launched its latest eugenic drug. The laboratory is researching newer eugenic drugs. It's even said that they once invested over $1 billion in research funding. This made Takeuchi Ryoko even more impatient.
That's why we have this whole situation today.
To put it bluntly, they wanted to take advantage of Su Mengli's predicament to quickly seize power once again. Even Su Mengli's trip abroad was a scheme they set up.
The goal was to stall Su Mengli in the overseas market. She had initially thought Lin Tian was just like any other high-quality man. In this era where men are as precious as treasures, they have been raised into overgrown babies. Unexpectedly, this man gave her a feeling of oppression and unease.
Mr. Lin, you flatter me.
At this moment, Li Li spoke up. She suppressed her inner turmoil and tried her best to keep her voice normal.
This made her appear outwardly normal, without any apparent abnormality.
Shengfeng is a business owned by the Su family. As the vice president, I have the right to oversee all projects. Especially when the president is abroad handling other business, it is even more important to be responsible to the company and prevent some people from usurping power.
Upon hearing this, her intention was quite obvious. The criticism was directly directed at Mu Shui.
Lin Tian frowned slightly.
Unexpectedly, this woman, after being verbally reprimanded last time.
It hasn't been long, and now it seems they're relying on external forces to try and cause trouble again.
Lin Tian sneered inwardly. However, no immediate response was given. He sat quietly in the first seat, waiting for the other person to say something next. Really? After looking around the conference room, Li Li's gaze finally settled on Mu Shui. Dr. Mu, your biological laboratory has received a huge investment, but there have been no results for a long time. If something goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Do you know that the entire Xingfeng's cash flow is now no longer controlled by your laboratory? This has led to a huge security risk in the company's financial turnover. I don't know why President Su approved so much funding for your lab. But now, I demand that your lab immediately cease research and undergo a review by the company's financial audit team. Mu Shui was originally just a researcher who only knew how to do research. I don't know much about these underhanded, dirty, and vicious business tactics. At that moment, he heard that the other party wanted to shut down his laboratory. She immediately became anxious. This was something she had worked tirelessly for over 10 days, without sleep, to finally get a glimmer of hope. How could it just be stopped like this? She looked at Lin Tian with a worried expression. Seeing that the other party only gave him a calm look and did not immediately speak up, she couldn't sit still any longer. Mr. Li, please listen to me first. My latest research will be ready soon. However, before she could finish speaking, Su Hao interrupted her. Su Hao's voice was as sharp as a rooster's. So what? So what? Dr. Mu, my sister has spent all of my family's money on your lab. Have you ever thought about what would happen if your research failed? Our entire Su family would have to foot the bill for you from now on. As Su Hao spoke, he looked at Lin Tian, who was in the main seat. Brother-in-law. Don't you think so? He used that name very awkwardly. Although he didn't want to shout it like that, Li Li had already warned him once before. In this confrontation, the Li family will not be the first to speak out, they will merely serve as a prelude for the Japanese. I still can't completely break ties with Su Munli. Good brother-in-law, please continue. Continue. Lin Tian nodded with a half-smile. Su Hao felt like he had punched cotton. He felt like he'd swallowed a dead fly, but since he'd already said it, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue. Chapter 90, The Truth Revealed. He glanced at Ayako Takeuchi beside him. He tried to show off, saying, besides, Ms. Takeuchi from Dongying Biology is an international expert. They're just here to help, it's purely out of goodwill. I didn't mean anything by it, Su Hao said, then quickly added an explanation. I just feel that Dr. Mu's lab has already invested so much money, and there's still no progress. Shouldn't we involve Ms. Takeuchi's research team? That would greatly accelerate the research process and prevent things from ending up like this. Hearing Su Hao's inexplicable remarks, Lin Tian chuckled lightly, not in a hurry to refute. His gaze fell on Ayako Takeuchi, who lowered her head slightly, but a hint of smugness flashed across her lips. Meanwhile, the system notification sound quietly rang in Lin Tian's mind. Truth spray successfully redeemed. The curve of Lin Tian's lips deepened. Kindness? Lin Tian repeated slowly and deliberately, leaning back slightly, then, Ms. Takeuchi, please be frank. In what specific aspects is Dongying Bio's assistance? Is it technical exchange, or formula sharing? Ayako Takeuchi looked up, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She responded in broken but fluent Chinese. Mr. Lin, we at Dongying have great sincerity towards the Chinese market. Your company's eugenic essence project has enormous potential. If we can cooperate, we are willing to provide supply chain support, including a stable supply of key raw materials, and even exclusive technology transfer. Of course, the premise is sharing some core data. The air in the conference room froze instantly. Upon hearing this, Mu Shui suddenly stood up, her pretty face flushed red. Sharing data? You're trying to steal our secrets. The formula for our eugenic essence is the culmination of 3 years of hard work by our team, and we would never leak it. Chang Lin also echoed coldly. Vice President Li, this surprise attack wasn't just to open the door for outsiders, was it? Li Li's face finally darkened. She slammed her hand on the table, her voice shrill. How dare you? Chang Lin, you're just a secretary, how dare you question me? Su Hao, tell them who the future master of Shangfeng is. Upon hearing this, Su Hao, emboldened, slammed his hand on the table, stood up, and pointed at Lin Tian. Lin Tian. You think you can control everything just because you've gotten close to my sister? These women are afraid of you, but I'm not. Don't think that just because you're a high-class man you can do anything. Let me tell you. This lab should have been my territory.
Miss Takeuchi's collaboration was a resource my mother, our Lee family secured. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way and stop blocking my path.
Okay.
He was just looking downcast. They turned on each other in such a short time.
As Lin Tian watched the mother and son's dramatic performance, the coldness in his eyes intensified.
He casually took the bottle of air freshener out of his pocket, pretended to casually press the nozzle, and lightly sprayed it onto the center of the conference table. A wisp of colorless and odorless mist quietly spread out, instantly enveloping the entire desktop. The target enters a forced confession mode, which lasts for 5 minutes. Ayako Takeuchi was the first to be affected. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes suddenly became glazed, as if she were being drawn by an invisible force. Her assistants also froze, their faces turning pale.
Cooperation? Heh.
Ayako Takeuchi suddenly spoke, her voice no longer possessing that humble tone, but instead carrying a hint of mechanical bluntness. Plan B was designed from the beginning to disrupt your supply chain.
Raw material monopoly?
We've already bribed our upstream suppliers, and your vitamin K2 supply will be cut off tomorrow morning.
Production sabotage?
That accidental fire in the warehouse was set by a spy we planted. Oh, by the way, that spy is Vice President Lee's distant niece, and she is still hiding in your logistics department.
The meeting room fell into a deathly silence.
Lily's face turned from ashen to deathly pale, and she abruptly turned to glare at Takeuchi.
What nonsense are you spouting? Shut up.
But how could she possibly stop the spray of truth? Ayako Takeuchi continued, her voice growing increasingly urgent.
Spy stole the formula?
That's right, our mole has uploaded the initial data, but we haven't gotten our hands on the core algorithm yet.
So tonight's interrogation is to force Dr. Mu Shui to hand over the hard drive. Mr. Lin, your eugenic essence is too threatening. If it goes on the market, our monopoly will be over. Donying Bio will not let Chinese companies steal our business.
Suha was dumbfounded, his mouth agape, unable to utter a word for a long time.
Mom, what's going on?
Upon hearing this, Mu Shui trembled with anger.
The fire was caused by you?
It was an accident that nearly killed 3 of my colleagues. Lily, you vicious woman, you actually colluded with outsiders. Lin Tian finally stood up, his aura pressing down like a mountain. He sneered, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, how interesting. Mr. Lee, your good son and good ally are both so honest.
Now that the evidence is irrefutable, do you still want to deny it?
Li panicked. She jumped up and tried to rush out the door, but Qin Shuang was already blocking the doorway. The figure beneath that black business suit was like an iron gate. Qin Shuang didn't say much, but simply took out her phone, tapped it a few times, and the Federation's exclusive badge flashed on the screen. Ms. Lily, Mr. Su Hao, according to the extended provisions of the law on the protection of men's rights and interests, the regulations on commercial espionage and family betrayal, you are suspected of colluding with foreign forces to harm the industrial rights and interests of Lin Tian, a high-quality man.
The Women's Federation Committee's field office is to intervene immediately. All relevant personnel, come with me.
Qin Shuang's voice was calm as water, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Behind her, the conference room door slid open automatically, revealing 2 members of the Federation of Labor and Welfare who had been waiting for some time, holding electronic ankle bracelets and with cold, stern eyes. Upon hearing this, Lily's legs went weak and she almost collapsed.
Inspector Qin, you can't do this.
I am the legal wife of the Su family, this matter must be decided at a family meeting. Qin Shuang glanced at her, a slight smile playing on her lips.
Family meeting?
Mr. Lin is a high-quality man, his rights are paramount. Don't forget the men's safe distance law. Your surprise attack tonight constitutes spatial oppression.
Fines? At least $1 million.
Mr. Su Hao, it's time to put away your spoiled brat tricks. Upon hearing this, Su Hao's face turned deathly pale, and he stammered. My mom said it's for the company's good. Lin Tian stepped forward and patted Su Hao on the shoulder, the force neither too light nor too heavy, yet it caused the latter to stumble. Kid, Xingfeng's future is not for someone like you to mess with.
Get lost, the Fulia will teach you a lesson.
Still affected by the spray, Ayako Takeuchi muttered to herself, we still have a backup plan. The raw material crisis is just the beginning. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sueki sneered, took a stack of documents from her bag, and slammed them on the table.
A backup plan? Miss Takeuchi, I've heard about your sincerity before. Chapter 91 Lin Tian's YYDS. After saying that,
Jiang Sweki turned to Lin Tian again, a hint of smugness in her eyes.
Brother Lin, I have some connections in the entertainment industry.
Last night I dug up some information from the paparazzi. The supply chain of Sandling Biotech has actually been targeted by the Chen sisters in the capital for a long time. Furthermore, I heard that they are lacking a stable source of fertility serum.
If you agree, I can help you make contact.
Upon hearing this, a hint of approval flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He put his arm around Jiang Sweki's waist and whispered,
Sweki, well done. The Chen family? It seems we should meet them.
He had heard of the Chen family group.
This is currently the largest pharmaceutical distributor in China.
I've heard that its business has a huge influence worldwide. Qin Shuang waved her hand, and several staff members stepped forward. They escorted Li Li and her son, along with Takeuchi and his party, away from their respective sides.
The meeting room finally returned to silence. Mu Shui breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Tian gratefully.
Thanks to you this time, the lab was saved.
Lin Tian waved his hand and turned his gaze to the night view outside the window. It's nothing. Also, Mu Shui, tell us about the current research findings.
Mu Shui's previous listlessness vanished instantly. Instead, it brought an unprecedented excitement and exhilaration. She stood up and fiddled with the projector in the conference room for a bit. Then he carefully took a USB flash drive out of his pocket and inserted it into the camera.
Not long after,
the projected images already showed a series of research data and various component analyses. She picked up an analysis bar, pointed to some data on the screen, and began to explain it at length.
But Lin Tian felt increasingly overwhelmed as he listened. He was completely clueless about this.
As for the data and components in the image, he recognized every single word and phrase.
But when combined, he was completely lost and couldn't understand it at all.
Seeing that Mu Shui was getting more and more excited as she spoke, he didn't want to interrupt her.
Left with no other choice,
he had no choice but to remain seated and pretend to listen very attentively.
Half an hour later, Mu Shui finally finished speaking. Mr. Lin, what do you think? If we follow my method, we can replace all the ingredients that cannot be found with substitutes.
From the perspective of the principle of drug efficacy, although there are many substitutes, the drug effects should not be much different. Moreover, conservatively speaking, the success rate of the finished product should be at least 15% to 18%.
Mu Shui said this. They were afraid that Lin Tian would disagree or be dissatisfied. She didn't give Lin Tian any time to think.
He immediately added, Mr. Lin, don't underestimate this probability of over 10%.
Currently, there is no truly effective eugenic essence in the world.
Even the new drug being developed by Japan and the United States is nothing but a scam, despite their exaggerated claims. I obtained their sample drug through some personal connections.
After my testing, I found that even a 5% probability, let alone 15%, is an exaggeration. So, are you done talking?
Lin Tian couldn't keep up the act any longer, so he had to interrupt the other person. Otherwise, this woman would probably have kept blowing on it until the next morning.
You're done talking.
Mu Shui's face flushed slightly, she was a little embarrassed, and her voice was a little breathless. She quickly returned to her seat, picked up the water glass in front of her, and took a small sip of water as a cover-up. Because she finally noticed Lin Tian's impatience. She then realized that perhaps her eloquent and professional explanation just now seemed a bit superfluous.
Because they simply can't understand it. Okay. Let professionals like you handle the professional tasks.
Lin Tian stood up and gave a definitive conclusion. Dr. Mu, as long as you think this is feasible, even if it's only 15%, it's quite good.
I have no further objections. As for the Chen family you mentioned, I'll try to get in touch with them.
But don't worry, as long as our stuff is good, they'll come to us even if we don't contact them.
Saying that,
he then looked at Chun Lin, who was standing to the side. Back up the formula data, organize the staff, and work overtime tonight. At the same time, prepare to arrange clinical trials.
Strive to bring it to market as soon as possible. Yes. Chang Lin nodded in agreement and then turned to leave to make the arrangements. According to Lin Tian's orders, she had no objections whatsoever.
It was as if Lin Tian was Su Mengli, and the admiration in her eyes when she looked at Lin Tian was even stronger than the respect she showed to Su Mengli. However, she had barely taken 2 steps when Lin Tian called her back.
Wait. What's the rush? I haven't finished speaking yet.
Lin Tian rubbed his nose irritably, his tone somewhat annoyed.
Ah. Yes. Mr. Lin, is there anything else you need?
Upon hearing this, Chun Lin immediately stopped, turned around somewhat flusteredly, and bowed to await instructions.
Call Mengli later and ask her when she's coming back to China. Okay. All right. It's nothing, you can go and make the arrangements. Lin Tian waved his hand. After Chang Lin left, Zhang Xueqi's eyes darted around. He immediately moved closer to Lin Tian. She leaned against him and whispered, "Brother Lin, after we finish dealing with all this, I can't miss my concert rehearsal tomorrow. Can you spend some time with me?" And Zhou Wei is already waiting in the rehearsal room. She said, she wants to spend more time alone with you. What is that? That lesbian girl actually wanted to spend more time with him? How is that possible? Lin Tian looked at Zhang Xueqi with suspicion, turning his head to examine her from head to toe. I thought to myself, Zhou Wei, that woman usually seems so assertive when she speaks. But every time Lin Tian was with the other person, he could sense their disgust from their faintly evasive gaze. Lin Tian couldn't understand what the other person was thinking. However, he could still guess that this woman was physiologically averse to men. Therefore, he was the first to catch a glimpse of Zhang Xueqi's fleeting radiance. Lin Tian immediately realized that this girl was cunning. However, he didn't expose the other party. After spending these days together, Lin Tian had roughly figured out Zhang Xueqi's basic personality. You can tell from the other person's words and actions, as well as their immature tone of voice. This is a mischievous little devil with a dark side. Don't let her innocent and cute celebrity face fool you. In reality, he's just a little devil. Lin Tian smiled and said, okay. It was just that Zhang Xueqi had stirred up her thoughts. Uncontrollably, images of Zhou Wei's crumbling defenses began to surface in Lin Tian's mind. I thought to myself, this woman. I wonder what it would feel like to get my hands on it. Especially when he was with Zhang Xueqi. Sleeping with 3 big blankets together must be really enjoyable. I let my imagination run wild for a while. Immediately, the system in his mind also sounded. Ding! You have resolved a business crisis for your concubine, Su Mengli. Su Mengli's affection level has increased by 100. After resolving Xingfeng's matter, Qin Shuang had already left. After all, she was a public employee of the Federation of Husbands and Wives. Although it is said to be specifically for Lin Tian, a top-tier A-grade male. Moreover, Lin Tian took her as a concubine. He also abused his power, acting like a bully, to give Lin Tian special treatment and seek personal gain. But I can't stay by Lin Tian's side all the time. I still need to go back to work to handle other matters. Chapter 92 Accepting Su Xiaoyu. Zhang Xueqi also went to the rehearsal room to continue her work. Even a celebrity doesn't have much free time. Step out of Xingfeng's gate. Lin Tian was left all alone again. He originally wanted to go home and rest. At the same time, I need to think about how to plan the wedding. This was a promise he made to several women around him. Although the wedding will not be a big affair. However, the necessary procedures and rituals should still be followed. However, just as I took out my phone to call a car, the phone happened to vibrate. Lin Tian smiled when he saw that it was Su Xiaoyu calling. If it weren't for this phone call, he would have almost forgotten about his sister who looked exactly like Su Xiaowan during this period of time. To say that Lin Tian had no such thoughts would be a lie. Joke. This isn't just calling him Lin Tianxieliu, it's despicable. This is the ultimate dream of every man in the world, isn't it? Who hasn't dreamed of a mother and daughter, or sisters? It's just that everyone has a moral wall in their heart that suppresses those dark demons. Now, Lin Tian has come into this world. There are still more women than men. So what if Lin Tian is a little presumptuous? Press the answer button. On the other end of the microphone came Su Xiaoyu's voice, tinged with a rare hint of shyness. Brother-in-law, what are you busy with? Do you have time to come to the police station? I have something I want to tell you in person. Lin Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart, and the smile on his lips deepened. It seems that Su Xiaoyu's final push is about to happen. Jianghai City.
Neon lights streaked across the car windows, creating trails of light.
Lin Tian drove a Mercedes-Benz out of Shengfeng Group. After all, he was going to pick up a girl. Although he wasn't trying to show off. But if you own a car and take a taxi, you still have to be considerate of appearances, right? On the bus.
Lin Tian gripped the steering wheel, the engine roaring as it tore through the silent street. At this moment, Su Xiaoyu's shy face began to appear in his mind, and her voice echoed in the phone, like a spring breeze brushing against his heart.
At this moment,
he calmed himself down and first checked the system store. When a newly updated item is discovered, he smiled slightly, and with a thought, confirmed the exchange.
Also at the same time,
this little gadget in the system store works immediately. Suddenly, an invisible warm current spread from his body, as if an ambiguous catalyst had been added to the air. Su Xiaoyu's final push came at just the right time.
We arrived at the police station.
I learned that Su Xiaoyu went to a neighboring city for an exchange program. Lin Tianxin thought to himself that it was truly a stroke of luck for him. Such a wonderful opportunity to spend time alone together suddenly appeared before my eyes. As for whether Lin Tian considered Su Xiaoyu's feelings,
he doesn't need to worry about that. Because last night,
during her conversation with Su Xiaowan had already hinted to Lin Tian that he could take her half-sister.
Moreover, she spoke with a pleading tone, as if afraid that Lin Tian would find it distasteful. This is also one of the great benefits of this world.
In this world, women are respected and men are few and far between.
Often, their naivety and shyness about marriage make them less concerned and less embarrassed.
After all, if she's shy, getting married will become a big problem. Therefore, most girls are quite open-minded about this issue. As for the two sisters marrying the same husband, that's a story for another time.
It's practically a daily occurrence. It's as ordinary as eating and drinking.
And Su Xiaowan's probing at that time.
Lin Tian neither refused nor immediately agreed.
Although these girls are able to let go. However, Lin Tian still kept a watchful eye. At the same time, he also felt that if he readily agreed at the time, Su Xiaowan might think that he, Lin Tian, was a casual person.
But is Lin Tian a casual person? Maybe. Upon arriving at the police station, I asked around. Under the envious gazes of several policewomen, he arrived at Su Xiaoyu's office door. As a squad leader in the police station who is on field duty, Su naturally has his own office. After all, there are too few female police officers on field duty. Although they are dedicated to serving the people, most girls still don't like to go out in the sun and rain. They all like to get their nails done in the office, mostly in clerical positions. So, female police officers like Su Xiaoyu who are on field duty.
At the police station, he was a squad leader. However, their status is still relatively high. After knocking on the door and receiving a response from inside,
Lin Tian pushed open the door.
Immediately, a familiar aroma of coffee wafted over, and Su Xiaoyu was leaning against her desk. His police uniform jacket was casually draped over the back of the chair, revealing the white shirt underneath.
The neckline was slightly open, revealing the delicate curve of her collarbone. Brother-in-law, you're here.
She looked up, a blush rising on her cheeks, but her eyes were fixed on him. Those clear eyes now held a rare blend of determination and shyness. The light shone on her, outlining the girl's innocence and the policewoman's heroic spirit, perfectly blending into a fatal allure. Lin Tian closed the door and walked in calmly, his gaze sweeping over the empty office.
Just as he came in.
In the office, the female police officers who had been listening to Su Xiaoyu's reprimand left one by one, knowing the situation. This completely left the captain and her so-called brother-in-law alone.
Xiaoyu, it's so late, aren't you going home yet?
Su Xiaoyu bit her lip, took a deep breath, as if she had mustered all her courage. She took a step forward, closing the distance until they could smell each other's breath.
However,
just as she approached Lin Tian,
a strange fragrance emanating from Lin Tian instantly attracted Su Xiaoyu.
Before Su Xiaoyu could react, a strong throbbing made her heart pound like a drum, yet strangely calmed down.
But soon, this sudden feeling disappeared again. Su Xiaoyu stopped in her tracks and looked around in confusion. I felt a sense of bewilderment.
Without thinking much about it, she went to Lin Tian's side. She slowly said, "Brother-in-law, my sister," she agreed. "So, I'll be in charge of my brother-in-law's security tonight."
That's all. Su Xiaoyu's face flushed. To cover up her embarrassment, she immediately added,
Furthermore, I've already taken care of the things my sister asked me to do. I used the police station's authority to find out about those suspicious vehicles belonging to the Japanese companies near Shangfeng.
I had them all impounded. Oh.
A hint of approval flashed in Lin Tian's eyes.
Xiaoyu is great.
He reached out and gently embraced her waist. The delicate touch warmed his heart.
Adults.
In many cases, just one action is enough for both parties to guess how things will develop next.
Of course, this is under the condition that both parties agree. Su Xiaoyu's body trembled slightly, but she did not back down. She looked up, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother-in-law, I don't want to wait any longer. From the first time I met you, when you helped my sister pay for our mother's medical expenses, I knew that you were the man who could put my mind at ease. My sister said that it would be the best ending for the two of us sisters to serve you together. She doesn't mind, and even said that this way we can better protect you. The words had barely left his mouth. She tiptoed and took the initiative to kiss Lin Tian's lips. The kiss was innocent yet passionate, like a small flame that instantly ignited the ambiguity in the air. Lin Tian didn't restrain himself, letting the warm current surge through him. He picked her up and placed her on the desk. The uniform billowed out under the lights, revealing the girl's innocent yet alluring curves. Under the harmonious halo, everything fell into place naturally. Her soft murmurs and his whispers intertwined to create a melody for the night. Chapter 93: The Happy Troubles of the Eternal Kidney. Glory Home Community.
The afterglow of the setting sun shone lazily through the huge floor-to-ceiling window of the luxurious master bedroom, casting a warm golden hue over the soft carpet and everything in the room. Lin Tianhao was lounging like Guyu, his head resting on a soft, smooth surface. His eyes were slightly closed. He looked completely relaxed and enjoying himself. And that soft, smooth surface. These were Su Xiaoyu's incredibly elastic, snow-white thighs. What enviable long legs! Her skin was youthful, firm, and vibrant, even through the thin fabric of her nightgown. At this moment, everything conveyed a reassuring warmth and touch to Lin Tianxin. A pair of small, calloused but very nimble hands were gently massaging Lin Tian's temples. The force was just right. It felt so good that he almost hummed aloud.
Honey, husband? How's the pressure?
Su Xiaoyu's voice was hoarse with a hint of languid sweetness as she breathed softly into his ear.
Perfect.
Lin Tian responded vaguely, like a big cat whose fur had been stroked.
But what? Su Xiaoyu's heart tightened, afraid that Lin Tian would blame her for not pressing properly.
After all, this was the first time she had ever served someone in the 20 years she had lived since childhood. If I hadn't learned beforehand from my sister Su Xiaowan that Lin Tian liked to lie on my lap and enjoy a massage after each encounter, I wouldn't have known. She consulted several massage therapists beforehand and only managed to learn a few tricks.
Otherwise,
Lin Tian is probably not enjoying himself right now, but rather suffering.
Su Xiaoyu's hands. It's not the smooth and delicate skin of an ordinary young girl.
Those were righteous hands that captured the thief. These are small hands that have undergone rigorous training at the police academy and have been tempered by wind and rain. The force, the grappling, the excruciating sensation, it's enough to make any man scream for his mother. Lin Tian sensed that Su Xiaoyu was a little nervous and asked her questions.
A mischievous, cheeky smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Xiaoyu. From now on, you're not allowed to call me husband, you have to call me. Huh? Why? That's what my older sister calls me. You're not satisfied with me?
I'll try my best to do better. Su Xiaoyu interrupted Lin Tian, her face full of panic, her lips tightly pursed, and she explained repeatedly. Even her usual lively, cute, and mischievous nature had been quietly put away. She dared not be the slightest bit presumptuous or coquettish, for fear that Lin Tian would abandon her.
Absolutely.
She's an innocent girl, and she's given her body to you, Lin Tian.
Now you've suddenly made it so that people can't call you husband. It's obvious they want to take advantage of you and leave you with nothing. They're trying to deny it.
I know the other party has misunderstood.
Lin Tian stopped keeping him in suspense. He raised his hand and squeezed Su Xiaoyu's slightly trembling little hand. He said with deep affection, Xiaoyu. You've misunderstood. I'm not looking down on you. That's what I was talking about.
Lin Tian raised his eyes slightly and noticed that the other person's eyes were a little red, and tears of grievance were about to flow. It seems they're trying to interrupt. Lin Tian quickly added, don't rush.
Let me finish. What I mean is, from now on you can just call me brother-in-law. Do you know what I mean? No matter what, you can only call me brother-in-law.
Lin Tian paused, his tone suggestive, especially just now. You absolutely had to call me brother-in-law.
I like hearing you call me brother-in-law. Ah. Su Xiaoyu was stunned.
She didn't react for a moment, her little mouth slightly open. Lin Tian ignored him, withdrew his gaze, and closed his eyes slightly again, feeling the smooth skin of the other person's thigh.
It took quite a while. Su Xiaoyu finally realized what was happening.
Her face immediately turned bright red. She glared at the man who was lying on her lap, one of his hands still making a very indecent move.
You big bad guy. You're a scoundrel. I really don't know how to express it. Su Xiaoyu could only hurl a single, harmless curse word.
At the same time, he extended a slender index finger and pressed it hard on Lin Tian's forehead.
This can be considered a slight reproach towards the other party.
Lin Tian smiled wryly but did not respond.
After a little while of fussing, Su Xiaoyu finally calmed down.
She placed her hands on Lin Tian's forehead and continued massaging him.
Since 3 days ago.
In the police station's squad leader's office, Lin Tian, half-heartedly, completely conquered this lively and fiery young policewoman.
Su Xiaoyu simply took 3 days off.
She was like an incredibly clingy piece of chewing gum.
She stayed by Lin Tian's side 24 hours a day. These 3 days.
The two of them had certainly lived a shameless and carefree life.
Fortunately,
the eternal diamond waste produced by the system truly lives up to its name.
Its battery life is terrifyingly long.
It can take anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. In the long run, Lin Tian felt that as long as he was willing.
1 day and 1 night. It's not that we can't give it a try. Certainly.
He didn't mistreat Su Xiaoyu either, registering her as a concubine directly on the marriage management app. They made her just like Su Xiaowan.
She became Lin Tian's woman legitimately.
But Lin Tian felt a little smug.
But there's also a bit of minor annoyance. What I'm proud of is, how long has it been since I transmigrated here?
He already had 4 women by his side, each with a distinct style and captivating charm: Su Xiaowan, Su Mingli, Su Xiaoyu, and Qin Shuang. Moreover, Jiang Sueki, the national film queen, and her agent Zhou Wei are basically already a piece of the pie. There's no escaping them.
This is the blessing of having multiple wives. They enjoyed it immensely.
But troubles also follow.
These women. From innocent police sisters to aloof CEO.
From a member of the Women's Federation elite to a national film queen. They were all stunning beauties, each with their own unique charm.
But how is he supposed to choose? Choosing Su Mingli as the official wife?
She's rich and powerful, has a top-notch business sense, and would definitely make you look good if you took her out.
But in this way, is it fair to the well-behaved and adorable Su Xiaowan, the cold on the outside but warm on the inside Qin Shuang, and the lively and enthusiastic Su Xiaoyu? Lin Tian considered himself a man of principle.
Although I've come to a world where there are more women than men and men can do whatever they want.
But deep down, he is. Those core values of fairness, impartiality, and transparency are still there. We can't just make her the first wife because she's rich and powerful, can we? Wouldn't that make someone a snob? So,
he had already set the rules beforehand.
That means not establishing a legal wife for the time being.
Although there are 10 legal wives.
But that's probably far from enough.
And all the women with him. He decreed that all women should start as concubines. In his words, girls should learn to compete for positions.
The title of legal wife belongs to the capable one. The results were remarkable. Because his move was extremely effective.
It not only cleverly balances the backyard.
It also gave him the same thrill as the ancient emperors selecting concubines.
During this time, it can also subtly stimulate women's desire to perform. He made them all become more gentle and considerate in his presence, each vying for his attention.
Oh, my damn, irresistible charm and kidneys. Lin Tian inwardly gloated inside.
But even in this blissful life of having multiple wives, there is a slight imperfection. That's my older sister, Su Xiaowan.
That girl.
I don't know if it's because I'm too thin-skinned, or if there's some hurdle I haven't overcome in my heart.
In the past few days.
As soon as it gets dark. She was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, refusing to stay overnight at the glory home with her younger sister, Su Xiaoyu. No matter how Lin Tian hinted.
It's already been explicitly stated.
But Su Xiaowan always pretended not to understand him, or blushed and changed the subject. Therefore, every night at 6 o'clock, I can always find all sorts of excuses.
For example, my mom isn't feeling well. Chapter 94 Lin Tian's Shameless Life. The police station has documents to process. I forgot to feed the stray cats downstairs. And then, that was it. She slipped away faster than a rabbit, running straight back to her mother Qin Mei's old house. Even Lin Tian's mother, Wang Milan, who believed in Cao Cao's way and couldn't wait for her son to party every night, noticed something amiss. This adorable mother. She not only didn't see anything wrong with it, but was actually happy to see it happen. They even, at one point, took the initiative to act as a divine assist. These past few days, whenever Wang Milan had the chance, she would pull Su Xiaowan aside and frantically try to seduce her in various ambiguous ways. Xiaowan, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but you need to keep up with the times. Look at that old hag Jiaying across the street. Her crooked-mouthed son can take care of 2 kids at once. What's wrong with my Xiaotian? Mom dreamt of that high-ranking official Chao last night. He said, when sisters are of one mind, their strength can break metal. This is a sign of large breasts. Just think about it, sisters working together to punish a tyrannical ruler, wouldn't that be wonderful? And Mom's going to tell you a secret. Mom heard. If these twin sisters do that together, they might end up with double the number of twins. That means each of you will have another pair of twins, so wouldn't that mean 4 pregnancies in total? Just thinking about it makes my heart pound. Wang Milan's earnest and varied explanations. Let alone Su Xiaowan, a girl who is only a teenager and is particularly shy and quiet. Damn, I bet the water buffalo heard that. That dark, grimy cow face could be so ashamed it turns into a monkey's bottom. Bright red. What a pity. Su Xiaowan was unusually stubborn about this matter. No matter how much Wang Milan pleaded, she just blushed and shook her head, refusing to give in. This was the first time Wang Milan, who was used to being blessed by Cao Cao and always succeeding, had tasted defeat. Moreover, she often complained to Lin Tian in private. She said, "Your wife is good in every way, except she's too shy. She needs to work on that." Lin Tian could only smile wryly in resignation. After all, this is a matter of great importance. You can't force it. Everyone needs to agree, right? Therefore, for the time being, the idea of 1 dragon and 2 phoenixes was temporarily abandoned. In Lin Tian's view. Anyway, there's plenty of time in the future. He had plenty of time and means, well, patience, to slowly enlighten his shy concubine. In contrast, one of Lin Tian's mothers-in-law. My mother-in-law, Zhao Yaji, is much more sensible. Ever since that day when I witnessed the social death incident at Lin Tian's house, the still attractive mother-in-law never came to glory home again. But that's normal. Who would it be? Who would have the face to come back? Even seeing Lin Tian must have made them feel incredibly excited. After all, he made such a bold and impressive statement in front of his own son-in-law. Could a normal person endure that? But according to Su Mengli's phone call last night, her mother seems to have been busy at the number 1 villa in Yunding Mansion lately. That top-tier villa, worth half a small fortune, was already fully furnished, but it had been empty before. Zhao Yaji is practically living there now. One person personally supervises the workers' cleaning. I heard they also went to the furniture market and carefully selected furniture, curtains, and decorations. She wanted to decorate every corner perfectly. In Su Mengli's words, my mother considers this the most important project of her life. Lin Tian listened, his heart also burning with excitement. Yunding Mansion Villa Number 1. Nearly 1,000 square meters of luxurious space, unparalleled views, and top-notch privacy. Just think about what will happen soon. He brought Su Xiaowan, Su Mengli, Su Xiaoyu, Jin Xuan, Jiang Sueki. Perhaps Zhou Wei is also included. With so many beautiful women, they all moved into the big villa with him. Then, Lin Tian could then truly enjoy sleeping together under the same blanket. No. It's a harmonious, blissful, shameless, it's a blissful, idyllic life. Just thinking about it. This made his heart race and filled him with anticipation. When the time comes, the room will be big enough, let's see where you can run to.
Lin Tian's lips curled into a wicked smile, and his hand on Su Xiaoyu's leg became even more unrestrained.
Ah! Su Xiaoyu gasped softly, sensing something was wrong.
Then, with a fierce yet coquettish tone, she raised her small hand and patted Lin Tian's chest.
Brother-in-law. Behave yourself. It's so late.
Reminded by her, Lin Tian snapped out of his reverie and turned to look at the European-style clock on the bedside table.
It was exactly 6 p.m. He suddenly remembered.
Tonight at 8 p.m., an important charity gala awaits him in Jianghai City's most prestigious banquet hall. This was a scheme he had planned long ago.
On the surface,
it involves using the resources of Shangfeng Group to create momentum for Jiang Xueqi's return to the top of the entertainment industry, to salvage her reputation which was previously affected by the Long Tianyi incident, and to generate buzz for her solo concert a week later.
But in reality,
this is a three birds with one stone strategy.
Firstly, let's boost the reputation and positive image of Su Mingli's Shangfeng Group. Secondly,
and most importantly, to give a semi-public, high-profile preview and promotion of the groundbreaking product he entrusted to Dr. Mu Shui to research the pregnancy essence.
In a global context where people are anxious and panicked about not being able to have a son,
pregnancy essence, a product that supposedly significantly increases the chances of having a boy, is practically a nuclear bomb.
Lin Tian knew this deeply.
This kind of thing can't be thrown out suddenly. Otherwise, neither the market nor society could withstand that kind of shock.
It must be done like cooking the finest ingredients. First, simmer it over low heat to release the aroma and whet everyone's appetite. Wait until the time is right. Only by suddenly lifting the lid can an explosive effect be achieved.
And tonight's charity gala. Celebrities gathered, and the media focused on the event.
It is the best stage for spreading fragrance.
If this move succeeds, it will not only allow Lin Tian to step out from behind the scenes and into the limelight. It can also become his most powerful weapon to strike at pharmaceutical giants like those from Japan and the United States.
Aren't you under lockdown? Isn't this a sanction?
He directly and openly crushed you all by using the overt strategy of increasing the national birth rate. By the time men in other countries around the world are almost extinct, when only women remain, at that time, China will have a continuous stream of newborn males.
We will win without a fight. By then, he, Lin Tian, is the savior who leads the men of China to conquer. He is the one who guides the continuation of global human civilization.
Hiss. The more Lin Tian thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt a surge of heat rush to his head, and his body began to stir with desire.
He glanced at the time, 6:05. The party starts at 8 p.m.
It takes about 40 minutes to drive there from Glory home if there is no traffic.
There's still plenty of time.
Lin Tian licked his slightly dry lips, a wolfish glint flashing in his eyes.
He flipped over nimbly.
Amid Su Xiaoyu's gasp, he firmly pinned her down beneath him.
Ah! Brother-in-law. What are you doing?
It's almost time for dinner. Su Xiaoyu pressed her hands against his firm chest, the blush that had just faded from her face rising again, her beautiful eyes filled with both shyness and panic.
What's the rush? An hour is more than enough. Lin Tian gave a wicked smile, brimming with confidence.
The eternal diamond girdle gave him more than just endurance. There is also the ability to precisely control time.
No. It really won't work. I'll be late. And my legs are still weak.
Su Xiaoyu struggled, but the force she used was more like a seductive offer of resistance.
Don't worry, the experienced driver is fast and steady.
Lin Tian leaned down and whispered in her ear, his hot breath making her tremble. In order to achieve conquest as soon as possible, in order to ensure the Lin family's continued prosperity and contribute to the future of humanity,
I, Lin Tian, have no choice but to do it. After saying that, he no longer gave the little beauty beneath him any chance to protest. Chapter 95, Beauties Waiting in, Undercurrent Surge. The earth shook violently. A storm is brewing.
Such a breathtaking sight is like a surging river, flowing endlessly.
As the saying goes, you reap what you sow. Right now,
in Lin Tian's spacious and luxurious bedroom,
a series of heavenly sounds, enough to make one blush, rang out continuously. It was like celestial music. It seemed to be mixed with low sobs, intermittent and suspicious. Yeah. Isn't this wrong? Ugh, you bastard brother-in-law, you promised 1 hour, you lied. Autumn comes and goes. The sun is setting in the west.
Even the last glimmer of light eventually sank below the horizon.
The city's neon lights began to illuminate one after another.
This foreshadows a noisy night that is about to descend. But Lin Tian's nights always seem to start exceptionally early. Also, especially, busy.
Zhanghai City International Conference Center. The Phoenix Hall tonight has already been booked by Shangfeng Group. Because of this place, a highly anticipated charity gala will be held. At this time, outside the main entrance of the conference center,
a red carpet was laid out, light shone brightly, and the media stood ready with their cameras and microphones. Although the peak entry period has passed. However, there were still a few celebrities who arrived sporadically, and the shutter flashes continued to flicker. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside the door,
the venue is on the second floor right now.
The atmosphere in the VIP lounge, however, carried an indescribable tension.
What comes into view?
The lounge is decorated in the most luxurious way, with velvet sofas, crystal coffee tables, and a delicate fragrance in the air.
However, none of the stunningly beautiful women sitting there had any interest in appreciating the scenery. Zhang Sueki leans lazily against the windowsill.
A pearl white, form-fitting evening gown perfectly accentuated her slender figure.
The deep V neckline reveals delicate collarbones and a touch of alluring white skin.
The skirt had a high slit, and as it moved, her long, straight legs were faintly visible. She had checked the diamond-encrusted Patek Philippe watch on her wrist for the nth time. My gaze would occasionally drift to the window, to the end of the red carpet outside the first-floor entrance of the conference center.
I'd been waiting with bated breath.
She was originally scheduled to be one of the main characters tonight. Her makeup was natural and flawless. Even every single strand of her hair seemed to be perfectly styled. She was like a meticulously crafted work of art. But at this moment, that stunningly beautiful face was filled with anxiety and dissatisfaction.
It's 8:05.
She finally couldn't resist and paced back and forth on the windowsill in her 10-centimeter high heels.
I glanced out the window again.
Finally, her gaze fell on a quiet, almost invisible figure in the corner of the sofa.
Su Xiaowan. Is your sister reliable or not? Didn't we agree on 7 o'clock? Even if it's 7:30 at the latest, Lin Tian should have arrived by now. But look, it's already 8 o'clock. There's not a soul in sight. My opening remarks are about to be postponed. Zhang Sueki's complaining voice had the crispness unique to celebrities. We are now in a quiet lounge. It sounded particularly jarring. Su Xiaowan was the one who was named.
She trembled slightly, her little heart pounding wildly, just like a frightened fawn.
She was wearing a light pink strapless dress. The style is somewhat conservative, with the skirt reaching the ankles. She didn't wear many decorations either. She was wearing only a thin pearl necklace. This understated and simple temperament is completely different from her dashing and heroic demeanor when she wears a police uniform. At this moment, she resembled a high school student who had mistakenly wandered into an adult dance party, innocent and naive, with a shy charm that evoked pity. Her hands were tense, twisting the hem of her skirt. He met Zhang Sueki's gaze for a moment. She lowered her little head even further, almost wanting to bury it in his chest. I don't know either. Xiaoyu, she said on the phone earlier that she was already on her way. Maybe there's a traffic jam on the way. Her voice was barely audible, and it grew softer and softer as she spoke. As she spoke, her mind was filled with images from over an hour ago, which seemed to be playing out uncontrollably. When she called her sister. Through the receiver, she could faintly hear that familiar, suppressed yet unbearable moan. Her face immediately turned bright red, and she quickly hung up the phone. At the same time, he instantly realized what his younger sister was doing at that time. But it was precisely because of this that when faced with Zhang Sueki's questioning, how could she possibly say it? Could it be that you're saying? Is Lin Tian not here yet because he's playing a baby-making game with his sister? Traffic jam? Zhang Sueki almost laughed out of anger. She crossed her arms, outlining a striking silhouette. From the glory home to here, without traffic, it takes at most 40 minutes. But now, we've been stuck in traffic for over an hour, haven't we? Is traffic in Zhanghai completely paralyzed? Zhang Sueki's chest heaved with anger, and the more she spoke, the more aggrieved she felt. And that's why she was so anxious. It's because tonight's party is too important to her. This is her chance to return to the top stage. For her, this was Lin Tian's timely help, and also a do-or-die situation. However, the person on whom we should have placed our hopes. But they haven't appeared yet. Sweki. At this moment, a clear, cool voice rang out, carrying an undeniable and stable power. Su Mengli, who was sitting on the main sofa, slowly put down the champagne glass in her hand. Tonight, Su Mengli chose a champagne-colored satin-fitted fishtail dress. This highlights her perfect S-curve. Yet, she retains the competence and elegance of a CEO. Her long, jet-black hair was styled into an elegant updo, revealing her smooth forehead and slender neck. The diamond earrings and necklace she wore were dazzling and not at all vulgar, they only enhanced her aura. Her expression was calm, but a hint of displeasure was revealed in her slightly furrowed brows. Pay attention to your posture and volume. Su Mengli glanced at Jiang Xiaowan, her tone calm yet authoritative. Lin Tian may have been delayed by something important. Especially at times like this, we must not lose our composure, she said. His gaze then fell upon Su Xiaowan, who wished she could shrink herself into the sofa. The sound gradually slowed down. Xiaowan, try contacting Xiaoyu again and ask where they are. Oh, okay, sure. Su Xiaowan felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly picked up her phone. However, her slender fingers were a little unresponsive due to nervousness, and she pressed the wrong key several times when unlocking the screen. Su Mengli looked at her, who seemed extremely guilty. Suddenly, her suspicions were almost confirmed. Su Mengli is no naive young girl. She was once a fertile field developed by Lin Tian. Considering how clingy Su Xiaoyu has been to Lin Tian these past few days. And at this very moment, Su Xiaowan, as the older sister, is behaving unusually, ashamed and reluctant to speak. Su Mengli couldn't help but curse inwardly. That bastard is probably doing one of those ridiculous things again, regardless of the time or place. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. This caused her fingers to tighten slightly when holding the cup, and her knuckles turned somewhat white. At the same time, a nameless anger, mixed with bitterness, welled up in my heart. Tonight is clearly so important. It even concerns Xingfeng's reputation. This relates to the future development of the pregnancy essence. He's fine, though. So engrossed in the pleasures of love, that you forget all about time. What a bastard. Chapter 96 Absurd Husband, Absurd Things. But she couldn't lose her composure. She is Su Mengli, the president of Shangfeng, and the person here who most needs to remain calm. President Su is right. At this moment, Qin Shuang, who had been standing quietly by the door, watching the commotion outside, spoke up. She was wearing a neat navy blue knee-length dress. However, this style is somewhat similar to a formalized version of the FA uniform. But it is precisely this kind of clothing. Yet it managed to wrap her well-proportioned figure just right. This made her less alluring and more ascetic and professional. Her cascading hair, as always, was meticulously styled and coiled at the back of her head, fully revealing her clear and calm face. I have already communicated with the organizers and made minor adjustments to the order of my husband's speech and Sweki's performance. Her tone was calm, revealing no emotion, as if she were simply reporting on an ordinary task. Moreover, with Secretary Chang overseeing the scene, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's be patient. I believe my husband should be here soon. Qin Shuang's words acted like a tranquilizer, calming the anxious Jiang Sweki down a little. But she still couldn't help muttering. How fast is soon, any later and the media will start writing that I'm being arrogant. After saying that, she looked at Su Xiaowan with a wronged expression again, her tone full of reproach. Xiaowan, I'm not trying to be mean, but your sister is really something. She knew perfectly well how important tonight was to me. Tell me, why didn't she remind Lin Tian? How did she manage to act as her personal bodyguard for the past 3 days? Su Xiaowan felt so ashamed that she swallowed back the words she was about to say. Her eyes were slightly red-rimmed, and she pursed her lips, unable to utter a single word. Moreover, the phone that was supposed to make a call just turned out to be just for show. The call was never made. Now, I slowly hold it in my palm and put it back in my pocket. What could she say? Could it be that my younger sister is currently in danger of taking care of herself and is being closely protected? Based on her understanding of Lin Tian. That's a bull that never gets tired. Even if we start counting from 3 hours ago, it will take at least a day or two before they let her poor sister off the hook. even in this very moment.
An idea suddenly popped into Su Xiaowan's mind.
Could it be? Did I do something wrong? Did she personally push her own sister into a pit of fire?
Su Mengli took in all of Su Xiaowan's expressions.
She looked away. At the same time, I felt both annoyed and amused. Finally, she took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to drag Lin Tian out and beat him up. She said to Jiang Sweki, "All right, Sweki, since you're here, make the best of it.
Get yourself together, we'll need your help later."
As for Lin Tian,
she paused, a glint of light flashing in her beautiful eyes.
"We can settle accounts with him when he arrives."
These words seemed to be directed at Jiang Sweki. But the women in the lounge, including Qin Shuang, who was pretending to admire the scenery, all felt a strange stirring in their hearts.
How do we calculate the costs? Who will do the calculation? This seems to have become yet another unspoken understanding among the women. And the subtle competition that can never be avoided.
Qin Shuang suddenly walked to Su Xiaowan's side and gently patted her shoulder. Then he went to the water dispenser next to him and filled a cup with warm water. After handing the water to Su Xiaowan, then he whispered words of comfort.
"Don't worry, it's okay."
Her gaze was calm, but upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint trace of melancholy hidden beneath that calm.
Ultimately, it belongs to all women.
It will not be done in advance or changed for anyone. Su Xiaowan took the water glass, glanced gratefully at Qin Shuang, but her heart was in even more turmoil.
An eerie silence fell over the lounge once again. 4 women with distinct styles, yet all equally radiant.
They sat or stood, each with their own thoughts, but they all shared a common goal: to wait for the arrival of the same man.
The night outside the window grew darker and darker.
The music and noise in the banquet hall gradually reached a climax, accompanied by the host's voice.
This extreme of quiet and noise.
This only made the wait in the VIP room seem even longer and more agonizing.
In the air, it was as if an invisible undercurrent was surging.
It was a complex mix of worry, resentment, jealousy, and helplessness, all because of that man named Lin Tian.
Time, 8:20. Finally,
a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan came to a smooth stop at the end of the red carpet in front of the International Conference Center, after a sudden stop. Even before the car door was fully opened, it had already attracted the attention of some media and staff who hadn't yet had a chance to enter the gala venue. Lin Tian was the first to step out of the car.
He wore a well-tailored dark blue suit with subtle patterns.
He was tall and handsome, with a perfectly appropriate apologetic smile on his face, trying to hide the languor that came after a fierce battle. He straightened his collar, which had no wrinkles, with a seemingly relaxed demeanor. But a careful observer might notice that his breathing is slightly rapid.
However, everyone's attention was quickly drawn to his next move. He turned around.
With natural movements, he reached into the car and carefully helped another person out.
It's Su Xiaoyu. The dress she was wearing was originally a chic, light pink, one-shoulder short dress. At this moment, it seemed to have a few more messy wrinkles.
Her once lively ponytail had become somewhat loose, with a few strands of hair playfully clinging to her cheeks and neck, which were flushed with an unnatural redness.
However, the most eye-catching,
her condition was such that her legs visibly weakened when she got off the bus. It could even be said that her entire delicate body was almost half hanging on Lin Tian's arm. Even his walking posture had an extremely awkward, stiff feeling, as if his legs could not be fully closed.
Moreover, she seemed to be struggling with every step she took. He was truly limping.
Hiss.
Slow down, brother-in-law.
Su Xiaoyu's voice was thick with nasal tone and a faint hint of sobbing.
She sounds delicate and weak. She instinctively gripped Lin Tian's arm tightly, using it to support her limp body. Look at that. That posture.
That expression, one of extreme dependence.
As long as they are not naive and inexperienced.
Almost instantly, they can conjure up in their minds a long and intense close-quarters battle. The door to the VIP lounge on the second floor was pushed open. When Lin Tian appeared at the door, half carrying and half supporting the inconvenienced Su Xiaoyu, the 4 beauties waiting inside all turned their attention to him.
Time seemed to freeze for a second.
Su Xiaowan was the first to react. Her gaze quickly swept over her sister's still flushed face and her obviously uncomfortable gait.
Immediately afterwards, her mind went blank.
The previously muffled sounds on the phone instantly transformed into incredibly clear and vivid images. Her cheeks flushed bright red instantly, like ripe tomatoes. It was almost enough to drip blood.
Chapter 97 Jiang Sweki's Little Cunning. Oh my god, it really is like that, everyone saw it, it's all over. They could no longer care about anything else.
Su Xiaowan quickly lowered her head, trying to hide her embarrassment.
Her little hands gripped her skirt tightly, as if she wanted to disappear into the ground and never look at anyone else again. Immediately afterwards,
suddenly, a cold gaze swept over Lin Tian from the restroom, like a tangible blade.
It's Su Mingli.
She crossed her arms, her once calm face now covered in frost. Those clear, cool eyes lingered on Su Xiaoyu for a moment.
After a fleeting thought of "I knew it,"
he then slashed at Lin Tian fiercely. Those eyes were so sharp, they almost seemed to pierce 2 holes in him.
But she didn't say anything.
He let out a very soft, yet oppressive, snort from his nose. This fully expressed her anger and contempt at that moment. He indulges in debauchery during the day, without any restraint.
Asshole.
Qin Shuang, who was standing a little further away, had the best control over her expression. She maintained her professional and composed demeanor, though the corners of her mouth turned down almost imperceptibly, and a complex emotion flickered in the depths of her eyes. There was helplessness, and then there was understanding. Perhaps there was also a slight, subtle bitterness that she herself hadn't even noticed. But these, of course, have no exposed surfaces. Instead, it was deeply buried in the hearts of these women.
Qin Shuang quickly adjusted.
She stepped forward, ready to fulfill her role as coordinator. Just before he opened his mouth, that calm gaze lingered for a moment on Lin Tian and Su Xiaoyu's clasped hands. The only one in the entire room who was carefree.
That leaves Jiang Sweki. From the moment she met Lin Tian, their eyes lit up instantly.
He breathed a slight sigh of relief, but his attention was immediately drawn to Su Xiaoyu's strange appearance. She quickly stepped forward and gently supported Su Xiaoyu's other arm, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes filled with pure worry.
At the same time, a clear voice asked, "Xiaoyu, what's wrong? How did I notice? Your face is so red. Do you have a fever? And your legs? Did you twist your ankle on the way here? Lin Tian, were you driving too fast and jolted her?"
This series of innocent questions, like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattered the eerie atmosphere. This also made the expressions of the other 3 women, who were fully aware of the situation, even more interesting.
Su Xiaowan lowered her head even further. Su Mingli's cold snort became even more pronounced.
Qin Shuang turned her face away and coughed softly. Lin Tian's smile froze instantly, and cold sweat seemed to be about to break out on his forehead. His face was incredibly embarrassed.
He quickly cleared his throat and mumbled, yes. The road was indeed a bit bumpy. Xiaoyu, she wasn't feeling well. Ha ha ha.
Su Xiaoyu was already so ashamed she wanted to disappear. She buried her burning face in Lin Tian's arm and whispered, "Sister Sweki, I'm fine." Jiang Sweki, however, believed it to be true and immediately gave Lin Tian a reproachful look.
"Lin Tian, really? You knew tonight was important, yet you drove so carelessly. Look what you've done to Xiaoyu."
The word "jiding" is used in a brilliant and ingenious way, with a double entendre.
Lin Tian felt Su Mingli's icy gaze. It almost froze him. "Once you've arrived, go outside.
The party has already started." Su Mingli finally spoke, her voice as cold as ice beads falling onto a jade plate. She turned around first. With graceful movements and delicate steps, she pushed open the door and walked straight towards the banquet hall. But the taut lines of her back showed that she was trying her best to suppress her anger.
Let's go. Let's go. Don't miss this auspicious day. Ha ha.
Lin Tian added, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, and quickly helped Su Xiaoyu up amidst the various gazes of the crowd. They followed. In the corridor leading to the main venue, the floor was covered with thick carpets. On both sides are exquisite paintings. The group walked in silence, the atmosphere so oppressive it was hard to breathe.
Sudden. Su Mingli, who was originally walking in front, paused slightly. She waited until Lin Tian approached.
He casually lagged behind by half a step, standing shoulder to shoulder with Lin Tian.
Immediately afterwards, Lin Tian suddenly felt a sharp, stabbing pain in his lower back. Hiss.
Caught off guard, he gasped.
Su Mingli's fingers were precisely pinching a small piece of soft flesh on his side. Moreover, those two seemingly slender, boneless little fingers had somehow gained some terrifying power.
She didn't stop moving and continued to twist hard.
However, she maintained her aloof and elegant CEO demeanor, keeping her eyes straight ahead.
He squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth, in a voice only the two of them could hear.
Mr. Lin, are you finally done with your busy schedule? Lin Tian winced in pain.
But he dared not raise his voice, and could only plead for mercy in a low voice. Mingli, be gentle, the bigger picture is important, the bigger picture is important. Su Shaowan was walking on his other side. I happened to see Su Mingli's little actions. Perhaps it was her sister's miserable condition that gave her courage. Perhaps he needed to vent the pent-up frustrations he had been holding in. She also mustered up her courage, reached out her little hand, and gently pinched Lin Tian's other free arm. At the same time, her voice was trembling with sobs and deep grievance.
Honey, you've gone too far.
The force was not strong. But that was in contrast to her tearful expression.
It's incredibly lethal. Lin Tian was immediately caught in a dilemma. Sharp pain in the left lower back. My right arm is numb and itchy. It was an incredibly painful experience.
Xin Shuang, who was following slightly behind, witnessed the entire scene.
She pushed up glasses that weren't actually there.
Then, in her characteristically calm and collected tone, yet always able to deliver a perfectly timed finishing blow, she said,
Honey, please control your expression. There are many media reporters nearby. Be mindful of your image. Lin Tian. How can I possibly manage my image like this? Just then,
Jiang Sueki, who was still confused about the situation but instinctively wanted to protect Lin Tian, wouldn't stand for it. Like a mother hen protecting her chicks, she squeezed between Lin Tian and Su Mingli. She gently used her body to block the assailant's hand. At the same time, he raised his hand and took Lin Tian's arm. His voice was extremely dissatisfied, and he turned to Su Mingli to complain.
Hey, Miss Su, why are you pinching Brother Lin? He's here. The bumpy road wasn't his idea. Stop bullying him. After her interruption,
Su Mingli's anger, which had been building up to the point of being overwhelming, gradually subsided.
For a moment, she couldn't continue. So all she could do was glare at Lin Tian with annoyance. He reluctantly withdrew his hand.
Su Shaowan timidly let go of his hand.
Lin Tian immediately felt the pressure ease and gave Jiang Sueki a grateful look. I thought to myself, this girl is so naive. Easy to fool, it's thoughtful. He just didn't know it. Jiang Sueki was secretly delighted at that moment. Chapter 98 I'm an A. Once upon a time. Everyone was captivated by her innocent and stunningly beautiful face. I think Jiang Sueki is just an innocent and naive young girl. Little did they know. That little schemer is anything but innocent. It's fine if we don't let outsiders know.
The only people who know these private details are Zhou Wei, the agent, and her former close friend.
Besides,
their group was playfully bickering. From an outsider's perspective at this moment, it was a group of stunningly beautiful women surrounding the man in the center. It was as if they were engaged in a flirtatious and intimate exchange. Lin Tian appeared to be in a predicament. He was being bullied by several beautiful women at the same time. In reality, it was about being surrounded by 100 flowers and enjoying the blessings of having multiple wives.
It's no wonder that it made countless onlookers envious.
And then there were the occasional female guests passing by. Lin Tian was caught in this complex mix of pain and pleasure, awkwardness and secret satisfaction. He was simultaneously surrounded by 4 beautiful women of different styles, plus Su Xiaoyu, who needed his support.
We walked step by step into the brightly lit and bustling main banquet hall. What he didn't know was, this silent harem accusation was triggered by his lateness. It was just a small episode before the storm hit tonight. The moment I stepped into the main banquet hall, even Lin Tian, who had seen a lot of the world, was slightly stunned by the luxurious scene before him. The enormous crystal chandelier, like a dazzling starry dome, poured down soft yet bright light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime. The smooth, mirror-like marble floor reflected the elegant attire and graceful figures. In the air, a complex aroma blending fine perfumes, cigars, and gourmet food. Men in suits and ladies in beautiful clothes.
They gathered in small groups, holding champagne glasses, chatting and laughing in hushed tones, their clinking glasses exuding the extravagance and sophistication unique to high society. The waiters, dressed in crisp uniforms, carried silver platters filled with drinks, moving silently and nimbly through the crowd like well-trained fish.
Lin Tian and his group.
Especially when he was surrounded by several stunningly beautiful women.
As soon as it appeared,
he immediately became the focus of everyone's attention.
Curiosity, exploration, amazement, envy, jealousy.
All sorts of gazes began to fall upon them from all directions.
Focus on him.
Lin Tian could clearly feel the weight of those gazes. But he simply straightened his back slightly, a calm yet somewhat aloof smile on his face. Guided by Su Mengli and the others, he walked towards the VIP seats reserved in the front row. His gaze swept across the entire room without making a sound.
Just as he predicted,
the vast majority of the guests present were women. But among these women, some are elegant, some are capable, and some are charming. There were also a few men scattered around.
These men are around.
Almost without exception, they were surrounded by a number of women, and most of them wore an obvious sense of superiority, as if they were being fawned over.
Soon, Lin Tian's attention was drawn to a common feature on their chests.
Because almost every man wore an exquisitely designed badge on his chest, which appeared to be made of some precious metal.
The badge is not big,
but under the venue lights, it gleamed brightly, with English letters clearly engraved on it.
He squinted. Thanks to the enhanced physique, he has excellent eyesight. Distinguish carefully.
Most men's chest badges seem to have a C engraved on them.
Several were surrounded by even more women.
The man with the more arrogant demeanor had a badge engraved with the word B.
Grade B and grade C?
Lin Tian's heart stirred, and he vaguely guessed what it was.
Could this be it? The so-called symbol of a high-quality male status?
He subconsciously touched his empty chest.
I am grade A. Logically, it should be higher than these.
But he never applied for it, and he was too lazy to wear it. Just as he was pondering, Xin Shuang seemed to notice his gaze. She moved closer discreetly, exchanged a glance with Su Xiaowan on the other side, and Su Xiaowan obediently moved aside. Xin Shuang then sat down in the seat next to Lin Tian. She leaned slightly towards Lin Tian and explained in a low voice, only the two of them could hear.
Honey, did you notice the badges on those men's chests? Lin Tian nodded, also lowering his voice, so that's the publicly available G-level identifier?
Yes. Xin Shuang's voice was steady and clear, carrying the professionalism unique to the staff of the Women's Federation. This is a non-mandatory measure introduced by the Federation of Equal Opportunities to facilitate high-level social interaction and management. It is mainly aimed at men whose genetic rating is C or B and who are willing to disclose some of their information.
She paused, then continued in detail, as if giving a work report. The badges are produced, registered, and distributed by the Federation of Ethnic Minorities.
They have a built-in microchip and a very high level of anti-counterfeiting.
Unauthorized counterfeiting and misuse are serious crimes.
Lin Tian listened with great interest, his gaze sweeping over the men wearing badges once more. There was a middle-aged man wearing a C-level badge, who was somewhat overweight. At that moment, he was strutting around arrogantly, gesturing and pointing at the smiling women around him. The other owner of a B-grade badge. He was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. His face was somewhat pale, and he looked like someone who had been drained by alcohol and women.
But there was always an inescapable arrogance in his eyes. He was enjoying the eager gazes from the women around him. It seems this thing has become their capital for showing off and gaining privileges? A playful smile appeared on Lin Tian's lips. That's one way to understand it.
Xin Shuang's voice remained calm. Wearing a badge can indeed provide some hidden conveniences and privileges in many situations.
But this also makes it easier to attract.
Yes, women who came because of its reputation. She used careful wording, but her meaning was very clear.
What about grade A? And what about even higher grades?
This is what Lin Tian cares about most.
He himself is in A level, which is top secret. Because he suddenly had an exciting idea. I was thinking, maybe I could do that too, wear a badge, and show off. After all, that seems to make me look really respectable. However, Xin Shuang's next sentence shattered his illusions. Grade A and above.
Your information remains highly confidential, and in principle, you will not participate in such public wearing.
Xin Shuang, observing Lin Tian's expression, noticed his face darken slightly, and quickly explained.
However, some Class A men may apply to the Federation for a special style of badge if they have certain personal reasons, such as needing to frequently attend specific occasions to prove their identity. However, the quantity is extremely limited, and the review process is very strict. Moreover, the choice to not wear it publicly, like you, is the choice of most A-grade men. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Actually, he was just being a little provocative. It's not like I really want to die. At the same time, he also knew very well. Since ancient times, the way to make a fortune quietly has always been the best approach. And these are B grade and C grade. They flaunted their ranks around their necks, in his opinion. It looks just like a peacock spreading its tail feathers. It's a bit cheap. His gaze finally settled on the young B grade man who was surrounded by a group of women. The man seemed to have noticed Lin Tian as well, given the astonishing quality of the women surrounding him. But when his gaze met Lin Tian's, a flicker of amazement and jealousy first flashed in his eyes. But then he noticed that Lin Tian's chest was completely bare. Immediately, undisguised contempt appeared in his eyes. It seems to be saying, how can an ordinary item without even a grade be worthy of possessing so many top-quality items? Lin Tian scoffed inwardly. It's true what they say, a small temple with a strong demonic wind, shallow water with many turtles. Is a B-level student really that arrogant? If only I knew I was an A-level. Wouldn't that scare them to death? But he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the gaze of such a minor character. He casually tugged at his clothes, then calmly sat down in the reserved seat in the first row with the best view. Chapter 99, coveted by all sides. Su Mingli naturally took the seat on his left, while Jiang Sueki took the lead and sat on his right. Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu sat next to Jiang Sueki, while Qin Shuang sat on the far side. They took their seats. It naturally possesses a powerful aura. Along with several women of different styles, all equally stunning, they surrounded Lin Tian like stars around the moon, protecting him at the center. The image itself is extremely impactful. Lin Tian could sense it. The women who had been surrounding that B-grade man couldn't help but look over. Their eyes held curiosity and envy. Even a hint of eagerness. And then look at the expression on that B-grade man's face. At this moment, it is rapidly darkening at a speed visible to the naked eye. His earlier arrogance seemed to have been replaced by a sense of humiliation, as if he had been slapped in the face. Cool. Lin Tian felt secretly pleased. This silent crushing defeat is more satisfying than any verbal slap in the face. Because he doesn't need to wear any badges to prove himself. Because of the woman beside him. That is the most powerful symbol of his current status and strength. Qin Shuang noticed his subtle expression and understood. She turned her head slightly again and gave her final summary in a voice that only the two of them could hear. So, honey, what you see is the reality reflected behind this little badge. Lin Tian smiled slightly. His gaze swept over all the eyes, whether overt or covert, in the room. Final. His gaze fell on the brightly lit stage, his eyes deep and thoughtful. Reality is interesting, isn't it? He responded softly, his tone carrying an air of complete control. However, they will soon understand. The true value of this world does not lie in what one wears on one's chest. It's not about how many beautiful wives and concubines they have. It's not about who can have more sons. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening, everyone. A loud and magnetic voice resonated throughout the venue through high-quality sound systems. In an instant, it quickly attracted everyone's attention. The previously chaotic sounds at the scene gradually quieted down. The host delivered the opening remarks with practiced ease. First, I would like to thank the organizer, Shengfeng Group. Then came another thank you to all the philanthropists. Finally, let me introduce the important guests seated in the front row one by one. And as each name is called, the spotlight moves accordingly. This drew a round of applause. When Su Mingli was introduced, the lights shone on her. She merely nodded slightly, her aloof and beautiful face appearing even more noble and unparalleled under the bright light. This drew widespread praise. When introducing Jiang Sueki, the national film queen immediately put on a perfect professional smile, stood up and waved gracefully to the surroundings, instantly triggering a flurry of media flashes. As if she is the only star of the night. Finally, the host raised his voice slightly, with a deliberately created air of mystery and enthusiasm, and turned his gaze toward Lin Tian's location. Next, please allow me to introduce a very special friend. He is a young, promising, and charming gentleman who is highly favored by many of the outstanding women present.
Upon hearing this, all eyes in the room were drawn to Lin Tian once again, as if by an invisible magnet. Many people pricked up their ears, filled with curiosity. I wondered to myself, who is this man? I don't think I've seen him before. What makes him able to sit in that position? And it's highly favored? The spotlight suddenly shone precisely on Lin Tian. In an instant, Lin Tian felt as if he were on a transparent stage, where every subtle expression was magnified infinitely. He could sense Su Mangli's composure, Jiang Xueqi's pride, Su Xiaowan's nervousness, and Su Xiaoyu's shyness beside him. And Qin Shuang's calm gaze, tinged with encouragement. He took a deep breath. A calm and gentle smile appeared on his face. There was neither stage fright nor arrogance. He simply stood up calmly under the lights. He raised his right hand and pressed it down in the air, while bowing slightly to the audience. He is. The host dragged out his words, successfully whetting everyone's appetite. A very important partner of our Shangfeng group. Also, he is Lin Tian, Mr. Lin, a very trusted friend of Miss Xueqi. Let's welcome him with a warm round of applause. Whoosh! Applause erupted like a tidal wave, mixed with even more discussion and inquiry. Lin Tian? I've never heard of him. Xingfeng's business partner? I've never seen him interact with President Su before. Jiang Xueqi's close friend? No wonder he's sitting next to her. Looks quite young, and has a good presence, but I wonder who he is. To be introduced like that by the host, you must be someone special. Lin Tian calmly took his seat amidst a crowd of onlookers. He could clearly feel that the gazes from different directions were becoming more intense and complex. There is curiosity and appreciation from women. There was scrutiny and comparison from men, especially from the man with the B-grade badge from before. His face was so dark it looked like it could drip water, and his eyes were filled with resentment and jealousy as he looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian felt nothing, he even felt a little amused. The feeling of being watched was novel at first, but he quickly adapted. He knew that from this moment on, his name, Lin Tian, had officially entered Jianghai City. Even the perspective of higher-level circles. This is just the beginning. He silently recited it to himself, and the confident smile on his lips became even more pronounced. In this enthusiastic atmosphere. At this moment, in an inconspicuous, dimly lit circular corridor box on the second floor of the venue, there are several cold gazes hidden in the darkness. They were peering intently through the one-way glass at the prominent figure in the first row below. A middle-aged man wearing a well-fitting black suit, with a sharp face and piercing eyes like a hawk. He gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. Speaking into the miniature microphone next to his ear, he whispered in fluent but noticeably accented Mandarin. Target confirmed, Lin Tian. He's the one who sabotaged the plan at the Xie Hotel, causing that idiot Long Tianyi to disappear. Find out the background of everyone around him, especially Su Mingli and Jiang Xueqi. Our holy water project must not be allowed to fail. Meanwhile, in the shadows of a corner on the other side of the venue, a man in a waiter's uniform, with an effeminate air, was wiping a wineglass with his head down. His gaze seemed focused on the work in his hands, but the corner of his eye, like the forked tongue of a viper, repeatedly swept towards Lin Tian's direction. Lin Tian. Eugenics essence. Mu Shui. He silently repeated these keywords in his mind. The triangular creatures will not allow anything that threatens our position to appear. We must obtain the formula, or destroy it. At the same time, on a sofa in a VIP room, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothes and adorned with jewels, but with a look of meanness and resentment in her eyes, sat. They were both staring intently at Lin Tian. If Lili were here, she would definitely recognize him. This was one of the key board members and shareholders who had consistently supported her at the Shangfeng board meeting that day. Lin Tian. She gritted her teeth, her nails almost digging into her palms. Just wait and see, will tonight's party be a great success? Humph. Let's see how long you can be so smug. Wait until you can't produce that essence, or something goes wrong. Let's see how Su Mingli protects you now. Shangfeng Group, I'll make the Su family give it all back sooner or later. And these malices from the shadows are like hidden reefs lurking in the deep sea. Lin Tian was unaware. But his appearance. Like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, it has already stirred up ripples among various forces. When the spotlight shifts its focus, the host then began to introduce the next steps.
Lin Tian leaned back on the comfortable sofa, his gaze sweeping over the eloquent host on the stage, over the stunningly beautiful women around him, and over all the overt and covert stares in the audience. At last, his gaze became deep and resolute. He clenched his fist gently, feeling the power and ambition within him born from the system. Look all you want. He silently recited to himself, a powerful confidence in controlling the future welling up within him. Tonight is just a warm-up. Soon, all of you will no longer just be curious about who I am. You will come begging me to give you the right to have a son. Chapter 100, The Movie Queen's Declaration and the First Signs of Undercurrents. By 8:45 p.m., the atmosphere at the charity gala was already buzzing with excitement. When the host excitedly announced the next segment and the guest performers, the entire room fell silent instantly. This was followed by the loudest applause and cheers of the evening. Next, let's give a warm round of applause to our most beautiful angels of love tonight, who have finally returned in glory after weathering the storm: Ms. Jiang, Shui, and Qi. The spotlight suddenly focused on the stage entrance. Jiang Shuiqi slowly stepped out. She wore a custom-made ice blue starry evening gown by a top designer, with rhinestones shimmering under the lights, as if she were draped with the entire Milky Way. The deep V neckline accentuates the perfect bust line, while the sheer fabric adds a touch of elegance, making it both sexy and sophisticated. Her already stunning beauty was further enhanced by her exquisite makeup, making her breathtakingly beautiful. The naivety of her previous appearance faded from her eyes, replaced by a resilient and composed look that seemed to have been washed away from her former charm. She walked to the center of the stage. He took the microphone and scanned the entire room. Finally, when their eyes met and Lin Tian encouraged them from the first row, a slight pause. A relieved smile appeared on her lips. Good evening, distinguished guests and friends. Her voice carried throughout the venue through the speakers, carrying a barely perceptible sob, yet it was exceptionally clear. I'm Jiang Shuiqi. Long time no see. The simple opening sparked an excited commotion among the fans in the audience, while her die-hard supporters online went wild, flooding the screen with messages. Shuiqi is back. We've always been here. The Queen is back. First, I want to solemnly announce two things. Jiang Shuiqi took a deep breath, her tone becoming firm. First of all, I am honored to officially serve as the Goodwill Ambassador of the Shangfeng Eugenics Charity Foundation starting today. I will work with Shangfeng Group to contribute my share to promoting the reproductive health of the nation. Polite applause rang out from below the stage. Su Mengli nodded slightly and whispered to Lin Tian beside her. Her public image and appeal were crucial to our initial promotion. Lin Tian smiled, neither confirming nor denying. My gaze remained fixed on the radiant woman on the stage. Second, Jiang Shuiqi's voice rose a few decibels, carrying a resolute air of desperation. To express my sincerity and determination, I hereby announce that all my personal earnings from the Return of the King comeback concert held at Jianghai City Stadium 7 days from now will be distributed as follows. The funds will be donated free of charge to the Shangfeng Eugenics Charity Foundation to support related scientific research and provide fertility assistance to impoverished families. Whoosh! The entire audience erupted in uproar. A top star's comeback concert would bring in at least tens of millions of yuan, and she donated it all? What a display of skill and boldness! The live stream chat exploded, with the screen filled with a dense barrage of comments. Holy crap! All the income? Shuiqi's awesome. This is true public service. Haters, take a look, this is what true vision looks like. I'm a fan now. This is what a socially responsible celebrity should be like. Shangfeng Group is awesome. Lin Tian is awesome. I don't know who he is, but he seems really impressive. The applause was thunderous and lasted for a long time. Jiang Shuiqi stood on the stage, enjoying the long-awaited, pure recognition and cheers, her eyes slightly moist. She knew that she had made the right move. After the applause subsided, she didn't immediately begin her performance. Instead, she gripped the microphone tightly, her voice lowering slightly, tinged with a painful memory. Standing here and picking up the microphone again is not easy for me. I've been through a lot over the past few months. Unfounded accusations and overwhelming malice. The audience gradually quieted down, everyone holding their breath. Many people have asked me why I was silent for so long before. She raised her head, her gaze sharpening as if she could pierce through the lens and stare directly at the forces that had once harmed her. Today, I want to give everyone an answer here. Because I turned down an endorsement deal.
An endorsement deal from a large international pharmaceutical group.
Her tone was calm, yet her words carried weight.
They brought a so-called eugenic drug and promised an exorbitant endorsement fee.
However, after I commissioned professionals to conduct background checks and analysis, I discovered that the product not only exaggerated its effects, but also had potential side effects. It could even cause irreparable damage to the health of our fellow citizens.
Her words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake.
Hiss.
Really? Which country's pharmaceutical companies are so unscrupulous?
I cannot go against my conscience and endorse such a product.
Jiang Shuiqi's voice was sincere.
So, I refused. Then, I was subjected to their organized and systematic cyberbullying and media smear campaign. They tried to destroy me with rumors and slander, to shut me up. She suddenly swung her arm, her emotions running high.
Did they think that this would make a Chinese artist submit? They are wrong. I stand here today to tell everyone that I, Jiang Shuiqi, am not afraid of these demons and monsters.
I have even greater confidence that our own Chinese enterprises and our own scientists will be able to develop truly safe, effective, and beneficial products for the people.
Boom!
These words completely ignited the nationalistic sentiments and empathy of everyone in the audience.
Support Shuiqi. Boycott unscrupulous foreign companies.
No wonder he had so many scandals before. It turns out he was blocking someone else's path to wealth.
Well done, Shangfeng Group. Support domestic products. Well done, Shuiqi.
You have guts. People from all walks of life present, regardless of their previous impressions of Jiang Shuiqi, were all moved at this moment and responded with even more enthusiastic applause. This move, playing the national hatred and family feud card, was played brilliantly.
The audience.
A smile of approval curved Lin Tian's lips. He leaned back slightly and smiled at the system in his mind.
Look how smart this woman is.
She knows how to leverage existing trends and how to build consensus.
This investment is definitely worthwhile. He could feel the gazes of the several beautiful women around him. Su Mengli's appreciation was purely commercial. She considered Jiang Shuiqi an excellent business partner.
Su Xiaowan's eyes were full of admiration, thinking that Sister Shuiqi was so brave.
And Qin Shuang.
They were calmly assessing the public opinion value and security impact of this public relations speech.
At the same time,
on the other side of the city, Granny Wang was happily watching the live broadcast of the gala.
Oh my god, daughter, you've really made your godmother proud.
She slapped her thigh, looked at the radiant Jiang Shuiqi on the screen, and thought of Lin Tian, feeling incredibly comfortable.
Although the time at the Siye Hotel wasn't considered a formal matchmaking by her.
But Wan Pro readily accepted Lin Tian's thank you message afterward, taking credit for it without a second thought.
Look at them, now that's what you call a perfect match, a match made in heaven.
As she was muttering to herself, the screen of her phone on the table lit up, emitting a distinctive WeChat notification sound. Granny Wang picked up her phone and saw that the caller ID was a cute anime girl with the name, Miss Chen. The smile on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a serious and even respectful expression, and she quickly clicked on it.
The other party was concise and to the point.
Wang Pa, my mother is very interested in information about Mr. Lin Tian.
She would like to meet with him. Wang Pa dared not delay and replied immediately. Hello, Miss Chen. Don't worry, I understand. What time is convenient for you?
I'll be waiting any time. After replying to the message, Granny Wang put down her phone, then looked at Lin Tian, who was surrounded by beautiful women and remained calm on the live stream screen, and sighed with a complicated expression.
My godson.
He's poised for meteoric rise. Shanghai City will soon be unable to contain him.
The atmosphere at the party was still lively.
Amidst cheers of support, Jiang Shuiqi began singing her first comeback single, her voice ethereal yet powerful. Just then, a staff member from Shangfeng Group hurried through the crowd, quietly approached the front row, leaned down and whispered in Su Mengli's ear in a voice that was trying hard to suppress but still revealed anxiety.
President Su, something terrible has happened. We just received several urgent calls from the overseas supply chain and customs. The most crucial raw materials we ordered for the pregnancy essence, especially the vitamin K2 derivative. At the exit customs and transit ports, they were detained for all sorts of inexplicable reasons. Su Mengli's hand holding the champagne glass trembled almost imperceptibly. Her polite smile froze instantly, and a hint of shock and anger flashed in her eyes. Lin Tian was sitting right next to her, so he naturally heard everything. His smile remained unchanged, but a cold glint flashed deep in his eyes. Oh.
He gently swirled the amber liquid in his glass and whispered in a voice only he could hear.
So, you're all ready, about to take action? Chapter 101 Dragon and Tiger Clash. Jiang Shueqi's performance and declaration brought the atmosphere of the evening to its first climax.
Before the applause and online buzz had subsided, the professional host returned to the stage, skillfully steered the event to the next stage, a charity auction.
Thank you, Shueqi, for your wonderful performance and touching sharing.
The host was all smiles.
Love needs to be passed on, and good deeds need to be done. Next up is our charity auction for tonight.
All items will be donated by our generous guests, and all proceeds will go to the Eugenics Charity Fund. The first event was a relatively relaxed warm-up auction, with most of the items related to the celebrities and socialites present. A female star known for her singing and dancing donated the limited edition headphones she wore in her latest music video, which sparked a bidding war among several of her wealthy female fans.
Another veteran actress donated a lucky scarf that accompanied her when she won the Best Actress award. Several businesswomen, clearly wanting to share in the good fortune, competed to offer their own.
Among these items were some rather absurd ones. When the host took out a basketball jersey signed by a young actor who had just debuted and became a sensation with an idol drama, screams erupted from the audience, and several female entrepreneurs, clearly a generation older than him, gleamed with excitement. The bidding was extremely fierce, and the final price was dozens of times higher than the actual value.
Su Xiaoyu whispered in Lin Tian's ear. Brother-in-law, that vest still has sweat stains, doesn't it? How could you take a picture of that?
Lin Tian chuckled, patted the back of her hand, and whispered. In this industry, scarcity itself is the greatest value. He made a pointed remark, his gaze sweeping over the B-level and C-level men in the room who were surrounded by women and looked smug. Su Xiaoyu seemed to understand, but looking at Lin Tian's calm profile, she felt inexplicably at ease. With the atmosphere heated up, the host seized the opportunity to announce the next item for auction.
The next one is amazing. It was donated by our popular idol, Mr. Wu Fan, a pair of lucky socks that he personally signed and wore for 3 consecutive days. The entire room fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an even louder uproar. The spotlight shone on a handsome young man with a refined face, wearing a B-grade badge and an arrogant expression. He waved to the surroundings with a nonchalant air. The women sitting next to him felt proud and straightened their backs. I'll offer 500,000. 800,000. 1 million. 1,200,000.
Bidding calls rose and fell, mostly coming from well-dressed women who appeared successful in their careers. Their eyes were filled with fervor, as if those ordinary cotton socks were some kind of sacred relic. Beside Lin Tian, Su Mingli frowned slightly, clearly uncomfortable with this excessive adulation. Qin Shuang remained expressionless, as if watching a farce that had nothing to do with her. Jiang Shueqi pouted and leaned closer to Lin Tian.
I really don't understand these people.
Lin Tian simply watched indifferently as the absurdity of the world's rules was on full display at this moment. Men, especially high-quality men, have become symbols to be consumed and sought after. The pre-auction session ended in a frenzied yet slightly distorted atmosphere. The host then changed the subject, his tone becoming more serious.
Thank you all for your generosity.
Next, we will move on to the more serious and crucial part of tonight's event, a special charity auction of pharmaceutical products.
First, let's welcome Mr. Ichiro Sato, the China representative of the internationally renowned pharmaceutical company, Toyo Biotech Company, Limited.
A middle-aged man, dressed in a well-fitting suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and with his hair neatly combed, walked onto the stage with slightly stiff steps. He wore a formulaic smile, but deep in his eyes lay an undisguised sense of superiority.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Ichiro Sato speaks fluent Mandarin, but his intonation is somewhat stiff. I am honored to represent Dongying Bio to auction 10 sets of our latest Hope of Light eugenic capsules.
Product information appeared on the large screen behind him. Based on our rigorous laboratory data and clinical feedback from some regions, the Light of Hope capsules can effectively increase the chances of conceiving a male offspring. He paused, then deliberately emphasized, reaching 5%.
5%. As soon as this number was announced, a collective gasp of astonishment filled the room.
In a global context where the male birth rate is generally below 2%, 5% is a number that can drive countless people crazy.
My God! 5%. Japanese biotechnology is truly impressive. We absolutely must take another set.
Many female celebrities, socialites, and even some female executives sat up straight, their eyes burning with desire.
Sato Ichiro was satisfied with the reaction from the audience. He adjusted his glasses and continued. Science requires rigor and reverence. Our Dongying biotechnology products, with complete international certifications and years of tracking data, its safety and effectiveness have been proven.
At this point, he changed the subject, his tone carrying a subtle hint of sarcasm. We've also heard that there seem to be other, even more astounding local products up for auction tonight. As a colleague, I sincerely hope that all commitments can be built on a solid scientific foundation,
instead of exaggerating for publicity.
After all, reproductive health concerns the future of the race and cannot tolerate any falsehoods. This is practically pointing a finger at Shangfeng Group, which hasn't even made its debut yet.
Those in the audience who supported Dongying Bio let out low murmurs of agreement and soft laughter.
Those who support domestic products, on the other hand, looked indignant.
Su Mingli's face instantly darkened, and her delicate hands quietly clenched. Lin Tian could sense her anger and tension. The auction has begun. First group, starting bid 3 million. 5 million. 7 million. 10 million.
Prices soared, and competition was far fiercer than for the previous pre-auction items.
Final. All 10 sets of capsules were auctioned off for over 20 million yen each.
Ichiro Sato bowed on stage, his smugness almost undisguised. Before stepping down from the stage, he deliberately glanced in the direction of Lin Tian and Su Mingli, his eyes full of provocation.
All the pressure is now on Shangfeng Group. The host took a deep breath and announced in an unprecedentedly solemn tone. Thank you, Mr. Sato.
Next up is the grand finale of tonight's charity auction. Let's welcome Ms. Su Mingli, president of Shangfeng Group, the organizer of this gala, to introduce their charity auction items.
All eyes were on Su Mingli.
She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and gracefully rose to walk onto the stage. She stood in front of the microphone, the light shining on her cool and stunning face.
Thank you all.
The items donated and auctioned by Shangfeng Group today are products we've painstakingly developed.
New Life Optimal Pregnancy Essence, limited to 10 bottles in the first batch. A glass bottle with a minimalist yet technologically advanced design appeared on the large screen. Based on the rigorous laboratory data we currently have. Su Mingli's voice was clear and firm.
The New Life Essence can conservatively be estimated to increase the chances of conceiving a male offspring by up to 15%.
15%. This number was like a thunderclap, exploding throughout the entire venue. How much? 15%? Did I hear that right? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you kidding me? Only 5% of the Japanese biotech companies are involved, and they dare to claim 15%? He doesn't even bother to think before he talks.
The room was instantly filled with doubts, exclamations, and jeers. Even those who previously supported domestic products now showed expressions of disbelief and doubt.
This number is absolutely staggering.
Ichiro Sato chuckled aloud from below the stage, speaking in a low but loud voice that was loud enough for those around him to hear.
Ridiculous. 15%? Do they think they're writing science fiction?
This is a common problem with Chinese companies. They love to make unrealistic claims.
Su Mingli on the stage was under tremendous pressure as she tried to explain the experimental data and principles.
But amidst the surging wave of doubts, her voice sounded so weak.
Mr. Su, has your laboratory data been certified by an authoritative third party? How long did the clinical trial take? What was the sample size? Is this 15% figure based on short-term data or long-term tracking results?
Several people who appeared to be journalists or industry insiders began to ask questions loudly and sharply, revealing a clear distrust. The local experts arranged by Su Mingli wanted to stand up and explain, but were silenced by more voices of doubt. The scene became somewhat chaotic and awkward. Just then, a figure suddenly stood up from the guest seats.
It's Mu Shui.
She was wearing a white researcher's uniform, and her cheeks were flushed red with extreme anger, and even her lips were trembling slightly. She didn't even care about etiquette. She walked straight through the crowd, rushed to the edge of the stage, and looked up at Lin Tian sitting in the first row. Her eyes burned with a fierce flame, a defense of her life's work and anger at the ignorance and arrogance of the outside world.
President Lin.
Her voice was slightly shrill with excitement, yet it carried clearly throughout the suddenly quiet meeting room.
They are defiling science. They are desecrating the countless days and nights of hard work our team has put in. I beg you.
Please allow me to conduct the testing right here, in front of everyone, and let the most authentic and direct data speak for itself. The entire room fell silent. All eyes shifted back and forth between Mu Xue's stubborn and determined figure and the calm and composed young man in the audience.
The spotlight involuntarily shone on Lin Tian.
He held his wineglass, gently swirling the amber liquid inside, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. Under Su Mengli's worried gaze, under Jiang Xueqi's tense watchful eyes, and under Sato Ichiro's disdainful sneer, Lin Tian slowly raised his head and looked at Mu Xue on the stage, whose chest was heaving violently with excitement. Then, under the gaze of hundreds of eyes in the audience, he nodded steadily and forcefully.
Can. Chapter 102: The Triumph of Science and the Birth of Sky-High Prices.
Lin Tian's calm okay was like ice water thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the entire audience.
Doubt, ridicule, anticipation, shock.
A mix of emotions coalesced into a massive wave of sound. No one could have imagined that Shangfeng Group would actually dare to conduct an on-site test with an unknown outcome in such an important setting.
They're insane. They're absolutely insane. This is a live broadcast. The data can't be faked. Let's wait and see how they get out of this.
Under the spotlight, Dr. Mu Xue received Lin Tian's approval, as if she had been infused with boundless power. She turned abruptly, waved to the research team she had brought with her below the stage, her voice trembling slightly with excitement, yet exceptionally firm.
Sisters, come up on stage. Set up the equipment.
5 or 6 young women, all dressed in white researcher uniforms, carried various portable precision instruments and walked briskly onto the stage. They moved swiftly and focused intently, ignoring all the noise from the audience, and quickly set up a temporary yet technologically advanced miniature laboratory on one side of the stage. Spectrometer, high-performance liquid chromatograph, real-time cell viability monitoring system. One by one, instruments that ordinary people wouldn't know the names of, but which looked extremely high-end, were started up, emitting a deep hum, and the indicator lights lit up faintly. The host realized what was happening and quickly instructed the staff to switch the signals from the large screens to the output of the experimental computer, ensuring that the audience and the live broadcast room could clearly see the real-time data.
Playing hard to get.
In the audience, Sato Ichiro of Dongying Bio crossed his arms and sneered repeatedly. In this kind of rushed on-site environment, the variables are simply uncontrollable.
The data obtained is meaningless. It's nothing but a death throes performance.
His words represented the sentiments of many skeptics.
Mu Xue ignored him.
She took a deep breath, picked up the microphone, and although her fingers trembled slightly from anger and nervousness, her voice was exceptionally clear.
Science is not afraid of any form of examination. Today, we will conduct a very simple and direct comparative experiment.
She picked up the box of Hope of Light capsules that Sato Ichiro had just left at the auction, as well as Shangfeng Group's own Rebirth essence.
We will extract the core active ingredients labeled on both, and under the same conditions.
The study observed its effects on the viability of specific standard cell lines, changes in gene expression profiles, and, most importantly, its energy metabolism levels. These are the core indicators that directly affect the health and vitality of reproductive cells. Her explanations were both insightful and easy to understand, ensuring professionalism while allowing non-professionals to grasp the basic principles.
The experiment began.
On the large screen, complex graphs and constantly fluctuating data began to scroll.
Initially, some of their basic metrics seemed to be quite similar. Sato Ichiro's face showed even more sarcasm.
However, as the experiment progressed, especially when the mitochondrial membrane potential and the rate of ATP production in cells were observed, a striking difference began to emerge. The data curve representing the new life essence rose sharply like a rocket, with all indicators showing amazing activity.
The curve representing the light of hope is like an old man in his twilight years, slowly climbing, and even plateauing in the middle and later stages. This is impossible.
Sato Ichiro suddenly stood up, his face turning deathly pale.
On the large screen, a set of striking comparative data was deliberately enlarged by Mu Xue. Cellular energy metabolism enhancement rate.
Light of hope capsules, 8.7%.
Rejuvenating essence, 215.3%. Expression intensity of a specific gene SRY. Light of hope capsule, baseline value 1.0x. Rejuvenating serum, base value 18.5x.
A difference of more than 20 times.
The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop.
Everyone was stunned by this stark and overwhelming data comparison.
It's fake. There must be something wrong with the equipment. Or you've tampered with the data. Sato Ichiro shouted in a fit of rage, veins bulging on his forehead.
Just then, an elderly man with gray hair and thick glasses slowly stood up from the front row of guests. He is Mr. Qin Jingming, a senior academician of the School of Biology of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, a leading figure in the field of genetics in China, and was specially invited to attend the ceremony. He walked steadily onto the stage, without looking at anyone, and went directly to the instrument. He put on his reading glasses and began to examine the raw data stream and instrument calibration records with great care.
Everyone in the audience was on tenterhooks. Time passed slowly, and academician Chen observed very carefully, occasionally asking Mu Shui questions about several key parameters.
A few minutes later, he slowly straightened up, faced the audience, and took the microphone that the host handed him with trembling hands. The old man's lips trembled slightly with excitement, and his hand holding the microphone also shook slightly. He surveyed the entire room, his voice not loud, yet it resonated like a great bell, striking the hearts of everyone present.
I, Qin Jingming, guarantee this with my 60-year academic career and every honor I have received.
His voice suddenly rose, filled with immense excitement and unwavering resolve. Dr. Mu Shui's team demonstrated that all experimental procedures were in compliance with regulations.
All raw data were authentic and valid. The bioactivity exhibited by this rejuvenating serum. It's revolutionary. This is a major breakthrough for China's biomedical field. Boom! Academician Chen's personal endorsement, like the gavel of final judgment, completely shattered all doubts. The truth has come out. Science has triumphed. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and gasps erupted.
All those who had previously questioned and ridiculed him were now blushing and ashamed. Sato Ichiro's face turned ashen, and he slumped into a chair, muttering, "Impossible, this can't be." His companions quickly pulled him away, and amidst a sea of disdainful stares, they slunk off the stage.
Now! The host's voice was trembling with excitement.
New Life Optimal Reproductive Essence, limited to 10 bottles in the first batch, is now up for charity auction.
The starting bid for the first bottle is 10 million. 50 million.
The wealthy woman who had previously bid on the B-grade men's socks was the first to raise her paddle, her eyes gleaming with fervor.
80 million. 100 million. 150 million. 200 million. Prices have skyrocketed at an astonishing rate.
Previously, celebrities, wealthy wives, and top actresses were still observing and hesitating.
They're all acting like madmen right now, willing to do anything to hold on to this hope.
Ultimately, the first bottle of Rebirth Essence was auctioned off to a mysterious buyer from Beijing who made a phone order for an astonishing 300 million renminbi.
The scene went absolutely wild. The next 9 bottles were all sold for no less than 200 million.
The amount of money raised by Shengfeng Group for charity tonight has reached an astronomical figure.
Su Mengli stood below the stage, watching this dreamlike scene, her eyes reddening with excitement.
She subconsciously looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian remained calm, simply raising his glass to her with a knowing smile. The auction concluded at a fever pitch. Amidst a chorus of compliments, exclamations, and countless ardent gazes, Lin Tian slightly turned to the side and whispered in the ear of Jiang Sueki, whose cheeks were also flushed with excitement. His warm breath brushed against her sensitive earlobe, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying a reassuring yet powerful confidence.
Look, this is your stage and your confidence.
He paused, his tone carrying an undeniable air of authority. 7 days later, everyone will shut up and witness what the real return of the king truly is.
Chapter 103 Daily Life in Cloud Peak Mansion and the Eve of War.
The huge success of the charity gala was like a bombshell dropped in Jianhai City, and Lin Tian was undoubtedly at the center of this storm. 3 days later, the eye of the storm moved to Yunding Mansion, the most upscale residential area in Jianhai City. Villa Number 1, a building covering nearly 1,000 square meters and resembling a modern palace, has finally welcomed its true owner. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows lay a private lake with its crystal-clear blue waters, while the interior hall, with its nearly 7-meter-high ceiling, was luxurious yet stylish.
Standing on the gleaming marble floor, Lin Tian watched the busy movers and the several beautiful women smiling around him, and a sense of satisfaction, as if his great undertaking was finally underway, welled up within him. "Honey, do you think this room is all right?" Su Shaowan took Lin Tian's hand and led him into a south-facing bedroom on the second floor.
The room was decorated in warm colors, with a soft carpet, a bay window piled with plush toys, and the air was filled with her unique, faint fragrance, cozy and full of girlish charm.
Even her neatly folded police uniform hung on the wall.
"Very good, very cozy."
Lin Tian smiled and pinched her cheek. I just wonder when Officer Su plans to conduct a private interrogation of me in the room. Su Xiaowan's pretty face instantly turned red, and she shyly punched him. You're so annoying. Her shy and timid appearance made Lin Tian's heart flutter. Having just left Su Xiaowan's room, Lin Tian strolled into the next room, its door open. The style was completely different, a cool gray color scheme, custom-made furniture with sharp lines, a floor-to-ceiling bookcase on one wall, and a huge smart desk on the other, a miniature version of a CEO's office. Su Mengli was standing by the window, calmly handling company affairs on the phone. Upon seeing Lin Tian enter, she quickly gave a few instructions and then hung up the phone. What, Mr. Lin, are you here to inspect my new office? She smiled slightly, with a hint of queenly teasing. Lin Tian walked over, naturally put his arm around her slender waist, and pulled her into his embrace. Yes, let's see if my President Su has a mistress. Su Mengli's body stiffened at first, then relaxed, leaning against his chest, feeling this rare peace, and whispered, I've hidden him, I've hidden the biggest bad wolf who's always causing trouble. The two hadn't been cuddling for long when they heard Su Xiaoyu's energetic voice coming from the next room. Brother-in-law, come quick and help me see if this sandbag is suitable to hang here. Lin Tian walked into Su Xiaoyu's room and was immediately at a loss for words. This girl had turned the room into half a gym, complete with yoga mats, dumbbells, and even a punching bag hanging in the corner. Are you planning to open a martial arts school at home? Lin Tian chuckled. Su Xiaoyu chuckled, then suddenly lunged forward, as nimble as a little leopard, and pounced on Lin Tian, pinning him to the ground on the large sports-style bed. She straddled his waist, raising an eyebrow triumphantly. How about it, brother-in-law? My personal security is up to par, isn't it? From now on, your safety is entirely my responsibility. She emphasized the word personal, her tone fiery and bold. After calming the overly energetic Su Xiaoyu, Lin Tian walked to a relatively quiet room at the end of the corridor. It was Qin Shuang's room. The furnishings were extremely simple. The sheets were perfectly wrinkle-free, the desk was so clean it reflected light, and the only decoration was a potted green ivy on the windowsill. She was sitting at her desk, typing rapidly on her laptop, seemingly writing a report. Sensing Lin Tian's entry, she stopped what she was doing, stood up, and greeted him with her usual proper demeanor. Mr. Lin. Lin Tian gently hugged her from behind, feeling her body tense instantly. Here, there is no Mr. Lin, he whispered in her ear, only your man. Qin Shuang's tense body slowly softened, and she murmured an a blush creeping up her ears. Finally, Jiang Sueki excitedly pulled Lin Tian into her master suite. This was practically the most luxurious room in the villa, complete with a huge walk-in closet, dressing room, and a stunning curved balcony. Countless haute couture gowns and jewelry were displayed inside, glittering like stars. Look! This is my stage. Jiang Sueki spread her arms and twirled in the center of the room, which was covered with a soft carpet. Her smile was bright and dazzling. From now on, I'll hold a concert here, just for you, okay? Okay, Lin Tian looked at her with doting eyes, but I prefer to hear you sing a lullaby. Jiang Sueki was taken aback at first, then understood. She gave him a playful glare, but a blush of happiness rose on her face. In the evening, a family dinner was held. A super long dining table, large enough to seat 20 people, was laden with delicacies. Wang Milan sat at the head of the table, her face glowing. To her left and right were Jia Yaji, Jin Mei, mother of Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu, Qin Shuang's mother, a woman who looked somewhat timid but had gentle eyes, and Qin Shuang's younger sister, who was curiously observing everything. Zhou Wei, as Jiang Sueki's best friend, was also among the guests. Lin Tian, without hesitation, sat in the head seat at the table, the only male among them. Start eating, why are you all looking at me? Lin Tian picked up his chopsticks and said with a smile to the group of women at the table. Su Xiaoyu winked mischievously, you're the head of the household. If you don't take the first bite, who among us would dare to? One sentence elicited giggles from the women, instantly enlivening the atmosphere. Wang Milan watched this scene, her wrinkles crinkling into a wide smile. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, Wang Milan cleared her throat, put down her chopsticks, and glanced at Su Xiaowan, Su Mengli, Su Xiaoyu, Qin Shuang, and Jiang Sueki before finally fixing her gaze on Lin Tian. Her voice, though not loud, carried clearly throughout the restaurant. Since everyone's here today, Mom has something to announce. Everyone fell silent and looked at her. You are all good children. It's a blessing for the Lin family to have you with our Xiao Tian. Wang Milan's tone carried the authority of the head of the family. It's not right for the position of the principal wife to remain vacant. The women's expressions changed instantly, and they even unconsciously softened their breathing. I'm putting it this way today, Wang Milan said, each word firm and resolute. Whoever is the first to give me a grandson, boy or girl, will be richly rewarded. A house, a car, shares, take your pick. She paused, her gaze sharp as lightning, and dropped a real bombshell. And whoever can give me the first big, healthy grandson, the position of the Lin family's legal wife will be hers. Boom. These words were like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake. Su Xiaowan lowered her head shyly, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers. Su Mengli's eyes sharpened, and she subconsciously straightened her back. Su Xiaoyu boldly looked at Lin Tian, eager to try. Qin Shuang appeared calm, but the fingers gripping her water glass tightened slightly. Even Jiang Sueki abandoned her casual celebrity demeanor, her eyes becoming serious. The position of the principal wife. This is a title, a status, and an unshakable authority in the Lin family's harem in the future. In an instant, all the women's eyes were focused on Lin Tian again, their gazes so intense they almost melted him, filled with undisguised possessiveness and a must-have determination. Lin Tian felt like a piece of fat being targeted by a pack of hungry wolves, a chill inexplicably rising down his spine. He chuckled dryly, "Mom, let's eat first." The family dinner ended in a subtle yet intense atmosphere. Everyone moved to the living room to have tea and digest their food, and the conversation quickly turned to business. On the soft sofa in the living room, Lin Tian sat in the center, with Su Mengli, Jiang Sueki, Zhou Wei, and Qin Shuang naturally sitting around him, while Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu obediently sat a little further away to listen. The place instantly transformed into an efficient, strategic command center. Concert preparations are in their final stages, Su Mengli began, her tone reverting to that of a business tycoon. Zhanhai Stadium has 80,000 seats, and the ticketing system will open promptly at 9 a.m. tomorrow. As for security, Qin Shuang? Qin Shuang immediately replied, I have coordinated with the security company under the Federation of Women's Federation, and will work with the field officers led by Captain Su of the police station to ensure that the core area is completely safe on the day of the concert. The outer perimeter has also been secured. Leave the public relations and media to me, Zhou Wei said confidently, pushing up her glasses. The press releases are ready, and we've reserved the trending spots on all the major platforms to ensure that the return of the king topic dominates the charts from start to finish. I've finalized the stage design and program flow, Jiang Sueki said, her eyes sparkling with excitement and confidence. This time, I want everyone to see a brand new, even stronger Jiang Sueki. Lin Tian looked at them with satisfaction. This was his think tank, each fulfilling their duties and operating efficiently. Just as he was about to speak, Su Mengli's phone, which was placed aside, suddenly vibrated urgently. She glanced at the caller ID. It was Chun Lin. Her expression hardened slightly, and she pressed the answer button. President Su. Something terrible has happened. On the other end of the phone, Chang Lin's voice was filled with unprecedented panic. We just received confirmation that the 3 core overseas raw material suppliers we had previously agreed to deal with have unilaterally announced that they are ceasing to supply us with vitamin K2 derivatives. The reason given is force majeure. Su Mengli's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Suppressing her anger, she asked in a deep voice, what about the domestic ones? Don't we also have backup plans? The domestic ones just replied, Chang Lin's voice trembled with tears, their inventory was also swept up by a newly registered offshore company at 3 times the market price. Our raw material supply chain has been completely cut off. The phone was quite loud, and it was particularly clear in the quiet living room. Everyone fell silent, their eyes fixed on Su Mengli and Lin Tian. Su Mengli hung up the phone, looked at Lin Tian, her eyes filled with exhaustion and anger, her voice dry, it's confirmed. Dongying Bio has joined forces with several domestic companies that have had grudges against us to launch a precise attack on our vitamin K2 derivatives. They have activated Plan B. The atmosphere in the living room instantly shifted from warm and harmonious to extremely heavy. Lin Tian's smile slowly faded. He didn't fly into a rage, instead, his eyes became unusually calm. But beneath that calm lay a chilling aura. He picked up the teacup on the coffee table, took a small sip, then put it down, a cold and dangerous smile curving his lips. Supply chain war? His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable force. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. He looked up, his gaze sweeping over the women with their varied expressions before finally settling on the deep night outside the window. Let them see who makes the rules on this land. Chapter 104. The alluring night, the stirring garden. The strategic meeting on the first floor of Hentang Mansions came to a temporary close in a somber atmosphere. The news of the supply chain being attacked weighed heavily on everyone's mind. But Lin Tian's statement, the rulemaker, is unacceptable. It inexplicably gave everyone a sense of confidence. A detailed plan for dealing with the situation was still needed, so everyone dispersed to process the sudden crisis. Lin Tian did not stay in the living room. He needed some space to clear his mind, so he went up to the second floor alone. Unlike the grand and luxurious lobby on the first floor, the second floor focuses more on privacy and comfort. Walk through a softly carpeted corridor, and at the end is a huge floor-to-ceiling glass door. Lin Tian pushed it aside, and a cool breeze carrying the fragrance of plants rushed towards him. Suddenly, everything became clear. This is a rooftop garden with an area of over 50 square meters. Exquisite anti-corrosion wood flooring, with various precious flowers and green plants arranged in a staggered manner, casts dappled shadows under the soft light of recessed floor lamps. In the corner is a small, quiet fish pond with flowing water, the gentle sound of which adds to the tranquility. In the center of the garden, there is a comfortable rattan sofa and a coffee table. And the most eye-catching one. It's that elegant white swing chair next to it. At that moment, a person was sitting in the rocking chair. It's Zhou Wei. She didn't stay in her room or living room like the others. Instead, she curled up alone in the rocking chair, hugging her knees with her arms, resting her chin on her knees, staring blankly at the dazzling city lights in the distance. The shrewd, capable, and sharp-eyed top agent has disappeared. At this moment, she resembled a cat licking its wounds alone after being soaked by the rain, her silhouette exuding an indescribable loneliness and desolation. Lin Tian tiptoed over. The faint creaking of the wooden floor still startled her. Zhou Wei suddenly came to her senses. Upon seeing Lin Tian, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, but she quickly concealed her vulnerability and reverted to her usual aloof and indifferent demeanor. She even carried a hint of habitual, resistant attitude towards men. "How did you get up here?" Her voice was a little hoarse, and she deliberately avoided Lin Tian's gaze. Lin Tian did not answer her question, nor did he approach her directly as he would with other women. He simply walked over and sat down on the rattan sofa next to her. Their gazes were also drawn to the distant night view, as if they had only come up to enjoy the breeze. "The view from here is indeed excellent." He seemed to be talking to himself, yet also to her. Zhou Wei pursed her lips and didn't reply. An awkward silence fell over the room. "Sweki owes her success today to you." Lin Tian suddenly changed the subject, his tone calm, revealing no probing or ulterior motive. Zhou Wei's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. "I am her agent, this is my job," she answered curtly. "Duties within my job description?" Lin Tian chuckled and shook his head. "More than that. When she was being attacked online and was at her most isolated and helpless, you stayed by her side, using all your connections and resources, even at the risk of offending bigwigs in the industry, just to protect her. He cried with her, stayed up all night with her, and shielded her from all the open and hidden attacks. This goes far beyond the scope of an agent's role." Zhou Wei turned her head abruptly, looking at Lin Tian with some surprise. Many of these things are not even fully known to Jiang Sweki herself. "How did he know?" "You don't need to be surprised." Lin Tian seemed to see through her thoughts, and continued to look into the distance. "Those I want to know, I will naturally know. You did more for Sweki than she knew." He paused, then finally turned his gaze to her, a gaze that was deep and calm, carrying a power that seemed to see into people's hearts. "But, Zhou Wei." His voice lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible pity. "You poured all your energy and emotions into Sweki, planned everything for her, and even..." He pushed her next to me. "And what about you?" Zhou Wei felt as if something had struck her hard, and she caught her breath. Sweki found a place she could rely on and started a new life. Lin Tian's words were like a gentle knife, precisely dissecting her layered heart. "And you? Are you prepared to forever hide in the shadow of your sister's glory? Must I forever remain a bystander, silently giving and enduring loneliness alone? I don't." Zhou Wei seemed to have been stepped on, and suddenly raised her voice to refute, but her voice carried a weakness that even she herself could not convince. She instinctively hugged her arms tightly, a typical self-protective posture. "Everyone has the right to pursue their own happiness." Lin Tian ignored her rebuttal. His voice remained gentle yet firm. "You also deserve to be cherished and loved, and you deserve a haven where you can let down your guard and be strong. Instead of always being the one who shelters others from the wind and rain." These words completely shattered Zhou Wei's psychological defenses.
Over the years, she has become accustomed to being strong, accustomed to protecting, and accustomed to hiding all her softness behind that shrewd and capable mask. No one asked her if she was tired, no one thought that she also needed someone to rely on. Even her once vague feelings for Jung Sweki, which went beyond friendship, became displaced and turned into a deeper sense of loss and loneliness when Jung Sweki fell into Lin Tian's arms. Her eyes welled up with tears uncontrollably, and she bit her lower lip hard to keep her vulnerability from showing. Just then, Lin Tian stood up and walked up to her. He made no further move, but slowly reached out his hand, his warm fingertips gently touching her slightly cool cheek. Zhou Wei's body trembled violently, like a startled rabbit, and she instinctively tried to dodge. This is her physiological and psychological instinctive aversion to male contact. However, Lin Tian's fingers did not leave. No force was used. It lingered there so gently, with an indescribable soothing power. His gaze held no aggression, only understanding and a gentle, almost tolerant quality. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Zhou Wei's stiff body strangely began to relax slowly under the touch of those warm fingertips. A tiny crack appeared in the icy barrier in her heart. She did not dodge it. This tacit approval is like a silent signal. Lin Tian leaned down and slowly approached her. Zhou Wei's heart pounded wildly, almost bursting out of her chest. She could smell his fresh and pleasant scent and see his face, with its distinct features, getting closer and closer. She instinctively closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling with nervousness. The next moment, a warm and soft touch was pressed onto her lips. It was very light and gentle, with a hint of probing and respect. Zhou Wei's mind went blank. Chapter 105 Swimming Pool Springtime Provocation. The familiar, masculine aversion did not arise as expected. Instead, a strange, tingling sensation spread from her lips throughout her body. It made her feel weak all over, even her fingertips lost their strength. She awkwardly and passively accepted the kiss, her hands, which had been pressed against her chest, quietly falling down without her noticing. However, just as Lin Tian's hand encircled her waist, preparing to deepen the kiss. Wei Wei? Are you here? There's one more detail about the concert schedule I'd like to confirm with you. Jiang Sweki's clear voice, accompanied by light footsteps, came from the direction of the glass door. The sound stopped abruptly. Jiang Sweki stood at the garden entrance, looking at the two people almost overlapping on the swing chair. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and her small mouth opened slightly. He was frozen in place, as if under a spell. Zhou Wei suddenly woke up with a start, pushed Lin Tian away, and bounced up from the rocking chair as if she had been burned. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and her eyes were filled with shame, panic, and utter embarrassment. Sweki, I. She was incoherent and didn't dare to look Jiang Sweki in the eye. She suddenly lowered her head and almost fled, staggering past Jiang Sweki. She ran downstairs as fast as she could. In the garden, only Lin Tian and Jiang Sweki, who had a caught-in-the-act expression, remained. After a brief silence, the shock on Jiang Sweki's face slowly faded, replaced by a sly, devilish smile. She crossed her arms and slowly walked up to Lin Tian, tilting her head to look him over, and drawled out her words. Well, Lin Tian. You've got some nerve. I was only away from you for a second, and you're already going after my best friend? Even a rabbit doesn't eat the grass near its burrow. Looking at her feigned accusation, but with a hint of mockery in her eyes, Lin Tian's slight annoyance at being interrupted earlier dissipated. He stepped forward, pulled her into his arms, held her slender waist tightly, and glared at her fiercely. You ruined my plans, and now you dare to turn around and blame me? Ha! Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me. Jiang Sweki squirmed in his arms, but it seemed more like a playful resistance. Her laughter was like the tinkling of silver bells. Who gave you the audacity to lay a hand on Wei Wei? She is. Who she is not important. Lin Tian interrupted her, picked her up, and spun her around in the open garden. The important thing is, you ruined my fun, you have to make it up to me. You'll pay me back my ass. Let me go. Jiang Sweki giggled, broke free from his embrace, and ran away in the garden like a nimble butterfly. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't let her go, and the two chased and played around in the garden where the moonlight and lamplight intertwined. Jiang Sweki's skirt fluttered, and her laughter was crisp and clear. Lin Tian deliberately slowed down, enjoying this relaxed and pleasant interaction. Finally, at the edge of the fish pond, Lin Tian successfully cornered her, trapping her between his arms and the railing. Jiang Sueki was slightly out of breath from running, her chest heaving, and her face flushed from the exercise, making her breathtakingly beautiful. She looked at Lin Tian's face, which was so close to hers, and her eyes gradually became unfocused.
Lin Tian lowered his head and kissed her lips again. This time, it was no longer the gentle probing that had been directed at Zhou Wei just now. Instead, it carries a scorching heat and an undeniable possessiveness, domineering yet tender. Jiang Sueki responded enthusiastically, wrapping her arms around his neck. Confused and infatuated, the atmosphere was intense.
Lin Tian's hands began to wander unruly over her back, and his kisses gradually moved downwards, landing on her slender neck. Jiang Sueki tilted her head back, letting out soft sobs, her body as limp as a puddle of water. Just as Lin Tian's hand slid towards the zipper on the side of her skirt, preparing to make the garden night scene even more enchanting. Lin Tian paused, the surging heat within him being forcefully suppressed. Jiang Sueki, like a startled cat, suddenly snapped out of her daze. She was flustered and tugged at her skirt, which Lin Tian had ruffled and messed up. The blush on her cheeks was like the sunset. The glint of light traveled all the way to behind the ears, and the eyes darted away. He didn't dare to look at Su Mengli at the door. Su Mengli stood at the door, looking at the scene of this attempted crime. Lin Tian's clothes were slightly disheveled, and Jiang Sueki's lips were swollen and red, and she was breathing heavily. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. That cool voice carried a hint of sourness and reproach. Lin Tian. It's not even completely dark yet, and the streetlights aren't even all on. Can you not be in such a hurry? Upon hearing this, Jiang Sueki was so ashamed she wanted to disappear. She stamped her foot, her voice barely audible. Sister Mengli. Lin Tian's skin is thicker than a city wall. The frustration of having something good interrupted. After hearing Su Mengli's words, it instantly became a new target of attack. He released his arm from Jiang Sueki's. Instead of feeling embarrassed at all, he put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Su Mengli with a cocky attitude. He had a half smile on his face. Oh. He drew out his words, his gaze sweeping over Su Mengli's delicate face, which was trying to appear calm but was slightly flushed from running. Hey President Su, CEO Su, you've only been abroad on a business trip for a few days, and you've already seen the world? You're already acting all high and mighty, aren't you? You even dare to tease your husband like that? He walked up to Su Mengli. Looking down at her, he deliberately leaned closer, lowered his voice, and exuded a dangerous, oppressive aura. Haven't I disciplined you for a few days? Are you itching for a beating? Have you forgotten who's in charge in this house, huh? A scorching heat wafted over, carrying Lin Tian's unique scent. Su Mengli's heart skipped a beat. Under Jiang Sueki's gaze, which held a hint of mockery and amusement, she felt her carefully maintained aloof CEO mask crumble. It is cracking inch by inch. What nonsense are you spouting? She tried to remain calm and took a step back to create some distance, but her feet seemed to be rooted to the spot. Two blushes uncontrollably rose on her fair cheeks. His eyes darted around, avoiding Lin Tian's mocking and aggressive gaze. Who was teasing you? I have important business to attend to. Is this serious business? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow and reached out. With remarkable ease, he used his fingers to pluck a strand of hair that had fallen beside her cheek, twirling and playing with it between his fingertips. What important matter could be more important than your husband's lifelong event? The ambiguous actions and explicit words made Su Mengli's ears turn bright red. She slapped away Lin Tian's mischievous hand in embarrassment and annoyance, glaring at him with her beautiful eyes. Yet, the watery glint in her eyes made her seem utterly intimidating, more like a coquettish complaint. You stop messing around. She took a deep breath and tried to make her voice sound normal. It's a swimming pool. The infinity pool on the third floor seems to have a blocked outlet, so it can't be filled with water and can't create an infinity effect. Xiaowan and the others want to swim for a while, so they asked me to call you up to take a look. Chapter 106, 100 beauties play in the water, and a crooked-mouthed dragon king emerges. Oh, so the swimming pool is broken. Lin Tian nodded as if he suddenly understood. Then he grinned mischievously. His gaze swept over Su Mengli's chest, which was rising and falling slightly due to embarrassment and annoyance. I thought something was blocked by my general manager Su, and I needed to personally clear it. Lin Tian. Su Mengli's neck turned red. Unable to remain calm any longer, she raised her hand to hit him. Lin Tian laughed and nimbly dodged, then pulled Jiang Sueki, who was watching the show with great interest, over.
Let's go, let's get to work. Only when the pool is fixed can we see more perks, right, Sueki?
Jiang Sueki was being pulled along by him, giggling, and didn't forget to turn around and make a face at Su Mengli.
Sister Mengli, your face is so red.
Su Mengli was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth, but she was completely helpless against these two rascals, one big and one small.
I can only wear high heels. Reluctantly, I followed behind them and headed towards the swimming pool on the 3rd floor. The rooftop infinity pool on the 3rd floor. This is another major selling point of Yunding Mansion Villa No. 1. The massive glass curtain wall offers a panoramic view of the city's dazzling nightscape. Together with the pool of water that seems to connect with the sky, it forms a dreamlike picture. However, at this moment, the pool was only half full, which did not achieve the desired infinity pool effect. When Lin Tian walked up to the 3rd floor with a repairman mentality, the scene that comes into view. In an instant, he felt that being a repairman was worth the price of admission. Poolside. Several beautiful women, some sitting and some standing, had already changed into their swimsuits. They are waiting for the pool to fill up. Su Xiaowan was wearing a relatively conservative light blue one-piece swimsuit, the hem of which barely covered the top of her thighs. It hugged her shapely figure perfectly, retaining both her girlish innocence and adding a touch of subtle sexiness. She seemed somewhat uncomfortable being exposed to people like this. Especially Lin Tian's undisguised scrutinizing gaze. It gave her fair skin a light pink tinge. Her hands were placed somewhat awkwardly in front of her, and her eyes shyly drifted away. In stark contrast to her is her younger sister, Su Xiaoyu. This girl chose a vibrant bright yellow bikini. The fabric was so minimal it was outrageous, perfectly outlining her youthful, full bust and perky hips. She stood confidently by the pool, and when she saw Lin Tian come up, she deliberately puffed out her chest. She cast a provocative yet seductive glance my way. It's as if she's saying, "Brother-in-law, is it pretty?" Qin Shuang, on the other hand, maintained her signature Qin Shuang style as always. She chose a navy blue openwork one-piece swimsuit with a very distinctive design. Although it's not a bikini, but the ingenious cutout design and the body-hugging cut. Instead, it accentuated her well-proportioned and slender figure and subtly revealed waistline, making her even more alluring. She stood in the shadows a little further away. His expression remained aloof and professional, as if he weren't there to swim, but rather to carry out a security mission. But if you look closely, you could see that her earlobes were slightly red, and her eyes quickly looked away the moment they met Lin Tian's gaze. Plop. Lin Tian clearly heard himself swallow. This doesn't look like a swimming pool repair site at all. This is clearly a private pool party for top supermodels. Moreover, it's a visual feast exclusively for him. Brother-in-law. Come and see what's going on with this water outlet. We can't wait to get in the water. Su Xiaoyu spoke first, her voice carrying her unique charm and vitality. Lin Tian took a deep breath. I tried to pull my eyes away from those pale thighs and graceful curves, forcing myself to focus on the technical issues. He walked over to the pool's filtration and circulation system and crouched down to inspect it. The problem is not complicated. It was just that a small filter screen was clogged with debris, causing the water to flow in slowly. For Lin Tian, who possesses a system-enhanced physique and comprehension, these kinds of minor problems are easy to solve. He quickly and efficiently cleaned the filter and then restarted the water pump. Buzz. A low, rumbling sound filled the air. Clear water surged into the pool once more, and the water level began to rise at a visible speed. Wow! My brother-in-law is amazing. It's really fixed. Very good. The women let out a small cheer, and their gazes toward Lin Tian held even more admiration and reliance. This feeling of being looked at with adoration by your woman. This completely dispelled Lin Tian's frustration at having his good time interrupted, replacing it with a strong sense of accomplishment and possessiveness. He watched as the water level gradually rose. It slowly overflowed the pool walls. It blends perfectly with the distant city night view, creating a stunning, boundless effect. The azure pool water shimmered under the lights. The scene, reflecting the beautiful faces and captivating figures of several women, was breathtakingly beautiful. What are you waiting for? Let's get in the water. Lin Tian announced with a smile. Su Xiaoyu was the first to respond, leaping into the water with a perfect pose, like a nimble mermaid, splashing up sparkling water droplets.
Su Xiaowan appeared much quieter, sitting by the pool and gently splashing the water with her fair feet, enjoying the coolness. Qin Shuang slowly walked into the water, her movements still maintaining her elegance and restraint.
Zhang Sueki and Su Mengli quickly joined them. Zhang Sueki's swimsuit was a sexy black deep V one-piece.
It perfectly showcased her impressive bust and slender waist. She exudes star power. Su Mengli chose a burgundy halter neck two-piece swimsuit. She exudes both elegance and femininity, a style that blends wonderfully with her identity as a CEO.
Lin Tian did not go into the water immediately.
Instead, he sat leisurely on a lounge chair by the pool, a glass of chilled juice appearing in his hand without him noticing.
Like an emperor surveying his territory.
Admire the vibrant and enchanting scene of 100 beauties playing in the water before your eyes. Watching them frolic in the water, their laughter echoing like silver bells in the night sky, splashing water at each other and playing around.
The previous slight estrangement seemed to have melted away considerably in the water.
Su Xiaoyu playfully tugged at Su Xiaowan's swimsuit straps, causing Su Xiaowan to scream repeatedly. Zhang Sueki and Su Mengli had a swimming contest to see who could swim faster, their two snow-white legs tumbling in the azure pool. Even Qin Shuang's lips seemed to curl into a very faint, genuine smile.
This is life.
Lin Tian sighed contentedly.
However, this harmonious and beautiful atmosphere did not last long. Just as Lin Tian was thinking it was time to go into the water and have an intimate interaction, a highly discordant voice with a signature crooked mouth tone.
The sound, like the cawing of a crow, came from the balcony of the neighboring villa.
Hey! But I haven't. What a coincidence, you've moved to Cloud Peak Mansion too.
That voice, it's so familiar. Lin Tian and the women in the pool all looked in the direction of the sound. On the third-floor balcony of the neighboring Villa No. 2, Zhao Debao was wearing an incredibly flashy pair of fluorescent pink beach shorts. He was shirtless. He revealed his not-so-muscular, skinny physique, holding a wine glass in one hand.
One hand on hip.
Trying hard to strike what he thought was a cool pose. He grinned smugly at us, his mouth crooked.
Chapter 107. Who is Lin Tian with tonight? There were two people wearing bikinis standing next to him. But appearance and temperament.
A woman who was on a completely different level from Lin Tian was diligently massaging his back. Lin Tian was stunned for a moment, then felt speechless.
This crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Why is it so persistent? It's even moved to Cloud Peak Mansion now. And they even became his neighbors? Ha, it seems we two brothers are truly destined to meet from afar. When Zhao Debao saw Lin Tian looking over, he became even more smug and raised his voice 8 octaves. How is it? The environment at Cloud Peak Mansion is quite nice, isn't it? Dude, I love this peace and quiet right now. My god sister insisted that this place has good feng shui and wanted me to come and live here. Oh, I really couldn't refuse her kindness. His words, though seemingly a complaint, were actually a boast. The subtext is, look, I was also invited here by a rich woman, so my class is no lower than yours. Lin Tian hadn't spoken yet. Zhao Debao's gaze swept over the several stunning beauties in Lin Tian's pool, his eyes widening and his mouth almost watering. But he immediately suppressed his jealousy and put on an expression that said, I've seen more of the world. He began his classic Dragon King-style provocation. TSK, brother Lin, looks like you're living a pretty comfortable life. But hey, not to be rude, but you really need to work on your taste. Look at my necklace. As he spoke, he tugged at the thick, glittering gold chain around his neck, as if showing off. Pure gold. 24K. It cost this much. He held up 5 fingers and shook them. And this villa of mine, my god sister said that the renovation alone cost this much. He then held up 2 fingers and made an 8 gesture. He was trying to increase the number of women. Although he only managed to regain his composure in 3 aspects, including quality of life. In the pool, all the women stopped playing and looked at the lively character next to them with strange expressions. Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Tian slowly took a sip of juice. He couldn't even be bothered to sit up completely straight. He merely glanced at Zhao Debao out of the corner of his eye, his tone as indifferent as if he were commenting on the weather. Oh, what a coincidence. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the beauties around him, any one of whom could easily outshine the entire group of their opponents. Then he looked at his own home. This is a truly top-tier luxury villa environment. And that breathtaking infinity pool.
Finally, the words landed back on Zhao Debao's crude gold chain, and he casually added, "It seems your adopted sister is indeed quite generous to you." He neither refuted directly nor boasted. There wasn't even a hint of anger. But this seemingly casual comment, coupled with his calm expression and the obvious interaction between the two sides, a huge gap across all aspects. The resulting taunting effect is nuclear level. You. Zhao Debao's smug smile froze instantly, his face turning from red to green, then from green to white, as if someone had grabbed his neck. Lin Tian's words clearly implied that he was nothing more than a piece of trash given to him by his adopted sister, and that the trash he received was so. That's not presentable. The two women beside him also realized that something was wrong, and they stopped patting his back. Zhao Debao was so angry that he trembled all over and pointed at Lin Tian, repeatedly saying "you" for a long time. But he couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Under Lin Tian's almost pity gaze, he felt that all his boasting had turned into a clown performance. Final. He could only glare fiercely at Lin Tian and resentfully utter a sentence. "Humph. We'll see." Then it seemed as if they were afraid of humiliating themselves again. He sheepishly grabbed the two women and fled back into the villa. Even the balcony lights were switched off with a snap. The world is peaceful now. Ha ha ha. Su Xiaoyu was the first to burst out laughing. He lay on the edge of the pool, laughing so hard he was splashing water. "Brother-in-law, you're so mean. Look how angry you've made him." The other girls couldn't help but chuckle, covering their mouths as they giggled. Su Mengli shook her head, feeling both helpless and relieved. Jiang Sueki gave Lin Tian a thumbs up. Lin Tian put down his juice glass. He still wore that calm and collected smile on his face. He walked to the edge of the pool and waved to Su Mengli in the water. Su Mengli swam over and looked up at him. Lin Tian's smile faded slightly, his eyes sharpened, and he said in a low voice, "Investigate, how could this kind of scum be allowed to come to our neighborhood?" Su Mengli instantly understood Lin Tian's meaning, her expression turned serious, and she nodded. "I'll have Chang Lin investigate tomorrow." After the minor incident, the atmosphere by the pool returned to its relaxed state. But Lin Tian knew the truth in his heart. This seemingly peaceful and luxurious cloud-top mansion hides turbulent undercurrents. Perhaps this is just the beginning. Night was falling. Yunding Mansion Villa Number 1. The rooftop infinity pool on the third floor returned to tranquility, with only the gentle ripples on the water caused by the night breeze. It reflects the neon lights of the distant city and the sparse stars on the horizon. The playful laughter had already ceased. Water droplets rolled down the wet hair and smooth skin of the beauties, carrying the freshness of a bath and a hint of languid fatigue. Lin Tian had already gotten up from the recliner and put on a loose bathrobe. Watching them dry their bodies with soft bath towels. Or perhaps she's tidying her slightly damp hair. A vivid and fragrant picture of a lotus emerging from the water slowly unfolds before my eyes, with the air filled with the scent of shower gel and ambiguous moisture. However, as night deepened, a subtle and unspoken question arose. Like bubbles rising quietly from the bottom of the water, they surface in everyone's heart. Where will Lin Tian stay tonight? No words were needed. An invisible understanding flowed between Su Xiaowan, Su Xiaoyu, Qin Shuang, and even Jiang Sueki. The group exchanged glances. Final. The youngest and most lively girl, Su Xiaoyu, spoke up with a smile. She nudged Su Xiaowan beside her. He winked at Lin Tian again. "Brother-in-law, you'd better keep Mengli company tonight." Her voice was clear and crisp, with a hint of deliberate mischief. "Sister Mengli was away on a business trip for several days, and she just got back when you dragged her here to fix the swimming pool. She's probably complaining about you a lot in her heart. You'd better make sure to appease them properly." Su Xiaowan immediately nodded in agreement, her voice gentle yet firm. "Yes, honey, Mengli has worked hard." Her eyes were clear as she looked at Lin Tian. With complete trust and a subtle, almost imperceptible, act of voluntary concession. Qin Shuang didn't speak, but simply nodded slightly with her cool gaze. Jiang Sueki dried her long hair with a towel, a playful smile curving her red lips, adding fuel to the fire. "Hurry up and go, or our CEO Su will turn into a statue from standing there like a waiting for husband rock. Su Mengli was unanimously chosen by everyone. Even if one is usually calm and composed. At this moment, under those smiling gazes, he was somewhat overwhelmed. She tried to remain calm.
Trying to maintain his aloof CEO demeanor, he reprimanded. What nonsense are you talking about?
Unfortunately, her slightly flushed ears and flickering eyes completely betrayed her inner embarrassment and a hint of secret expectation.
Chapter 108 Knight's Choice and Sister's Whispers. Lin Tian took in the women's behavior. A warm feeling welled up inside me. But then a mischievous thought arose in his mind. He deliberately put on a stern face. His brows furrowed, and he adopted the dignified demeanor of a head of the family. His gaze swept fiercely over the group of beauties before him, each with their own unique charm. Be modest? Who's being modest with you? He deliberately lowered his voice, which carried an undeniable domineering air. Are they all trying to push me away? This is outrageous. Nobody's getting away today, everyone's coming back to the master bedroom with me. Let's all sleep together under the same blanket, no one can be missing. These words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly creating ripples. Ah! Brother-in-law, you're so annoying. Dream on. Lin Tian, you filthy scoundrel. A cacophony of coquettish complaints and playful scolding erupted. Su Xiaoyu exaggeratedly covered her chest, feigning shock. Su Shaowan blushed so much that even her neck turned red. He stomped his feet in protest. Jiang Sueki picked up a wet towel and pretended to throw it at him. Even Qin Shuang couldn't help but turn her face away, her lips twitching and her shoulders trembling slightly. Su Mengli glared at him, clearly annoyed. But in his eyes, there was more shame and annoyance than anger. For a moment, the atmosphere by the pool was warm and ambiguous. It was filled with the joy of flirting and teasing. After the laughter and commotion subsided, the women clearly didn't take Lin Tian's bold words seriously. Or rather, they maintained a subtle balance in tacit understanding. Final. Amidst a chorus of urging, go quickly, and don't keep Sister Mengli waiting, Lin Tian reluctantly agreed. She was pulled and pushed by several beauties into Su Mengli's luxurious bedroom. A soft bang sounded. The heavy solid wood door closed. Completely isolate the outside world from the private space inside. Outside the door, the women exchanged smiles and then dispersed. But behind that smile, is everything as calm and undisturbed as it appears on the surface? Only they themselves know the truth. Inside the cozy and elegantly decorated guest room next door, the two sisters, Su Shaowan and Su Xiaoyu, had finished washing up and changed into comfortable silk nightgowns. They lay side by side on the soft, large bed. The room was very soundproof, you could hardly hear any outside noise. Only the two sisters' soft breathing could be heard. A moment of silence followed. Su Shaowan turned to the side, facing his younger sister. In the darkness, her eyes flickered with hesitation. She spoke softly, her voice tinged with a shy reluctance. Xiaoyu, don't you think, our husband, seems to have the thought all along? Which idea? Su Xiaoyu asked the question knowingly, her voice carrying a mischievous laugh that was particularly clear in the darkness. It's. Su Shaowan's voice was even lower, almost as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Sleeping together under the same blanket, that's so embarrassing. Su Xiaoyu burst out laughing. She turned over to face her sister. Even in the darkness, one can imagine her sly, winking expression at this moment. Sis, what's there to be ashamed of? This shows that my brother-in-law loves us and wants to keep us all by his side, and he can't bear to be separated from us for even a moment. She imitated Lin Tian's tone, speaking in a rough voice. Nobody can escape today, we're all sleeping together. Brother-in-law is so domineering. You shameless girl. Su Shaowan was both embarrassed and anxious as her younger sister teased her, and reached out to tickle her. Su Xiaoyu dodged while giggling. The two sisters immediately started playing around on the bed, kicking the thin blankets into disarray, and filling the air with the unique fragrance and joyful atmosphere of young girls. After a while, the two of them stopped, panting, and lay back down. After the playful banter, the room fell into an even deeper silence. In this silence, there is a faint, yet undeniable sound, like the babbling of a stream as snow melts in spring. It was a voice as melodious and moving as a suppressed nightingale's song. The sound, barely audible, drifted through the cracks in the wall and reached the sisters' ears. It was Su Mengli's voice. The sound was sometimes high and sometimes low. With an indescribable allure and a hint of barely suppressed sobs, she was like a soft feather. It gently scratches at one's heart. Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu held their breath almost simultaneously. In the darkness, we couldn't see each other's expressions. But you can clearly feel the other person's body stiffen instantly. And the sudden flush on his face. The air seemed to freeze. An atmosphere called beautiful spread and fermented silently. A long time passed. Until the sounds from next door gradually subsided. Su Xiaoyu spoke softly, with a seriousness unlike her usual lively demeanor. Sister. Su Xiaowan's voice was still somewhat unnaturally tense. I know you might still be a little confused, thinking that it's too shocking. Su Xiaoyu's voice was soft, but every word was clear. But, sister, we have to understand that brother-in-law is not an ordinary person. He is Lin Tian, the world's top-tier quality man, a man destined to stand at the top. She paused, then continued. We are so lucky and blessed to be able to stay together as sisters, without having to fight tooth and nail like other women outside, and to be able to take care of each other, stay by his side, and be loved and protected by him. Isn't that so? Su Xiaowan listened quietly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly in the darkness. My sister's words were like a pebble thrown into a still lake, creating ripples all around. She recalled Lin Tian's protectiveness on the matchmaking stage. Remembering his unwavering willingness to pay for his mother's medical expenses, and his composure when facing the investigation by the Women's Federation. And the tenderness he occasionally revealed, which was uniquely hers. Yes, he is different. The rules of this world seem reasonable because of him. Even wonderful. The ice that had formed in my heart due to traditional values melted slightly in the quiet night, thanks to my sister's honest words. She did not answer. He simply reached out and gently took his sister's hand. The two sisters held hands tightly, silently conveying warmth. Moonlight streamed through the gauze curtains, casting a soft glow on the floor. It also illuminated the gradually softening yet firm light in Su Xiaowan's eyes. The atmosphere in the other guest room was completely different. Xin Shuang had just finished showering, her body still damp. She was wearing a conservative but well-made dark nightgown and was drying her half-dry long hair with a towel. Her younger sister, Xinyu, is a college student who looks youthful and has clear eyes. He was sitting cross-legged on the bed, excitedly looking around at the luxurious yet elegant furnishings in the room. Sis. This place is amazing. It's 1,000 times, 10,000 times better than where we used to live. Xinyu's eyes gleamed, and though she lowered her voice, she couldn't hide her excitement. Tell me quickly, how did you meet your brother-in-law? Oh no, Mr. Lin's? Looking at my younger sister's innocent and carefree appearance. Xin Shuang paused slightly as she dried her hair, a complex recollection flashing in her cool eyes. Chapter 109 Xin Shuang's scheme for her younger sister. Xin Shuang paused slightly as she combed her hair. His gaze fell on a point of emptiness in the mirror, and he was lost in memories. That experience, for her. It was not a romantic encounter. Rather, it was the beginning of a dramatic turning of the gears of fate. The first time I met him. Xin Shuang's voice was calm, as if she were narrating a business matter that had nothing to do with her. We were ordered to come here. An investigation is underway into allegations that his first concubine, Su Xiaowan, allegedly used emotional manipulation to defraud him of a large sum of money. Ha? Scam? Xinyu's mouth dropped open in surprise. Xin Shuang nodded, a hint of reminiscence flashing in her eyes. At the time, I was with my colleagues from the Women's Federation, holding the transfer records, and we were handling things strictly by business. But he... She paused, as if trying to figure out how to describe it. He simply cited provisions of the Men's Rights Protection Law and the Men's Daily Expenses Reimbursement Law. A few words. Let's just let our accusations disappear without a trace. His familiarity with an application of the rules, his effortless demeanor, he doesn't seem like an ordinary young man who only relies on welfare payments. She walked to the bedside and sat down. His gaze remained unfocused as he continued. Later, at the Su family's family meeting, in order to protect Su Mengli, he directly summoned our husband's alliance to the scene. You didn't see the scene back then. Li is the biological mother of Su Hao, who has been bullying Su Mengli and her daughter. And her good-for-nothing son. In his presence, no one dared to even breathe loudly. With just a few words, he could decide the fate of the world. His absolute authority and control were undeniable. Xin Shuang took a soft breath. It made me realize for the first time the true weight of what it means to be a high-quality man, but... Xinyu listened intently, her eyes wide open, as if she were listening to a legendary story.
Qin Shuang's tone gradually lost its calmness, carrying a subtle fluctuation that she herself was unaware of.
Later, he saw through my situation, my ambition. I didn't hide it. I told him that I needed a child to change my fate and that of my family. Guess what? What's wrong? He didn't mock my reality, nor did he offer any condescending pity. Instead, he helped me achieve my goals in an almost equal manner. She remembered that night. Lin Tian looked at her, his eyes devoid of desire, only a calm that seemed to understand everything and, perhaps, admiration. He gave me what I needed most, a foundation for a stable life. That powerful and unique tenderness made me. She didn't finish her sentence, but the slight rise and fall of her chest and the fleeting glint of tears in her eyes said it all. She sighed inwardly, marveling at the strangeness of fate. The client who initially required her to wear a uniform and treat them with respect. Now it has become the only thing that supports her and her family's fate. He became the man she willingly submitted to. That's it. Qin Shuang finished her brief narration. Calmness returned, but the air in the room was still thick. However, her narration made it somewhat heavy. Wow! Qin Yu suddenly sat up in bed, clutching her heart with her hands, her eyes shining. She blurted out, "My brother-in-law is so handsome. He's practically a male protagonist straight out of a novel. Handsome, capable, and gentle. Sis, I like my brother-in-law." This innocent and pure declaration struck Qin Shuang's heart like a heavy hammer. She suddenly turned her head, her expression becoming extremely serious. He even looked at his innocent younger sister with a hint of sternness. "Little Rain." Her voice was stern, "Do you know what you're saying? You can't just say things like that." Qin Yu was startled by her sister's sudden seriousness. The joy and excitement on her face vanished instantly, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water. She lowered her head in grievance, her fingers unconsciously digging into the bedsheet. Her voice was filled with disappointment and frustration. "I know. I was telling the truth, but my brother-in-law. He didn't seem to notice me at all. When we had dinner together tonight, he was talking to Sister Mengli and Sister Sweki, and his eyes never lingered on me. It's like looking after a little child." Her voice grew softer and softer as she spoke, and her head drooped even lower, radiating an aura of frustration that suggested she felt ignored by the whole world. Seeing my younger sister's disappointed and self-conscious appearance, Qin Shuang's heart gradually calmed down. Instead, it presents a cold, almost cruel, realistic consideration belonging to adults. Her brain began to function like a sophisticated instrument, rapidly analyzing itself within this ever-expanding world. Moreover, the situation of the harem, where each member is extraordinary. Su Mengli, a business queen with exceptional abilities, can provide Lin Tian with tremendous support in his career. Now he is the de facto controller of Shengfeng Group, and his position is secure. Su Shaowan, gentle and loyal, is Lin Tian's first woman, and their relationship is special. More importantly, she also has a younger sister, Su Xiaoyu, who is just as beautiful and has a better figure, but a more lively and outgoing personality. The two sisters working together naturally have a different kind of influence and enormous potential. Zhang Sweki, a national film queen, is surrounded by accolades. It can bring enormous public opinion influence and top-notch aesthetic value. It is an indispensable bright spot in Lin Tian's life. And what about Qin Shuang? He comes from an ordinary family. It could even be described as a drag. My mother is frail and sickly and needs to take medication for a long time. My younger sister, who has just come of age and is still naive about the ways of the world. She has a cool and aloof personality and is not good at acting cute or charming. However, she works at the Women's Federation. He has certain authority and connections, and can handle some official problems for Lin Tian. But compared to the immense value that the aforementioned individuals can provide, her strengths don't seem particularly outstanding. They are even at a slight disadvantage. If it weren't for her clear mind and decisive actions, she wouldn't have been able to gain a foothold. Perhaps in this increasingly fierce harem competition, it has long been marginalized. A strong sense of crisis gripped Qin Shuang. The number of women around Lin Tian will only increase, and they will become more and more outstanding. She couldn't just sit and wait to die. We cannot be satisfied with the present. She needs more leverage, she needs a deeper commitment. Suddenly, a resolute, even somewhat audacious, idea, like a vine sprouting in the darkness, gripped her heart tightly. This is not only to consolidate their own position.
It was also for the future of his younger sister, Xinyu. She absolutely could not bear to see Xiaoyu end up like countless other nameless, unrecognized women who could only wait for random matching on dating apps.
Struggling at the bottom.
Or, in the future, she might be randomly matched with a man whose background and character are unknown and unpredictable.
Only by bringing his younger sister under the wing of Lin Tian's giant ship can he succeed.
Only then can these sisters truly find peace and security in their lives. Then comes mutual support.
In Lin Tian's harem, one can obtain true security and honor. Chapter 110 Shang Feng in Trouble. Thinking about this,
Qin Shuang's eyes became sharp and firm, without the slightest hesitation. She took a deep breath. It was as if they wanted to suppress all their concerns and weaknesses. She reached out her hand.
He gripped his younger sister Qin Yu's somewhat cold hand tightly.
His eyes were sharp and piercing. Looking directly into his younger sister's eyes, which still held some confusion and disappointment, he spoke with unprecedented seriousness. He spoke almost word by word. "Xiaoyu, you look after your sister?"
She asked clearly and slowly. If there were a chance, would you also be willing to go with your brother-in-law?
Xinyu suddenly raised her head.
His eyes first flashed with an immense, unbelievable surprise. It was as if I heard the most beautiful love words in the world. But then,
that joy was overshadowed by immense uncertainty and deep-seated inferiority. She murmured, her voice trembling.
I do, of course I do. My brother-in-law is so good, but sister, my brother-in-law. Will he really want me?
I'm so ordinary I can't do anything. I'm not as capable as Sister Mingli.
Not as gentle as Sister Shaowan. I'm not as pretty or famous as Sister Sweki.
She lowered her head, her voice choked with emotion.
I can't even bring myself to let him look at me twice.
Seeing my younger sister's anxious and self-doubting state, the last trace of awkwardness in Qin Shuang's heart caused by the sisters sharing a husband also completely disappeared.
Instead, it was a do-or-die determination. And the sense of responsibility as the eldest sister.
She gripped her sister's hand tightly, as if trying to transfer her strength to her eyes flashing with a desperate determination. The voice was lowered even further.
Silly girl, don't underestimate yourself.
You are young, clean, and pure, and that is your greatest asset. Her tone was resolute. As for whether my brother-in-law will want you,
man proposes, God disposes.
She leaned forward slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Qinyu.
As long as you want it, as long as you're really willing, your sister will find a way. We can't just sit and wait for opportunities in this family, we must take the initiative. Actively strive for it?
Xinyu murmured to herself, a spark of hope rekindling in her eyes. Yet it also carried a hint of fear of the unknown.
Qin Shuang nodded heavily, her eyes as deep as the night. That's right. Waiting to be seen is too passive and too slow. We need to create opportunities so that your brother-in-law can't ignore your presence. The night was thick.
The soft lighting in the guest room enveloped the two sisters.
Qin Shuang knew. This path may not be easy. It might even provoke opinions from other women. But for my own sake.
Even more so for his younger sister. She had to take this step. Only by taking initiative can one carve out a space that belongs to oneself.
The first light of dawn.
The huge floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom of Hentang Mansion cast dappled light and shadow on the expensive cashmere carpet.
Lin Tian opened his eyes, and his consciousness instantly cleared.
The body, enhanced by the system, showed no signs of fatigue. On the contrary, it was full of vigorous energy. He turned his head to look at Su Mingli, who was still fast asleep beside him.
She's usually a cold, aloof, and powerful female CEO. At that moment, she let down all her guard and curled up beside him. Her long, black hair was spread out on the pillow, making her skin appear even whiter. Her long eyelashes, like two small fans, cast a faint shadow under her eyelids, and a faint, satisfied smile seemed to linger on her lips. This tranquil tenderness. This starkly contrasted with her ruthless and decisive image in the business world, stirring a rare sense of pity in Lin Tian's heart. He didn't rush to get up. Instead, he reached out with great interest, gently picked up a strand of her hair, and played with it by twirling it between his fingertips. The movements are gentle. I was afraid of disturbing her sweet dreams. His gaze swept over her slightly furrowed brows. There, the lingering pressure of daily life seemed to still linger, making him want to smooth it out with his fingers.
just as his fingertips were about to touch her brow.
Buzzing, buzzing.
On the bedside table, Su Mingli's phone vibrated wildly like a swarm of bees out of control.
The screen stubbornly lit up, displaying the name Chang Lin.
The tranquility was completely shattered.
Su Mingli was startled awake.
Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she opened her eyes in a daze. Upon seeing Lin Tian so close, a hint of bewilderment and shyness flashed across her face.
But the next second, her professional instincts made her quickly grab her phone. Hello? Chang Lin?
Her voice was still hoarse and languid, as if she had just woken up.
However, what came from the other end of the phone was.
But Cheng Lin's voice was trembling with tears.
Extreme panic.
Some of the incoherent sounds were so shrill that even Lin Tian, who was standing next to him, could hear them clearly.
President Su. Something terrible has happened.
Something catastrophic has occurred.
We've been completely targeted. It's over, it's all over. The color drained from Su Mingli's face in an instant, visible to the naked eye. She sat up abruptly.
The thin blanket slipped off her shoulders, revealing her beautiful collarbone and a patch of snow-white skin.
But she was completely unaware.
The knuckles of my fingers were white from gripping the phone so tightly. My body began to tremble slightly, uncontrollably.
You, explain yourself. What's sniping? What's wrong with that?
Her voice suddenly rose, filled with panic. Lin Tian frowned slightly. He reached for his phone, his languid expression gradually vanishing, and his eyes sharpened.
On the other end of the phone,
Chang Lin's voice trembled with despair as she reported rapidly.
It's the raw material.
Our largest supplier, Lausanne Biochemical, sent a formal letter in the early hours of the morning, saying that due to force majeure, they are indefinitely suspending the supply of 7 Malawian kwaches.
Stop all orders. Stop them all. And the production base in the suburbs suddenly lost power in the early hours of the morning.
The backup power supply also malfunctioned for some reason, and all the bacterial strains in the core fermentation workshop, all died.
And Dr. Mu Shui's laboratory. We've caught a mole. Trying to steal core data. President Su. This was premeditated. A comprehensive attack. Our pregnancy essence is going to be cancelled before it even officially hits the market. Every word was like a heavy hammer, striking Su Mingli's heart hard. Her face went from deathly pale to ashen, her lips trembled, and her eyes stared blankly at Lin Tian, filled with unprecedented helplessness and fear. This moment. She is no longer the shrewd and capable female CEO. She was just an ordinary woman about to be swallowed up by a monstrous wave. New. Lin Tian's calm voice broke the almost suffocating panic. He reached out and gently patted Su Mingli's cold hand, then lifted the covers and got up. Tell Chang Lin to attend a meeting. Immediately, right now. His composure slightly calmed Su Mingli's mind, which was on the verge of collapse. Half an hour later, in the study. The atmosphere was so heavy it could drip water. The heavy curtains were drawn back, but the sunlight couldn't dispel the gloom inside. Su Mingli had changed into a business suit, but her carefully applied makeup could not hide the haggardness and fatigue between her brows. She sat in the main seat, her hands clasped tightly on the table. Mu Shui had dark circles under her eyes. The tablet computer spread out in front of them displayed despairing data charts. Her voice was hoarse and dry. Mr. Lin, President Su, the situation is worse than we thought. 7 Malawian kwaches, a vitamin K2 derivative, is our core activator and is irreplaceable. Lausanne supplies more than 70% of our needs. Now that they've cut off supplies, the inventory. It's only enough for small-scale experiments at the laboratory level, not even 1/10 of the pre-production capacity. Chapter 111 Lin Tian's counterattack. That's not the most fatal thing. Mu Shui's voice was filled with pain. In the core fermentation workshop of the suburban base, the temperature control malfunctioned for more than 17 minutes due to a power outage, and the fermentation process inside. The angel's tears strain that all the recipes relied on. They were extremely fragile and had very demanding environmental requirements. Now, they're all dead. She looked up, her eyes filled with despair. This means that even if we have the raw materials now, we don't have the factory to convert them into raw materials. Recultivate the strain. It will take at least 3 months, and the success rate cannot be guaranteed. What's even more terrifying is. She paused, then added with difficulty.
The base's security logs show that before and after the power outage, there were advanced cyber attacks from overseas IPs, targeting the strain's cultivation parameters and raw data.
I doubt.
Their goal is not only to disrupt production, but also to fundamentally steal and copy our core technologies. Chang Lin, who had rushed over from Shangfeng, had red eyes and continued her report, her voice trembling with tears.
President Su, Mr. Lin, I tried to contact the head of Lausanne Biochemicals, but they wouldn't answer the phone. Later, I found a Chinese executive I knew well, and he told me privately.
Someone offered 3 times the price to buy out Lausanne's entire 7 Malawian kwacha's production capacity for the next 2 years. And they paid an exorbitant penalty for breach of contract.
The other party made it clear. We want to kill our eugenics program before it even begins. As for the production base, preliminary investigation indicates that the main cable was deliberately and professionally cut. This is deliberate sabotage. And that mole.
Chang Lin's voice was filled with anger. The security department found out that he was hired by a third-party agency called Blackwater Consulting, and his target was Dr. Mu Shue's original formula and notes. He confessed that the ultimate mastermind was
Toyo Biological Company, Limited. Eastern Biology.
Su Mingli murmured, her body swaying as if she could barely sit still.
They are so vicious. This is going to completely destroy Shangfeng. You need to know. Ever since Lin Tian took out that bottle of eugenic essence. After Mu Shue's research, the exact efficacy was proven.
The entire Shangfeng group poured almost all of its accumulated wealth over the years into this research. Furthermore, it sought financing from multiple banks.
However,
a triple blow, raw material supply disruption, production destruction, and technology theft, each strike is deadly and linked to the next. The opponent had clearly been planning this for a long time, and their move was a decisive one. The orders promised to various suppliers amount to nearly several $1 billion. If the core, key raw materials cannot be supplied, that would not only put Shangfeng in dire straits.
Even the suppliers and processors went bankrupt.
Such a huge penalty for breach of contract.
The precarious reputation of Shangfeng Group.
Everything felt like towering mountains, pressing down on Su Mengli and making it hard for her to breathe. She felt a wave of darkness wash over her, and despair, like an icy tide, instantly engulfed her. The study was deathly silent.
Only the heavy breathing of a few people could be heard.
Mu Shue slumped back in her chair, while Chang Lin lowered her head and wiped away her tears. All eyes involuntarily turned to the last glimmer of hope. They turned their attention to the man who had been unusually silent since the start of the meeting, Lin Tian. He remained seated back in his wide chair, his fingers unconsciously and rhythmically tapping lightly on the smooth mahogany tabletop.
Tap, tap, tap.
The sound wasn't loud, but it felt like it was striking everyone's heart. It was in this extreme oppression and despair.
Lin Tian finally moved.
He slowly sat up straight. His gaze was calm as he swept over every pale, terrified face present.
Finally, it fell on Su Mengli. A faint smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth.
But the curve is incomprehensible to most people.
Are you done talking?
His voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly, carrying a strange sense of comfort.
That's all? Is that all? Su Mengli and the others almost thought they had misheard. This is absolutely catastrophic. How could he describe it so casually? Lin Tian ignored their shock. Let's begin deployment. Speech was steady, clear, and decisive. Raw material.
He looked at Su Mengli and said, Mengli, you must personally step forward immediately, activate all backup channels, and contact all possible connections.
No matter how high the price is, even if I can only buy 1 gram, I will still buy it.
We need to make a proper gesture, so that everyone knows. We at Shangfeng are still taking action, we are not sitting idly by and waiting to be defeated.
Yes.
Su Mengli perked up, as if she had found her pillar of support.
At the same time,
Lin Tian turned his gaze to Secretary Chang, fetch Wangpo for me. Chang Lin was stunned for a moment, then immediately realized what was happening, quickly dialed the number, and handed the microphone to Lin Tian. The call connected quickly, the hands-free mode was on, and Wangpo's loud, energetic, and concerned voice came through.
Oh my! My good godson! What brings you here so early in the morning, godmother? Is it because Sweki's daughter isn't serving you comfortably? That's nonsense. The tense atmosphere in the study eased, and Su Mengli glared at Lin Tian with annoyance.
Lin Tian chuckled lightly, his tone as relaxed as if he were having a casual chat.
Godmother, are you taking a walk early in the morning? Are you still in good health? Hey! Still in great shape. Thanks to my godson. It's nothing serious. Lin Tian's tone remained casual. It's just a seasoning called 7 Malawian kwaches that we use when cooking at home and it's lacking flavor. I heard that the Chun family in the capital might keep some in their kitchen. You have a lot of influence and connections, could you ask around for your godson? See if we can spare some? On the other end of the phone, Granny Wang was silent for 2 seconds. Although she didn't know what it was or what it was used for. But who is she? Her ability to read people is unparalleled.
Therefore, they naturally understood Lin Tian's implied meaning.
It'll be a while.
Finally, her voice, pounding her chest, was clearly audible even through the microphone, carrying the boldness of a chivalrous heroine.
Don't worry, godson. I've got your godmother's got it covered. I'll pack my things right now and go to the capital myself to knock on the Chun family's door. Old madam, you should at least give this old woman some face. Wait for good news from your godmother. Thank you for your help, godmother. Lin Tian smiled and hung up the phone. In the study,
Su Mengli and the others looked at each other, a spark of hope rekindled in their eyes. Wang Po's influence among the common people and her all-powerful network of connections.
They know. And the Chen family of the capital. That was a real behemoth. Production.
Lin Tian's voice rang out again, and his gaze turned to Su Xiaowan, who had been standing quietly to the side, but whose eyes were already as sharp as an eagle's.
Honey, I'm here.
Su Xiaowan immediately straightened her back, instantly transforming from a gentle and considerate concubine into a capable and decisive policewoman. Give a heads up to your colleagues at the police station and have them set up a special task force. After all, such a major safety incident has occurred, so the police department naturally has no reason not to intervene. My demand is a thorough investigation into the power outage incident. Remember, you need to see the most detailed investigation report within 24 hours. I want to see which hand cut the cable. I want to know exactly who's behind this. Lin Tian's tone turned cold, carrying a hint of murderous intent. Tell them this is my personal request, Lin Tian.
If it's done well, I'll owe them a favor. I can put in a good word for this year's Outstanding Auxiliary Police Unit selection.
A glint flashed in Su Xiaowan's eyes, and she nodded emphatically.
Understood. I'll take care of it right away. She knew very well the weight of Lin Tian's words. For the police department, this is a huge achievement and a significant allocation of resources. Spy.
Lin Tian finally turned his gaze to Qin Shuang, who was already dressed in her full uniform, her face cold and solemn.
Husband.
Qin Shuang stepped forward, her voice calm and professional.
Chapter 112: A Clever Move, a joint investigation by multiple departments.
Use your authority within the Women's Federation to mobilize all available information and manpower to thoroughly investigate this Blackwater Consulting. Also, all of Ing Bio's affiliated companies, joint ventures, and offices in China. Lin Tian tapped his finger lightly on the table, his tone calm yet chilling.
He originally intended to have Su Xiaoyu investigate it. But now,
the police station's power is relatively weaker compared to the Federation of Women's Federations. Moreover, in many aspects, it is necessary to follow the rules and regulations.
But it's the husband's league.
Then there's no need to consider those things.
To put it bluntly, if they wanted to, they could easily slap a big label on someone and take them back for questioning on the spot. This is a special institutional power that has emerged due to the increasingly out-of-control gender ratio. Is this fair?
When faced with large-scale female crime. Even globally, numerous cases of men being kidnapped occur daily.
And
even more extreme are the cases of hundreds of women simultaneously depriving a man of his sexual intercourse.
This has reached an absolutely insane level.
Therefore, if special measures are not used, this egregious behavior must be brought under control.
Humanity is likely on the verge of extinction. By then, what's the point of talking about fairness all the time?
There's no need to arrest them directly, that would be too easy on them. Jointly with the Tax Authority, Market Authority, Environmental Protection Administration, Consumer Affairs Department, and Inspection Agency.
Investigate every department you can think of, round after round. I want them to have every stronghold in China. From today onwards, I'll be receiving different greetings and rectification notices every day.
His eyes were as cold as knives. I want to make that Japanese chicken understand that on Chinese soil, if they stretch out their claws where they shouldn't, they'll be chopped off at the root.
Yes, sir. Mission accomplished.
Qin Shuang accepted the order without hesitation, her eyes sharp.
She knew this was the moment to showcase her value and energy.
One instruction after another, clear, decisive, and ruthless, came from Lin Tian's mouth, like a general strategizing and deploying troops on a sand table. The study, which was originally lifeless and filled with despair,
it was instantly replaced by a fierce counterattack. Su Mengli looked at Lin Tian.
Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a strange light, a reminder of the panic and despair she had felt earlier. At this moment, most of it has turned into trust.
Mu Shui and Shang Lin seemed to have received a shot of adrenaline and straightened their backs again.
After Lin Tian finished making his arrangements, he slowly stood up and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The morning sunlight completely dispelled the morning mist. It illuminated the entire city of Zhanghai, making it clear and full of vitality.
He had his back to everyone.
His upright figure seemed to be gilded in the sunlight. He didn't turn around, his voice wasn't loud, but it carried a resounding, metallic force that echoed clearly in the study.
Japanese biotechnology? Plan B? He repeated the two words softly, his tone filled with undisguised contempt. Trying to play dirty tricks? Want to go big?
Lin Tian slowly turned around, and sunlight shone in from behind him, making it difficult to see his expression. All that could be felt was his tangible, cold, and powerful aura. A defiant, arrogant smile curved his lips.
Okay. Then I'll put aside everything I'm doing and mobilize all available resources. Focus your time on them. Have some fun. Let's see who it is.
His gaze was sharp as a sword, as if it could pierce through the void and look directly at the enemy hidden behind the scenes.
We can't afford to play this game. Time flies. The next day. It's still the study in the villa.
The door was suddenly pushed open, bringing with it a gust of wind.
Su Shaoan strode in first.
She was still wearing her casual clothes that allowed her to move around easily, but the sharpness and competence that belonged to a policewoman between her brows made her look like a sword drawn from its sheath. Her face showed a hint of fatigue from handling the case, but even more so, excitement.
Honey. We've found out.
Su Xiaowan's clear and powerful voice instantly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Tian slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calmly falling on her.
Power outage at the production base confirmed as sabotage.
Su Xiaowan spoke quickly, but her words were clear and logical. It was a deputy engineer surnamed Liu who took advantage of the shift change time to sneak into the power distribution room and cut the critical node of the main cable with professional tools. His technique is very skillful, he's not a novice.
The police have taken this person into custody. Under intense interrogation, he couldn't hold back and confessed everything.
Su Xiaowan's lips curled into a cold smile. The other party transferred 2 million to him in 2 installments through an anonymous encrypted account overseas. The instructions are simple: create a power outage, the longer the better, with the goal of completely destroying the strains in the core fermentation workshop. She paused, then added the most crucial piece of information. Sister Zhang also dug deeper into this engineer Liu's social connections and found that his daughter was studying at Waseda University in Japan, where the tuition was very high.
Moreover, it happened just 1 week before the incident.
His daughter's account inexplicably received a large sum of money from a cultural exchange foundation in Japan.
Very good.
Lin Tian nodded, his face revealing neither joy nor anger, and simply gave the order.
Tell the ladies at the police station that you've worked hard. I, Lin Tian, will remember this favor.
Let them proceed with the most severe legal measures in the subsequent legal process.
Clear. Su Shaowan nodded emphatically and stood aside.
However, her eyes were full of relief at having completed the task.
There is also a kind of admiration for Lin Tian's effortless and easy manner.
The good news brought by Su Shaowan was like a shot in the arm, which boosted the spirits of Su Mengli, Mu Shui and others. However, before they could fully relax, the study door was knocked on again.
Qin Shuang walked in. Unlike Su Shaowan, who was travel-worn and weary,
she was still wearing her impeccably tailored FIFA uniform, her hair neatly combed, and her face displaying her usual cool and professional demeanor. But upon closer inspection, you could see a hint of satisfaction hidden deep in her eyes, the satisfaction of having completed a difficult task.
Husband.
Qin Shuang's voice was steady, with a businesslike reporting tone.
As per your instructions, I have coordinated with relevant departments regarding Dongying Bio's 3 core joint ventures in East China. Dongying Huadong Biotechnology, Dongying Jianghai Fine Chemicals, and Dongying Xincheng Medical Equipment have launched a joint surprise compliance review by multiple departments. She opened her tablet, pulled up the data, and spoke at a steady pace. The preliminary review results are as follows. Dongying Huadong Biotechnology has serious discrepancies between its internal and external accounts. In the past 3 years, it is suspected of transferring more than 500 million yuan in profits by inflating the price of imported raw materials, thereby evading huge amounts of taxes. The Tax Bureau's inspection team has intervened and frozen some of its accounts. Chapter 113 Chen Yue in the capital. Dongying Jianghai Fine Chemicals, whose chemical plant is located in the suburbs, has been falsifying its pollution discharge data for a long time. The actual emissions of benzene series compounds and heavy metals are seriously exceeding the standards, causing potential pollution to the surrounding soil and groundwater. The Environmental Protection Department has issued a notice to suspend production for rectification and has initiated public interest litigation procedures. The Dongying Shanghai Medical Equipment Company has chaotic labor discipline, with issues such as forced overtime, withholding overtime pay, and suspected use of illegal labor dispatch. The Labor Inspection Department is conducting a comprehensive investigation into its employment contracts and salary records. Qin Shuang raised her head, looked at Lin Tian, and concluded. Currently, the core businesses of these 3 companies in East China have been severely affected, and at least 1 deputy general manager and 5 middle-level managers have been taken away to assist in the investigation. Their business is expected to be semi-paralyzed within the next 1 to 2 weeks. This is only the result of the first round of investigation. We will continue to investigate based on the clues. Just then, the phone in front of Chang Lin rang shrilly. She answered and listened for a few minutes. His expression turned somewhat strange. He covered the microphone and said to Lin Tian and Su Mingli. Mr. Lin, President Su. It's a call from the chief assistant of Ichiro Sato, the head of Dongying Bio's China region. Their tone was very agitated, protesting our abuse of administrative power, malicious competition, and damage to the business environment. They demand that we immediately cease all unfriendly actions, or they will resort to international arbitration and media exposure. Upon hearing this, Lin Tian scoffed. He picked up the slightly cooled coffee beside him, took a small sip, and said with undisguised contempt. Protest? Tell him this is just an appetizer. Tell him to prepare a top-notch legal team. I, Lin Tian, will fight him to the very end in the subsequent lawsuits. As for the media? He put down his coffee cup, his eyes looking down at him with disdain. Let him expose it all. Let's see if the dirt on Dongying Bio's tax evasion, environmental pollution, and employee exploitation in China is more sensational, or if my actions in protecting my legitimate rights are more eye-catching. Chang Lin relayed the message as instructed, but the person on the other end of the phone seemed speechless and quickly hung up. In the study, Su Shaoan couldn't help but chuckle, and even the usually aloof Qin Shuang's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile. Su Mingli felt a great deal of anger released from her chest. The counterattack worked. And so swiftly, so fiercely. The police acted swiftly and decisively, while the Federation of Chinese Labor Unions exerted overwhelming power. Lin Tian didn't even have to show up in person with just a few instructions. He had the arrogant Japanese creatures in a complete mess. However, this atmosphere of triumph, it didn't last long. Dr. Mu Shui timely poured cold water on the situation. She pushed up her glasses, her voice tinged with bitterness. Mr. Lin, President Su. Although the issues of production sabotage and the mole have been partially resolved, but the most critical raw material problem remains unresolved. She brought up the real-time data interface for the global raw material market. The top section is all red, indicating out-of-stock items and exorbitant prices. I contacted every possible channel, including some middlemen in the gray area. The price of the 7 Malawian kwaches has been inflated to more than 15 times its normal price. Moreover, it's a case of having a price but no market. Almost all major spot and short-term production capacity has been locked up and bought up in advance by a mysterious offshore capital. This is absolutely a capital-based attack targeting us. Su Mingli's eyes, which had just brightened, dimmed again as she rubbed her throbbing temples. Right now, the phone lines for complaints to customer service are completely down. All the major processors and suppliers are urging us to hurry up. The media has also started to make wild guesses.
If we don't get any definite news about the raw materials by tomorrow, we'll have no choice but to issue an indefinite postponement announcement. A feeling of despair descended once again, like a dark cloud.
Yes, it's satisfying to retaliate and it feels great to be proven wrong.
However, this does not solve the core problem of raw materials.
Eugenics programs are still a dead end.
The other party's overt scheme. They still manage to grab their throats with pinpoint accuracy. Just as the atmosphere in the study plummeted back to its lowest point, the air becoming so heavy it seemed to freeze.
The screen of Lin Tian's personal cell phone, which was on the table, suddenly lit up. Then came a very distinctive, cheerful, and slightly rustic square dance bell. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. The two words flashing on the screen instantly lifted everyone's spirits.
Lin Tian showed no surprise on his face, as if he had been waiting for this for a long time. He slowly picked up his phone. Under the tense, expectant, and almost breathless gaze of everyone,
I pressed the answer button. And then I immediately turned on speakerphone. Oh my goodness! My dear godson! Wang Po's words were extremely penetrating.
His loud voice, cracking with excitement, suddenly boomed in the quiet study. A wave of joy and excitement washed over us.
What wonderful news! What amazing news! I've made it happen for you, godmother. And I've done it beautifully.
Wang Po's voice came out like a machine gun, giving no one a chance to interrupt.
Your godmother is me. I received your call yesterday and immediately booked the earliest flight to Beijing. I didn't even go home, I just grabbed my luggage and headed straight for the Chen family manor. Guess what? Hey! Old Madam Chen.
When she heard I was coming, she personally came to the second gate to greet me.
Give this old woman a tremendous amount of face.
I was in her flower hall, drinking top-quality pre-Qingming Longjing tea, telling you all about your story, the beginning and the end, and that other thing.
What K7 seasoning thing? Now that you mention it. And then you mention my godson's name, Lin Tian, again. Wang Po's voice suddenly rose, filled with pride and excitement.
The old lady made the decision on the spot.
Without even a second's hesitation.
She said directly, matchmaker Wang personally spoke up, and it's about young friend Lin Tian, so the Chen family is determined to help.
Granny Wang took a breath and announced the main event in a trembling voice.
The matriarch immediately summoned her most beloved granddaughter.
One of the most cherished daughters of the next generation of the Chen family, Miss Chen Yue. Miss Chen.
She's already boarded the Chen family's private jet, the Azure Phoenix.
Tomorrow. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, we will land at Zhanghai International Airport on time. And let me tell you,
they specifically asked for your name, Lin Tian, to discuss cooperation in person.
Fully authorized to represent the Chen family. Godson. Did you hear that? Miss Chen has come in person. You came with sincerity.
Your raw materials can be saved.
Granny Wang's hearty laughter came through the microphone.
The study was deathly silent.
Immediately. Very good.
Cheng Lin was the first to jump up, tears welling up in her eyes with excitement. Dr. Mu Shui breathed a long sigh of relief. His tense shoulders finally relaxed, and he leaned back in his chair with a relieved smile on his face. Su Mengli covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes instantly reddening. It was a feeling of immense joy and shock, as if she had been pulled back from hell to the human world.
Chapter 114: Double Happiness and the First Signs of Undercurrents.
Without Lin Tian giving any instructions, Xin Shuang had already taken swift action. She picked up her tablet and swiped her fingers rapidly.
Soon, detailed information about the Chen family was projected onto the wall. The Chen family. Xin Shuang's voice regained its composure.
A top-tier family in the capital, with a history spanning over a century, its industries are spread across the globe, and its roots are unfathomable. Its holding groups are involved in multiple fields such as finance, real estate, energy, and technology.
And what is most relevant to our current predicament is its wholly owned subsidiary, Global Biotechnology Group. Xin Shuang brought up the logo and introduction of Huanyu Bio.
Universal Biotech is one of the world's largest producers of vitamins and their derivatives, with a market share of nearly 20% globally. They have a complete industrial chain from raw material planting and extraction to synthesis and fermentation, as well as production bases all over the world. Xin Shuang added the most crucial sentence. According to internal information, Global Bio and the largest shareholder behind Swiss Lausanne Biochemical, European Rothschild Biofund, have been strategic partners for 20 years and have cross-shareholdings. If the Chen family is willing to step in, the force majeure of Losong biochemical might really disappear overnight. Qin Shuang paused, glanced at Lin Tian, and said in a slightly subtle tone.
In addition, according to the information, the soon-to-visit Miss Qin Yue is the most beloved granddaughter of the old lady Chen.
She is only 18 years old, but she has already been regarded by some elders in the family as a strong contender for the next generation of successor.
Personality.
Exceptionally intelligent, quirky, unconventional, and unpredictable, but with an extremely keen business sense, making decisions that are often unexpected yet precise and ruthless. A person who is showered with love and has immense power.
The image of a top-tier heiress, shrouded in uncertainty, leaps off the page instantly.
After listening to Qin Shuang's introduction, everyone in the study gained a more intuitive understanding of the Chen family's power, and they were overjoyed. A sense of awe and trepidation arose within me. Such a person came in person.
Is it really just for the sake of cooperation?
Just then, Lin Tian smiled. That wasn't a smile of relief, nor a smile of mixed joy and surprise. Rather, it's a smile that conveys a sense of complete control, tinged with a hint of playfulness and anticipation. He slowly stood up and gracefully straightened his collar and cuffs, which didn't need straightening.
Pass the word down.
His voice was steady and powerful, instantly silencing all the noise and whispers in the study. Activate the highest level reception plan. At the airport, we coordinated with the VIP lane, cleared the relevant area, and raised the security level to the highest level.
The convoy will use those custom-made bulletproof phantoms. The vehicles must be in impeccable condition.
We'll arrange for them to stay in the presidential suite on the top floor of Hentang Palace.
All the amenities will be brand new and prepared to the highest standards. Notify the executive chef to prepare a state banquet-level reception dinner. The menu. I'll review it personally.
His gaze swept across the face, which was filled with joy. The crowd was filled with a mix of emotions, including trepidation and doubt. The final image is of the azure sky outside the window. It's as if you can see the azure phoenix flying through the clouds.
Our savior. A confident and determined smile appeared on Lin Tian's lips.
They're here. Su Mingli couldn't suppress her intense curiosity, as well as a faint sense of apprehension she herself hadn't even realized about the young, beautiful, and incredibly powerful young lady who was about to arrive. She walked over to Lin Tian and asked in a low voice.
Lin Tian, you seem to have anticipated that the Chen family would make a move? And it was Chen Yue who came in person? Were you so certain when you spoke with Wang Po before? What did you give them that made them value it so much? Lin Tian did not answer immediately. He turned around and walked back to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant horizon. His gaze became deep and distant. It was as if it were staring at an ordinary person. An unreachable future. He smiled enigmatically, his voice calm, and slowly said, Mingli, what do you think? Is the huge investment in supporting Mu Shue's research and development just for making money? Or is it simply to help Shangfeng Group overcome its current difficulties and consolidate your position? He paused, turned around, his gaze sharp, sweeping over Su Mingli, over Mu Shue, and over everyone in the study. The ambition hidden in those eyes. It sends a chill down the spine of everyone who comes into contact with it. Through Wang Po, I made sure the Chen family saw it, which made them go so far as to send their eldest daughter in person to negotiate. It's not just about the serum itself that can rejuvenate people and reverse time. His voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to carry immense force, striking everyone's heart heavily. But what it represents is a completely new bioactive expression pathway, a fulcrum that can leverage the global beauty, health, and even biotechnology landscape worth tens of billions. Even. Lin Tian paused slightly, looking at the incredulous and shocked expressions on everyone's faces. Every word. The final bombshell was dropped. It leads to optimizing and even breaking through the current limitations of human gene expression and moving towards a higher level of life form. One that the Chen family absolutely cannot refuse. Future. The words fell. The entire study fell into a deathly silence. Su Mingli's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips parted slightly, and she was completely speechless. Dr. Mu Shue was startled. The tablet computer almost slipped from my hands. The way he looked at Lin Tian. It was filled with a sense of fervor and disbelief, as if witnessing a miracle. Clear cracks appeared on Qin Shuang's icy face, revealing her utter shock. Chang Lin immediately covered her mouth and gasped. Future. Breaking genetic limitations. Higher life forms.
What Lin Tian plotted, what he displayed. It's not about business competition at all, it's not about product profits. Instead, a broad and prosperous road leading to the realm of the gods. Lin Tian's words about the future were like a boulder thrown into the water, stirring up a storm in everyone's hearts. The study was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The way Su Mengli and the other women looked at Lin Tian had changed. It was as if they were seeing this man for the first time. The silence was broken by an untimely gurgling sound. The source is Qin Shuang. Her originally pale face flushed red instantly, and she covered her mouth, trying to suppress the discomfort churning in her throat. I was really shocked by what Lin Tian said about breaking genes and higher life forms. When you're on edge. The discomfort I felt in the morning suddenly came rushing back. Uncomfortable? Lin Tian frowned slightly, his imposing aura from just moments ago vanished instantly, and he walked a few steps to Qin Shuang's side, his hand naturally resting on her forehead. And nothing. Qin Shuang's voice was a little weak as she avoided his gaze. Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Chapter 115 Moms Show Off. Lin Tian stared at her for 2 seconds, then without asking any more questions, simply put his arm around her waist and said to the others, "You two continue your conversation." He half supported, half carried the person out of the study and headed straight downstairs to Mu Shue's room, which had been temporarily converted. We walked towards the medical room, which was better equipped than those in a typical hospital. Su Mengli opened her mouth, as if to say something. In the end, he could only watch the two figures leave, silently clenching his fingers. Jiang Sueki blinked her big eyes and leaned close to Su Xiaowan's ear. "What's wrong, Sister Shuang? You look terrible." Su Xiaowan shook her head, her face full of worry. In the medical room, Mu Shui had barely managed to digest Lin Tian's earth-shattering words. "I'm so excited." Then Lin Tian led Qin Shuang, who looked unwell, in. "Show her," Lin Tian said succinctly, "check carefully." Mu Shui dared not be negligent. Immediately, Qin Shuang was made to lie down on the examination bed, and those precision instruments that gleamed with a cold light were taken out. After a series of operations, when Mu Shui saw the clear data and graphs pop up on the portable testing device screen, her eyes widened instantly. "Mr. Lin! Mr. Lin!" Her voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement as she turned the screen toward Lin Tian, her finger pointing at several key indicators. "Look! This is early pregnancy reaction. The pregnancy is about 6 weeks along. And..." She lowered her voice, leaned closer to Lin Tian, and almost whispered. "Based on hormone fluctuation patterns and preliminary biophrin analysis, the probability of it being a male fetus is indeed very high." Even though Lin Tian was somewhat prepared, hearing the words male fetus still made my heart skip a beat. He couldn't control his expression. He broke into a big smile. He squeezed Mu Shue's hand tightly. "You've worked hard." Then he turned around. They carefully placed him still lying on the examination bed. Qin Shuang, who was a little confused, helped him up and hugged him tightly, her voice filled with unprecedented excitement. "Great! Excellent! You've done a fantastic job." Qin Shuang was held in his arms. Feeling the rapid heartbeat from his chest, and hearing his undisguised ecstasy, I was still completely dazed. "She's pregnant? Or is it a son?" Lin Tian didn't give her much time to process it and directly instructed Mu Shui. "The information is currently limited to this room. For anything else needed, just make a list and use the best." Mu Shui nodded quickly. Lin Tian practically wrapped his arm around Qin Shuang's waist as he led her back to the living room. Wang Milan was holding a feather duster. He absentmindedly brushed away non-existent dust from the portrait of Boss Chow, muttering old clichés like, "May my son take many beautiful concubines." This is her first day at Hentaying Highlands. What happened at the glorious and happy home before? She didn't want to live there anymore. "Mom," Lin Tian called out. Wang Milan turned around and saw her son hugging Qin Shuang, both of them with strange expressions. Her heart skipped a beat. "What's wrong? Is Xiao Shuang feeling unwell?" Lin Tian grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and spoke in a loud voice. "Mom, you're going to be a grandma. Schwanger is pregnant. We just found out." The feather duster in Wang Milan's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She stared intently at Qin Shuang's belly, as if trying to make a flower bloom from it. The next second, she let out a loud "ah." He slapped his thigh hard and jumped up as if he had won the lottery. "Oh my God!
Our ancestors have shown us their power. Damn you, official. You're truly effective.
Her voice was trembling uncontrollably. She rushed over and grabbed Qin Shuang's hand, tears welling up in her eyes.
Xiao Shuang. My dear daughter.
You are truly a great contributor to our Lin family.
Oh my goodness, what am I supposed to say?
She was so excited that she was incoherent and circled Qin Shuang twice.
He seemed to want to touch it but didn't dare to. Immediately afterwards,
she seemed to have remembered something of utmost importance.
He rushed to the shrine and took out his treasured top-grade agarwood.
His hand trembled as he lit it.
He bowed down before the portrait of Boss Chow, muttering incantations.
I said thank you several times. After she finished bowing, she stood up abruptly. She grabbed the landline phone in the living room, her fingers trembling as she dialed the number.
As soon as the call connected, her loud voice rang out. Hey! Jiaying, my dear sister. Oh my goodness, I have some incredibly good news to tell you. My little Shuang. She's pregnant. Yes. We just found out. Wow, this child is so lucky.
Unlike some people's daughters-in-law, who only know how to eat but whose bellies don't show any signs of labor for ages, it's so worrying.
That boastful attitude was enough to choke He Jiaying half to death even through the microphone. Dinner time. The huge round dining table was filled with exquisite dishes.
Lin Tian was in a great mood and personally served Qin Shuang food and soup, taking meticulous care of her. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he picked up his wine glass and cleared his throat.
Everyone quieted down and looked at him. Today is a good day.
Lin Tian's gaze swept over every woman present, finally landing on Qin Shuang with a warm smile.
Qin Shuang is pregnant.
This is a momentous occasion for our Lin family. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence at the dining table. Immediately, Su Mengli was the first to react. She immediately picked up the glass of juice in front of her, her face displaying an impeccable, polite smile, her voice gentle.
Congratulations, Shuang. Congratulations, husband. This is wonderful news. It's so great.
She turned around and gave instructions to Chang Lin behind her.
Go and get that set of jade jewelry from my safe.
It's perfect for Shuang Mei to wear while she's pregnant.
Jiang Sueki immediately put on a bright smile.
He moved closer to Qin Shuang, curiously and cautiously touching her still completely flat stomach.
Wow. I'm going to be a stepmother. Sister Shuang, I'll take care of the baby's looks from now on. I guarantee he'll be handsome from a young age.
Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu also quickly offered their congratulations.
Su Xiaowan asked softly. Sister Shuang, is there anything you particularly want to eat? I'll go and learn how to make it.
Su Xiaoyu said with a grin, Sister Shuang, I'll accompany you on walks from now on. The scene was lively, with blessings rising and falling, and everyone's face beaming with smiles.
Lin Tian looked at this harmonious scene, nodded in satisfaction, and announced on the spot. Great.
We'll assign a dedicated team of nutritionists and a security team to ensure everything goes perfectly.
Thank you, husband.
Qin Shuang lowered her head and thanked him softly, her hand unconsciously resting on her lower abdomen.
On the surface, the meal was enjoyed by everyone in a harmonious and pleasant manner. However, after dinner,
they each returned to their own rooms.
That passionate facade quietly peeled away. Su Mengli closed the door.
The perfect smile on her face vanished instantly. She walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the dazzling night view of Jianghai City outside, but her eyes were somewhat empty. Unconsciously, I raised my fingers and gently placed them on my lower abdomen, which remained flat.
An indescribable sense of anxiety and urgency crept in like vines. 25.
She murmured to herself, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Chapter 116 The Delicate Distance Within Cloud Peak Mansion. On the other side, Jiang Sueki removed her makeup and sat in front of the dressing table with a bare face. Looking at her still bright and beautiful face in the mirror, she sighed softly.
She picked up her phone.
The screen was filled with fans' enthusiastic praise and anticipation.
If I really get pregnant, will they still like me this much?
She put down her phone and scratched her hair in frustration. In Su Xiaowan's room, her younger sister Su Xiaoyu was muttering to herself.
Sister, Shuang is so lucky, she's pregnant. The master seems so happy. Mom is practically praising her to the skies. If only the first child of the master were yours.
Su Xiaowan blushed and playfully slapped her.
Don't talk nonsense.
But the fleeting envy and faint disappointment in his eyes did not escape his heart.
It was late at night.
After finishing up some loose ends, Lin Tian habitually headed towards Qin Xuan's room. He pushed open Qin Xuan's door and saw that she had changed into her pajamas, was leaning against the headboard, and was holding a book in her hand.
Pregnancy precautions? Husband?
Qin Xuan was somewhat surprised to see him.
Just came to see you.
Lin Tian walked over, sat on the edge of the bed, and naturally wanted to hug her.
Qin Xuan shrank back slightly, forcing a smile.
I'm fine, just a little tired. I want to go to sleep early. You haven't been to Mingli or Sweki's place for several days. They miss you too. Lin Tian paused, his deep gaze falling on Qin Xuan's face, looking at the flicker and barely perceptible pleading in her eyes. He was so perceptive that he immediately understood what this silly woman was worried about.
He sighed inwardly, feeling a mix of heartache and amusement.
Okay, he didn't insist, and leaned down to kiss her forehead gently.
Then you should rest well and not think too much.
He tucked the blanket around her gently, his voice tender.
Call me anytime if you need anything.
After saying that, he stood up, gave her a deep look, turned and left the room, heading straight for Su Mengli's bedroom. Qin Xuan listened to his receding footsteps, watched the door close again, hugged the quilt, and felt a mix of emotions. She touched her still flat stomach and murmured softly,
"Baby. Mommy just doesn't want to be alone."
Lin Tian went to Su Mengli's room to spend the night, while Qin Xuan lay alone on the large bed, tossing and turning until she finally drifted off to sleep in the middle of the night.
Early the next morning,
she was awakened by Wang Mylan's deliberately lowered but still clearly audible voice from outside the door.
"Keep it down. Keep your movements quiet. Can't you see Xiao Shuang is still sleeping? She's carrying twins now. If you startle my grandson, I'll skin you alive."
Qin Xuan rubbed her eyes, got up, and pulled back the curtains a little. The sun was shining brightly, but she felt inexplicably heavy-hearted. When she got ready and arrived at the restaurant, she realized that this breakfast was destined to be different. The long dining table was already laden with a variety of breakfast dishes, more abundant than usual. As soon as Wang Mylan saw her, she rushed over like a mother hen protecting her chicks and carefully helped her sit down.
"Oh my little darling, why did you get down here all by yourself? Are you hungry? Come sit down, come sit down."
Mom specially asked the kitchen to stew bird's nest for you, and added red dates and goji berries. It's the best for nourishing your blood and preventing miscarriage. As Wang Mylan spoke, she personally placed a steaming bowl of bird's nest in front of Qin Xuan, her eyes filled with such fervent longing that they could melt her heart. Qin Xuan was somewhat flustered.
"Mom, I can do it myself." "That won't do." Wang Mylan's eyes widened. "You're not alone anymore. You have to be careful about everything."
As he spoke, he placed another crystal shrimp dumpling on her plate, saying, "This is good too, it's high in protein." Su Mengli, Jiang Sueki, and the Su sisters also came down one after another. Everyone greeted Qin Xuan with smiles.
"Good morning, Sister Shuang. Sister Shuang, did you sleep well last night? Sister Shuang, you look much better today."
The greeting was very thoughtful, and the smile was perfect. Qin Xuan tried her best to blend into the atmosphere of a typical breakfast. She overheard Su Mengli and Jiang Sueki discussing the company's new quarterly financial report in hushed tones, seemingly encountering some difficulties. She thought for a moment, put down her spoon, and interjected softly.
"Sister Mengli, Sueki, is there a problem with the data in which section? Maybe."
Before she could finish speaking, Su Mengli turned her head and gave her an extremely gentle, even reassuring, smile.
"Sister Shuang, your most important task right now is to focus on your pregnancy.
Don't worry about these trivial matters, leave them to us."
Jiang Sueki nodded immediately, winking playfully.
"Yes, Sister Shuang, you're now our family's special protected animal.
Leave the brain work to us, you just focus on eating well, sleeping well, and raising a healthy, chubby baby."
Qin Xuan opened her mouth, but the rest of the words got stuck in her throat. In the end, she could only force a smile and silently scooped up a spoonful of bird's nest. It tasted good, but she found it a little hard to swallow. After a while, she turned to Su Xiaowan beside her, trying to find a lighter topic.
"Xiaowan, I heard you mention a rather interesting case at the police station the other day. What happened next?"
Before Su Xiaowan could speak, Su Xiaoyu, who was next to her, interrupted. "Oh, Sister Shuang, what's so good about those cases involving fighting, killing, and backstabbing?
They're so bloody. You can't listen to these things right now. What if they frighten the baby and cause a miscarriage?
Su Xiaowan gently tugged at her sister's sleeve, signaling her not to talk nonsense.
But there was no rebuttal.
He simply smiled at Qin Shuang, a smile that carried an obvious hint of caution. Qin Shuang stopped trying to start a conversation.
She felt as if she were encased in an invisible glass dome.
Everyone still sat around the same table and still talked to her. He smiled at her, but there was an intimacy between them. You can joke around freely. They can even banter and joke with each other.
It disappeared.
She silently ate the various pregnancy-supporting foods that Wang Milan kept putting on her plate, finding them tasteless. After breakfast, Qin Shuang felt a tightness in her chest and thought of going to the rooftop garden on the second floor for some fresh air. The garden was bathed in sunshine, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of plants. She strolled slowly, trying to relax. When we walked behind a wall of roses in full bloom, she suddenly heard hushed voices. It was Su Xiaoyu and Su Xiaowan.
Sis, how come Sister Shuang is so lucky?
It was Su Xiaoyu's voice, carrying a hint of barely perceptible complaint. She's only been with me for a short time, and she's already pregnant, and it's a son.
Look how happy Mom is, she's practically worshipping her. The master even went to Mingli's room last night.
If the master's first child were yours, Mom would be so happy, and we would have more confidence at home. Chapter 117 Qin Shuang's decision. Su Xiaowan's voice immediately rang out, carrying a reprimand.
Xiaoyu, don't talk nonsense.
Xuanjia's pregnancy is a wonderful thing. We should be happy for her and for our husband. As for the child, when the time is right, it will come naturally. Her words sounded sensible, but Qin Shuang still keenly caught a hint of undisguised envy, and a little bit of disappointment in her tone.
Qin Shuang's feet were rooted to the spot. She neither went out nor made a sound.
I just stood there quietly, listening to the sister's footsteps gradually fade into the distance. My heart felt like it was being pricked by tiny needles, not fatal, but a dense, persistent pain, accompanied by an indescribable bitterness. She slowly turned around, went back to her room alone, gently closed the door, leaned against the cold door panel, and slowly slid down to sit on the floor.
Loneliness and unease, like a cold tide, silently engulfed her.
She is not afraid of the open and covert battles in the business world, nor is she afraid of the life or death situations when carrying out missions. Yet, I feel a deep sense of powerlessness regarding this feeling of being invisibly isolated because of my special status.
She just didn't want to be excluded. Meanwhile, in the study,
Lin Tian stood by the window, looking at Qin Shuang's lonely figure in the garden downstairs, his brows furrowing slightly. He saw her approach the rose bushes, and he also saw her leave sadly a moment later. He picked up a simple-looking encrypted communicator from the desk and pressed a number. Almost immediately, the communication was connected on the other end.
Then came Chen Youwei's voice, tinged with excitement yet striving to maintain its composure. Mr. Lin? You wanted to see me?
Miss Chen, Lin Tian said, getting straight to the point. The design for that private feast that I mentioned to you before can now officially begin.
Real? Chen Youwei's voice became noticeably excited. Mr. Lin, rest assured.
My grandmother specifically instructed that the chief designer for the Huanyu Group, Master Pierre from France. I've already made contact with Mr. Antonio, the Italian jewelry craftsman who almost never designs for outsiders.
They can secretly set off for Jianhai at any time.
We guarantee you an unprecedented, unique, and dreamlike experience. Lin Tian spoke calmly. Make my request clear, not one collective, one-size-fits-all ceremony.
I want 7. He silently counted the number of women currently around him.
A wedding that is both integrated and unique, yet exclusive to each of them. I want them all to feel, in the same place, on the same day, that they are my one and only bride. Chen Yue on the other end of the communicator gasped, then her voice became even more excited, even tinged with admiration.
Oh my God. Mr. Lin, this is so romantic. That's incredibly challenging. Master Pierre would absolutely love this idea. I'll relay your request verbatim right away. ASAP.
After Lin Tian finished speaking, he ended the communication. He put down the communicator and tapped his fingers lightly on the smooth mahogany table. Money is not a problem, nor are resources. What he wanted was an absolute surprise, a promise he would remember for a lifetime.
As evening fell, the setting sun bathed Hentang Mansion in a warm golden glow.
Qin Shuang felt that things couldn't continue like this. She took a deep breath and reached into the storage cabinet in her room. She took out a box that she had specially asked someone to bring back from abroad before she got pregnant.
Everyone says these are delicious and exquisite handmade pastries.
She carried the box of pastries and walked into the living room. Jiang Sweki was nestled on the sofa, scrolling through her tablet, seemingly studying a new script. Su Mengli sat on the single sofa next to her, looking at the financial newspaper.
The Su sisters, on the other side, were watching a variety show on TV.
Sister Mengli, Sweki, Xiaowan, Xiaoyu. Qin Shuang tried her best to make her smile look more natural.
I have some snacks here, they taste pretty good, why don't you all try them? It'll be like afternoon tea.
Jiang Sweki looked up from the tablet screen. I glanced at the beautifully packaged pastry box. A look of regret crossed her face as she touched her flat stomach.
Oh, Sister Xuan, what a coincidence.
I've been strictly controlling my carbs lately, and my manager has given me a strict order. I must lose 3 pounds before my next performance.
This dessert looks delicious, it's a pity I won't be able to try it.
Su Mengli put down her newspaper, adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses, and spoke in a gentle yet authoritative tone.
Thank you, Sister Xuan, but I have a few urgent documents to process and need to go back to my study immediately. Please continue eating.
Only Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu came over. Su Xiaoyu picked up a pastry shaped like a little rabbit, took a bite, and her eyes lit up.
Sister Xuan, this is really delicious.
Su Xiaowan also took a piece, ate it in small bites, and nodded in agreement. But Qin Shuang could sense that their conversation had become more cautious. Su Xiaoyu no longer chattered on and on like before, and Su Xiaowan only occasionally chimed in with a few words.
The topic always proceeded cautiously in a roundabout way. It deliberately avoided pregnancy, baby, and any content that might be sensitive.
The atmosphere was polite but distant. The smile on Qin Shuang's face gradually stiffened, and finally she couldn't maintain it at all. She watched as Jiang Sweki continued to bury herself in her tablet.
Watching Su Mengli get up and walk towards the study.
Looking at the Su sisters beside me, who seemed to be struggling to find topics to talk about. A deep sense of powerlessness and anxiety spread through her heart.
This can't go on any longer.
As she watched the setting sun gradually sink below the horizon outside the window, she secretly made up her mind.
Some things need to be said.
Qin Shuang was holding a box of pastries. Standing there, I watched my sisters either leave or remain reserved. The little bit of courage that had just been mustered in my heart deflated instantly, like a balloon punctured by a needle. Only she and the Su sisters remained in the living room, and the silence was somewhat awkward.
Sister Xuan, these snacks are delicious, thank you.
Su Xiaowan tried to find a topic to talk about, her voice soft.
Yes, Sister Xuan, you're the best. Su Xiaoyu quickly chimed in.
But those big, bright eyes that usually dart around. At this moment, however, he was somewhat afraid to look Qin Shuang in the eye. Seeing their cautious manner, Qin Shuang felt even worse.
She forced a smile. I'm glad you like it. You guys watch TV for a while, I'm a little tired, I'll go back to my room first.
She practically fled back to her room.
Closed the door.
With her back against the door, Qin Shuang slowly slid down onto the carpet. He was still clutching that box of pastries that he hadn't given away much of, making him look like a joke. Tears fell without warning, sometimes loud sobbing, sometimes flowing silently. She was not afraid of hardship, fatigue, or even death.
When I worked at the Women's Federation, what kind of difficult complaints didn't I handle? What kind of malicious gaze did I refuse? She got through it all. But now, there's this feeling of being invisibly separated. This feeling of alienation, as if you are separated by thousands of miles even though you are right next to each other. It made her feel an unprecedented sense of panic and powerlessness. She finally found a safe haven where she could rest and find peace, and she had these sisters with whom she could laugh and talk. Was everything going to change just because of a child? No. This absolutely cannot be done.
Qin Shuang forcefully wiped away her tears, her eyes gradually hardening.
She wasn't one to sit idly by and wait for death.
Problems had arisen, and they had to be solved. She took a few deep breaths to calm herself down, then took out her phone and opened the WeChat group called Lin Family Sisters No Husband Version. She hovered her finger over the screen for a few seconds, gritted her teeth, and began typing.
Sisters, if you're free tonight, would you like to get together in the rooftop garden on the second floor?
I have some things on my mind that I'd like to share with you all. The moment she sent the message, her heart was in her throat.
The group chat fell silent. Those few dozen seconds felt like centuries.
Qin Shuang stared intently at the screen, her palms slightly sweaty.
Would they come? Would they think she was making a fuss? Or wouldn't they even want to hear it? Just then, my phone started vibrating repeatedly. Su Mengli, okay. Jiang Sueki, coming right away. Su Xiaowan, wait for me, Sister Shuang. Su Xiaoyu, coming.
Seeing the brief reply on the screen, Qin Shuang felt a sense of relief. At least, they were still willing to come. Chapter 118 Garden Night Talk, Honesty and Heart-to-Heart Communication. Night falls and the city lights come on. The rooftop garden on the second floor was illuminated by warm yellow ground lights and small string lights wrapped around the railings.
Hazy. It's not as glaring as during the day.
The evening breeze carried a slight chill, rustling the leaves of the plants. Qin Shuang arrived the earliest. She sat on the white rattan swing chair. There was no shaking, it just sat quietly. A steaming glass of milk sits on the small round table in front of me. Her hands were slightly clenched, revealing her nervousness.
Footsteps began to sound one after another.
Su Mengli was dressed in home clothes with a thin cardigan over her shoulders. Her expression was calm, revealing no emotion. Jiang Sueki, still full of energy, skipped over, shouting.
Sister Shuang, what kind of secret meeting is this? It's so mysterious.
Su Xiaowan and Su Xiaoyu walked over hand in hand, their faces showing a hint of curiosity. There was also a hint of barely perceptible unease.
Everyone has arrived.
Whether sitting or standing, their eyes were all fixed on Qin Shuang. The garden was quiet, with only the sound of the wind. Qin Shuang took a deep breath and raised her head. His gaze slowly swept across each person's face. She didn't beat around the bush and spoke directly, her voice sounding somewhat thin in the night wind, but very clear.
I haven't been happy these past few days.
One sentence caused everyone's expression to shift.
It's not because pregnancy is hard, nor because I'm feeling unwell.
Qin Shuang continued speaking. His voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly.
But I felt it. I felt the distance between us.
She paused for a moment, looking at them.
I know, it's because of me.
Because I was the first to get pregnant with my husband's child. Su Mengli frowned slightly, wanting to say something, but Qin Shuang gently shook her head, stopping her.
There are some things I've been keeping to myself for a long time. Today, I want to be honest with everyone.
She lowered her head, looking at her clasped hands, as if that gave her courage. I, Qin Shuang, am not some rich young lady.
I was born into a very ordinary family.
My father passed away early, and my mother has always been in poor health. There's a younger sister who needs to go to school and support herself.
The family is very poor.
Her voice was calm, as if she were telling someone else's story.
I worked so hard to get into the Women's Federation and worked so hard because I knew it was my only chance to change my fate.
Meeting you, sir, was the greatest stroke of luck in my life, and also, the most selfish calculation I ever made. She looked up, her eyes already red, but her gaze was honest as she looked straight at everyone.
I admit that at first, I approached Mr. with a purpose. You could say I made a deal with him.
I begged him to give me a child, a son who could get me and my family out of this predicament.
At that time, I didn't even dare to dream of being a concubine. All I wanted was a child to provide security for my mother and sister.
Tears finally welled up and rolled down her cheeks in large drops, but she didn't wipe them away, letting them slide freely.
But the gentleman. He was nothing like I imagined. He gave me respect, he gave me gentleness, and he gave me a home I never dared to dream of. He not only granted my wish, but also gave me the status of a concubine, truly treating me as his own.
I, Qin Shuang, swear here and now that I will never betray him in this lifetime.
Her voice was choked with emotion, yet unusually firm.
But I'm scared. She finally lost control of her emotions, her voice trembling with tears. I'm afraid of losing you all because of this child. I'm afraid everyone will think I, Qin Shuang, am scheming and have ulterior motives. I'm afraid of this home that I've finally managed to warm up.
Because of me, because I had a child, I'd become cold and aloof.
She sniffed hard, her eyes blurry with tears as she looked at her sisters with whom she had spent every day.
I don't want to be all alone.
I don't want my husband to see us sisters not getting along, or to upset him. This child is a gift from God and my husband, but I'll miss you all even more. She practically shouted the last sentence, filled with all her grievances and panic. The garden was completely silent. Only Qin Shuang's suppressed sobs and the sound of the wind blowing through the leaves could be heard.
Su Mingli was the first to move.
She stood up, walked to Qin Shuang's side, slowly sat down, and reached out to tightly grasp Qin Shuang's cold hand. Her eyes also reddened.
Sister Shuang, please stop talking. Su Mingli's voice was a little hoarse. It's my fault, sister. Sister is too preoccupied.
She sighed, shedding her usual strong woman persona, revealing a hint of weariness and vulnerability.
I'm just under too much pressure.
Outside, I'm the president of Shangfeng. I can't lose to anyone.
But when I'm home, seeing that you are pregnant, I'm
afraid I'm too old to be as good as you all, and I'm afraid I'll disappoint you.
She lowered her head, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability.
Jiang Sueki also came over, squatted down in front of Qin Shuang, looked up, her face devoid of its usual playful smile, only filled with guilt.
Sister Shuang, I'm sorry. I'm a little jealous, and a little scared. I'm afraid that if I have a child, my fans won't like me anymore, and my career will be over. But I never intended to distance myself from you, really.
We all see what you've done for our family.
Su Xiaowan pulled Su Xiaoyu over as well. Su Xiaowan's voice was gentle yet firm. Sister Shuang, we've misunderstood.
Your husband treats us all the same.
We're only happy that you have a baby.
She nudged her younger sister next to her. Xiaoyu, apologize.
Su Xiaoyu pouted, and her eyes reddened. Sister Shuang, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have talked nonsense behind your back, and I shouldn't have thought you stole Mr. Shuang.
Please forgive me.
I'll be your baby's martial arts coach from now on, teaching him how to fight, so no one will dare bully him then. These words, though childish, made Qin Shuang burst out laughing, a laugh tinged with tears. Looking at the sisters surrounding her, seeing the sincere apology and rekindled closeness in their eyes, Qin Shuang felt the heavy weight that had been pressing on her heart for days.
It was finally moved. She grabbed Su Mingli's hand tightly and then pulled Jiang Sueki and Su Xiaowan along with her. We've made a promise, okay?
Qin Shuang looked at them with clear and firm eyes. No matter who has a child first, no matter how many women Mr. Husband will have in the future, we will always be sisters.
Let's support our husband together and protect this family together. Good. It's a deal. We'll always be sisters.
Several hands clasped tightly together, and the previous barriers, suspicions, and anxieties completely melted away in the moonlight and tears. A stronger, more tested bond took deep root in each other's hearts.
In the study.
On the computer screen in front of Lin Tian, a real-time monitoring video of the Sky Garden was displayed, part of the Cloud Top Mansion security system. He doesn't have a habit of invading privacy.
But tonight, he opened it as if possessed.
He saw Qin Shuang's tears. I heard her confession, which was choked with tears. I also saw the other women go from being stunned at first.
It moved me deeply. And finally, there was relief and unity. Looking at their hands clasped tightly together.
Listening to their tearful yet incredibly firm promise. Lin Tian slowly leaned back in his chair, a gentle and incredibly gratified smile on his face. He turned off the surveillance camera. Pick up a preliminary report on the selection of a venue for a dream wedding from the table. My fingertips gently traced the words, Private Island.
Schwanger, thank you for your hard work. He murmured to himself, his eyes deep and warm. Soon, I will give you an answer that is worthy of your hearts. Chapter 119 Wedding Planning Traps. After that night in the Hanging Gardens, the atmosphere of the entire Yunding Mansion Villa No. 1 is noticeably different. It was like thunder that had been building up for days, finally giving way to a good downpour. The air feels much fresher now. The carefulness between the sisters. The politeness is gone.
They seem to have returned to their previous relaxed state of joking and bickering.
Qin Shuang's smile became much more genuine.
Although Wang Milan still protected her like a porcelain doll.
But at least, she no longer felt like a separate, special person. Lin Tian saw all of this and felt a little more at ease. Things are settled at home now.
Only then can he focus more intently on dealing with the storms outside.
I don't know why.
Su Mingli has been pestering Lin Tian a lot lately.
Even Shang Feng's work was almost entirely handed over to Chang Lin.
Aside from dealing with urgent matters, she spends most of her time holed up in her room, studying some important books.
That afternoon,
As usual, Changlin came to the study to report on her work.
After finishing the business,
She closed the folder, as if she had suddenly remembered something.
I mentioned it casually. There's another small matter.
Our group Shiyu Hotel has always had partnerships with several local wedding planning companies, right? Recently, my subordinates have given me feedback that a new small company called Dream Wedding has emerged, which is quite interesting. Lin Tian leaned back in his chair. He was fiddling with a metal pen in his hand, his expression blank.
Oh? What's interesting about it? The founder is named Shinro.
She returned from a top design school abroad. Her ideas are quite novel, and the cases she has done are also very inspired.
Well,
Changlin paused. He has no business sense, his company is a complete mess, and I heard it's on the verge of collapse and he's looking everywhere for investment to save it.
Lin Tian didn't even lift his eyelids. Where's the data?
Changlin immediately pulled up a document from her tablet and handed it to Lin Tian.
Lin Tian glanced at it a few times.
Shinro, 25 years old, has an impressive resume and her graduation project won an award.
The company's registered capital is not much.
The small cases were indeed handled ingeniously, but the financial data was appalling, with a huge amount of debt. The latest note reads, personal property has been mortgaged. The idea is good, but unfortunately, it doesn't understand the market, let alone people's hearts. Lin Tian handed the tablet back to Chun Lin, his tone indifferent, find a new face and get to know them. For example, there was a gentleman who wished to remain anonymous who was very interested in organizing an exceptional, unique wedding that could set an industry standard, but he had reservations about her abilities.
Changlin understood immediately. I understand, I'll go arrange it right away. 2 days later, in a private room of an elegantly decorated cafe in the city center, Shinro arrived 15 minutes early.
She suffered a lot during this period. I worked tirelessly for the company.
But ultimately, the company could not avoid going bankrupt. After all, we're getting married now. There's absolutely no need to hold a wedding. For many people, the legal process is simply completed through an app. And that was the end of it.
Fortunately, I received that call 2 days ago.
Otherwise,
she must be dealing with the legal process of her company's bankruptcy at this moment. Today, she specially wore a well-fitting gray business suit. Her hair was neatly pulled back, and she wore just the right amount of light makeup. She tried her best to project professionalism and confidence. But her slightly reddened eyes and her unconsciously curled fingers resting on her knees betrayed her fatigue and tension. A thick stack of project proposals lay in front of her. The cover design was exquisite, she had stayed up several nights to finish it.
At this moment,
the door to the private room was pushed open. A middle-aged woman in a suit with a serious expression walked in.
Are you President Qin? My surname is Zhang.
The woman extended her hand, her tone polite yet distant.
Ms. Zhang, hello.
Shinro quickly stood up, shook hands, and invited the other person to sit down.
Without much small talk, Mr. Zhang got straight to the point. Mr. Qin, we are short on time.
As you know, my husband has very high requirements for the wedding.
What are your initial ideas? Shinro immediately perked up.
She pushed the proposal in front of the other party and began to explain her ideas at length. Ms. Zhang, I believe that a perfect wedding should not just be a collection of procedures, it should be a story, a unique expression of emotions that belongs exclusively to the newlyweds. We can extract elements from the scene of the first meeting between the newlyweds, for example. She spoke with great enthusiasm, her eyes sparkling.
That's the kind of look that comes when you talk about things you love. Ms. Zhang listened quietly.
He would occasionally flip through the project proposal, his face expressionless. When Shinro had almost finished speaking, he looked at her expectantly. She then slowly began to speak.
President Qin's idea sounds wonderful.
He put down the proposal, clasped his hands on the table, and said, but it's too empty.
Ultimate? Unique? How is that manifested? What materials? What technology? How can we quantify the guest experience? How can we control the risks?
One question after another was thrown out, and the tone became increasingly critical.
What kind of lighting will you use for this starry sky theme? How can we ensure the starlight effect doesn't look cheap? What's the backup plan for the venue you've chosen? What if it rains? And this set of tableware, the brand is good enough, but isn't the style a bit outdated?
Fine beads of sweat began to appear on Shinro's forehead. She tried to explain, Ms. Zhang, we can explore these details further, as long as
details determine success or failure, Mr. Qin.
Ms. Zhang interrupted her, her tone arrogant.
What my husband wants is absolute perfection. Forgive my bluntness, but I don't see this certainty in your proposal.
Qin Ro's face gradually paled. She clenched her fingers so tightly that her nails almost dug into her palms. A sense of grievance and resentment welled up in her chest, but she held it back with all her might. She knew this was her last chance. Seeing her trying so hard to hold back her emotions, a knowing glint flashed in Ms. Zhang's eyes.
Lean back slightly.
His tone seemed to soften a bit as he threw out the prepared bait. How about this, Mr. Qin? Words without proof are useless, no matter how eloquently they are spoken. He paused, observing Qin Ro's expression. One of my husband's, a female friends happens to be planning a small, private wedding, a very high-profile one. If you can host an event for free that fully meets our ultimate standards, we can use it as a case study.
Perhaps, we can consider investing in your company. Free?
Qin Ro gasped in shock, her heart sinking.
An exceptionally high-profile wedding.
The costs are a concern for her now precarious company.
That's an astronomical figure. What? You're too scared? Ms. Zhang raised an eyebrow. It seems that President Qin isn't so confident in his own abilities. Using reverse psychology is a very low-level tactic. But at this moment, Qin Ro's heart was filled with a mixture of anxiety and longing. Yet it was remarkably effective. Chapter 120 Dream Wedding and Precise Picking. She looked at the wedding requirements list provided by the other party, printed on beautifully printed paper. The standards listed above are almost harsh. The estimated costs are even more alarmingly high. The company could be dragged down immediately. No way. We've lost our only chance. The company will go bankrupt just the same way. The struggle lasted less than a minute. A dedication to one's dreams. The desire to prove himself outweighed the fear of risk. She suddenly raised her head. His eyes held a resolute determination, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Okay. I'll do it. She practically spat out those words through gritted teeth. Please give me a chance. I will do my best and prove it to you. Hentang Mansion, study. As Lin Tian listened to Ms. Zhang's report over the phone, a cold smile curled at the corner of his lips. She agreed? Yes, sir. He's very emotional. It seems he's going all out. Proceed as planned. Lin Tian said calmly, give her the necessary support so that she can successfully set up the venue. However, all key aspects, especially those that are prone to errors and criticism, must be under our control. Contact a few media outlets with whom you have good relationships. At that time, we'll go and interview this perfect model wedding at the appropriate time. Clear. Hang up the phone. Lin Tian walked to the window and looked down at the bustling traffic below. His subordinates quickly sent over several photos. These are snapshots taken while Qin Ro was traveling between various suppliers. She was wearing high heels and ran rather awkwardly. But his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, carrying an indomitable spirit. Lin Tian looked at the photo of the young woman who was going all out for her dream, his eyes as calm as a frozen lake. Having dreams is a good thing. He muttered to himself. It's like evaluating an insignificant item, but this world sometimes values methods and strength more. Qin Ro, I'll give you your first lesson. For training a woman who was full of fantasies about dreams. Lin Tian discovered it. He especially wanted to provide support. Possession. Lakeside Manor. Today, I feel as if I'd been touched by a fairy wand. I'm unrealistically beautiful. The lush green lawn stretched all the way to the shimmering lake, with huge white tents dotting the landscape like soft clouds. Tens of thousands of crystal chandeliers were cleverly hung from the top of the tent and from the surrounding century-old trees. It reflects the sunlight during the day, sparkling and shimmering. We just wait for nightfall. It can then transform into a dazzling galaxy. The air was filled with the rich fragrance of roses air freighted from Ecuador. Light pink and champagne-colored petals were thickly laid out by the florist in an almost obsessive symmetrical manner, covering the passageway leading to the main ceremony area, making it soft and silent underfoot. They were wearing uniforms. Well-trained waiters, carrying crystal glasses filled with sparkling wine, moved silently among the well-dressed guests. The curves of their smiles looked as if they had been measured with a ruler. Far away. A small symphony orchestra is playing soothing classical music live.
The musical notes flowed like a clear stream, gently permeating every corner. This is Chin-ro giving her all. They even took on more debt to create this dream model. Every detail reflects her hard work and obsession with perfection. The edges of the handmade lace tablecloth are embroidered with the elegant initials of the newlyweds. The sterling silver tableware gleamed with a warm luster in the sunlight. Even the angle at which the desserts were placed was repeatedly adjusted. The guests who were present,
most of them were employees and people with connections arranged by Lin Tian.
They all looked amazed and whispered their praises. A few media reporters were mixed in with them. It was also arranged by Lin Tian. They frequently raised their cameras, and the sound of shutters clicking echoed continuously.
Record this perfect moment. It's so beautiful. This is definitely the most thoughtful wedding I've seen this year, no, in recent years. President Chin is truly generous, the results are well worth it. I heard the investors will be here today too, it all comes down to this one-off deal. Hearing these faint praises, Chin-ro, standing in the shadows at the entrance of the tent, quietly straightened her back. She was wearing a simple and smart black suit skirt, her hair was neatly tied up in a bun, and her face showed undisguised fatigue. But those eyes were surprisingly bright. Inside, a desperate flame burned.
And what she considered her last hope.
She succeeded.
At least that's how it appears. She believed in this impeccable performance. That was enough to impress that mysterious, demanding investor.
Just then,
a slight commotion arose at the entrance. Lin Tian has arrived. He wasn't wearing formal attire, but rather a seemingly casual dark-colored outfit, which clashed with the solemn and luxurious atmosphere of the event.
But as soon as he appeared, an invisible aura then quietly spread out.
The surrounding noise unconsciously decreased.
Su Xiaowan was with him. Su Xiaowan was wearing a simple dress, her face showing a mixture of curiosity and nervousness. Chin-ro's heart skipped a beat.
He immediately took a deep breath, put on the most professional and appropriate smile, and quickly went to greet her.
Mr. Lin. Ms. Su. Welcome, welcome.
She bowed slightly, her voice strained with nervousness.
Thank you both very much for coming.
Lin Tian simply gave a faint his gaze not lingering on her for long. He calmly surveyed the scene. Every detail here, from the density of the hanging crystal chandeliers to the uniformity of the carpet petals' color, and even the facial expressions of the musicians in the distance. Su Xiaowan was friendly. She smiled at Chin-ro and whispered to Lin Tian.
Honey, this place is decorated so beautifully. Mr. Chin is amazing.
Lin Tian remained non-committal. Guided by Chin-ro, they walked to the best reserved viewing spot. A comfortable sofa placed under a white gauze curtain. He leaned back lazily, crossed his legs, and relaxed his posture.
He acted as if he were just attending an ordinary party. Chin-ro personally served them drinks.
Then they consciously stepped aside. Her palms were already damp with a thin layer of sweat from nervousness. She stared intently at Lin Tian,
not missing a single, subtle change in his expression.
The wedding ceremony, following Chin-ro's meticulously designed plan, gradually reached its climax. The handsome groom and beautiful bride were hired. Amidst a shower of simulated cherry blossoms and the majestic strains of a symphony, they gazed deeply into each other's eyes, preparing to exchange rings.
The entire audience was immersed in this incredibly romantic atmosphere. The reporters' cameras were focused on this beautiful moment.
Chin-ro's heart was in her throat, and the joy of impending victory was almost overflowing. Just a second before the groom picked up the ring and was about to slip it onto the bride's finger, Lin Tian raised his hand. The movement was very casual, the wrist wasn't even fully raised, just moved slightly.
But the entire venue seemed to have been muted.
The music stopped abruptly.
Everyone froze.
All eyes turned from the center of the stage to the man leaning back on the sofa. The color drained from Chin-ro's face instantly. An ominous premonition, like ice water poured over her head, made her limbs feel cold.
Chapter 121 Lin Tian's Heartlessness.
Lin Tian slowly stood up. He pulled a precision electronic thermometer, slightly larger than a USB flash drive and gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, from his casual pants pocket.
Amidst everyone's bewildered gazes,
he placed it on the waiter's tray next to him, in a nearly overflowing champagne glass.
Beep. A soft electronic sound rang out. Lin Tian picked up the thermometer. A reporter nearby, with a camera quickly zooming in. 9.5 degrees Celsius.
His voice was calm, yet it was like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, clearly resounding throughout the silent hall. President Chin, if I remember correctly, the process checklist you submitted, Attachment 3, Item 7 clearly marks this. The optimal serving temperature for this 50-year-old Ceylon champagne is 9 degrees Celsius, with a margin of error of no more than 0.2 degrees.
He paused.
His gaze shifted to Chin Ro, whose face was deathly pale and whose lips were trembling. His eyes were cold. This 0.5 degree temperature difference severely damages the delicate bubbles and layered floral and fruity aromas that this wine should have, and is a desecration of this legendary wine.
What's even more serious is, it ruined my mood for appreciating the product and brought me an extremely unpleasant sensory experience. Before Chin Ro could react,
Lin Tian pointed to the path beneath his feet, a path covered with flower petals.
My assistant just did a quick inventory.
On the left side of the main passage, there are 9,998 petals. On the right, there are 9,999 pieces. His tone was full of the authority that a high-ranking man should possess.
President Chin, a wedding that touts itself as the ultimate and perfect can't even achieve the most basic symmetry in flower petals?
In my understanding and culture, this unbalanced combination of numbers carries a very negative psychological suggestion, causing me great mental distress and discomfort. Chin Ro's mind went blank, and her ears were ringing.
Temperature? Number of petals? What kind of nitpicking is this? However, Lin Tian's blows were not over yet.
He tilted his head slightly, as if sensing something. Then he gestured to another female staff member who was holding a decibel meter. Just now, when the symphony was reaching its climax, the peak decibel level at the scene reached 88 decibels. Lin Tian looked at the fixed data on the decibel meter, his tone becoming increasingly stern. Based on the guidelines of the Hearing Comfort and Protection Regulations for high-end men. Continuous exposure to environments above 85 decibels can potentially damage hearing.
Mr. Chin, are you entertaining your guests with noise? Oh. Lin Tian has demonstrated the preferential treatment given to men to the fullest extent.
Even Su Xiaowan beside him. Even now, she couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes at Lin Tian.
Isn't this blatant bullying? However, Lin Tian seemed completely unconcerned.
He casually tossed the thermometer back onto the waiter's tray, making a crisp clinking sound.
Looking around the entire venue.
Finally, his cold gaze settled on the swaying Chin Ro.
His voice, penetrating the deathly silence, carried an absolute negation. Can a wedding that can't even control the most basic details like temperature, quantity, and volume really be called the ultimate? Does it even deserve to be used as an industry model for display?
He sneered, his words as sharp as knives. In my view, this is not a dream, but a complete and catastrophic failure.
Mr. Lin. That's not how it is. Please let me explain.
Chin Ro finally found her voice and tried to rush forward with a sob in her voice. But Lin Tian didn't give her a chance at all. He turned to the media reporters and said loudly, "Given the serious flaws in the services provided by Dream Wedding Planning Company, which have caused substantial harm to my personal feelings and mental state, I reserve the right to pursue legal action and seek substantial compensation for emotional distress, based on Article 12 of Chapter 3 of the Male Perfect Wedding Experience Guarantee Law."
Wow! Everyone was dumbfounded.
This is also possible.
But no one stood up for Chin Ro. On the contrary,
some of the reporters mixed in with the crowd were like sharks that had smelled blood. Their cameras immediately turned to Chin Ro, who was on the verge of collapse.
The flashbulbs went off wildly, capturing her desperate, bewildered, and humiliated expression. President Chin, what is your response to Mr. Lin's accusations? Does the dream wedding concept involve false advertising? Does this failure mean the company is about to go bankrupt? Sharp questions came crashing down like hailstones. Lin Tian stopped watching the chaotic scene.
He pulled up Su Xiaowan, who was equally stunned by the sudden turn of events. Then, amidst the shocked, sympathetic, or gloating gazes of the crowd, they were met with. Ignoring Chin Ro's outstretched hand, which was futilely trying to grab something,
he walked straight through the crowd and headed out of the manor.
The sun was still shining brightly. The lake still shimmered, and the roses still smelled sweet.
But all of this is perfect.
In Chin Ro's eyes, everything had collapsed and turned into cold ruins.
She was all alone.
standing blankly at the heart of her meticulously crafted dreamscape, amidst countless flashing cameras and diverse gazes. She felt as if the whole world was spinning and collapsing.
Tears finally burst forth. However, she couldn't make a sound. She lost. They suffered a crushing defeat. Moreover, she didn't even understand. Where exactly did I go wrong?
Lin Tian got into the car waiting outside, and the window slowly rolled up, shutting out the dreamlike world that he had destroyed with his own hands.
He was expressionless. It was as if I had just done something insignificant.
Su Xiaowan looked at his cold, hard profile. He hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. In the end, she simply took his hand gently.
The car drove away smoothly.
Leave behind the clamor, despair, and the remnants of a dream far behind. That dream wedding that Lin Tian destroyed with his own hands.
In the time to come.
It was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. The ripples spread rapidly, turning into towering waves that completely engulfed Qin Ro and her already precarious dream wedding planning company. The hefty fine was the first guillotine to fall. The Market Supervision Department cited the Consumer Rights Protection Law and the Commercial Services Integrity Regulations.
The amount of the fine they imposed on Qin Ro.
It is several times the total remaining assets on Qin Ro Company's books.
Immediately afterwards, under Qin Shuang's discreet coordination, the Women's Federation Committee.
They strictly followed Lin Tian's instructions.
A formal letter was sent to Qin Ro.
Furthermore, it was directly determined that her services caused psychological harm to Lin Tian. They even added a sum of money, enough to suffocate any small business instantly at consolation payment.
The bank reacted quickly.
The company froze all its accounts immediately, and the chilling zero balance message sounded like a final death knell. Previous material suppliers, floral design studios, venue rental companies.
All the creditors reacted immediately upon hearing the news.
Like hyenas that have smelled blood, they blocked the company entrance, bombarded her with phone calls, and vehemently demanded payment of the outstanding debt.
President Qin.
It's not that we're being unreasonable, it's just that your company is on the verge of collapse.
We need our money settled immediately. Qin Ro. If we don't see the money today, we'll apply to the court for compulsory liquidation. Give me my money back. Or you'll regret it.
The media, in particular, took advantage of the situation. The previous reports praising the dream wedding have vanished without a trace, replaced by a deluge of negative news.
From dream to nightmare. Top wedding planner exposed for serious flaws, facing exorbitant lawsuits. Unveiling the founder of Dream Wedding, the chaotic business situation beneath the halo of overseas returnees. Lin Tian's anger over details pushes his showy wedding company to the brink of bankruptcy. Chapter 122. Domineeringly taking in Qin Ro.
Qin Ro hid in that office, which had already been splashed with glaring red paint and had its windows smashed by the creditors.
On the computer screen,
the design sketches she drew while staying up all night are still there.
Those were the days.
The lines and colors that carry her boundless dreams and inspiration.
It seems incredibly ironic now.
Scattered on the ground were fragments of torn contracts and payment reminders. She huddled in the corner, her arms tightly wrapped around her knees, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had cried all her tears. All that remained was a dry, stinging pain, and a despair that seeped into the very marrow of my bones.
She hates Lin Tian. I hate his coldness, I hate his nitpicking. Hating him was so easy it could destroy everything she cherished as her life. But what I hate even more is my own incompetence.
She had given it her all, yet she still ended up like this.
It's over, it's all over.
She muttered to herself, her voice hoarse and unlike her own.
Just then, her phone rang. It was an unknown number.
She instinctively wanted to hang up, but inexplicably, she answered the call anyway. Ms. Qin, given your current situation, I personally suggest that the only way to avoid personal bankruptcy and being listed as a dishonest person subject to enforcement is to. This will affect your ability to travel by high-speed rail, airplane, and even your children's future education. Now, if you cannot obtain Mr. Lin Tian's written understanding and persuade him to withdraw the relevant complaint, you will be in trouble.
Otherwise, the subsequent legal proceedings will be extremely detrimental to you. Personal bankruptcy? List of untrustworthy individuals?
These words struck Qin Ro's heart like a heavy hammer.
She will not only lose the company. Will they also lose their basic dignity as citizens and their future?
A tremendous fear gripped her.
In the face of absolute power and rules,
Her pitiful dreams and persistence seemed so fragile.
There was no way out.
The word lingered in her mind like a curse.
She looked at the haggard, vacant-eyed woman in the mirror. I finally made up my mind.
Even if it meant kneeling down and begging him, she had to try.
Sia Hotel. Top floor. Lin Tian's office, with its excellent view and luxurious decor.
Shinro stood outside the heavy solid wood door, took several deep breaths, and finally mustered the courage to knock.
Enter.
Lin Tian's calm and composed voice came from inside.
She pushed the door open and went in.
Lin Tian sat behind that large, even somewhat exaggerated, desk.
Behind it is a full-length window. The bustling scene of Jiangbin Avenue unfolded behind him. It was as if he could control everything.
He was wearing a dark gray cashmere sweater today, looking casual yet elegant, a stark contrast to Shinro's disheveled appearance. He didn't even look up, he was flipping through a document, as if her arrival was insignificant. Shinro walked step by step to the desk, each step feeling like she was walking on a knife's edge. She tried her best to maintain the last shred of dignity.
But her slightly hunched back and pale face betrayed her inner breakdown. Mr. Lin.
When she opened her mouth, her voice was filled with uncontrollable sobs and trembling.
I'm sorry. I'm really so sorry. It's my fault. I didn't do a good job. I'm unprofessional. I didn't meet your requirements.
She was incoherent, and tears welled up uncontrollably again, blurring her vision. Please, have mercy, drop the charges, those tickets.
I really can't take it anymore. I'm going to die. I'm really going to die.
She almost collapsed, barely managing to stand by bracing herself on the cold tabletop with her hands, like a death row inmate awaiting her final verdict.
Lin Tian finally put down the documents in his hand and slowly raised his head.
His eyes were calm, without anger, mockery, or even a trace of pity. It was a purely condescending scrutiny, like assessing the remaining value of an item. A suffocating silence fell over the office, broken only by Shinro's suppressed, intermittent sobs.
A long time.
Lin Tian finally spoke, his voice not loud, but every word clear, striking Shinro's fragile nerves.
Withdraw the lawsuit? Sure.
Shinro suddenly looked up, a faint light flashing in her eyes, as if she had grasped at the last straw. But Lin Tian's next words completely shattered her newly risen hope.
2 conditions.
He held up 2 fingers, his tone as indifferent as if he were discussing the weather. First, 90% of the Dream Wedding Company, including its brand, customer resources, and all the shares you personally hold, will be transferred to my name free of charge.
It will have nothing to do with you anymore.
Shinro's eyes widened instantly as she stared at him in disbelief.
This is tantamount to taking away the child she created with her own hands. Second. Ignoring her shock, Lin Tian continued to state even more cruel conditions.
You, Shinro, will stay on your own.
Not as a founder, but as an employee.
Work for me, and use your future salary and potential bonuses to gradually offset the debts you owe to the company, as well as the incalculable potential damage this incident has caused to my personal brand. He leaned forward slightly, his sharp gaze locking onto her pale face, a cruel, roguish smile playing on his lips.
As for the deadline, it depends on my mood.
Maybe 1 year, maybe 10 years, maybe a lifetime. Looking into Shinro's eyes, one sees the light completely shattered and the immense humiliation. Lin Tian leaned back in his chair and added slowly and deliberately.
Of course, you can choose to refuse.
Then, you can cling to your expensive but worthless dream, file for personal bankruptcy, take on debts that you can't repay in several lifetimes, and let your family and you live at the bottom of society forever. You'll never be able to touch your beloved design drawings again in this lifetime. He shrugged, making a please go ahead gesture.
Choose. Sign, or get out.
Shinro trembled violently, like the last withered leaf in the cold wind.
Sign. It means losing all freedom and dignity, becoming his slave. I won't sign. It means being forever condemned to eternal damnation. There is no third way. The immense despair and pressure, like 2 invisible hands, gripped her throat tightly, making it impossible for her to breathe. She closed her eyes, and hot tears slid down her cheeks, dripping onto the cold floor. Ultimately, the will to survive and that instinctive, inseparable love for design overcame everything. She was trembling. He reached out his cold, stiff hand and picked up the thick equity transfer agreement that had been prepared beforehand on the table. That was almost equivalent to an indefinite labor contract, a form of servitude. The pen is very heavy.
Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely hold them. Under Lin Tian's indifferent gaze, she was like a soulless puppet, staring at those two documents that would determine her future. Each stroke was crooked and uneven. She signed her name Qin Ro. Finished writing the last stroke. She seemed to have all her strength drained away, and the pen in her hand fell to the ground with a thud. She slid softly down the edge of the table and onto the cold marble floor. His eyes were vacant, devoid of any sparkle. From that moment on, she lost the company she had founded and cherished as her life, and she also lost her freedom as an independent individual.
Lin Tian pressed the internal communication button, his voice calm and even.
Take Ms. Qin to her new job and let her get familiar with the environment.
Soon. A capable female secretary in a business suit walked in.
Looking at Qin Ro, who was slumped on the floor, looking lost and dejected, a hint of sympathy flashed in her eyes. But he quickly regained his professional demeanor and gently helped her up.
Ms. Qin, please come with me. Chapter 123 Bad Taste. Qin Ro was like a puppet on a string.
Supported by others, she staggered and left the office that made her feel utterly suffocated. She was taken to a temporary workstation. Immediately, someone was assigned to coordinate the banquet business of several hotels.
It's busy and efficient here.
This is quite different from her creative but disorganized little company. The first few days, Qin Ro was like a walking corpse, mechanically completing the assigned tasks.
But soon, her inherent obsession with perfection and order, and his outstanding project management talent began to emerge unintentionally. She only took one day.
They managed to organize the chaotic banquet reservations, material lists, and staff schedules of several hotels into a well-organized system. They even created a clear and efficient integration solution flowchart.
It's professionalism and meticulousness.
This surprised even the older employees who had initially looked down on her.
However, I don't know why this proposal. It appeared on Lin Tian's desk.
Lin Tian flipped through the well-organized and core issue-focused plan, his gaze lingering for a moment on several key optimization suggestions.
During a brief, informal departmental meeting,
as Lin Tian passed by, he stopped and glanced at the crowd. Finally, his gaze lingered for a moment on Qin Ro, who was looking down, and he said two words in a flat tone.
Good.
After saying that, he left directly.
It's that simple. Two words that are almost devoid of any emotional coloring.
In Qin Ro's lifeless heart, a barely perceptible ripple spread.
The hatred remains deeply rooted. The humiliation remains etched in my memory.
But beneath this hatred and humiliation, a faint, complex emotion that she herself hadn't even clearly noticed. It began to quietly sprout.
That was a distorted acceptance of Lin Tian's accurate judgment.
And a kind of, since there is no way to resist,
then do your best.
The thought, let him see true value, was fueled by intense resentment and a morbid competitive spirit. She started unconsciously. She began to secretly observe Lin Tian's behavior and try to figure out his preferences and standards. The seeds of Stockholm. It was quietly buried deep within her broken heart. Isabella Rossi stood before the magnificent, intricately carved gate of Hentang Palace and took a deep breath. Even if it was her. This is the world's #1 supermodel who closes the shows at the 4 major fashion weeks, holds global endorsements for more than a dozen top-tier brands, and is hailed by the fashion industry as a walking clothes rack and human Gucci. My palms were slightly sweaty at that moment. She was dressed in a sharp black tuxedo today. It made her already tall figure appear even more slender and upright. Her face was adorned with her signature highbrow apathy makeup. His eyes were cold and aloof.
It's as if he has no interest in anything in the world.
This is her armor, and also her weapon.
But the person I'm meeting today. For the first time, the seemingly invincible armor made her feel uncertain. Lin Tian. This name has recently become widely circulated among the elite circles.
It's not just because of him, who controls the rapidly growing Shengfeng Group and the mysterious eugenic essence. It was also because of his eccentric and unconventional behavior.
Rumor has it that his background is unfathomable. They are extremely picky about their partners. Even some of them have a rather wicked sense of humor.
Her management team mobilized almost all their connections and resources. Only then did they manage to convey their intention to endorse the pregnancy essence.
Unexpectedly,
the other party replied quickly.
I agree to give them an audition opportunity. but the location was set at his private residence Henteing Highlands. The requirement is she had to come alone.
She also brought along the latest ivory white silk satin haute couture gown she was endorsing, worth over €2 million and handcrafted by a top master. A strange request.
Isabella frowned slightly.
A hint of doubt flashed in those gray-green eyes that countless photographers had praised as containing a Mediterranean storm.
She didn't like the feeling of being out of control. However, the pregnancy essence represents a huge market potential. And that rumored, outrageously high endorsement fee.
It was something that neither she nor her team could refuse.
Miss Rossi, please come in. Mr. Lin is waiting for you.
A well-dressed, expressionless housekeeper opened the door for her.
The sound was steady and calm.
Isabella straightened her back and stepped inside, wearing the custom-made high heels that added 12 centimeters to her height but also made her feel like she was on stilts. She was carrying a temperature and humidity-controlled clothing box that was almost as tall as a person, specifically used to store haute couture gowns. Inside is the outfit she wore to Paris Fashion Week. The butler led her through the incredibly high-ceilinged living room, decorated with a huge crystal chandelier, toward a heavy, soundproof door.
Mr. Lin is waiting for you at the private cinema.
After the butler finished speaking, he bowed slightly and quietly withdrew.
A private cinema? Audition? Isabella's sense of unease intensified.
She pushed open the door. It was very dark inside. Only the enormous screen emitted a faint blue light, silently playing a short video.
Cartoons?
No, it's more like some kind of Eastern, childish, and quirky dance video. A virtual character dressed in an elaborate and adorable dress is bouncing around on the screen.
There was only one audience member in the theater. Lin Tian.
He slumped lazily in the huge, bed-sized leather sofa in the very center.
Wearing dark-colored loungewear.
Holding a glass of amber liquid in her hand, she gently swirled it.
They didn't even look back.
My gaze remained fixed on the childish dance on the screen.
Mr. Lin. Isabella spoke in her professionally trained, slightly languid, and magnetic voice. Try to keep your tone calm and professional. I am Isabella Rossi. It's an honor to meet you.
Lin Tian then slowly turned his head. His gaze was direct.
From top to bottom. It scanned her entire body precisely and swiftly.
There was no wow factor, no polite formalities, just pure scrutiny and evaluation. This gaze made Isabella, who was used to being worshipped and looked up to, feel slightly uncomfortable.
Did you bring the clothes?
He asked, his voice not loud, but carrying a sense of pressure.
Yes, Mr. Lin. Isabella placed the suitcase on the rack next to her, which was specifically for hanging clothes. Put it on.
Lin Tian gestured with his chin toward the box, his tone as indifferent as if he were saying, "Have a glass of water."
Isabella was stunned. Here? In front of him? Although the theater was dimly lit, Mr. Lin, this is probably not appropriate.
She tried to remain polite.
Lin Tian finally looked away from the screen. It all fell on her. There was no emotion in those deep eyes. But this made Isabella feel an invisible pressure suddenly increase. My time is limited, Miss Rossi.
His tone was indifferent.
Or, you can leave right now with your clothes. Just pretend the endorsement never happened. Isabella's heart skipped a beat. Leave? Chapter 124 World's #1 Supermodel. If I really leave.
This means that all previous efforts have been in vain. This means the team will be extremely disappointed. This also means that she may miss a golden opportunity to take her career to new heights. A sense of shame and a desire for opportunity were locked in a fierce battle within her.
Ultimately, it comes down to professional ethics and the desire for success.
She forced herself to suppress that humiliation.
Okay, Mr. Lin.
She squeezed out those words through gritted teeth. She then turned around, her back to him, and opened the clothing box with slightly trembling fingers. The expensive silk satin shimmered with a pearly luster in the dim light. She tried to do it as quickly as possible. In the dim light, he took off his smoking suit. She changed back into this heavy, elaborate haute couture gown, a symbol of the highest honor in the fashion world. When she turned around again, she has regained that supermodel demeanor that commands respect from all. The ivory white dress perfectly accentuated her almost superhumanly slender frame and graceful lines. The enormous skirt spread out like a blooming flower. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes regaining their cold and distant expression. She is ready to undergo any professional assessment regarding her catwalk, presence, or clothing expression.
However,
Lin Tian pointed to the huge screen. The virtual character above is still tirelessly dancing a childish dance.
Follow this example and dance at once.
His voice came through the darkness, clear and cruel.
The movements must be precise, and the facial expressions must be synchronized. Isabella could hardly believe her ears. She felt like she was hallucinating. Let her? Isabella Rossi? Wearing a top-tier haute couture gown worth 2 million euros. Imitating that ridiculous 3D character on the screen, dancing like this. This kind of childish dance? This is no longer an assessment, this is blatant humiliation. It's about her profession and her character. It even trampled on the career she had fought for more than a decade. Her cheeks flushed instantly with anger and shame. His body was as stiff as a stone. She stared intently at Lin Tian, her gray-green eyes blazing with fury. Lin Tian seemed completely unconcerned about her reaction. He picked up a tablet computer next to him and tapped it with his finger. "Oh, right," he added, his tone as casual as if he were chatting. "I will broadcast your entire performance live for all the brand representatives you currently endorse to watch. Let them see the versatility of the world's #1 supermodel. Live streaming? Show this to the brand owners?" Isabella felt a chill rush from the soles of her feet straight to the top of her head. If you are subjected to those harsh conditions, even brand owners who value their brand image above all else are shocked to see her like this. She couldn't imagine the consequences. You can't do this," she cried out, her voice rising with emotion and losing its usual composure. Lin Tian finally stood up from the sofa. He was a little taller than her. The sense of oppression is stronger when you get close. He looked down at her, his eyes devoid of any mockery. There was only a cold, almost cruel calm. "You can't even please a customer? Is this your professional competence?" He raised an eyebrow slightly, his tone carrying undisguised contempt. "It seems that your team's touted versatility and mutability are nothing but marketing hype. Since that's the case," he made a gesture as if to turn around and pick up his coat from the sofa, "forget about the endorsement. Etc." Just as Lin Tian was about to take a step, Isabella almost screamed. "We can't lose this endorsement. Cannot. It's not just about money, it's also about status. Because of dignity. If today she is unable to meet customer requirements." Lin Tian refused to let him in. The news got out. Her status in the fashion world will plummet. Thinking of those formidable competitors, I thought of the expectant looks on my team's faces. Thinking of that contract she couldn't refuse. The immense fear and the pressure of reality, like two invisible hands, tightly gripped her pride. She bit her lower lip hard, almost tasting the blood. The fingernails dug deep into the palm, bringing sharp pain, but it was nothing compared to the humiliation in my heart. As Lin Tian turned back around, his indifferent gaze fell upon him. Isabella. She's used to being the world's #1 supermodel, receiving the spotlight and admiration of millions on the catwalk. She was trembling, her delicate body stiff, as she raised her arm, which was dressed in a haute couture gown and was as elegant as a swan. She started imitating the childish action on the screen. Clumsily swaying his body, awkwardly kicking his legs. She tried to keep up with the cheerful, yet jarring, rhythm. Her signature. His face, described by numerous magazines as a blend of fragility and strength, reflects a world-weary attitude. At this moment, however, there is an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. And there were those aggrieved feelings and the tears they held back. The stunning gowns and the comical actions created an incredibly strong and heartbreaking contrast. Lin Tian stood there. They watched with blank expressions, as if observing a poorly executed circus performance. Occasionally, he would make a few sarcastic comments. The sound wasn't loud. But like a whip, it relentlessly lashed at Isabella's already battered dignity. "Your expression. It doesn't match the price of the dress you're wearing at all. Your arm movements are too stiff. Are you a sculpture that just came out of the Louvre? Is this all the world's #1 supermodel is like? Even the most basic imitation feels cheap?" Every single word. All of this made Isabella's body tremble even more violently. Tears welled up in my eyes. But she held back relentlessly, refusing to let it slip away. The song ended. Isabella stood still, wearing that garment that symbolizes supreme glory. At this moment, however, the dress felt incredibly heavy, and her whole body was ice cold, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She felt the pride, dignity, and professional beliefs she had built up over the past 2 decades. At this moment, it was completely shattered and scattered all over the ground. She was ruthlessly trampled upon by the man in front of her. She didn't even dare to look at the camera next to her that might be broadcasting live. Lin Tian looked at her, looking utterly dejected and like a beautiful flower battered by wind and rain, but his face remained expressionless. He walked back to the sofa. "Pick up the draft endorsement contract that you've prepared long ago." Then he picked up a pen and added a line to it. Then he handed the contract to Isabella. "The contract can be signed." His voice returned to its usual calm, "But remember, from now on, you are not just a spokesperson." His gaze was deep, carrying a calm that conveyed a sense of complete control. "You need to give me a private fashion show report once a week, showing me the latest seasonal collections from various brands individually. I will decide the location and time." He paused, looking at Isabella's suddenly contracted pupils. Every word he uttered etched that humiliation into her very bones. "This is part of the contract. It has legal force." Chapter 125 Submission in High Heels. Isabella looked at the additional clause, which was almost equivalent to serving at any time. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an icy hand. A tremendous sense of humiliation surged up once again. But, the contract. Exorbitant endorsement fees. And at least they saved face for the time being. Complex emotions churned fiercely within her. Some were relieved to have escaped unscathed and received the contract. There is a deep fear of the future. There was also fear of Lin Tian's domineering and ruthless methods. But deep within this hatred and fear, a faint glimmer of hope also emerged. A morbid curiosity about this powerful, wicked, and completely unpredictable man. She looked at the pen he handed her. That hand was long and slender, with distinct knuckles, as if it held the power of life and death. Final. Under Lin Tian's calm yet extremely oppressive gaze, Isabella Rossi trembled. She reached out her hand, the one that had once only touched the finest jewelry and gowns, and took the pen. Then, she signed her name on the contract that sold a portion of her future freedom as well. The scratching sound of the pen tip gliding across the paper. In the quiet cinema, it sounded particularly jarring. Isabella doesn't remember how she left Cloudtop Palace. And how did they get back to the presidential suite where they were originally staying? My mind was foggy, like it was stuffed with a wad of water-soaked cotton. The only clear one. It was the contract that already had her name on it. And at the end of the contract, there's that clause in cold, hard legal jargon. This implies additional clauses that imply endless humiliation. Weekly, private fashion show report. She collapsed onto the huge sofa in the living room. The expensive haute couture gown lay haphazardly at her feet like a discarded, priceless rag. The man's cold, scrutinizing gaze and the suffocating sense of oppression that permeated the air still seemed to linger above. Humiliation. Anger. I was terrified. There was also a slight exhaustion, like someone who had survived a disaster. She actually signed it. After that man's almost humiliating audience. After he made that absurd request. She actually signed it. Her phone started vibrating incessantly. It was her agent, Anna. ISA. How did it go? Did you see Mr. Lin? Was the contract signed? Anna's voice was urgent and full of anticipation. Isabella opened her mouth, her throat dry and tight. That phrase, signed. But it's like a fishbone stuck in my throat, I can't bring myself to say it. Should I tell Anna? She wore a €2 million haute couture dress and danced a childish homebody dance. She was also required to give that man a private report every week from now on. I signed it. She finally answered in a hoarse voice, avoiding all the details. Great. God. I knew you could do it. ISA, we did it. This is Lin Tian. Do you know what this means? Your business value will be immeasurable. Anna screamed excitedly on the other end of the phone. Isabella twitched the corners of her mouth, revealing a smile that was more like a grimace. Success? She felt utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. It's like having just fought a battle that left you physically and mentally exhausted, and utterly humiliated. The next few days, Isabella forced herself to immerse herself in intense work, numbing herself with endless schedules, trying to bury the memory of that afternoon at Hentying Highlands deep within her. But that contract. But it was like an invisible shackle, constantly reminding her. Wednesday arrived quickly. Evening. Isabella stood in the dressing room. In front of me were 2 whole rows of the latest seasonal collections from major brands, which had not yet been publicly released. Each piece is priceless, representing the pinnacle of fashion aesthetics. She felt a sense of bewilderment. What to wear? The first report. What style would that man like? Continue to be aloof and elegant? Still. She recalled his cold, critical gaze that day, and his sarcastic comments about her world-weary face. A strange sense of rebellion and a what's-the-use impulse welled up inside me. Final. She chose a dress that was very different from her usual style. A design from a top brand's latest season-themed dark fairy tale. Black lace, gothic corset. The tulle skirt has a slightly torn look. Mysterious, alluring, with a decadent beauty. She carefully applied her makeup. She deliberately emphasized the smudging at the outer corners of her eyes, and chose a deep berry color for her lips, creating a strong contrast with her pale skin. Looking at myself in the mirror, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, tinged with a hint of wickedness and vulnerability. She took a deep breath. Returning to Cloud Peak Mansion, my state of mind was completely different. The butler remained silent as he led her to the private cinema. Push opened the door. The furnishings inside were exactly the same as when she last came. Dim lighting. The giant screen silently played abstract images of light and shadow. Lin Tian remained seated in the center of the enormous sofa. Her posture was even as languid as last time. He held a glass of water in his hand, his gaze fixed on the screen, as if her arrival was insignificant. Mr. Lin. Isabella stood in the doorway, trying to keep her voice steady. Lin Tian slowly turned his head, his gaze falling on her. This time, the pure scrutiny and cold assessment that had been present in his eyes were gone. Instead, it carried a very faint trace. An elusive, playful quality? His gaze, as if it had a tangible touch, slowly, inch by inch, swept over the black lace on her body. It swept past the irregular hem of her skirt. Finally, the image settled on her deliberately made-up face, which carried a hint of stubbornness and unease. He didn't speak, but simply raised his chin slightly. He gestured for her to begin. There is no music. There are no lights. Only the flowing, silent light and shadow on the screen serve as the background. Isabella walked to the center of the theater, to the relatively empty carpet. She took a deep breath and forced herself to get into the zone. She took the first step. There were no spotlights or rousing music on the catwalk. There was only the deathly stillness of the air and the man's silent gaze. She tried her best to regain her footing on the runway, swaying her hips slightly, maintaining a steady pace, and drawing an elegant curve in her shoulders and neck. The dark style dress was on her. It was as if it had been infused with a soul. As she moved, the lace trembled slightly, and the tulle fluttered, creating a dangerous yet alluring rhythm. She did her best. She used the professional skills she had honed over more than a decade of her career. This was a private show with only one audience member. It was as if they were under the spotlight at the Grand Palais in Paris. However, Lin Tian remained silent. He leaned back on the sofa. He rested his chin on one hand. The fingers of his other hand tapped unconsciously on his knee, his gaze following her the whole time. Profound and unfathomable. This silence. It was more unbearable than any harsh critique. Isabella felt like an insect being examined under a microscope. Every subtle movement, every muscle twitch. They were all magnified infinitely and subjected to silent judgment. Her heart was pounding faster and faster, and a fine layer of cold sweat broke out on her back. A slight, almost imperceptible stiffness began to appear in his steps. Just as she reached her third lap and was about to make a turn, Lin Tian finally spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but it clearly pierced the silence. Stop. Isabella froze in place, her heart leaping in her throat. Are you going to nitpick again? Chapter 126 Role-Playing, Dr. Nurse Outfit. Lin Tian lowered his hand that was supporting his chin. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze falling on her hands, which were clenched slightly with nervousness. Expression, he uttered. Isabella was taken aback. Your expression right now.
Lin Tian looked at her, his eyes sharp, the same expression you had when you closed the show at the Milan Fashion Week. He paused, his tone calm yet carrying a penetrating power.
Are you walking for me, or for the title of world's #1 supermodel?
Isabella froze, as if struck by lightning.
He even remembered her micro-expressions when she closed the game in Milan?
An indescribable sense of dread crept up my spine.
It's not because of fear. Rather, it's because of they were completely seen through. A shock that leaves no room for escape.
She always thought he was just a rich, powerful, tasteless, and ill-tempered nouveau riche. But what he just said. It precisely pierced through the professional facade she painstakingly maintained, directly striking at her deepest desire to perform and
that stubborn adherence to her supermodel identity, which even she herself was unwilling to admit.
I saw the shock and confusion that flashed in her eyes.
Lin Tian didn't seem surprised.
He leaned back on the sofa, picked up his water glass, took a sip, and his tone returned to its previous languidness.
It even carried a hint of barely perceptible softening.
Next time, he put down his water glass, his gaze sweeping once more over her dark dress, finally meeting her eyes, and said softly,
change to a different style. Punk style, or street style mix and match. The choice is yours.
After saying that, he waved his hand, indicating that she could leave. It was as if that soul-searching question from just now was merely a casual remark. Isabella stood there, motionless for a long time.
The immense sense of humiliation did not surge forth as expected.
Instead, a more complex and chaotic emotion emerged. He dismissed her professionalism, but then presented her with a new proposition. He did not humiliate her body, but precisely tore apart the professional mask she was so proud of.
What exactly does this man want to do?
She watched as he turned his gaze back to the screen, his sharply defined jawline appearing cold and unfathomable in the dim blue light. The intense hatred and fear in my heart.
It seems that it happened without us even realizing it. Something even more dangerous has been mixed in.
A powerful, almost frightening, desire to tear apart his perpetually calm and expressionless face, to see him lose control, a desire to conquer.
As well as
a morbid desire to be truly seen by him. She silently bent down, lifted her skirt, and, just like last time, prepared to turn and leave.
The clothes are nice.
Just as she grasped the doorknob, his deep voice came from behind her again.
Very light. Without any emotion.
But it made Isabella's heart skip a beat, as if it had been struck by something. Without looking back, she forcefully opened the door and fled from this place that had thrown her into turmoil, almost as if she were escaping. The bright lights in the corridor hurt her eyes. She leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily, her hand on her chest where her heart was pounding erratically.
Next time. Punk style. Or a street style mix. Damn it. It turns out.
She had already begun, without even realizing it, to plan her next report.
During this period of time.
These were arguably the most pleasant days of Lin Tian's life. He was enjoying the company of all the women in his family. And then, on the outside, he can still enjoy the ultimate sense of control that the world brings him.
Until this moment.
He seemed to understand. In this person's world, the greatest achievement is not how much money he has acquired. It's not about how much power one has. It's not about how many people you can make bow down in respect. Whether it was forced or due to resources. As long as it can make others submit.
This is the greatest joy in life. This day.
Lung Yu stood at the door of the room in Yunding Mansion that had been converted into a high-end medical room. She clutched the thick research project document tightly in her hand, a document that represented years of hard work by her and her team. The fingertips turned slightly white from the force applied. She was wearing a tailor-made dark gray business suit today. The lines are clean and crisp. Her hair was neatly pulled back. A pair of frameless glasses sat on his nose.
He exudes a rigorous, calm, and aloof academic aura.
This is her armor, and also her usual battlefield stance. In the past, she always spoke with data and logic when facing any investor, winning respect and funding with irrefutable experimental results. But today, she felt that her armor seemed to be malfunctioning. The butler who was leading the way opened the door for her and then quietly stepped aside. The scene in the room made Lang Yu's cold brows furrow instantly. This place doesn't resemble a study or a reception room. The light was adjusted to a cool white, characteristic of hospitals, with the smell of disinfectant. The walls are light green, and next to them stands an imported medical examination instrument with a flashing standby indicator light. In the center is an examination bed covered with a clean, sterile sheet, and next to it are mobile stands with a blood pressure monitor and an eye chart. The air was filled with a faint, cold smell of metal and alcohol.
This is hardly a place to discuss investment.
What made her pupils shrink even more was that on a clothes rack in the corner of the room, there was a brand new nurse uniform with obviously erotic design elements hanging there. A white short skirt. The dress features lace trim and a matching nurse's cap that is both playful and alluring. Lin Tian stood next to the examination bed, his back to her, seemingly adjusting a multi-parameter physiological monitoring instrument. He was wearing simple black trousers and a dark gray cashmere sweater, with the sleeves casually rolled up to his elbows, revealing his well-defined forearms. Hearing the door open, he slowly turned around. His gaze was calm as it fell upon Long Yu, without any surprise or politeness. There wasn't even a shred of respect for researchers, it was all just a purely object-oriented scrutiny.
Dr. Lang.
He spoke, but his voice was not loud. Yet, an invisible pressure lingered in the room filled with the smell of medical equipment.
Mr. Lin.
Long Yu forced herself to calm down and maintained a professional tone.
Thank you for taking the time. This is my project proposal, about a novel compound probiotic.
Before she could finish speaking, Lin Tian interrupted her.
He raised his hand, pointed to the nurse's uniform hanging on the hanger, and spoke in a flat tone, as if instructing a subordinate to pour him a glass of water. Put it on, then begin your report.
Long Yu froze on the spot, as if she had been pierced by an ice spike. The color drained from her face instantly, and her eyes behind her glasses widened in shock and anger.
Mr. Lin.
Her voice suddenly rose, sharp with an offensive edge. I'm here to discuss research investment with you. I'm not here to play this low-level, boring role-playing game.
Please respect my professionalism and respect yourself.
Chapter 127 Doctor, please conduct experiments on my body. She was so angry that she trembled slightly, feeling that the education she had received over the years and the dignity she had built up were being trampled on in this moment. Lin Tian seemed completely unconcerned about her anger. He leaned lazily against the edge of the cold examination bed. He crossed his arms and watched her with a leisurely air.
A faint, almost mocking smile even appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your product targets modern women who pursue a high quality of life and value health and beauty, right? He asked slowly and deliberately. So what if it is?
Long Yu gritted her teeth. What I need to examine is not just those cold, dead data on paper. Lin Tian's gaze was like a scalpel, scraping across her taut body curves. I still need to evaluate your product. Or, to put it another way, in potential, more practical application scenarios, do you possess sufficient affability and attractiveness? He paused, his gaze finally settling on the nurse's uniform, his tone carrying an undeniable decisiveness.
Changing your clothes is a direct way to demonstrate your professionalism and credibility to me.
Or. He shrugged, making a please-go-ahead gesture, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Take your stack of papers and data that you're so proud of and leave immediately.
My time is precious. Leave? These two words struck Lang Yuexin like a heavy hammer. What does leaving mean?
This means that the team's years of hard work have gone to waste. This means that the experimental data that shines with hope can never be transformed into products that benefit society. This means she may never find another person with that kind of talent. People who are also willing to invest this huge sum of money. The huge funding gap and the ideal of bringing the research results to fruition are like two mountains, fiercely contending with the humiliation she is currently suffering.
She looked at Lin Tian with such certainty. A gaze that seemed to control everything. She was wearing that nurse's uniform, a symbol of humiliation. I also thought of the eagerly awaiting bacterial strains in the lab and the expectant looks on the faces of my team members. Dignity, or dreams?
Her body was as stiff as a stone, her nails digging deep into the hard cover of the project proposal in her palm.
Time passed second by second.
The room was so quiet that only the low hum of the equipment and her own increasingly rapid breathing could be heard.
Final.
Lang Yu bit her lower lip so hard it almost bled. She abruptly lowered her head, avoiding Lin Tian's unmistakable gaze, like a prisoner walking towards the execution ground. Step by step, heavily, I moved to the clothes rack. I reached out and my fingertips touched the coldness. She shuddered violently when she touched the fabric, which felt like cheap lace. She picked up the clothes without looking at Lin Tian.
I practically ran into the cramped break room next to the medical room. Bang!
The door slammed shut. Lin Tian remained leaning against the examination bed, his face expressionless, his gaze sweeping over the tightly closed door. Unconsciously, his fingers tapped lightly on the cold metal edge of the bed.
I waited for about 5 minutes. The door to the lounge was slowly pulled open a crack. Lun Yu came out.
The formal business suit was gone, replaced by a nurse's uniform that was extremely ill-fitting and completely out of character for her. The short skirt barely covered her thighs, and the lace trim looked particularly jarring against her fair skin. She wasn't wearing that ridiculous nurse's cap, and a few strands of her hair were loose and disheveled. She lowered her head, her hands gripping the hem of her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. Her cheeks were covered with an unnatural flush that spread all the way to her ears and neck. All the muscles in his body were tense, as if they might break at any moment.
This outfit did not add any charm or allure whatsoever.
Instead, it made her look like a bewildered child who had stolen adult clothes, creating a sense of incongruity and
a fragile humiliation. Can we begin, Mr. Lin?
Her voice was dry and hoarse, with a tremor she was trying hard to suppress. Lin Tian's gaze swept calmly over her, offering no comment on her attire, only nodding slightly.
Let's begin. Lun Yu took a deep breath. Trying to ignore the unpleasant feel of the fabric on my body, I walked to the center of the room and opened the thick project document.
She attempted to explain the complex mechanisms of gut microbiota action, rigorous clinical trial design, and exciting preliminary data using the most professional language and the fastest speaking speed. The 7 core strains we selected, through gene sequencing and in vitro simulation experiments, have proven that they can effectively colonize the gut and, through their metabolites SCFAs, regulate host immunity, improve intestinal barrier function, and thus. Her voice remained cold and aloof, as if she were trying to shield herself with a barrier of knowledge, isolating herself from this suffocating reality. But the trembling within her was impossible to conceal.
Lin Tian listened casually, occasionally interrupting her. SCFAs? What exactly are these short-chain fatty acids? What are their proportions? How do they prove they are smarter than other products on the market?
His question sounded amateurish, but it hit the nail on the head, forcing Lin Yu to spend more time explaining with more complex terminology.
Does this strain, codenamed Lactose-1, prefer acidic or alkaline environments? Is it a picky eater? He would even ask questions that drove her almost crazy.
Lun Yu's explanation became increasingly difficult, and fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. She felt like she wasn't giving a presentation to investors, but rather conducting an absurd and undignified defense.
Finally, she was talking about the most crucial Phase 3 clinical trial design.
When it involves a large number of volunteers and long-term follow-up. Lin Tian raised his hand again to interrupt her.
Data is static.
He stood up and walked step by step to her, looking down at her, his shadow completely enveloping her.
I need a more direct feeling.
His voice was deep, with an irresistible magnetism. Lun Yu's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively took half a step back, looking at him warily. Lin Tian pointed to himself, then to the examination bed next to him covered with a clean, sterile sheet.
Isn't this thing you invented supposed to fundamentally improve physical condition and enhance health?
His gaze fell on her chest, which was rising and falling slightly with nervousness, and then slowly moved to the project proposal in her hand.
Now, here. Give me a thorough examination.
He spoke each word slowly and deliberately, each syllable like a hammer blow to Lun Yu's heart. Use every professional method you can think of to let me personally experience the effects it might bring. He leaned down slightly, close to her ear, his hot breath brushing against her sensitive earlobe, his voice lower and more seductive, with a devilish allure.
I need you to prove its value to me in a more common and understandable way. Boom. Lun Yu's mind went blank. To examine him? Using all the professional methods?
This demand has far exceeded her bottom line.
This is no longer a humiliation, this is to trample on her dignity as a scientific researcher, along with her modesty as a woman.
She suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with unbelievable anger and tears of humiliation, staring intently at the utterly despicable man before her.
You, shameless.
She squeezed out those 3 words through clenched teeth, her body trembling violently from extreme anger and fear. Chapter 128: The Birth of the Private Health Consultant. Lin Tian straightened up and looked at her with a calm and composed expression, as if he were not the one who had just said those words. The choice is yours, Dr. Lang, he said indifferently. Prove it, or hold on to your dreams and leave. He pointed in the direction of the door.
My patience is limited.
Lung Yu stood still, like an ice sculpture about to shatter. On one hand, there is a huge sum of money readily available, enough to change one's destiny, and the possibility of realizing one's ideals. On one side is a bottomless abyss of utter and complete trampling of one's dignity. Reason screamed at her to run away immediately, but her feet seemed to be nailed to the spot. The scenes of tireless work day and night in the lab, the trusting eyes of the team members, and the intense desire to bring their research results to life.
Like countless ropes, they bound her tightly here. Her gaze involuntarily fell on Lin Tian's outstretched wrist with its distinct knuckles.
It was quickly moved away and landed on the cold, sterile examination bed.
Final.
Under Lin Tian's gaze, which seemed to freeze one's soul.
In the brutal struggle between ideals and reality.
All the struggle, anger, and humiliation in Lang Yu's eyes were gradually replaced by a numbness bordering on despair.
The first clear, irreparable crack appeared on her aloof mask.
As if all her strength had been drained away, or as if she were being controlled by invisible threads, she trembled, moving extremely slowly and with extreme difficulty. He stepped onto the path leading to the examination table.
First step.
My steps were unsteady, as if I were walking on clouds, or as if I had stepped into a bottomless abyss.
The cold, medical lights.
The cold moonlight reflected on her bloodless face.
Lin Tian's words, prove it, or leave.
Like a dagger chilled to the bone, it hung over her heart.
He didn't urge him any further.
He simply turned around. He slowly and methodically fiddled with a physiological monitoring device that was flashing a faint blue light next to him. My fingertips occasionally brushed against the cold metal casing, making a faint sound.
This silent pressure. It's more suffocating than any scolding.
Lang Yu's nails dug deep into her palms, the heavy hard cover of the project proposal digging painfully into her skin.
In my mind.
It's the bloodshot eyes of the team members, and the strains on the lab table that desperately need feeding. It was my mother's increasingly haggard face in the hospital and the death knell of medical bills. Her dreams and the realities she carried weighed heavily on her shoulders. On the other side lies this abyss, a place of utter humiliation.
Dignity. Dream.
These two words were tearing her mind apart. Ultimately, the weight of reality crushed his proud spine. She practically shuffled to the examination bed covered with a pristine white sheet, head bowed, her voice dry and hoarse, like sandpaper scraping.
Please lie down.
Upon hearing this, Lin Tian slowly turned around and lay down as instructed, without any expression. His gaze was calm, yet it carried a penetrating scrutiny, fixed firmly on Lang Yu. It made her feel like a specimen being dissected on an experimental table.
Lang Yu took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down.
She picked up the blood pressure monitor and tried to perform the most basic checkup. But her fingers trembled slightly uncontrollably, and the sleeve almost slipped off when she wrapped it.
Dr. Lang.
Lin Tian spoke lazily, his voice devoid of emotion.
Is your professionalism reflected in these trembling hands? Lang Yu's cheeks instantly burned with shame and indignation.
She gritted her teeth and forced herself to complete the measurement, even sticking the heart rate monitor's probe to the surface. The result was naturally not satisfactory. The data fluctuates too much and is not accurate enough, she tried to cover up with technical jargon.
Data is static. Lin Tian interrupted her, his gaze sweeping over her taut body curves. I need a more direct feel for it.
He began his experience request.
Let's assess the body's vitality first. He seemed to be issuing experimental instructions. Assuming I take your product, how should my muscle strength and endurance be quantified and assessed?
Lang Yu had no choice but to bite the bullet and start performing some basic muscle pressing and joint mobility tests. Through her gloves, her fingertips touched the muscles of his strong arm, and she could feel the powerful energy beneath. This made her even more nervous. How does your gut microbiota work through metabolic pathways to unleash the potential explosive power of this pectoral muscle?
Lin Tian suddenly asked. This needs to act on the intestines, indirectly affecting them through the vagus nerve and fluid circulation. Oh? So, what is the specific pathway by which the hormones produced by my kidney metabolism affect the supercompensation of muscle fibers? AMPK or mTOR? Lin Tian's questions were getting more and more difficult. They seem like layman
However, it directly addresses the deep mechanisms of molecular biology and exercise physiology, forcing Leng Yu to mobilize all her knowledge reserves to provide a difficult explanation.
Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead.
This is not an examination at all, but an unequal and humiliating academic interrogation. Next comes the so-called neural response test. Lin Tian closed his eyes and asked her to test her sensory acuity. Leng Yu carefully touched the skin of his arm with a cotton swab dipped in saline solution.
Tactile dulling? Or hypersensitivity? How do your gut microbiota products affect ion channels and nerve endings? He asked.
Leng Yu tried her best to describe it, attempting to associate the tactile sensation with the product's effects.
Lin Tian's breathing.
But he intentionally or unintentionally brushed against her wrist, which was close at hand and she was working on something. The warm breath made her tremble from her wrist to her heart, and her explanation became incoherent. Just as she was on edge, Lin Tian suddenly grabbed her wrist.
Exclamation point.
Leng Yu was so startled she almost cried out. She instinctively tried to break free, but was held firmly. Lin Tian placed his fingers on her pulse, feeling its abnormally rapid beat, and a playful smile curled at the corner of his lips.
Dr. Lang, your heart rate seems to be faster than mine, the subject of the test. Is this a side effect of your product, or something else?
His burning palms and pointed words sent a jolt through Leng Yu's body like an electric current. She abruptly pulled her hand back, took 2 steps back, her chest heaving violently, and her cold eyes behind her glasses gleamed. The water, filled with humiliation, barely held back from falling.
That's enough. That's really enough.
All her pride, all her professional dignity, was extinguished in this series of embarrassing inspections.
It was completely crushed and trampled underfoot. Lin Tian seemed to have finally had enough of the experience.
He sat up and casually straightened his slightly wrinkled collar, as if recalling the long, humiliating interaction that had just taken place. It was just a routine procedure. He picked up the crumpled bag that Leng Yu had been squeezing. Even the project proposal, which was slightly damp at the edges, was flipped directly to the last data page, and the eyes quickly scanned it. Leng Yu stood there, her heart ashen,
awaiting the final verdict. Is it funding, or complete expulsion?
However, Lin Tian's finger stopped on an animal experimental data model about the potential positive regulation of male physiological function by long-term use. His tone suddenly became unusually serious and solemn, completely different from his previous nonchalant attitude. The design concept of this data model is very interesting.
Chapter 129 Jiang Shueqi's concert preparations.
He pointed to a point on the chart.
However, the baseline settings for the control group were problematic.
It ignores the inherent physiological advantages of high-ranking men.
If we incorporate the physiological baseline data of grade MN from the few database for correction, would the significance p-value of your result be even higher? Wouldn't that be more persuasive? Boom!
Leng Yu suddenly raised her head and looked at Lin Tian in disbelief.
He understood it? Not only did I understand it, but I also.
She also pointed out the controversy within her team. However, they were unable to obtain real data on a level men.
The key issue that has been shelved. An indescribable feeling instantly seized her. Is it the shock of being recognized in one's professional field? Is it the astonishment of finding a kindred spirit in dire straits?
Or perhaps this sense of acceptance, intertwined with the extreme humiliation she had just suffered, created an immense feeling of absurdity and
a subtle flutter of excitement?
She opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Lin Tian looked at her, completely stunned, her aloof mask shattered, revealing her true expression of bewilderment and helplessness.
He seemed quite satisfied.
He put down the project proposal, his tone returning to its previous indifference, yet carrying an undeniable decisiveness.
I can invest the funds. The amount is twice what you expected on the list.
Leng Yu's heart pounded wildly, almost bursting out of her chest.
An immense joy surged through her like a tsunami. But the next second, Lin Tian's words pulled her back to reality. But there's one condition. His gaze, almost tangible, locked onto her once more, with absolute control.
You need to become my personal health consultant. I monitor my physical condition at all times and report back regularly. The effects of your product on me and the changes in my physiological indicators will serve as your most crucial and direct first-hand human data.
He paused, then added, of course, I'll calculate the consulting fee separately. I won't let you lose out. Private health consultant. Real-time monitoring. On call at any time.
These words, like a spell, lingered in Lung Yu's ears. This means that she not only sold the product, but also, to some extent, a part of herself. She would become even more deeply bound to this dangerous and unfathomable man before her. Huge RD funding, the glimmer of hope that dreams will become reality, and the loss of some freedom and dignity. The suffocating feeling of uncertainty about the future collided fiercely within her once again. Lin Tian did not give her time to hesitate or weigh her options.
He picked up the pen and neatly signed his name on the last page of the project proposal.
Then, as if discarding something insignificant, he tossed the project proposal back to her. Tomorrow, Mr. Su from Shangfeng Group will send someone to contact you to begin the investment process. He stood up and looked down at her, who was still in a daze.
Now, you can leave.
He walked towards the door, and as he brushed past her, he paused slightly, leaving behind a final sentence, like a brand.
Remember. I'm available whenever you call.
As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the medical room was opened and then gently closed again. In the large room filled with the smell of cold instruments and disinfectant, only Lang Yu remained. She lowered her head stiffly. Looking at the heavy project proposal in my hand, which already represented the start of my dream. The signature Lin Tian above is written in a bold and elegant style, carrying an undeniable power. Her legs buckled, and she could no longer hold on. My back was pressed heavily against the cold physiological monitoring device. The metallic chill seeped through her thin nurse's uniform, sending a shiver down her spine.
She looked up.
Staring at the shadowless lamp on the ceiling, emitting a pale white light, his eyes were empty, filled with confusion and lingering humiliation. But deep within this chaos,
there seems to be a hint of.
Even she herself was unwilling to admit it, but a secret expectation and a flutter of excitement quietly began to sprout.
She knew. From this moment on, her life,
something she had held onto for over 20 years, has completely changed its course. The mask of the aloof doctor shattered into pieces. She revealed her true self, a face that even she herself found unfamiliar.
That's all.
Several more days passed for Lin Tian. Besides the women Chang Lin had found,
the rest of the time is spent at home with his woman.
He also showed concern for Qin Shuang.
After all, she's a pregnant woman. It wasn't that Lin Tian didn't trust Wang Mylin.
On the contrary, he was afraid that his mother would make a fool of herself.
Only.
What frustrated Lin Tian was, after all this time, only Qin Shuang is pregnant.
The other women's bellies showed no reaction at all. This made him very anxious.
After all, there are various welfare items from the system. Furthermore, he himself possesses the genes of an A-grade male.
And I've used quite a bit of the eugenic essence.
But there was no response.
What on earth is going on? I've been working hard all this time. Now, even Zhao Debao next door.
I heard a few days ago that all 3 of his wives got pregnant at once. And all 3 of them got pregnant at the same time. Although in the end, through connections, it was found that they were all daughters.
But it's still a shipment. What kind of mess is this, Lin Tian? If I had to pinpoint a problem, it would be this. But what about Qin Shuang? You have to say yes. Why didn't the other women react at all? This is really strange. And on this day, Zhang Suiqi's concert is also in the final stages of preparation. These days, this little girl has been pestering Lin Tian every day.
Her intention was quite clear, she wanted Lin Tian to take her in.
But
Lin Tian, however, found various ways to become bad.
It means not touching the other person. I just can't bring myself to eat it.
This made Zhang Suiqi extremely anxious.
As for Lin Tian,
when I first transmigrated here, I was a bit impatient. But after such a long time, he has won over so many women.
He's not in a hurry anymore.
After all, he was surrounded by top-tier beauties. They are all more beautiful than Lu Yifei.
Her figure is even more stunning than Lu Yan's.
He spends all his time surrounded by these women.
This self-discipline will eventually reach its peak. It was truly terrifying.
Unless you are forcibly pushed down by a woman and then drugged.
Otherwise,
no woman can make him take off his belt.
Shanghai City. A huge stadium.
The lights poured down like a galaxy, illuminating the central stage with dazzling brilliance. Jiang Shueqi's ethereal voice flowed through top-of-the-line sound equipment, accompanied by a meticulously choreographed dance, as she rehearsed her title track Star Trail for the Shanghai stop of her global tour. A giant LED screen displays magnificent images of the cosmos, while dry ice mist created by a smoke machine creates a dreamlike atmosphere. Lin Tian appeared silently at the backstage entrance. He leaned against the shadows, his gaze fixed on the radiant figure on the stage. He was dressed casually today, in a dark-colored casual outfit, but it still couldn't hide his increasingly calm and powerful aura. He didn't want to disturb anyone, he just wanted to observe quietly. As Jiang Shueqi spun around on stage, her gaze inadvertently swept backstage and instantly caught sight of that familiar figure. Her singing hadn't stopped, but the corners of her lips had already naturally turned up, forming a sweet curve.
In the brief interval between her movements, she quickly and discreetly blew a kiss towards Lin Tian.
Although the movement was subtle, it was still noticed by several backup dancers and staff members who were nearby. They exchanged knowing glances, their faces filled with envy.
See? Mr. Lin is here.
Chapter 130. The twin sister-in-law discovers a crisis. Sister Zhang's flying kiss just now was so sweet.
Wow, they're such a perfect match.
No, they're both so talented, and they're so loving. The murmurs were drowned out by the music, but the pervasive atmosphere of envy was clearly palpable. Lin Tian smiled slightly in response. Just then, a slightly hurried sound of high heels clicking on the ground came from behind.
It's Shou Wei.
She was holding a thick schedule in her hand, and there was a bead of sweat on her forehead, indicating that she had rushed over. Mr. Lin, she tried to make her voice sound calm and professional, the final process has been confirmed.
This is the version used for rehearsal. Would you like to take a look?
The moment her eyes met Lin Tian's, they flickered involuntarily before quickly looking away. The unexpected kiss on the swing chair in the garden that night kept replaying in my mind.
And the awkwardness of being caught by Jiang Shueqi. My cheeks felt slightly hot.
Lin Tian seemed oblivious, naturally taking the flowchart and quickly scanning it with his eyes.
Okay, you can decide on the procedures.
He pointed to the complex wire rigging equipment being tested on one side of the stage.
How many times did you do the security test? 3 comprehensive checks were conducted, and Miss Su personally oversaw the process.
Zhou Wei quickly replied, her tone respectful, but she felt a sense of relief mixed with a strange sense of loss. He seemed to have completely disregarded what happened that day.
That's good.
Lin Tian handed the program sheet back to her, then turned his gaze back to the stage.
Go ahead and get busy, don't worry about me. Zhou Wei responded, holding the still warm flowchart, and stepped back with mixed feelings.
The more natural and ordinary he seemed, the more unsettled she felt. Unlike the relative tranquility of the backstage edges. The entire venue, from all passageways and entrances to equipment areas, was permeated with a solemn atmosphere that was relaxed on the outside but tense on the inside. Su Xiaoyu was wearing a tailor-made black combat suit. It perfectly accentuated her petite yet powerful figure. Her long hair was neatly tied into a ponytail, her headset was fastened tightly to her ear, and she held a tablet computer that gleamed with a faint light. They moved swiftly between key locations.
Her face always wore a charming smile.
At this moment, only focused calmness and sharpness remain.
Gate 3, Area A, report the situation.
Add a patrol team to the blind spot of Zone B, with rotations every half hour. The backstage non-staff passage is off limits, not even a fly is allowed in without my permission. Her instructions were clear and concise, transmitted to each security team via headset.
Just then,
her gaze sharpened. The focus was on a man who was furtively pushing a cart loaded with large boxes toward the backstage entrance.
Stop.
Su Xiaoyu stepped forward and blocked the other party's path. Her voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. The man was startled, his eyes showing a hint of panic.
I'm from the equipment team, I'm here to send in the spare equipment. Equipment group?
Su Xiaoyu's eyes were sharp as she scanned his temporary work permit on his chest and then fell on the sealed box.
I checked today's equipment list 3 times, and this item isn't there. Who sent you? What's inside?
It was arranged by Engineer Wang at the last minute, I don't know the specifics.
The man stammered.
Su Xiaoyu sneered, not bothering with the box, but instead suddenly asked.
What is Engineer Wang's full name?
Which group are you in charge of? Who is your direct supervisor? The man was bewildered by the barrage of questions his eyes darted around, and his answers were full of holes.
Su Xiaoyu stopped wasting words and directly gave the order into the headset. Control the target at the entrance of Zone C and inspect the box he is carrying. Notify the police station that someone is suspected of trespassing and potentially endangering public safety.
2 security personnel hidden nearby immediately stepped forward and swiftly subdued the man. Upon opening the box, it turned out that it contained no equipment at all. It was actually a high-definition hidden camera device disguised as professional equipment.
The man's face was ashen.
He quickly confessed that he had received a high price from an outside gossip media outlet in order to sneak in and secretly film Jiang Shueqi's rehearsals and private moments.
Su Xiaoyu watched him being taken away expressionlessly, then added into her earpiece, "Thoroughly investigate the equipment team and see if there are any other vulnerabilities."
In addition, all partners were informed of this matter, and the importance of confidentiality agreements was emphasized. After dealing with this little incident, she walked over to Lin Tian, who had been watching quietly from the side.
"Brother-in-law."
She switched back to a slightly more affectionate form of address, but her gaze remained professional.
"Security arrangements have been made.
There are on-site security guards and patrol teams supported by the police station. Secretly, I enlisted the help of several trusted senior students from the police academy, who mingled among the staff and audience." She operated the tablet, bringing up a 3D map of the venue for Lin Tian to see. In addition, through Sister Qin Shuang's connections, I obtained temporary high-level access to the Women's Federation, which allows me to access all public surveillance cameras around the venue in real time. If necessary, assistance can be directly requested from the Women's Federation's field teams. She paused, then continued her report.
7 emergency plans have been prepared.
These include contingency plans for situations such as fans becoming overly excited and causing a disturbance on stage, sudden malfunctions of critical equipment, fire warnings, and even. There are corresponding rapid response procedures in place for situations such as malicious throwing of objects or poisoning. Looking at his sister-in-law, who seemed to have shed all her naivety and immaturity overnight and become calm and capable, Lin Tian's eyes revealed undisguised admiration. He reached out and gently patted Su Xiaoyu's shoulder.
"Well done. I'm at ease leaving this to you."
A very simple sentence. A warmth filled Su Xiaoyu's heart, making all the hard work and tension worthwhile.
She nodded vigorously. Mission accomplished. At the same time, inside a secluded private room of a high-end Japanese restaurant in Zhanghai City, the atmosphere was completely different from the lively atmosphere in the stadium. It was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. The door to the private room was tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn tightly shut. Several men in black suits knelt on the tatami mat, led by a middle-aged man with a sinister look in his eyes and a shallow scar on his cheek. His name is Kurosawa. He was the remnant leader of the Sato family's influence in Zhanghai.
The previous conspiracy against Lin Tian and his businesses failed miserably. This resulted in them losing a lot of manpower and resources, enraging the Sato family, who abandoned him here like a discarded pawn.
To atone for one's crimes through meritorious service. Lin Tian. Kurosawa practically spat out the name through gritted teeth, his grip on the sake cup making a creaking sound. "It's all because of him. All our years of planning have been ruined. I, Kurosawa, swear I will not rest until I avenge this." He gulped down the wine in his glass. The spicy liquid slid down his throat, but it couldn't extinguish the anger in his heart. "Team leader, we found out that Lin Tian values that female celebrity Jiang Shueqi very much. He has invested a lot of resources in this concert and is personally overseeing it." One of his men reported in a low voice. "Oh?"
A malicious glint flashed in Kurosawa's eyes.
"Very good.
The more he cares, the more we need to make him suffer." He lowered his voice and began to make arrangements.
First, technical sabotage. Didn't we bribe that lighting team deputy named Li Ming?
Tell him to find the right moment, during the climax of the concert, when Jiang Shueqi is singing her most important solo song, to create a partial power outage or play a jarring noise.
I'm going to turn this highly anticipated performance into a joke.
I'll make Lin Tian and his woman lose all face.